Uncle Krillin, are you planning to flee? Shoo, little Gohan, keep your voice down. I am not fleeing. I am executing a strategic retreat. I will count to 3, and we shall slip away quietly. We must not allow Frieza to discover us. But Dad and Uncle Piccolo are still fighting. I cannot abandon them. You foolish child. After reading so many books, how can you be so dim-witted? Have you not seen that Frieza has transformed into his final form? His combat power exceeds 60 million. Even if we were to embrace him in a self-destruct, we could not harm a single hair on his body. Right now, Goku is gathering the Spirit Bomb, and Piccolo is holding Frieza at bay. It seems Frieza wishes to toy with Piccolo, so he can buy us some time. We have regained a portion of our energy, sufficient to locate the spaceship in a short span. Once the Spirit Bomb is unleashed, Frieza's fate will be inconsequential. We will depart Namek with Goku and Piccolo. Let us not forget that Bulma is still unaccounted for. The earth trembled, dust and debris swirling through the air, a formidable aura piercing the heavens as the battle between Frieza and Piccolo raged on. Rather than a battle, it felt more like a one-sided farce. Gohan watched as Piccolo struggled to evade, only to be struck squarely by Frieza's tail, his heart filled with both rage and helplessness. He felt so weak, incapable of protecting Uncle Piccolo. Gritting his teeth, Gohan's resolute gaze followed Krillin. I understand now, Uncle Krillin. Let's act immediately. My efforts have not been in vain. Gohan, let us go. Krillin's anxious heart finally found relief. Son Gohan had not doubted his intentions to escape. Indeed, the one yearning to leave Namek was Krillin himself, albeit a version of him that had traversed into this world. Upon awakening, he found himself in the Dragon Ball universe, precisely in the Namek saga, where Krillin was to meet his demise. As Krillin stood upon the surface of Namek, a terrifying pressure bore down upon him like a tangible force. Even with a battle power of 20,000, he could hardly endure a second becoming buried in the ground. Having watched Dragon Ball countless times, he knew all too well that this was the aura of the cosmic tyrant Frieza. The overwhelming power nearly crushed him. How could he dare to remain? Fortunately, with Piccolo and Goku preceding him, Frieza had yet to detect his presence. Once the aura dissipated, Krillin quickly joined forces with Gohan, preparing to leave Namek. It was not cowardice. The danger here was simply too great. Having traversed dimensions once, and being the mightiest human on Earth, how could he allow Frieza to cruelly slay him before he even experienced the joys of life, such as with Android 18. Cough, only to meet an untimely end? Most importantly, should he die, would he even be resurrected as himself? What if he returned as the original Krillin? Would his traversal and demise be in vain? He certainly did not wish to find himself living only a fleeting moment after crossing over. Krillin swiftly reflected upon his experiences, silently apologizing to Goku. If you cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, your demise is inevitable. But fear not, I shall use the Dragon Balls of Namek to revive you. Turning around, Krillin discreetly took flight with Gohan, leaving the place behind. However, just a few moments into their ascent, an unexpected voice resonated in Krillin's mind. Ding. Host detected. System components updating. Installation complete. Conducting self-diagnosis. Self-diagnosis complete. Novice gift pack has been distributed. System panel updated. System tasks updated. Krillin's body, soaring through the sky, swayed precariously, nearly causing him to plummet. Suppressing his exhilaration, he silently uttered, "Open the novice gift pack." Ding! Novice gift pack has been activated. All of Krillin's attributes, including memories, body, strength, martial arts experience, soul form, and identity. Krillin felt a deeper connection with his body. His soul had already conformed to the shape of this vessel. That all? He had anticipated that the legendary system would empower him to wreak havoc instantly, but merely granted him a handful of inconsequential attributes. Never mind. I shall find a spaceship to return to Earth. Being a city dragon king on Earth isn't too shabby. Ding! Compulsory tasks have been issued. 1. Personally defeat Frieza. Reward: 1 potential enhancement. 2. Survive the fated deadly encounter. Reward: instant transmission, King Kai's servant version. Stage tasks have been issued. 1. Survive after the explosion of Namek. Reward: Metamoran fusion technique. Failure to complete any task. the system will unbind, sealing all host abilities, casting them back to their original world, imprisoned in the realm between life and death. Eternally unable to touch reality, that Krillin's swift form came to an abrupt halt, suspended in the air. I must confront Frieza. The disparity between him and Frieza was far greater than that between a hydraulic press and a dog. He, Krillin, with a combat power of 20,000, was expected to personally defeat the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, who possessed a power level of 60 million. Would he prevail? Moreover, should he fail any task, he would be cast back to his original world, confined to an unknown, ghastly place. The realm between life and death, devoid of contact with reality. Wasn't that akin to being a ghost? The exhilaration that had surged through him moments ago, sparked by the system's emergence, now lay utterly extinguished. Seeing Krillin abruptly cease his flight technique and become rooted in place, Gohan quickly returned to investigate. What's wrong, Uncle Krillin? Gohan was puzzled. Hadn't Krillin been in a hurry to leave just moments ago? Why was he now standing still? Krillin realized that this system was compelling him to return and assist Goku. What its ultimate purpose was remained unclear. But in this game, he felt utterly powerless against anyone he faced to survive. He needed to claim kills and defeat Frieza while evading Frieza's attacks to avoid a swift demise. He had considered the possibility of seeking refuge with Frieza, but upon reflecting on Frieza's unpredictable nature, he swiftly dismissed that notion. Who knew if Frieza would slay him the moment he pledged his allegiance? He would certainly relish the opportunity to toy with opponents and disrupt Goku's mindset. Nothing to worry about, Gohan. You should go find Bulma by yourself. I must return. Why? Son Gohan gazed at Krillin with a look of confusion. I have come to a realization. Goku is not only my dearest brother-in-arms, but also my most cherished comrade. How could I allow him to face Frieza alone? Even if we cannot defeat Frieza, I cannot bear to watch Goku march to his demise. Krillin, with righteous fervor, expressed his regret for having evaded the truth. Gohan felt a swell of emotion. The bond between his father and Uncle Krillin was indeed vaster than the ocean itself. He had foolishly doubted Uncle Krillin's courage, only to discover that Krillin was torn between saving Aunt Bulma and rescuing his father. Thank you, Uncle Krillin. Once I get Aunt Bulma to activate the spaceship, I will come find you. With that, Gohan departed. Krillin cursed the system inwardly. If he were not aware of the circumstances, he might have believed he possessed a heart of gold. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his restless spirit. Time was of the essence, and he needed to devise a means of survival. Open the panel. With a mere thought, a panel appeared before Krillin, visible only to him. Host, Krillin age, 28 battle power, 23015 race. Earthling skills, solar flare, Kamehameha, flight, new/old, energy sphere, afterimage technique, universal shockwave, and more. You are but an ant in the vast universe. Yet on this lowly planet, you are a being of great power. The assessment was objective, yet utterly disheartening. However, Krillin had no time to dwell on such matters. He opened the skills menu and began to examine each ability meticulously. After a while, Krillin appeared resolute, leaving behind a streak of brilliance as he soared directly towards Frieza and his entourage. His energy had replenished to 60%, which was ample. Upon reaching the battlefield, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. The ground lay shattered, the ocean's depths surged violently, and a brilliant blue star hung in the sky. Piccolo lay prostrate, uncertain of his fate, with his left arm broken and purple blood seeping from his wounds. Frieza stood with his foot planted on Piccolo's head, gripping the very hand of his fallen foe. Unable to endure Frieza's cruelty any longer, Goku bellowed, "Frieza!" He swiftly launched the energy sphere above his head. The indigo energy sphere hurtled towards Frieza. By the time Frieza sensed the impending danger and looked up, it was too late. The energy sphere, imbued with righteous fury, plunged him into the earth below. The winds howled. Had Krillin not known that the energy sphere could only vanquish evil, he would have turned and fled. Braving the gale, Krillin quickly located the exhausted Goku and the unconscious Piccolo, guiding them to shelter behind a sturdy rock. "Okay, Krillin, you've come." Goku lay on the ground, utterly drained, gasping for breath. Krillin transferred a portion of his energy to him, reviving him slightly as Krillin prepared to assess Piccolo's injuries. He heard the voices of King Kai and Yamcha resonating in his ears. How splendid! Goku, you have vanquished the cosmic tyrant Frieza. You utilized the super ultra energy sphere I taught you. Ah, now I can boast to Lord Kai about this. The king of the worlds, brimming with self-satisfaction, observed his two antennae joyfully swaying up and down. Wukong, you are truly remarkable. The dumpling floated in the air, raising its tiny hands in exultation. I never imagined you possessed such skills, Wukong. Old king, have you been holding back? I wish to learn as well. You fool, someone like you, driven by lust, cannot possibly learn. Yamcha scratched his nose, saying, "Oh, I was merely jesting. The child from back then has grown to a stature I must now look up to. Excellent. From now on, the training shall double. However, I must commend you. Splendid work, Wukong." Tien Shinhan expressed with admiration. The accolade from everyone made son Wukong feel somewhat bashful. Krillin, recalling those familiar voices, suddenly remembered the Dragon Balls. Lord King, can we use the Dragon Balls now? Krillin's sudden interjection captured everyone's attention. Let me inquire the deity. He says he is on the verge of locating the final one. What must you do? Krillin recalled the plot from the original story. The Grand Elder of Namek had passed away prematurely, prompting the king to use Earth's Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by Frieza. The Grand Elder's brief revival allowed Dend, also known as Tian Tian, to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to transport everyone except son Wukong and Frieza to Earth. It was a gamble, as they were uncertain whether the Grand Elder's revival would allow the Namekian Dragon Balls to remain functional. However, now that he was aware of the outcome, he could leverage this information. Krillin resolved not to utilize the Namekian opportunity to transport everyone. After all, even if he reached Earth, without defeating Frieza, the mission would still fail. Thus, he pinned his hopes on son Wukong, believing he would transform into a Super Saiyan, AS for the others. If he perished, they would all perish together. If he survived, they would all live. Regarding whether the dragon could indeed enable son Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan, Krillin was uncertain. This meant that the choice of wishes was of paramount importance, a gamble like no other. Upon receiving the desired information, Krillin's expression grew serious as he inquired, "Do you think Frieza is truly dead?" Chapter 2. The Resurrection of Frieza. What does this mean? Upon hearing these words, everyone involuntarily shuddered, unable to fathom the terrifying scenario of Frieza still being alive. Now, a group of frail and weak individuals stood no chance against the resurrected Frieza. Son Wukong's gaze sharpened instantly as he sat upright from the stone wall, his entire body instinctively tensing. Krillin cleared his throat, ready to reveal his prepared statement. "You might not believe it, but I have awakened the ability to foresee the future." Foresee the future? Krillin, are you still human? Why don't I have this ability? Are you an alien like Tien? I bet you are from the No-No's planet. Yamcha exclaimed, voicing the collective disbelief of the group. They found this matter utterly unfathomable. Krillin grimaced, thinking, that bastard Yamcha. I was just about to call you a ladysman from outer space. The ability to foresee the future doesn't seem entirely impossible. King Kai stroked his chin, recalling the extraordinary beings he had encountered through the Grand Kai, some of which possessed the ability to glimpse fragments of the future in moments of peril. With King Kai's endorsement, everyone began to trust Krillin. So what did you see? Krillin recounted the news that Frieza had not been killed by the spirit bomb and expressed his grave concern that he might very well be killed, hoping to instigate son Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing about Krillin's impending death, son Wukong's face darkened with anger, and he felt a profound sorrow at the helplessness of his future self. "No, Krillin, I won't let you die," son Wukong declared resolutely. He would never allow the sacrifice of his friend's life for the sake of power to come to pass, especially not for his dearest brother. Krillin gazed at the familiar yet strange visage of the crab-headed warrior, and in a fleeting moment, he recalled sitting in front of the television, witnessing the scene of his own demise at the hands of Demon King Piccolo for the first time. The death of a close friend had ignited an overwhelming fury and deep sorrow within son Wukong back then. Sharing the same name, he felt an extraordinary empathy towards Krillin's fate. Yet, I am not the original Krillin, he thought, his expression complex. "Thank you, Wukong, but nothing has happened yet. We will surely find a solution. Lord King Kai, could you please request the dragon to resurrect those killed by Frieza? The Dragon Balls on Earth can revive anyone who has died within the year. Once the Elder Namekian is resurrected, we can use the Namekian Dragon Balls to make another wish. As these words left his lips, King Kai appeared somewhat perplexed. Ah, very well. By the way, the Elder Namekian passed away peacefully, right? Will the Namekian Dragon Balls still appear? In the future I witnessed, the Elder dies prematurely, but after being revived, he can endure for a while longer. Lord King Kai, you only need to have him wish through Dend, who is closest to the Dragon Balls. As soon as he is revived, Krillin articulated the plot he had just recalled. King Kai pondered for a moment and deemed Krillin's idea quite practical. I can give it a try, but what should the wish be? To restore the injuries and strength of everyone except Frieza. Is that all? The King of Worlds was puzzled, believing that Krillin would allow him to transport everyone to Earth except for Frieza. At present, I have no alternative. Even if I were to miraculously return to Earth, it would merely bring Frieza's wrath along with me. It would be wiser to gamble on Goku truly vanquishing or defeating him. Moreover, rather than leaving a wish for Frieza to grant, it would be prudent to utilize our remaining strength now. I see, I understand. The King of Worlds finally realized that Krillin was placing his hopes on Son Goku. With Goku's stamina restored, whether he unleashed another spirit bomb or engaged in combat with Frieza using the Kaioken technique, it would surely revive their chances. As for restoring the others' bodies, that was merely a secondary benefit. The King of Worlds went to inform the gods, and Krillin solemnly turned to Son Goku. Goku, you are the pivotal element. You must transform into a Super Saiyan to prevent Frieza from killing me. Witnessing Krillin's well-structured plan, Son Goku regained his earlier relaxed demeanor, scratching his head in confusion. But I truly don't know how to transform, he exclaimed. Vegeta said, I am a Super Saiyan. Does that mean I should turn into a giant gorilla? No, a Super Saiyan is a golden-haired warrior who emerges from extreme rage. In the future, you witnessed me being killed by the resurrected Frieza, which incited your profound anger and triggered the transformation. However, there is a prerequisite. You must possess a base power level of 3 million, a significant number of cells within you, and most importantly, a tranquil mindset. Besides anger, there exists another method to transform, though I am uncertain if it applies in this universe. Krillin pondered deeply. The alternative method was one taught to the Saiyans of Universe 6 in Dragon Ball Super, which involved concentrating power in the back and then activating the cells to transform. Yet Krillin was unsure whether this universe belonged to Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Super, or even if it was from a future timeline. Perhaps answers would emerge once Frieza arrived on Earth. Concentrating power in the back? Are the cells truly present here? Son Goku stood up. Though his strength had not fully returned, it was sufficient. Huh, he exclaimed as he clenched his fists, unleashing a white aura that surged forth. Krillin observed closely. The intensity of the aura only reached half of Goku's full potential, approximately 1.5 million. Although it was still increasing, Goku began to breathe heavily. Krillin did not call for a halt. The Super Saiyan form was a breakthrough of self, and if Goku could not push beyond for Krillin's survival, he would have no choice but to await his demise. At that moment, both Goku and Krillin were suddenly startled, as if struck by a lightning bolt, and turned their gaze toward a stone. The sea roared, crashing against the stone wall, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Goku's aura had ceased. However, Krillin and he were now completely unconcerned. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from behind the stone wall, and a white figure slowly ascended to the top of the rock. One eye was closed, its tail severed, while the other eye coldly surveyed the three. Their gazes met, as if an invisible clash was unfolding. How could he have resurrected so quickly? Far more terrifying than I had imagined. Cold sweat trickled down Krillin's back. The ringing in his ears, dizziness, and weakness in his limbs rendered any thought of resistance utterly futile. How could they possibly fight? A sense of despair surged uncontrollably within him. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong stared intently at Frieza. Confronted with such a suffocating situation, even he could conceive of no strategy to turn the tide. Frieza's unbridled aura sent shivers down both of their spines. Ha ha ha, that sphere was indeed formidable. Even someone as powerful as I nearly succumbed. I never anticipated you possessed such a technique, detestable monkey. Seeing me alive, are you filled with despair? Frieza's visage twisted with an intensity of hatred directed at Sun Wukong that was beyond measure. Do you have any idea how close you brought this cosmic emperor to death? His sharp voice echoed like that of a frightened child, recounting grievances before exacting revenge. Yet this child was none other than Frieza, the embodiment of malevolence. No one could mock him at this moment, nor withstand his vengeance. The oppressive force surged like relentless waves, crashing over them. Krillin and Sun Wukong struggled to resist. The disparity was insurmountable. Just Frieza's furious aura was nearly enough to topple their shoulders. Frieza, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth as he uttered the name, his heart sinking. Krillin had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Frieza had revived. What were they to do? Were they truly to witness Krillin's demise? No. I absolutely refused to accept such a conclusion. Sun Wukong roared within, suddenly feeling a surge of power within him, a burst of energy that shattered Frieza's menacing presence. With Sun Wukong's eruption of strength, Krillin gasped for breath, retreating behind him, where the unconscious Piccolo lay at his feet. Yet, after the explosion of power, Sun Wukong found himself nearly depleted. The emotional upheaval had not granted him the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, taken aback by Sun Wukong's lingering strength, revealed a sinister grin. Could you be the Super Saiyan? Humph, it seems my ancestors' warnings were in vain. Perhaps my forebears were so inept that they allowed a Saiyan like you to become legendary. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. Was there truly no way out? Flee, he uttered, remaining vigilant against Frieza. Leave here, to my spaceship. Take Bulma and Gohan. Escape this planet. I will hold him off. His serious tone brooked no jest, and Krillin sensed the gravity of the situation. Yet, he felt powerless. The system had compelled him into this high-stakes scenario, and the alternative to participation felt worse than death. Damn the system. Without your mission, I would have returned to Earth as the Dragon King long ago, caught on the precipice of life and death. Krillin cursed the system inwardly while physically standing beside Sun Wukong. Do you think I returned for any other reason than to fight alongside you? Do not underestimate my resolve. Krillin shouted, forcing back his fear. Receiving Krillin's affirmation, Sun Wukong found himself speechless, resolutely facing Frieza. Do you think I would allow you to escape? I will annihilate every last one of you, Frieza declared, raising a finger as a sphere of crimson energy materialized at its tip. In an instant, Krillin's face turned as pale as a sheet, retreating as if confronted by an imminent threat. This was the very attack that Piccolo had intercepted for Goku in the original tale. Now, with Piccolo rendered unconscious, Frieza sought to torment Goku, making him the primary target instead. With a whoosh, the red energy beam shot forth, and Krillin attempted to roll away, only to realize that evasion was unnecessary. For Goku had already shielded him from the oncoming assault. Perhaps it was Frieza's cruel jest, or Goku's quick reflexes. In any case, the energy beam missed Krillin entirely, albeit at the cost of piercing Goku's shoulder. Damn it, Goku, are you alright? Krillin's heart filled with unbidden guilt as he witnessed blood streaming from Goku's shoulder. He truly was fulfilling his vow, genuinely striving to protect my life. Such a noble soul as Goku, risking himself for my sake, while I had been contemplating abandoning him. Perhaps I should no longer shy away from this confrontation. My Kienzan may yet prove advantageous. If I missed, then I shall try again. Frieza relished the sight of ants struggling, particularly those who had caused him such distress and near demise. Once more, a glow of red energy ignited at Frieza's fingertips, aimed at Krillin, when suddenly the sound of engines filled the air. He glanced upward to see an unfamiliar spacecraft hovering above. Dad, Uncle Krillin, I found Aunt Bulma. Gohan exclaimed. Goku, Krillin, let South leave this dreadful place. I can't endure it any longer. Goku and Krillin's expressions shifted dramatically. Gohan and Bulma had arrived at the most inopportune moment. Frieza, stifling a chuckle, taunted, Did you not hear? Goku, your son and that Earth woman are calling for you. Will you not accompany them away? As the spaceship lingered in the air, Gohan caught sight of Frieza and trembled, turning to see Bulma foolishly lamenting why Goku hadn't sought her out. Frieza reveled in Goku's current demeanor, fury, helplessness, guilt, and anguish. He was determined to plunge Goku deeper into despair. Yet, just as Frieza prepared to unleash his deadly energy beam upon Krillin, the trajectory inexplicably veered, striking the spaceship instead. A massive explosion ensued, enveloping the area in a thick shroud of black smoke. Gohan, Bulma, Goku, incensed, unleashed a surge of energy and charged at Frieza, taken by surprise. Frieza was struck by a punch, but quickly retaliated with a knee to Goku's abdomen, causing him to curl up like a cooked shrimp. Frieza followed with another punch, sending Goku hurtling backward with even greater speed than before. Chapter 3. The Death of Dandy. A tremendous sonic boom echoed as Frieza swiftly pursued the flying Goku. Countless invisible attacks propelled Goku from the ground to the sky, then back down into the mountainside. Each time, Frieza arrived at Goku's landing spot faster than Goku could retreat, akin to a flash of white lightning, striking him with overwhelming force. With a speed that seemed akin to teleportation, Sun Wukong found himself devoid of any chance to resist. He could scarcely perceive Frieza's velocity. This was due to Frieza's swiftness, which transcended the limits of human sight. The areas struck by Frieza felt as if they were being gnawed upon by countless ants, the unending agony rendering Sun Wukong utterly incapable of mounting any defense. In a moment of clarity, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to unleash his fury, forcefully repelling the encroaching Frieza. The tenfold Kaioken ignited a crimson aura, causing Sun Wukong's breaths to hasten and his heart to pound like a frenzied drum. His combat power surged to an astonishing 3 million, multiplied tenfold. Yet the toll it took on his body was severe. Even delivering a standard punch became an arduous task. "Oh, this technique again? Only you weak. Stinking monkeys find it necessary," Frieza scoffed, arms crossed, mercilessly exposing Sun Wukong's plight. Observing that Sun Wukong had little strength left to execute a spirit bomb, Frieza resumed his regal demeanor as the Cosmic Emperor. Even if Sun Wukong could muster the energy for a spirit bomb, Frieza would ensure his demise at the first opportunity. In this state, Frieza was all but invincible. Damn it! Krillin, watching from below, felt his heart seize at the sight. Despite Sun Wukong's use of the tenfold Kaioken, he could merely hold off Frieza's relentless assaults. The immense psychological strain of such intense combat meant that even Frieza's simplest movements prompted Sun Wukong to be on high alert. Frieza toyed with and tormented Sun Wukong as if he were a monkey in a circus, their intertwined figures resembling a graceful dancer playing with a cumbersome gorilla. In every encounter, Frieza exhibited effortless control. "Wukong, can you endure until the hope of victory arrives?" As the smoke from the explosion of the spacecraft began to clear, Gohan and Bulma descended to the ground. Upon seeing Frieza, an ominous premonition washed over Gohan. Before the beam struck, he had already whisked Bulma away from the ship. Recognizing Bulma's lack of utility, Krillin instructed her to take refuge in a secluded cave, so she would not be used as leverage against them by Frieza. "Gohan, let us ascend together and rescue Wukong." "Right," Gohan replied, fury igniting within him at the sight of his father suffering at the hands of Frieza. Had it not been for Bulma in his grasp, he would have charged in without hesitation. Without further ado, the duo unleashed their energy and soared into the sky, each preparing their ultimate techniques. Ultimate Magic Flash, Kaioken Wave. A yellow and a blue energy wave shot forth towards Frieza. Frieza did not even attempt to evade, allowing the waves to collide with him. What? How is this possible? Can they do no harm? The two waves, capable of obliterating planets, struck Frieza without even stirring up dust, instead capturing his attention. "Ah, it's you two again. How did you manage to survive? You wretched monkeys, indeed. You are like the indomitable cockroaches." Frieza's face was etched with undisguised disdain as he conjured two energy spheres, each brimming with enough power to obliterate Namek. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled the spheres directly at Krillin and Gohan. The duo, faces pale with terror, realized too late that they were powerless to evade the oncoming onslaught, having just expended their energy in a previous attack. Just as death loomed over them, a figure cloaked in crimson energy materialized before them. Goku, unleashing the Kaioken at 20 times its normal strength. With a resounding cry, he redirected the energy spheres skyward, propelling them into the vastness of space, where their terrifying energy erupted in a cataclysmic explosion above. In this seemingly inevitable confrontation, Goku, burning through his life force, managed to repel Frieza's lethal strike, but the strain proved too great. He soon plummeted from the sky, weakened and fading. "Goku, Dad!" Krillin and Gohan rushed to catch him, gently lowering him to the ground. Gazing at the barely conscious and fading Goku, Krillin's expression darkened, while tears welled in Gohan's eyes. Was it truly too late? "Oh, what a touching scene," Frieza sneered. "Alas, I have grown weary of this game. As one who has forced me into such a predicament, I shall grant you the most dignified demise, one that leaves not a trace behind." With that, Frieza soared through the air, his foot crashing down upon Krillin's neck with brutal force, his three powerful toes tightening mercilessly. Krillin felt as though his very soul was being wrenched from his body, the sensation of suffocation enveloping him. Meanwhile, Frieza, with a single hand, seized Gohan by the throat, his interest piqued more by Goku's son than by Krillin. Just as Frieza charged an energy sphere in his other hand, ready to extinguish their lives, the sky suddenly darkened. "Hang in there, Krillin." The frantic voice of King Kai echoed in his ears. "Hold on, Dend has summoned the dragon." Frieza, perplexed by the sudden gloom, mused, "Why has the sky turned black?" Suddenly, he recalled that the heavens had similarly darkened when the dragon was last summoned. Damn it, they've summoned the dragon again. Their wish is mine. In an instant, Frieza's demeanor shifted dramatically as he abandoned the two men like discarded rags and unleashed his full power, racing towards the dragon's location. Krillin gasped for air, feeling as though he had been reborn, and turned in astonishment to where Frieza had departed. He had narrowly escaped death, but now was not the time for such reflections. "King Kai?" he called urgently. "Frieza is heading towards Dend. We must make a wish." As he spoke, he sensed his strength and energy gradually returning until he was fully revitalized. The next moment, the sky returned to its normal state. Gohan stood, marveling at his own restored vigor. On the ground, Goku slowly regained consciousness, the pain and fatigue of battle seemingly erased, his energy restored. "I feel as though I have become even stronger," Goku remarked, unleashing his aura before Krillin, rapidly surpassing 3 million in battle power and continuing to ascend steadily. 3 million, 330,000, 400,000, and 500,000 have surpassed the minimum threshold. "You should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan now," Krillin exclaimed with excitement. If he could successfully transform, he would no longer face death. Goku scratched his head, uncertain. "But I don't feel that way. Is it necessary to break through during battle?" "I'm sorry, Krillin." Sighing, he continued, "Well, 350,000, combined with the 20-fold Kaioken technique, amounts to 70 million in battle power, which should grant us a fighting chance. Perhaps we can survive." "Certainly." After regaining his energy, Goku appeared particularly confident, bouncing around with enthusiasm, albeit oblivious to the melancholic expression on Krillin's face. The system demanded that he personally defeat Frieza. Now, all they could do was hope for a stroke of luck, that Goku would transform into a Super Saiyan amidst the fray. As he contemplated this, an immense aura suddenly erupted from the location where the dragon appeared not long ago. It was unmistakably Frieza. The KO was now in a state of utter panic as he urgently addressed the three. "This is bad. Frieza is truly enraged. He crushed Dandi to death. He is covered in blood and is heading your way. You must flee." "He crushed him to death? Dandi is dead?" Krillin gulped, instinctively glancing at Gohan. The diminutive Dandi was a kind-hearted Namekian who had assisted Gohan and Krillin in numerous endeavors. Despite Gohan seemingly having an abundance of caring individuals around him, he lacked peers of his own age. Dandi's presence had immediately filled that void. Without mentioning Piccolo, although young, Gohan did not regard him as a brother. He was not a peer. Instead, Piccolo cared for Gohan like an elder, unlike companions such as Goten and Trunks, who shared childhood experiences. Gohan had long considered Dandi his best friend. The brutal murder of his closest companion ignited a burgeoning fury within Gohan, escalating in intensity until it surpassed even Goku's. Truly a prodigy in the Dragon Ball universe, merely fueled by rage to grow stronger, Krillin mused. "I will kill Frieza." Gohan's eyes transformed into a pure white, his hair levitating upwards. The price of his newfound power was the loss of reason. Krillin silently measured the escalating power levels. After acquiring Krillin's memories, he established a personal benchmark for combat strength. Just as Gohan's power level reached 4 million, he suddenly received a swift chop to the back of his head. Instantly, Gohan collapsed, his energy dissipating as if nothing had transpired. The assailant was Goku. His expression grave as he stated, "Leave the task of killing Frieza to me. Krillin, please look after Gohan." "All right." Krillin could only drag Gohan aside, entrusting him to Bulma and Piccolo in the cave while he returned to Goku's side. The malevolent aura of Frieza surged toward them, and the two stood ready to confront it. Despite the KO's frantic pleas for them to escape, both were resolute in their reasons, disregarding his words entirely. In pursuit of peace, Sun Wukong is unwilling to allow a villain like Frieza to continue his malevolence. This time, he is determined to vanquish him. Under the coercion of the system, Krillin, in a desperate bid for survival, exhausts every ounce of his strength. He senses that the final battle is imminent. Failure means death. It is all your fault, all of you. You have robbed me of my eternal life. You have shattered my aspirations for immortality. I shall obliterate you all, reduce you to mere pulp, and shatter your planet amidst your anguished gazes. The second round of battle commences. Chapter 4. The Great Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Swiftly eliminate the wild monkey, Sun Wukong. Frieza's furious voice reverberates through the heavens and the earth, his figure hurtling towards his opponent like a cannonball, unleashing a terrifying speed that breaks the sound barrier. The ground he traverses lies in disarray, as if struck by a speeding train. Boom. In an instant, Sun Wukong activates the 20-fold Kaioken, and his fists collide with Frieza's in a fierce confrontation. Damn you, filthy monkey! Frieza snarls. A clash of two formidable auras, one crimson and the other violet, ensues, neither yielding to the other, both engaged in a relentless struggle. The world around them loses its colors, leaving only the fierce contest between red and purple. A tremendous force erupts at the center of their confrontation, forming a colossal spherical energy space within a 100-meter radius, annihilating everything surrounding it. Krillin is compelled to brace himself against this overwhelming force. Although he is battered by the energy wave, he remains steadfast in his confidence in Wukong. With a battle power of 3 million compounded by the 20-fold Kaioken, he boasts a staggering 7 million battle power, while Frieza stands at only 6 million. How could victory be anything but assured? 7 million against 6 million, the advantage is mine. Wukong will surely knock Frieza away with a single blow. We must eliminate him before he unleashes his full power. That is our only chance. However, the one-sided scenario that Krillin envisioned fails to materialize. Frieza withstands Sun Wukong's punch, and with an evil grin, counters with a devastating blow to Wukong's face. Slightly staggered, Wukong retaliates with a punch of his own. The two engage in a primal exchange of blows, their battle devolving into raw hand-to-hand combat. The air is punctuated by explosive sounds, and the already ravaged ground becomes even more desolate. Fierce winds whip up waves that devour the land, while ominous clouds and thunderous lightning herald the arrival of calamity. Planet Namek teeters on the brink of annihilation under the relentless fury of these two titans. In a fleeting moment of battle, Frieza finally reveals a glimmer of vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong propels himself upward, kicking Frieza into the sky. With his hands positioned at his waist, he concentrates his blue energy, launching a powerful blast that strikes Frieza squarely in the chest. The execution of this technique is so swift that he neglects to utter the name of the Kamehameha, resulting in a significant drain of his energy, leaving him gasping for breath. Ha ha ha. Well done, Wukong. Keep it up, you can surely defeat Frieza before he transforms. Krillin observes the battlefield with keen anticipation, his spirits lifted by Wukong's initial advantage. Yet, just as Krillin cheers for Wukong, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. Sun Wukong immediately adopted a vigilant expression, gazing into the sky. As the smoke from the energy wave dissipated, a white silhouette emerged. Frieza had not been vanquished by the Kamehameha. In fact, only the outer shell of his abdomen bore minor damage. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was already panting heavily, the Kaioken technique proving to be a rapid drain on his stamina. Impossible, Krillin thought in disbelief. The Kamehameha's power was at least double that of a standard energy blast. Even if Sun Wukong had launched it at high speed without ample time to compress it, it should have possessed at least 1.5 times the force. With a fighting power of 70 million, the Kamehameha should have inflicted damage equivalent to 100 million. How could Frieza sustain merely a trivial injury? Such anomalies must have a reason. Indeed, traces of a protective barrier surrounded Frieza, perfectly shielding his body. Ha ha ha. Though I am uncertain how you still possess the strength to resist, I am too weary to care, for you have thoroughly enraged me. I shall unleash my full power. In just 1 minute. No, in merely 30 seconds. You shall meet your demise. With that, Frieza donned a grotesque, agonized expression, and countless bolts of lightning danced around him. His body swelled like an inflated sponge, muscles expanding and contorting until they reached their final form. This was starkly different from his previous diminutive state. Resembling a figure with stones embedded beneath his skin, extraordinarily imposing. This was indeed Frieza's ultimate form. Krillin's eyes widened in shock as he stood frozen, trembling. We are doomed. Frieza has transformed into his final state, while Wukong has yet to become a Super Saiyan. Must I perish to achieve victory? If only I had wished to return to Earth. Even being punished by the system to become a ghost would be preferable to being annihilated. Alas, it is too late for regrets. Suddenly, A violet aura of energy erupted as Frieza materialized behind Sun Wukong, seizing his arm with immense force. The overwhelming power rendered Sun Wukong utterly unable to react, as Frieza swung him about like a windmill. He then hurled Sun Wukong skyward, conjuring two energy blasts brimming with terrifying power in his palms, which he flung forward and backward. This was clearly a repeat of the technique Sun Wukong had used against him, an attempt to mock his opponent. Struggling in midair to regain his balance, Sun Wukong finally managed to adopt a defensive stance, only to have the first energy blast strike him unawares. The tremendous force caught him off guard, and the second blast capitalized on his moment of vulnerability, crashing into his chest. A violent explosion radiated a blinding light, leaving Sun Wukong charred and powerless as he plummeted toward the ground. Frieza instantaneously appeared beside Sun Wukong, delivering a kick to his midsection that sent him crashing near Krillin. Wukong, Krillin, flee. What led you to believe you could defeat me? Frieza approached Krillin with an elegant stride. You Earthlings are truly ignorant and arrogant, daring to challenge me. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Clenching his teeth, Krillin overcame his fear and launched an energy blast, only for Frieza to effortlessly swat it aside. The frail ant, no matter how fiercely it struggles, cannot escape its fate. Since you have thwarted my eternal wish, your existence holds no meaning. Wretched, foul monkeys. I shall make you taste despair as you descend into the abyss. By the way, where is your wild son? Has he fled in fear? No matter. As long as he remains on planet Mech, he cannot escape. Let us begin with this bald-headed Earthling. I remember he is a companion you hold dear. Watch closely as I cruelly take his life before your very eyes. Enraged, Frieza has abandoned any thoughts of recruiting Son Goku as a subordinate. His sole desire now is to obliterate Goku and destroy the cherished planet Earth. Frieza has arrived before Krillin, seizing his head with a vice-like grip. Krillin, overwhelmed by the sensation of impending death, flails desperately at Frieza's arm, striving to break free from his grasp. Do you have any last words? As the Emperor of the Universe, I have always been quite merciful, Frieza taunts. Yet, he is not so benevolent. He wishes only to elicit a scream from Krillin, to further provoke Son Goku's emotions and plunge him into despair. Let him go, Frieza. Son Goku grits his teeth, enduring excruciating pain as he raises his body. Glaring fiercely at Frieza, his eyes burn crimson. For the first time, he yearns for power to slay another. If I let him go, wouldn't that be a loss of face for me? Frieza chuckles mockingly, suddenly recalling a whimsical notion. He feigns a disingenuous smile, loosening his grip slightly, and addresses Krillin. I will grant you a chance to pledge your loyalty to me. If you proclaim loudly, Great Emperor Frieza, please kill the wild monkey Son Goku. I shall release you. In an instant, clarity returns to Krillin's gaze. In an unknown expanse, a figure rises from the earth, staring in astonishment at his own body. Am I not already dead? Is this hell? Vegeta murmurs, gazing at the overcast sky. No, that's not right. This is the energy of Kakarot and Frieza. I am not dead. Ha ha ha. Though the reason eludes him, the proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, has been resurrected once more. Ha ha ha. Frieza and Kakarot must surely be engaged in battle, with such immense energy. Kakarot may have transformed into a Super Saiyan. I must witness firsthand the might of the universe's strongest warrior. With that, Vegeta furrows his brow, gathering his energy as he races towards Frieza's location. The Saiyan race is the strongest. Hurry up and speak. I command you. Frieza's impatience grows as Krillin remains silent, his formerly feigned smile contorting into a rigid expression of fury. What Frieza fails to realize is that during this time, Krillin's mind has been racing, devising numerous strategies for self-preservation. Had this been the Krillin who had just traversed into this realm, he would have kneeled before Frieza without hesitation, revering him as a father figure. Yet, within this brief span of mere minutes, he has been saved by Son Goku multiple times, each instance seeing Goku exerting every ounce of strength to rescue him from certain doom. Such a pure-hearted individual, if Krillin were to be truly betrayed, he would likely find no peace even in death. However, upon further reflection, he considered that the punishment from the system might also serve as a safety net. After all, things could not possibly worsen than they currently were. If he failed the mission, so be it. At worst, he could return to being a sealed spirit, which would still afford him some semblance of existence. At least his consciousness would persist. Nevertheless, he knew that as long as he lived, he must not relinquish any opportunity. Krillin rapidly engaged in a mental storm, amalgamating all the knowledge he could recall regarding the Dragon Balls. And he discovered a method that could compel Frieza to cease his assault and spare his life. Krillin momentarily halted his thoughts. Although this approach bore the hallmarks of a gamble, it was perhaps the most fitting course of action at this juncture. To act might lead to death, yet to refrain would certainly result in demise. Have I underestimated your feelings, or do you place little value on your own life? I shall grant you one final chance to utter those words. Speak. Frieza's tone grew increasingly flat, and Krillin appeared to him as though he were a specter. Goku soared into the air, his charged fist aimed at Frieza in a surprise attack. With a swift motion, Frieza backhanded Goku, sending him sprawling. Goku, devoid of the strength to employ the Kaioken technique, was woefully inadequate. Ultimately, under the pressure of impending death, Krillin reluctantly uttered words that were akin to a gamble. Chapter 5. The Conceptual Divine Technique. Chi Circular/Lord Beerus, you have arrived? Indeed. Frieza paused, and then, as memories of fear surged within him, he promptly abandoned Krillin, turning to shed all defenses, kneeling on the ground in fervent supplication. I am grateful for your esteemed presence, Lord Beerus. Your arrival has brought illumination to my humble abode. I have diligently annihilated countless inferior planets over the years. Krillin felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. A peculiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System task. 2. Survive the inevitable death from fate. Reward. Instant transmission. Kaishin servant version. Task completed. Task reward. Instant transmission. Kaishin servant version. Granted. He had wagered correctly. Hesitating for even a second would be a disservice to his life. Thus, Krillin immediately utilized instant transmission to appear before Frieza, unleashing the solar flare. Just as Frieza sensed something amiss and lifted his gaze, he exclaimed, Wait. How do you know about Beerus, 0 frame start, solar flare? Ah, my eyes. A blinding brilliance compelled Frieza to shut his eyes tightly. Krillin summoned a disc-shaped energy in his hand, his signature technique, the Chi Circular Slash. The air at the edge of the Chi Circular Slash was disturbed, humming as if the very fabric of space were being sliced. Krillin expended his remaining energy to accelerate the rotation until the speed reached its zenith, beyond his control. And then he hurled it forth. The distance between Krillin and Frieza was minimal, and in the blink of an eye, the Chi Circular Slash was upon Frieza. Die! He acted decisively, aiming the Chi Circular Slash at Frieza's neck. With all defenses discarded, Frieza had no opportunity to react as the Chi Circular Slash struck directly toward his body. In the fleeting moment before the energy sphere slash, Frieza seemed to sense a shift, slightly adjusting his body just in time. However, the attack merely severed one of his shoulders along with an arm. Frieza's anguished scream elicited no compassion from Krillin, who, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a ki blast that propelled Frieza's lower half away. Just as his energy was nearly depleted, he instantaneously teleported back to Goku's side. This seamless sequence of actions transpired in a mere few seconds. Ding. System task. 1. Defeat Frieza personally. Reward. Potential enhancement. Task completed. Task reward. Potential enhancement. Granted. Available for use at any time. Confronted by this scene, Goku fell silent for 2 seconds, gazing at Krillin and exclaiming, You're remarkably strong. The image of Krillin's counterattack against Frieza was so shocking that even Goku found himself at a loss for words. The sheer intensity of the moment compelled him to draw a sharp breath, leading him to question the value of his own training over the years, pondering if he could have simply defeated enemies with a mere energy sphere slash. You defeated Frieza. I knew you would find a way. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Goku could not contain his overwhelming joy and forced himself to stand. The stark contrast of his elation astonished everyone present, including King Kai. King Kai had been closely monitoring the battlefield, relaying updates to Yamcha and the others on King Kai's planet, as well as to the deities on Earth. Oh dear, oh dear. King Kai's antennae quivered violently, his mouth trembling as he unconsciously drooled, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Yamcha, fearing for Goku and the others, urgently inquired, King Kai, what has happened? Has Goku been killed? Or was Krillin slain, prompting Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan? Please, speak quickly. We're on the edge of our seats, echoed the anxious voices of the others. Yes, King Kai, what is the status of Goku? We are deeply concerned for their well-being. Please, enlighten us. Tian Shinhan and Kaiatsu, too, wore serious expressions, sensing that the situation had escalated beyond their imagination. King Kai regained his composure, and replied, "It's not that I do not wish to share, but the revelation is simply too astonishing. I find myself questioning the accuracy of my own sight." His words only intensified Yamcha and the others' curiosity. The invincible Emperor Frieza has been defeated by the Earthling, Krillin. Upon uttering this, astonishment swept over everyone. For a brief moment, silence enveloped King Kai's planet. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Yamcha exclaimed. "Haha, I know you enjoy a good joke, King Kai? But surely this is not the moment for such humor." He attempted to alleviate the tense atmosphere with a laugh. "If I were also on Namek, would you then claim that Yamcha, the Earthling, had slain the cosmic Emperor Frieza with a mere ki blast? Such absurdity. All right, you've made me laugh. King Kai, please tell us what truly transpired," he urged. "Ahem, yes, King Kai. Please clarify the actual state of the battle. It's not that we doubt you, but your words are indeed quite extraordinary," Tian Shinhan added, his mouth twitching, feeling exasperated by King Kai's jest. Dumpling expressed concern for Wukong, Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, and Bulma, even voicing a protest. "What? Are you implying that I am making cold jokes? I would never engage in such distasteful behavior at this moment. I speak nothing but the truth." Frieza was cleaved into several pieces by Krillin's Kienzan, unable to be reassembled. The King Kai was greatly displeased with the three individuals who doubted him, perceiving it as a denial of his character. Who could believe such a tale? Krillin's abilities are on par with mine. How could he possess the strength to slay Frieza? Although we have yet to encounter Frieza and are unaware of his true power, it is evident he is a formidable beast, especially considering Wukong's current state. Thus, how could Krillin possibly defeat a creature that even Wukong could not? Severed into multiple pieces. TSK, I once boasted with such flair when deceiving my sister in West City. Yamcha shook his head vigorously, nearly pointing at King Kai's nose to accuse him of deceit. "Tien, do you believe this? Dumpling, do you believe this?" "I certainly do not." I think it would be best to wait until the situation is resolved before making any judgments," Tien remarked, glancing at King Kai and Yamcha, ultimately deciding it prudent not to offend either party. King Kai, exasperated and at a loss, finally managed to utter, "If you don't believe me, just wait and ask Wukong later." Could it possibly be true? Yamcha and the others exchanged incredulous glances, reluctantly accepting this absurd reality. Pondering whether Krillin had transformed into a super no-nosed alien and delivered a sound thrashing to Frieza. "Hiss, it seems quite plausible. I must inquire upon meeting him if Master Roshi imparted any secret techniques he has yet to share with me. On Earth, in the realm of the gods." The deities began to question their existence upon receiving the news relayed by King Kai. Krillin has slain Frieza? Krillin is mightier than Wukong? Is Krillin the strongest in the universe? How could this be? Yet, this was conveyed directly by Lord North Kai, so it must be true. Hiss. Could I have misjudged him? Should I have focused on nurturing Krillin instead? Is he truly Earth's hope? As Mr. Popo pondered in disbelief, not far away on a nearby hill, the newly arrived Vegeta witnessed the scene and took a step back in astonishment. Incredulous, he struck the ground with his fist. Had he known it would be so effortless to defeat Frieza, he would not have risked his life. How could a bald man become the strongest in the universe? I cannot accept this. Krillin, in a daze, was equally astonished by his unexpected success. His Kienzan was the authentic manga version, a conceptually lethal technique that even Cell had to evade. Moreover, he gleaned from Frieza's reaction that this world belongs to Dragon Ball Super, where powerful deities such as Beerus, Whis, and Zeno exist. Likewise, he had not anticipated Beerus's intimidation of Frieza to be so profound, believing he could only control him for a second. Soon, Krillin regained his composure. Seeing Frieza writhing to rise, he urgently shouted, "Wukong, use the Kienzan to sever his head." Hearing this, Son Wukong snapped back to reality. Two hurried to commend Krillin and began to gather an even larger and sharper Kienzan in his hands as he swiftly approached Frieza. Frieza had yet to recover from the agony of losing his physical form when he beheld Goku advancing towards him, wielding the very energy blade that had become his nightmare. With one eye strained open, he cast a venomous glare at Krillin, as if to etch his image into his memory. "If I cannot survive, neither shall you," he seethed. "Let me take you down with me." Summoning the last vestiges of strength in his remaining arm, Frieza struck the ground with immense force. The planet Namek trembled violently, and molten lava erupted from beneath its surface, shrouding the sky in a thick, dark haze. In the next instant, Goku appeared at Frieza's side, and amidst his resentful curses, he severed the tyrant's head. Thus, The reign of the cosmic emperor Frieza came to an abrupt end. However, Krillin did not mourn for even a second. He was acutely aware that Frieza would undoubtedly rise again. He had no desire to obliterate his remains, for he needed to preserve them for testing whether Trunks would materialize. Moreover, the paramount concern was to accomplish their mission and depart before Namek's impending explosion. Frieza had struck the planet's core, destabilizing the tectonic plates in mere minutes. The surface would collapse, and Namek would erupt in a spectacular display across the cosmos. King Kai? Instruct everyone on Namek to unleash their energy. I will teleport them to Earth. Teleport? Ah, certainly. Although King Kai was puzzled about when Krillin had acquired this skill, he understood the urgency, having experienced similar foresight before. Soon, all Namekians were teleported to Goku's location. Krillin was about to inquire whether King Kai had informed Vegeta, given his formidable strength, when the Saiyan emerged from a nearby mountain, glaring fiercely at him. I haven't provoked you, have I? Krillin asked. Without uttering a word, Vegeta ignored him and strode directly into the crowd. The Namekians hastily cleared a path, creating a space in no time. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, disdainful of their behavior. With everyone gathered, Krillin and Goku each took hold of a Namekian, with a group of others resting their hands on their shoulders. All right, let us proceed to Earth. In an instant, the scene shifted dramatically, transforming from darkness to a bright blue and white sky. Everyone found themselves momentarily dazed, including Vegeta. No one who had endured the ravages of battle could fail to appreciate the tranquility before them. Suddenly, a voice only Krillin could hear chimed in, ding. Mission accomplished. 1. Survive the explosion of Namek. Reward, fusion technique, dispersed. Upon hearing this, Krillin's face lit up with joy. Everything is stable now. With fusion, those mere androids and Cell will be easily dealt with. As for Bu, he may be a bit challenging, but given the passage of time, even a pig can evolve. Just imagine what a Saiyan could achieve. System, display panel. Ding. Host, Krillin. Age, 28. Battle power, 23015. Race, Earthling. Skills, Solar Flare, Kamehameha, Flight Technique. New and old, Energy Sphere / Instant Transmission, Kaioshin's Servant Version, Metamorph Fusion Technique, Afterimage Fist, Universal Shockwave, Dodon Ray, etc. Potential enhancement available once, can be used at any time. Esteemed New Universe's mightiest executive real estate developer, your power is still 11,976. 985 points away from that of the former universe's mightiest executive real estate developer. Please strive for improvement. Otherwise, someone may soon come to topple your chair. Topple my chair? Huh. Potential enhancement. Krillin's bald head gleamed momentarily. Chapter 6. Return to Earth. Krillin closed his eyes, feeling as if his entire being had been purified by some mysterious force, rendering his body remarkably lighter. Most importantly, his energy had indeed surged significantly, and his strength had increased greatly. It appeared that this was the effect of enhancing potential. System. Display panel. Ding. Host, Krillin. Age, 28. Battle power, 50015. Race, Earthling. Potential burst, 10 times. Skills, Solar Flare, Kamehameha, Flight Technique, New and Old, Energy Sphere / Instant Transmission, Kaioshin's Servant Version, Metamorph Fusion Technique, Afterimage Fist, Universal Shockwave, Dodon Ray, etc. An increase of nearly 30,000 battle power is quite commendable. However, what is this tag of potential burst meaning? Does it imply that my training speed is now 10 times that of before? If that is indeed the case, this reward for enhancing potential is rather formidable. Alas, had I been reincarnated as a Saiyan with such a tenfold training speed, I would have already ascended to become the true emperor of the universe. Never mind, I shall not dwell on that. I must confront Frieza and his son soon, and I need to hasten the transformations of the 3 Saiyans. Otherwise, one can never predict when calamity may strike again. Moreover, once they arrive, perhaps Trunks will also make an appearance. I wonder how the future would unfold with his presence. Having perused the panel, Krillin felt a newfound clarity and confidence regarding the future. His eyes sparkled with determination. He now truly possessed a chance for survival. As his consciousness returned to reality, he noticed everyone was gazing at him, including Vegeta and the Namekian. Perhaps it was due to Krillin's victory over Frieza or the sudden surge of his energy that had doubled moments ago. Upon arriving on Earth, Gohan and Piccolo, under the influence of the Namekian magic, had awakened and were now processing the events with incredulity. Goku lay on the grass, basking in the warm sunlight. Bulma sat beside him, persistently confirming the fact of Krillin's triumph over Frieza. Why are you all staring at me? Krillin scratched his bald head, noting that ever since defeating Frieza, he no longer recoiled from touching his own shiny scalp. Surely, a radiant glow must be shining from my bald head, and they must all be captivated by my boundless charm, he thought narcissistically. If only I had a pair of sunglasses. Indeed, in a flash, Krillin vanished and reappeared, adorned with the sunglasses of the turtle hermit, his eyebrows playfully arching. This display led everyone to believe he was showcasing his prowess. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, it matters not if they are bald. Even if one were to fight in the nude, no one would mock them. The Namekians engaged in hushed discussions. They recognized the might of the Saiyans, yet unless witnessed firsthand, no one dared to believe that the Earthling before them was the one who had slain Frieza. Therefore, they contemplated whether to verify the truth. Could it be that the Earthlings had conspired to deceive them? Had that formidable creature, Frieza, truly met his end? Or had this bald Earthling been the one to vanquish him? How could one of such diminutive stature possess such immense power? Although he seemed slightly stronger than Nail, it was not by much. How could he have possibly defeated the tyrant Frieza, who was 6,000 times his strength? I do not doubt his abilities. I merely wish to understand how he managed to triumph over an opponent so vastly superior. I still find it hard to believe he could have killed Frieza. Should we not have the Grand Elder examine his memories to ascertain the truth? Hey, that's a bit too much, my friend. Krillin could not help but glance at the Namekian who had made such a remark. How could I, as a traveler, allow my memories to be scrutinized? What do you intend to do with me? This glance caused the Namekian to assume Krillin was glaring at him, prompting him to retreat into the crowd. Where there are skeptics, there are also believers. A segment of the Namekians felt that Krillin had indeed accomplished what they themselves could not. Perhaps their prolonged peace had rendered their minds exceedingly tranquil, allowing them to accept even the most extraordinary occurrences. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. The spots atop his head must hold some special significance. Perhaps I shall acquire a few myself in the future, and who knows, I might attain similar prowess. The Earthlings are indeed a remarkable species. In truth, aside from the Namekians, there were a few others who harbored doubts, namely the concealed Bulma, and the unconscious Piccolo and Gohan. Despite Goku's endorsement, Krillin's previous reputation for timidity, which was, in fact, a measure of prudence, lingered too deeply in their minds, leading them to remain skeptical. Ultimately, to avoid offending anyone, it was Gohan who took the initiative to ask, "Uncle Krillin, did you really kill Frieza?" Upon witnessing the question in Gohan's eyes, Krillin felt a twinge of embarrassment in his response. Should I claim that I had ample time to obliterate Frieza's remains, yet spared him to avoid disrupting the future narrative? Such a pretentious assertion would likely earn him 2 slaps from Goku. However, before he could formulate his response, an unexpected individual stepped forward to answer the query on his behalf. What is there to question? I personally witnessed the bald one's Kienzan sever Frieza's body. That is beyond dispute. Moreover, with so many of you safely arriving on Earth, would Frieza not have attempted to intervene? Vegeta cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, his defiant gaze ultimately fixating on Krillin and the sunglasses adorning his face. Do not presume that vanquishing Frieza grants you any grounds for arrogance. You merely triumphed through a trivial ruse. Were it I in your stead, I would assuredly transform into a Super Saiyan and eliminate Frieza in a fair confrontation. Krillin nodded in agreement. You are right. You are indeed correct. Who does not recognize your reputation as the Prince of the Saiyans? However, should we engage Frieza in a genuine battle, I fear that we would all meet our demise at his hands. Piccolo, towering behind Krillin, gazed down at him, seemingly standing in solidarity, and retorted at Vegeta. Without true strength, one will inevitably be blinded by hollow titles. Vegeta crossed his arms. A look of disdain etched across his face as he mocked. Oh, are you speaking of yourself, Prince of the Saiyans, Lord Vegeta? Piccolo's calm tone pierced through the last vestiges of Vegeta's pride. As someone who held Saiyan honor in the highest esteem, Piccolo's words undoubtedly struck a nerve, his derision of Krillin's abilities reflecting back upon himself like a boomerang. Do you wish to perish, foolish Namekian? Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins, his entire being radiating a formidable aura, his combat power soaring to 2 million, causing even the diminutive Namekian to shrink back. Yet, Piccolo stood undaunted, unleashing his own immense power, countering Vegeta's imposing presence. Krillin, cough, is Krillin there? Just as the tension between the two escalated toward violence, A voice from King Kai's planet reached everyone's ears. Particularly enthusiastic was Yamcha, who shouted, "Krillin, you rascal. Why are you keeping your secret techniques hidden? You must teach me when we meet." And wait, Tien, hold on. I have one more question. Krillin, did you truly defeat Frieza? King Kai mentioned that Namek has exploded. Does this mean Frieza is dead? Upon hearing the news of Namek's destruction, the Namekians instinctively bowed their heads in mourning. Even Piccolo and the Supreme Kai closed their eyes in solemnity. After a moment of contemplation, Krillin responded, "To be honest, he is certainly not dead." His words sent a shockwave through the group. "Is that true, Krillin? Even after being cut into so many pieces, he still lives?" "I severed his head," Goku exclaimed, astonished, as he had never anticipated that the foe they had labored to defeat could possess such extraordinary resilience. Frieza is truly formidable. I must admit, my victory was partly luck and partly a gamble. The explosion of Namek could not have killed him. I am most certain that he will return in a year, seeking vengeance, accompanied by foes even stronger than himself. Thus, our crisis is far from averted. We must all grow stronger in the year to come. No way. Did you really defeat Frieza? The stillness from King Kai's planet lingered until Yamcha finally spoke, each individual processing the weight of Krillin's revelation in their own way. In a state of concern for the safety of Earth, Piccolo was troubled, while Sun Wukong felt an eager anticipation to once again engage in battle with adversaries. Vegeta yearned to personally eliminate Frieza, to assert his claim as the strongest in the universe. Son Gohan pondered whether his mother would prevent him from fighting, insisting he remain at home to study. The trio from King Kai's planet wished to witness Frieza's prowess firsthand. Having only heard tales of his might, their curiosity inevitably piqued. The others were largely consumed by their own anxieties regarding personal safety. Few were aware of Krillin's foresight ability, yet following the events involving Frieza, they had complete faith in his judgment. Understanding this, Krillin mused, "If resurrection is on the table, please revive others first. I wish to train longer under Lord Kai." After thoughtful consideration, Tien shared his intentions, and Kaiatsu expressed his desire to remain with Tien. "All right, I understand," Krillin replied. "Let us all take a few days to rest, and then devise our next steps." As everyone nodded in agreement and began to disperse, Vegeta suddenly stepped forward, seizing Krillin's clothing. With an air of having seen through Krillin's intentions, he demanded, "Why wait a few days? Speak your mind, having defeated Frieza once. He will not spare you, so you must have devised a plan immediately." Upon finishing, he released Krillin and crossed his arms, smirking as he pointed his thumb at himself. "Let me make it clear, Frieza's head shall be mine first. If your strategy involves any form of sneaky ambush, you might as well escape into the cosmos." This declaration drew the attention of all present. Son Gohan contemplated rushing to Krillin's aid, but was halted by Piccolo. "Do not interfere. Vegeta means him no harm, and I, too, wish to hear what ideas Krillin has. Have you not noticed that since our awakening, Krillin has changed somewhat?" Piccolo remarked. Upon hearing this, Gohan ceased his insistence, gazing at Krillin with a perplexed expression. "Changed?" Krillin adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a glint of light, instilling a sense of intrigue among those present, suggesting that his plan was indeed extraordinary. It involves transforming Goku and the others into Super Saiyans. Chapter 7. I believe you should perhaps call me brother. "What? The legendary strongest warrior, you say?" exclaimed the inhabitants of the Namekian side, well aware of the fearsome reputation of the Saiyans throughout the universe. "You want me to transform? But I have failed," Goku protested as Bulma helped him to the forefront of the crowd. "Indeed, not only you, but also Gohan," Krillin affirmed. "Huh, that is utterly laughable." Vegeta tilted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Goku and his son, declaring, "He is merely a low-level warrior. How foolish of me to have placed my hopes of transforming into a Super Saiyan upon him. The disparity in talent cannot be easily bridged. And as for that little brat, the notion of him transforming into a Super Saiyan is nothing but a pipe dream. Humph. The one destined to become a Super Saiyan is undoubtedly me, Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Goku remained unfazed, scratching the back of his head and mused. Perhaps transforming into a Super Saiyan truly does require some sort of talent. Maybe we should let Vegeta give it a try. No. You already possess the essential attributes. Gohan merely needs to train for a while, and he will surely succeed, while Vegeta still has a long way to go. "What did you say?" "I have a long way to go," Vegeta retorted angrily. "Damn bald head, are you courting death?" Don't think that just because you defeated Frieza with a few clever tricks, you can boss me around. Infuriated, Vegeta formed his hands into a petal-like shape and unleashed a barrage of terrifying energy blasts towards Krillin. Goku attempted to intervene, but found himself immobilized by his aching muscles. Gohan, wanting to assist, felt Piccolo's large hand rest on his shoulder, shaking his head to signal him to remain still. Dust and debris erupted from Krillin's position, enveloping the area in a cloud of confusion. As the obscuring smoke dissipated, a massive crater marred the ground, yet Vegeta remained oblivious to Krillin's presence. Haha. At such a level, you think you can defeat Frieza? I am the new emperor of the universe. On King Kai's planet, Yamcha and the others were left dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. How did it escalate to a fight in the blink of an eye? Krillin can't really be dead, can he? No, that's impossible. He defeated Frieza. King Kai murmured. Tien, uncertain, remarked, but Frieza was relentlessly pursuing Goku. And now Vegeta is specifically targeting Krillin. Just as everyone began to doubt Krillin's fate, a light arm draped over Vegeta's shoulder, causing him to turn around in astonishment. Vegeta. Cleverness is still a form of intelligence, Krillin said, holding a large bag of drinks in his left hand and a cup of ice cream in his right. His eyebrows raised in triumph behind his sunglasses. That insufferable bald head. Vegeta realized he had been outsmarted by Krillin, who had deftly teleported away at the moment of the energy blast launched to procure an assortment of beverages. Before Vegeta could retaliate, Krillin tossed him a chilled drink, catching him off guard. As Krillin distributed drinks to everyone present, he said, Vegeta, listen to me first. After I finish, you can decide how to proceed. Although your skills are still a bit lacking for transformation, you have me, the one who defeated Frieza with astonishing intellect, here. I guarantee you will transform into a Super Saiyan. Then, Krillin shared the revelation of his newfound ability to foresee the future with the group. It was then they comprehended the source of his extensive knowledge. It turned out to be due to his memories of the future. I had thought he had become a different person. Piccolo stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Son Gohan gazed at Krillin with admiration, astonished by his uncle's remarkable abilities. He pondered whether he would fulfill his mother's expectations and become a scholar in the future. Since you know what will transpire in a year, allow you to orchestrate it, Krillin, Piccolo said gravely. I will ensure Frieza and his father are thoroughly defeated. Humph, Bald One. If I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, I will gladly eliminate you first, Vegeta retorted, his expression unfriendly as he crushed a beverage can with a fierce glare. That cannot happen. Krillin must not come to harm. Piccolo, Gohan, and Goku asserted, standing resolutely. Indeed, if you seek to bully Uncle Krillin, you must first contend with us. Krillin has saved us all. Vegeta, do not be ungrateful. Even the Namekians stood firm, united against the formidable Vegeta. Earthlings are our allies, yet you have slaughtered many of our villages, you fiend. Krillin stood behind them, reveling in the moral high ground. All right, everyone, let us not be tense. Relax. I have already informed my father to bring the hovercraft. We can return to my home and rest comfortably. There will be plenty of activities to enjoy. Ultimately, it was Bulma who intervened to prevent the situation from escalating. Strangely, Vegeta seemed to acquiesce to her, letting out a huff before turning away in silence. No, this matter is not yet concluded, Krillin declared solemnly. Is there yet another enemy? Gohan, at this juncture, I must disclose something to you. Uncle Krillin, is it about Frieza? No, it pertains to Piccolo and you. Uncle Piccolo? Piccolo furrowed his brow, wondering if Krillin intended to dredge up past grievances. Humph, while I currently have no aspirations to rule the world, one cannot say what will happen once Frieza is vanquished. Krillin, if you wish to confront me now, feel free. No. Piccolo, you misunderstand. Gohan, how old are you this year? Gohan considered for a moment, raised a hand, and spread his fingers. 5. That aligns perfectly. Gohan, Piccolo is merely 4 years your senior. So you ought to address him as brother, not uncle. This revelation caused everyone's jaws to drop in astonishment. Vegeta glanced over, his lips twitching. Furthermore, I believe you should perhaps call me brother as well. Get lost, bald head. I wouldn't mind being called Uncle, Piccolo. With veins bulging on his green visage, Piccolo, in a fit of rage and humiliation, kicked Krillin away. Even while soaring through the air, Krillin cheekily urged Piccolo to call him uncle. The laughter erupted, dispelling all lingering tension. Amidst the joviality, the group made their way to Bulma's residence. Upon arrival, they found Chi-Chi waiting eagerly, undeterred by the peculiar expressions of the others, as she presented a mountain of assorted high school exam papers for Gohan to complete. Thud, thud. As soon as Krillin entered, he was met with a thwack from a cane, and Goku received the same treatment. The assailant was none other than their mentor, Master Roshi, who, had it not been for their reflexes, would have been evaded. Why must you too provoke Frieza? Could you not simply seize the Dragon Balls and flee? Master Roshi uttered with a touch of impatience, though his eyes were laden with concern. And you, Krillin, return my glasses at once. That hurts, Grandpa Roshi, exclaimed Krillin. Oh dear, Master Roshi, please cease your assault. We have returned, after all, and it was Frieza who acquired several Dragon Balls first. He would have sought us out regardless of our confrontation. Respectfully, Krillin exchanged the sunglasses, whispering under his breath, you would have fared no better than I. Do you presume I am deaf? How dare you speak such nonsense about your master? You shall be reprimanded. I was wrong, Al. Once the commotion subsided, Master Roshi gradually remarked, I have heard all about it, Krillin. You truly astonish me. I never anticipated that you would be the one to conclude this matter. Hee. Given that all attention has been directed towards Goku, my progress naturally seems inconspicuous. Master Roshi nodded in appreciation. To defy the powerful with such a frail physique, Krillin, you possess a unique talent in martial arts. In the ensuing days, everyone returned to their respective homes, agreeing to reconvene when the Dragon Balls on Namek would be ready for wishes. Namek experiences only 130 days in a year, at which point the Dragon Balls would be usable. After the passing of the Grand Elder, the Namekians temporarily resided there, and Bulma's home was spacious enough to accommodate twice as many guests. Goku returned to the lookout to recuperate, while Vegeta insisted that Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, construct a gravity chamber akin to Goku's, where he fervently trained. Gohan busied himself with homework, and Piccolo ascended to the other world alone, his intentions unknown. All awaited Krillin's summons. Meanwhile, Krillin, deep in meditation and training, received a new task. Chapter 8, Transformation into Super Saiyan 3 Ding. Stage task has been issued. 1. Achieve a power level of 1 million. Reward, Body Exchange Technique. One-time use with a 100 success rate, accompanied by perfect control of the new body. No penalties for task failure. Finally, my ceaseless struggles have borne fruit. The system has abolished the penalty mechanism. How splendid. He chuckled. Yet, why is the new task focused on enhancing combat power? My current concern lies not with myself. I must let Goku and Vegeta take the lead. Otherwise, with my feeble frame, a single blast from Frieza would spell my end. Even with a tenfold training speed, it is unrealistic to elevate myself to the level of the Saiyans in such a short time. Krillin tapped his temple, reflecting, this new task differs from the previous ones. It lacks a time constraint, allowing me ample opportunity to complete it. Should I ever wish to forsake my humanity, the body exchange technique could grant me a new form, bridging the gap to the elite tier. But should I take on Frieza's form? His body has been altered significantly. And who can say if he retains his exceptional talent for training? Even if his innate abilities remain, the physical replacement may struggle to keep pace with the evolution of the body. Speaking of which, he seems to lack a gender. I still have thoughts of Android 18. Cough. Such musings felt premature. First, let us witness Goku's successful transformation into a Super Saiyan. To behold it with my own eyes would render my journey worthwhile. A gust of wind rustled behind him. As Krillin opened his eyes, he inquired, Vegeta, when did you arrive? With a dismissive grunt, Vegeta gestured towards himself, asserting that he had no obligation to respond to such trivial questions. You merely need to expedite my transformation into a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, 3 figures flashed into view, revealing Goku, his son, and Piccolo. I too wish to witness firsthand the might of the so-called strongest warrior, Piccolo remarked. Despite being among the elite in combat prowess, he had yet to adopt a caretaker's mindset, his pride and self-esteem rivaling that of Vegeta. Very well, everyone follow me to the other world. There exists something that can facilitate your transformations, Krillin announced. Upon their arrival, the deity acknowledged them with a nod directed at Bu. Having prepared in advance as per Krillin's request a few days prior, Bu activated a machine capable of traversing the fabric of time, a device Goku had previously used to journey 300 years into the past, where he encountered Master Roshi and the youthful Turtle and Crane Hermits. What is this? Piccolo inquired, as he, being the reincarnation of the Demon King, was entirely oblivious to such mechanisms in the other world. If it can enhance combat strength, why hasn't he the deity utilized it sooner? Curiosity piqued, Gohan and Vegeta shared Piccolo's intrigue. Goku scratched his head, struggling to recollect, before suddenly realizing. This is the device that allowed me to meet the young Master Roshi. What? The trio gasped in astonishment. Could it be that this machine possessed the ability to traverse time? No, it merely permits you to visit a simulated past, not the genuine world, you clarified. Vegeta turned to Krillin. So, the little bald one intends for us to journey to the past? Upon understanding the machine's function, Vegeta swiftly grasped Krillin's intent. Krillin confirmed, indeed. You will traverse various timelines, with me orchestrating the scenes. I see, Piccolo deduced. Krillin aims to stimulate the three of us through illusions of the past to trigger our transformations into Super Saiyans. The group paused in contemplation. Goku remained unfazed. Having previously heard of Krillin's plan, while Vegeta clenched his teeth in realization. TCH, I should have anticipated this. Transformation necessitates rage. All right, everyone step inside. Piccolo need not. Krillin beckoned the three Saiyans into the machine before initiating the simulation. He approached the control panel, sending each of them into distinct temporal segments. Upon entering the machine, Goku found himself enveloped in darkness. The presence of others dissipated, leaving him in a void. Uncertain of the formidable adversary Krillin had in store for him, the Saiyant's blood surged with excitement, his well-rested body yearning for battle after 3 days of inactivity. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed, and the darkness before him swiftly receded, revealing the familiar green terrain. A white figure stood upon a rock, one eye closed while the other coldly regarded him. It was Frieza. Before Goku could comprehend the unfolding situation, he witnessed Frieza extend a hand, pointing behind him. Goku instinctively turned to see what lay in the shadows. Krillin was abruptly dragged into the sky by an unseen force. Unlike reality, Frieza's attack was devoid of any preamble. Krillin barely had time to utter Goku's name before being engulfed in an explosion, his corporeal form dissolving into a mist of blood. Goku seemed to catch a whiff of the metallic scent of blood. Ah, you have slain Krillin. Frieza's golden aura erupted from his core, a terrifying power that shattered the heavens. Goku's pupils flickered in and out of existence, ultimately settling into a pale green hue. I shall annihilate you without mercy. Gohan entered the machine, the oppressive darkness instilling a sense of insecurity within him. Instinctively, he called out for his loved ones. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, are you there? Lights swiftly flooded his vision. Gohan found himself back in the era of the Saiyan invasion. Nappa, one of Vegeta's minions, wore a sinister grin as he gathered a massive energy sphere in his hands and hurled it towards him. Had this been before, Gohan might have dodged it. But now he remained unperturbed, raising his hand to deflect it. However, his indifference did not extend to others. Gohan suddenly perceived a green figure before him. The energy sphere obliterated half of its body, leaving the upper half to tumble perfectly into Gohan's embrace. Cough. Gohan, survive. You are the only one who treats me as a normal person. Ah, no, don't die, Uncle Piccolo. Please, stay alive. In a fit of rage mixed with tears, Gohan erupted in a golden aura, a formidable force that sent tremors through the very earth itself. Vegeta, I shall destroy you. Before Vegeta and Nappa could comprehend what had transpired, they were obliterated by an energy sphere. Vegeta entered the machine and confronted the weakness of his childhood, struggling to survive under Frieza's intimidation. Though filled with fury, it was accompanied by an overwhelming disdain for his former self, far from meeting the conditions for transformation. Is this the only way? Baldy, I know you can hear me. If I cannot transform successfully, I will surely kill you. Understood, understood. Just come out already. I have good news for you. Humph. Vegeta maintained his haughty demeanor as he stepped out of the machine. Upon emerging, he immediately saw Goku and Gohan, both adorned with golden hair. Goku was even in the midst of transforming at Krillin's urging. No, this cannot be. Could that be the Super Saiyan? How can Kakarot, this lowly warrior, and his hybrid son succeed in transforming before me? The moment Vegeta stepped out, all eyes were upon him. Oh, Vegeta, have you failed? Oh, it's no wonder. After all, you are merely a prince in name. Ha ha ha. It's hardly surprising you couldn't achieve it. Piccolo's words dripped with mockery, a retaliation for their previous confrontations. We already have 2 Super Saiyans. We do not need a useless one like you. What did you say? Vegeta seethed with a mix of shock and fury. Krillin remarked, who could argue otherwise? Ultimately, he is merely an invader. It would be best to prevent his transformation. Having granted him a chance, he failed to seize it. It would be wiser for Goku and Gohan to eliminate him now. thus averting future troubles. Goku had no objections. Gohan insisted on taking matters into his own hands, wishing to shatter his limbs and cast him into space. After all, he was nothing but a worthless being, inferior to Goku. You scoundrels! With Goku and Gohan leading the way and transforming into Super Saiyans, Vegeta's pride had been wounded. Coupled with the betrayal from Krillin and the others, his anger surged, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Such a wretch, inferior to Goku. How dare he claim to be a prince? He might as well take his own life. In a flash, Krillin appeared behind Vegeta, whispering eerily into his ear. Vegeta retaliated with an elbow, but Krillin vanished instantaneously. Humiliated and unable to land a blow, Vegeta felt as though he had lost not only the match but also his parents, collapsing onto the ground in impotent rage. This impotent fury was the source of Vegeta's greatest wrath, which continued to swell, his energy soon exceeding 3 million. Ah, you scoundrels! I shall annihilate you. Like a balloon bursting, Vegeta unleashed his fury unabashedly, overwhelming those present with his raw power. As the machine activated, 3 terrifying energies surged forth. Goku and Gohan, drenched in blood, emanated an aura of lethal intent. Vegeta emerged last, his pale green eyes widening at the sight of Krillin and the others, his teeth grinding in anger as he charged forward. Grabbing Krillin by the collar, he declared, "I knew it was all a ruse. Dare to mock me again, and I shall end you." Krillin hastily teleported behind Goku, only to find Goku acting unusually as he enveloped Krillin in a tight embrace, the sheer strength nearly taking Krillin's breath away. "I will not allow you to perish this time, Krillin. Please put me down, Goku." Upon spotting Piccolo, Gohan rushed toward him. Having witnessed the entire transformation, Piccolo surprisingly did not reject Gohan, affectionately ruffling his hair. After dismounting from Piccolo, Gohan approached Vegeta coldly. Vegeta, arms crossed and nostrils flaring in arrogance, faced Gohan, his golden hair still radiant. Fearing it would be a one-time transformation, he wished to maintain this golden mane all day. "What do you want, brat? If you continue to slaughter the innocent, I will ensure your demise," Gohan warned, his eyes filled with lethal intent. In response to this threat from the young boy, Vegeta scoffed dismissively. "I shall kill whomever I please. Your concerns are irrelevant." The 2 golden auras clashed, enveloping the entire sky in a golden glow. Piccolo, the Supreme Kai, and Bubbles braced themselves against the overwhelming force, astonished. This power surpasses even Frieza's. Terrifying indeed. The strongest warrior lives up to his name. Goku teleported between the 2, his tone indifferent. "Cease this, Vegeta. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige you." Gohan, stand down. "Very well, I shall spare Vegeta this once." Humph. They both retracted their energies. The martial prowess inherent to the Super Saiyan lineage is unmistakable. However, considering the individuals present were unlikely to withstand the intensity of combat, they ultimately ceased their skirmish. Krillin exhaled deeply, relieved to have completed his transformation. Indeed, everything within the illusion was orchestrated by him, including Goku's perception of blood, Gohan's stark contrasts to reality, Piccolo's more severe demise, and the entirely new narrative for Vegeta. Although their personalities had undergone transformations, they veered towards a more positive direction. Thus, he could not help but display a sweet smile. "Since all of you have successfully transformed, it indicates that Frieza is no longer a concern. Nevertheless, for prudence's sake, let us discuss the nuances and applications of the Spirit Bomb technique." Chapter 9. I most detest being called bald. Time flew by, and soon 6 months had elapsed. During this period, the Dragon Balls of Namek were restored, allowing for the resurrection of Dend, Yamcha, and Kairatsu, while Tien Shinhan wished to train longer on King Kai's planet. Krillin, alongside the warriors, diligently trained, primarily focusing on enhancing the foundational combat abilities of Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta through the gravity chamber, subsequently normalizing their Super Saiyan forms and refining their full power training. As for Piccolo's strength, Krillin felt no concern. He had his own training regimen. So Krillin merely instructed him in the application of the Spirit Bomb and left it at that. The remaining duo, Yamcha and Kaiatsu, after training on King Kai's planet, saw Yamcha's battle power exceed 10,000, while Kaiatsu barely surpassed that threshold. Their contributions in future battles would be minimal, thus, it sufficed for them to learn the Spirit Bomb, which might yield unexpected results. As for Krillin himself, with a tenfold training speed, his combat power effortlessly soared past 100,000, reaching a formidable level of 120,000, equivalent to that of Captain Jinyu. It was not due to a lack of effort. Rather, he was born into a less advantageous lineage, an Earthling with a fundamentally inferior base. Had he been a Saiyan, a base power of less than 10 million would have been deemed a waste of time. However, Krillin harbored no worries, as not only was the task devoid of time constraints, but the moment he had long awaited was also upon him. The son of the previous generation's contender for the divine position, Karak II, was poised to descend upon the demon star. During this time, his subordinates would employ a potion known as Aquea to transform everyone into demons. Moreover, under the fortification of the demon star, all demon beings would experience a substantial increase in strength, ranging from several to several hundred times their original capabilities. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon Krillin. After all, he would soon undergo a bodily exchange, rendering any increase in battle power moot. Better to seize the rewards first. Krillin was well aware that the skills granted by the system were his true assets. As long as he fulfilled the tasks, his rise in battle power would not lag significantly behind the foremost ranks. Today should be the day. Krillin gazed skyward, sensing a sudden diminishment in the divine energy. He promptly summoned the 3 Saiyans and Piccolo. Baldy, dare to interrupt my training? Do you wish for death? Vegeta retorted, clad only in shorts and wielding a towel to dry his torso, displaying no regard for the interruption. For the sake of training convenience, all but Piccolo were temporarily residing at Bulma's home. Others may not understand, but Krillin genuinely wishes to reside at Bulma's home indefinitely, and for good reason. It is undeniably comfortable. The luxury of ordering any food at will, with an unlimited supply, is a privilege few can experience. Furthermore, he has access to equipment crafted by the world's foremost scientists, all while being surrounded by friends, making it easy to host parties. Who wouldn't desire such a divine existence? Even Vegeta has succumbed to this allure. The act of stealing a spaceship from the original story never transpired. Chi-Chi, drawn by Bulma's ability to assemble a team of elite educators and the absence of household chores, has chosen to stay as well. Goku and his son are equally pleased, as the finest chefs are often found among the wealthy. Thus, at Krillin's suggestion, everyone decided to settle in. Bulma had no objections, as it required little expense and the joy of companionship was paramount. Piccolo, accustomed to a life of solitude, declined to remain but often trained with the Saiyan trio. Upon learning of Krillin's summons, he promptly arrived. Krillin, is Frieza coming? Goku exclaimed, striking his palm with a fist, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. Ever since his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he had longed for a thrilling confrontation with Frieza. Even if Frieza were to arrive, he would certainly be the first to fall at my hands, Vegeta interjected. Krillin, do you sense it as well? Piccolo, draped in a white cloak, descended slowly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the heavens. Indeed, I have called you all here because I seek your assistance for a rare opportunity. Krillin stated with a serious demeanor, revealing his plan. To utilize the aqua water to enhance our combat strength? Your audacity is truly remarkable. Piccolo, upon hearing Krillin's entire scheme, could not help but admire his bravery. It is important to note that exceeding the time limit would result in one's body being transformed into a demon by the aqua water. Huh. With 3 Super Saiyans alongside you, and not to mention the Dragon Balls, what could possibly go wrong? Baldy, you have truly strayed from the path. As long as I, the great Vegeta, am here, you should simply retreat to the back and enjoy your milk. Although Vegeta's demeanor had softened slightly since Krillin aided him in achieving Super Saiyan status, his inherent pride prevented him from expressing gratitude. His occasional snarky remarks had become a routine, and Krillin and the others paid little mind to it. Gohan arrived shortly thereafter, a look of concern etching his features. Uncle Krillin, is there any danger involved? Rest assured, everything is under control. Let us proceed, Karak 2 awaits. With that, several figures launched into the sky, soaring towards the heavens. Ha ha ha. Deity, you have long deprived my father of his divine status. As his son, it is only natural for me to seek retribution. A raspy voice echoed from the shadows of the temple. Who goes there? The deity turned abruptly, recognizing the figure emerging from the shadows, its gray skin stirring forgotten memories. At last, you remember. Are you surprised? Afraid? Terrified? With a sinister cackle, Karak 2 emerged, his diminutive frame adorned in the traditional garb of the demon clan. A flowing white cloak draped over him. Following closely behind, a motley assortment of grotesque creatures surged forth. I had utilized the Dragon Balls to wish for immortality. And with the impending arrival of the demon star, your demise is inevitable, Divine One. The expression on the deity's face darkened considerably. It became clear. No wonder I sensed that something monumental was afoot. The demon star of your clan is drawing near to Earth. But when did you make use of the Dragon Balls? Rest assured, I did not seek vengeance immediately after my wish. The Dragon Balls were collected long ago, and I have patiently awaited this very opportunity. Ha. The might of the demon star is overwhelming. Even before its full arrival, my power has multiplied several times over. You stand no chance, divine being. Mr. Popo. The deity's eyes flickered, and Mr. Popo, understanding his cue, produced a magic carpet, preparing to flee. Carrick too merely smiled faintly, as a bull-headed creature with dual horns charged forth, blocking Mr. Popo's escape and delivering a sweeping blow that sent him reeling back. In an instant, Carrick too raised his hand, and a luminous circle enveloped Mr. Popo, causing his form to shrink dramatically. With a swift inhale, Carrick too seized Mr. Popo, now diminutive, within his grasp. Cursed be it. The deity's intentions were discerned by Carrick too. He sought to gather intelligence and relay it to Krillin and the others through Mr. Popo. Yet, Carrick too's minions thwarted his efforts. In this dire moment, he could only emit a surge of energy to alert Krillin of the calamity in the heavenly realm, hoping that his meager combat prowess would capture their attention. Resolute in his thoughts, the deity unleashed all his energy and charged at Carrick too. Simultaneously, the four followers of Carrick too unleashed their formidable abilities, firing red threads that ensnared the deity's form, rendering him utterly immobile. What is this? This is the powerful skill known as the barrier, wielded by the four kings of the demon clan. Surrender willingly, Divine One, and I shall allow you to live until the moment the entire world succumbs to the demon race. Carrick too then diminished the deity's size, imprisoning him alongside Mr. Popo within a glass vial. The time has come to transform the world into a realm of demons. The Divine One surely concealed the aqua of Yakuya in the deepest recesses. You shall remain here while I venture forth. Indeed, the deity's energy surged and then vanished, indicating that Carrick's son had indeed arrived. Krillin, your foresight is proving remarkably useful. The group soared through the skies at full speed. Piccolo closed his eyes for a moment, sensing the atmosphere before addressing Krillin. There is no time to waste. Let us hasten our journey. The group unleashed their full velocity and, after a brief interval, reached the heavenly realm. The exterior of the celestial domain lay in ruins, ravaged by the four kings of the demon clan. Piccolo's gaze hardened upon witnessing this devastation, his expression tinged with discontent. The four kings of the demon clan, sensing the energy from the outside, leapt forth from the shadows. It seems a few insignificant insects have intruded. How fortuitous, as we were feeling rather bored. Why, is that not the great demon king Piccolo? Heh. Since our powers have been enhanced, we have yet to engage in a full-fledged battle. Your arrival is most opportune. The great demon king Piccolo, also of the demon race, may have experienced a surge in strength. We must proceed with caution. First eliminate him, then deal with the other trifling pests. The four demon kings, upon spotting Krillin and his companions, erupted into malevolent laughter, unleashing their full combat prowess. Krillin carefully assessed their strength, estimating each of them to possess battle power nearing 70,000, which he deemed insignificant. Hey, Vegeta, they're calling you a mere fish. Aren't you going to make a move? Krillin taunted, eager to enhance his own strength without engaging in battle. However, entrusting Goku and Gohan to fight was problematic. One withheld his true power while the other hesitated to kill, and Piccolo, with his deeper contemplations, might not heed his words. Thus, he resorted to provoking Vegeta. Humph. The words of such trash are nothing but nonsense. You handle this yourself. Don't treat me like a fool, bald head. Very well. Vegeta, unimpressed, would not be baited, leaving Krillin no choice but to step forward himself. Ha. Afraid to send out someone but a bald little runt? These insects are quite amusing. The demon king with twin horns laughed boisterously, pointing mockingly at Krillin. The other three regarded Krillin with disdain. Unperturbed, Krillin maintained his aura at a mere few hundred battle power, gradually flying within dozens of meters of the four kings. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his companions hovered above the temple. Since Piccolo won T-Act, let us eliminate this bald dwarf first and crush his morale, the red-haired demon king cackled. You need not intervene. I shall take the initiative. I've longed to see blood. With that, he advanced, delivering a punch aimed at Krillin. Krillin remained unfazed, awaiting the blow. The The red-haired king's fist passed through Krillin's form. In the next moment, the demon's expression shifted dramatically as he realized he had struck nothing but an afterimage, devoid of any tangible contact. Suddenly, an apparition appeared on the red-haired king's arm. Krillin raised a finger and stated, "First, I dislike being called bald. Second, I detest being called short. Furthermore, I loathe being referred to as a bald shorty. Therefore, I bid you farewell." The red-haired king blinked, only to witness his own body shatter into countless fragments. "What? Gag has fallen," the bull-headed demon king exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. In but an instant, the nature of Krillin's technique eluded him. "This is bad. That bald one is the strongest among them." The demon kings, astonished and enraged by the loss of their comrade, were incensed not by Gag's demise, but by the perceived breach of martial decorum by Krillin and his allies. "Damn it!" shouted the red-skinned, diminutive king. "Perhaps your power is formidable, but know when to stop. Gag was nothing special. He ranked third among us." "Oh, and what is your rank?" Krillin inquired, arching an eyebrow, sensing that this individual was the weakest among them. "I may be fourth, but our leader, Gas, is the strongest. You stand no chance against him. Surrender now." "Who is Gas?" Krillin asked with curiosity. A figure with hair as white as snow, resembling a Saiyan in stature, pushed aside the shorter member of the four kings who was eager to speak, stepping forth with piercing eyes fixed upon Krillin. "Your prowess is commendable. Would you entertain the idea of serving under His Majesty, King Kalik II? Your recent technique, capable of vanquishing Gag, certainly took me by surprise. However, I am equally capable." "Not interested. You are as feeble as the rest," Krillin retorted, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. It was a rare occasion to encounter an adversary with lesser combat prowess, prompting him to adopt an air of bravado. "What did you say?" Gasu ignited like a powder keg, the veins on his human-like face bulging menacingly. In an instant, he launched himself forward. The remaining two kings, the Minotaur and the Short One, seemed to foresee the inevitable outcome. The diminutive figure was doomed. He had provoked the boss and would likely be crushed in an instant. "I suspect he will be trampled, but I shall spare him just enough to endure my torment for 10 days and nights." Before Krillin, Gasu's speed appeared as sluggish as a snail. A second before Gasu's attack, Krillin even yawned. "Huh." Gasu unleashed a flurry of crimson threads, the signature technique of the Four Kings barrier, ensnaring Krillin's arms as Gasu's hands conjured energy blasts. The area surrounding Krillin was swiftly engulfed in a cloud of dust. "Die, you foul bald head," Gasu exclaimed, reveling in what he believed would be Krillin's demise. He had anticipated this moment, although Krillin was swift in his movements. Once ensnared by the threads, he would be as helpless as a fish on the chopping block. "Next, we shall deal with your companions." Below, Piccolo and the others observed the battle with unwavering composure. Goku even expressed his boredom with a casual remark. "You need to intervene." From behind Gasu, a hand emerged, accompanied by the shattering of the red threads, resting firmly upon his shoulder. "What? Impossible." Gasu's eyes widened in terror as he rapidly retreated, simultaneously shouting to the Minotaur and the Short One that Krillin was still alive, urging them to join the fray. The duo surged towards the battlefield, intent on surrounding Krillin, only to find their necks growing weaker as blood began to seep forth, ultimately collapsing into a grotesque heap of flesh. "No, I refuse to die." Gasu watched in horror as his companions fell without warning, a surge of panic igniting within him. He conjured numerous energy blasts and unleashed them in all directions. Once the arena was shrouded in smoke, he slipped away into the depths of the temple. Krillin chose not to end Gas's life immediately. Instead, he informed Piccolo and the others before following into the temple's recesses, intending for Gasu to lead the way. However, before they departed, Vegeta intercepted Krillin. "Baldy, do you not relish being called bald? You know full well." Krillin silently cursed him. Of course, outwardly he regarded Vegeta with a scowl, awkwardly replying, "You are the exception. I was referring to others." There was no choice. Given his lesser combat ability, he had to endure this slight. "That is precisely how it should be," Vegeta smirked disdainfully, striding boldly into the temple. Chapter 10. Krillin quietly positioned himself before his companions in the depths of the temple. In an ancient and dimly lit hall, King Kalik II had procured the water of Yakuya, a liquid as dark as fog, contained within a transparent vial. At that moment, he turned to see a disheveled figure rushing in from the corridor. Jas, with a face full of terror. seemed more delighted to see King Carrick II than a long-lost father, hastily kneeling before him. Carrick II's expression darkened, clearly displeased by Jas's interruption. However, Jas, oblivious to the king's mood, hurriedly exclaimed, "It's dire, Your Highness. The great demon King Bick has invaded, and the 3 demon lords besides myself have been slain. I barely managed to escape." "Oh, the great demon King Bick?" Carrick II pondered, recalling the harm Bick had inflicted upon him. That was indeed the fiend, along with a father-son duo named Goku and Gohan, who had imprisoned him within their hellish vortex until he had amassed enough strength to break free. The memory of their deeds stirred an indescribable loathing within Carrick II. "I remember now, that traitorous demon, the malevolent face of the gods." Having uttered this, Carrick II cast an unsatisfied glance at Jas. "Your power has increased several hundredfold since before, yet you claim it is merely Bick? Is he truly capable of vanquishing you?" "No, not him. It is a bald man. That bald-headed individual single-handedly dispatched several lords, and I barely escaped with my life to see you." "A bald man, you say?" "Yes, a short, bald figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform. His speed was so astonishing that I could scarcely comprehend it. You must avenge us." "Where are they?" Carrick II, unwilling to allow anyone to disrupt his grand plans for the demonized world, resolved to confront the invaders himself, casually setting aside the vial of Yakuya. Just as Jas was about to speak, a voice emerged from the corridor behind him, answering on his behalf. "Right before you." Jas shuddered upon hearing the voice. But with Carrick II at his side, he regained some courage. The figures of Krillin and his companions materialized. Vegeta stood with arms crossed, while Piccolo loomed behind Gohan. With Goku, Krillin, and Gohan at the forefront, Carrick II's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. "It is they? Your Highness, the bald man is the strongest among them." "Oh, splendid. Goku, Gohan, Bick the great demon king. It appears that the enmity I have harbored for so long may finally be resolved today." Ignoring Vegeta, he turned his gaze toward Krillin. "You are the one who has slain my subordinates, are you not? You must be the mightiest among them. Tell me your name. I shall grant you a chance to submit to me." Krillin's expression darkened. "Why does everyone keep calling me bald? Did your hair fall out along with mine? I must wish for a magnificent head of hair with the Dragon Balls. Are you not also bald?" Krillin retorted, his face shadowed. Carrick II paused at this, realizing that he too lacked hair, and thus ceased to refer to Krillin as bald. Ahem, whether one is bald or not is inconsequential. If you agree to serve me, I shall make you a new demon lord. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise alongside the others. Such arrogance. Are you not afraid of suffocating yourself? Surely your father did not perish at your birth, did he? By the way, where is your steed? I have heard that the demon race differs from humanity. You wouldn't be without a horse, would you?" King Carrick II was incensed, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had always regarded himself as a deity, even going so far as to call himself Your Highness. Now, humiliated by Krillin, his rage surged uncontrollably. "Very well, you have successfully provoked me. I shall demonstrate my formidable power." With that, he tore off his white cloak, revealing his diminutive stature, and cackled sinisterly. "You may consider yourselves fortunate or unfortunate. I have been empowered by the demon star, multiplying my strength by hundreds of times. You stand no chance against me." Krillin assumed a defensive stance, transforming his energy blade into a small disc concealed within his palm. The once dominant humming sound now vanished. "I have heard from Gas that your speed is remarkable, but I must inform you that I too possess such abilities." As he spoke, an aura of malevolence enveloped Carrick II, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Moving at extraordinary speed, he darted through the grand hall, reminiscent of a fleeting shadow, yet refraining from immediately attacking Krillin and his companions, as if to toy with them. His movements were so swift that no afterimage remained. He was invisible to the naked eye, only his voice resonating throughout the space. "And I shall be faster than you," he taunted. Krillin's gaze darted around, seemingly in search of Carrick II's presence. Observing this scene, Gas mistakenly believed Krillin was helplessly stationary, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha, bald dwarf, prepare to meet your demise. Prince Carrick II is unparalleled in both strength and speed. Do not think that defeating a few of us has earned you any pride. I assure you, our power pales in comparison to that of Prince Carrick II. Not even a tenth of it. Pathetic humans, even the mightiest among you shall fall." Krillin, without needing Gas to voice it, had sensed Carrick II's immense power the moment he erupted in fury. This fiend possessed at least 1.5 million in battle prowess, not to mention a reinforced form. However, what could a mere demon king boast about? What audacity! You are nothing but ants in my eyes. Should I exert even a fraction of my seriousness, you would stand no chance of retaliation. Your speed is such that even gas could evade it, while my speed will leave you no opportunity to escape. Now, do you comprehend my might? Seeing Krillin paralyzed by fear, Carrick 2 only grew more arrogant. At that moment, Vegeta's impatient voice rang out. Baldy, if you do not eliminate these two bothersome flies soon, I shall intervene. Wait, I wish to play a little longer, Carrick 2 retorted. What? Both Gas and the rapidly moving Carrick 2 paused in surprise. Had these individuals never feared the power of Prince Carrick 2 me? Were they merely treating me as a jester all along? You wretched beings. Carrick 2's fury escalated, and in a fit of rage, he launched his assault. Two orbs of inky black energy coalesced in his hands and were hurled swiftly toward the group. Krillin was the first to confront the energy blast, yet he chose to disregard it, instantly teleporting to Jiasu's side. Upon witnessing Krillin's sudden appearance, Jiasu was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by an immense sense of regret. As if a carousel of memories spun before his eyes. Wait, I do not wish to die, he thought, but before he could finish his thoughts, the small energy blade in his hand flew into Jiasu's head, reducing his brain to mere pulp. You were so arrogant, insisting I not call you bald or short. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others remained unfazed by the energy blast from Carrick 2, not even attempting to evade it. When the blast reached Son Gohan, he swiftly pinched it with both hands, causing the two energy blasts to dissipate effortlessly. No, this cannot be. My attack is powerful enough to obliterate the celestial realm. How could you withstand it? The sudden turn of events nearly caused Carrick 2's mind to erupt. He had never anticipated Krillin's speed could bring him to Jiasu's side so swiftly, nor did he foresee Son Gohan's formidable strength, which easily crushed his energy blasts. You must be concealing your true power. Of course, who would reveal their full strength? So, Jiasu was intentionally allowed to enter your ranks, you despicable fiends. Yet, this was inconsequential. You merely eliminated my subordinates. Carrick 2 suddenly calmed himself and smirked. Time is of the essence. The power of the demonic star now fully envelopes me, enhancing my strength to its zenith. I shall annihilate you and then plunge the entire world into darkness, amassing as many minions as I desire. With a sudden eruption of energy, Carrick 2's overwhelming aura surged forth like a tidal wave, causing his body to swell dramatically, his sinister magical energy enveloping the entire celestial realm. This is my ultimate power. Prepare to meet your demise. Krillin silently assessed the situation and discerned that Carrick 2's battle power had surged to 2.5 million, a staggering increase of 1.6 times, not only due to his transformation, but also thanks to the might granted by the demonic star. Realizing the overwhelming strength posed an insurmountable challenge, Krillin, embodying the wisdom of a gentleman who does not stand beneath a wall, swiftly teleported behind Son Gohan. Carrick 2 was surrounded by a barrier of energy, rendering Krillin's energy blade ineffective. Do not mistake my restraint. You are simply too weak to warrant my attention. Hearing Krillin's taunts, Carrick 2's eyes burned with fury, as his sanity seemed to have been exchanged for power under the influence of the demonic star. What did you say? I shall be the first to eliminate you. Krillin subtly shielded his companions, addressing Son Gohan. Gohan, show him the extent of your power. A golden aura forcefully pierced through Carrick 2's dark energy, with Son Gohan's formidable battle power of 200 million pressing down upon Carrick 2, rendering him immobile. Krillin approached and delivered a slap, taunting, so arrogant. Yet where is your bravado now? You wished to kill me, did you not? Here I stand. Come at me. To his dismay, Carrick 2 found himself unable to retaliate. While even Son Gohan contemplated releasing his restraint, yearning for Carrick 2 to strike Krillin in retaliation, as his provocations had become unbearably insufferable. The towering figure of Carrick 2 knelt on the ground, shedding tears of remorse. Ultimately, through Gohan's powerful Kamehameha, Carrick 2 did not meet his demise. He attained immortality via the Dragon Balls, albeit with the caveat that continuous killings would diminish the effects of his resurrection. However, his adversaries were disinclined to indulge him, leading to his eventual sealing. Thus, he was confined within a rice cooker by Krillin, which was thereafter collected into the universal capsule and placed deep within the temple by a deity, its release date shrouded in uncertainty. Subsequently, Krillin retrieved the vial of aqua water and consumed it. Chapter 11. I should return home. Mother calls me back to complete my homework. Krillin felt a sudden buzz, and his cognitive faculties vanished, engulfed in a maelstrom of brutality and madness. You need not drink it. A mere inhalation through your nose suffices, Piccolo remarked unexpectedly. Krillin lifted his head, suppressing his bewilderment as he retorted, "Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Upon uttering those words, a dark aura enveloped Krillin, his eyes turning crimson, and fangs sprouting forth, his consciousness fading into oblivion. Fortunately, his power surged rapidly, multiplying several-fold in an instant, and the data on his panel began to ascend. Battle power: 1, 275, 803, 526, 748, 732, 441, 327, 950. Eventually, his power stabilized at 1, 681, 000, and the sound of task completion resonated in his ears. Ding. Stage task completed. 1. Achieve a battle power of 1 million. Reward: body transformation technique. 100 success rate once, with perfect control over the body, already dispensed. No penalties for task failure. In the next moment, the frenzied Krillin charged at Piccolo, launching a fierce assault. Piccolo, with remarkable speed, seized his wrists and lifted him effortlessly. Krillin was unable to break free, resorting instead to kicking wildly with his legs. However, given that his power paled in comparison and his stature was diminutive, his short legs failed to reach him. At this juncture, Krillin's remaining objective was to enlist the aid of others to utilize the super divine water to dispel his demonic transformation. What shall we do next? Should we use the super divine water to restore Krillin? Goku inquired. However, Gohan interjected, I believe we should allow more time to pass, should Uncle Krillin's goals remain unfulfilled. There may not be another opportunity. Let him experience the power of the demon race a little longer and restore him just before he fully transforms. I concur with Gohan. It is always prudent to exercise caution, Piccolo added. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Vegeta spoke up, a mischievous expression gracing his face. So, the bald one requires a bit more time to regain consciousness? Hand him over to me. I've longed to give him a good thrashing. That is out of the question. Your strength far exceeds Krillin's. I cannot permit you to harm him, Goku asserted firmly, standing in opposition to Vegeta. TCH, Vegeta scoffed, seemingly struck by a thought. He turned to Piccolo. Hey, Namekian, don't you want to pummel the bald one? Half a year ago, he had you calling him brother. Piccolo's face turned a shade of deep purple, his anger palpable. Damn that Vegeta. Just when I managed to forget, you had to bring it up again. However, upon Vegeta's remark, Piccolo's heart couldn't help but glance anxiously at Krillin. He continuously reassured himself that as long as he didn't severely injure or kill him, Krillin would surely forgive him. A minor skirmish didn't count as a serious beating. Piccolo turned to Vegeta, who understood the unspoken intention and blocked Goku's path. What do you intend to do, Piccolo? Goku, hindered by Vegeta, was acutely aware of Piccolo's thoughts and grew increasingly anxious. Without the ability to teleport, he found himself unable to rescue Krillin in time. Relax, Goku. I'm merely playing a prank on Krillin. He will forgive me. No way. Goku vehemently refused to allow Piccolo and Vegeta to torment Krillin. He immediately urged Goten. Goten, go save your Uncle Krillin. However, Goten hesitated, glancing at Piccolo, clearly torn. Stop hesitating, hurry. Goku urged desperately, as Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, standing resolutely in his way. Goten, don't worry, I won't harm Krillin. I'm just teaching him a lesson. I think I should go home. Mom wants me to return and do my homework. Goten, feeling guilty towards his father and Uncle Krillin, rushed back to West City, even activating his Super Saiyan form to fly at full speed due to his overwhelming guilt. Goten, you. Goku was left speechless by Goten's betrayal, realizing that Krillin could not escape a beating today. Meanwhile, Piccolo was already delivering blows to the frenzied Krillin, who was howling in pain. Stop. Please don't hit me. With each punch, the bewitched Krillin began to articulate his distress. Piccolo targeted his eyes and cheeks. Had Krillin possessed a nose, he might have truly ended up with a bruised visage, though it was hardly any different at this point. With every strike, Piccolo silently chanted, Forgive me, Krillin. Piccolo's speed was such that he left behind afterimages, and fortunately, Krillin's combat power had temporarily reached over 1 million, enhancing his resilience. So he only sustained superficial injuries. While Piccolo felt a sense of relief, Krillin's limbs hung limply, unable to withstand the onslaught even in his transformed state. Vegeta, witnessing Krillin's dire predicament, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh, Serves you right, bald head, for mocking me. He held no grudges about personally dealing blows to Krillin. Seeing him humbled was satisfaction enough. After Piccolo finished, he ceased to obstruct Goku any longer. Goku hurried to Krillin, and upon seeing his face, he gasped in shock. Piccolo had been excessively ruthless. Krillin's visage was marred with bruises, leaving no clear patch of skin unblemished. Piccolo, hurry and fetch the super divine water and the senza beans. Acknowledging his fault and feeling considerably lighter in spirit, Piccolo complied without protest. The moment Krillin regained consciousness, tears streamed down his face. Goku, you're the best, he sobbed. Though he was unaware of his surroundings after drinking the Aqua Regia, his chaotic state still retained memories of what had transpired, and he clearly understood the events that unfolded. After consuming the senza bean, Krillin was restored to health. Cursed be Piccolo and Vegeta. Krillin, gently massaging his seemingly phantom pain in his cheek, instantly teleported back to West City with only son Goku. I, Krillin, possess my own share of envy. Piccolo and Vegeta, you two can fly back on your own. Having just returned to West City, he activated his panel. Ding. Host, Krillin, age, 28, battle power, 127580, race, Earthling, potential burst, 10 times, skills, solar flare, Kamehameha, flight technique. New and old, energy cutter, instant transmission, Kaioshin version, Metamorph fusion technique, body switch, 100 success rate once, with perfect control over the body, afterimage technique, universal shockwave, and many more. Though his battle power had returned to its previous level, he had gained an additional skill, body switch. At last, he had a trump card. If he could not defeat an opponent, he could forcibly switch bodies. One moment, they might be stronger. The next, your body is now mine. A bright future lay before him, and Krillin felt the phantom pain on his face becoming less intense. In the following 6 months, everyone continued their training. Finally, after the Dragon Balls were restored, Tien Shinhan was resurrected, and the Namekians found a new planet to which their entire race relocated. Before their departure, the newly appointed Elder of Namek left Krillin with the coordinates of the new Namek. He understood that should any new calamity befall the Namekians, they would undoubtedly seek the assistance of this Earthling gifted with instant transmission, thus establishing a bond of friendship between their two planets. With all matters resolved peacefully, Krillin and the others awaited the return of the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Chapter 12. The Vengeance of Frieza in the Somber Void of Space. A fleet composed of dozens of massive spaceships prepared for a spatial jump. Within the largest vessel, King Cold reclined in his chair, his immense form cradling a glass of red wine, which he swirled gently. Below his right hand stood the diminutive Frieza, half of his body replaced by machinery. The energy cutter from Krillin had severed his combat abilities, but had not rendered him physically incomplete. However, the explosion of Namek had severely damaged his body, necessitating mechanical enhancements for his survival. At this moment, Frieza gazed coldly at the star map before him, with the planet named Earth standing out prominently. As he scrutinized the map, his mechanical tail swayed behind him, arcs of electricity crackling, his fury palpable. Several soldiers of the Frieza force trembled in fear, dreading that they might be struck down by that tail in the next instant. He had spent most of the year undergoing bodily modifications. Fortunately, his battle power had not only remained intact, but had even seen a slight increase. Frieza, my son, why concern yourself so? The foes are merely a few remnants of Saiyans and one Earthling. You have merely underestimated them. Their annihilation is quite simple. As Frieza suppressed his fury, which threatened to surface, King Cold rested his chin on his hand and remarked nonchalantly, as the strongest race in the universe, you must learn to embody elegance. Your brother excels in this regard, yet I hold greater faith in you. You are the true genius of our lineage. Upon hearing King Cold's words, Frieza emerged from his reverie, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I understand, father. I was merely recalling some unfortunate events, the Earthling and the Saiyans. All the suffering I have endured was wrought by them, which incites an involuntary anger within me. However, I shall soon overcome it. Frieza gazed at the spheres on the star map, his visage contorting into a grotesque snarl, his skin wrinkling as he gritted his teeth, and declared, I shall annihilate them all. Indeed, but this time, do not underestimate them. Should the Saiyans transform into Super Saiyans, it could spell disaster, King Cold warned. Recalling the ancestral legend of the golden-haired warriors, amused by the thought, he chuckled to himself. A mere band of fighters with power levels in the tens of thousands could never hope to rival our billions. Perhaps the legend of the Super Saiyans endured due to the weakness of our ancestors. After all, we are the strongest aberrations. Frieza was born with a power level of 12 million, an unprecedented force in the universe capable of effortlessly obliterating stars. Apart from certain ancient beings, we are the mightiest in existence. Rest assured, Father, before I eliminate those few, I shall indulge in a single whim. I will eradicate every living creature on Earth, one by one, before their very eyes. Frieza raised his hand, his fingers slowly closing together as if he held the entire planet in his grasp. As you wish. King Cold replied indifferently, accompanying Frieza on this venture. He sought not only to support his son, but also to explore this remote corner of the universe for leisure and relaxation. Frieza's profound gaze seemed to penetrate the spaceship. Reaching directly to Earth, he murmured to himself, that bald-headed one. I can vividly recall his face and the moment he cleaved through my body. As the Emperor of the universe, I cannot allow fear to take root. No, I shall never permit such a thing. I must eliminate him. Beneath the surface, he harbored another thought. During the ambush, Krillin had deceitfully invoked the name of Beerus, causing him to instinctively lower his guard and expose a weakness. This time, upon returning to Earth, he would demand clarity on how that bald-headed one came to know Lord Beerus. With only a day remaining before Frieza's arrival, Krillin and the others had just hosted a gathering at Bulma's home, their faces alight with joy, seemingly oblivious to the impending crisis. Yet Krillin was acutely aware of the underlying anxiety shared among them. Even Vegeta and Goku, now transformed into Super Saiyans, did not feel particularly confident in their chances against Frieza. At best, they believed they could hold their own against him. In the end, on Namek, Son Goku barely managed to withstand Frieza's might through the Kaioken technique. But once Frieza unleashed his full power, he found himself helpless against the onslaught. Vegeta's strength had surged tremendously. At the time of his death on Namek, his battle power only reached about 1 million. And it was only upon resurrection that it saw a significant increase. Frieza's transformations left an indelible mark on him, instilling a fascination for others' transformations thereafter. Thus, they could not accurately gauge the chasm between Frieza's power and their own. A Damocles sword hung ominously above them, causing palpable tension in their hearts. Krillin was acutely aware of this anxiety, as he too was gripped by fear. He dreaded the prospect of Frieza performing push-ups and transforming into Golden Frieza, only to dispatch him with a mere finger poke. Consequently, Krillin resolved to impart the fusion technique of the Metamorphins to Goku and Vegeta. During this process, Vegeta was exceedingly reluctant. To him, the seemingly foolish and awkward dance steps were nothing more than Krillin's mockery, and he adamantly refused to partake. It was only after witnessing the successful fusion of Tien and Yamcha, which indeed resulted in a notable power enhancement, that he began to reconsider. Furthermore, Krillin pointed out that Frieza was singular. If both Vegeta and Goku aspired to battle him, they would need to unite as one, granting them greater strength to confront Frieza while simultaneously safeguarding Earth from potential destruction. Reluctantly, Vegeta acquiesced. Yet this reluctance led to frequent failures in their fusion attempts, sometimes resulting in an erroneous transformation into a corpulent form or an emaciated one due to missteps. After much effort, any small mishap would cost them an additional half-hour of time. Krillin felt exasperated. Without the pressing threat of Majin Buu or the malevolent energy of the evil spirit bomb to spur their growth, he pondered whether it might be necessary to confine them both within the hyperbolic time chamber. Time passed swiftly, and soon Krillin and the others sensed two immense, malevolent energies approaching Earth. Wait, is Frieza's energy truly this monstrous? Exclaimed Yamcha, who had never encountered Frieza, having been deceased and training on King Kai's planet during that time. Upon feeling Frieza's overwhelming strength, he was filled with trepidation. What kind of monstrous creature were we battling back then? Can such a being truly be vanquished? It is astonishingly powerful, Tien marveled. Kaiatsu, frightened, hid behind Tien. Piccolo, too, felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, having been unconscious during the decisive battle. He was unaware of Frieza's full capabilities. Others who could sense energy shared similar sentiments. Frieza's strength left an unprecedented impression on them. This time, Frieza did not revert to his initial form, but rather presented his most formidable and terrifying final form at full power. To add to their dread, another even stronger energy accompanied Frieza. All eyes instinctively turned to Krillin, who had the audacity to confront such a monster. His courage was truly remarkable. Among the group, only Bulma, who lacked the ability to perceive energy, remained unaffected. Subsequently, they all gathered together, and with a swift instant transmission, Krillin transported them to the battlefield. High above the earth, the formidable Frieza force descended with an imposing aura. They landed upon a vast plain. While the chariots of Frieza and his father were uniquely stationed between the mountains, the hatch of the spaceship swiftly opened, and Frieza and his father emerged, followed by their subordinates who lined up to survey the surroundings. I did not expect such a remote location to harbor a planet with such a splendid environment. Frieza, be careful not to cause too much destruction. I believe this planet could fetch a considerable price, remarked King Cold as he stepped out, inhaling the fresh air before turning to Frieza. Of course, father. The Earthlings' tactics are merely attempts to sever my body, but this time I am well prepared. I have instructed the research division of our Legion to fabricate an automatic protective shield against slashing attacks. As he spoke, Frieza extended his arms, and a translucent protective shield, 2 meters in diameter and sufficient to envelop his entire body, materialized. This shield can withstand my full-force assault. The Earthlings will find it impossible to slay me. It seems you have developed quite a deep psychological scar from your encounters with the Earthlings to require such a contraption, King Cold remarked with a hint of disdain, believing their lineage's physique to be sturdier than any object. Even an attack capable of slicing flesh would shatter upon the might of his energy. Humph, fool, Frieza replied. His eyes filled with contempt, though he skillfully concealed it. The two stood side by side, presenting a facade of paternal affection. Frieza prepared to issue commands to his soldiers to seek out Krillin and the others. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared not far in front of them. Frieza's pupils trembled as his fists clenched involuntarily. He had laid eyes upon Krillin. The newcomers were none other than Krillin and his companions, who had instantaneously transported themselves. Well, Frieza, nice new look. Are you preparing for a showdown? Ha ha ha. Mr. Krillin, when we last met on Namek, I certainly did not appear this composed. Did my defeat instill a delusion within you? Frieza stood with his arms crossed, his narrow, triangular eyes slightly squinted as he spoke with a light-hearted tone. Yet, unbeknownst to others, his fists were clenched so tightly that veins bulged. At the moment he spotted Krillin, he yearned to spring forth and eliminate him. However, with King Cold present, he was reluctant to abandon his regal demeanor. Moreover, Frieza did not believe that Krillin and his companions could employ any lethal tactics against him, who had already fortified himself. Thus, he stifled his murderous intent. Krillin, observing Frieza's face, one that bore a smile yet radiated a desire for his demise, was acutely aware of Frieza's thoughts. Fortunately, you are the only one thus far to challenge my position as the Cosmic Emperor. I wonder what Mr. Frieza has prepared to defeat me? Frieza's murderous intent intensified, his expression becoming inscrutable. He began to tap his fingers rhythmically against his arm, the tempo inexplicably quickening. Klein's words struck at the very core of Frieza's being. It had always been others who dared to challenge him. When had it ever been his turn to face a challenger? This remark ignited a powder keg within Frieza, inciting a desire to obliterate Klein into a mist of crimson. Ever since the cataclysmic explosion of Namek, King Kai had disseminated the news of Frieza's defeat, leading the entire universe to be aware that a mere Earthling had vanquished him. Even after it was revealed that Frieza had miraculously survived, the inhabitants of the cosmos no longer referred to him as the Cosmic Emperor. The fear that once surrounded Frieza had dissipated across the universe. Furthermore, during the past year, Frieza had been preoccupied with healing and re-engineering himself, fixated on vengeance, and indifferent to the mockery of others, remaining in the shadows while they conferred the title of Cosmic Emperor upon Klein. Perhaps they believed that due to Earth's primitive technology, Klein would remain confined, unable to traverse interstellar routes. Even if he were to assume the title of Cosmic Emperor, he would merely be a frog in a well, posing no threat to them. Moreover, they could lure Frieza to the remote confines of Earth, inciting a conflict between the two cosmic sovereigns. With this dual advantage, they actively promoted Klein's renown, ensuring that his title as Cosmic Emperor became widely recognized throughout the universe. In this moment, Klein's proclamation was nothing short of a blatant reopening of Frieza's wounds, laid bare for all to see. On a cosmic scale, it was indeed the former Cosmic Emperor Frieza challenging the new Cosmic Emperor Klein. Frieza, do not let these insignificant creatures provoke you. Eliminate them without hesitation. King Cold observed Klein's entourage, noting the presence of children, an elderly man, and women. a look of disdain crossing his face. Could such a motley crew truly defeat Frieza? It was utterly absurd. Yet, Frieza opened his mouth several times to retort, ultimately choosing silence as he concealed his animosity in the shadows. All right, father. By the way, you mentioned Saiyans. Why do I not see any among these individuals? Is it the three-eyed bald fellow over there? Or perhaps that long-haired chap? King Cold pointed at Yamcha and Tien. Oh no, that monster is pointing at me. I'm doomed. Yamcha clutched his body, fearful of an impending injury. Bulma looked at him incredulously, thinking, it was just a gesture. What is there to fear? Klein is right here. Her words prompted Yamcha to remember Klein's presence, leading to an awkward scratching of his head. Oh dear, I reacted instinctively. It won't happen again. Even Kaiatsu found himself at a loss for words. Frieza scrutinized Klein's group, failing to spot Goku and Gohan. Not them, father. Those two Saiyans are not here. They may be hiding. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta had also been resurrected, trapped in the memories of having slain Vegeta. Then let us capture these individuals first and slowly uncover the Saiyans. This time, we shall eradicate the roots and obliterate the legend of the Super Saiyan. King Cold gestured decisively. Searching for the Super Saiyan, Krillin suddenly flashed a confident smile, pointing his thumb at himself, declaring, we have three. In the next moment, Krillin vanished with the group. Initially, it was merely to allow those who had never encountered Frieza to broaden their horizons. Now that they had, he naturally returned them. After bringing them back to the other world, Krillin promptly transported Vegeta and Goku to the battlefield. Before Frieza and his son could fully grasp the meaning of Krillin's words, they witnessed his party disappear and reappear in an instant. However, this time, only three figures accompanied Krillin, Vegeta, and Goku, familiar faces to Frieza. Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise. Aren't you supposed to be dead? He exclaimed. I see now, the Dragon Balls resurrected you. How infuriating. The thought that his wish for immortality had been exploited to revive Vegeta ignited a profound fury within Frieza. Using my wish to bring back you insects is utterly despicable. Just as he was about to strike, King Cold intervened. Frieza, hold on. They mentioned having Super Saiyans. I want to see which of these three Saiyans can transform. Even if they do, the two of us are undoubtedly stronger than any Super Saiyan. Only by defeating the legends of our ancestors can we truly become the strongest race. He commanded, bring forth a power level assessment of the opposing Saiyans. A Frieza Force officer hurriedly produced a device and swiftly operated it. Gazing at the screen, he reported, King Cold, the bald one's power level is 500, while the other three are 200, 100, and 1 respectively. Huh. With such meager power levels, Frieza, what are you afraid of? Where is that Super Saiyan you spoke of? Frieza, however, sensed that the situation was not so simple. He had encountered such tactics on Namek. Vegeta smirked, pointing his thumb at himself, and confidently stated, Fool, do you not realize that power levels can be concealed? You merely wish to know how strong I truly am. So allow me to demonstrate. With that, Vegeta rapidly elevated his energy. Meanwhile, the Frieza Force officer's machine emitted a series of beeping sounds, and his expression shifted rapidly from disdain to concern, then to shock, ultimately leaving him in utter disbelief. 500, 2400, 10, 000, 3 million, 4, 2 million. How is this possible? He is merely a Saiyan. Upon reaching his limit in normal form, Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power surging 50-fold to an astounding 210 million. With a loud explosion, the machine reached its limits and detonated, killing the Frieza Force officer instantly. Did you see that? This is my power. I am now Super Vegeta. Goku and Gohan also transformed into Super Saiyans, their formidable auras rivaling Vegeta's, as three golden flames blazed fiercely. Frieza and his son were filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated the legends to be true. The golden-haired warriors were a reality. Had I known, I would have annihilated all Saiyans. Frieza, this is all your fault for being too soft-hearted. Though King Cold was momentarily taken aback by the transformation, he dismissed the notion that the combat prowess of Vegeta, which he perceived to be a mere 4 million, could significantly enhance with his transition into a Super Saiyan. He remained steadfast in his belief that he and Frieza were the ultimate power. Father, it is indeed my fault. I never anticipated that releasing them would lead to such a grave threat today, and now we face not one, but 3 adversaries. I no longer desire this planet. Let us eliminate them all at once, and then obliterate the planet to prevent any future repercussions, King Cold sinisterly declared. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, father. With that, the duo charged at their foes, launching an assault. Krillin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It was evident that Frieza, unable to contend with them, was prepared to destroy the planet. Luckily, he had anticipated this. The combat power of the three Saiyans undoubtedly surpassed that of Frieza and his father. Yet their inherent recklessness magnified the risk, threatening Earth's fate to mirror that of Namek. Krillin, valuing his own survival, preferred a cautious approach. For reasons unknown. After a considerable time had passed, he had yet to catch sight of Trunks, who had previously appeared when Frieza arrived. Could it be that he felt embarrassed in front of his father? Krillin decided to set such thoughts aside and focus on dealing with Frieza and his father first. Gohan, hold them off. Vegeta, Goku, you must fuse quickly, or else Frieza will obliterate Earth. Understood, Uncle Krillin. Vegeta begrudgingly joined forces with Goku. Assuming the stance for the Metamoran fusion technique, a plan Krillin had shared with them in advance. He knew that without overwhelming power to restrain Frieza, one misstep could lead to Earth's destruction. The peculiar movements of the two bewildered Frieza and his father as they approached to attack. What are they doing suddenly striking such odd poses? Is this some form of Super Saiyan combat? Huh, Vegeta, I never imagined you would stoop to the level of Captain Ginyu, Frieza quipped. Silence, Frieza. Vegeta's veins bulged as he and Goku began to synchronize their movements. Their fingertips touching. Fusion. The ground trembled as an invisible force unleashed countless clouds of dust, radiating outward. A golden vortex enveloped the two, launching them skyward. As the golden light faded, the smoke was dispersed by an intense golden aura, revealing a figure. This was a warrior clad in a vest, eyes closed, whose features bore the distinct traits of both Goku and Vegeta. Frieza and his father gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the two had merged into one. Gohan was equally captivated by this astounding spectacle, sensing an immense power that transcended that of a Super Saiyan. Is that my father? To possess the combined energy of both my father and Vegeta is astonishing. Krillin felt a sense of satisfaction. The bond between Goku and Vegeta had clearly endured, allowing them to fuse completely in just one day. What is happening? Both King Cold and Frieza were engulfed by the same bewilderment. Frieza instinctively inquired, "Who are you? Where are Goku and Vegeta?" The warrior clad in a small vest opened his eyes, his thumb pointing towards himself, his head tilting slightly back. The voices of Son Wukong and Vegeta echoed simultaneously, declaring, "I am neither Wukong nor Vegeta. I am Gogeta, the one who shall soon vanquish you." The invincible man had arrived. Chapter 14. The Mightiest Man, Gogeta, Part 1. Gogeta lifted his leg, advancing step by step towards the bewildered Frieza and his son. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable energy erupted from within him, creating golden ripples in the air. With each stride he took, the golden ripples multiplied. As Gogeta took his final step, his body instantaneously appeared behind Frieza. The golden ripples seemed magnetically drawn to him, merging entirely into his being. In the next moment, from the ground upwards, Gogeta's entire form appeared to transcend. His eyebrows and hair turned golden, and not a trace of his formidable aura escaped him. This was the pinnacle of power, the full power of a Super Saiyan. Gogeta's mastery surpassed even that of Goku and Vegeta. Every ounce of his strength flowed with unparalleled precision. Is this for real? Frieza pondered, startled by Gogeta's sudden disappearance. As he turned to look behind him, he was astonished to find Gogeta had already materialized at his back. No one in the vicinity could perceive the speed of Gogeta's movement. It was neither instantaneous teleportation nor merely a technique, but pure velocity, an astonishing swiftness. Gohan gasped in awe. He could discern the difference, unlike Krillin, whose combat power was comparatively low. Being a Super Saiyan himself, Gohan was acutely aware of Gogeta's overwhelming strength. He had only managed to catch a glimpse of Gogeta's movement in that infinitesimal fraction of a second before seeing him appear behind Frieza. Not even a whisper of energy escaped during his movement, rendering it indistinguishable from teleportation. Frieza, seeing Gogeta suddenly at his rear, froze in fear and hastily retreated to a safe distance. Once he reached a secure position, he gritted his teeth and activated his protective shield. A transparent, spherical barrier enveloped his body, allowing Frieza to finally exhale in relief, only to realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. "Huh, this time, you won't be able to ambush me," he sneered. Frieza mistakenly interpreted Gogeta's earlier maneuver as a tactical ploy akin to that of Krillin and the others. Intending to sneak attack him, just as on Namek. Do you consider my positioning behind you an ambush? Gogeta silently reappeared behind Frieza, this time outside the protective shield, his expression one of discontent. Frieza swiftly turned and unleashed an energy blast, a force capable of obliterating the entire surface of the planet. Yet, Gogeta effortlessly grasped it, crushing it into nothingness. Gogeta tilted his head, gazing at Frieza with disdain. Since you believe I am attempting to ambush you, allow me to defeat you head-on. Using the energy blast to distance himself from Gogeta, Frieza felt a surge of delight upon hearing Gogeta's confident declaration. As long as this fellow stands before me, when he assaults my protective shield, I shall vanquish him with a rapidly spinning disk of energy, much like the bald-headed adversary who once bested me. Only this time, it shall be at an accelerated pace. If you possess the skill, then shatter my shield. Frieza deliberately provoked me with taunts. A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he instantaneously appeared before Frieza. Is this what you speak of? He inquired, his finger pressing against the shield, which offered no resistance whatsoever. Like parchment, it crumbled under the mere touch of his finger, disintegrating into the air. Impossible, Frieza exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could a shield capable of withstanding my most formidable strike be so effortlessly breached? Your power is truly feeble, Vegeta retorted, his words piercing through Frieza's pride like an arrow. Enraged, Frieza hastily unleashed dozens of energy discs akin to a keyblade. He was undoubtedly more ingenious than Krillin, capable of instantaneously conjuring multiple discs, increasing their rotational speed and mobility, and even manipulating them at will. Observing Vegeta at such close range, Frieza felt a fleeting thrill and bellowed, "Die!" As he directed the discs toward him. Dozens of discs buzzed like chainsaws, encircling every possible avenue of escape for Vegeta, rapidly closing in. Just as they were about to slice into Vegeta's form, he stood utterly still. Is this truly your final strength? He mocked. In the next instant, the energy discs collided with an invisible wall, coming to an abrupt halt, unable to penetrate even a fraction. You've actually learned my shield technique. What manner of being are you? Frieza gasped, retreating in fear, as reason dawned upon him. He could never triumph against such a formidable foe. The magnitude of Vegeta's power was terrifying. Vegeta trembled momentarily as the overwhelming energy shattered the discs. I have declared it. I am the Vegeta who shall defeat you. After an extended bout, it was now my turn to strike. Frieza, repent for the lives you have extinguished. Vegeta materialized before Frieza, delivering a simple yet forceful punch to his face, sending him reeling backward. Before Frieza could lift his head, Vegeta's fearsome visage reappeared. A swift kick struck Frieza's abdomen, shattering his purple exoskeleton. The sheer force instinctively curled Frieza's body, propelling him into the distance, unable to regain his posture due to the inertia. Meanwhile, Vegeta had already positioned himself in Frieza's trajectory, turning his back to him, raising the back of his right hand. Frieza's face collided with it, sending him hurtling backward as if he had willingly sought the contact. Subsequently, Frieza became akin to a mere sack of sand, battered repeatedly by Vegeta, utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. Seeing Frieza in such a pitiful state, King Cold was utterly terrified, abandoning his haughty demeanor. Even in the presence of Gohan and Krillin, he dared not act rashly, instead adopting a submissive tone, pleading for mercy. What astounding power! Please do not attack me. All of this is Frieza's doing, and I am in no way responsible. For instance, the destruction of your Saiyan planet was orchestrated by him. Here, I will surrender him to you. You may judge him as you see fit. Oh, and I can also offer the planets of the solar system to you. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. However, Gohan would not allow him such an easy escape. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, standing defiantly before King Cold. Are you still unsatisfied? If so, I can hand over Frieza's army and planets as well. If absolutely necessary, my territory can be yours too. King Cold's face was a mask of servility, devoid of any malevolent intent. Yet Krillin recognized that this seemingly affable character was, in fact, more cunning than Frieza himself. Just moments ago, he had threatened to destroy the Earth. Thus, King Cold could not be spared. Krillin exchanged a knowing glance with Gohan, who understood immediately and advanced, launching an attack against King Cold. Though King Cold was reluctant to engage, he had prepared for such an eventuality and managed to evade Gohan's assault, leaving Gohan unable to vanquish him in an instant. As Frieza's father, King Cold possessed a power level of 200 million, stronger than Frieza, yet lacking his transformation abilities. He could only rely on his formidable physique for combat. Gohan, having reached a power level of 4 million on the battlefield of Namek a year prior, transformed into a Super Saiyan, elevating his strength to 200 million. Furthermore, with an additional year of training, his battle prowess had soared to an astonishing 380 million, far surpassing both Vegeta and Goku, making it a trivial matter to overpower King Cold. Wait, child. I am not your enemy. I can leave at once and never return to Earth. King Cold implored. Who would believe your deceitful words? A scoundrel like you deserves nothing but death, Gohan replied coldly, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Since witnessing Piccolo's death in the illusion, he had realized that trust in these invaders could lead to dire consequences for those he cared about. Evading the energy blasts, King Cold kicked up dust from the ground to obscure Gohan's vision. In truth, the moment he witnessed Gogeta overpowering Frieza, he comprehended that he stood no chance against these Saiyans. He would need to summon Cooler for any hope of victory, but there was no opportunity to do so now. And even if he could, it would be too late. To survive, he had to defeat the Saiyans, yet the fused Saiyans were far too powerful. If Frieza had been so thoroughly trounced, King Cold's chances were even slimmer. Unless the fusion technique had a time limit. If he could prolong the battle until the fusion ended, he and Frieza, even if unable to defeat them, could escape into space. Saiyans lacked the capability to survive in the cosmos, and at that point, a single energy blast could obliterate the Earth, leaving the two of them as the ultimate victors. As King Cold retreated, he schemed insidiously, unable to suppress a wicked lick of his lips. Feigning weakness has always been his disguise. However, to buy time, one must take action. His gaze suddenly shifted toward Krillin, who was intently observing the battlefield while scanning the surroundings for any sign of Trunks. His attention was divided, providing a perfect opportunity for King Cold to gradually approach him and seize him when he least expected it. The events on the battlefield unfolded at an astonishing pace. Once a plan was determined, King Cold executed it without hesitation. On one side, Gogeta was mercilessly pummeling Frieza, causing his mechanical parts to short-circuit. Meanwhile, Gohan pursued King Cold, occasionally launching energy blasts, prompting King Cold to cower and plead for mercy. High above, Krillin acutely sensed the surrounding energy. He believed that no matter how well Trunks concealed himself, the presence of the unfamiliar Gogeta would surely provoke some emotional response. At that moment, should Trunks reveal even a hint of his energy, Krillin could instantly teleport to his side. After casting a glance at the fleeing King Cold, Krillin paid him little mind and redirected his focus to Gogeta and Frieza. In that fleeting instant, King Cold seized the opportunity. Now was the time. Having been deliberately inching closer to Krillin, he suddenly erupted with energy and charged at him. Krillin turned his head just in time to catch a glimpse of King Cold. But it was too late. King Cold had already enveloped him in his embrace. Why are you being so sneaky? Krillin exclaimed furiously. Gohan's expression shifted as he realized that in his single-minded pursuit of King Cold, he had overlooked the fact that the villain had intentionally approached his uncle. Indeed, none of these invaders were to be trusted. Release my uncle, Krillin, Gohan shouted as he flew in front of King Cold. King Cold chuckled sinisterly. If you want me to let him go, you'll have to make that fusion of yours release Frieza first, and then dissolve the fusion. Otherwise, I'll crush this bald head right here. He tightened his grip around Krillin's head, holding him up for Gohan to see. Fuming, Krillin shouted, "Why does it always have to be me?" The commotion caught Gogeta's attention, who had been holding Frieza by the head, and swiftly approached them. What is going on? King Cold turned Krillin's head toward Gogeta, a malicious grin spreading across his face. If you don't want your friend to die, you'll revert to your original form. You may be fast, but I assure you, I can end his life before you can even act. If you wish for him to perish, feel free to test me. Gogeta furrowed his brow, then relaxed with a smirk. If you possess such capabilities, then by all means, do as you wish. What? He is your ally. Don't you care whether he lives or dies? King Cold urged anxiously. If the Saiyans were indifferent to Krillin's fate, then capturing him would be meaningless. Having revealed his ambitions, he would undoubtedly be swiftly exterminated by Gogeta. I want him to live. Will you let him go? Of course I want to. Then go ahead and kill him. After that, I will kill you. The king of the Kurds grew increasingly anxious. Finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, I know you doubt my resolve to end his life, which is why you speak thus. Just watch. I shall crush him. In the next moment, the king exerted force in his grasp, only to find nothing but emptiness. The bald-headed figure had vanished. What transpired? How could he have disappeared? Did you rescue him? How could that be accomplished so swiftly? The king gazed at Gogeta in terror. To his surprise, Gogeta merely shook his head. I remained motionless, not intervening at all. At this juncture, Gohan scoffed. I knew all along that you harbored ill intentions. You are unaware, perhaps, that Uncle Krillin, despite his modest combat prowess, possesses numerous unique abilities. The moment you sought to slay him, he had already utilized instant transmission to escape. How infuriating! The king of the Kurds had never anticipated that the seemingly weakest Krillin would wield such extraordinary power, leaving him utterly defenseless. Just then, Frieza, bruised and battered in Gogeta's grip, opened his eyes, a sinister glint flashing across his face. He swiftly shaped his palm into a blade, an array of serrated energy coalescing upon it, resembling a chainsaw. He thrust towards Gogeta with ferocity. At such close quarters, the unprepared Gogeta could hardly evade the strike. Frieza had been accumulating energy, biding his time for this very moment of Gogeta's lapse. Well done, Frieza. The king of the Kurds was elated by this turn of events. Surely, fate had not abandoned him. If Gogeta were to perish, the remaining Gohan would prove an easy target for their father-son duo. Gohan, taken aback by Frieza's audacious attempt to retaliate despite his battered state, felt a surge of urgency. Dad, be careful. Prepare to meet your end, Son Goku and Vegeta. Frieza's venomous hand advanced, this strike embodying his full might, akin to Krillin's powerful energy slice, capable of defeating foes beyond his level. Should it connect, the tide of battle would surely shift. Frieza's strike soared forth like lightning, closing in on Gogeta before any could react. Frieza beamed with triumph, envisioning the moment his dark blade met Gogeta's flesh. However, his meticulously planned attack was thwarted. Gogeta had seized his arm firmly. With a sharp crack, Frieza's arm snapped like a pencil, the dark energy blade dissipating into nothingness. A cry of agony escaped Frieza's lips as he was forced to acknowledge his pain. Gogeta's gaze upon him was chillingly cold. I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed. I had anticipated more from you, yet your capabilities are merely this. The time for games has concluded. This next strike will ensure your complete obliteration. The voices of Goku and Vegeta echoed in Frieza's ears. Just as he prepared to lift his head, the hand gripping his arm hoisted his entire body aloft. Like the Hulk swinging Loki, Frieza was hurled into the sky after a swift revolution. In the midst of his rapid ascent, the soreness in his muscles rendered him utterly motionless. Unbeknownst to him, Gogeta had already clasped his hands together at his waist, an endless azure radiance emanating forth. The entire sky appeared dim in comparison to the resplendent blue light. The Turtle School's exclusive technique manifested upon the battlefield. The King of Cold, intent on thwarting it, was paralyzed by fear and turned to flee. No, I cannot perish. Do not think you can escape. Son Gohan sneered, pursuing him relentlessly. With a swift whoosh, Krillin teleported back, astonished to witness the brilliance in Gogeta's hands. He had not anticipated that within mere seconds, Frieza and his progeny would be utterly vanquished. As the final syllable resonated, a beam of light shot skyward from Gogeta's hand, piercing through the heavens. Frieza, reclining in midair, was effortlessly pierced by the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Frieza's form was utterly obliterated. Shortly thereafter, the King of Cold met a similar fate at Gogeta's hands, vanquished by the same technique. Goku and Vegeta, having separated from their fusion, resumed their individual forms. After Krillin and Gohan had dispatched the remnants of Frieza's army, they returned to Bulma's residence in West City aboard their spaceship. This vessel was intended for Bulma's research, ensuring that should Krillin perish one day, Trunks would still possess a spacecraft to venture to New Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. After escorting their companions home, Krillin returned to the battlefield alone. The desolate plain bore no trace of the time machine. After a moment of patient waiting, Krillin murmured, "Trunks has yet to arrive. Could it be that I find myself in a future timeline?" The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. As he recalled Frieza's reaction upon hearing the name Beerus, his mind froze in sudden realization. The malevolent androids of the future, Cell and Zamasu. Chapter 16. Preparations against the onslaught of androids. Beep. An urgent notification system encountered a malfunction. Beep. System plug-in repair in progress. Beep. Host, Krillin. Age, 29. Battle power, 623. 584. Race, Earthling. Potential multiplier, 10x. Skills, Solar Flare, Kamehameha, Flight Technique, Old and New, Key Sphere / Kaioken, Instant transmission, godly version, Metamoran fusion technique. Body switch, 100 success rate, with perfect control of the body, after-image technique, universal shockwave, and more. Current universe, future timeline, corrected. Achievement system activated. 1. Plug-and-play, unlocked. 2. The defeated, locked. 3. The savior, locked. Friendly reminder. Achievements may possess unknown special effects. Please explore them at your discretion. Suddenly hearing the system's voice, Krillin was taken aback and opened the panel to scrutinize it closely. The information regarding his power and skills showed little variance, yet the system had silently amended 2 entries. The first entry indicated the universe in which Krillin currently resided, confirming his suspicion that he was indeed in a future timeline. With the existence of the god of destruction, Beerus, it was unequivocally the future of the Dragon Ball world. This implied that if he had not traversed here, they would all inevitably perish. Should he send Trunks to seek reinforcements from across time? Then, reinforcements failed to arrive. Trunks, having honed his skills, vanquished the androids. Subsequently, due to his premature elimination of Babidi and Dubra, Majin Buu never had the opportunity to manifest. Ultimately, Zamasu emerged, compelling Trunks to flee to the time-space continuum. However, this time, assistance did arrive, albeit the universe was ultimately eradicated by the Omni King. Krillin shook his head, deeply dissatisfied with this outcome. The Omni King obliterated the universe. Would Trunks not venture into the time-space continuum to wish for its restoration with the Super Dragon Balls? Even if the Super Dragon Balls in the time-space continuum were occupied, would he not seek those in alternate timelines? Much like Zamasu, could he not gather the Super Dragon Balls from other realms? Without a year-long cooling-off period, there would be no conflict with others' wish timelines, allowing for multiple wishes. After restoring the universe, he could use the Super Dragon Balls to transport every Zamasu from the future timeline to other already devastated realms, and finally, resurrect those he longed to bring back to life. Is this knowledge truly necessary to impart? Zamasu utilized the Super Dragon Balls numerous times to enhance himself. What? Is it unacceptable for Trunks to use them thrice? After all his efforts to save Earth, was it all in vain? He merely fled with Mai. What of his mother? Could she not be revived from the afterlife? And what of the child who cheered him on during battles? This is where the logic falters. Krillin found it peculiar that Trunks, escaping to the future world, seemingly forgot about the lives lost before him, prioritizing his own emotional solace instead. Out of sight. Out of mind, perhaps? Ultimately, Trunks heeded Whis' advice and traveled to a time when the Omni King had not yet erased the universe. However, Beerus warned that such an action would create an increase in time rings, thus establishing a new parallel world, one with an entirely different outcome. The world Trunks entered was not his original realm. He completely abandoned his mother, friends, and allies, opting for a similar world where another Trunks had his own family and friends, a distinction so slight it was nearly negligible. Indeed, the allure of women leads to folly. Mai's declaration that she was content as long as the comrades she fought alongside survived led Trunks to promptly forget all the tragedy, gladly following her into a new life. Those from Trunks' original world had anticipated his victory in the Resurrection Tournament, only to be shocked by his withdrawal from the match. The only realm where consciousness could be preserved, the afterlife, had been obliterated. I harbor no objections towards the deceased. After all, they have genuinely succumbed to nothingness. How could there be any dissent? This was no longer the decisive Trunks who had slain Frieza. This was not the savior of worlds. The Zamasu arc merely stripped Trunks of his identity as the last hope, allowing him to attain what he deemed redemption in solitude. Krillin could not comprehend the Japanese perspective. He simply found it illogical, clashing severely with his worldview. If the universe is not authentic, does anything you do truly hold significance? Moreover, he is not devoid of power. With time machines and the mystical Dragon Balls at his disposal, he completely overlooks their potential. It is often remarked that Gohan during the Dragon Ball Super era is akin to a mere shadow of his former self. In Krillin's eyes, Trunks does not fare much better than Gohan. The Trunks of Dragon Ball Super and that of the original series are fundamentally different beings. Contemplating this, Krillin realizes the grim fate that awaits his universe. However, he is resolute in his desire to avoid such a destiny. Krillin has devised a plan. When Trunks matures, he intends to mentor him, taking special care to keep Mai at a distance, even contemplating the drastic measure of eliminating her if necessary. What a decisive warrior Trunks could become, if not ensnared by Mai's charms. Shaking his head, Krillin casts aside these chaotic thoughts. The second entry resembles the titles bestowed upon players after completing a game cycle or pursuing special side quests. They could just as easily be called achievements. Do these peculiar terms hold any significant meaning? Plug and play? Defeated? The term savior is somewhat understandable, as one would surely earn it after saving the world. But what of plug and play and defeated? Does it imply a need for constant engagement in certain actions? Must I be vanquished to be deemed defeated? The system claims these achievement titles possess unique effects. I wonder if any pertain to offensive capabilities, for if so, I shall certainly carve out my place on future battlefields. Such aspirations are delightful, yet Krillin remains utterly perplexed regarding how to earn these achievements. The most straightforward title, Savior, likely requires the defeat of the androids first. Resolutely, Krillin dismisses further contemplation. Regardless of how harsh or despairing the future may be, it shall unfold without his presence. Armed with foresight and the system, he is unlikely to suffer a fate worse than Trunks. With a smirk, he decides to inform Goku and the others of the impending arrival of the androids, ensuring they elevate their power levels to Super Saiyan 2. Furthermore, he must remind Bulma to commence her research on Goku's viral heart disease without delay. Krillin murmurs to himself, casting one last glance at the battlefield, which remains eerily tranquil, before departing. Unbeknownst to him, a strange yet faint buzzing sound begins to resonate in a hidden corner. In West City, Bulma and the others jubilantly celebrate. Upon his arrival, Krillin notices everyone is present. Even the Kai and Bu have descended to the mortal realm. Their spirits are lifted, with the ominous clouds above dissipating, bringing forth a sense of relief. Notably, Vegeta sits alone in a corner, a rosy hue on his cheeks as he gazes dreamily into a glass of red wine, having vanquished the shadows of his past. Goku indulges in a feast at a separate table, while Yamcha and the others engage in lively toasts, creating a festive atmosphere. Upon seeing Krillin's sudden appearance, everyone warmly invites him to join their meal. "Hey, Krillin, come try this pudding. I barely managed to snatch it from Oolong." "You scoundrel, Yamcha. Give it back to me. I offered it to Krillin. Did you think I wouldn't notice? You clearly devoured it yourself." Laughter erupts as Krillin observes his jubilant companions, unable to resist smiling as he joins in their merriment. Once the banquet concluded, Krillin summoned everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I foresee a new future." "Krillin, is there yet another crisis looming?" Piccolo inquired first. "Wow, does that mean there are new formidable foes? They must be incredibly strong. I can't wait to confront them." Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. Vegeta cast a glance at him, his eyes reflecting a fierce determination. Krillin's expression turned grave as he doused Goku with a bucket of cold reality. "Goku, you might be disappointed. You will perish in 3 years." "What?" Everyone gasped in shock, unable to fathom that Goku, who had already attained the Super Saiyan transformation, could meet such a fate. "Indeed, and it won't be in battle. Rather, you will succumb to a viral heart disease." This is too painful," Goku lamented. Everyone understood that his anguish stemmed not from the prospect of illness, but from the inability to confront powerful adversaries due to his demise. After Goku's passing, a group known as the androids would emerge, and we would all fall victim to their wrath. Androids? What are those? An air of confusion swept over the crowd as they pondered the unfamiliar term, while Goku furrowed his brow. Android 8? Android 8? What is that? Yamcha inquired. Android 8 is a friend I encountered while defeating the Red Ribbon Army. He was modified by them. I remember they referred to him as Android 8. And we became friends, hence the name. Yes, the androids were created by a man named Dr. Gero from the Red Ribbon Army, whom Goku destroyed. These 2 androids possess extraordinary power. Upon their arrival, they killed Dr. Gero and resorted to destruction and slaughter to force Goku out, Krillin recounted slowly. The group fell silent, absorbing the bleak future ahead. With Goku already deceased, the androids' rampage would not cease. Everyone would attempt to thwart them. Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien, Kairatsu, Yamcha, even Chi-Chi and Master Roshi. All would meet a brutal end. Are you kidding? I, the prince, could be slain by such machines? If your Earth's technology is so advanced, why not become rulers of the universe? Vegeta scoffed in retort. Earth is indeed unique. Have you ever seen Bulma's capsule technology in the cosmos? Krillin replied. After that, Vegeta fell silent, acknowledging that Earth possessed extraordinary qualities, particularly in martial arts and key control skills he had learned there. I wonder, are these androids as strong as the fused Goku and Vegeta? Piccolo suddenly asked. Krillin pondered for a moment. I believe not. Instantly, the atmosphere lightened. Oh, I thought they would be far more terrifying. We can just let Vegeta handle it, right? That's just Krillin's way. He enjoys instilling fear. Krillin was left speechless. If it were that simple, why would I bother informing you? What if the androids prevent fusion? Individually, Goku and Vegeta would not stand a chance against them. The group recognized the validity of this reasoning and ceased their banter. So, Krillin, what do you propose we do? Krillin spoke earnestly, stating that first, he required Bulma to develop a specific remedy for viral heart disease for Goku. Secondly, all of them were to undergo his rigorous training regimen to prepare for the onslaught of the androids. Everyone expressed their agreement. At that moment, Oolong and Pure silently raised their hands, inquiring if they were to participate as well. Krillin, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, informed them that they would engage in specialized transformation training. Over the next 2 years, Krillin led the warriors in an intense training regime, allowing only a month of vacation each year, with the remainder dedicated to cultivation in the other world. It was this stringent approach that significantly augmented their combat prowess. Vegeta, who took 7 years to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan 2, successfully unlocked it within these 2 years. Among the 3 Saiyans, only Gohan failed to transform. Perhaps due to his unique circumstance of frequently descending to the mortal realm to complete homework, or perhaps due to a lack of wrath in his heart. Nevertheless, his foundational combat strength was the highest, having reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, sufficient to confront the androids as Krillin envisioned them. Piccolo's combat power exceeded 20 million, while the others saw their strengths rise to between 100,000 and 500,000. Currently, Krillin held the highest combat power in the second tier, boasting over 2,970,000. Utilizing the Kaioken tenfold, he could spar with Piccolo for a time. Tenshinhan reached 120,000, while Kaiatsu attained 45,000 and Yamcha 53,000. Goku's strength was unparalleled, with his Super Saiyan 2 energy surpassing even Vegeta's. Such a formidable lineup far exceeded that of the original narrative, and Krillin mused that they should be capable of defeating the androids. His inner vigilance began to wane. Coincidentally, during that year, Trunks was born. Yamcha and Bulma parted ways, yet during the month Krillin granted them a break. Vegeta successfully impregnated Bulma. Krillin then allowed everyone a few days off and granted Vegeta an additional 2 months to spend with his wife and child. All gathered to celebrate Trunks' first month. Krillin gazed at the infant Trunks, lost in thought. Had I not appeared, the weight of the future would rest solely upon your shoulders, young one. You ought to be grateful to me, Trunks. Little Trunks waved his tiny hands in an attempt to reach Krillin's bald head, but to no avail. His small mouth pouted, and he began to cry. Oh dear, Vegeta, could you lend a hand here? After the celebration concluded, everyone departed. Goku and Gohan went to Capsule Corp to find Chi-Chi. Yamcha headed to West City, and Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu returned to the other world to continue their training. Krillin inquired about the progress of Bulma's heart disease remedy and learned that due to her pregnancy, it was still incomplete. However, considering there was nearly a year left, Krillin reassured her to prioritize rest during her pregnancy. He then left for Master Roshi's island, visited the old turtle, and afterward returned to the other world with Master Roshi. Chapter 17, Momentous. The attack of the androids and Bulma's demise. That night, 5 days had passed since Trunks' celebration, and everyone had returned to the other world after a period of rest, except for Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan, who had been granted special permission by Krillin to remain home a few extra days to spend time with their wives. La la la, as I join this. It seems something is still amiss. Ah, over there, a melodious voice hums cheerfully. The owner of that voice is none other than Bulma, diligently researching a miracle cure for viral heart disease in her laboratory. Not merely prompted by Krillin's insistence, she had resolved to develop this remedy long before, during her pregnancy, determined to create it immediately after giving birth to Trunks. After all, Goku has been a part of her life since childhood. She has witnessed his countless adventures, forming an unbreakable bond. Consequently, she would never allow Goku to perish, for Krillin had mentioned that those who die of illness cannot be revived by the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Vegeta is fervently training in some gravity chamber nearby. Even on his day off, he cannot find respite. After all, Goku has surpassed him, and he cannot swallow his pride until he catches up. Where did that element go? I should make a call to the department and have them deliver it. If I can finish 80% of this tonight, Krillin can take it to Goku tomorrow. This is the brilliance of Bulma, the world's foremost genius girl. Just wait for your astonishment, Krillin. As Bulma spoke, She removed her protective gear to make the call. Just then, amidst her conversation, a low voice emerged from a shadowy corner. It could not be mistaken. With such distinctive hair color, it was undoubtedly Bulma. Another voice, surprisingly clear, was that of a woman. Let us make our move. Vegeta exited the gravity chamber, wiping the droplets of water from his body after a shower. As usual, he returned to the bedroom, glanced at the sleeping Trunks, and then sought out Bulma in the laboratory. Bulma, are you still in the lab? He pushed open the laboratory door, irritation etched across his face. I do not blame you for concocting an antidote for that lowly warrior Kakarot. But you cannot neglect me in the process. Vegeta was particularly displeased. Hey, why are you silent? Upon pushing open the door, he was met not only with the chaotic laboratory, but also two unfamiliar silhouettes. His gaze sharpened instantly. To his senses, it was impossible for anyone to enter Capsule Corp undetected. Even if Goku suppressed his power level to a mere 1, Vegeta would sense his presence immediately. Unless the intruders were the androids that bald-headed Krillin spoke of. He felt no energy emanating from them. It must be true. Vegeta swiftly analyzed the situation. But upon seeing the figure lying on the ground, everything became irrelevant. The person on the floor was unmistakably Bulma. What have you done to my Bulma? Get away from her. Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, moving with such speed that in the blink of an eye, he was behind the two strangers, kicking them out of the laboratory. The two figures had no opportunity to react as they crashed through the laboratory wall and landed on the Capsule Corp lawn. However, they quickly rose, their expressions unchanged, as if they felt no pain. The intelligence was indeed correct. Vegeta's power had escalated to a terrifying level. Just now, we didn't even have a chance to react, and my arm is broken. As she spoke, her expression remained impassive as she withdrew her arm. Use that, and swiftly dispose of him, along with Sun Wukong. Seizing the opportunity before others could react, they aimed to catch them off guard, preferably eliminating the one named Krillin as well. Inside the laboratory, after Vegeta had dispatched the two adversaries, he immediately scooped up Bulma and checked for her breath. She had already ceased to breathe. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. Vegeta felt as though he had been dealt a heavy blow, his thoughts blank. The moment clarity returned, an uncontrollable murderous intent surged within him. You wretched fiends dare to slay my Bulma. With his power reaching its zenith, the overwhelming aura of Super Saiyan 2 illuminated the entire West City. Fueled by his fury, even if Sun Wukong were to appear now, he would only be subjected to a brutal beating. Two figures emerged beneath the radiance, revealing themselves at last, a man with long black hair wrapped in a red scarf, and a woman with an adorable face and stylish attire, her golden locks cascading down her back. They were the androids Krillin had mentioned. Even in his rage, Vegeta recognized his foes with startling clarity. 3 years hence, perish. For daring to take my Bulma's life, I shall annihilate you to the very last atom. Vegeta unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, targeting the androids with all his might. Gallic Gun. The devastating force carved a massive crater where the androids had stood. As the smoke cleared, a protective shield, aglow with a soft green light, enveloped the duo. Their shield proved even sturdier than Frieza's, allowing them to survive Vegeta's Gallic Gun. The energy of the shield had diminished by 9%, as the attack had consumed an excessive amount of energy. Number 17. Just to be safe, finish off Vegeta quickly. If he finds an opening, we shall not escape. Number 18. Her golden hair lifted, spoke with calm composure. Vegeta, take this. Number 17 suddenly grinned, launching a red energy beam at Vegeta. Vegeta swatted it away, only to realize that alongside the energy beam, a capsule-like object had been released. Upon being shattered by Vegeta's strike, the capsule disintegrated into countless particles of dust, which began to swirl around him. Caught off guard, Vegeta inadvertently inhaled some of the particles. Is this your tactic? My body has long been infused with toxin serum during my encounters with Frieza's army. Your earthly poison cannot bring me down. With fierce determination, Vegeta concentrated his energy once more, unleashing another Gallic Gun aimed at the androids. The ground beneath them deepened further, yet they remained utterly unscathed, with only the color of their shield fading slightly. However, Vegeta was too preoccupied to care for their fates. His heart was filled with dread. Just moments ago, after firing a Gallic Gun, he felt a sudden drop in his energy levels, his heartbeat quickening as if his body could not endure. Desperately gasping for energy. Curse you! What did you just throw? Vegeta demanded, clutching his heart in anger. With a light chuckle, number 17 replied. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Your wife, Miss Bulma, is currently researching a cure for viral heart disease. And what I just used is precisely the virus that causes healthy individuals to contract it. Those afflicted, without an antidote, will gradually lose their strength and fall into a deep coma, ultimately suffering a painful death in their sleep. If I recall correctly, the patient who lasted the longest in the trials only survived 3 days after infection. Vegeta, why not hurry and search for your wife's experimental data? There might be a cure. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with anger. He longed to annihilate the 2 androids before him, but remained rooted to the spot. Suddenly, he thought of Trunks in the bedroom. His energy was dwindling, and the virus was relentlessly invading him. Within just a minute, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, his body growing weaker. Everything needed to be resolved swiftly. Since the androids were aware of their data, they would surely eliminate Trunks after his demise. If he unleashed his Gallic gun once more, it might not guarantee the androids' defeat while depleting his own energy, an unwise gamble. In that brief moment, Vegeta contemplated all possible strategies and arrived at a singular conclusion: escape. Under normal circumstances, he could effortlessly dispatch the 2 androids, yet they employed an unfamiliar tactic: poison. Specifically a virus with no antidote. Even the most nefarious Frieza had never resorted to poison against him and his allies. This oversight had led Vegeta into their trap. Bulma's death and Trunks' survival left him in a perilous predicament. Reluctantly, he made a swift decision. He had to get Trunks out of there. He would head to the other world or a nearby location. Krillin would surely sense his energy. If he could shake off the 2 androids, Krillin would come to their aid, ensuring Trunks' salvation. He also needed to relay the android's threat, or else that fool Kakarot would surely fall victim as well. With clarity on all critical points, Vegeta dared not hesitate for even a moment. His form vanished from sight and reappeared in the bedroom, scooping up Trunks and sprinting away. As Vegeta fled, number 17 and number 18 stood unmoved, indifferent to his escape. Aren't we going to pursue him? Number 18 inquired, rummaging through the rubble to find several of Bulma's garments, comparing them to her own figure. No need. He will surely perish. Let us first visit Son Goku and eliminate him. Then there will be no obstacles left. What about Krillin? His fighting power is not formidable. We can handle him. Very well. My dear sister, could you refrain from trying on Bulma's clothes? Wearing the garments of someone you have just killed, doesn't that seem odd to you? Odd? I don't think so. I'll wear them for now, and once we reach Son Goku's, I'll consider his wife's attire. Number 17 shrugged in exasperation. They did not leave immediately. During the selection of clothes on the 18th, Bulma's parents, Dr. Brief and his wife, were cruelly slain by the 2 beams from Android 17. In the other world, a meditating Krillin suddenly opened his eyes, glancing around to find several of his fellow disciples sharing his concern. Did you all feel that? It's Vegeta's energy. How could he suddenly unleash such a powerful aura? Could there be an enemy? Floating in the air, Tien nodded in agreement. Training does not require such an abundance of energy, especially at this late hour. Vegeta must be facing some situation. Yamcha interjected. Oh, what could possibly trouble Vegeta? He can transform into Super Saiyan too. What could he not resolve? Perhaps he simply wishes to admire his transformation in the mirror. He chuckled. Isn't he with Bulma now? Why the need for such dramatization? Krillin and Tien pondered for a moment. Given Vegeta's arrogant nature, such behavior did not seem entirely out of character. I'm not denying that it's because of that, Krillin hastily retorted. Yamcha continued. Moreover, have any of you sensed an enemy's energy? No. Then there's surely nothing to worry about. Finding some truth in Yamcha's words, Krillin and Tien resumed their training. Yet, after meditating for a while, Krillin could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. His heart remained restless. Could it be the androids? But weren't they not supposed to appear for another year? No, I must investigate. Something unknown must have transpired. After much contemplation, unable to discern the cause, Krillin resolved to see for himself, especially since he possessed the ability to teleport. Not sensing Vegeta's energy, he thought of Capsule Corporation and instantaneously transported there. Upon arrival, he was struck dumb by the scene before him. What had happened? Chapter 18. Confusion, analysis, and the early arrival of the androids. Everything at Capsule Corporation was in ruins. Who could have done this? Where were Bulma and Vegeta? As Krillin surveyed the desolation, questions surged within him, compelling him to search the area. Moments later, he discovered the lifeless bodies of Bulma and her parents. His breath caught in his throat. Bulma had been killed? How could this be? The narrative had taken a grievous turn. Why had the androids appeared prematurely? Why would they target Bulma? Had news of Goku's viral heart disease leaked? Had they sought to eliminate her first to prevent Goku from being cured? Krillin collapsed before the three bodies, overwhelmed by sorrow for Bulma's death and confusion over the circumstances. One thing was certain, the assailants had to be androids. During his time in the other world, he had only sensed Vegeta's energy, with no trace of anyone else. The individual capable of provoking Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan must possess formidable strength, yet emitted no energy. This was clearly abnormal. Coupled with the obliterated Capsule Corporation, it was evident that the assailant could only be an android or a deity. Krillin felt deep remorse, recognizing that due to his negligence, Bulma, who had accompanied Goku through countless adventures, had lost her life for the very first time. Since his arrival in this new realm, whether it be the emergence of Karrak II or the onslaught of Frieza, events have unfolded with an uncanny precision, mirroring the scripted timeline. This led Krillin to mistakenly believe in the existence of a narrative correction force. Regardless of his actions, adversaries would materialize sequentially, as if adhering to a theatrical program. Little did he realize that this flawed assumption would usher in unimaginable calamity for his friends. Was it the 19th and 20th? Or the 17th and 18th? No, I can no longer cling to the notion that only I possess knowledge of the plot, with every occurrence within my grasp. Whoever has taken Bulma's life, even if it be my so-called wife, I shall show no mercy. Krillin's gaze ignited with intensity, his teeth grinding in fury. Suddenly, a critical thought struck him. Vegeta and Trunks seemed conspicuously absent. Where could they have gone? Vegeta's energy had indeed flared, indicating he had engaged with the androids. Although the means by which the androids managed to slay Bulma under Vegeta's protection eluded him, it was clear he had retreated to safeguard Trunks. Yet, I have enhanced Vegeta's strength. Logically, the androids should not have been able to overpower him. What transpired? I must locate Vegeta to uncover the truth. Without a doubt, he must have taken Trunks to seek me out. I can sense his energy, albeit faint, yet recognizable. He is en route to the other world. With that thought, Krillin activated instant transmission, the scenery around him swiftly shifting. In the midst of a forest, a weary figure struggled onward, cradling a fragile infant as he fought to keep the child from falling. It was Vegeta. Krillin, following the faint energy, instantly appeared before him, witnessing Vegeta laboriously carrying Trunks. His steps feeble, as if he might collapse at any moment. Beads of sweat dotted Vegeta's brow, his body trembling slightly, as if burdened by an insurmountable weight. Krillin rushed forward to take Trunks, and upon seeing Krillin, Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, clutching his heart, gasping for air. His energy had dwindled to a mere whisper, unable even to fly. Each heartbeat was a throbbing agony, sustained only by sheer willpower. Observing Vegeta in such a wretched state was both familiar and alarming to Krillin, a clear indication that the narrative had spiraled beyond his control. Without hesitation, he uttered no words, activating instant transmission to return them to the other world. Krillin, you have returned. What has happened to Vegeta? Hurry, fetch a Senzu bean. Krillin, lacking the time to explain, entrusted Trunks to Yamcha, asserting that he needed to ascertain something crucial from Vegeta. Tien Shinhan swiftly produced a cloth bag from his waist, filled with numerous sliced Senzu beans. This was Krillin's ingenious plan. He had discovered that even consuming a mere fragment of a Senzu bean could fully restore one's vitality. Thus, he had taken the liberty of slicing the beans into smaller pieces. Through experimentation, a single mystical bean was divided into 10 segments, each capable of complete restoration. However, exceeding this quantity diminishes the efficacy of recovery. This alleviates the scarcity of the mystical beans significantly, even if Master Karen produces only a few. They suffice for numerous complete recoveries. As Krillin administered the bean fragments to Vegeta, it came as no surprise that Vegeta's energy was fully restored. Yet the anguish etched upon his face remained only partially alleviated. Why had Vegeta not fully recovered? Tien and Yamcha exchanged puzzled glances. Krillin, taken aback, elucidated. It is due to a viral heart disease. It does not constitute an injury, hence the mystical beings cannot mend it. Who had inflicted such a fate upon Vegeta? It was the androids. At that moment, Vegeta opened his eyes and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Despite the persisting pain in my body, I shall force my visage into tranquility through sheer willpower." Earlier that evening, Bulma had been diligently researching a special medicine for Kakarot. Upon completing my training, I sought her in the laboratory, only to find her lying before a man and woman who had slain her. They bore striking resemblance to the androids you mentioned, one with black hair and the other blonde, yet they emerged at a completely different time. Vegeta cast a look of animosity towards Krillin, yet beneath it lay a deeper anguish of helplessness. Had he not known the Dragon Balls could resurrect Bulma, he would have lunged at Krillin in fury. It was Krillin's involvement that had led Bulma to pursue the special medicine, and his failure to foresee the accurate future resulted in her demise remaining unprevented. I engaged in battle with them. Their strength was lacking, and I found my assaults thwarted by a shield akin to Frieza's. Krillin listened intently to these revelations, ensuring he missed not a single detail. Subsequently, they utilized a peculiar substance that I unwittingly inhaled, causing my heart to convulse in agony while my energy waned. The man had informed me that I was infected with viral heart disease. Upon hearing Vegeta's account, Krillin's understanding solidified. The culprits behind Bulma's murder were indeed androids 17 and 18. Yet, why did they heed Dr. Gero's commands? What had altered the course of events? This question lingered unspoken in Krillin's mind, a mystery he felt compelled to unravel. Their initial act of killing Bulma indicated their awareness of her pivotal role in the creation of the special medicine. But how had they acquired such knowledge? Krillin deduced that their understanding of the medicine's significance suggested they also possessed information about Goku's impending heart disease. Most critically, those who perished from viral heart disease cannot be revived by the dragon. By eliminating Bulma and subsequently using the virus to claim others, they would render resurrection impossible. At this juncture, Krillin's gaze deepened with gravity. This adversary demonstrated remarkable cunning, having considered every facet of their strategy. Chapter 19, The Guardian of the Orphaned. The dragon cannot be revived. The chaotic lower realm, I care not for the reasons behind this turmoil. I only require you to resurrect Bulma. Vegeta interrupted Krillin, grasping his collar tightly, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of sorrow and fury. The blow of Bulma's demise weighed heavily on this warrior's heart. Having witnessed his homeland's destruction and living alone for decades, he had finally found solace on Earth, yet his past actions and temperament rendered his relationship with the others unfriendly. In this moment, Bulma, with her vibrant and carefree nature, became the sole bridge that connected her to Vegeta. Under Krillin's influence, Vegeta, alongside Goku and his son, reached a serene state of full Super Saiyan power, causing much of his arrogance to dissipate in Bulma's presence. After years of solitude, Vegeta finally experienced the warmth of family, especially with Bulma having borne him a son. Her tenderness had etched her into the very core of his being, rendering her the most significant person in his life, even surpassing Trunks. I understand. I shall summon the deity to revive Bulma. She is my friend too, and her death saddens me deeply. Kindly release me, and I shall return with her body to restore her, Krillin stated, his expression devoid of emotion, yet internally burdened with guilt over Bulma's passing. However, he was the one most informed of the situation and needed to guide the warriors towards the right decisions. Once Vegeta released Krillin, he swiftly turned to Tien and the others, issuing commands. Yamcha, go alert Goku and Master Roshi. They must be cautious of the android's assault. If possible, they should arrive at the other world without delay. Goku and Gohan are vital to our fighting strength and must remain safe. Tien, summon the deity and Piccolo. Inform them of everything and gather the Dragon Balls. I will retrieve Bulma's body. Without waiting for their responses, Krillin vanished into thin air. Time was of the essence. They had to act swiftly to overcome their adversaries. Upon his return, the bodies of Bulma and her family appeared alongside him. Vegeta instantly materialized at Bulma's side, clutching her lifeless form desperately. Having tasted the warmth of Earth, the once proud Vegeta had all but vanished. As an online acquaintance of Krillin once remarked, Vegeta had transformed from a Saiyan into a true Earthling, while Goku had evolved from an Earthling into a Saiyan. When Yamcha summoned the deity and Piccolo back, they understood the urgency of the situation and summoned the eternal dragon. The majestic dragon coiled through the other world, shrouding the sky in darkness. I can grant any wish. Speak your desire. Unheeding the nuances in the dragon's words, Krillin articulated his plea. Please resurrect Bulma and her family, who were slain by the androids. The dragon's eyes flickered with crimson light, pausing for a moment before responding. I can only revive Bulma's parents. Bulma herself is beyond my power. The dragon's proclamation left all present in stunned disbelief. Vegeta instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his fury radiating an overwhelming aura. His crimson eyes glaring at the eternal dragon. If you cannot revive Bulma, I shall end your life. The dragon, taken aback, broke into a cold sweat. No, please do not resort to such measures. Why is it that you cannot resurrect Bulma? Krillin and the others were perplexed. Bulma had never perished. How could she not be revived? The dragon pondered for a moment and replied, since you are striving to save the world, I shall not count this as one of your wishes. The reason I cannot resurrect her is that Bulma succumbed to illness. I can only divulge this much. Now, make your wish swiftly. Illness? Indeed, Krillin's deepest fears had materialized. Knowing that the androids could kill Bulma to ensure that those afflicted by the viral heart disease could not be cured, how could they allow her resurrection? It was evident that using the virus to eliminate Bulma was their optimal strategy. With Bulma unable to be revived, the androids would infect other warriors with the virus. Once all were beyond revival, the androids would have dominion over the Earth, serving the nefarious Dr. Gero. The enemy was more aware than they had ever imagined. Vegeta let out a furious roar, unleashing his energy in a frenzied manner. Everyone was startled by his sudden outburst, especially Krillin, who felt responsible for Bulma's demise. That Vegeta had not killed him on the spot was a testament to his restraint. After venting his ire, Vegeta swiftly regained his composure, flying before the others. He took Trunks from Yamcha and approached Krillin. Although Krillin felt the urge to retreat, he sensed a lack of murderous intent in Vegeta's gaze, which seemed oddly serene. As if a transformation had occurred. Krillin, Vegeta addressed him for the first time by name. I can absolve you of blame regarding Bulma's fate. However, I have a request. Krillin swallowed hard, taken aback by Vegeta's sudden change. He felt that this version of Vegeta was even more terrifying than before. Why yes, speak your mind. Vegeta's eyes remained fixed on Trunks, peacefully asleep in his arms, a tender sight that Krillin had never witnessed before. He placed Trunks into Krillin's embrace. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. What would killing you accomplish for me? I have Trunks, he must survive. Therefore, I implore you to protect him. I believe you are capable. You possess instant transmission. Just be cautious. No one can take your life. If that day ever comes, send Trunks to Namek, and do not let him return to Earth. Do not reveal to him who his parents are. Do not allow him to seek vengeance. Krillin listened, bewildered, when suddenly, an epiphany struck him. And he gazed at Vegeta in disbelief. You mean to say? Vegeta turned and stood on the edge of the other world, all eyes fixed upon the Saiyan Prince. You need not venture forth. We can summon the dragon to grant us a miraculous cure for viral heart disease. There is no longer a necessity, for Bulma cannot be revived. That fellow Bulma will undoubtedly feel quite lonely in the afterlife. I must accompany her. However, perhaps she has ascended to paradise. It matters little, as long as we inhabit the same realm. In this moment, Vegeta cast aside his former pride, choosing instead to dedicate himself to love as he resolutely made his way to Goku's home in search of the androids. He understood that, upon curing his viral heart disease, he could survive, yet he remained steadfast in his decision to engage the androids in battle, not merely to be with Bulma, but also to avenge her. For one who harbored a death wish, no counsel would suffice, for Bulma could not be brought back to life. Krillin could only watch helplessly as he marched toward his demise, though this would ultimately serve his own interests. If Vegeta could vanquish even one android, it would be of assistance to Krillin. Farewell, Vegeta. Trunks, your father is a man of great respect. He is now a true hero. After Vegeta's departure, admiration for him filled the hearts of all present. Subsequently, Krillin utilized the dragon to procure an abundance of miraculous cures for viral heart disease, ensuring that each individual received a dose, with additional supplies in hand. Apart from Goku's family, they had yet to receive any word from Yamcha. At that moment, the deity, who had been observing the lower realm since the wish was granted, spoke gravely to Krillin and the others. I have seen troubling news. The androids have laid waste to countless cities on their way to Goku's residence, resulting in innumerable fatalities, and the lower realm is plunged into chaos. Furthermore, Goku's family has encountered the androids, and Goku and Gohan, afflicted by the virus, are gravely weakened and cannot stand against them. Had it not been for Gohan's desperate efforts to escape with Chi-Chi, they would likely have perished. And what of Goku? Krillin inquired anxiously. Just as Goku was on the verge of being slain, Vegeta appeared, engaging the androids in battle, yet his stamina was waning, and the situation looked dire. The deity shook his head and spoke. In light of this, Krillin resolved to retrieve them personally. In such times, every additional fighter represents a glimmer of hope for victory. Chapter 20. Racing to the battlefield, the culprit is myself? Before departing from the heavens, Krillin requested Din to craft several oxygen tanks and breathing filtration devices akin to those used in diving. He donned one himself and took two more, intending them for Goku and Vegeta. Although Piccolo possessed greater combat strength, he lacked Krillin's agility, rendering him less effective in battle. Thus, he remained in the heavens, attending to inconspicuous tasks. However, his longing for combat had stirred within him, and he frequently cast glances toward the deity. The deity seemed to sense his gaze, subtly lowering his chin and exchanging glances with Piccolo. Oblivious to this exchange, Krillin made no farewells and instantly teleported to the battlefield. The battlefield was a cacophony of smoke and destruction, with craters scattered about, evidence of the energy blasts. The fighters engaged in combat suddenly paused, their gazes drawn in unison toward the same direction. Just moments ago, after evading a blast from an artificial being, Sun Wukong found himself in the presence of a figure carrying an oxygen tank. A brilliant light suddenly illuminated the scene, dazzling the eyes of the android. Kamehameha. Wukong, quickly take this special medicine and the Senza bean slices, then strap on this oxygen tank. This way, their virus will not reach you. Krillin urged as he swiftly approached Sun Wukong, providing him with the medicine and Senza beans and assisting him in donning the oxygen tank. Recognizing the familiar voice and demeanor, Sun Wukong did not resist. Simultaneously, Krillin teleported to Vegeta's side, offering him an identical aid. Concerned that Vegeta might refuse, Krillin followed up with, Vegeta, even if you seek vengeance, you cannot remain in a weakened state. In such a condition, who could you possibly defeat? Krillin's rationale was sound. Sun Wukong and Vegeta swallowed the tablets and Senza beans, securing the oxygen tanks. Although their bodies did not immediately heal from the viral heart disease, the presence of Ki allowed them to endure for a while longer. The two androids, previously confronting them, floated in the air, their vision restored after being momentarily blinded by the Kamehameha. Perhaps fearing an unexpected outburst from Vegeta, they refrained from further assault and instead regrouped, recognizing their combat power paled in comparison to that of the Saiyans. Upon witnessing Krillin providing medicine to the two warriors, Android 17 immediately comprehended the implications. His expression shifted, quickly replaced by a knowing smile. To devise a countermeasure in such a short time, and to formulate strategies against us, you truly live up to the esteem in which the doctor holds you. Confronted by an adversary capable of annihilating him, Krillin stealthily positioned himself to shield Vegeta, maintaining an unwavering gaze as he met 17's eyes. This is our first encounter, 17. How did you acquire our intelligence? At Krillin's inquiry, 17 exchanged glances with 18. He leisurely crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and shook his head in apparent resignation, replying, This is all your fault, Mr. Krillin. My fault? Krillin's eyes narrowed, demanding clarity. Could you elucidate? Very well, I shall generously enlighten you. Everything you possess, be it intelligence, weaknesses, strengths, or even combat power metrics, has been relayed to us by you over the past 2 years. Without you, we would have been oblivious to the formidable Saiyan adversaries emerging a year later. Without you, 17 silently repeated, his expression calm, yet internally seething with the desire to rend Krillin asunder. We would not have been entirely subjugated by Dr. Gero, losing our autonomy, he continued. Hearing 17's response, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong instinctively turned their gazes toward Krillin. Krillin could sense Vegeta's increasingly hostile glare. He realized that failing to provide a satisfactory explanation might result in Vegeta being the first to strike him down. Sun Wukong, however, remained unperturbed, trusting in his loyal comrade's integrity. 17, observing the trio teetering on the brink of discord, smirked mockingly and added, Indeed, you should feel honored. Because of your intelligence, both 18 and I are inclined to wish for your demise. It is worth noting that had the doctor not discovered the realm of the heavens, you would have been the first to perish. I wonder, with your ability to foresee the future, have you glimpsed your own demise? Does he possess foresight as well? This capability stems from his familiarity with the original storyline, crafted to conveniently conceal the fact that his soul has fundamentally transformed. Since arriving on Earth, he has rarely spoken of it, except in private conversations with Yamcha and others. How did they come to know? Krillin, racking his brain, could not fathom how Dr. Gero procured such intelligence. While lost in thought, he failed to notice that Vegeta's expression had darkened ominously before him. Is Krillin truly the first destined to die? Does this imply that Bulma was not meant to perish, but rather, it was Krillin's concealment in the realm of the heavens that led to Bulma being the first victim? Vegeta recognized that such thoughts were erroneous, yet he could not suppress his burgeoning rage. His breathing grew ragged, his gaze narrowed upon Krillin, electric arcs crackling around him, his hair transforming from black to a radiant gold. "Calm down, Vegeta. Do not be swayed by the enemy's words," Goku shouted, positioning himself in front of Krillin. The sound reverberated in Vegeta's ears like a hammer, causing him to jolt. Only then did his rage dissipate, restoring the atmosphere to its former state. Vegeta's eyes began to clear, and with a snort, he retorted, "Do you think I am unaware? Spare me your comments." Unbeknownst to Krillin, who had just brushed against the threshold of death, he pondered aloud. "So how did you intercept our conversation? Please, continue. Since you've revealed so much, it suggests you care little for the remaining information. If we are to achieve our mutual objectives, let us dispense with the games. Quite astute of you to grasp my benevolent intentions so swiftly. I truly cannot discern whether your ability lies in foresight or in your astute analytical skills," Number 17 remarked with genuine admiration. Krillin scoffed. "Who cannot see that you wish to use my blade to eliminate Dr. Gero? It is practically written on your face. After the countless lives you have taken, I have no intention of collaborating with you. I will gather information and then eliminate you." Unbeknownst to Krillin's thoughts, Number 17 continued. The doctor had initially abandoned his spy machine insect project, yet unexpectedly, the mission to autonomously collect the cells of powerful beings persisted. By sheer chance, the doctor encountered the cell data of Frieza and his son, astonished by the existence of such formidable creatures, while also observing you through the eyes of the spy machine insects and hearing your foretold futures. From that day forth, everything about you has been laid bare before the doctor. This is the source of our intelligence. Even now, the spy machine insects are ceaselessly monitoring each of you. Krillin, you may not be tall, yet you seem rather loquacious, Number 17 jested. Krillin scanned his surroundings, failing to detect any machine insects. However, he sensed that Number 17's words were not mere fabrications. It was quite possible that the machine insects were too discreet for him to notice. Because Krillin provided the timeline for the emergence of the android crisis, everyone had grown complacent in their vigilance. With the stealth of the spy machine insects, it is no wonder that everyone is under surveillance. The words flowed abundantly. At this moment, Number 18 also spoke, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Krillin. It was the first time Krillin had laid eyes on what he referred to as his wife in this timeline, and for a fleeting moment, he was taken aback. Though he quickly regained his composure, he had resolved that even if she were his wife, he would show no mercy in avenging Bulma. Moreover, this version of Number 18 was a ruthless executioner, the very one who had slain the original Krillin. Countless lives had already fallen victim to her brutal hands. He would not spare her. "I remember you have said more than once that Number 18 is to be my future wife. How can I possibly meet such a person? It's utterly revolting," he exclaimed. "Bald One, remember this. Even in death, I shall never find you appealing. You might as well abandon that hope." Number 18 did not conceal her disdain for Krillin in the slightest. Number 17, observing from the side, found amusement in the exchange. "Haha, Krillin, if you weren't my adversary, having you as a brother-in-law would be quite entertaining. Bah, I would never marry this bald head." Despite Krillin's waning feelings, his heart felt an ache. "Though I may be somewhat short and bald, I still possess a certain charm. Otherwise, how could I have attracted Marin in the original story?" he thought, feeling a sense of relief. Luckily, he believed that Cell would eventually be vanquished by himself and others. Thus he had not taken it to heart, nor informed the warriors, rarely mentioning it in conversation. Otherwise, if Dr. Gero suddenly recalled his research, it would pose a problem. This Dr. Gero had been altered by his own intelligence, capable of controlling both Number 17 and Number 18. It was possible that he could directly transform Cell into his perfect form, or even augment his strength further. However, if Cell were their sole opponent, matters might have been simpler, for Cell's power was not on par with the Super Saiyan 2. Yet, Krillin faced not one, but two Super Saiyan 2s, with Gohan harboring the potential to transform as well. Additionally, Cell possessed Saiyan blood, which would inevitably drive him to unleash his full strength. Thus, there was no need to contend with these two artificial beings who resorted to underhanded tactics due to their inferiority in power. Yet, it must be noted that Cell, with his virus, seemed more troublesome than the androids. As events unfolded, Krillin could only concede that every action and consequence is preordained. "We merely acted 8 months earlier. And already you find yourselves caught off guard, while your two strongest have succumbed to the doctor's virus. Krillin, you have no chance left. Do your eyes behold this outcome? Number 17 declared suddenly. You are the very target for whom the doctor devised his plans. I am sure he delights in witnessing your struggles. Refusing to cower, Krillin retorted. The ones truly struggling are likely you. The special antidote for the viral heart disease has already been consumed by the two of them. Do you think I have been conversing with you all this time merely to ensure the antidote takes effect? Goku, Vegeta now? Eliminate them, Krillin shouted. As Son Goku and Vegeta surged forward, swiftly arriving before the two androids and launching a powerful punch toward them. However, what Krillin did not anticipate was that the two androids, number 17 and number 18, appeared completely unfazed, their arms crossed without a hint of movement. Who told you that the doctor only developed one virus? What? Krillin's heart seized in panic. Indeed, Dr. Gero, in a bid for precaution, must have prepared multiple viruses to ensure Son Goku's demise. He had naively assumed there was but a singular virus. Not good. Goku, Vegeta, hurry back. Do not approach the androids. Number 17, observing the proximity of Goku and Vegeta, could not forego such a splendid opportunity and swiftly pressed a concealed button in his palm. Instantly, the bodies of Goku and Vegeta froze before the androids. Their energy plummeted rapidly, and in a matter of moments, they reverted from their Super Saiyan form. Number 17 dispatched them with a kick, sending Goku and Vegeta hurtling towards Krillin. Krillin promptly ascended, making contact with their bodies, and immediately executed a series of instantaneous movements, appearing a dozen times before finally halting their flight. You scoundrel, when did you infect them with the virus? They were clearly wearing breathing filters. Krillin grimaced, rubbing his aching arms as he questioned. Number 17 raised his head, casting a disdainful glance at Krillin. The virus was already within them before you arrived. Did you think they could endure for so long without reason? I utilized a controllable nanobot virus specifically to lure you out. It acts swiftly and, regardless of circumstance, there is no antidote. Damn it. Without further ado, witnessing their suffering, Krillin comprehended that only the Dragon Balls could save their lives, and he immediately transported them back to the other world. Number 17 stood amidst the ruins, chuckling softly as he watched Krillin vanish. Number 18 questioned, weren't we meant to eliminate him? Why didn't we take the opportunity just now? What if those two Saiyans truly recover? Let them go. The demise of those two Saiyans is inevitable. You must understand, the nanobots created by the Doctor are extraordinarily powerful. They are constructed from the latest materials on Earth, capable of functioning in any high-temperature environment, let alone delivering the virus into the Saiyans' bodies. They can even act as biological cells, replacing some of the benign cells within the Saiyans to undermine their immune systems, avoiding elimination in such forms. Even if they use the Dragon Balls to eradicate the virus, the nanobots will not vanish, as they have already integrated into the Saiyans' bodies. I have long awaited to see what marvels the Doctor's anticipated creation would bring forth. And his struggles are of no detriment to us, are they? It became evident that number 17 had meticulously calculated every detail. What, after all, was his true objective? Chapter 21, Grief, Son Goku and Vegeta, Death in the Other World. The sudden appearance of Krillin took everyone by surprise. They beheld Krillin cradling Son Goku and Vegeta, who writhed in agony within his embrace, their energies diminished to a mere whisper. If we were to say that those afflicted with viral heart disease still possess some semblance of mobility, then those infected with the novel virus now exist as if in a vegetative state. Aside from the occasional twitch, their entire bodies have grown rigid. Setting the two individuals down, Krillin strode briskly towards Piccolo and the others, offering a succinct explanation. The android has employed a new virus. I must journey to Namek to retrieve the Dragon Balls and save them. During this time, we must ensure they do not perish. Although the warriors remained oblivious to the specifics, Krillin's anxious demeanor instantly conveyed the gravity of the situation, prompting their solemn agreement. Without further ado, Krillin made his way to King Kai's planet. He was aware of the coordinates for the new Namek, yet lacked precise direction. He required King Kai's guidance. Before long, King Kai identified the direction of the new Namek. Prior to departing, Krillin instructed him, King Kai, please stay in constant communication with me. And it would be best to provide real-time updates on Goku and Vegeta's conditions. Otherwise, Earth will be in peril. King Kai nodded, acknowledging the seriousness of the matter. With these arrangements made, Krillin felt reassured enough to begin his search for the new Namek's location. Time was of the essence. He needed to cure Goku and Vegeta without delay. Krillin remained unaware of the effects of the virus utilized by Android 17, but judging by Goku and Vegeta's agonizing reactions, it was evident that the new virus had a significantly higher mortality rate than the viral heart disease. He had to employ the Dragon Balls swiftly to save them. Upon detecting a familiar energy, Krillin immediately teleported to its location. Whoosh! The sensed individual glanced warily at Krillin, but the next moment, a smile illuminated their face. Mr. Krillin. Krillin was fortunate. The energy he had sensed belonged to Din. With no time for pleasantries, Krillin promptly requested Din to lead him to the Elder. Upon encountering the newly appointed Elder, Krillin interrupted his greeting, saying, "Elder, Goku's life hangs by a thread. We require the Dragon Balls to save him. If he dies, Earth is doomed. Please, hasten to procure them for my use." "No problem. I will have the other elders bring them forth immediately." Recognizing Krillin's urgency, the Elder swiftly commanded the Guardians of the Dragon Balls to assemble. Krillin, nearly overwhelmed with desperation, suddenly recalled that the Dragon Balls on Namek were stored separately. This was far too slow. "Elder, instruct the elders to unleash their energies, and I will teleport to retrieve them." "Very well." The Elder closed his eyes and communicated Krillin's request to the other elders. Instantly, several energy signatures materialized on Namek, standing out like beacons in the night. Krillin was elated. Without a moment's hesitation, he teleported to the energy signatures. Rather than returning to the Elder after each retrieval, he sequentially transported all the elders holding Dragon Balls directly to the vicinity of the 7th Dragon Ball. If he were to return to the Elder each time he found one, it would unnecessarily double the time required, rendering the endeavor far too slow. At that moment, the voice of King Kai echoed, filled with profound sorrow. "Krillin, Goku and the others are nearing their end. Their muscles are withering, and their energy is dissipating." A sheen of sweat broke out on Krillin's forehead as he urged the Namekian beside him to summon the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, whose body had been ravaged by the nanobots within him, forcibly opened his eyes to behold Goku, who appeared equally wretched. With a bitter self-mockery, he remarked, "Kakarot, I never imagined it would end this way." Turning his gaze to Mr. Popo, who cradled Trunks, he whispered, "Live well. I shall watch over you in the afterlife." In the following instant, the proud head that had held itself high throughout his life bowed down, extinguished of all vitality. Goku seemed to sense his impending demise. He opened his eyes to the sky, reminiscing about his life that began with his grandfather, Gohan. Memories flooded back, the first encounter with Bulma, the inception of friendships, the first master, the initial participation in the martial arts tournament alongside Krillin, and so many firsts. These visions of the past spun endlessly, filling Goku's eyes with nostalgia. Yet, he spoke to Yamcha. "Yamcha, tell Krillin it's all on him now. Also, convey my apologies to Chi-Chi and Gohan. I have been a failed father. I'm sorry, everyone, for not safeguarding the Earth." His voice grew softer, fading into the wind. As Goku closed his eyes, only the sound of the breeze remained beside him. No matter how fervently those around him called out, he could no longer hear them. A somber atmosphere pervaded the entire other world. "I can't endure this any longer. Even if my power is insufficient, I shall avenge Goku by confronting the androids. Even if it costs me my life, I will take a piece of flesh from them." Yamcha gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the tears that threatened to spill. Tien, with red-rimmed eyes, placed a hand on Yamcha's shoulder and declared, "I will go as well." Those 3 short words were brief, yet resonant, encapsulating Tien's resolve. One by one, Kaiatsu Puer, and even Oolong voiced their intentions to seek vengeance for Goku. Master Roshi had just arrived in the other world, only to witness the demise of his pupil shortly thereafter. The blow to him, as an elder, was undeniably immense. Even this old body can still be of some use. "Tien, do you remember the Mafuba technique I taught you?" Among all present, only Piccolo stood with his back to them, gazing at the edge of the other world, lost in thought. "Krillin, Goku and the others have already ventured to the afterlife." The moment King Kai's voice resonated, Krillin became akin to a statue, frozen in place, his mind blank. Unable to process. What significance does my existence hold? He pondered inwardly. How does this differ from what transpired with Trunks? If destruction is inevitable, why should I exert myself any longer? Krillin, this is not your fault. The distance between Namek and Earth is vast, and time discrepancies are entirely normal. A minute here equates to 10 minutes on Earth. Yes, Krillin replied numbly, acknowledging King Kai's words. The elder from Namek gazed at the disheartened Krillin. unsure of how to intervene, remaining rooted in place, lost in thought. The Namekian dragon Purunga had already been summoned, and he did not possess the benevolence of the Namekians. His thunderous voice reverberated in Krillin's ears. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, articulate your desires. Any wish can be fulfilled. You may make 3. Amidst this weighty proclamation, Krillin regained his composure. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, the first priority was to address the artificial beings. To avenge Goku. Previously, he hesitated due to concerns over Goku and Vegeta potentially contracting a virus, but now that they were irretrievably lost, it was time to gamble everything. Furthermore, he had overly focused on the ascension of Son Goku and Vegeta. His own strength had proven ineffectual in the current battlefield. Perhaps this was the root of his failures. Relying on others was a folly more foolish than resignation itself. With this realization, Krillin turned his gaze towards Purunga and made his first wish: create a planet akin to Earth within the solar system. His second wish followed: transfer all virtuous souls and their remains from Earth to that planet. He decided to reserve his third wish for later contemplation. The Namekian elder nodded, reiterating Krillin's words in the Namekian tongue. Purunga's eyes gleamed with crimson light, and in an instant, the wishes were granted. With the fulfillment of his desires, Krillin felt no lingering attachment and prepared to return to Earth. At that moment, King Kai's voice resonated in Krillin's mind. Do you wish to obliterate Earth and perish alongside the androids? Do not. Purunga had not informed him that his friends had all declined the transfer. If he destroyed Earth, they would all perish. Who are they? Krillin pondered. Tenshinhan, Yamchu, Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, Piccolo, Kami, Yajirobe, Puar, Oolong, and Mr. Bu. Thanks to Trunks, they have gone to that planet. Just now, Gohan also refused to leave, although his mother, Chi-Chi, did. Listening to King Kai enumerate the names, Krillin felt a mix of exasperation and deep emotion. He had finally resolved to make a selfless sacrifice. Yet these companions had reappeared. It was evident that they stood united for Goku. How are Puar and Oolong here as well? Enough already. Krillin raised his head, smiling as he wiped away his tears. With a swift movement, he returned to the other world. Chapter 22. Desperation? Hope. Krillin, take this. It is the last of the Senzu beans left by Krillin when he departed. Upon Krillin's return, Yajirobe stepped forward, handing him a cloth bag. Krillin opened it to reveal 5 Senzu beans. With a flick of his energy blade, he divided them, each becoming 10 pieces. Thus, they had 50 opportunities to restore their vitality. Ding. A mandatory task has been issued. 1. Personally eliminate 1 android. Reward: 200 cubic meters of portable space, capable of storing living beings. The system's alert resonated in Krillin's mind, yet he chose to disregard it. All the inhabitants of the celestial realm gathered together, their eyes fixed upon Krillin, burning with the flames of vengeance that ignited within each of them. The deities, who had been observing the mortal world, wore solemn expressions, their voices hoarse as one of them spoke. Krillin, the androids have commenced their massacre. Nearly half of humanity's cities lie in ruins. They are forcing our hand. Then let us seek them out. Yamcha emerged from the throng, his countenance resolute. Goku and Krillin have saved the world before. I have done nothing. This time, I shall prove that each one of us from the Turtle School is formidable. Master Roshi stroked his white beard, his eyes brimming with pride, witnessing the growth of his 3 disciples. Our Crane School stands united as well. Tien and Kaiatsu stepped forward. Oolong and Puar followed closely behind Master Roshi, their gazes imbued with unwavering determination. Let us commence the final battle, and show the androids that even in Goku's absence, we possess great strength. Krillin clenched his fists and raised them high, shouting fervently, observing the soaring morale of the group. The deities recognized their own obligation to join the fray. Piccolo, it seems the time has come. The protection of Earth cannot rest solely upon your shoulders. My love for this planet is no less than yours, and as a deity, I must stand up at this critical juncture. Are you truly willing? Piccolo hesitated, doubting the selflessness of the celestial beings. Assimilate me. You, younger than I, take my power and defeat the androids. The deity opened his arms and plunged toward Piccolo, and at the moment of contact, a brilliant white light erupted. The sudden turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. As the light dissipated, a more imposing figure emerged, his features more defined than Piccolo's, imbued with an air of divinity. The aura radiating from him, though not as potent as Super Saiyan 2, surpassed that of Goku in his Super Saiyan 1 form. Are you Piccolo or a deity? Master Roshi inquired. The figure paused before responding. I am neither Piccolo nor a deity, merely a Namekian who has forgotten his name. However, you may continue to call me Piccolo. He then turned his gaze to Krillin. I shall accompany you to confront the androids. However, Krillin, we must prepare for all contingencies. You possess instant transmission, making you the most suitable reserve force. Therefore, you shall remain in the celestial realm. Once you find Gohan, guide him into the room of spirit and time to train, ensuring he emerges stronger than even Goku and the others. But, I understand your desire for vengeance against Goku's enemies, but even I cannot guarantee protection against the android's virus. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? Remain here, as a beacon of hope, and seek a solution to the android threat. With your foresight, you surely can. We have always believed in you. Piccolo placed his hand upon Krillin's head, imparting all the skills he possessed. Yamcha and the others understood Piccolo's intentions, sharing knowing smiles. Krillin, we believe in you. With that, Piccolo soared into the sky, heading towards the android's location, followed in succession by Yamcha and the others. As Master Roshi prepared to depart by airplane alongside Puer and the others, a thought struck him, prompting him to approach alone. Observing Krillin's dejected demeanor, he felt an urge to give his bald head a light tap as he used to. However, his hand transformed into a gentle caress instead. You are more than capable now, Krillin. Do not lose heart. Dawn will inevitably break. In this moment, Master Roshi, embodying the role of a mentor, offered his final words of enlightenment to his disciple. 2 years ago, the others and I privately discussed that if the day ever came when we were all killed, the one to carry hope must be you. Surprised? I'll whisper this to you. Vegeta did not object. Tears welled up in Krillin's eyes as he heard his master's words. Staying here is not a sign of cowardice. It is about following your heart and striving to act. This is my last piece of advice for you. Master Roshi patted Krillin on the shoulder before turning to board the plane, waving goodbye through the glass. Krillin understood that this farewell would be difficult to bear. His eyes brimmed with tears, reflecting his profound emotion. I will do everything in my power to save you all, to save this world. Damn those pesky androids, he exclaimed. Where did that trash come from? Kamehameha, he shouted in frustration. 18. Activate the shield. Special beam cannon. How could Piccolo be so formidable with a virus? Take this. Get lost. After spending a considerable time in the other world, Krillin clenched his fists in anguish when the familiar energy dissipated, unleashing all his power. Ah, androids. I shall vanquish you. Just then, Gohan's energy approached the other world, and before long, he soared in. Uncle Krillin, why are you the only one here? Where is everyone? They're all gone, Krillin replied, turning to hand Gohan the antidote for the viral heart disease while conveying all that had transpired. Gohan's brow furrowed tightly as his anger surged, his formidable aura rising without restraint, breaking through the barriers of Super Saiyan 2. Uncle Krillin, my current strength is more than sufficient to defeat them. Gohan's gaze was chilling, arcs of energy crackling around him. The pressure radiated outward, centering on him as Krillin struggled to withstand the force. Gohan, the androids do not rely solely on strength. They wield terrifying viruses, and their bodies are shielded with energy capable of withstanding Super Saiyan 2 attacks. I am uncertain if they possess other hidden techniques. Without absolute power to strike from a distance, we have no means to succeed. The safest approach is to elevate your strength to an even greater level. Should I merely wait for them to annihilate everyone on Earth? No. Krillin began to nod in agreement, but abruptly changed his mind as he sensed a surge of energy. No, there is still hope. Gohan, focus on the energy from the lower realm. Energy? What is this? It's Dada's energy. Vegeta's energy. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, they have all been revived. Upon realizing that his friends were still alive, Gohan felt a surge of joy and continued to sense the energy further. However, as the conversation drew to a close, Sun Wukong found himself engulfed in uncertainty. What about my energy alongside Uncle Krillin's? What could this mean? This is hope. Chapter 23, Body Swap. The demise of Cell in the northern capital, a gentle rain fell from the sky, with clouds slowly coalescing into a dense mass, rumbling ominously. A green, insect-like creature stood upright, resembling a human. It had evolved limbs and was now clutching a terrified human amidst the ruins of collapsed buildings. Its compound eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for new prey. Without a glance, a spiked appendage pierced the unfortunate soul. Within moments, the man's body was siphoned into the creature's tube, akin to jelly being consumed, leaving only a few garments behind. I require more energy. With the absorption of several cities, my power will suffice. I shall soon seek out the androids of this timeline, number 17 and number 18. Prepare to be absorbed willingly. After sweeping the area once more and finding no signs of life, the creature flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. This being was known as Cell, a synthetic entity infused with the cells of all martial artists on Earth, including those of Frieza and his progeny. Its strength surpassed that of ordinary androids, capable of absorbing them to achieve its perfect form, though not as powerful as its current counterpart. Moreover, it is likely that this cell hails from an alternate timeline, having prematurely emerged due to the destruction wreaked by the android siblings, hence devoid of the virus. As the most formidable organism predicted by Dr. Gero's computer, it undoubtedly incorporated cells from organisms with immunity to toxins. I refer to it as hope, for I possess a skill reminiscent of Captain Jinyu's body swap technique, an ability I acquired previously. If I exchange bodies with Cell, I stand a significant chance of becoming immune to the virus, allowing me to approach the androids and potentially eliminate them. But if that happens, Uncle Krillin, wouldn't you become an android? Sun Wukong listened silently to Krillin's thoughts, acknowledging their feasibility. Yet, the notion of transforming into another form of android to defeat them weighed heavily on his conscience. Krillin sensed his apprehension and chuckled lightly. It's merely a matter of becoming less appealing. Besides, no matter how hard I strive, I cannot match your power, let alone defeat the androids. With this opportunity, I might just grow stronger. I hope you won't turn your nose up at my appearance. Krillin's carefree smile pierced Sun Wukong's heart. In his eyes, who would willingly abandon their identity to become a monster unless truly left with no choice? Uncle Krillin had sacrificed so much. All right, Gohan, let us set off. Soon it will conceal its energy, and it will be challenging to locate. Yes, number 17, shall we continue our rampage? With Master Roshi slain, it implies that Goku has surely met his end. Continuing our destruction may not bode well for Dr. Gero's plans for world domination. Within a women's clothing store, number 18 tried on the latest dress, speaking to number 17, who stood with arms crossed, eyes closed in contemplation. On the 17th, when I opened my eyes, my gaze lingered briefly on the face of the 18th, and suddenly I erupted into laughter. When did you start listening to the doctor so diligently? I've already cleared the surveillance insects that the doctor provided us and Krillin. There's no need for you to pretend any longer. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I ended up wearing a stern expression all day. Upon hearing the words of the 17th, the 18th immediately relaxed significantly, her demeanor becoming more at ease. Shall we abandon our plans for murder then? I find the act of killing rather uninteresting. Suit yourself. I merely wish for that bald-headed fool to locate Dr. Gero's base and eliminate him. Only then can we attain true freedom. With that, the 17th closed his eyes once more. The 18th, puzzled, inquired, but we've already killed his friends. Will he spare us? Even if we gain our freedom, he will still come for us. His combat prowess is quite limited. If it weren't for my need for him to eliminate Dr. Gero, I could dispatch him in an instant. Moreover, we possess numerous and used viruses. He wouldn't dare approach us. If he truly intends to confront us, it would be simple enough to kill him. In the city of West, a monster floated in the air, having traveled from the North City. It surveyed the city from above, keenly poised to capture the slightest trace of its prey. The creature meticulously sensed the air within the city, honing in on a direction before diving downwards. With a swift motion, a panicked expression came into view as the monster descended from the sky, seizing the individual by the neck. Please, monster, do not eat me. The monster's gaze was as cold as that of a serpent, offering no response to the human's pleas, mercilessly inserting a needle into his body. With every pulsation of its tubes, yet another human transformed into the monster's evolutionary energy. Suddenly aware of an anomaly behind it, the monster turned its head. Gohan appeared in a clearing, gripping Krillin's shoulder. The moment he laid eyes on the monster, Gohan instantly became alert. Uncle Krillin was right. Cell is indeed a monster. Krillin felt tense, having never encountered the real Cell before. He was uncertain whether the system's skills would activate, fearing interruption. It is Cell, Gohan, prepare yourself. The monster, or rather, Cell, shifted its vertical pupils. With a flash, it spoke. You are Krillin, and he is Gohan. How do you know me? Cell's two horns stood erect, its gaze indifferent. Its raspy voice seemingly squeezed from its throat. Krillin, how could you teleport so quickly? Krillin swallowed hard, bracing himself against Cell, choosing not to answer its question. Instead, he shouted, Gohan, go. With Krillin's command, Gohan stood behind him and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, charging towards Cell with immense speed. Cell widened its eyes in astonishment, taken aback by the overwhelming energy emanating from Gohan. The next moment, its vision blurred. Gohan's fist collided with Cell's forehead, followed by a spinning kick that sent Cell flying through the air, where it felt the excruciating pain, unable to suppress its shock. How could Sun Wukong possibly be this formidable? Before it could finish its thought, its neck and the absorption tube behind it were seized by two hands, gripping tightly without relent. Come on, Uncle Krillin, what are they planning? The uncontainable terror within Cell mirrored that of the humans it had absorbed. Though unaware of Krillin's intentions, Cell instinctively resisted. However, Sun Wukong's arms felt as if they were welded to its form, rendering it incapable of escape. Reluctantly, Cell instinctively pleaded for mercy. Don't kill me. I can assist you in dealing with the androids. In an instant, Krillin materialized before Cell. Without a word, he initiated an exchange. A beam of white light emanated from Krillin's mouth, directly linking to Cell. Despite its attempts to evade, Cell seemed locked in place, firmly struck by the beam. As the light dissipated, Sun Wukong, with a grave expression, released Cell's body and tentatively called out, Uncle Krillin? Cell's body opened its eyes and flexed its wrist. It's me, came Cell's hoarse voice. In the next moment, it appeared behind Krillin, swiftly piercing through his heart with its right hand. Ugh! Krillin's face twisted in disbelief as he reached out, slowly lowering his hand, his breath fading. Root out the problem. Cell. No, now it should be Krillin, declared. This body possesses immense power, far superior to my previous form. Wukong, let us head to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. I need to acclimate to this powerful physique. Upon hearing Cell's raspy voice mention the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong finally relaxed, joyfully responding, Uncle Krillin, your plan succeeded. We are still far from our goal. But by the time we emerge next, those two androids will surely meet their end. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Soon, Krillin, accompanied by his former body, returned to the other world with Sun Wukong. Before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Krillin paused as a notification echoed in his mind. This time, it was the first achievement he had unlocked. Plug and Play. Chapter 24. Plug and Play unlocked. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first achievement. Achievement System 1. Plug and Play unlocked. Effect. When the host performs an insertion action, it will proceed without obstruction, becomes ineffective upon withdrawal. 2. The Loser, locked. 3. The Savior, locked. Friendly reminder. Achievements may possess unknown special effects. Please explore them on your own. This effect, Krillin had already entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Sun Wukong, deciding to train until he became familiar with the immense power of this body before confronting the androids, enabling Krillin to reach his perfect form. They would then seek out Dr. Gero and eradicate Cell from this world completely. Upon entering, Krillin did not immediately begin training. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating while experiencing the tenfold gravity, simultaneously examining the system in his mind. Krillin was astonished by the newly acquired achievements effect. Plug and Play. When the host performs an insertion action, it will proceed without obstruction. The special effect of failure upon extraction is truly remarkable. Krillin's heart swells with uncontainable joy. To him, this skill reads as Plug and Play, yet in reality, it translates to 100% breach of defense. With a mere gesture of insertion, he can effortlessly penetrate his adversaries' bodies, no matter how formidable your defenses may be. When I decide to invade, you had best remain still. Otherwise, if I misalign my aim, do not blame me. Fingers can penetrate, palms can penetrate. Fists and arms can surely do the same, can they not? I could even channel a blade of energy along my arm. Aha, still capable of penetration. With this skill at my disposal, is there anyone who can withstand my assault? As for you, number 18, I wonder if you can endure my intrusion. A radiant smile spread across Krillin's face, leaving Gohan momentarily stunned. He had never heard of meditation being a source of such mirth. Rather than retracting the system, Krillin gazed at the word insert that followed the term application. Application? How does one apply it? After some contemplation, he brought forth his own lifeless body. He directed a finger towards the heart, aiming for a gruesome wound, reluctant to inflict further damage upon his own corpse. At the moment his finger breached the flesh, Krillin experienced a peculiar sensation, as if his body had become an extension of his own arm. Yet, the corpse remained lifeless, impervious to his control. Lifeless? Krillin continued to expand his imagination. He had always believed that skill development required creativity. He severed the finger that had penetrated the corpse and left it embedded within the heart. Sensing the connection between his finger and the heart, he commanded it to integrate with the corpse's heart and activated Cell's self-healing ability, attempting to repair the organ. Simultaneously, he restored the missing digit on his own hand. To his astonishment, this endeavor proved effective, perhaps due to the link established through the system between the corpse and Krillin, who possessed Cell's body. Time passed. Though he could not measure it, all injuries on the corpse's chest healed, and he forcefully willed the heart to beat. The chest began to rise and fall, blood circulated, and the corpse's temperature gradually ascended, its functions slowly returning to life until Krillin attempted to open its eyes. The lifeless gaze of the corpse, no, of Krillin's original form, slowly came to life. Cell's soul had already departed for the afterlife at the moment of death. Thus, this body was devoid of spirit and consciousness. Haha, I am truly a genius, he exclaimed. Now, I possess not only Cell's body, but also my original form of Krillin. I sense that my consciousness can partition itself. Could this mean I can create a clone? As he pondered this, he attempted to relay a portion of his consciousness through the system's connection. Success. Furthermore, there was no discernible cost, perhaps owing to his overwhelming strength. After all, Frieza's battle power of 120 million allowed him to reign supreme across the cosmos. Despite being stronger than Bu, Cell's durability leaves much to be desired. Observing his own peculiar appearance, Krillin couldn't help but chuckle. His original body stood up and made a face at Cell's form. Suddenly, Krillin found himself with two perspectives. Gohan, who had been training alone on the other side, noticed the energy of Krillin's original body and rushed over, fearing something was amiss. Upon witnessing the scene of Krillin's doppelganger making a face, he was taken aback. Uncle Krillin, how has your body revived? Gohan, it's not a revival. I've created a doppelganger of my original body. Now we have two beings capable of instant transmission. Indeed, Krillin had just tested it, and all the abilities of his original body could be utilized by both Cell's form and Krillin's doppelganger, signifying that they now possess two individuals capable of instantaneous movement, greatly enhancing their mobility. Krillin then discovered a loophole. System, open the panel. Ding. Host, Krillin, Cell's form, Krillin's doppelganger, age, 31 combat power, 640,298 for 368, race, Saiyan, Frieza race, Earthling, Three-Eyed Tribe, Beast Tribe, Potential Burst, 10 times, Skills, Solar Flare, Kamehameha, Flight Technique, New and Old, Ki Sphere Slash, King Kai Fist, Instant Transmission, King Kai's version, Metamorph Fusion Technique, Body Swap Technique, can be interrupted, Afterimage Fist, Universal Shockwave, and others. Current universe, future timeline, super, corrected. His potential for a tenfold increase encompassed both Cell's form and the doppelganger, meaning both bodies now possessed 10 times the potential. Furthermore, Krillin's doppelganger could also train, indicating that Krillin now had two bodies to cultivate, with his Cell form training at 10 times the speed of the original. It is noteworthy that he was currently in his first form. Once he achieved his complete state, he would become incredibly powerful in a remarkably short span of time. Androids? Mere insects in comparison. Krillin also discovered that the hyperbolic time chamber could accommodate no more than two individuals. Since his doppelganger showed no irregularities upon revival, did this imply that the chamber could not recognize his doppelganger? He could potentially create several doppelgangers to train simultaneously. This plan to exchange bodies with Cell had proven remarkably advantageous. Krillin resolved to gather the remains of powerful beings in the future, forming his own legion of the deceased. No, the consciousness within those remains would all belong to Krillin. Perhaps calling it the Krillin Legion would be more fitting. In Krillin's view, the system's achievements were immensely beneficial. He found himself eagerly anticipating the remaining two achievements, along with any future ones that might arise. When countless godly techniques, comparable to fundamental laws, converged upon Krillin, even the Omni King might find it challenging to contend with him. Observing Gohan's astonished expression, Krillin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Manipulating his doppelganger to execute a Ki Sphere Slash. Gohan, I have perfectly mastered this power. Come, let us battle. With both of his forms radiating fighting spirit, Krillin gazed at Gohan, fully aware that his plug-and-play ability could also be applied to himself. He merely extended a small spike from the fleshy wall within his body. Inserting it into the flesh, and thus naturally gained control over the power of Cell. The spike was so minuscule that it did not hinder his combat prowess in the slightest. Now endowed with formidable strength, Krillin was eager to engage in battle. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had relied on his intellect for strategy and had not experienced a single worthy fight. He yearned to feel the impact of fists against flesh, yet around him were either opponents vastly superior or slightly inferior, rendering him unable to find a suitable challenger. With Cell's body, he could finally unleash his full potential in combat. Cell possessed the bloodline of the Saiyans, the regenerative abilities of Piccolo, and the resilience granted by Frieza's cells. Gohan would not be able to defeat him. Chapter 25. Krillin and Gohan. Given this, Uncle Krillin, be cautious, Gohan responded, equally filled with fighting spirit. His motivation stemmed not only from the fact that the androids had slain his father and many of his friends, but also from the scarcity of sparring with Goku and Vegeta during his training. Typically, they engaged in battles amongst themselves, while he focused solely on his own growth. Thus, his desire for combat was equally fervent. Feel free to unleash your power. This body is exceptionally resilient. They exchanged fierce glances brimming with determination. Suddenly, Krillin's form of Cell soared into the sky, raising his left hand to reveal a dazzling crimson glow in his palm, reminiscent of the brightest red giant star in the universe. Countless energy blasts, trailing vibrant arcs, rained down densely, targeting Gohan for a saturation strike. Unfazed by the onslaught, Gohan clenched his fists, channeling his power, and let out a mighty roar. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden flames enveloping him as his figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already before Cell's form, delivering a powerful punch towards Krillin. Krillin quickly crossed his arms to guard against the blow, retreating a short distance. However, the immense force caused his arms to ache, yet fortunately, Cell's regenerative abilities, inherited from Piccolo, were even greater than his own, allowing him to recover completely in mere seconds. Gohan, look behind you. Gohan instinctively glanced back, only to see countless energy blasts returning, aimed at his vulnerable back. Haha, Uncle knew you would dodge. Krillin chuckled wickedly, swiftly thrusting his palm towards Gohan. A single hit would spell his immediate defeat. On one side were the high-energy blasts, and on the other, Krillin's stealthy assault. In that fleeting moment, Gohan discerned the situation, his expression betraying no hint of panic but instead radiating confidence as a smile crept upon his lips. Krillin, unable to decipher the meaning behind his grin, surged forward in anger. Gohan, you've lost. Not necessarily, Uncle Krillin, Gohan replied, as Krillin's pupils widened in realization. Oh no. He had not anticipated Gohan's sudden acceleration, as if he could foresee the trajectory of Krillin's attack. In an instant, Gohan's hand grasped Krillin's arm, rendering what seemed an inevitable strike ineffective. However, Krillin's forward momentum remained, propelled by the immense inertia that continued to carry him onward. Son Gohan understood this point well and had long since made his preparations. Grasping Krillin's arm, he deftly hurled him towards the barrage of energy blasts. In an instant, Krillin was engulfed in a cloud of energy, his body tossed about chaotically. Cough, cough. Gohan, your reaction speed is astonishing, Krillin exclaimed. And you, Uncle Krillin, are no slouch either. To harness such formidable power in this new body on your first try is quite impressive, Gohan remarked sincerely. The energy blasts just unleashed were indeed potent. Each one held enough energy to obliterate a small planet. Of course, this was not the full extent of Krillin's capabilities. He had restrained his power to avoid causing irreparable damage within the room of spirit and time. Struggling to stabilize his body, Krillin lowered his head to wipe the blood from his lips, his eyes glimmering with cunning thoughts. Fast reflexes, huh? Let us see how you handle this, he mused. You'd best be cautious now. Bring it on, Uncle Krillin, Gohan replied, fully focused, eyes fixed on the dissipating smoke, wary of Krillin's impending attack. Unexpectedly, a voice emerged from behind. Kienzan. Gohan furrowed his brow, simultaneously launching an attack backward, only to find a grinning, bald visage, Krillin's clone. The clone had done nothing but call out the previous attack. The voice of Krillin's clone was distinct from that of the original, and Gohan felt a pang of annoyance at being misled by such a subtle detail. Though the clone had not executed the Kienzan, it swiftly unleashed a solar flare the moment Gohan turned around, momentarily blinding him. My eyes, he yelped. Just then, the raspy voice of the original Krillin menacingly echoed from behind. Kamehameha, A cerulean wave of energy struck Gohan from the rear, hurling him down from the sky to crash heavily onto the ground. Apologies, Gohan, but this round is mine, Krillin declared. Gohan rose from the ground, his upper garments torn apart, revealing his well-defined muscles. In terms of combat intellect, Uncle Krillin, you far surpass me. However, in the end, victory hinges upon the strength of both fighters. Gohan tore away the remnants of his clothing, his expression fierce, akin to his father's. He leapt, propelled by his toes, shooting towards the sky where Cell awaited. It seemed that my earlier ambush had ignited a true fire within him, Krillin thought, a smirk forming on his lips. The Saiyan blood within Cell began to awaken as well, the desire to fight surging stronger than ever. With blood now boiling, Krillin ceased employing underhanded tactics, unleashing his full power, propelling himself through the air, leaving a trail of white light in his wake as he collided forcefully with Gohan. The clash of white and gold erupted as their fists met each other's faces, both warriors leaning back in unison, then pivoting to strike again. Boom, boom, boom. The echoes of their relentless exchanges reverberated throughout the entire room of spirit and time. The speed of Krillin and Gohan was so swift that it rendered them nearly imperceptible, with Krillin's duplicates unable to keep pace with their fierce combat, retreating below to await an opportunity to assist his original self. The searing and terrifying energy flowed freely from their bodies, with each punch and kick imbued with a dreadful force. The magnitude of their power was tenfold more fearsome than the mightiest storms on Earth, permeating the very fabric of this space. And this was merely the residual energy. Had it struck the Earth, the surface would have been utterly shattered. A tacit understanding blossomed between them, fearing the energy blasts might damage the hyperbolic time chamber. They resolved to channel their energy into fortifying their physical forms, engaging in a contest of brute strength. The intertwined battle invigorated both fighters, but they paused momentarily. Krillin, panting heavily, quickly regained his breath. He sensed that this form of Cell was still significantly inferior to Gohan's full-power Super Saiyan form. The fact that they were evenly matched now was primarily due to Gohan holding back. If the battle continued in this manner, Krillin knew he would eventually succumb. Even if he did not exhaust his energy, Gohan's combat prowess far exceeded his own. Ultimately, Gohan remained conscious of the fact that he was battling his last remaining uncle. And while he appeared to strike with ferocity, he was deliberately restraining his power. Krillin felt a surge of frustration. So you're holding back, Gohan? Do you think I'm that weak? You're not the only one with spirit. I, Krillin, will compel you to unleash your full strength. Let us fight. Show me your true power, Gohan. Spare no mercy. I crave a genuine battle. Kaioken times 10. Krillin ascended in a blaze of crimson energy, the terrifying force shattering the ground beneath him. With a mere push, he shot forward like an arrow, racing toward Gohan with astonishing speed. Gohan observed this Krillin, transformed into a figure reminiscent of a demigod, and felt a chill in his heart. This power had surpassed his current capabilities, drawing perilously close to his own Super Saiyan 2 form. Indeed, Uncle Krillin, you are my last hope. As you wish, I shall unleash my full strength. Behold, Super Saiyan 2. Gohan roared, blue lightning crackling around him like serpents, arcs of electricity enveloping his entire being. The boundless energy surged forth, swiftly eclipsing Krillin's tenfold Kaioken. However, unlike Krillin, Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 bore no physical burden, while Krillin's body was perpetually under the strain of the energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. Thus, Krillin resolved to conclude the battle with haste. Had he taken a moment to glance at his system panel, he would have discovered that his battle power, augmented by the tenfold Kaioken, had reached an astonishing 6 billion, 2/3 of Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 power of 8 billion. Although temporary, this enhancement was formidable. It was also crucial to note that Krillin possessed Saiyan blood. Once his cells reached a certain concentration, a 50-fold increase could propel his battle power directly to 30 billion. It was precisely because his base power was significantly greater than Gohan's that he was able to catch up so effortlessly in their clash. If one were to absorb the android siblings and attain a perfected form, their foundational combat strength would approach an astonishing 10 billion. Upon transformation, they would wield a terrifying power of 5 trillion. What significance does Majin Buu hold in comparison? The scene shifts back to the battlefield, where two formidable auras, one golden and the other crimson, clash without reservation, engulfing a substantial portion of the hyperbolic time chamber. Klein's clone, unable to sustain its combat prowess any longer, had long fled several dozen kilometers away, observing the battle while absorbing the experience and insights it offered. With a resounding impact, Krillin was sent hurtling through the air. Before he could touch the ground, in a fraction of a second, Gohan appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his midsection. Krillin endured the pain, twisting his arms at unnatural angles to extend them swiftly, grasping Gohan's arm. Gohan raised an eyebrow as he witnessed Krillin rushing towards him, delivering a fierce kick to Gohan's abdomen, propelling him backward. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin instantaneously teleported close to Gohan, unleashing numerous energy discs along Gohan's trajectory. These sharp energy blades whirled rapidly, emitting piercing howls. Gohan promptly tightened his body, foregoing any attempt to mitigate the force, bracing himself to endure the impact of the previous strike, and abruptly halted in midair. Just as Krillin was about to reveal a smug expression, Gohan accelerated suddenly, delivering a headbutt that sent Krillin reeling, blood and flesh scattering. Even the simplest of attacks bore an overwhelming force, causing Krillin to tilt backward, flying away. Gohan pursued relentlessly, seizing Krillin's head and launching upwards, forcefully smashing his face into the ground before dashing forward. Krillin's face carved a deep trench into the floor of the hyperbolic time chamber, a technique reminiscent of Broly's, unexpectedly executed by Gohan. Krillin, unable to endure any longer, pushed off the ground, rising to his feet. With his right elbow, he forcefully dislodged Gohan's arm, while his left hand gathered a massive sphere of energy, propelling it towards Gohan's abdomen. Gohan reacted with remarkable speed. Although his elbow had opened a vulnerability, he still possessed another arm, and with a combat strength exceeding Krillin's by a third, he swiftly pressed down upon the energy blast. The immense energy was crushed between their two forces, erupting violently in their embrace. Both unprotected combatants were immediately flung away from the explosion. Fortunately, their strength allowed them to emerge relatively unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled. Gohan, you truly are a monster. Your talent is extraordinary, Krillin gasped, the Kaioken dissipating unconsciously. Gohan, supporting himself with one arm on the ground, focused intently on Krillin. No, it is you, Uncle Krillin, whose strength has escalated at an astonishing rate. In just a day, having acquired this body, you can contend with me so closely. You are the one endowed with exceptional talent. Now, let us determine the victor with one final strike. Agreed. The gazes of Gohan and Krillin turned serious, each gathering their utmost strength. The final blow must transcend their limits. And Krillin resolved to employ his ultimate move, the 15-fold Kaioken. The overwhelming energy caused Krillin's form to waver, forcing him to kneel upon one knee. As he forcibly rose to his feet, his hands resting on his waist, a brilliant blue radiance enveloped the surroundings. Sun Wukong also placed his hands atop his head, aiming them at Krillin. The two locked eyes and simultaneously shouted, Kamehameha. The blue and yellow beams collided with a tremendous force, causing the hyperbolic time chamber to tremble violently. At the moment of contact, neither party yielded. They stood in fierce opposition, the energy they unleashed coalescing into a colossal energy sphere. With a fierce cry, they maintained their energy output, determined to settle the outcome today. The energy sphere expanded relentlessly until it reached a size beyond their control, culminating in a sudden explosion. The deafening roar of the explosion reverberated throughout the entirety of the hyperbolic time chamber. Krillin's doppelganger felt a jolt and instantaneously appeared beside Krillin and Sun Wukong, whisking them away from the blast's radius. The shockwave from the explosion spread for hundreds of kilometers before finally dissipating. Exhausted, both Krillin and Sun Wukong collapsed beside Krillin's doppelganger, exchanging a knowing smile. Though unspoken, the result was unmistakable. Sun Wukong had recently attained Super Saiyan 2, while Krillin had only just exchanged blows with Cell less than a day prior. Yet, through the Kaioken technique, he could contend with Sun Wukong on such a level. It was worth noting that he had yet to employ his plug-and-play achievement. Had he made contact with Sun Wukong at that pivotal moment, be it a fist or an open palm, his body would have been instantaneously commandeered by Krillin. Although that would ensure victory, it would strip the encounter of its thrill, countering the very purpose of their exhilarating duel. Thus, he resolved to reserve the plug-and-play for Android 18. Krillin's doppelganger produced 2 Senzu beans, which they consumed, instantly revitalizing their energy. Habitually glancing at the system panel, Krillin was astonished to discover that his battle power had reached an astounding 700 million. A wave of euphoria washed over him. He had not anticipated Cell's prowess to be so formidable. Just from this skirmish, his strength had surged by 60 million. Who could have foreseen such a leap? If he were to utilize the Kaioken at 10 times, his power might soar to 7 billion. Although he could not sustain the 15 times for long, a brief burst would still be impressive, potentially reaching 5 billion. Perhaps Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 2 power-up would be on par with that figure. With a newfound understanding of his strength, Krillin decided against further sparring with Sun Wukong. His priority now lay with the androids. After a brief respite, both Sun Wukong and Krillin turned their focus to rigorous training, striving to accumulate the power necessary to obliterate the androids. Not enough, he thought. I must possess the strength to utterly annihilate the androids. Chapter 26. Emergence, Cell's second form Creek. In the now desolate otherworld, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open. 3 figures emerged, Krillin's 2 bodies and Sun Wukong. Their expressions were resolute, with a hint of confidence gracing their lips, suggesting that their training within the chamber had significantly augmented their abilities. Gohan, prepare yourself. It is time to bring this to an end, Krillin rasped, his voice strained. Gohan nodded in response, his tone devoid of emotion. This time, they aimed not only to eliminate the androids, but also to confront Dr. Gero, the architect of their creation. But, Uncle Krillin, can you handle this alone? Krillin chuckled. Even if it costs me my life, I shall take them down before I perish. If I falter, you may strike from behind. However, I doubt such a scenario will arise. The more I tap into Cell's abilities, the more I sense his formidable power. Though he has not yet reached his perfect form, my strength continues to escalate rapidly. With further enhancement, I could vanquish the androids from a great distance. Krillin's confidence was palpable, and indeed, it was justified. He and Gohan had trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for 3 months, augmenting their power levels from 700 million to an astounding 28 billion, especially when utilizing the Kaioken technique. Gohan, too, had made impressive strides, achieving a base power level of 230 million, transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 2nd level. His combat prowess surged to an astonishing 230 billion under a 100-fold increase. Thus, their confidence was well-founded. Yet, they remained vigilant. If the android siblings had scattered viruses around their vicinity, they could fall victim as well. Gohan tugged at his tattered clothing, a reminder of their relentless training. After 3 months in the time chamber, he had neglected his attire, and he now found himself overwhelmed by an unpleasant odor. Noticing Gohan's discomfort, Krillin recalled that Piccolo had imparted all his skills to him. Some of those techniques were impractical for a human body, so he had not considered them at the time. However, with Cell's genetic makeup now possessing Piccolo's cells, he could employ them. He pointed towards Gohan, and instantly, Gohan's attire transformed into Piccolo's Demon Clan garb, and he was cleansed of the grime. Oh, Uncle Krillin, you can do this too. Now I need not worry about lacking appropriate clothing. Gohan exclaimed with joy. This is a technique taught by Piccolo, and it has come in handy, Krillin replied. Without further ado, let us swiftly deal with the androids. Meanwhile, in an unnamed small city, buildings leaned precariously, the ground lay shattered, and thick black smoke billowed from the flames above. The city appeared desolate. At that moment, a luminescent energy sphere descended onto the asphalt road. With a thunderous crash, the ground erupted into a tempest of raw energy, mercilessly engulfing the small town in its violent storm. Hey, number 18, there are still survivors in this city. We only need to eliminate 2 more to claim victory. Don't be petty. I won't concede this match to you, a figure retorted, hovering in the air with arms crossed, visibly displeased. He was one of the architects of this devastation, known as Android 17. His skin was as smooth as that of a woman, adorned with a red scarf, dressed fashionably. His features refined, exuding an air of aloofness, and his gaze was filled with indifference towards the world. With a dismissive scoff, one might say that conversing with women in such a manner is quite naive, particularly in reference to the entity known as Android 17. The other artificial being, responsible for the destruction of the city, is a female referred to as Android 18. As siblings, their appearances bear striking similarities, though one possesses raven locks while the other has golden tresses. Android 18, as the elder sister, exudes a beauty that surpasses that of Android 17. Her every movement embodies the grace of a divine goddess, with skin so delicate it appears sculpted from ivory. A simple toss of her hair could render the world around her dull and lifeless. Even clad in merely a denim jacket and a short skirt, her aloof aura renders her irresistibly radiant. Android 17, with a slight tug at the corners of his mouth, turned away in exasperation, muttering that someone like her hardly qualifies as a woman. They had just engaged in a rather novel game, one that involved wreaking havoc upon the city to flush out the hidden humans. Each android unleashed beams to eliminate them, competing to be the last one standing. The humans, still in hiding, were utterly unprepared for Android 18's sudden annihilation of the entire city. Noticing Android 17 sulking in silence, she set off towards the next city alone, a victorious smirk curling upon her lips, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Who would have imagined that such a lovely and enchanting girl could also be a remorseless killer, a demon in artificial form? Just as Android 18 was preparing to stealthily follow Android 17 to scare him, a hand, withered like a dried branch, silently snaked around her slender, delicate neck, squeezing tightly. Another hand pressed against her waist with a single finger, rendering her body beyond her control. At that moment, a heavy, hurried voice whispered in her ear, "Android 18, do not turn around, I am Krillin." The nightmarish words caused her eyes to widen in shock. Indeed, turning back was no longer an option. Under the pretext of plug and play, even one as powerful as the king would find themselves utterly immobilized, destined to be at the mercy of Krillin. Upon making contact with her, Krillin's mind instantly cataloged the entirety of Android 18's physical structure, allowing him to perceive her form with the swiftness of light. If the adversary were human, his martial prowess would enable him to discern their weaknesses at a glance. With a swift motion, Krillin's tail lashed out, casting a shadow over Android 18's face, and despair washed over her. "Come now, darling, join the glorious evolution." A vast, dark conduit enveloped her entirely, commencing from her head. Krillin even paused for a few moments, allowing Android 18 to fully appreciate his might and to hear her melodious cries of distress. However, instead of her screams, peculiar sounds emanated from the conduit. The white tube writhed incessantly, its walls outlining Android 18's exquisite form. As the conduit pulsated, Android 18 was drawn into Krillin's being, gradually merging with him. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through Krillin's entire body, a transformation set in motion. This power did not emerge from nothing. Rather, it seemed to unlock the potential of Cell's body, rendering every cell within it immensely potent in an instant. With a resounding thud, Krillin's physique expanded, and after a flash of white light, he grew significantly taller than before. His appearance transformed as well, evolving from his insect-like first form to the second form characterized by thick lips. The combat power displayed on the system panel surged to an astonishing 50 billion. By employing the Kaioken technique at 10 times its usual strength, he would wield a staggering 500 billion. Krillin clenched his fists, entranced by the sense of power coursing through him, as if he were invincible at that moment. Ha ha ha, from now on, I, Krillin, am also considered a formidable warrior. Though Cell was grotesque, his strength was undeniably formidable. And with Android 17 to consume, I would ascend to my complete form. At that moment, he was no longer a concern. Even without Gohan, I could swiftly eliminate Android 17. Ha ha ha, 17, don't run. Surrender your body to me. Krillin erupted with energy, his terrifying combat power amplifying his speed several-fold, akin to being propelled by more powerful engines, directly thrusting him towards the fleeing Android 17. Before long, he caught sight of 17's silhouette. Chapter 27, Devour, Cell's perfect form. Android 17 soared through the air. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his heart, as if something ominous were afoot. However, he dismissed it, merely lamenting internally about how Android 18 had yet to catch up. That girl, has she once again become distracted by a clothing store? Instinctively, 17 considered turning back, only to find himself confronted by a monstrous figure. A creature adorned in green with black spots, grinning widely as it sped towards him. Its velocity was such that he felt overshadowed. What manner of beast is this? From the moment he spotted the dark figure, it took mere seconds for him to discern the full extent of the creature's form. This is bad. It's charging at me. Android 17's expression shifted dramatically. He was not a fool. A being moving at such speed, closing in on him directly, was certainly no trivial foe. Its strength must be formidable. Consequently, he made a swift decision to activate his protective shield, scattering nanoviruses across the path the creature would traverse. Before hastily retreating, Krillin surged forward like an arrow, barreling straight into Android 17's viral trap. Immediately, he sensed something infiltrating his body. He paused momentarily, realizing that the virus had breached his defenses. The nanovirus, detecting the presence of flesh, erupted into full power, relentlessly dismantling the surrounding tissue. Krillin experienced waves of mild pain. Yet the plug-and-play effect allowed him to maintain perfect control over his body. Now was the moment to showcase the prowess of the system and Cell's formidable physique. Krillin concentrated intently, as a tendril he controlled was embedded within him, enabling him to constantly sense and command every aspect of his body. In mere seconds, countless tiny orifices manifested upon Klin's body, as the minuscule viruses were deftly manipulated and pulverized by Klin's flesh, expelled from his form. Your viruses can no longer affect me. 17 turned to behold the creature, whose velocity had not diminished in the slightest, rapidly closing the distance. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Who on earth are you? I have never provoked you." Klin let out a hearty laugh, instantly appearing before 17, delivering a thunderous punch against the luminescent protective shield. "You ask who I am. I am Klin. 17, brace yourself for despair. I bring you death." The shield reverberated under the tremendous impact. 17's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "This is impossible. How can you be Klin, that bald head? You are nothing but a monster." With a booming laugh, Klin ignited in crimson flames, unleashing punch after punch upon the shield. At last, the protective barrier could withstand no more, bursting into particles of light. Klin seized 17 by the collar, delivering a resounding slap that sent him hurtling away. In an instant, Klin was behind him, steadying 17's body, crushing all the capsules containing viruses, and growling, "It is because of you that I became this monster." Another vicious kick struck 17 in the abdomen. Attempting to resist, he was met with a flurry of hands moving too swiftly to leave an afterimage. Blood spilled from his mouth, his eyes bulging, utterly devoid of the grace befitting a handsome youth. "How can you be so powerful after just a day?" 17, on the brink of madness, gasped in shock. "Isn't it thanks to you? Without the immense pressure you provided, how could I have harnessed my hatred to grow stronger and come to kill you?" It was no wonder 17 was incredulous, from his assault on Bulma until now. Merely one night had passed on Earth. He could not fathom how the feeble Klin from mere hours ago had transformed into such a terrifying force. Though he could not sense energy, the almost palpable aura and speed emanating from Klin surpassed his wildest imagination. "No, please don't kill me. I can provide you with information about Dr. Gero." 17, utterly defenseless in Klin's grasp, his disheveled hair and bruised visage portraying his plight. "And I can bring 18 to you. Please, allow me to become your brother-in-law." In the face of death's chilling embrace, 17 hastily pleaded for mercy, even offering up his sister. Klin's gaze hardened. He could not abide such shamelessness. "One shameless being is sufficient. You should take your leave. 18 has long since perished at my hands. However, I find your information regarding Dr. Gero intriguing." Klin had long desired to eliminate the architect of all his misfortunes. Knowing that Dr. Gero's survival hinged upon him only fueled his resolve to eradicate this foe. Upon hearing the news of the demise of number 18, number 17's breath caught involuntarily, and his demeanor grew despondent as he began to speak in a somber tone. "Dr. Gero's base is located to the north. After he began monitoring you, he relocated his facility there. Before we regained consciousness, he had completely seized control of both my and number 18's bodies. If we were to act against him, the explosives within us would be detonated instantly. The virus we possess was provided by him. Prior to receiving orders to eliminate you, I obtained one crucial piece of information. The doctor is conducting research on time, seemingly influenced by you." "My influence?" "Indeed. Your ability to foresee the future piqued his interest, prompting him to set aside much of his ongoing work. He did not even enhance our combat capabilities, but merely supplied us with the virus to carry out his bidding, while he devoted himself to the study of time." After a moment of reflection, number 17 recalled something and added, He also instructed us that regardless of whom we kill, we must bring you back to the laboratory." "Bring me back?" Klin pondered, stroking his chin. It seemed Dr. Gero desired to personally investigate the nature of Klin's precognitive abilities. "Therefore, you intentionally spared my life." With the truth laid bare, number 17 no longer concealed their intentions. "Yes, we hoped you would enhance your strength further, and then accompany us to the base. If you could manage to stealthily eliminate Dr. Gero while his other android, number 16, is distracted, number 18 and I would be free. No wonder you have refrained from killing me, and even appeared to delay." Klin suddenly comprehended everything. His actions and words had been captured by the espionage insect machines, drawing Dr. Gero's attention. Consequently, he had inadvertently divulged too much information, allowing the doctor to craft viruses tailored to combat them. These were then assigned to number 17 and number 18 to execute their mission of extermination. Due to his concealment within the other world, a realm distinct from Earth, Dr. Gero had been unable to apprehend him directly, prompting him to dispatch the android siblings to catch them off guard. The notion of Dr. Gero researching time was unforeseen by Krillin. He wondered what breakthroughs the doctor might have achieved. However, considering Dr. Gero's genius, it was likely he had already made significant progress. After contemplating his next move, Krillin resolved to confront Dr. Gero immediately. No longer could the world be left with such a perilous threat. Krillin turned his gaze toward number 17, offering a smile, while number 17's expression fell. "No, I have said too much. Please spare me." "Spare you? My friends would deem me foolish." With that, a robust pipe emerged from behind Krillin, enveloping number 17 entirely. Before long, an immense aura enveloped Klin's form, causing the very heavens to tremble. Lightning struck around him, heralding the birth of a formidable power. "I am utterly exhilarated." From the swirling mist, a strikingly handsome and three-dimensional visage emerged, marking the transformation of Klin's cell form into its complete state. His combat power surged to a staggering 8 billion. Chapter 28, Devouring the Cell Embryo to the North. Upon a mountain blanketed in ice and snow, Krillin and Gohan concealed their presence as they stealthily observed a grand metallic door situated on the mountainside. Had it not been for Krillin's serendipitous glance, they might have searched for some time longer. Dr. Gero was likely within. "Gohan, remain here and do not move. I shall return shortly." "Are you going alone? What if danger arises, Uncle Krillin?" Gohan expressed his concerns with a furrowed brow. Krillin chuckled softly, pulling forth his bald doppelganger from behind. "My clone and I share a singular perspective. Should I encounter peril, he can swiftly transport you to safety. Besides, do you not see my current appearance? I am the ultimate android cell, a creation meticulously researched by Dr. Gero himself. Although he has delegated the project entirely to computers, the successful result of my existence will surely delight him. Moreover, he may not even open the door for you." "Very well, Uncle Krillin, do take care." Gohan's worry mirrored that of a devoted spouse, deeply concerned for Krillin's safety. This concern is hardly surprising, as Krillin and Chi-Chi are now his only close companions. Should he be careless, he risks becoming utterly alone. "Understood, Gohan. Await my good news." With that, Krillin instantaneously transported himself before the door, politely knocking. "Knock, knock, knock. Hello? Is anyone there? I seek Dr. Gero." "Buzz, buzz. Who is it?" A metal panel ascended, revealing an electronic screen and a camera. On the other side, the elderly Dr. Gero appeared, his brow furrowed in irritation at the interruption. Upon seeing Krillin's cell-like visage, he initially mistook him for a model from a television advertisement. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Krillin was no mere human. He scrutinized Krillin, a mix of familiarity and strangeness washing over him. "Ah, you are." Privately reveling in the recognition, Krillin maintained a facade of politeness. "Dr. Gero, I am Cell." "Cell?" Dr. Gero's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't Cell a project he had abandoned? Hadn't it been confined to a petri dish? How could it have escaped? Who was this entity before him? Countless thoughts raced through Gero's mind as he examined Krillin's face intently. This visage, it seems vaguely familiar. He quickly departed from the camera's view, rushing to the basement in search of documents. Upon encountering the complete design schematic of Cell, identical to Krillin, astonishment gave way to exhilaration. "Huh. I never imagined my most potent android would come to fruition. I, Gero, am indeed a genius. And he has transformed into his perfect form. The Red Ribbon Army shall finally reign supreme." After releasing his joyful laughter, Dr. Gero hastily returned to the camera. In his euphoric state, he retained his composure and inquired, "Cell, how did you absorb androids 17 and 18? In my basement, the embryo of Cell still exists, which implies that you do not belong to this timeline, correct?" Krillin nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face as he conveyed his prepared statement to Dr. Gero. "Indeed, Doctor, all the androids in my timeline have been exterminated. Thus, I was compelled to traverse through time and merge with androids 17 and 18. Not long ago, I absorbed them. Doctor, you wouldn't hold this against me, would you? They were merely two failures, incomparable to you. Their demise is inconsequential. Come in, I wish to examine you closely," Dr. Gero exclaimed, elated at the success of his ultimate creation, eager to welcome him inside. He remained unaware of the reasons behind Cell's seemingly amiable demeanor, likely a result of the design from the Gero of that timeline. None of this mattered to him, as his desire to study Cell's heart was already overwhelming. Krillin maintained a composed expression as he stepped into the laboratory. Upon entering, he was greeted by a multitude of operational testing equipment. After navigating through several corridors, he arrived at Dr. Gero's chamber, which could hardly be described as a room, but rather as a vast square. Dominating half the space was an enormous machine adorned with countless red lights, its purpose a mystery. Dr. Gero rubbed his hands together, beaming with delight as he approached. Behind him stood a tall man with a pompadour hairstyle, his expression stern, closely following Dr. Gero. Presumably, he was Android 16, the protector of Dr. Gero. "Doctor, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," Krillin said with a radiant smile, grasping Dr. Gero's hand with the warmth of a long-lost acquaintance. Tears glistening in his eyes as he addressed him affectionately. Dr. Gero, momentarily taken aback by Cell's exuberance, quickly deduced that this was likely an intentional design by his counterpart in the other timeline to facilitate better control over the androids. With this thought, he reciprocated Krillin's enthusiasm. "It is truly splendid that you have successfully transformed into your perfect form. Alas, the Goku of this timeline has perished. Otherwise you would have had the pleasure of vanquishing him yourself." Krillin's eyes flickered momentarily. "No matter, I have slain him in that timeline." "Excellent. So, come here at once. I must thoroughly examine your data to enhance your capabilities." "Thank you, Doctor. However, before we proceed, I must scan your data. I trust you will not refuse." "Of course not. I shall comply with all of your commands, Doctor," Krillin replied, his face adorned with a congenial smile, yet his eyes held a chilling intent. "Once I ascertain the nature of your temporal research, I shall eliminate you, old man." Throughout this exchange, Android 16's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor strictly adhering to protocol as he followed Dr. Gero. Soon, Dr. Gero led Krillin to the basement, the very site of his prior research on Cell. However, subsequent investigations had been taken over by the computer, of which he remained blissfully unaware. "Behold, this is your youthful form. Initially, I paid it little mind. But upon encountering you, I realized that it is not a flawed creation. Rather, it is the most exquisite piece of art in existence. How could it be anything less than perfect? From Dr. Gero's current perspective, you are courteous, handsome, and capable of single-handedly defeating the flawed androids. Cell's creations, no. 17 and number 18. You even sought me out in this unfamiliar time and space, and it appears you would not refuse any command I give. You perfectly align with his expectations of an android. Even if Cell is a mere facade, it matters not. For I can surmise that Cell, upon achieving his perfect form, was dissatisfied with his current strength and sought to grow even stronger by finding me. As long as he completes his research on Cell and possesses the means to create even more formidable androids, betrayal would be impossible. Thus, Dr. Gero can confidently allow Cell to draw near, even leading him to this place." As Krillin leaned in for a closer look, he discovered that this was indeed Cell's embryo, resembling a tiny cocoon suspended in nutrient solution. Suddenly, the dish containing Cell's embryo shattered. An unexpected event unfolded as a tail shot out from behind Krillin, piercing through the glass and consuming the embryo. In that instant, Krillin felt a surge of power from a shared lineage, far surpassing the enhancements from the android siblings. He sensed that he could delve deeper into the complex and potent bloodlines within him. A powerful energy erupted in the basement, sending countless papers swirling through the air. "No." 16 quickly positioned himself before Dr. Gero, who, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "What are you doing, Cell? Why did you consume the embryo without my command? Spit it out at once." Krillin, with a smirk, replied defiantly, "I've consumed it, and that's that. In this world, one cell is sufficient. I am the strongest." Dr. Gero's gaze instantly turned cold. Was it the influence of Saiyan blood? It is no wonder that in that world, I would struggle to control even no. 17 and number 18. Without such subtle manipulation, such a powerful android as Cell would never heed his commands. Contemplating this, Dr. Gero lost his prior warmth and huffed in discontent. Krillin, undeterred by his demeanor, recalled the need to ascertain the extent of Dr. Gero's research on time. Thus, he subtly inquired, "Doctor, before number 17 perished, I overheard him mention your studies on time. I wonder if you could construct a time machine? The one I traveled in was destroyed by temporal turbulence during our journey. Could you create another? I believe traversing time could enhance my strength." Chapter 29. The Machine That Tears Through the Temporal Barrier, the Demise of Dr. Gero. Upon hearing the term time machine, Dr. Gero's eyes sparkled with interest. But upon learning of its destruction, his enthusiasm waned. I have yet to delve into such depths. Alas, if only your time machine were still operational. Perhaps I could replicate it. By the way, who was the architect of your time machine? Could it be that it was created by my future self? Not at all. The time machine was crafted by Bulma of Capsule Corporation. I pilfered their time machine to traverse into this timeline. After providing a brief account of the time machine's origins, Krillin continued, "So, Doctor, what does your research on time entail? Is there any possibility for me to continue traversing through time?" "Oh, how I wish you could grant me a time machine," sighed Dr. Gero, as he turned to lead Krillin toward a vast square filled with colossal machinery. "Do you see that machine? It is what I developed to tear apart the fabric of time, but it still lacks something crucial. If I could conduct further research, I am certain I could establish pathways to alternate timelines. At that point, with all the knowledge and power of the multiverse at my disposal, I shall ascend to become a supreme deity. Is it truly that formidable?" Krillin inquired, inching closer to the machine, eager to discern whether it possessed the capabilities Gero had claimed, only to realize he could not comprehend the buttons adorning its surface. Dr. Gero promptly stepped forward to shield the machine from Krillin's curious hands. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The androids I dispatched to capture Krillin have all been absorbed by Cell. Who will apprehend Krillin now? Cell, I require your assistance in procuring this timeline's Krillin. That fellow inexplicably possesses the ability to foresee the future. If I can bring him back, I will surely perfect my machine and open the temporal gateways. By doing so, you two will be able to absorb androids from other timelines and grow stronger." Upon hearing this, Krillin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Standing before his adversary while being commissioned to capture himself was undeniably humorous. "Ha ha." Dr. Gero, mistaking Krillin's laughter for disbelief, hastily activated the machine to demonstrate its efficacy. A small tear in the fabric of time, a dark purple rift, materialized momentarily, no larger than a palm, before vanishing within mere seconds. "Behold, this is a time rift. Though I cannot open many of them, my plan is destined for success. All I need is you, Krillin. If you can bring him back, we shall traverse other timelines." "No. That is not why I am laughing," Krillin replied, still chuckling, as he unleashed an energy blast that struck the machine capable of tearing the barriers of time, rendering it utterly inoperative. "My machine," Dr. Gero exclaimed in a fury, both shocked and enraged. "Do you have any idea how long it took me to construct that? It is worth 100 times more than you. You wretched insect, who exactly are you?" Dr. Gero bellowed in exasperation. Android 16 immediately assumed a combat-ready stance. Krillin, shedding his pretense, declared, "Dr. Gero, you wish to capture me, yet you still do not know who I am? What? Are you the bald-headed Krillin?" Dr. Gero exclaimed, utterly astonished, his fury at the destruction of his machine diminished by half. "Indeed, you sought me out, and here I am. Though my purpose is to bring about your demise. How wretched it is to have been deceived by you." At this moment, Dr. Gero comprehends the entirety of the plot. Krillin has assumed the guise of Cell to manipulate his trust, only to obliterate his research. This is all premeditated. Android 16, eliminate him. Dr. Gero glared fiercely at Krillin. How dare he disguise himself as Cell to deceive me? I shall make him experience the utmost despair. Is that so? However, I must regretfully inform you that I have already endured enough despair at your hands. Now, I shall return it all to you. With a chuckle, Krillin recalled his observations of you. According to your own standards, Krillin, Android 16's combat power has reached an astounding 1.6 billion, several times that of the universe's sovereign, while you barely scrape by with a few million. Thus, it is utterly impossible for you to triumph over him. Dr. Gero, in this timeline, has not transformed himself into an android, and thus, he lacks the ability to perceive the strengths and weaknesses of energy, boasting shamelessly. That is not necessarily the case. Krillin flashed a confident smile, instantly appearing behind Dr. Gero and grasping his shoulder. "Why you cannot be this fast?" Dr. Gero exclaimed, cold sweat pouring down his brow as he beheld Krillin's sudden proximity. "Android 16, save me." Upon hearing Dr. Gero's plea, Android 16 immediately turned to attack Krillin. Two massive fists detached from his arms, launching towards Krillin like cannonballs. Krillin leapt upward, carrying Dr. Gero into the sky. As Dr. Gero found himself ensnared in Krillin's grip, he watched in horror as the fists headed directly towards him, his spirit nearly fleeing in terror. "Android 16, you fool. Attack Krillin, not me. If I perish, you shall not fare well either." Krillin firmly planted his feet upon the fists, bringing them to an abrupt halt. Android 16 swiftly altered his strategy, transforming his fists into palms, attempting to seize Krillin's legs. Yes, that's it. Hold him down, then obliterate him. Krillin furrowed his brow and swiftly kicked forward twice, unleashing a terrifying force that caused the hands to relinquish their hold on his legs, sending them flying. Why are you so inept? Dr. Gero continued to berate him. Witnessing this, Android 16 withdrew his hands, charging towards Krillin, ready for close combat. A punch imbued with tremendous power hurtled toward Krillin. Yet, to Android 16's astonishment, Krillin raised Dr. Gero before him. If he were to strike, Dr. Gero would surely perish. If he refrained, he would fall prey to Krillin's assault. Caught in a dilemma, he found himself at a loss. You are shameless. Android 16 could no longer contain himself, uttering his first words since his entrance. Go ahead, strike me, Krillin chuckled lightly. Releasing a slender strand of flesh, as fine as a hair, that silently approached Android 16. He aimed to seize control of him. However, to his surprise, the strand penetrated Android 16's body, yet failed to fully dominate him. Krillin could sense a piece of metal within him. Could it be that robots are immune to control? Krillin was astounded, realizing that even the system's achievements could harbor flaws. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. After all, robots are constructed from countless individual metal components, which starkly contrasts with the human body. The fact that he can exert control over humans is already a source of satisfaction for him, since he cannot dominate number 16. Krillin decided to cease his efforts, abruptly crushing the terrified Dr. Gero's head with a single squeeze. He then delivered a powerful kick aimed at number 16. Although number 16 raised his hand to defend, the immense force caused both his arm and head to cave in. Krillin followed up with a punch, and like Dr. Gero, number 16 met a similar fate. A gaping hole appeared in his chest, his circuits severely damaged, leaving him kneeling on the ground. Let this be the end. May you vanish into the ether along with this place, number 16. Krillin soared out of the base, hurling an energy orb towards it. The ferocious energy erupted instantaneously, obliterating everything in the vicinity. Is Dr. Gero dead, Uncle Krillin? Son Gohan and Krillin's doppelganger approached. Krillin nodded, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he remarked, everything has finally come to an end, Gohan. I have one wish left on Namek. How do you think it should be used? Chapter 30, Black Goku, Majin Buu emerges. Crisis returns. Son Gohan pondered deeply before suggesting, it should revive the deceased, right? We can only seek another way to bring back Dad and Vegeta, who fell victim to the virus. Then it falls upon you to decide, Uncle Krillin, what will you do? Krillin was taken aback by Gohan's counter-question, as he had initially intended to leave the wish in Gohan's capable hands. Perhaps it would involve reviving them as well, no. Krillin's original self and his doppelganger exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, there are also the Super Dragon Balls. Krillin nearly overlooked this crucial detail. After all, this universe is the future timeline of the Dragon Ball Superworld, where not only the gods of destruction and angels exist, but also the Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls? Son Gohan had never encountered this term before. Scratching his head in confusion, he inquired, what are those? Are they also Dragon Balls? Of course. Just as Saiyans possess the Super Saiyan form, why shouldn't there be Super Dragon Balls? Krillin explained, the Super Dragon Balls are the ultimate wish orbs created by the legendary dragon god Zalama. It is said they can fulfill any wish. With a finger raised and arms crossed, Krillin educated Son Gohan. That means if we locate the Super Dragon Balls, we can resurrect our comrades who perished due to the virus. Son Gohan's eyes lit up with realization, but he soon posed another question. But we have no idea where the Super Dragon Balls are. Krillin, brimming with pride, declared, this is where I must commend my foresight. I saved a wish in advance. We can use the remaining wish from the Namekian Dragon Balls. We can use this wish to ascertain the location of the Super Dragon Balls, or even attempt to summon the Eternal Dragon to bring them directly to us. Uncle Krillin, you are truly brilliant. Son Gohan praised him sincerely. Let us go, Gohan. We must revive them quickly, or they may be reincarnated. Right. With that, Krillin and Son Gohan promptly set off for Namek. Due to the significant time disparity, by the time they arrived on Namek and conveyed their request, several minutes had already passed on Earth. Had they departed a moment later, they would have witnessed a profound and dark violet rift materializing above the ruins of Dr. Goro's base. Initially no larger than the palm of a hand, It resembled the aperture created moments ago by Dr. Goro's machinery. Yet, as time elapsed, the rift gradually expanded, and from its depths emerged a human hand. With a mere grasp at the edges of the fissure, it widened sufficiently to accommodate a person. Its owner, thus, transcended the rift and entered this world. He first sensed the scarce remnants of life upon Earth, then cast his gaze upon the abandoned base of Dr. Goro, discovering that within a radius of several hundred kilometers, no life existed. What a splendid world this is. The repugnant species known as humanity is nearly extinct. Perhaps I have been summoned forth by the lamentations of their demise. Ha ha ha. The enigmatic figure erupted into laughter. His visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, yet the expression in his eyes exuded ferocity and disdain. Clad in a black and gray martial arts uniform, he radiated an aura of destruction. He was none other than Zamasu, the trainee Supreme Kai who had usurped Sun Wukong's form, also known as Black Goku, a malevolent deity with the singular aim of eradicating all of humanity. In the realm of Dragon Ball, it is understood that regardless of their bizarre forms, any sentient beings outside the divine race are classified as humans. In essence, Black Goku aspired to forge a world solely inhabited by deities, one where all humanity would perish. Alas, the universe was not enveloped in the same profound silence. Otherwise, it would constitute my 10th collection. Furthermore, I must address the issue of the god of destruction. Black Goku twirled his time-space ring, stating, he had long sensed the potent divine energy of Beerus, the god of destruction, even in such a diminutive locale as Earth. By eliminating Beerus and his angel, I shall be able to extinguish all humanity and transform this universe into a collection of my own through the Super Dragon Balls. First, I shall eradicate the Supreme Kai. I have dispatched many of those worthless beings before, their weakness rendering them utterly unworthy of the title of God. Just as Black Goku prepared to journey to the realm of the Supreme Kai, he suddenly perceived a presence deep within the earth. Is that an essence from the demon realm? He delivered a powerful blow to the ground, revealing an unfathomable chasm, from which an immense hand of malevolent energy emerged. Retrieving something from the depths of the earth, a black cocoon materialized before Black Goku. I remember now. This is the creature known as Majin Buu. How fortuitous the timing. For I can employ this being to cleanse the universe of humanity before ultimately vanquishing it, thereby completing my collection. With that thought, Black Goku transferred a vast amount of divine energy into the black cocoon. Instantly, it ruptured, releasing a multitude of white mist. Upon witnessing the emergence of a rotund figure, Black Goku's expression transformed into one of satisfaction. Haha, Majin Buu, eliminate all of humanity in this universe for me. Majin Buu initially believed that Babidi had released him, contemplating an opportunity to eliminate him. To his surprise, it was an unusual individual who had set him free. Who are you? Why should I heed your commands? Black Goku's words stirred haunting memories of Majin Buu's past servitude under Babidi, causing his eyes to narrow in anger. How dare you command me? Buu despises you, and I shall annihilate you, transforming you into chocolate. With a swift motion, a beam erupted from the tendril atop Majin Buu's head. Black Goku evaded it effortlessly, leaving behind a mountain that morphed into a colossal piece of chocolate. Observing Majin Buu, Black Goku smirked. It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Very well. I shall employ magic to ensure your compliance. As he spoke, Black Goku extended his hand toward Majin Buu, his palm emanating a violet glow. A beam struck Majin Buu, eliciting a pained cry. Ah, Buu is in agony. Majin Buu howled, enveloped in black flames, his form shifting from a corpulent figure to that of a diminutive, primal Buu. His eyes transforming to a hue signifying pure malevolence. Empowered by Black Goku's divine energy, Majin Buu assimilated the chaotic forces within him. An immense aura, unrestrained, surged forth, causing tremors that resonated throughout the solar system. Roar! Majin Buu rose, pounding his chest like a wild beast, his power now magnified several-fold. In addition to absorbing the strengths of 3 Supreme Kais, he had received further augmentation from Black Goku. At this moment, Majin Buu, endowed with extraordinary talent, awakened the dark divine power unique to demonic beings. His combat power had surpassed 1 trillion, soaring to an astonishing 3,580,000,000,000. The animosity in his gaze toward Black Goku dissipated, replaced by a submissive demeanor akin to that of a pet. Pleased, Black Goku commanded, now, Majin Buu, eradicate all humans you encounter in this universe. Leave not a single one alive. With a nod and a thump of his chest, Majin Buu signified his understanding. After preparing the means to eliminate humanity, Black Goku instantaneously departed from Earth, arriving in the realm of the Supreme Kais. Black Goku, capable of instantaneous movement, substantiated his previous claims of possessing collections from 9 universes, likely a testament to his formidable power. His ability to teleport and control Majin Buu must have been acquired during confrontations with warriors such as Son Goku. The fact that he had collected and obliterated 9 universes underscored Black Goku's immense strength. Once Black Goku departed, Majin Buu pondered briefly before vanishing, only to reappear beside a man with an explosive hairstyle. Remarkably, he had mastered Black Goku's instantaneous movement at a glance. Such talent was indeed terrifying. The explosive-haired man, startled by Majin Buu's appearance, leapt from his bed, believing him to be a monstrous entity akin to the androids, brandishing a hunting rifle aimed squarely at Majin Buu. The anomaly, begone, or I shall unleash my firearm. Majin Buu noticed the man with the explosive hairstyle, and his dark, emotionless gaze instilled further terror in the man. In a moment of panic, he pulled the trigger, releasing a bullet. The bullet traveled swiftly, yet Majin Buu was swifter still. With a casual pinch of his fingers, he seized the incoming projectile, inspecting it with curiosity before dismissively tossing it back. The explosive-haired man was instantly pierced through the heart, succumbing to death. In his final moments, he pondered how it was possible for someone to catch a bullet with their bare hands. Surely, it must be some form of trickery. Emerging from the explosive-haired man's quarters, Majin Buu discovered a gathering of humans, a wicked smile spreading across his visage. He contemplated the annihilation of all humanity. In his palm, he conjured a massive sphere of energy. With a decisive squeeze, the sphere fragmented into countless energy blasts. As if endowed with an automatic targeting system, the energy blasts pursued each and every human, delivering swift death. Before long, the entire underground base was devoid of life. In a flash, Majin Buu materialized at the next human settlement, commencing his slaughter. Witnessing this horrific scene was the king of the worlds, his heart brimming with anxiety. He had sensed Majin Buu's formidable energy long before, an unmistakable presence that resonated across multiple star systems, even shaking the solar system itself. The king lamented within, questioning how yet another monster had emerged. Was there a gathering of these fiends? It was one thing for them to invade Earth, but the planet lay within his jurisdiction of the northern galaxy. I must inform Krillin. Goku and the others are gone, unable to return to the living realm. Only he can save Earth and eliminate this beast. The king hastily employed his telepathic abilities to contact Krillin, who had only been on Namek for 2 minutes. At that moment, Krillin and Gohan had summoned the eternal dragon Porunga, but had yet to make their wish. Krillin, can you hear me? Just as Krillin was about to articulate his wish to transport the Super Dragon Balls, he was interrupted by the king's sudden communication, leading him to momentarily set aside his desire and respond. Lord King, what has transpired? Wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, the king replied. This is grave news, Krillin. Another creature has appeared on Earth, one of immense power, capable of obliterating the universe. He is currently rampaging through humanity with astonishing speed, seemingly able to teleport as well. I estimate that within 5 hours, he will have eradicated all the nefarious individuals you left behind, moving on to the new Earth to continue his carnage. A new monster? Surely not. I've only just arrived on Namek for 2 minutes. And there's already another foe? This time dilation is utterly absurd. After a brief moment of incredulity, Krillin shook his head, resolving to deal with the creature before addressing anything else. Lord King, what does this monster look like? What does he look like? Let me think. His skin is pink. His eyes are black, and his physique is remarkably slender, akin to that of a child. Pink. Does that not refer to Majin Buu? But wasn't he initially presented as a corpulent figure? Furthermore, how could he teleport? I have not even confronted him directly. Krillin habitually conjures inquiries, subsequently unraveling the enigmas before him. Gohan, it appears we must momentarily set aside our wishes. A new adversary has emerged on Earth. Gohan nodded, placing his hand upon Krillin's shoulder, assuring him, it's all right, Uncle Krillin. With our current prowess, even the mightiest foe shall surely be vanquished. The duo implored the Namekian elder to prolong the dragon's presence a while longer before returning to Earth. They materialized above Dr. Gero's base. Krillin immediately sensed the unmistakable aura of the malevolent Majin Buu, a presence so vast that even Gohan's expression turned grave. What overwhelming energy! Not even in my Super Saiyan second form could I rival him. Gohan concurred, acknowledging that Buu's power far exceeded their estimations of hundreds of billions in battle strength. Krillin surmised it must be at least in the thousands of billions. Krillin, intrigued, sought to comprehend the circumstances surrounding Majin Buu's formidable strength. He resolved to personally investigate the source of this energy, eager to ascertain whether it was indeed Majin Buu, and if so, whether it was the original Kid Buu. He instructed Gohan to remain stationary while he instantaneously transported himself near Majin Buu. At a glance, Krillin recognized the unmistakable and primal essence of Kid Buu. Upon detecting Krillin's sudden presence, Kid Buu turned his head, alert. Krillin's peculiar form piqued Buu's curiosity. He recalled that Black Goku had imparted knowledge indicating that any sentient being was classified as human. Thus, he tentatively launched an energy blast towards Krillin. Krillin deftly swatted the energy blast aside, mentally bracing himself with the Kaioken and instant transmission. He refrained from fleeing immediately, desiring to inquire about the circumstances of Majin Buu's emergence. Buu, who released you? Was it Babidi? Majin Buu tilted his head, pondering the name. He echoed, Babidi? Who is that? In this timeline, Babidi had yet to appear, thus Majin Buu was unfamiliar with him, although the name Babidi resonated with him. Oh, Krillin was taken aback. If not Babidi, then who might it be? Why do you seek to annihilate humanity? Krillin rephrased his question. Buu scratched his ear, impatiently pouting, I despise humans. If I wish to kill, I shall do so. You too are detestable, and I shall slay you. With that, Krillin unleashed an enormous disc, catching Buu off guard and cleaving his body in two. The super energy disc seemed to grant Krillin an advantage. Yet he was acutely aware that Buu had sustained no injury. Kid Buu's immortality, the most formidable among his various forms, could only be eradicated by the spirit bomb amassed from countless human energies, let alone with Buu's now augmented strength. Haha, intriguing. Your technique is quite fascinating. Buu exclaimed with exuberance after his body instantly reformed. He raised one hand, conjuring a super energy disc that mirrored Krillin's, albeit tenfold larger. With a swift motion of his hand, Kid Buu launched a super energy sphere toward Krillin. In response, Krillin quickly activated the Kaioken technique at 10 times its normal capacity, unleashing a staggering battle power exceeding 100 billion, effortlessly evading Kid Buu's attack. Realizing that his current strength was insufficient to defeat Majin Buu, let alone destroy him, Krillin understood that each encounter only served to provide the opponent with opportunities to counterattack. He resolved that further training was imperative. Determined, Krillin unleashed the solar flare. The intense brilliance compelled Majin Buu to instinctively shut his eyes. When Buu reopened them, he could no longer sense Krillin's energy. In an instant, Krillin teleported to Gohan's side, whisking him away to the other world. Chapter 31, God of Destruction, Death Ding. Congratulations, host. The mandatory task has been completed. 1. Personally eliminate an android. Reward: 200 cubic meters of portable space, capable of storing living beings, already granted. Ding. Excess completion of the task detected at 200. Reward: binding technique, already granted. The binding technique ensnares a single enemy, rendering them immobile. However, it becomes ineffective if the enemy's battle power exceeds 30% of the practitioner's. Just before entering the room of spirit and time, the system emitted a notification. Krillin recalled that the android within him required a period of digestion and surmised that it must have been fully assimilated by now, resulting in the automatic fulfillment of the task. He opened his status panel. Ding. Host: Krillin, Cell's Essence, Krillin's Avatar, Age, 31 Battle Power, 12. 6 billion, 2, 984. 368, Race, Scion, Frieza Clan, Earthling, Three-Eyed Tribe, Beast Clan, Potential Eruption at tenfold, Skills, Solar Flare, Kamehameha, Flight, New and Old, Energy Sphere, Kaioken, Instant Transmission, Kaioshin Variant. Metamorph Fusion, Body Switch, can be interrupted, Binding Technique, Afterimage Technique, Universal Shockwave, and others. Portable Space, 200 cubic meters, capable of storing living beings, Current Universe, Future Time Space, Super. Corrected. Achievements. 1. Plug and Play, unlocked, allows seamless integration during insertion actions, ineffective upon withdrawal. 2. The Vanquished, not unlocked. 3. The Savior, not unlocked. Note: achievements possess unknown special effects. Exploration is recommended. Having absorbed androids 17 and 18, Along with the cell embryo, Krillin's battle power reached 12.6 billion. With the Kaioken technique, it soared to an impressive 126 billion. Yet he still found himself unable to contend with the current Majin Buu. The binding technique, originally utilized by the Jinyu Force member Guldo, was less appealing compared to the desire for time manipulation. With the ability to hold his breath, combined with his formidable cell body, Krillin could indeed thrive in the cosmos. However, the binding technique felt rather trivial. The disparity between himself and Majin Buu remained considerable. Nonetheless, the portable space feature proved advantageous, especially with the capability to house living beings. He envisioned storing his Krillin avatars within, unleashing them unexpectedly during battles to catch foes off guard, thus gaining a strategic advantage. Krillin turned his gaze to his avatar, preparing to conduct an experiment. In an instant, the clone was absorbed into the spatial realm, and the consciousness remained unbroken. Through the perspective of the clone, Krillin observed a white, lacquered cubic room resembling a storage space, measuring 200 square meters, ample enough to accommodate dozens of individuals. After accomplishing this, Krillin proceeded to enter the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Son Gohan. Gohan, we have merely 5 hours, equivalent to 2.5 months. During this time, we must become extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing Buu. I have an ominous premonition that a more formidable enemy lurks behind Buu's emergence. I understand, Uncle Krillin, but we only managed to enhance our combat power by a few billion in 3 months. How do you intend to grow stronger in such a short span? In response to Gohan's skepticism, Krillin smiled confidently. Gohan, you have overlooked a crucial detail. What detail? At that time, I was merely in the initial phase. But now I am a complete form. Not to mention, having absorbed the embryonic form of Cell from this time and space has significantly augmented my bloodline capabilities. I have devised a plan. By developing further upon the transformation of Super Saiyan, I am certain I can attain greater strength in the shortest time possible. Krillin shared his thoughts with Son Gohan. Meanwhile, in the Kaioken realm, Kaioken Shin and his attendant Kibito sat upon the grass, observing a crystal ball that depicted a primordial planet. They watched as the inhabitants of the planet, clad in animal hides, engaged in hunting. Lord Kaioken, would aiding them in driving away wild beasts contravene the decree that prohibits divine interference in the mortal realm? Not at all. I am the sole Kaioken. Who would dare to question my actions? Assisting these humans through their harsh winter is my desire. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside them, prompting both to regard the intruder warily. Who dares to trespass into the Kaioken realm? I have slain you numerous times, and it seems we have become somewhat acquainted. Kaioken Shin, the figure, Black Goku, grinned wickedly. His right hand enveloped in dark energy, which ultimately morphed into a sharp blade. Who are you to address the Lord Kaioken in such a manner? Kibito stepped forward, sternly admonishing Black Goku, fulfilling his duty, yet he clearly failed to recognize the identity of the being before him. Where did this refuse emerge from? Black Goku casually glanced at Kibito, whose body instantaneously erupted into a mist of blood. Kibito, who are you? Witnessing Kibito's gruesome demise, Kaioken Shin clenched his fists. His expression contorted with rage as he glared at Black Goku. I can sense your divine power. You must be an evil god. Who am I? Heh. I am the deity destined to extinguish humanity across infinite realms. You may call me. Extinguish humanity? Gods are meant to provide insight. How can you? Kaioken Shin retreated in sheer panic, inadvertently stumbling upon the grass. Insight? Are you suggesting that your earlier interference was merely for the sake of insight? Black Goku chuckled darkly, gradually advancing towards Kaioken Shin. I was merely aiding them in survival. Otherwise, that planet would be devoid of sentient beings. Black Goku approached, seizing Kaioken Shin by the collar, grinning malevolently. So, if you cannot adhere to your own rules, why should I? You shall create, while I shall annihilate. Sooner or later, all realms of time and space will resonate with but a singular voice. The ominous toll of my destruction, Zamasu's. Ha ha ha. The Supreme Kai, Shin, wore an expression of utter despair, utterly powerless against this demon's might. Reveal to me the whereabouts of the divine sword. Black Goku ceased his laughter and spoke abruptly. The Supreme Kai, Shin, instantly regained his composure, realizing your aim was the divine sword. Impossible. I shall never divulge its location, no matter if you withhold the information. Heh. Black Goku released his grip on the Supreme Kai's collar, letting him tumble to the ground. Shin, under the impression he might be spared, attempted to rise and flee. Yet, Before he could take more than a few steps, he sensed the sinister energy of Black Goku intensifying to a terrifying degree. Obliterating the entire Kai realm will suffice to fulfill my ambitions. Ha ha ha. The terrifying black energy resembled a black hole that devoured space itself, swiftly enveloping a significant portion of the Supreme Kai realm. The Supreme Kai could only watch helplessly as his home was laid to waste. Demon, I curse you. You shall surely meet your demise. Whether I perish or not remains uncertain, but you will meet your end this very moment. Black Goku cast one last glance at Supreme Kai Shin before departing the Kai realm. Soon, the realm was utterly eroded by the dreadful, corrosive energy. Supreme Kai Shin perished within. Meanwhile, in an unknown star domain, Beerus, lying on his pillow, was abruptly awakened, only to find a circular halo materializing above his head. He could no longer intervene in the mortal realm, being transported to the world designated for the deceased gods of destruction. Whis, in the kitchen preparing fresh delicacies, sensed an anomaly and swiftly extracted his staff, learning of the Supreme Kai's demise in the infinitesimal fraction of a second. He then hurried to a plush bed, lying down, breathless. In his final moments of consciousness, Whis mused that Lord Beerus would never suspect that the universe's most comfortable bed and pillow were right here with him. Chapter 32. Krillin's Super Saiyan transformation achieved. On Earth, the revived Majin Buu, witnessing Krillin vanish in an instant, was driven to madness, wreaking havoc upon the city. Blinded by Krillin's cunning ruse, Majin Buu failed to perceive how Krillin had escaped. Once more deceived in his life, a desire for destruction filled his heart. Roar, roar, roar. I shall find you and consume you as cookies. Countless energy blasts were relentlessly unleashed by Majin Buu. At this rate, it was likely that within 5 hours, humanity on Earth would be obliterated. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Krillin and his companions remained oblivious to the chaos outside. To enhance his cellular density, Krillin had dedicated an entire month to meditation, even summoning his clones to join him. Remarkably, this doubled training speed proved effective. After a month, his spiritual energy surged, allowing Krillin to distinctly sense the fervent power of his bloodline awakening within him. With a mighty shout, Krillin sprang from the ground, calling forth Gohan, who was training alone in the distance. After Krillin indicated the direction for the next stage, he devoted himself to honing his fundamental combat prowess. A month later, his battle power reached an astonishing 13 billion. The strength of his Super 2 transformation had already surpassed that of Super 3, achieving an incredible 100-fold increase, totaling a staggering 1,300 billion. It is undeniable that under the pressure of crisis, his power escalated remarkably. Only Krillin, with his 10-fold potential burst, could surpass him in terms of combat power. Yet, this was insufficient. He must grow even stronger. Gohan continually remembered Krillin's words. He was the last hope. He had also attended a clandestine meeting with Master Roshi and others, where he heard this statement. Initially, he did not comprehend its significance until Krillin resolved the threat posed by the androids who had slain Goku and Vegeta, revealing a method to save them afterward. Following the appearance of the Super Dragon Balls, Gohan became utterly convinced of this notion. In truth, Piccolo had speculated during that gathering that Krillin's ability to foresee the future might not be genuine. Perhaps it was merely a reflection of Krillin's memories from a parallel universe. His foresight did not necessarily guarantee that their world would progress in a predetermined manner. The moment Krillin decided to utilize that memory to alter the future, the trajectory of their world had already begun to shift. Those who manipulate time will inevitably be ensnared by it. This was evident in Krillin's failure to anticipate the premature emergence of the androids. However, no one blamed Krillin, for his sole intention was to save them. Even without that memory, fate would unfold as it must. Goku would succumb to heart disease, Vegeta would fall to the androids, and all the warriors would ultimately perish. In the end, only Gohan, Bulma, and the newborn Trunks would struggle for survival. The current situation had merely shifted the burden from Bulma to Krillin, yet it was significantly improved. Krillin possessed greater strength, potential to eliminate foes, a sharp intellect, adaptability, a cautious nature, and a remarkable capacity for cherishing relationships. Coupled with the fortunate knowledge of how to save them, he was a complex individual, and at times, Gohan felt as though he was encountering Krillin for the first time. How could such disparate attributes coalesce within a single person? Could someone like him truly save the world? Gohan answered for Krillin. Yes, undoubtedly. Uncle Krillin is the last hope. Gohan had etched this sentiment into his heart. Recollecting his thoughts, Gohan approached Krillin. The forehead of Krillin's cell form was bulging with veins, the internal pressure compelling him. As a white aura filled the entirety of the hyperbolic time chamber, he was channeling his mental energy to facilitate the fusion of Saiyan blood and cells. Merging two repulsive forces was no simple feat. Krillin's body was taut, and he felt as though it might burst. Every cell within him bore witness to the struggle between the two formidable powers. The bloodlines of Earthlings, the Frieza race, the Three-Eyed Tribe, and others did not assist. Instead, they merely observed, with even the Namekian bloodline failing to activate its healing properties. Only through sheer willpower could Krillin endure. From the tranquil essence of peace arises a cell intertwined with the fervent bloodline of the Saiyans, akin to the two yin-yang fish in the Taiji diagram. Mutually nurturing, yet simultaneously opposing, each existing within the other, yet unable to manifest as a singular entity. Their struggle resembles two colossal millstones rotating in opposing directions, with Krillin's mental energy akin to the being nestled at their core. Had it not been for a month of meditation, he would have long been ground into mere residue. In the face of such a predicament, no one could hope to merge them. Suddenly, an idea struck Krillin. What if he could employ a plug-and-play approach? Though skeptical, he resolved to give it a try. His mental energy discreetly extended two slender tendrils, gently touching either side, and instantly, the tumultuous force was pacified. Krillin swiftly pressed them together, feeling a surge of power emanating from the cells. Suppressing his elation, he addressed Gohan. Gohan, watch closely. I'm about to transform. Humph. Let the Super Saiyan awaken within me. The primal urge from his bloodline lured Krillin to embrace the formidable essence of wildness. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, he concentrated all his might, pushing open the gateway known as power. With a resounding pop, Krillin's aura transformed in an instant. At first glance, Cell's exterior appeared unchanged. Yet Gohan could sense the undeniable amplification of Krillin's energy. Remarkably, it had become unparalleled in strength. Cell's pupils shifted to a vibrant green, his white aura transmuting into a golden blaze. The immense power surpassed even that of Bu, causing the entire hyperbolic time chamber to tremble. Oh, this is the true might of Krillin, the Super Saiyan. Battle power at 700 billion, exclaimed Gohan, awestruck. Such strength, Uncle Krillin, you can surely defeat Majin Bu. Once Krillin stabilized his energy, Gohan eagerly approached him. Krillin flashed a mischievous grin, pointing a thumb at himself, exuding an air of confidence. My power is sufficient to obliterate Majin Bu without a trace. It dawned on Gohan that this was Krillin's first transformation. The initial stage of Super Saiyan seemed to come with an uncontrollable flaw. His battle power had surged 50-fold, amplifying the inherent combat desire of the Saiyan lineage. Uncle Krillin, perhaps you should consider reverting to your normal state? Krillin glanced at him and released his aura, regaining a semblance of rationality. Phew, I hadn't anticipated that transforming into a Super Saiyan could intensify my battle instincts so dramatically. Normally, I am quite the cautious individual. Could it be that my foundational battle power is simply too high? During this past month, although he had remained in meditation, his strength had steadily escalated. From a baseline of 12.6 billion just a month ago, it had now reached 14 billion, an astonishing increase of 1.4 billion, equivalent to the power of 2 androids. He hadn't even trained during this period. Had he done so, the enhancement would have been immeasurable. This only underscored the terrifying potential of Cell's body. Perhaps Dr. Gero overlooked a crucial stage. Not only must Cell consume the android siblings, but he must also devour the embryos of other cells from different worlds to ascend to the pinnacle of ultimate power. With a mere month and a half remaining, and now that he has attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan, there is no reason not to advance further. Gohan, you too shall join me this time as we confront the enemies beyond the veil. Uncle Krillin, are you suggesting that I can transform into the Super Saiyan you mentioned? The fourth stage? Chapter 33, The Arrival of Super Saiyan 4. Krillin indeed. Krillin nodded, elucidating to Gohan what Super Saiyan 4 entails. The fourth stage of Super Saiyan is a manifestation of the Saiyan's ancestral power, which requires one to first transform into a great ape and then into a Super Saiyan, all while maintaining consciousness to succeed in the transformation. The prerequisite for becoming a great ape is the presence of a Saiyan's tail. Gohan suddenly comprehended, yet furrowed his brow. But what if I do not possess a tail? It would be quite challenging to retain consciousness, and Uncle Krillin, you don't appear capable of transforming either. Krillin had anticipated his concerns and replied with confidence, "If the tail is absent, I shall simply regrow it. As for me, this apparatus behind me can substitute for a tail, allowing me to transform without it being a weakness, easily retractable when needed." "Regrow it," Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, having never witnessed such an ability in Krillin. However, recalling the remarkable feats Krillin had accomplished recently, he could not help but trust him. "With me around, you need not worry," Krillin reassured. "If necessary, you can attempt your transformation after my success, and I will swiftly awaken you should you transform into a great ape." Krillin perceived Gohan's unease, yet with his remarkable skill of plug-and-play, failure was not an option. He had embedded countless meat spikes within his own body. Even if several were destroyed in an explosive surge, he could still maintain perfect control. Gohan, of course, believed in Krillin and hastily clarified, "It's not that I doubt you, Uncle Krillin. I fear I may fail to transform and hinder your progress." Krillin chuckled heartily, patting Gohan on the shoulder. "We can always find an alternative path. There is more than one way to grow stronger. As long as we achieve our goals, Super Saiyan 4 is merely a means of amplification. Moreover, my strength has already surpassed that of Majin Buu. There is no need for you to be overly anxious." "I understand, Uncle Krillin. Thank you." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Gohan felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Throughout these past days, he had indeed kept his entire being tense, not daring to relent. "Now, I shall begin," Krillin stated, conjuring a blue energy sphere in his hand. First, he unleashed the 1700 energy of the Buu's light. Krillin hurled the energy sphere into the sky, his gaze instinctively following its ascent. In an instant, he felt the Saiyan bloodline stir within him. His heart raced, and he inhaled the surrounding air, causing his chest to swell. It feels so full." The most significant aspect is that an uncontrollable savagery burgeoned within his mind. He yearned to obliterate everything in sight. In the realm of the mental time chamber, devoid of any objects, he resolved to demolish the very chamber itself. A desire to annihilate all consumed him. Standing aside, Son Gohan watched in disbelief as Krillin's form began to swell from 2 meters. At a certain critical juncture, Krillin's mouth grotesquely protruded, and countless fangs erupted, forming a visage reminiscent of a gorilla, completely overshadowing the handsome face of the perfect Cell. Furthermore, his arms, hands, thighs, and calves were all undergoing a grotesque transformation into a colossal entity. Black claws emerged on his palms, his feet morphed into monstrous paws, and the green skin became increasingly speckled. The 2 hardened wings and tail on his back expanded in proportion. Krillin had entirely metamorphosed into a monstrous hybrid of Cell and great ape. With a thunderous roar, the moment of transformation into a great ape was marked by an expression of unbridled fury, as if he were releasing every ounce of rage within him. Son Gohan stood agape at this astonishing sight. He had never witnessed another transform into a great ape. Krillin's metamorphosis undoubtedly left a profound impact on him. "Uncle Krillin, are you still conscious?" The great ape turned its gaze towards Son Gohan, an overwhelming aura emanating from it, with a power tenfold that of 14 billion. Son Gohan found it exceedingly challenging to contend with. He immediately entered a combat stance, realizing that if Uncle Krillin lost his sanity, the only recourse would be to sever his tail. "Wu Gohan," the great ape suddenly spoke, momentarily startling Son Gohan. "I merely find it difficult to articulate in great ape form. My awareness remains intact." Relief washed over Son Gohan. "Uncle Krillin, does this signify your first successful step?" "Indeed. Now, I shall proceed. Gohan, be cautious." Krillin commanded the great ape with a voice that resonated like thunder. The great ape clenched its fists, reliving the sensation of transforming into a Super Saiyan. The Saiyan blood coursed through its cells, merging with its essence. A golden aura erupted, revealing a magnificent golden great ape enveloped in yellow fur. It appeared that Cell's exterior could not alter the formidable Saiyan ancestral bloodline. Aside from the head and the wings and tail on its back, it had completely assumed the form of a golden great ape. "Splendid. It worked." Son Gohan cheered, his arms raised in triumph, for this indicated that Krillin was on the verge of ascending to the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Yet, in a realm unseen by him, Krillin's mental fortitude was in disarray. Emotions that he could previously control were suddenly amplified 50-fold, nearly overwhelming him and forcing him to revert from his transformation. Fortunately, countless tendrils of flesh embedded within his body were continuously operational, allowing Krillin to barely regain his composure. Once his awareness sharpened, he began to maneuver his colossal form. He hopped left, then right, performing a semblance of calisthenics. The ground trembled beneath his massive frame, and Krillin exhaled deeply, finally dispelling the tumult of negative emotions within. Gohan. It seems I have succeeded. Son Gohan nodded excitedly, acknowledging Krillin's remarkable strength. But why do you still retain the golden great ape form? Is this the Super Saiyan 4? No, there remains one final step, compression. As soon as the words left his mouth, Krillin's body rapidly diminished, transforming into a strikingly aesthetic and muscular physique. The lower half of his body remained largely unchanged, albeit with significantly enhanced musculature. However, the upper half underwent a dramatic transformation. The two original headpieces morphed into a letter-shaped adornment, while a cascade of thick, black, straight hair flowed down his back, with two strands resting on his shoulders. Resembling a fusion of Goku and Vegeta, the black exoskeleton on his chest was replaced by robust muscles. And even the most resilient metal in the universe could not compare to the hardness of his current form. Lastly, his abdomen and shark-like muscles were adorned with a dark coat of fur. With one hand on his hip and a finger gently tapping his forehead, Krillin flashed a slight smile as he descended slowly before Gohan. Super 4 Cell, make your entrance. Chapter 34, Super 4 Krillin, Super 4 Gohan. Power levels exceeding limits. Son Gohan could sense a power that surpassed his own by hundreds, thousands, no, an entire dimension. Can I possess such formidable strength? Stepping forward, his voice quivered with excitement, and his face radiated indescribable joy. With such power, he could defeat any foe. Krillin chuckled softly, non-committally ruffling Gohan's hair. Gohan, this world is vast. My current strength is merely the beginning. It is insignificant. You must believe in yourself. Once you unleash your full potential, you will undoubtedly surpass me by countless magnitudes. I will not disappoint your expectations, Uncle Krillin, Gohan replied, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. He believed Krillin was encouraging him not to give up, that the future belonged to him. Little did he realize that Krillin was speaking the truth. After years of neglecting his training, Gohan's strength had even regressed to the point where he could not transform into the first stage of Super Saiyan. Yet, in a moment of anger, he surpassed the likes of Goku and Vegeta, transforming into the unique Beast Gohan, overpowering both Goku and Vegeta effortlessly. His prowess was even more astounding than that of Orange Piccolo, who had trained for countless years and wished to unlock his potential. That seemed reasonable. Yet, Gohan's leap was truly extraordinary. Suddenly, Krillin recalled that he might possess Gohan's cells within him. Could he perhaps create a beast cell? Or rather, a beast Krillin? Pulling himself back to the present, Krillin glanced at the system and was thrilled to discover that his power had reached a new pinnacle. His base battle power stood at 14 billion. The first stage of Super Saiyan enhanced this base power by 50 times, bringing it to 700 billion. Skipping the second and third stages, the fourth stage of Super Saiyan amplified the base power by 4,000 times, culminating in a staggering battle power of 56 trillion. Such terrifying power, surpassing Majin Buu by several magnitudes. What could he possibly use to contend with Krillin? At present, Krillin could effortlessly eliminate Majin Buu. Oh, but wait. The immortality of Majin Buu poses a challenge, albeit merely a matter of technique. Subsequently, Krillin prepared to help Gohan regrow his tail. The method he employed was, of course, plug and play. With perfect control over Gohan's body, growing a tail would be a trivial task. A slender strand of flesh appeared at Krillin's fingertips. Gohan, I am going to insert this into your body. After that, everything will be under my control. Do not panic. The temporary loss of control will end once you transform into Super Saiyan 4. Gohan observed the quivering flesh with contemplation and nodded thoughtfully. Uncle Krillin has acquired new abilities upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4. It seems I must grow stronger to keep pace with him. Krillin was puzzled by Gohan's sudden resolute expression as he inserted the strand into Gohan's body. Despite its seemingly delicate nature swaying in the air, it was crafted from the cells of Krillin's current Super Saiyan 4 form, possessing remarkable hardness. No metal could withstand or break it, save for Krillin himself. This was specifically designed for controllable adversaries. By enhancing the strand's strength, even mechanical foes could be dismantled within their bodies, should they remain uncontrollable. This ability to manipulate flesh threads was a product of his fusion of Namekian cells and a touch of magic, which he referred to as string manipulation. The flashy abilities seen in anime were within his grasp, and his power exceeded countless dimensions. Inserting it into Gohan's body was a mere formality. Gohan felt a brief sting upon the insertion, but soon lost all sensation of the slender strand. Even the small puncture in his skin healed instantly. After notifying Gohan, Krillin promptly activated his ability. Gohan immediately sensed an inability to move and a loss of bodily control. He could only turn his eyes, as Krillin had not released his mouth, fearing Gohan might suddenly reconsider his desire for strength. After all, with the example of Goku, who once believed one Krillin was sufficient, things could turn dire. Gohan could only widen his eyes, feeling utterly disconnected from his body, watching Krillin perform the operation. Once the flesh strand entered his body, Krillin's mind was instantly flooded with Gohan's anatomical structure, along with a resonance from his bloodline. The tail had always been present, merely sealed by Piccolo's magic, preventing its emergence. Upon discovering the reason, Krillin felt a surge of understanding, for he had acquired all of Piccolo's magic in cells. With a flick of his hand, he dispelled the magic, and with a gentle nudge, a tail began to sprout from Gohan's rear. It quickly elongated, freely stretching as it emerged into being. Indeed, it had materialized. Although Gohan was prepared for this moment, he couldn't help but feel elated upon witnessing the tail, further deepening his admiration for Krillin. Everything unfolded precisely as Krillin had anticipated. As Gohan prepared to transform, Krillin, having uttered his words, directed Gohan's head upwards towards the heavens. The radiant energy of 1,700 enveloped his eyes, instantly turning his pupils a shade of gray, while his heart raced violently. In the blink of an eye, he metamorphosed into a colossal ape, distinctly different from Krillin's own giant cell. Controlling another's body proved to be a more arduous task, especially since Gohan's consciousness remained unassailed. It took Krillin a considerable amount of time to soothe the giant ape. Following his own transformation process, he coaxed the cells to merge with the Saiyan bloodline. Fortunately, Gohan had undergone numerous transformations into Super Saiyans before, and his body was intimately familiar with that sensation, facing no obstacles in achieving success. Krillin gazed at the golden giant ape and murmured the final step. Gohan, regain your consciousness and compress your energy. Prior to the transformation into the giant ape, he had enveloped Gohan's spirit, preparing for this very moment of awakening. Suddenly, Gohan's hazy awareness flickered to life as he gazed at the enormous golden hand, startled. Upon noticing the Super Saiyan 4 Krillin beside him, he realized this was indeed himself. Did I succeed? He stammered. No, Gohan, you're still one step away. I hope you can take this last step on your own. Compress the vast energy within your body. This will greatly enhance your mastery over your energy. Krillin had relinquished the plug-and-play control, allowing Gohan to move freely. Understood. Gohan felt no discontent. Instead, he was filled with gratitude. Uncle Krillin and Uncle Piccolo, like my father, have paved the way for me. It is only fitting that I walk the path myself. Otherwise, how much of my strength would truly belong to me? Gohan settled his mind, closed his eyes, and focused on compressing the energy as Krillin had instructed. The golden giant ape represented a fusion of Super Saiyan and ape forms, akin in some respects to Broly's giant ape Super Saiyan transformation, albeit in a humanoid form. Gohan's task was to maintain the formidable strength of the giant ape combined with Super Saiyan while returning to his human form. The golden giant ape boasted a 5,000-fold increase in power, while Super Saiyan 4 offered a 4,000-fold boost. The remaining 1,000-fold was the energy being compressed, also the enigma behind Super Saiyan 4's superior endurance over Super Saiyan 3. Gohan quickly grasped these concepts and, due to his foundational battle power being lower than Krillin's, found the compression process even easier. Uncle Krillin, I've succeeded as well. As Gohan opened his eyes, the golden giant ape swiftly diminished in size. Gohan's tall figure materialized before Krillin, adorned with black hair, a tuft of chest hair, and red eyeshadow, every detail in place. His immense aura, like Krillin's, remained unrestrained, filling the entire room of spirit and time. Gohan's base battle power stood at 1.3 billion. In his first stage of Super Saiyan, it reached 65 billion. In the second stage, it amplified his base power by 100 times, resulting in a battle power of 13 billion. In the fourth stage, it escalated to 4,000 times, culminating in a staggering battle power of 5.2 trillion. With such formidable strength, they could leave the room of spirit and time without the need to exit through the door. One roar would suffice to break free. Krillin gazed at his counterpart, son Gohan, with profound satisfaction. Gohan, splendid work. Since your strength is sufficient, we need not linger here wasting time. Let us venture forth and vanquish the fiend, Majin Buu. This time, I wish to unleash my power. I have longed for an opportunity to deliver a thorough thrashing to an adversary. Haha, certainly, replied Gohan, assuming his Super Saiyan 4 form. Chapter 35. Confrontation with Majin Buu as the two emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, enveloped in their Super Saiyan 4 auras. The very fabric of the universe trembled under the weight of their immense energy, causing the space surrounding the heavenly realm to become exceedingly unstable. The clouds beneath the celestial realm spiraled outward, parting at their center, as if to honor the might of these warriors. Krillin's perceptive senses swept across the earth, swiftly locating Majin Buu. Turning to Gohan, he exchanged a knowing glance and declared, "I found him. Let us proceed." Indeed, I am eager to witness the true extent of this so-called Majin's power, Gohan replied. With a swift whoosh, they vanished from their position, leaving the heavenly realm in silence once more. In another location, the landscape lay in ruins, darkened by the charred earth that surrounded them. Majin Buu perched atop the highest point of a concrete pillar, his chin resting on his hand. Boredom seeped into his being as he lazily shot laser beams from his fingers. Each strike ignited terrifying explosions that obliterated everything in their wake. Those unfortunate enough to find themselves within the radius of his indiscriminate onslaught were swiftly annihilated. Initially entertained by this macabre game of extermination, Majin Buu soon grew weary of the carnage. He longed for the return of Krillin, the peculiar foe who had deceived him and escaped. The thought of tormenting him before delivering the final blow filled Buu with delight, envisioning the amusing expressions that would grace his face. With a sinister grin, Majin Buu chuckled to himself. Perhaps having slaughtered too many, the earth itself seemed to conspire against him. In that instant, Krillin and Gohan materialized not far behind him. Roar! It is you. Upon sensing the familiar energy, Majin Buu swiftly turned, spotting the fleeing oddity alongside another peculiar figure. The prospect of vengeance and amusement brought him joy as he pounded his chest in glee. Roar, toys, toys! Krillin observed with amusement. How intriguing. This embodiment of unrestrained malevolence appears as primitive as a caveman. Majin Buu, devoid of the absorbed souls within him, seemed to possess an intellect that had plummeted to a negative realm, appearing quite mad. Gohan, be cautious in your strikes. I wish to inquire how he managed to escape and enhance his strength. There may be foes at play that we cannot yet fathom. Gohan nodded slightly, having sensed Majin Buu the moment he arrived. The overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from him was unlike anything, eclipsing even 1,000 Friezas. In his former state, he would have stood no chance. However, now a wicked smile played upon Gohan's lips as he clenched his fist, powerful energy surging forth. The sinister essence bestowed by Super Saiyan 4 was perfectly manifested within him. Fear not, Uncle Krillin. For the countless lives he has extinguished, I too shall ensure he suffers. Upon receiving the response, Krillin promptly distanced himself, observing the battlefield from afar. He had no intention of interfering in Gohan's combat. Meanwhile, Majin Buu, with his arms hanging limply, regarded Krillin's retreat with curiosity and glanced quizzically at Gohan. You are. Before he could finish his sentence, Gohan's leg had already struck his face. What? Majin Buu's eyes widened in disbelief, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he gazed incredulously at Gohan. Gohan's leg was pressed against his face, exerting no force and causing no harm. Nevertheless, Majin Buu felt a jolt of alarm. He had not perceived any movement from this individual, perhaps unable to discern even a shadow of his actions. Majin Buu, though wicked and mad, was far from foolish. In fact, his combat intelligence was remarkably astute. In an instant, he comprehended the truth. This peculiar being possessed strength superior to his own, at least, greater than his current self. Gohan observed the stunned, wide-eyed Majin Buu, who remained motionless and retracted his leg. The two similarly sized figures faced each other. Gohan disdainfully remarked, "Are you stunned? It seems you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. I can only imagine how surprised the one behind you must be, realizing my power is this formidable." With that, Gohan cast a disinterested glance at Majin Buu, deeming him unworthy of even a quarter of his strength, and turned to depart. In an instant, Majin Buu snapped back to reality, a cunning smile flickering in his eyes as he clenched his fists. He executed a sweeping kick aimed at Gohan's side. The impact resonated, and Majin Buu rejoiced, preparing to unleash a full-force follow-up strike, only to discover that Gohan remained utterly unmoved. His kick had failed to even jostle Gohan's form. I knew you were feigning ignorance, Gohan remarked, turning his head. Majin Buu could clearly see the youthful, untamed face of Gohan brimming with triumphant satisfaction. Without hesitation, Majin Buu gathered an energy sphere before his chest, intent on detonating it and taking Gohan with him. One must admit, his strategy was astutely devised, possessing an immortal body. He would emerge unscathed from the explosion, while Gohan would undoubtedly sustain some injuries, advantageous for their ensuing battle. However, he miscalculated the disparity in combat prowess between them, an astronomical difference of magnitude, akin to that between 52 trillion and 358 billion. Before Majin Buu could activate the energy sphere, Gohan had already snapped his wrist with ease, reducing the energy sphere to mere air. A swift kick severed Majin Buu's body in two. With a single hand, Gohan executed the Masenko, and in an instant, the lower half of Majin Buu vanished. Even after completing this feat, Majin Buu's expression remained fixated on the pain in his wrist. In the depths of Majin Buu's eyes, a flicker of trepidation emerged. The power of Son Gohan far surpassed his own. Gritting his teeth, he fragmented into countless small spheres, bouncing away from Son Gohan before regrouping. Throughout this endeavor, Son Gohan remained motionless, intent on tormenting Majin Buu with the intensifying pressure. If this is all he can muster, my patience wanes. Observing Majin Buu's panicked retreat, Son Gohan stood majestically in the sky, casting a disdainful gaze upon the gritting-toothed Majin Buu. A crimson, profound aura flickered like flames, a terrifying force converging inward as if a chaotic black hole had abruptly manifested in that space, harboring the annihilative power of destruction. Majin Buu comprehended that if he failed to exhibit his true strength, Son Gohan would swiftly obliterate him. With a grimace, he thrust his hand into his own head, where he had assimilated the dark divine power of Black Goku combined with the creation force of the Supreme Kai. The fusion of these two divine energies resembled a black and white crystalline diamond. It was the same power he had absorbed from the Supreme Kai. His disdain for the Supreme Kai stemmed from the familiarity and loathing of that power, which he had vehemently repressed within his mind. However, the current predicament compelled him to unleash this force. Son Gohan sought his demise, and his survival hinged solely on his own efforts. With a forceful squeeze, the crystal shattered, and a stellar radiance instantaneously enveloped Majin Buu's form. Ah! Roar! Son Gohan lowered his arms. Curiosity piqued as he observed Majin Buu. To his astonishment, Majin Buu indeed possessed a hidden card. Realizing a genuine battle was imminent, Son Gohan felt his blood surge with excitement. Let us grow stronger. Let us engage in a true contest. Battle, exhilarating. With a pained howl, Majin Buu's form darkened, seemingly repelling all light. His physique transformed into a sculpted embodiment of strength. The complete liberation form, Evil God Buu, made its entrance. Majin Buu's eyes opened, darker than before, fixing their gaze upon Son Gohan, his head slightly raised, revealing a confident, malevolent grin. His aura had amplified nearly tenfold. Krillin, perceptively attuned, sensed that it had indeed reached a staggering level of 3 trillion. You shall perish, Majin Buu articulated, each word dripping with arrogance. Son Gohan could not suppress a scoff, his red-tinted gaze narrowing. Just 2 words. Come, battle. In the next instant, their fists collided with divine force, a clash echoing through the realm. The very heavens trembled as the oppressive clouds were obliterated, and the concrete beneath them collapsed 1,000 meters in an instant. Sunlight bathed the two titans. From a distance, Krillin steeled himself. It was his first encounter with a battle exceeding the trillion-level threshold. Although he too belonged to this echelon, such formidable beings rarely engaged without caution, as even the slightest misstep could yield catastrophic consequences, rendering opportunities to witness their might exceedingly rare. Furthermore, observing their unique combat strategies would greatly enhance his own fighting prowess. You are indeed formidable. However, the sinister presence of Majin Buu surged with a dark aura, his ferocious power as searing as molten lava. Countless punches and kicks assailed Son Gohan. With a disdainful snort, Son Gohan emanated an aura so nearly tangible that it enveloped a radius of several thousand meters in an instant. His fists howled like the wind, and his legs struck like lightning, each movement seemingly stirring the very fabric of existence, resonating with the sound of thunder. The two engaged in an intense skirmish, exchanging blows for what felt like 100 rounds in the blink of an eye. Cities, ground, and land quietly vanished amidst their clash. As the land disappeared, the seas surged in, yet even the vast waters could not endure for long against the terrifying energies of black and red. This space had irrevocably transformed into a desolate wasteland devoid of life. During the tumult of battle, Majin Buu ascended into the skies, gathering energy with a single hand. Darkness suddenly enveloped the earth, and an energy sphere the size of an asteroid materialized beyond the atmosphere. Majin Buu, cackling madly, hurled it towards Son Gohan. With a cold gaze, Son Gohan watched as his aura surged violently, brilliant blue light crashing against the energy sphere, an endless stream of power being recklessly infused. The energy sphere was soon propelled into the cosmos. With a thunderous explosion, the entire solar system began to tremble. Ha, I understand now. You wish to protect this planet. Majin Buu laughed maniacally, rapidly ascending beyond the earth. He aimed to obliterate the planet, knowing that with Son Gohan on the surface obstructing him, the situation was different beyond the atmosphere. Humans required oxygen and could not survive in the void of space. Perish. The energy, as profound as a black hole, devoured all light as it slowly descended into the atmosphere. The basketball-sized energy sphere expanded explosively, growing larger than before. This was no longer merely an energy sphere. It had transformed into a black sun, rivaling the very sun itself. Son Gohan floated in the air, gazing up at the black sun before turning his attention to Krillin. Understanding the unspoken words, Krillin nodded with a smile. Go ahead, everything is possible with the Dragon Balls. In a flash, Son Gohan vanished from his position, propelling himself against the black sun. The dark sun, forced to withstand this terrifying power, was helplessly kicked away from the earth. Upon witnessing this, Buu immediately realized that Son Gohan had pursued him. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside him, seizing his tendril and yanking it with great force. Majin Buu stumbled, his expression darkening to an alarming degree. Automatically shedding his tail to survive, he flashed to a nearby location. Angrily, he demanded, "How can you possibly survive in space?" In response to his skepticism, Son Gohan chuckled, "I have a protective shield, you fool." It turned out that Son Gohan had utilized a protective shield to safeguard himself from the pressures of space, simultaneously storing ample oxygen within it, enabling him to endure in the vacuum for a brief period. Majin Buu's features contorted in fury as he lunged at Son Gohan. Without hesitation, Son Gohan met him head-on. A flash of red lightning amidst the darkness. With a powerful kick, Majin Buu made no attempt to defend, his body cleaved in two. Yet he achieved his goal, his neck elongating infinitely to ensnare one of Son Gohan's arms. Simultaneously, he bared his ghastly white teeth, attempting to bite down on Son Gohan's arm. Son Gohan tugged with his hands, delivering blow after blow to the head of Majin Buu, while the latter's lower body, often overlooked, unleashed a terrifying force. Instinctively, Son Gohan extended his leg to block, only to find Majin Buu's leg suddenly go limp, ensnaring his entire limb. This despicable tactic seemed unique to Majin Buu, and, it must be said, its effectiveness was undeniable. In that fleeting moment, Son Gohan found himself unable to extricate himself from this relentless cling. However, he was not without recourse. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he caught Majin Buu off guard. As soon as the latter loosened his grip, Son Gohan opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of golden energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he enveloped himself in this radiant energy, from his arms to his legs, leaving no part untouched. His trousers were completely torn apart, but Majin Buu, ensnared, was utterly obliterated. Damn it! Majin Buu quickly expelled a mass of flesh, hurling it into the distance. In no time, a fleshy sphere began to expand rapidly, and soon enough, he reappeared, unscathed. In the blink of an eye, Son Gohan surged forward. He could not allow Majin Buu to seize the initiative and continue his onslaught. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving countless holes in Majin Buu's form. Gripping the tendrils atop his head, he executed a precise and forceful tug. Majin Buu, unable to recover in time, found his fragmented body lifted and swung around in the boundless void of darkness. "I'll send you flying." With a frantic display of strength, Son Gohan kicked the dazed Majin Buu, propelling him with a crimson aura that surged like a rocket. Before long, they returned to the surface of Earth, where Son Gohan viciously stomped Majin Buu down. At that moment, Krillin teleported in. "Uncle Krillin, watch this," he exclaimed, directing his palm towards Majin Buu. Golden binding technique. Majin Buu was instantly immobilized, unable even to shift his eyes by a hair's breadth. His fragmented form could no longer regenerate, even with his immortal body. Humph, Majin Buu. Capture successful. Chapter 36. The Death of Gohan, Fury, Surpassing Limits, and the Breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4. Krillin observed Son Gohan, now devoid of his trousers. And with a flick of his wrist, a brand new pair appeared on him. Thank you, Uncle Krillin. No worries. Why did you stop fighting him? I'm not accustomed to his fighting style. Grappling with him is too troublesome, so I thought it best to let you handle it, Son Gohan replied, scratching his head. That's fine. Krillin nodded slightly, his gaze shifting towards Majin Buu. The being before him bore no resemblance to the original pink form, now shrouded entirely in darkness. Krillin could even sense a dark aura emanating from within, one that sent shivers down his spine. Was this the true visage of Majin Buu? A demon from the demon realm? No, there was a serene essence within this power. Could it be that Majin Buu had comprehended the divine power of the Kaishin, creating his own dark divine energy? Krillin furrowed his brow, realizing the terrifying potential of Majin Buu's abilities. Contemplating this, he resolved to add an extra layer of security by inserting a strand of flesh into Majin Buu. Majin Buu was instantly under his complete control. Uncle Krillin, how should we deal with him next? Gohan inquired, feeling that leaving such a formidable enemy as Majin Buu alive was a grave mistake. After all, he could still teleport. The only reason he hadn't escaped just now was that Gohan had thoroughly beaten him, coupled with his belief that he could emerge victorious. Krillin pondered for a moment before replying, "Let me first inquire how he managed to escape, and then we shall eliminate him." With that, Krillin released the restraints on Majin Buu's mouth. "Let me go?" Buu roared, glaring fiercely at Krillin, malice swirling in his eyes. Krillin remained vigilant, wary that Buu might attempt to expel a portion of his flesh at any moment. However, given Majin Buu's intellect, it was unlikely he could conceive such a plan. Instead, he could only seethe in impotent rage on the ground. "Majin Buu, who freed you? Why do you seek to annihilate humanity?" Buu merely repeated his threat. "I will kill you." "All right, communication is futile," Krillin sighed, exasperated, as Majin Buu seemed incapable of uttering anything beyond those two phrases. It appeared that only through battle could they extract more information. "Eliminate him, Gohan. Since we cannot draw anything from him, we must seek other leads." Krillin had attempted to send his consciousness into Majin Buu's body to seize control, but as soon as he entered, he was violently expelled by a strange force. He speculated that this might be a protective mechanism of Buu's mind, and his limited experience with spiritual power rendered him incapable of overcoming it. Moreover, Cell's tail was unable to absorb his energy, as it was too dark. If the energy of an ordinary person resembled a small cake, then Majin Buu's energy was akin to a grotesquely dark culinary disaster, so unappetizing that one would not even desire to smell it. Thus, he had no choice but to physically annihilate Majin Buu. "All right, Uncle Krillin." Gohan assumed the stance for his special beam cannon, and after a flash of golden light, the ground collapsed several layers deep, leaving no trace of Majin Buu's cells behind. "At last, we have eradicated Majin Buu. By the way, what about that fellow behind him?" Gohan reverted to his normal state, stretching his arms lazily, revealing himself to be a mere 9-year-old child at that moment. Krillin smiled and ruffled his hair, saying, "Do not worry about him for now, Gohan. Go ahead and make your wish. The Namekian elders are likely waiting eagerly. There's no need to fret. Even if the foe behind Majin Buu intends to come after us, it will likely take a considerable amount of time. In that interval, we will have grown even stronger. Besides, is there any logic in all villains appearing at once? If that were the case, we might as well raise our hands and surrender. What would be the point of fighting if we're doomed to perish eventually?" Gohan chuckled at Krillin's perspective, finding it amusing. "Ha ha, Uncle Krillin has a point. If so many enemies were to emerge, there would be no way for us to resist. I long to have a good sleep, preferably waking up naturally." For the sake of training, Gohan had not enjoyed a restful night's sleep in quite some time. Even during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had managed only 2 hours of sleep, plagued by nightmares that rendered true rest impossible. "Once your father is resurrected, I shall grant your mother permission for you to indulge in a week of slumber," Krillin promised him. "Really, Uncle Krillin, please don't deceive me." "Ha ha. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you?" "That's wonderful," Son Gohan exclaimed, leaping with joy. "Then let us hasten to resurrect Father, Uncle Krillin. I can scarcely wait to share just how powerful I have become. I will also tell him that you saved the world." "Gohan, Your father will surely commend you greatly. Indeed, he certainly will. Son Gohan beamed with delight. The burden had finally been lifted, and both Krillin and Son Gohan felt elated. Just as Son Gohan placed his hand on Krillin's shoulder, preparing to teleport away, they simultaneously noticed a dark purple rift slowly opening several hundred meters ahead. Krillin furrowed his brow. An enemy? Yet I sense no aura. Why had the energy of Majin Buu suddenly vanished? Just moments ago, I had barely managed to catch a fleeting glimpse, forcing me to return with the time ring. As he spoke, a figure clad in a black martial arts uniform emerged from the rift. Father. Three distinct voices echoed simultaneously. Their gazes converged. Black Goku saw Krillin and Son Gohan. Krillin and Son Gohan also beheld Black Goku. Each one was enveloped in a whirlwind of thoughts. I recognize Gohan. But who is that individual? Who is he? Why does he exude no energy? And why does he bear Goku's visage? Wait, could he be Father? Father, you have returned. This is marvelous. Just as Black Goku was about to inquire, he witnessed Son Gohan joyfully rushing toward him, a smile instantly gracing his lips. No, Gohan. He is not Goku. He is. In a fleeting moment, Krillin realized that this figure was Black Goku. However, he did not anticipate that Son Gohan would charge at him without any caution. To beings of their caliber, the distance of several hundred meters felt as if they were face to face. By the time Krillin's warning reached Son Gohan, he had already arrived before Black Goku. He isn't? Son Gohan instinctively turned to Krillin for confirmation. Black Goku extended his large palm, adopting a benevolent demeanor as he placed his hand atop Son Gohan's head. Of course not, child. I am the adversary of Son Goku. Ha ha ha. In an instant, a black-red blade pierced Son Gohan's heart. Son Gohan incredulously raised his head. You are the enemy. Uncle Krillin, I am so sorry for causing you trouble. Son Gohan instantaneously lost his life force, succumbing to an endless slumber, just as he had hoped. Black Goku's expression turned cold. The earlier benevolence morphed into ferocity as he withdrew his hand, allowing Son Gohan's lifeless body to fall to the ground. How Navi, Son Goku's son. Krillin's gaze had long since lost its focus, standing motionless as if he were a statue, paralyzed in place. After a long moment, he finally emerged from the trance, returning to the lifeless form of Son Gohan. Gohan. He closed his eyes, tears struggling to escape the confines of his eyelids, choking back sobs as large droplets cascaded down his cheeks. Gohan. He resembled a wounded wolf, howling in the desolate wilderness of night, a tapestry of tears and sorrow entwined. His cries echoed with such despair that it felt as if the entire world had lost its vibrancy, leaving only an abyss of unending grief. Gohan, oh my Gohan, you have slain my Gohan. Zamasu, I want you dead. Blood-red pupils erupted with a fierce hatred, saturating Krillin's entire being. His tears evaporated, his black hair transforming into crimson. Heralding the birth of the universe's most formidable power, Super Saiyan Stage 4, energy unleashed, limits shattered. Power level, 14,400,000,000, 10,560 trillion. Uncertain of how to quantify the multiplier, I'll continue the notion that Super Saiyan 4 is tenfold that of Super Saiyan 3. Let us consider the limit break to be tenfold as well. By the way, is it limit break or boundary break? Chapter 37, The Hammer of Earth, Divine Strength. Destruction. A crimson force enveloped the entire planet. Tremors, and more tremors. I shall kill you. Krillin roared towards the heavens. Red light surged forth from his eyes and mouth. He resembled a deity of infinite power, unleashing his fury upon the material universe. The unparalleled might in this cosmos rendered all beings, whether they were mere cockroaches lurking in the corners or the sovereigns seated upon their thrones, paralyzed with fear by the pervasive aura filling the universe. Even the self-proclaimed cosmic emperor, Cooler, found himself crushed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Surrounding him, the entire Cooler army experienced the same fate. While they were astounded by the sheer magnitude of such terrifying strength, Cooler resolved internally that once he regained his faculties, he would eliminate all those who witnessed his prostration. In this moment, all beings in the universe were equal. On King Kai's planet, even while lying prostrate, he could still see Earth. He witnessed Krillin unleash such horrific energy and beheld Gohan's lifeless form sprawled beside Black Goku. Goku, a being who bears an uncanny resemblance to you, has slain Gohan, and his power is formidable. Even Krillin's earth-shattering strength did not faze him. His hairstyle remained untouched. I understand now, King Kai. Please ask King Yin to bring Gohan to me. I wish to uncover the truth behind these events. Very well, I just informed King Yin. Goku, it seems Krillin is indeed our last hope. Even if you all train now, it would be impossible to match their strength in such a short time. They have surpassed the dimensional gap that separates us. King Kai wiped his brow, feeling the immense and unfathomable magnitude of Krillin's power, speaking with trepidation. Ah, indeed, King Kai? Please provide a live broadcast. If possible, I would like to ask you to convey a few words to Krillin at the end. No problem. Just tell me what you wish to say, and I will connect you with Krillin. Not now, though. I will wait until I see Gohan. Very well. I shall continue to observe. Farewell, Lord of the Realm. Earth. Ah, your power is quite impressive. Yet I wonder why I have not encountered you in other dimensions. You bear a striking resemblance to one known as Cell. Are you perhaps a variant from an alternate reality? Black Goku, facing Krillin's overwhelming aura, displayed no sign of concern. As if this level of power were inconsequential. Krillin remained silent, his eyes reddening, his body channeling the strength of a cheetah, and he surged forward like an arrow towards Black Goku. Zamasu. Black Goku took a step back, as Krillin's fist unleashed a shockwave upon contact, instantly obliterating the ground beneath them. This wave of energy spread across miles, only diminishing as it breached the opposite side of the earth. You even know my name. It only piques my curiosity further. Black Goku, akin to a master testing his apprentice's prowess, neither attacked nor evaded, continuously absorbing Krillin's strikes. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged countless blows. Krillin's close combat attacks failed to inflict any damage upon Black Goku, who had yet to transform. This indicated a disparity in strength of at least 50-fold. Suddenly, Black Goku paused, sensing himself ensnared by an invisible force. Oh, magic is it? What a fascinating skill. Then, an explosive surge of energy erupted. Boom. Krillin's binding technique was shattered in an instant. Nevertheless, this fleeting moment of vulnerability granted Krillin an opportunity. Sun Fist. Energy Sphere Slash. Whoosh. A crimson disk, larger than Earth itself, loomed above. Krillin struck down fiercely. Boom. The ground was cleaved, creating a profound valley, with immense power stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Black Goku stood with one hand behind his back, the other ablaze with a pinkish aura, effortlessly catching Krillin's Energy Sphere Slash with a single hand. Sun Fist and Energy Sphere Slash, executed with such finesse. I recall now, you are Krillin, a dear brother of Son Goku. Huh. I have encountered this technique countless times. Of course, I know how to counter it. But tell me, how did you come to resemble Cell? Black Goku inquired with curiosity, withdrawing his energy, as a cross-shaped divine halo manifested behind him. His hair defied gravity, soaring towards the heavens, gradually turning a rosy hue. He transformed into his own unique form, the divine state of Super Saiyan, pink. Black Goku ascended the valley step by step, as though climbing a divine staircase. How tiresome. Krillin clenched his fists, his aura surging once more, his body erupting with millions of slender tendrils, connecting him to all things. He aimed to control Black Goku, but as the tendrils approached, they were repelled by an intense heat, unable to breach even a fraction. Unable to dominate Black Goku, he resolved to seize control of the Earth instead. Filled with rage, Krillin disregarded the remaining humans, deeming them mere villains left in the wake of Shenron. With this thought, Krillin soared into space, countless tendrils resiliently linking him to the Earth. Black Goku observed him, intrigued by Krillin's actions, and refrained from interference, simultaneously enveloping himself in a pale purple shield as he ascended into the cosmos. At this moment, Krillin appeared as if he were dragging the Earth along with him. As he proceeded, Krillin gathered all the strands of flesh, coalescing them into a formidable rope. Tightly clenching it, like a meteor hammer in motion, Krillin twisted the strands of flesh, and with a tremendous force, he set the entire Earth into a whirlwind of acceleration. Faster, faster, and yet faster. Black Goku watched as Krillin spun in circles, the magnetic fields of the sun and the moon dismissed entirely. What if it all became a chaotic mess? What if it shattered? The Earth must continue to spin. As the acceleration reached its zenith and the very matter of the Earth began to disintegrate and explode, Krillin's eyes turned crimson, his teeth clenched as he bellowed, "Zamas, die." This was a strike with the Earth as a meteor hammer. Bearing an unimaginable inertia of trillions upon trillions of tons, it hurtled towards Black Goku. What a fascinating idea. Black Goku mused, observing Krillin. Yet, it was futile. Beyond the material realm lies energy. A seemingly unremarkable energy blast collided with the Earth. Boom. The Earth was reduced to nothingness, vanishing into the void of space. Did you think I was powerless? Krillin exclaimed, summoning a doppelganger, which instantly teleported before Black Goku. An arc of white light surged towards him, but Black Goku vanished in an instant. Krillin instinctively turned to look, and indeed, Black Goku materialized behind him. I can teleport. You know, he remarked with a playful yet childish tone. However, Klin's heart sank into despair. Even if he could unleash a tremendous surge of power, what difference would it make? Black Goku could contend with Super Saiyan Blue. Even Vegeta could only manage to toy with him, unable to eliminate him. His prowess was several dimensions beyond Klin's. He was on the level of the vast and transcendent. Krillin was merely at the trillion level, still a dimension away from the pinnacle. As a human, your strength is commendable, surpassing many I have encountered, but the divide between gods and mortals is insurmountable for you. Krillin, is that your name? As a weakling, prepare for annihilation. In Black Goku's hand appeared a sphere of pitch-black energy, the very essence he used to obliterate the god of destruction's realm. A force typically wielded to destroy universes. Danger, danger, danger. Krillin trembled and retreated. He had never encountered such energy, yet. Even a fool could surmise its destructive nature. What else could it bring but ruin? Black Goku had even mastered the art of destruction. How could one possibly combat this? Hey, Krillin. Yes, Goku. Krillin replied, startled by the sudden voice. It was a tone he would never forget, his dear friend, Son Goku. Krillin, you have fought valiantly. Son Goku's voice resonated with an ease that was almost surreal. Tears streamed down Klin's face uncontrollably. Goku, I'm sorry for letting Gohan. It's all right, Uncle Krillin. A familiar voice interrupted, leaving Krillin momentarily speechless. Wukong, Krillin, I deeply regret my carelessness that led to my demise. I am truly sorry, but for what lies ahead, we can no longer assist you. You must rely solely on yourself. No, Gohan, it is my failure to protect you. There is no need for further discussion, Krillin. Time is of the essence. Son Wukong interjected, urging Krillin to flee, for Zamasu is far too formidable, and our chances of victory are non-existent. Only by escaping this universe can you find the opportunity to defeat him, just as in the battle on Namek, when confronted with an insurmountable enemy. Wukong had similarly urged Krillin to escape while he held the adversary at bay. Krillin's eyes were clouded with uncertainty. Must he abandon his companions once more? Krillin, Wukong continued. To temporarily evade confrontation is not a sign of cowardice. We have witnessed all your efforts. No one could have performed better than you. You are the hope of this universe. Shenron on Namek has been waiting for you. Use your wish to gain the power to traverse time and space. Wukong's words awakened Krillin to the possibilities still within reach. In the realm of reality, Krillin suddenly felt invigorated, dodging Black Goku's destructive energy. Utilizing his unique technique, the Zanzoken, he connected with the moon that reflected sunlight. At that moment, the sun shone directly upon the moon's surface. The solar fist unleashed a beam of sunlight from the moon, enveloping the conical horizon before it. Both Black Goku and Krillin found themselves caught within its radiant grasp. A terrifying wave of heat surged alongside the light, compelling even Black Goku to shield his eyes and retreat into his dark energy shield. In an instant, Krillin appeared beside Mr. Popo on New Earth, seizing Trunks from his arms. What? Krillin, what are you doing? I'm sorry, Mr. Popo. I promise I will return to save you. With those words, he left the bewildered Mr. Popo and journeyed back to Namek. The Elder of Namek had been prepared, and upon seeing Krillin, immediately confirmed the wish. Mr. Krillin, is your wish to gain the ability to traverse time and space at will? Krillin hesitated. Did he truly wish to abandon everyone? To leave them behind like this? Wukong's voice echoed once more in his ears, this time infused with urgency. Krillin, make your wish quickly. Do not delay any longer. Zamasu will soon regain his strength. Gohan chimed in, Uncle Krillin, bring back hope. Krillin, go to other worlds to grow stronger. Then use the Super Shenron you mentioned to revive our universe, Piccolo advised. Krillin contemplated what he should do in the future. There is no shame in retreating. Believe in yourself. Krillin, live well, exercise well, study well, play well, and rest well. When you return, it will only feel as though we have taken a brief slumber, and we shall meet again, Master Roshi encouraged. Krillin, give it your all. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu rallied in support. At that moment, Vegeta seized the opportunity to speak loudly. Krillin, you fool. Krillin had anticipated a harsh reprimand for having caused everything to go awry. Unexpectedly, Vegeta proclaimed, if you do not train Trunks to surpass Gohan, the next time we meet, I shall. Vegeta faltered, rendered speechless, uncertain of how to threaten Krillin. Bulma chuckled lightly and interjected, Krillin, you must ensure that the other timelines Vegeta embraces Trunks. I suspect they have yet to hold the infant Trunks. Who hasn't held him? Vegeta replied, his face flushed, turning away with a huff. Ignoring him, Bulma continued, please take good care of Trunks. Make him as strong, brave, and relentless as you are, so he may grow into an exceedingly handsome young man. Yama, having learned from King Kai of the impending destruction of his universe, hurried over solely to speak with Krillin. Mr. Krillin, you must save our universe. You absolutely must return. Once you succeed, I will ensure all your friends are resurrected and grant everyone thousands more years of life. Even King Kai has not received such a privilege. Hey, you scoundrel! King Kai protested. You must succeed. Yama bellowed with fervor. All of us are placing our hopes upon you, Krillin. Remember, you are our last hope. Do not falter in your quest. As Goku spoke, Krillin envisioned him standing before him, that gentle yet formidable man, his idol, whose image he had long awaited on the television, giving him a thumbs up and a warm smile of encouragement. Return with hope. We await your return. I understand, Krillin affirmed, his gaze fierce, his sincere heart ablaze like a roaring fire. He turned to the elder Namekian. Indeed, that is my wish. Grant me the ability to traverse time and space at will. The elder smiled and nodded, speaking in Namekian to the eternal dragon Purunga. The dragon's eyes glowed crimson as he declared, your wish has been granted. Our next meeting will be in a year. With a whoosh, 7 enormous Dragon Balls fell to the ground. Krillin felt a surge of energy within him. Upon contact, it offered an enticing pull. This must be the power the dragon bestowed for time travel. Krillin, you must leave swiftly. Delay any longer, and it will be too late. The time difference between Earth and Namek is vast. Zamasu will recover soon. I understand. Krillin nodded, cradling the slumbering Trunks, who remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Everyone, farewell. Krillin bid his final goodbyes and plunged into the tunnel opened by the time energy. Mere moments after Krillin's departure, a dark purple rift appeared in the sky above Namek. Black Goku stepped through, surveying the entire galaxy with a commanding presence, only to find that Krillin had already vanished. The traces of time. Has he fled this universe? Very well, I shall obliterate this universe first. After being disturbed by Krillin, I have lost my desire to collect, Black Goku mused, standing alone in the high skies. As for the fleeing Krillin, Black Goku dismissed it entirely. What significance did it hold to escape this universe? Without the protection of the time-space ring, he would inevitably succumb to the chaotic currents of time and space. Black Goku raised his hand, gathering a pitch-black energy sphere, imbued with a terrifying aura. The moment he released it, the dark energy orb exploded instantaneously. Black Goku tore through the fabric of reality and vanished. The entire galaxy encompassing Namek was swiftly consumed and obliterated. Following that, the neighboring galaxies met the same fate. And soon, the entirety of the material universe was engulfed. Ultimately, even the countless dimensions intertwined with the material universe, such as the netherworld, were annihilated by destructive energy. Returning to nothingness, all the warriors bore witness to the demise of their universe, silently praying before their inevitable disappearance. Krillin, you must succeed. Chapter 39, A New World. A new story. At the very moment before entering the time-space tunnel, Krillin placed Trunks and his duplicates into his personal space. He sensed the terrifying force within the time-space tunnel, potent enough to shred the young Trunks into fragments. Regardless of the arduous path ahead, Krillin vowed to resurrect them and grow immensely powerful, vowing to vanquish that wretched Zamasu. However, the next moment was a stark contradiction to his resolve. The resplendent time-space tunnel was filled with myriad lights, beautiful yet beguiling. Simultaneously, countless perilous dangers lurked within. Among them, the most menacing was the relentless erosion of time that bore down upon Krillin. In an exceedingly brief span, Krillin's spirit became overwhelmingly fatigued. Akin to waking up full of energy only to find oneself skipping from morning to night, with a weary body protesting through its biological clock, demanding rest. Krillin's body, being that of Cell, was supposed to be a being of nearly limitless vitality. How could fatigue even exist? Something was amiss. Krillin steeled himself and utilized his agility to probe his body. He immediately discerned that every cell within him was accelerating its division process simultaneously. Within mere seconds, the cells had divided over a dozen times. It is known that an ordinary human cells can only divide 50 to 60 times before succumbing to death, equating to a lifespan of 50 to 60 years. Yet, even with the exponential multiplication of cells, they could not withstand the rapid erosion of the time-space tunnel. In the span of mere seconds, he had already lost years of his life. He needed to find a time-space entry point swiftly. Krillin unleashed all his might. The terrifying energy of Super Saiyan 4 pushing the limits coalescing at his surface, but it could not withstand the force of time. Fortunately, it did enhance Krillin's velocity. Everything around him felt like a dream. Each world shimmered like the brightest stars in the sky, radiating alluring light, though some glowed vibrantly, while others remained utterly dim. Krillin glanced back towards his time-space. It had already been replaced by an abyss of darkness. Krillin clenched his fists resolutely and turned to plunge into what appeared to be the most radiant light surrounding him. Little did he anticipate that the more intense the radiance, the greater the repulsive force would be, accompanied by an oppressive sensation akin to gravity. In an instant, every cell within Krillin's body felt this weight. A pained cry escaped his lips. The agony was excruciating. That force felt tangible, as though dozens of massive black holes were pressing down upon him. His muscles and skin began to rupture, blood spilling from the fissures, only to be consumed by the fabric of space-time. Even a body stronger than the universe's hardest metals could not withstand the entrance to this world. Alongside the physical strain, the immense power of time exerted its influence. His cells were incessantly splitting and disintegrating, eroding Krillin's spirit and strength. Subjected to such dual torment, Krillin felt as though he were frozen in that dazzling light, maintaining his forward momentum yet unable to advance even a fraction. No, how can I fall here? I must save the world. Goku, Gohan, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Vegeta, Bulma, my friends, they are all waiting for me. Krillin gritted his teeth, determined to surge forward. Even if it meant his skin and flesh were stripped away, leaving only his skeletal frame. He was resolute in his desire to enter the new world, to grow stronger. If he were to be vanquished by such an obstacle, what significance would his promises hold? I must press on. As his flesh disintegrated and his consciousness blurred, Krillin clung to the remnants of his resolve to save the world. Perhaps it was his fervor that momentarily eased the pressure of that unyielding barrier. His conscious mind had succumbed to oblivion, relying solely on his subconscious to crawl through the space. His body was drenched in blood, with fragments of flesh occasionally swept away by the currents of time. Yet, the path forward never ceased. In a daze, Krillin seemed to glimpse Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Puar, Oolong, and Yajirobe standing together, encouraging him. We all believe in you. He also envisioned Master Roshi, gently patting his bald head, saying, You can stand on your own now, Krillin. Don't lose heart. Dawn will surely come. He saw Goku laughing heartily, waving at him, while Vegeta, with a snort, turned away, cradling Bulma, muttering a barely audible, Take good care of Trunks, you idiot Krillin. Bulma smiled radiantly, bidding him farewell, and Piccolo gave a thumbs up, his lips curling into a faint smile. Lastly, Gohan stepped forward calmly, extending his hand. Instinctively, Krillin reached out to grasp it. The moment their hands connected, all illusions vanished like phosphorescence. Krillin then heard a voice. Uncle Krillin, you are the last hope. Hope. In the next moment, an endless light enveloped him as he broke free from the pressures of the space-time tunnel and the world barrier. The body felt as warm as if immersed in a hot spring, rapidly mending its broken form. As Krillin's consciousness slipped into a deep slumber, he shed his Super Saiyan form, reverting to his complete state. Concurrently, he released Trunks from the void, cradling him in his embrace. He sensed it, the unmistakable aura of Goku. Alongside Piccolo, Gohan, Master Roshi, Bulma, Yamcha, Vegeta, and even Trunks. They were all alive. How wonderful. Sunlight caressed Krillin's cheek, while the gentle rhythm of his breath welcomed the fresh air. A breeze, summoned by Trunks' cries, carried the fragrance of blooming flowers as bees swarmed, trailing the falling petals that kissed Trunks' tiny nose. Trunks immediately ceased his tears, waving his little hands, his beautiful blue eyes fixated on a yellow sprite. Reaching out to grasp it, only to have the bees escape. Wah! Trunks began to wail once more. Look, Trunks, don't cry. Let me show you a trick. A melodious childish voice chimed. Trunks looked on, instantly bursting into laughter, clapping his tiny hands. With a swift motion, several figures emerged sequentially within the forest. They beheld the two amidst the blossoms. Krillin held Trunks tightly, refusing to let go. Goku, who are they? Wow, isn't that Trunks? I can't believe I'm seeing you as a child again. Ha ha ha. You are absolutely adorable. TCH, I've held you before, Goten. Don't forget you're a few years younger than me. Since you mentioned that, I must hold the little you first. Get away. I should be the first to hold him. Enough of your quarrels, it's Uncle Piccolo. The two young boys promptly pressed their hands against their pants, standing upright. Humph, is that another Trunks from a parallel universe? It must be that rascal Cell who has taken him. I will annihilate him. Ah, Vegeta, don't say that. Look at all the wounds on Cell. It seems Trunks is perfectly unharmed. Perhaps Cell was protecting him. Kakarot, you remain as naive as ever. Son, I also believe we should eliminate Cell first. You know what kind of creature he is. His aura is more than twice as strong as before. He must have absorbed countless lives. Regardless, let us wait until he awakens. I have a feeling this Cell isn't what we think. Bright eyes fixated on Krillin, as if peering into his very soul. Among the crowd, a golden-haired woman clad in a simple white t-shirt regarded Krillin's form, her brow furrowed, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 40 Defeated, Unlocked. You are me. The warm sunlight gently bathed the vibrant green grass as a soft breeze brushed by, causing the blades to sway as if engaged in a joyous dance. Surrounding Krillin were Bulma, Chi-Chi, Oolong, Puar, Yamchu, Tien, Bra, and all who were familiar with Cell. Those who were meant to arrive, and those who were not, gathered in a tumultuous throng. Perhaps they believed that Goku possessed enough strength to subdue the frenzied Cell. Krillin slowly opened his eyes, the pain in his body gradually dissipating as the Namekian cells took effect. He instinctively gathered his arms, only to realize that Trunks was cradled in Bra's embrace. A sigh of relief escaped him as he lay motionless on the grass, his gaze unabashedly fixed upon the sun. The scorching ultraviolet rays pierced his eyes, causing him sharp discomfort, yet Krillin did not flinch. Only in this manner could he ascertain that he had survived. Accompanied by the gentle breeze, he reveled in the tranquil and harmonious environment, a genuine sensation of being granted a second chance at life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the second milestone. Achievement System 1. Plug and Play, Unlocked. Effect. When the host performs an insertion action, it will occur seamlessly and effectively, ineffective upon withdrawal. 2. The Vanquished, Unlocked. Effect. Enemies defeated by the host will exude an aura of defeat, their psychological resilience rapidly diminishing, duration determined by the willpower of the vanquished. 3. The Savior, Locked. Note: this achievement possesses unknown special effects. The host is encouraged to explore them. System, you truly know how to strike a chord, don't you? Krillin chuckled wryly, aware of his failure, yet questioning the necessity of such reminders. The effect of the vanquished sounded akin to a control skill. After its use, seizing the opportunity when his opponent's mind faltered, he might combine it with plug and play to seize control of the defeated adversary. His prior attempt to dominate Majin Buu likely failed due to the latter's ever-high spirits and vigilance against Krillin. With the vanquished, perhaps he could summon multiple clones. Having lingered on the ground for an extended period, it was only natural that the others soon discovered his awakening, watching Krillin with guarded expressions. Propelling himself upright, he sat cross-legged on the ground, one hand pressed against his forehead, feeling slightly dizzy. Piccolo and the others scrutinized his movements, brows furrowing as they prepared to channel their energy. Within, Piccolo felt an intense alertness. This individual's posture revealed his frightening strength. At that moment, Krillin lifted his head, casting a glance over the group before finally addressing Vegeta calmly. Vegeta, embrace Trunks. What did you say? Everyone was taken aback, unable to fathom that Cell would utter such words. Did he not see the defenses they had raised against him? They had anticipated that upon seeing them, Cell would at least issue a threat or, if nothing else, launch an attack, yet he appeared strangely composed. Krillin continued in a placid tone, "This is Bulma's wish." Vegeta's face tightened, his eyes twitching, lips contorted in anger. Why would Bulma possess such a desire? In this timeline, both Bulma and Chi-Chi leaned against each other, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha! Bra chimed in with her melodious voice. Daddy, come give him a hug. Indeed, Vegeta, you haven't embraced young Trunks before, have you? This is the perfect opportunity, Goku added, joining in the light-hearted teasing. If anyone among them was unfazed, it was undoubtedly him. With his arms cradled behind his head, he laughed heartily. Perhaps sensing that the danger from Cell had passed, everyone urged Vegeta to join in the merriment. Who hasn't held Trunks? Whispered Goten to the others. Aside from that time with Majin Buu, my father has never held me. Almost everyone present was a superhuman, and even in a hushed tone. His words were crystal clear within a 20-meter radius. Even Bulma, seated close to Trunks, heard him immediately. Thus, all eyes turned knowingly towards Vegeta. Aware of his defensiveness. Vegeta shot him a fierce glare before reluctantly taking Trunks into his arms. It was the first time he observed this son from an alternate timeline, or rather, the first time he meticulously noted how Trunks appeared as a child. Without the interference of the future Trunks, it is likely he would have ignored Bulma and her son until Trunks was grown. Trunks resembled his counterpart quite closely. Bulma was truly something else. With his blue locks, azure eyebrows, and innocent blue eyes, he gazed curiously at Vegeta. However, as soon as Trunks caught sight of Vegeta's grim visage, he began to wail. Wawa Trunks and Goten stifled their laughter. All right. Vegeta, you really should not scare the child like that. Bulma firmly snatched Trunks from Vegeta's embrace. Vegeta's eyes widened as he defiantly glared at Bulma. How did I scare him? He cried the moment he saw me. After the commotion, Goku, resembling Krillin, sat cross-legged before him and inquired. So, can you tell us, Cell, from which timeline do you hail, and what transpired there? How did you come to possess Trunks? Krillin cast a deep glance at Goku before retrieving a duplicate from his spatial pouch. The duplicate produced a piece of a Senza bean and handed it to Krillin. After consuming it, Krillin felt his energy restored and even notably enhanced. Suddenly, an energy blast surged toward Krillin. Without even glancing, he effortlessly crushed it with his hand. With an icy tone directed at the source of the blast, he warned, 18, do not force my hand. Then come and try? 18 retorted. That's me. Krillin exclaimed, alarmed. Predictably, the appearance of the duplicate commanded everyone's attention. Even Goku's demeanor towards Krillin's form of Cell turned hostile. If Krillin did not provide an explanation, Goku might strike immediately. What is happening? Goku's tone dropped. He is my duplicate, Krillin succinctly replied. So, you were killed by him. Goku's tone grew increasingly frigid, his aura intensifying. 18 stood beside Goku, her expression as icy as his. Krillin glanced at himself. What is the nature of your connection with 18? Krillin was well aware of their history, yet he was unwilling to disclose any knowledge of the narrative, nor did he intend to place his faith in it any longer. The narrative may serve merely as a reference. The moment he steps into a different time and space, the trajectory of the plot irrevocably alters. Otherwise, how could it be that within the span of a single day, his universe faced obliteration? I, of course, am married to Android 18. What, in your timeline? Was I not with her? Krillin, now aged with hair and beard alike turned gray, spoke with palpable anxiety. Indeed, uttering such words in front of the enemies he had once known brought him an inexplicable sense of shame. After all, who could have foreseen that Android 18 would end up with him? Of course not. I personally ended her life. She will never have another chance. Krillin's words sent a ripple of tension through the crowd. Yet, what followed was even more astonishing. In this world, you actually married Android 18, which truly astonishes me. Wait, what? I must have misheard, exclaimed Goku. Did you just say that Krillin is you in this world? Krillin stared at his counterpart, then glanced at himself, pointing incredulously. You are me? Chapter 41. I am Krillin, the Earthling who destroyed the Earth. You say you are Krillin. Goku pointed at the Krillin who bore the visage of Cell. Krillin nodded affirmatively. I am indeed Krillin. But how do you explain your doppelganger? Android 18 stammered. I took over Cell's body, and subsequently created a doppelganger of my own. Is that difficult to comprehend? At that moment, the assembled crowd collectively thought, this is quite perplexing. Transforming one's former body into a doppelganger. How peculiar. Goku still found it challenging to address the creature resembling Cell as Krillin. What transpired in your timeline? Why did you bring Trunks here? As Goku posed this question, everyone leaned in closely, eager not to miss a word. Our universe was annihilated. Earth was destroyed by my own hand. Indeed, the revelation struck like a thunderbolt. The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Krillin. The catalyst for this calamity was none other than the androids. Krillin recounted his universe's harrowing experiences, explaining how he became Cell, albeit with artistic embellishments, claiming his body-switching technique was a boon granted by the Dragon Balls. Moreover, Earth's Dragon Balls had been upgraded by Dend, allowing for 3 wishes. Thus, within a single day, our universe faced its demise. I carried the hopes of Goku and the others as I journeyed into this world. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the group. They had all endured the horrors wrought by the androids in Cell, fully aware of the despair it entailed. Were it not for Gohan's extraordinary transformation into a Super Saiyan 2, they might have perished. Not to mention, Krillin's universe had been beset by all manner of foes within a single day, including an unknown entity, Zamasu. Such formidable adversaries capable of annihilating a universe must be dreadfully fearsome. Piccolo marveled at Krillin's tale, exclaiming, "Truly, what a desolate timeline." Krillin shook his head, countering with conviction, "No, not at all despondent. I am the bearer of their last hope. If I were to perish, that would signify true despair. Thus, despair shall not dwell within me. Besides, there is still Trunks, is there not?" He paused, gazing at the infant Trunks, and offered a faint smile. "Indeed, in our state of homelessness, we can only rely on one another, and this burden must also be shared by him." The warriors present observed them with sympathetic eyes, feeling for Krillin as he traversed this solitary path, and for Trunks, who bore the monumental task of saving the universe at such a tender age. Yet, although they felt compassion, none dared to utter more, for this was a journey that Krillin and Trunks must undertake alone. Should there come a day when their world is reduced to a solitary soul, that individual would surely continue onward, undeterred by their own frailty, whether they be young or old. Android 18 regarded Krillin with a complex expression. The beloved of this timeline stood in stark contrast to the embodiment of an enemy in another. This adversarial form, paradoxically, safeguarded the child of a comrade. Perhaps this exemplifies the world's inherent disparities. Upon hearing 18's words, Krillin smiled gently and replied, "Regarding my identity as Krillin, I possess but a singular name. The 18 from another timeline would likely harbor no affection for me, only disdain and animosity. However, I harbor no regrets. What does it matter if I lack a love of my own? My ambition is to save the universe. A hero is one who sacrifices everything for the greater good." After speaking, he turned to Trunks. "Trunks, this is the first lesson I impart to you." Trunks, bewildered, exclaimed, "What? I'm still so young. Is this really how it works?" At that moment, Bulma stepped forward, warmly inviting everyone. All right, let us all lighten up. Come to my home. I shall host a party for everyone to unwind." Vegeta turned his head away, disinterested in such festivities. Rather, he was eager to ascertain how powerful Krillin had become. According to his descriptions, Krillin had faced off against Zamasu, a being capable of annihilating the universe. Achieving the power of Super Saiyan 3 would enable one to obliterate worlds. Currently, he and Goku maintained a level of strength comparable to the former Majin Buu. If Krillin were to quantify it, his battle power would soar beyond 800 billion. Vegeta could only transform into Super Saiyan 2, while Goku had the ability to shift to Super Saiyan 3 at will. It was not that Vegeta lacked the capacity to transform. Rather, he chose not to. As one's power escalates, the distinction between Super Saiyan 2 and 3 diminishes, and the inherent drawbacks of Super Saiyan 3 significantly impair combat effectiveness. Hence, he rejected this form, with Super Saiyan 2 being his ultimate power. Bulla, much like Bulma, extended an invitation to all to visit their home. Everyone believed the matter resolved, initially anticipating a new adversary, only to discover it was Krillin from another timeline. However, Krillin remained seated, fixated on Goku. Goku met his gaze, and they both rose simultaneously. "I wish to engage you in combat." Sun Wukong's gaze was piercing as he fixated on Krillin's eyes, sensing the immense power concealed within his body. "To fight me? Huh." Krillin flashed a toothy grin. "I realize I have never fought you before. In the past, I was far too weak, but now I am confident I can stand against you." He grasped his wife, who was about to leave, having heard Krillin's declaration. Indeed, this sentiment resonated with him. Day by day, Sun Wukong grew stronger, having long surpassed them, achieving an astonishing level of power in the blink of an eye. Once comrades who fought side by side, he now found himself relegated to the sidelines, powerless to intervene against an increasingly formidable foe. Now, Sun Wukong had reverted to a child, while what of Krillin? He had aged beyond recognition. Krillin's eyes sparkled as he addressed him. "Android 18, I wish to witness the battle between him and Wukong. However, Android 18 hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Very well. I will protect you. In his heart, Krillin silently urged, another me, bearing my name, engage in an exhilarating battle with Wukong. Vegeta and Piccolo, who had initially intended to depart, paused to observe the two. They were not the only ones. Everyone remained. Hey, Kakarot, and that Krillin, I want to fight too. Krillin turned at the sound, nodding in acknowledgement. You two can join. Vegeta's forehead twitched with irritation. Do you look down on me? No, it is not disrespect. It is merely that your strength still falls short. As he spoke, Krillin transformed into a Super Saiyan at its initial stage. His battle power surged significantly after consuming a Senzu bean, exceeding 26 billion. Multiplying that by 50 equated to 1.3 trillion. And this was merely his first resurrection with residual health. Given his Saiyan lineage, he could likely employ this method to enhance his powers several more times. Son Wukong and Vegeta also transformed, achieving the first stage of Super Saiyan, albeit in full power form, amplifying their strength by 80 times. Their battle power now reached a minimum of 640 trillion. Is this your true strength? You just about surpassing us. Vegeta, engulfed in golden energy, pointed to himself, disdainfully regarding Krillin. Well then, I shall have to unleash my full power. Wukong, cease your probing. Let us all exert our utmost strength. After a moment's contemplation, Son Wukong smilingly agreed to Krillin's challenge. Come forth, my power surpasses your Super Saiyan 4. Krillin's hair elongated to a striking black, and his physique became extraordinarily robust. Battle power, 1.04 trillion. Super Saiyan 4. Son Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback, astonished to discover a new transformation beyond the third stage of Super Saiyan. Witnessing Krillin's terrifying power, Son Wukong finally relinquished his hidden strength, exuberantly unleashing his full potential, his hair flowing behind him, crackling blue lightning dancing around his form. The combat power of Son Wukong is 32 trillion. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his aura surging fiercely as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, refusing to be outdone. Vegeta's combat power stands at 8 trillion. Immediately following this, Vegeta unleashed his latent Majin powers bestowed by Babidi, which doubled his strength. At this moment, Vegeta's combat power reaches 16 trillion. Chapter 42, Journey to the Kaioshin Realm, Battle. 2 golden and 1 red beams of terrifying energy collided, causing the entire universe to tremble. A fierce wind, accompanied by swirling sand, radiated outward from the center of the 3 combatants. Even the warriors were compelled to exert all their energy to withstand the shockwaves of their unleashed powers. The weakest among them, Bulma and Oolong, were nearly swept away. Piccolo waved his hand, conjuring a protective barrier before them, yet it was quickly destabilized by the force. Only through the combined efforts of Android 18, Trunks, and Goten were they able to barely hold it together. Such power, could it truly belong to mere mortals? Piccolo gazed at the 3, gritting his teeth as he murmured. Krillin's eyes sparkled with astonishment, almost glowing with excitement as he observed. How terrifying! When did my father become this strong? And that Uncle Krillin, how is he able to rival my father and Uncle Wukong? How did he train? Trunks suggested to Goten. Shall we ask him later? Perhaps in his universe. I am also quite formidable. As they transformed into Super Saiyans, Goten and Trunks continually unleashed their power. Haha, you shouldn't even think about it. I'm still quite young, and you weren't even born in that timeline. In the Kaioshin realm, the ground suddenly began to shake. The fusion of Jebet and the Kaioshin, Jebet God, stumbled and fell. Nearby, the elder Kaioshin, released from the Kaioshin sword, had long since taken a seat, though the tremors were causing him considerable discomfort. What is happening? The elder Kaioshin inquired, rubbing his rear. Seeing Jebet God remain motionless, he scolded, Fool! Hurry and fetch the crystal ball to see what is going on. Oh right. Jebet God quickly retrieved the crystal ball, searching for the source of the disturbance. Before long, they spotted Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the Super Saiyan 4 version of Krillin. Ah, it's Wukong and the others. I knew these Saiyans wouldn't stay still. Who is that? A new enemy? Regardless of who he is, aren't you going to ask? Must I teach you everything about being a Kaioshin? Understood, understood. After receiving a thorough reprimand from the elder Kaioshin, Jebet God immediately teleported away. Watching him leave, the elder Kaioshin looked around and, with a mysterious air, pulled out a magazine filled with illustrations of young women, a look of infatuation spreading across his face. He on Earth. Krillin and the others sensed each other's energies. Sun Wukong and Vegeta wore solemn expressions. Yet there was a flicker of joy, a warrior's spirit ignited by the prospect of facing formidable foes, a stirring from their Saiyan bloodline. Krillin was entirely correct. Their strength was vastly superior to his. Sun Wukong's strength is double that of Vegeta, while Krillin's power surpasses Sun Wukong by several magnitudes, leaving the extent of his hidden potential unknown. Initially, it was believed that after years of cultivation, no one would rival his prowess. However, Krillin's emergence brought forth an unexpected surprise. Both Wukong and Vegeta felt a surge of excitement. The path ahead remained unblocked, and perhaps even more thrilling challenges awaited them. For them, this was undeniably the most fortuitous turn of events. Krillin was somewhat taken aback by the strength of Wukong and Vegeta. He had anticipated that their formidable foundational combat power would allow them to catch up to him. Yet he was astonished to find that the power he gained after his near-death experience was monumental, nearly doubling his energy and leaving them far behind. This was merely his Super Saiyan 4 strength. He had yet to unleash the energy from his breakthrough to the limits of Super Saiyan 4, which would amplify his power tenfold. However, it was conceivable that once Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, they might be able to bridge the gap with their foundational combat capabilities. In essence, regardless of the timeline within the Dragon Ball universe, foundational combat power is of paramount importance, determining both their upper and lower limits. After some contemplation, Krillin decided to have his energy. Even so, his formidable strength of 52 trillion still significantly surpassed that of Wukong and Vegeta. "Hey, why would you do that?" Vegeta exclaimed, his gaze filled with indignation. To him, whose pride was exceptionally strong, this was a blatant display of Krillin's disdain. Krillin chuckled lightly, reasoning that since this was merely a sparring session and not an act of cosmic annihilation, there was no need to wield such immense power. "Are you underestimating me?" Vegeta frowned, speaking in a low tone. "Huh, you remain the same as always. If I truly looked down on you, I wouldn't have brought Trunks along," Krillin retorted. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression softened. He exhaled a huff of frustration and turned away, choosing to say nothing further. Even the hardest of stones, after many years, can grow to cherish family. Though Vegeta remained silent, he held a sense of gratitude towards Krillin, understanding that his brusque words were merely a facet of his character. Fortunately, Krillin had long since grown accustomed to this and paid it little mind. Haha, everyone, let us not quarrel. Krillin, shall we commence the battle now?" Wukong, resembling a child with golden hair and no eyebrows, declared with enthusiasm. "Very well," Krillin replied, turning to Vegeta. "Vegeta, do you dare to fight in the cosmos?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile forming on his lips. "Why wouldn't I? However, we cannot survive in outer space," Wukong interjected, raising a concern. "We can use a protective shield. We can allocate some of our energy to maintain it, thus preventing any accidental strikes on Earth," Krillin explained, noting that Gohan had previously implemented this successful method. "Ah, so it can be done this way. Krillin, your solution is truly commendable. Come on, Vegeta, if you defeat me, I will reveal to you the method of transforming into Super Saiyan 4th stage without needing to unlock Super Saiyan 3, Krillin said, creating a doppelganger and soaring into the air, breaking through the atmosphere as he ascended above the earth. "Humph, you better be careful," Vegeta declared, bending his knees and leaping into the cosmos. Goku chuckled, instantly teleporting beside Krillin. This version of Goku, from an alternate timeline, possessed far greater intelligence and a profound understanding of combat, willing to employ any means necessary to secure victory. However, he also shared a common flaw, a penchant for probing his adversaries before gradually escalating his power, relishing battles that were evenly matched. Yet, Krillin's formidable strength thwarted this approach. Ironically, Goku found this challenge exhilarating. After all, treating foes with such disdain had stemmed from a lack of worthy opponents. Now, faced with a stronger adversary, he was eager for a fierce contest. Ready to begin. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Jebbet appeared, teleporting before them. He gazed at the oddly shaped Krillin, quickly hiding behind Goku. "Goku, who is he? An enemy? You can't battle down here. The lower realm has only recently recovered and cannot withstand further turmoil. It's you, Jebbet. No worries. He is not an enemy. The reasons are a bit complicated, but I'll explain later. Could you head to Earth for us? We need to spar, and rest assured, we'll hold back our strength," Goku clarified to Jebbet. "Not an enemy? Well, alright then. By the way, you could fight in the Kaioshin realm." It should be able to endure your battle. Upon hearing that Krillin was not a foe, Jebbet sighed in relief, suddenly conjuring an idea that wouldn't harm the lower realm. Goku contemplated this and said, "That sounds like a splendid plan. What do you think, Krillin?" "Vegeta?" "I have no objections," Vegeta replied. "I hope the Kaioshin realm can withstand my power." Krillin nodded in agreement with Jebbet's suggestion. "Ah, so he is Krillin? I'll explain later. Let us just have our match first." "All right, everyone grab my shoulders." With that, the three followed Jebbet to the Kaioshin realm. "Wait, they're leaving? How can I watch their battle?" Krillin exclaimed, envisioning himself delivering kicks to Vegeta and punches to Goku, only to have them depart. What was the point of waiting now? "Don't fret," came the voice of Krillin's clone, the original Krillin's body. He approached with a smile, patting the hunched Krillin's back. "I've thought of a way for you to see. Look." As he spoke, the clone's eyes gleamed, projecting a shimmering screen into the air. It displayed the scene through Krillin's own eyes, revealing Goku and Vegeta readying for battle in the Kaioshin realm. "This is for me." Krillin trembled, pointing at the screen. The clone nodded. "We are one and the same. How could I not know your thoughts?" "That is wonderful. Thank you, Krillin." "Haha, I've told you, I am you. No need for thanks." Indeed, only one understands their own desires. Tears welled in Krillin's eyes as he embraced Android 18 and his daughter, Marin, gazing with zest at the screen. Bulma quickly summoned sofas and soda, inviting everyone to witness this titanic clash of the universe's strongest in the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin reluctantly put away his magazine and, alongside the Supreme Kai, sought refuge within a protective barrier. As they observed the fierce battle among the trio, he couldn't help but tap the Supreme Kai's head in frustration. "You fool. The lower realms can be restored after devastation, but if the Kaioshin realm is destroyed, where shall I reside? Oh, ancestor, spare me." Ignoring the antics of the two, the battle involving Krillin and the others commenced. "Come at me." Both Son Goku and Vegeta charged towards Krillin simultaneously. Krillin's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand to catch their fists and forcefully yank them back, disrupting their momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin gripped their heads and slammed them together. "Ouch, that hurt." "Krillin, you rascal." After breaking their joint attack, Krillin swiftly distanced himself, retreating 40 meters to allow them time to recover. Such was the confidence of a true warrior. No longer did he need to constantly seek advantageous moments. Now he could simply wait. Son Goku rubbed his face as he stood up, astonished by Krillin's speed. In an instant, the skirmish had concluded. However, it was precisely because of Krillin's formidable strength that the challenge remained invigorating. The flames of battle ignited in their eyes as they exchanged glances. Vegeta unleashed his full power, circling Krillin rapidly while launching energy blasts from the side to divert Krillin's attention. In a flash, Son Goku appeared behind Krillin, aiming a sweeping kick towards his neck. Whoosh! Son Goku missed again. "Goku, that move pales in comparison to my solar flare and spirit bomb." Just as he finished speaking, Goku's voice echoed out. "Solar flare." Krillin instinctively closed his eyes. All right. So you're learning on the fly, are you?" A smile crept across Krillin's face. This was the kind of battle he relished. He unleashed a barrage of energy waves, not merely for offense, but to prevent them from launching a sneak attack during his momentary blindness. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta had similar plans. They could not afford to squander such a prime opportunity. Gallic Gun, Kamehameha, two formidable beams of energy, one blue and one gold, hurtled towards Krillin. Standing firm, Krillin appeared unfazed. Just as the Gallic Gun and Kamehameha were about to collide with him, his figure suddenly vanished. Where did he go? Both Son Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. Was Krillin's speed truly that remarkable? Right here, Krillin kicked Vegeta away. Upon hitting the ground, Vegeta's body curled up like a cooked shrimp. Coughing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. From Earth, Krillin watched in exhilaration. "See, Vegeta, you were so arrogant before. Yet here I am, giving you a taste of your own medicine." "Krillin, how did you do that?" Son Goku helped Vegeta up, looking at Krillin in disbelief. In an instant, he had evaded the focal point of their energy attack. Aside from his instant transmission, he couldn't fathom a better method. Could it be that Krillin also mastered instant transmission? Tilting his head, Krillin confidently tapped his forehead and replied, "To keep you from knowing I could instant transmission, I even flew through the Earth's atmosphere. Have you been plotting against us since your time on Earth?" Krillin, after a moment of contemplation, comprehended the essence of the situation, leaving Sun Wukong astounded. The wisdom of combat lies in mastering the rhythm of the fight. ensuring that everything remains within one's grasp. This is the profound understanding of my fighting style. However, how can you possibly defeat your adversary with such an approach? Sun Wukong queried. Perplexed. An adversary that materializes unexpectedly will not provide you with any intelligence. Naturally, the enemy possesses an alternative manner of engaging in battle. I wish to test your method against the foe. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He yearned to experience pressure in order to strive towards transcending into Super Saiyan 4. He believed that attaining Super Saiyan 4, like Super Saiyan 3, was achievable through battle or anger as stimuli. If he clung to such a notion, he might never transform into Super Saiyan 4. Krillin smiled faintly, not refusing. Be cautious then. I am well aware of all your intelligence. Chapter 43. The Conclusion of Battle. A year's time, golden energy and crimson collided as Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of 1,000 punches in an instant, all of which Krillin deftly parried. Simultaneously, he launched a counterattack, initiating the solar flare stance, prompting Sun Wukong to immediately close his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Krillin executed a complete 360-degree spin, channeling an immense force through his legs, striking Sun Wukong in the waist. The ground shattered, and countless clouds of dust erupted as Sun Wukong was sent crashing into the depths of the King Kai's realm. Krillin stood aloft, and in the next moment, he pivoted to deflect a whip kick from the approaching Sun Wukong, who grinned mischievously, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, it was behind Krillin, who instinctively blocked Sun Wukong's assault, only to be taken by surprise as Sun Wukong cunningly brought Vegeta along. Vegeta's fist collided with Krillin's face, causing his head to turn and blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Now, the battle was beginning to take shape. This is not good. As Sun Wukong noticed Krillin preparing to retaliate, he attempted to whisk Vegeta away but found himself grasping at air. Krillin's hand firmly clutched Vegeta's leg. Feel the power of the spin, Vegeta, Krillin declared, vigorously swinging his arm. Vegeta struggled to resist, but found himself utterly ensnared. Krillin's strength dwarfed his own. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh, round and round, Vegeta was propelled by Krillin's might. The velocity was such that the entire King Kai's realm seemed to be swept up in an 18-level tempest. Vegeta's captivity indicated that they were at a disadvantage in their skirmish, yet paradoxically, this also presented the most opportune moment. In a mere instant, Sun Wukong prepared himself and immediately gathered a formidable energy, intending to ambush Krillin and rescue Vegeta. The Kamehameha, a beam radiating energy capable of obliterating the galaxy, shot towards Krillin. Sensing the impending threat, Krillin smiled slightly as he positioned Vegeta before him as a shield against the Kamehameha. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Vegeta's back with tremendous force. Ah! Vegeta cried out in pain. In the air, without the opportunity for relay, Krillin and he were both propelled away by the beam, until they crashed into the soil of the King Kai's realm, finally coming to a halt. Damn it, Sun Wukong thought to himself. Vegeta's injuries were too severe and would undoubtedly impact their combat efficacy. Why does Krillin consistently target Vegeta? Goku was taken aback by Krillin's rapid reaction. He missed his opportunity, inadvertently causing Vegeta further distress. You are far weaker than I had imagined. Krillin, having abandoned the nearly incapacitated Vegeta, ascended into the sky. He resolved to retract some of his power, opting to match Goku's fighting strength of 32 trillion, for otherwise, this one-sided battle would become exceedingly tedious. Nevertheless, even with a reduction in energy, Krillin's prowess remained formidable. With a sudden burst, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, enveloped in crimson energy, scorching the earth beneath his swift passage. Come on, Goku declared with unwavering resolve, propelling himself forward to collide with Krillin. However, upon contact, Goku sensed something amiss. How had Krillin's strength diminished so significantly? It seemed he could now contend, albeit slightly. As anticipated, in the ensuing close-quarters skirmish, regardless of the number of techniques each employed, both were able to counter the other's moves. It appeared that Krillin and Goku were evenly matched. On Earth, with a grave expression, Krillin noticed Trunks nearby, who voiced his confusion. Did you all feel that? Uncle Krillin from another world seems to have suddenly weakened. Piccolo nodded, observing that none understood the reason behind it, and spoke in a low tone. This is because Krillin desires a battle of equal standing with Goku. He must find it quite dull that both Goku and Vegeta cannot surpass him. Hence he has chosen to increase his own challenge. After delivering his insight, Piccolo turned his gaze towards Krillin's clone. The clone, unable to avert its gaze, could only raise a hand and give a thumbs up. Piccolo allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips before glancing back at the illuminated screen. With a resounding boom, Krillin unleashed an energy blast, and Goku crossed his arms to withstand the explosion. Just as Krillin intended to pursue Goku further, Vegeta regained his mobility and latched onto him from behind. Pathetic. Vegeta dared not approach closely, opting instead to launch energy blasts from a distance. The projectiles, though not particularly powerful, were irksome. Is this your princely strategy? Krillin's eyes narrowed as he swiftly appeared beside Vegeta, pressing down on his head with both hands while delivering a fierce knee strike. Following this, he executed a swift kick that sent Vegeta flying away, leaving him once again devoid of combat capability. Goku unleashed his full energy, golden flames swirling in the wind. He lamented inwardly the diminutive state of his body, which hindered his ability to engage in battle freely. Krillin, I never imagined your strength could be so immense. It is only when you restrain your power that I can contend with you. My own might is derived from the sacrifices of life across the entire universe. It is only natural that you cannot surpass it. As Krillin finished speaking, he observed Goku springing into action. Yet this does not signify our weakness. A majestic ethereal dragon, transcending the heavens and earth, manifested behind him. Dragon Fist. The tremendous energy surged forth, stirring a whirlwind that swept up countless fragments of earth and foliage, swirling around the dragon in a cacophony of rustling sounds. Krillin, with an unspoken understanding, assumed a stance. Behind him roared a colossal golden ape illusion. Yet, this giant ape bore little resemblance to the ordinary. It mirrored Krillin's Super Saiyan 4 form precisely. In an instant, even the debris and fragments surrounding the divine dragon remained oblivious to its sudden disappearance. Sun Wukong launched a ferocious assault, clashing with Krillin in a spectacular display. The earth shook and a brilliant light enveloped the entirety of the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin and Jebet gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. This is all you're doing. The Kaioshin realm is destined for destruction. An unending surge of energy erupted, creating a dark and profound crater in the ground of the Kaioshin realm. It is worth noting that the soil of the Kaioshin realm is only slightly less resilient than the universe's most formidable metal, Carson steel. Nevertheless, the residual shockwaves from Krillin and Sun Wukong's battle carved out a massive pit, a testament to the immense power they had unleashed. On either side of the chasm, resembling the edges of a cliff, lay two figures who, despite being nearly 100 miles apart, erupted into simultaneous laughter. Ha ha! Wukong, Krillin, your strength is formidable. On Earth, Krillin shared in their joy, laughing just as heartily. This battle concluded with Vegeta unconscious, while Sun Wukong and Krillin ended in a stalemate. Although it was a result of Krillin's mercy, it nonetheless delighted Sun Wukong. How exhilarating it was to engage in such a vigorous battle before venturing into the cosmos. Indeed, instead of immediately traveling to the universe after reverting to a child, he sensed Krillin's energy and made his way to him first. After the dust settled, he continued on with Xiaofang and Trunks to the universe in search of the Black Star Dragon Balls. He invited Krillin to join him, but Krillin declined. Having sensed a remnant of Black Wukong's divine aura within himself, he needed to seize the moment to master this divine power. The best place to learn divine abilities was undoubtedly the Kaioshin realm. They agreed to meet again in a year for another bout. Trunks was temporarily entrusted to Bulma, as they were his parents in this timeline, making it perfectly reasonable for them to care for him for a while. A year later, Krillin would bring him back for training. Krillin also shared the method to transform into Super Saiyan 4th stage with Vegeta, yet without his tail. Vegeta found himself unable to transform and had no choice but to seek Krillin's assistance. Krillin then took him before the old Kaioshin, who helped to remove his tail. After Vegeta successfully transformed, Krillin sent him home and ventured alone to the Kaioshin realm to commence his year-long training. This year would be his most effortless yet. Before this, however, he needed to request a ritual from the old Kaioshin, for within him resided the cells of Sun Wukong's son, Gohan. Chapter 44. The Mysterious Krillin, accomplished. I believe I understand your request, the old Kaioshin remarked, circling Krillin with intrigue. You wish to replicate Gohan's experience? If you possess his cells, then it is certainly feasible. But the old Kaioshin paused and shook his head. Krillin, perplexed, initially assumed there was some ulterior motive and retrieved a dozen magazines, each adorned with stunning models. Is this sufficient? He inquired, clearing his throat. The old Kai, feigning seriousness, coughed discreetly while casting a furtive glance at the stack of magazines, nodding at the impressive quantity. Truth be told, it is not entirely out of the question. In light of your future endeavors to save the universe and enhance your capabilities, I feel compelled to assist. However, my hesitation lies not in the ritual itself, but in its duration. It will require at least a week. Your potential far surpasses that of Gohan. The enhancement will be holistic, likely unlocking latent abilities in your other cells, thus necessitating a longer period. Remember, Gohan only needed less than a day for his initial development. Yet he had to endure a full week for the resultant power, indicating that the strength to be unlocked will be incredibly formidable. What you currently require most is power, and for it, you are willing to devote a significant portion of your time. Furthermore, during this process, you may also gain insights into divine energy. Krillin pondered briefly before resolutely stating, "It's fine. I can endure." The old Kai's expression darkened. "Fool. I can hardly endure. I possess Senzu beans." The old Kai had certainly heard of the legendary Senzu beans, and upon realizing their availability, he no longer hesitated. "Very well, sit down." Krillin nodded and complied, positioning himself before the old Kai as instructed. The old Kai concealed the magazines behind him and produced a crystal ball, directing his attention towards Krillin as he settled onto the ground. Krillin refrained from expressing any skepticism about the method of strengthening. He understood it was the old Kai's unique approach. Moreover, having read the original narrative, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. Krillin's doppelganger remained on Earth, allowing him to project his consciousness there at will, seamlessly switching between his true form and his clone. Essentially, they were indistinguishable, both being manifestations of Krillin under his control. Although the clone was often utilized for combat, hence being kept in reserve. Focusing inward, Krillin sought to grasp the residual divine aura from Black Goku within him. He had sensed a glimmer of potential. However, none of Cell's cells seemed capable of manifesting divine power, not even a single one. He pondered the reason behind this. Was it necessary to rely on the Super Saiyan God ritual to facilitate the influx of divine energy into his body for unlocking such abilities? If this were indeed the case, a journey to Earth was imperative. The transformation into a Super Saiyan God required 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans to bestow their power upon another. In essence, the ritual demanded 6 participants. As the intended transformee, he counted himself as one, Vegeta as another, and Gohan and Goten as the remaining 2. Regrettably, Goku and Trunks were off in space. Had they been present, the requisite number would have been met. Who else among the Saiyans remained on Earth? Trunks could be counted. And in Dragon Ball Super, even the unborn infant Bra qualified, so he certainly could as well. Who else was there? Vegeta's daughter, the girl named Bra. Krillin felt an uncontrollable surge of fervor within. With the numbers finally assembled, he yearned to transform into a Super Saiyan God at once, elevating his power to an unprecedented level. His desperation for strength drove him to simultaneously pursue the enigmatic form and the Super Saiyan God transformation in the shortest time possible. If only he could assume the mysterious form sooner. Focus. Concentrate. The old Kai suddenly admonished, sensing Krillin's distracted mind. Krillin quickly regained his composure, resolving to be earnest. Indeed, there was no need to rush. Waiting a week would not be too late. 10 days later, the old Kai shakily rose to his feet, his back aching from the strain. Oh dear, at last it is complete. Truly a peculiar creature. I expected to finish the ritual in a week. Yet your prodigious talent forced me to labor for an additional 3 days. Let me tell you, it was no fewer than 20, no, 30 magazines. Do not come to see me again without them. With newfound confidence, Krillin opened his eyes and ascended from the ground, a formidable force surging within him. His doppelganger materialized beside him, presenting the 100 magazines he had meticulously prepared for the old Kai. All set. Thank you, esteemed old Kai. Krillin expressed his heartfelt gratitude. At least you are sensible, the old Kai replied, promptly retreating to a corner to peruse the magazines, his demeanor entirely unbefitting someone with pressing matters. A casual wave of his hand served as his acknowledgement of Krillin. With fists clenched and eyes sharp as blades, Krillin exuded an aura of confidence, feeling immensely powerful. Indeed, the reality matched his perception. Though no energy flared from his body, he appeared rejuvenated, as if polished to a sheen. My power, even without transformation, has surpassed 300 million in battle prowess. He exclaimed, laughter erupting from him at this astonishing augmentation. Upon concluding his merriment, he attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan atop his mysterious form, but found himself unable to do so, experiencing an obscure sensation of power unexpressed. Though the impediment was slightly less pronounced than that of Super Saiyan 4, this might stem from the untamed nature of Super Saiyan energy clashing with the mysterious form. Super Saiyan 4, emerging from perfect control of the great ape, while still wild, exhibited a more restrained aura than Super Saiyan 1, allowing for finer precision and control. Thus, it was somewhat more manageable, yet transformation remained elusive. Regrettably, the mysterious form could not be layered with Super Saiyan, or else he would have attained a combat strength of epic proportions. Krillin's current state could aptly be termed as Mystic Cell or Mystic Krillin. Perhaps Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God might yield different results. Driven by his desire for power, Krillin's imagination soared. Super Saiyan 4 had a degree of flexibility. With continued meditation, success might be within reach. The Super Saiyan God transformation, derived from divine energy, bore a resemblance in essence to the mysterious form. Were it not for the fact that the mysterious form could still sense energy, Krillin might have mistaken it for a demigod state. Combining these powers, could it potentially lead to a mysterious breakthrough beyond the Super Saiyan 4, perhaps even to the enigmatic Super Saiyan God form? And what of the Super Saiyan God form? Indeed, Krillin finds it difficult to relinquish the immense strength afforded by his mysterious state. If he could merge them, his power would undoubtedly surpass his current self by countless magnitudes. Unable to contain his excitement, he clenched his fists, feeling a surge of emotion. He sensed that the energy consumption of this mysterious form was far less than that of the Super Saiyan 4. It stemmed entirely from his own strength and latent potential. If only he could transform this into a consistent fighting capability. After retracting his doppelganger, Krillin chose to bring this form to Earth. His first destination was Vegeta's residence. Not only did he aim to gather the number of individuals needed to transform into Super Saiyan gods, but he also wished to check on Trunks. Upon entering the familiar Capsule Corporation, Krillin couldn't help but lament how much had changed. In his own universe, he had spent many joyous occasions celebrating with Bulma and the others here. Alas, everything he now beheld felt foreign to his past experiences. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Krillin strode forward confidently. Soon, he encountered Vegeta, who was training in the gravity chamber. Krillin glanced at the gravity setting of 30,000 times Earth's gravity. What a diligent man. He was still training in his base form, which explained his swift increase in power. Upon seeing Krillin, Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4th stage, effortlessly opening the door as if the 30,000 times gravity were mere air, accomplishing this feat in a minuscule fraction of a second. What brings you here? Vegeta inquired, his tone significantly more amiable than in Krillin's original timeline, albeit still somewhat brusque due to his nature. Given that he spoke this way even to his own son, what more could one expect? After Krillin had mercilessly beaten him in the past, Vegeta had wished to avoid Krillin entirely. However, it was Krillin who had taught him the transformation method into Super Saiyan 4th stage. In moments of despair when he could not find a way to grow a tail, it was Krillin who had succeeded in helping him. Out of both gratitude and logic, Vegeta felt he ought to treat Krillin with some respect. Otherwise, he would be deemed ungrateful. He regarded Krillin with astonishment, sensing something was different about him. His aura was remarkably powerful. With a subtle smile, Krillin asked Vegeta, "Would you be interested in acquiring a new transformation?" Chapter 45. Preparing to transform into Super Saiyan God. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You have developed a new transformation? It is still in the theoretical stage, but it is worth a try," Krillin replied, nodding. Even in this world, the concept of gathering 6 Saiyans to enhance their power should yield success. He recalled that Super Saiyan 4 Goku had achieved full power while surrounded by 3 Saiyans. Though he was uncertain how they, with their power levels in the millions, could enhance Goku, who was in the billions, the path remained feasible. Krillin speculated that it was likely the cells of the 3 individuals that had awakened a profound lineage within the Super Saiyan 4 Goku. If there were a few more individuals, even if they could not transform into Super Saiyan God, he could still transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, to transform into the Super Saiyan God himself, which belonged to the future world of Dragon Ball Super, their inability to do so did not imply that he could not. He merely required the righteous hearts of a few Saiyans. "Speak, what are the necessary conditions?" Vegeta asked, releasing his Super Saiyan 4 transformation and crossing his arms. I need you, your daughter, and Trunks. I will also seek out Gohan and Goten. This is a ritual that requires a total of 6 Saiyans, including myself, Krillin explained. Upon hearing the conditions for transformation, Vegeta's eyes twitched involuntarily. He had only encountered such abstract prerequisites for transformation in the Metamoran fusion technique. Is this method truly capable of facilitating a transformation? You are not deceiving me, are you? Krillin waved his hand dismissively. Even if you cannot transform in your world, it can still enhance your power. Trust me, this method is from my world. Even if you cannot transform, I can, for I hail from that realm. Upon successfully transforming, I will impart that power to you, allowing you to comprehend it. It is a force entirely distinct from Ki. In our world, we refer to it as divine power. Divine power? Vegeta gazed skeptically at Krillin. Is it akin to the divine power of the Supreme Kai? No, in our world. The Supreme Kai does not serve as a deity of combat, and thus, their power is not formidable. The deities responsible for battle are known as destroyers, possessing immense strength. They wield divine power, and I doubt even Zamasu could contend with them. Such a powerful deity. Why did they not appear during the destruction of your universe to eliminate Zamasu? Vegeta questioned, still harboring a degree of skepticism. Krillin awkwardly replied, this is due to a peculiar rule in our world. The lives of the weaker Supreme Kais and the powerful destroyers are intertwined. Regardless of which side perishes, the other shall also meet their end. I surmise that Zamasu exterminated all the Supreme Kais, leading to the demise of the destroyer, rendering them unable to appear. Your world is truly peculiar. Vegeta could not help but retort. He then led Krillin to Trunks' nursery, where Bulma was playfully entertaining him. The several-month-old Trunks appeared somewhat more astute than the average child, already able to stand and walk. Witnessing this tender scene, even Vegeta displayed a hint of affection, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Bulma, Krillin has arrived. Oh, it is Krillin from that world. Trunks is doing splendidly here. You need not worry. Bulma stood up, holding Trunks, clearly demonstrating her deep affection for him. After all, he was her child, and having lost the parents from another world at such a young age, she felt both heartache and compassion for Trunks. Krillin smiled as he took Trunks into his arms. The familiar aura soothed Trunks, who nestled quietly against him. Without crying or squirming, his innocent eyes examined the speckles on Krillin's attire. I certainly have no worries regarding you. I do not intend to take him away now, merely to request his assistance. Rest assured, Bulma. At this moment, Vegeta inquired, what of Bra? Where has she gone? We shall require her aid for what lies ahead. Bulma, puzzled, responded, oh, can her combat power be of assistance? Indeed, Vegeta affirmed, the aid we seek is not contingent upon combat prowess, but rather upon a heart imbued with righteousness. Ah, I see. She has gone shopping at the mall. I shall call her back at once. Krillin nodded, returning Trunks to Bulma, and said to Vegeta, I will first seek Gohan and Goten. I shall bring him over shortly. The transformation location shall be at your residence. Very well. After bidding Bulma farewell, Krillin instantaneously transported himself beside Gohan. At that moment, Gohan was engrossed in literature on a bookshelf. Suddenly sensing a presence behind him, he turned to find Krillin. Ah, Uncle Krillin from that world. What brings you here? Gohan greeted with a smile. Krillin explained the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan god. Wow, Uncle Krillin, you are quite clever. We had never considered this method of gaining strength before. Had we discovered it earlier, perhaps those adversaries would not have posed such challenges. I agree. Though Earth is presently devoid of danger, I believe it is essential to continually enhance our strength. All right, Gohan, I shall take you to Vegeta's house, and I will then seek Goten. Understood. In a matter of seconds, Krillin returned with Gohan, and then appeared beside Goten. Goten, who did not resemble Goku in personality, was instead quite like Yamcha. He was dressed in trendy attire, enjoying a date with a beautiful girl. Krillin chuckled and approached him. Goten, what are you up to? Oh, Uncle Krillin. This is Paris. My uncle, Goten introduced, as the girl with brown wavy hair gasped in surprise. Goten, he is your uncle? He certainly does not appear to be from Earth. Haha, well, that's a bit complicated, Goten replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Noticing Paris's impolite remark, Krillin felt no offense, considering he was not even from this world. Goten, do you have time today? Yes, I must have time. Paris, let us pause here for today. I will come to see you tomorrow, all right? Okay. Paris nodded without hesitation before turning to leave. Krillin could not help but glance at Goten. What is this guy doing, acting like a lovesick fool? Goten, are you pursuing that girl? Yes, Uncle Krillin, you caught me. Please don't tell my mom. Hee hee, Goten responded with a shy smile. Rest assured, I shall keep it a secret. Since you have time, come along with me. Where are we going? To transform into a Super Saiyan god. A Super Saiyan god? What is that? Krillin explained once more, and they made their way to Vegeta's residence, where, coincidentally, Bra had also been summoned back by Bulma. The speed of the superhuman is indeed astonishing. At this moment, all essential conditions were met. Krillin stood at the forefront, flanked by Vegeta and others, arranged in 2 rows behind him. One row comprised Vegeta and Bra, while the other consisted of Trunks and the sons of Goku. Bulma stood at the back, holding Trunks, guiding his hand to rest upon Goten's shoulder, who in turn placed his hand on Gohan, who then pressed his hand against Krillin. Seeing that everything was in place, Krillin's deep voice resonated, urging them to channel their heart's energy towards him. Chapter 46. The God of Super Saiyans, Ultimate Power, Divine Energy. In the unfathomable depths of the universe, a blinding beam of light pierced the inky darkness, streaking across the sky like a meteor before ultimately descending upon Earth. At that moment, the entire planet seemed to awaken. Vast clouds began to churn, and thunder and lightning intertwined, forming a breathtaking tableau. Within the Capsule Corporation, Krillin stood resolutely, surrounded by 5 valiant Saiyans. Their eyes sparkled with unwavering determination as they converged their entire essence into a brilliant beam of light, transmitting it into Krillin's being. In that instant, Krillin felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Suddenly, a colossal blue column of light propelled him skyward, scattering blue radiance in every direction, reaching towards the heavens. Within this luminous pillar, Krillin's form began to transform. Azure flames blazed fiercely around him, gradually morphing into a fiery crimson hue. He was enveloped in a radiant red aura, his eyes glowing with a ruby brilliance encased in shadows, surrounded by a fiery essence akin to that of an ancient deity. At this moment, the earth trembled in reverence, the seasons shifted, and the elements responded with wind, rain, and thunder, as if celebrating the birth of this legendary god of Saiyans. In the sky, rainbows pierced through the clouds, showering Krillin with a kaleidoscope of colors, enhancing his majesty and enigma. Surrendering to the force of this energy, Krillin slowly closed his eyes. He felt as though he had touched the mysteries of the universe. His soul ascended, and his power reached unprecedented heights. When he opened his eyes once more, an even more intense radiance erupted from them, embodying a strength that transcended all Saiyan forms, representing justice, courage, and salvation. The legendary god of Super Saiyans had finally manifested once again in the annals of Saiyan history. Under the influence of this power, Krillin's stature, though slightly diminished, appeared more erect. His aura, imperceptible to those devoid of divine energy, stirred the surrounding air with a tumultuous force, akin to a tempest threatening to engulf everything in its path. Truly, it was a breathtaking spectacle. Could this be divinity? Why could they not sense Krillin's aura? Vegeta and the others, witnessing this miraculous moment unfold, could only widen their eyes in astonishment, their mouths agape. They gazed upon the awe-inspiring figure, their hearts filled with astonishment at Krillin. They had never imagined that such noble and magnificent beings could exist in the world. Perhaps only such a presence could be deemed divine. The emergence of the Super Saiyan god transcended the confines of Earth, causing the very cosmos to tremble in response to his existence. In the Kaioshin realm, the elder Kaioshin jolted awake from his magazine, exclaiming, "There is a new god! A new god! Jebbet, you scoundrel, where have you been? Ancestor, I'm here. What has happened?" Jebbet hurriedly approached, a fishing rod still in hand. The elder Kaioshin, frustrated, struck his head and scolded, "With your demeanor, how can you fulfill the role of a Kaioshin? Have you not sensed the emergence of a new deity in the lower realm? A new god?" Jebbet muttered, clutching his head. "Such immense divine power. Can you truly not perceive it?" Upon hearing this, Jebbet immediately focused his senses towards the lower realm, where he quickly detected an extraordinarily formidable yet gentle divine force. Remarkable. Such immense divine power. Jebbet stuttered, astounded by the vastness and grandeur of this energy. No need for speculation. It must be those Saiyans or Krillin from Earth. They are indeed the strongest in the universe, the elder Kaioshin stated solemnly. "What should I do, ancestor?" Jebbet inquired. "Fool, go to Earth and see for yourself." Oh. Strangely, Jebbet felt that ever since the Elder Kaishin's return, his own status as a Kaishin had diminished. Alas, the weight of lineage can be suffocating, especially considering that the Elder Kaishin hails from 15 generations ago. In the universe, on an unknown planet, Son Goku was engaged in battle with an evil foe. Suddenly, a jolt surged through him, momentarily halting his body. This caused him to be struck by his enemy, crashing through the ground. When he emerged once more, his face was alight with joy. With no desire to continue the skirmish, he swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, effortlessly unleashing a blast of energy to annihilate his adversary. While gazing towards Earth, murmuring to himself, "I cannot sense any energy, yet a remarkably powerful being has come into existence. I truly wish to engage with you. Grandpa, Goku uncle, it's so good to see you safe." Xiao Fong and Trunks flew over to Son Goku. Krillin descended slowly, his feet hovering above the ground of Capsule Corporation, his red eyes scanning the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips, embodying a powerful state of omniscience. Vegeta's heart raced as he gazed incredulously at Krillin. He had once believed himself to be the pinnacle among Saiyans. Yet this transformation revealed to him the vast chasm that lay between them, observing the divine power emanating from Krillin like flames. He finally understood why Krillin had been chosen as a beacon of hope by the warriors of that world. His mindset diverged entirely from that of himself and Kakarot. The creativity behind his transformation was profound, and even his pursuit of strength was imbued with greater significance than theirs. He strives to surpass Kakarot, a man who is perpetually transcending himself. Meanwhile, Son Goku revels in the thrill of battle, delighting in the pursuit of strength, driven by the desire to confront ever more formidable foes. Krillin, on the other hand, is willing to transform into a monster to save the lives of an entire universe, his mission of salvation serving as a relentless catalyst for his growth. Bowing his head, Vegeta gazes at his hands, clenching them tightly as an intense longing surges within him. He too yearns to reach this pinnacle, to become a Super Saiyan god. Vegeta casts another glance at Krillin, and in that moment, his eyes shimmer with unwavering determination, as if he can already envision himself standing atop the summit. "Vegeta, I am not deceiving you." Krillin's voice is calm and soothing, exuding a quiet strength. It is as tranquil as the sky and as embracing as the earth. Those who behold him, if not focused and attentive, might even overlook his existence. This transformation signifies not merely an enhancement of power, but a profound breakthrough of the spirit, taking upon himself the cycle of life and death. The flame of justice remains unquenchable. This sense of responsibility burgeoned within Krillin after his escape from the universe. It serves as both motivation and a means of refinement, making his essence profoundly aligned with that of the Super Saiyan god. His strength far exceeds that of the former Super Saiyan 3 Goku, rendering the power of his Super Saiyan god transformation immensely formidable, even more so than that of Goku, the god among gods. Although this power is fleeting, Krillin finds satisfaction in it. As divine energy courses through him, every cell becomes attuned to the divine essence, fervently absorbing energy. Krillin trusts that once he relinquishes the Super Saiyan god form, the divine power will soon be cultivated anew, uniquely his own. There is no need for rituals to attain divine status. Since you have succeeded, allow me to be next. Vegeta can hardly contain his eagerness. Chapter 47, Weakness, Training, and the Impending Crisis Sting. Host, Krillin, Cell's original body, Krillin's avatar. Age, 31. Combat power, 300 quintillion. Temporary. Avatar, 3 million. Race, Scion, Frieza clan. Earthling, Three-Eyed Tribe. Beast Tribe, Potential Explosion, 10x. Forms, Super Saiyan Stage 1, Super Saiyan Stage 4, Mysterious Form, Super Saiyan God. Temporary. Skills, Divine Power, Solar Fist, Kamehameha. Instantaneous Movement, King Kai's version, various energy techniques, and more. Portable space, 200 cubic meters, capable of storing living beings. Universe, corrected. Achievements, 1. Plug and play, unlocked. Effect, when the host performs an insertion action, it occurs without impediment, ceases upon withdrawal. 2. Defeated, unlocked. Effect, enemies defeated by the host exude an aura of defeat, their psychological resilience plummeting rapidly. Time duration determined by the will of the defeated. 3 saviors, unlocked. A friendly reminder. Achievements possess unknown special effects. Please explore them on your own. Time swiftly passed, and apart from Trunks and Bulma, Everyone attempted to indulge in the pleasures of transforming into a Super Saiyan god. However, only Vegeta and Gohan retained any profound insights after their transformations. Bra, merely seeking novelty, lost interest following her transformation and proceeded to indulge in shopping. Trunks, having succumbed to slumber, was taken to rest by Bulma. Goten was eager to transform once more, yet his restless mind hindered his ability to grasp that elusive feeling, compelling him to return home in frustration. Both Vegeta and Gohan had begun to cultivate a hint of divine power within, though they had yet to fully master it. With careful contemplation, they anticipated being able to transform again. Krillin returned to the Kaioshin realm, his transformation still intact. Perhaps it was due to the Namekian cells from Cell's body and the cells of Frieza and his father, which endowed him with strength far surpassing that of the Saiyans, enabling him to maintain the form of Super Saiyan God up to this point. Upon his return to the Kaioshin realm, both Old Kaioshin and Kibito were astonished. The Old Kaioshin, marveling, circled Krillin with amazement. "I knew it was you who achieved this. Who would have thought a mortal could wield divine power, surpassing even us?" Due to the vast distance between the Kaioshin realm and Earth, there was a time disparity. Thus, while half an hour had elapsed on Earth, it was only then that Kibito prepared to instantaneously transport himself. "Krillin, why not take on the role of Kaioshin? This way, our ancestor won't berate me alone," Kibito innocently suggested. A twitch of annoyance crossed Krillin's lips. "Could you refrain from being so blunt? Are you afraid someone else might become Kaioshin? Fool, can't you see that his divine power is temporary?" The Old Kaioshin chided Kibito with a light slap to the head. Ignoring Kibito's look of grievance, he turned back to Krillin and remarked, "The path you tread is far more righteous than that of Goku and the other Saiyans. Divine power surpasses any transformation of a Super Saiyan. If you continue to develop, you're bound to grow even stronger. I understand, Old Kaioshin, but I shall not abandon the power of the Saiyans. I seek strength, be it wild or dark, as long as it enables me to defeat Zamasu and reclaim my universe. Nothing else matters," Krillin replied with a smile. His demeanor was considerably more serene than before, leaving the Old Kaioshin at a loss for words, only able to let out a sigh. However, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and continued, "You have a significant issue." Krillin was taken aback. "What?" Sitting down, the Old Kaioshin scratched his nose. "Your mental strength, or rather, your spiritual power, is vastly inferior to your physical strength. Although I am unsure how you are able to maintain control over this body, it poses a considerable risk. In your future endeavors of power development and bloodline excavation, you will undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges, not to mention your consciousness has divided into two parts. While this does provide an advantage in battle by granting an additional perspective, it also diminishes the strength of your individual soul considerably. You possess the remarkable ability to exchange bodies with others. Yet, what if someone were to inhabit your form?" Klin asserted that he possesses a plug-and-play capability, enabling him to maintain perfect control over his body, rendering it impervious to external takeover. The Elder Kai, seemingly capable of perceiving his innermost thoughts, remarked that even if you remain indifferent upon acquiring the body of another formidable being, you would inevitably partition your consciousness to exert control. Thus, with your current soul strength, how many divisions could you create without compromising your combat efficacy? The capacity to control a body does not equate to possessing a heightened awareness or the ability to think swiftly. The significance of these faculties in battle is unmistakable. Is it not? Klin felt as though struck by a revelation, awakening to the truth behind the Elder Kai's words. His combat prowess had indeed reached impressive heights. However, his mental fortitude, aside from the innate abilities acquired during his traversals and a month of meditation within the room of spirit and time, remained woefully inadequate for his current physique. When he attempted to seize control of Majin Buu, he had mistakenly believed that Buu's mind possessed defenses preventing possession, only to realize that Buu's mental strength surpassed his own. No wonder Buu could wield such a plethora of extraordinary magic. It is well known that in the Dragon Ball universe, beings like Babidi, endowed with formidable mental prowess, can manipulate immensely powerful warriors such as the Demon King Dabura for their own ends. Should one day he find himself in dire straits, mental strength would serve as the foundation for preserving his awareness. Moreover, during his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, the fusion of his cells and Saiyan bloodline was hindered by his feeble mental energy. Had his mental fortitude been greater, he could have transformed in an instant. Thus, It became abundantly clear that his vulnerability lay within his mental capabilities. Contemplating this, Krillin deeply bowed to the Elder Kai. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed Elder Kai. I have discerned my path forward." He chuckled. "It would be splendid if you could bestow upon me a few hundred more magazines." The Elder Kai retorted. "The ships have been reduced to ashes." He glared, exclaiming, "I am the Elder Kai. How could I possibly falter?" Krillin, realizing his misstep, quickly added, "My apologies. Esteemed Elder Kai, do you still require some senzu beans? Hand them over." Subsequently, Krillin willingly retracted his transformation into a Super Saiyan god. As his divine energy had already permeated his being, it was only a matter of time before he could transform again. In the ensuing year, his focus would be on honing his mental strength, which stood in stark contrast to his combat abilities. Time flew by, and soon a year had elapsed. Goku's team was poised to return, and during their absence, Earth had remained untroubled. Neither formidable foes nor minor threats had disrupted its tranquility. It felt as though a portent of great events lay on the horizon. Unbeknownst to anyone, a spacecraft, utterly dissimilar to Earth technology, crashed in a secluded location. Even more unnoticed was the emergence of a silvery gray substance, fluid-like in nature, slithering out from within. Chapter 48. The Parasitic Goten, a Peculiar Life Form. Satan City. Goten strolled along the street, enjoying a date with Paris. The pair exchanged laughter and banter, when suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated in the distance. Goten, ever the daring one, and Paris, blissfully innocent, curiously ventured forth to witness the commotion. "Oh, Mr. Satan?" Goten exclaimed as he caught sight of Satan seated on the ground. He is indeed the father-in-law of his elder brother, and it is only fitting and proper that he pays a visit to greet him. Before Satan stood a muscular man with golden hair, and at his feet lay a large pit, evidently created by this very brute. Just moments ago, Satan was engaged in a noble act of heroism, only to be startled when he realized that this man's eyes emitted laser beams, causing him to lose face in front of the crowd. At that opportune moment, Sun Wukong approached him to say hello. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Satan burst into laughter, rising to his feet while pointing at Wukong, exclaiming, "Ha! For a foe like you, I need not intervene personally. My disciple is more than capable of handling you. A few swift blows will have you on the ground. Ha ha ha, Wukong. Go forth and deliver a decisive punishment to our enemy." Sun Wukong, taken aback, gazed incredulously at Satan. Mr. Satan, how can this be? Such matters should be resolved by the police. I truly have no time. I am on a date with a girl, you see." Before he could finish his sentence, Wukong noticed his date rushing towards the golden-haired brute. The man's eyes glimmered ominously red. "Paris!" Wukong exclaimed, and in an instant, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the golden-haired man flying into the glass of a nearby clothing store. "Paris, are you unharmed? Did that man do anything strange to you?" Paris, resting her delicate hand on her chin, replied with a sweet smile, "Not at all. He merely inquired about the Saiyans, and I suggested he visit the fruit shop for answers." Saiyans. Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of alertness as he turned to confront the golden-haired man. This intruder, causing chaos and seeking information about Saiyans, surely posed a threat. Initially reluctant to involve himself, Wukong realized that the situation demanded his attention. At that moment, another figure emerged from the throng, eyes aglow with fury, silently advancing towards Wukong. Caught off guard, Wukong only sensed the hostility when the assailant struck, but he deftly evaded the ambush. "Are you also in league with him?" Before he could catch his breath, yet another individual, a bespectacled office worker, lunged forward with a fierce shout. Wukong instinctively shielded Paris, his gaze filled with wariness. The two assailants, grinning maliciously, encircled Wukong and charged at him. Fortunately, their strength was merely that of ordinary humans, and Wukong swiftly dispatched them with ease. Soon after, the police arrived to take them away. Just as Wukong prepared to leave, he suddenly paused, his expression darkening. More trouble was brewing. Turning swiftly to confront his adversaries, he was blindsided by a sudden punch that he could not anticipate. The blow struck him squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Paris gasped, covering her mouth in concern. Wukong. Regaining his composure, Wukong staggered to his feet, blood trickling from his lip, feeling utterly drained and unable to rise. The assailant behind him began to stir, a green glow emanating from his back as he let out a ghastly, zombie-like shriek. The terrified crowd, witnessing such a horrific scene, fled in panic. Only Satan, Goten, and Paris remained, gazing in astonishment as a luminous figure gradually emerged behind that person. The radiance slowly dissipated, solidifying into form. The figure was entirely cloaked in gray, with blue eyes and a peculiar appearance that unmistakably marked him as non-terrestrial. A sinister smile of triumph spread across his shadowy face. "You are a Saiyan, aren't you? Who are you, and what do you desire?" Goten assumed a defensive stance, wary of the figure before him. "Just like Goku, I see. You must be Goku's son, correct? You know my father? Since I have not mistaken you, I shall seize your Saiyan energy. Furthermore, I will utilize it to vanquish your father, Goku." The stranger's gaze fixated on Goten, as if he were a delectable feast, steaming and waiting to be devoured. "Mr. Satan, quickly take Paris and hide. This individual is unlike those we encountered earlier." Satan nodded, promptly escorting Paris away from the scene. Once they departed, Goten revealed a smile, his lips curling as he confidently declared, "Now that I comprehend your intent, I shall not permit you to succeed." The stranger chuckled ominously, suddenly unleashing an overwhelming aura that stirred the air around them. A tempest engulfed the city, causing countless skyscrapers to collapse. Satan's city was thrown into chaos. Goten soared into the skies, gritting his teeth at the unfolding devastation. "You wretched fiend, you've ruined my delightful date." In an instant, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan, an intimidating energy radiating from him. The stranger, rather than recoiling in fear, gazed at him with insatiable greed. "Ha ha ha, this is the potent Saiyan energy I crave. Come, if you possess the ability to eliminate me." Observing the boisterous laughter of the stranger, Goten resolved to not indulge him any further. With his hands resting on his hips, he unleashed a radiant blue light. Kamehameha, a beam of azure energy, surged directly toward the stranger. The stranger made no attempt to evade. Instead, he licked his lips and was propelled skyward by the force of the Kamehameha. "Ha ha, only when at the peak of one's strength is the body at its most vulnerable. Your power shall belong to me." Upon uttering this declaration, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. The stranger's form transformed into a liquid-like substance, flowing along the path of the Kamehameha, reversing course and arriving before Goten. In a fleeting moment when Goten was unobservant, the liquid infiltrated the wound at the corner of his mouth. Goten's head immediately dipped down. When he raised it again, his pupils had turned crimson. His entire being thrummed with formidable energy, saturated with Saiyan essence. "Ha ha ha, at last, I have acquired it." While parasitizing Trunks, he had been unable to access his memories, but unexpectedly, he could glean a portion of those belonging to Goten, the host of this body. "Let me see. So those Saiyans are indeed in West City, Vegeta, Gohan, and Bra. Oh, and what do we have here? A little Trunks as well? Ah, so this Trunks was brought over by Uncle Krillin from another timeline. But who is this Uncle Krillin? Why is it that son Goten has no recollection of his own appearance? Ah, I've discovered the truth. He is merely a short, bald individual with feeble combat prowess. Hardly worthy of mention. Nevertheless, I shall first devise a means to seize Vegeta's formidable body. With the might of the strongest on Earth, I shall surely vanquish Son Goku. Ha ha ha. The Z fighters will undoubtedly eradicate all Saiyans and reign supreme over the universe." With a surge of powerful energy, Son Goten ascends towards West City. Chapter 49. Son Gohan, you two do not wish for West City. At Son Gohan's residence, the entity that has possessed Son Goten arrives and knocks on the door. Puzzled, Son Gohan opens the door. "Goten, did you not take the key?" "Brother Gohan, let us set that aside for now. Could you transform into your strongest form for me? I aspire to grow stronger, but lack direction." The strange being manipulating Son Goten shows no hint of malevolence. Instead, wearing a countenance that reflects despair after a failed attempt to enhance its power. Son Gohan, taken aback by Goten's sudden clarity, is filled with joy and readily assents. The two proceed to the backyard where Son Gohan stands before Son Goten, fists clenched and face solemn. "Goten, temporary setbacks are inconsequential. True strength is built through consistent effort. Observe closely, for this is the might I have gleaned from Uncle Krillin's divine energy, the Super Saiyan God." Upon uttering these words, Son Gohan ignites in crimson flames, spiraling upward until a lean warrior with red hair emerges. What an astonishing power! Son Goten exclaims in awe. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifts to one of cunning. "However, soon it shall be mine." Son Gohan, noticing the change in Goten's demeanor, senses something amiss. "Goten, you seem off. You are not Goten. Only now do you realize?" Too late. An intense flash erupts, and a terrifying energy engulfs the very place where Son Gohan stands. As the smoke dissipates, the entire mountain lies in ruins, and Son Gohan hovers above, enveloped in red flames, gazing coldly at Son Goten. How is this possible? Son Goten's face contorts in disbelief. His overwhelming assault barely grazes Son Gohan, leaving even his garments intact. Come forth. With a commanding shout, Son Gohan suddenly appears before Son Goten, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Ugh! Son Goten cries out in pain, the immense force rendering him powerless. All his strength consumed by the agony. Son Gohan observes him with a gaze as frigid as ice. Had he not confirmed that this was Son Goten's body, he would have perished at the first sign of Goten's treachery. Ha ha! Son Goten grits his teeth, struggling to lift his head. You truly are formidable, Son Gohan. However, you wouldn't want your brother, Son Goten, to come to harm, would you? I could inflict internal damage upon his body. You should understand the consequences of such actions. Son Goten clutches his abdomen, a sinister smile creeping across his face. What exactly do you intend to do? Son Gohan furrows his brow, demanding an answer. I merely wish to engage you in a duel. Your strength is formidable, yet it surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Should you lower your power to match my level, I shall immediately release Son Goten. Rising to his full stature, Son Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan, gazing intently at Son Gohan. Naturally, Son Gohan found it difficult to believe his claims, but with Son Goten's life held as a bargaining chip, he understood that he must eliminate the opponent in an instant. Thus, Son Gohan assented to Son Goten's demand. Very well, but you must release my brother. Instantly, Son Gohan's divine power dissipated, reverting him to a first-level Super Saiyan. Yet even in this state, he remained vastly superior to Son Goten. Not a problem. Witnessing Son Gohan honor his word, Son Goten chuckled, separating a silver-gray form from his own body, taking on an alien visage. He hurled his body toward Son Gohan. Upon catching Son Goten, Son Gohan acted swiftly, unleashing an energy blast with a single hand. Evil flash. The devastating energy obliterated the monstrous figure. After meticulously inspecting the area and finding no residual energy, he returned to his normal state and descended to the ground. At that moment, Son Goten's eyes suddenly opened, a chilling red light flashing briefly, and his arm coalesced into an energy blade. With a swift slice, a gash appeared on Son Gohan's arm, blood oozing forth. Seizing the opportunity, a surge of silver-gray liquid erupted from Son Goten's body, instantaneously splattering onto Son Gohan's wound. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The proximity to Son Goten left Son Gohan utterly unprepared. Damn it! That creature still retains a fragment within Son Goten's body. Son Gohan attempted to expunge most of the liquid energy, yet he failed to realize that some had already penetrated his wound. Before long, he found himself in a state akin to that of the previous Son Goten, bowing his head. When he lifted it again, his eyes were suffused with a malevolent red glow. Ha ha ha! After much effort, I have finally obtained a body even more powerful than Son Goten's. The god of Super Saiyans, what an immense force. All of his Saiyan energy now belongs to me. As a parasitic life form, I can not only control this body, but also utilize the Saiyan energy to nourish my own essence. Sooner or later, my power shall reach its zenith. Ha ha ha. Wait, why are there two individuals named Krillin in his memories? Yet there is only one bald and short figure. What is the meaning of this? Son Gohan's expression shifted abruptly from surprise to dismay. Meanwhile, Son Goten, having just escaped the monster's grasp, writhed on the ground. Son Gohan paid him no heed and soared towards Capsule Corporation. I must seek out Vegeta. Perhaps he can elucidate this mystery. Furthermore, having acquired the power of the god of Super Saiyans, I will undoubtedly succeed in parasitizing Vegeta. At that time, this planet shall belong to me, and when Goku returns, he will be utterly astounded. Ha ha ha. Capsule Corporation. Vegeta was diligently training in the gravity chamber, pouring every ounce of strength into each punch and kick, as beads of sweat cascaded down his sculpted physique. Suddenly, Bulma's voice resonated from outside. Vegeta, Gohan is here to see you. With a final, forceful punch, Vegeta deactivated the gravity chamber, draping a towel around his shoulders as he made his way to the living room. There sat Gohan, a radiant smile adorning his face. Gohan, what brings you here? Vegeta inquired. Upon hearing this, Gohan sheepishly scratched his head and replied, Uncle Vegeta, I just wanted to ask, where has Uncle Krillin gone? You don't know where he is? Vegeta questioned. Is he on vacation? Or perhaps off on an adventure in space like Dad? Gohan inquired, his face devoid of any hint of jest. Vegeta's brow furrowed in contemplation. Instead of responding, he gestured for Bulma to leave, taking Gohan to an empty space. You are not Gohan, are you? Speak the truth, who are you? Vegeta asserted, twisting his wrist as he spoke. As anticipated, Gohan's expression shifted dramatically, his previously innocent demeanor morphing into something sinister. How did you see through my disguise, Vegeta? I pride myself on my flawless ruse. Vegeta chuckled lightly, turning to regard Gohan with disdain. First, Gohan would never be ignorant of Krillin's whereabouts. Second, if Gohan had something to communicate, he would have asked Bulma to inform me directly, not wait until he saw me. Furthermore, your repugnant, murky aura was detected long ago, as a remnant of the Zenkai. You truly are a disgrace to be swept into the annals of history. Gohan's face contorted into a mask of rage. You insolent fool. Countless energy blasts erupted from him. Yet Vegeta did not flinch, effortlessly dispersing them with a mere flick of his hand, sustaining only a minor scratch. You dare to insult the mighty Zenkai? You shall pay for this. Enraged by his attacks and effectiveness, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan god, though the hue of his fiery aura had darkened, deviating from its original pure crimson. It appeared that Gohan had indeed undergone a significant period of training. Sensing the formidable divine energy radiating from Gohan, Vegeta tilted his head back, raising his thumb to himself. However, you must understand, the Gohan without rage is no match for me. My power has ascended to unimaginable heights. Behold, a power entirely distinct from yours. I shall unveil the ultimate transformation, a fusion of Super Saiyan 4th stage and divine energy, the Super Saiyan 4th stage divine form. Vegeta gazed skyward, his laughter echoing with arrogance. As his mirth resonated, an immense force surged within him, an ethereal crimson aura enveloping his being. Boom! The entire West City erupted with winds of hurricane strength. The colossal divine energy emanating from Vegeta exploded forth, akin to a star on the verge of detonation. The sky darkened ominously, wild winds howled, and thunder crackled, as if the apocalypse were nigh. The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and trees splintered, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of Vegeta's formidable presence. Vegeta's appearance began to transform into that of a Super Saiyan 4th level, his long hair rising majestically. With two strands cascading over his collarbones, the hue of his hair a blood-red shade even deeper than that of the Super Saiyan god. Son Gohan's face betrayed a look of terror. However, this expression seemed oddly out of place and discordant on him. Nothing more than this. A flicker of disdain crossed Vegeta's eyes as he gently waved his hand, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that manifested as a golden beam, soaring skyward to collide with the ominous clouds above. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the clouds were instantaneously pierced by the golden ray, allowing sunlight to once again bathe the earth. The environment surrounding Vegeta underwent a cataclysmic transformation due to his overwhelming power. The previously lush, green artificial grass turned to charred black, while the decorative stones and trees crumbled under his might, as if everything were bowing in submission to him. Standing there, Vegeta resembled a crimson deity, his gaze brimming with confidence and strength, as though he had ascended to the pinnacle of power he had envisioned. Weakling, do you see? This is my ultimate strength. Come forth from Son Gohan's body at once, or I shall obliterate both him and you without hesitation. Unlike Kakarot, I am not one to dither. An unfathomable energy materialized in the palm of Vegeta's hand, which Gohan could sense to be capable of reducing them both to ashes. Vegeta was dead serious. I will emerge. I will emerge. Please do not kill me, Prince Vegeta. I am merely a mechanical life form created by the Zafrans and wish not to be entangled in their grievances. Son Gohan, having dispelled his transformation, knelt upon the ground, his face etched with fear and unease, crawling towards Vegeta on his knees in a supplicating manner. Confronted with such obsequiousness, Vegeta could not hide his disdain, particularly as it emanated from Gohan's own body. Truly revolting. Yes, you are absolutely right. Gohan had approached Vegeta, yet, wary of harming him, Vegeta refrained from striking immediately. However, when a silver-gray liquid surged forth from Gohan's body, Vegeta acted decisively, unleashing a powerful energy imbued with divine strength towards the liquid. The silver-gray liquid screamed, and a face materialized upon its surface. Such a repulsive creature. it would be best to eradicate it entirely. After the strike, Vegeta gazed at the barren ground with a cold smirk. He then advanced to lift Son Gohan, preparing to depart from the scene. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar itch in his hand, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. The next moment, he lowered his gaze, revealing a fierce and malevolent expression. His eyes transformed to a fiery red, and his blood-red hair took on a blend of red and white, becoming a striking pink. This form could perhaps be referred to as Super Saiyan 4 pink. Upon regaining consciousness, Son Goten swiftly followed his brother Gohan to Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing Vegeta on the ground, emanating an aura of evil, he immediately descended and knelt before him on one knee. Ha ha ha! Now that I have acquired the body of Vegeta, my power shall be unrivaled. I am now the mightiest being in the entire universe. Goku, I baby, await your arrival on Earth. Ha ha! It turns out that the being known as Baby, in addition to being forced out of a portion of himself, left a fragment within Gohan's body. As Vegeta approached, this fragment stealthily infiltrated the wound on his hand. Consequently, Vegeta has also become a host to this entity known as Baby. In the cosmos, Goku's team jubilantly clutches a Dragon Ball, the very last one. They are on the verge of returning to Earth. Chapter 50, Baby's Ambition. Even with the swiftest haste back to Earth, considerable time has elapsed. During this interval, Baby has managed to wreak further havoc on the planet, having parasitized nearly all of its inhabitants. Piccolo, along with young Trunks, the extraordinarily fortunate Mr. Satan, and the corpulent Bu, have been compelled to seek refuge in the other world. To their astonishment, even Dandy, Mr. Popo, and the likes of Krillin and Yachirobe have been parasitized, acting entirely under Baby's will. With no alternatives, they await the arrival of Goku and Krillin in their hiding. Lacking any means of communication, Krillin's only hope lies in his own arrival. Atop a newly constructed tower, a magnificent throne rests in the center, where Baby, propping his chin with his hand, gazes arrogantly upon the world. He hails from the royal lineage of the Tsufruians, having created the entity known as Dr. Mu to enable his existence as a parasitic organism of extraordinary potency. Regrettably, during the process of evolving into his complete form, he was thwarted by Goku's team, instilling within him a profound hatred for the Saiyan Goku. Nevertheless, his current capabilities are sufficient for him to dominate the universe. As long as his adversary bears a wound, Baby can infiltrate their body at the moment of energy release, subsequently seizing control over their entire being. Thus far, none have been able to resist his parasitic influence. Even if the original host departs, Baby leaves behind parasitic cells, ensuring that the host acts entirely in allegiance to Baby's will. Furthermore, his powers extend beyond mere parasitism. He can absorb the energy of living beings to significantly augment his own strength. After absorbing energy from Trunks and several extraterrestrials and Earthlings, his power has escalated to a level sufficient to engage Super Saiyan Goten in battle. Now, having absorbed the energies of Vegeta and Gohan, Baby's might has likely reached unimaginable heights. He possesses a formidable ability. As long as even a single baby cell remains, he can fully regenerate his form without harm. The dual abilities of energy absorption and cellular regeneration seem to reflect a design akin to that of Cell and Majin Buu. As Baby delves into Vegeta's memories, he recalls Cell and Majin Buu, instinctively comparing himself to them. Despite their failures, they can still be deemed some of the most formidable foes Vegeta has ever encountered. As this thought crossed his mind, Baby could not help but chuckle. Difficult to contend with? It is merely that you encountered me too late. I am far more formidable than they are. As long as I continue to seize powerful energy, I, a member of the royal lineage of the Tsuffer, shall never falter. Flanking his throne were Gohan and Goten, the two brothers kneeling like loyal sentinels, ever ready to heed Baby's command. After perusing the memories, Baby's expression was not one of joy, for he had yet to uncover more regarding another Uncle Krillin. Vegeta's recollections contained only his name and deeds, but the more intricate details eluded him, as if Vegeta were entirely oblivious to them, rendering him incapable of retrieval. However, he was not without recourse. If he could not read the memories, he could simply inquire of the individual himself. Gohan, where is that Uncle Krillin who brought forth little Trunks? What does he look like, and what is his power? Share with me all that you know about him. Gohan rose, placing a hand over his heart in a gesture of respect, replying, Understood, Lord Baby. Krillin resembles the visage of Cell. He and little Trunks hail from another parallel universe. In their quest to save their world, They usurped Cell's form but failed to vanquish the malevolent deity known as Zamasu. Consequently, they employed the Dragon Balls to gain the ability to traverse space and time, arriving in our realm. A revelation dawned upon Baby. So he is not of our world, yet bears the likeness of Cell. As Baby envisioned Cell's spotted form in his mind, a sinister grin spread across his face. This implies that his strength is merely on par with Cell's, hardly worth noting. Baby boasted with arrogance, erupting into laughter. How foolish of him to have felt trepidation for a time. It turns out he is but a feeble insect. However, upon witnessing Baby's derisive mirth, Gohan hesitated. No, it is not as you think, Lord Baby. What do you mean? Baby's countenance darkened as he gathered an ominous energy, dark as night and crackling with black lightning, potent enough to annihilate the universe. Are you insinuating that my power is lacking? My lord, that is not my intention. What I mean to convey is that you may underestimate Krillin. After training in Cell's body, he has grown strong enough to contend with deities and has even unlocked the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. Moreover, the divine abilities that Vegeta and I possess were first conceived by him. He was the inaugural individual to attain divine form. A year ago, he defeated Vegeta and held his own against Goku. Now, a year has passed, and it is conceivable that he may have surpassed even Vegeta. Are you suggesting that this individual possesses greater power than Vegeta? Baby clenched his fist, the energy sphere capable of obliterating the universe dissipating quietly. His voice brimmed with avarice. In my estimation, he is indeed somewhat stronger than Vegeta. Even if he is not as powerful, absorbing his energy would be beneficial, particularly since he can traverse space and time to reach other worlds. Traversing space and time to other worlds. Indeed, Baby suddenly rose, his arms wide open in exhilaration, as if he sought to embrace the very sky. If I were to possess the ability to traverse worlds, the dominion of the Zephyr people could extend to other realms. There is even a possibility that I might encounter surviving Zephyrs from other universes, leading them to continue their conquests and fulfill the ambition of ruling the entire multiverse. Baby let out a sinister and arrogant laugh. Ha! Son Gohan. Once Son Goku returns to seize the Black Star Dragon Balls, the plan to restore Zephyr Star will be temporarily paused, reverting everything to its original state. When Krillin returns to Earth, I shall ensure he perceives no issues before ambushing him. Yes, Master Baby. Baby and Zamasu, one possessing Vegeta and the other Goku. Ironically, they must rely on the strength of those they despise to achieve their goals. In the other world, Krillin emerged from his meditation, enveloped in an inexplicable aura. Not only was he in the body of Cell, but his earthling form also floated in a meditative posture nearby. They opened their eyes simultaneously and shared a knowing smile. Their strength had finally reached a new pinnacle. Chapter 51. Krillin's Body Issue Patch. The power after a year of training. Upon witnessing Krillin awaken, Jebbet approached with concern. Krillin, you've meditated for a month again. Is your body all right? Are you hungry? Should I fetch you something to eat from the lower realm? Krillin smiled appreciatively. Thank you. Jebbet, my body possesses Namekian cells, allowing me to survive solely on the moisture in the air. Eating is not necessary. And what of your earthling body? After establishing a connection with my cell body, it too no longer requires sustenance. Oh, how fascinating, Jebbet remarked, scratching his head in mild confusion. How much stronger have you become this time? You seem quite pleased. Is it that obvious? Indeed, the corners of your mouth betray your happiness. Hastily, Krillin approached the water's edge and saw that both forms bore smiles, their lips curving upward as if celebrating a grand occasion. With immense control, he forced his mouth to settle into a neutral expression. Now do I look normal? Jebbet scrutinized him and nodded. You appear considerably more serious, almost unapproachable. Then I shall revert to my original demeanor, Krillin decided, allowing his face to once again brim with joy. So, how much stronger have you truly become? Jebbet pressed. Krillin chuckled softly. I'm not entirely sure how to quantify it. To put it simply, in my strongest form, I could likely obliterate the universe with 3 punches. Jebbet gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. 3 punches to destroy the universe? Surely you jest. Krillin tapped his forehead, his expression turning grave. I am in dire need of power. I would never jest regarding matters of strength. In my universe, apart from Trunks and myself, everything else has been annihilated. Such is the reality of lacking power. When one finds themselves devoid of strength, confronted by an overwhelming crisis, they are rendered powerless to retaliate. Indeed, I apologize. The deity Jebbet, fully aware of his transgression against Krillin, spoke with a visage of despondency. It is of no consequence. If I were to hold a grudge over such trivial matters, Goku and the others would surely not have chosen me as their savior. Upon concluding his conversation with Jebet, Krillin took a moment to recalibrate his mindset, embodying the essence of the Earthling. No, the Earthling's very form. At this juncture, both bodies they possessed were manifestations of Krillin himself. After a year of arduous training, irrespective of whether it was the body of Cell or that of a human, both had become immensely powerful. Krillin had initially intended to utilize the body of Cell to traverse the final leg of his journey. However, through diligent practice, he discerned that the Earthling body resonated with him more profoundly, being the product of a direct fusion by the system itself. Thus, he resolved to prioritize the Earthling form, dedicating his efforts to training until his combat prowess matched that of Cell. The Cell body would serve as a secondary vessel, utilized for general combat and the manipulation of future avatars. Possessing the cells of Namek, he could adeptly proliferate the biomatter, granting him a distinct advantage in subduing adversaries, a natural synergy that could be described as plug-and-play efficacy. Moreover, in the future, he would undoubtedly command more avatars, rendering the ostentation of the Cell body unnecessary. While it was true that the Cell body exhibited superior combat capabilities, Krillin discovered that the plug-and-play effect was remarkably potent. Upon partitioning his consciousness, he inadvertently transferred Cell's innate talents to the Earthling form. However, this transfer lacked the extraordinary effects akin to the Saiyan or Frieza lineage, such as the ability to recover from grievous injuries and experience a substantial surge in power, nor could it sustain itself in the vacuum of space. What the Cell body imparted to the Earthling form was solely an unparalleled aptitude for cultivation. Throughout this year, the foundational combat power of the Earthling body reached a staggering 3 billion. Although this figure may seem modest, it was primarily due to his focus on refining divine energy rather than ki. It is essential to recognize the potency of divine energy. It elevated Goku from the Super Saiyan 3rd stage, whose combat power barely grazed the million mark, to an unfathomable level, transcending 4 dimensions. Thus, for Krillin's Earthling form to rapidly amplify its combat prowess, the most expedient method was to cultivate divine energy. The training of divine energy could not be acquired by the Earthling body through the methods applicable to 6 Saiyans. It necessitated the forcible infusion from the Cell body. The process would only be deemed complete upon the emergence of divine energy autonomously from his being. Consequently, upon employing divine energy, the combat power of the Earthling form was estimated to be around 1 trillion. Additionally, divine energy enabled the use of the Kaioken technique, allowing his physical strength to multiply up to 5 times, yielding a staggering 5 trillion in combat power. Krillin also enlisted the help of the old Kaishin, who dedicated an additional week to unlocking the potential of the Earthling body. This meant that the Earthling form possessed a mysterious transformation, boasting a combat power of 3 trillion. Although this was slightly inferior to the Kaioken form, it bore significantly lesser strain and consumption, making it the most frequently utilized form by Krillin's Earthling embodiment. Given the significant enhancement of Krillin's Earthling physique, it is only natural that Cell's form would not lag behind. This body has experienced a remarkable increase in strength, now improved by 2 entire dimensions compared to before. Its foundational combat power, propelled by divine energy and latent potential, has automatically surged to an astounding level of 1 trillion. In the first stage of Super Saiyan, it reaches 50 trillion. In the 4th stage, it escalates to 4,000 trillion. Upon transcending the limits of the 4th stage, it achieves an astonishing 40,000 trillion, equivalent to 4 quadrillion, crossing an entire dimension. Yet, this is not the end. By harnessing divine energy to stimulate the transformation into the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, he attains a perfect limit break, amplifying his power tenfold, surpassing Super Saiyan God by an impressive 400,000 times. After transformation, he possesses a formidable strength of 40 quadrillion. In terms of fusion, he falls slightly short compared to Vegeta, as his overwhelming power intensifies his wildness, making it challenging for both forms to coexist harmoniously at their peak. He has long had the capability for fusion, yet fears that the explosive power during the process could inadvertently annihilate the universe, leading him to postpone it. He intends to traverse the time tunnel before attempting to master this form. As for the power derived solely from divine energy, it forcibly elevates his strength to the level of Guy, Yet he can currently only utilize the first stage of Super Saiyan and cannot stack it with Kaioken. Nonetheless, it is still astonishing. In its pure form, the divine energy allows Cell to unleash a force of 3 Gai. The Kaioken with divine energy can reach a maximum of 20 times, resulting in 60 Gai. The divine energy Super Saiyan can be likened to the Super Saiyan form of Super Saiyan God, referred to as Super Saiyan Blue by Dragon Ball Super. However, Cell's hair is absent, and his aura is not blue but rather a deep rose gold, unique to Krillin, reaching a magnitude of 150 Gai. This is also Krillin's current strongest power. Lastly, there exists a mysterious form wherein Cell's formidable innate talents are perfectly harnessed, achieving a combat power of 1 quadrillion. One must not overlook the cultivation of mental energy or soul power, which is a weakness identified by the old Supreme, Kai himself. Naturally, Krillin places significant emphasis on this training. The Earthling and Cell share a singular consciousness, yet within 2 bodies, resulting in a doubling of training speed, complemented by Cell's system, granting a 10-fold talent enhancement. Krillin's mental power has surged as dramatically as his combat strength. It can be said that, when relinquishing control of the plug-and-play system, Krillin can effortlessly manage Cell's body with half of his consciousness. Moreover, Krillin has divided his awareness into 2 parts, meaning his true consciousness is capable of controlling a body with combat power at the level of 2 Gai without relying on the effects of plug-and-play. If the plug-and-play system is included, he could easily manage hundreds of avatars, requiring only a fraction of his mental power equivalent to several hundred million in combat strength. The vision of Krillin's Legion is thus poised to become a reality. With such formidable strength, it is likely that Krillin now possesses the capability to contend with Zamasu. He was unaware of the true extent of Zamasu's strength. In his universe, Zamasu was evidently toying with him, engaging in battle without any seriousness. Thus, Krillin found it challenging to accurately gauge his capabilities. Acknowledging Zamasu's ability to destroy, Krillin resolved to adopt a more cautious approach, learning the art of destruction before seeking vengeance. This year of training was dedicated to fulfilling the potential bestowed upon him by Cell, leading to a comprehensive development in his abilities. His combat prowess, mental fortitude, and divine power had all progressed without exception. The distinction between his earthly form and Cell's essence had vanished. If one were to differentiate, Krillin believed that the human form suited him better, especially considering his aspirations of marrying one day. Chapter 52. Is ignorance truly bliss? System, activate the panel. Ding. Host, Krillin, Earthling. Cell's essence, age, 32 combat power, 1, Earthling form, base combat power, 3 billion divine power, 1 trillion divine king fist, 5 trillion mysterious form, 3 trillion 2, Cell S essence, base combat power, 1 trillion divine power, Super Saiyan God 3 quintillion divine king fist, maximum 20x 60 quintillion divine power Super 1. Super Saiyan Rose 150 quintillion mysterious form, 1 sextillion Super Saiyan stage 1, 50 trillion Super Saiyan stage 4, 4,000 trillion Super Saiyan stage 4. Limit breakthrough, 4 sextillion Super Saiyan stage 4 perfect limit breakthrough, stimulated by divine power 40 sextillion races, Saiyan. Frieza clan, Earthling, Three-Eyed Tribe, Beast Tribe, potential explosive multiplier, 10x, forms, Super Saiyan Stage 1, Super Saiyan Stage 4, Super Saiyan Stage 4 limit breakthrough. Super Saiyan Stage 4 perfect limit breakthrough, mysterious form, Super Saiyan Rose, divine power form, Super Saiyan God, divine king fist skills, divine power, solar fist, Kamehameha. Instantaneous movement, God version, various techniques of energy manipulation, and more. Personal space, 200 cubic meters, capable of storing living beings. Current universe, achievements, 1. Plug and play, unlocked, effect. When the host performs an insertion action, it occurs seamlessly, disables upon withdrawal. 2. Defeated, unlocked, effect. Enemies vanquished by the host exude an aura of defeat, and their psychological resilience diminishes rapidly. Duration depends on the defeated's willpower. 3. Savior, locked, friendly reminder. This achievement possesses unknown special effects. The host is encouraged to explore on their own. It must be said that, with Krillin's current strength, even the data displayed on the panel appeared pleasing to the eye. This was the culmination of a year of diligent effort. With a sense of satisfaction, Krillin closed the panel. Throughout the year, he had refrained from checking the panel even once, and now, upon seeing it, he gained a clearer understanding of his own prowess. Frieza boasts a combat power of 100 quintillion after 4 months. Yet I, Krillin, can achieve 150 quintillion within a year, following the lineage of the Saiyans. Am I truly inferior to Frieza? After all, he has lived for centuries, allowing him to accumulate strength over time. Conversely, I have only trained for a brief period and have possessed this body for even less. In just 3 times the duration it took Frieza, I have surpassed his power by 150 times. What? You claim I am cheating? Perhaps I am, but I see no reason to cease. My strength has increased significantly. Perhaps a period of rest is in order. Krillin reabsorbed the body of Cell into his spatial pocket, not due to its unattractiveness, for it is, in fact, slightly more handsome than his earthly form. However, warriors are accustomed to his human appearance, and it feels peculiar to see Krillin with Cell's visage. At last, Krillin's bald form can stretch and relax. Krillin, why have you reverted to your original body? Asked the god Jebet, approaching with a crystal ball. He sensed that Gohan was unleashing a powerful aura in the lower realms, seemingly calling out to them. This form is more pleasing to the eye, and I am more familiar with it. Moreover, its combat prowess is no longer insignificant. Should I encounter insurmountable peril, I can always revert to Cell's body. Truly remarkable. The human form has been honed to such an extent that even the once mighty Frieza would likely find himself outmatched by you now, Jebet praised with a smile. He could only gauge Krillin's basic combat power at 3 billion. Were he aware that it could soar to 1 trillion in its divine form, he might well be left speechless. What do you intend to do with that crystal ball? Krillin inquired curiously. Isn't that the device the old Kaioshin uses to observe beautiful maidens bathing in the lower realms? So, you have a penchant for such things as well. Oh, I nearly forgot. Gohan suddenly unleashed a tremendous aura in the lower realms, prompting me to use the crystal ball. It appears he is summoning us, wishing for us to join him on Earth to celebrate Goku's return. Jebet scratched his head and projected the image from the crystal ball. As Krillin leaned in for a closer look, he was astonished to see Goku, Chi-Chi, and Trunks already on Earth, ravenously indulging in food at Vegeta's residence. Clearly, their interstellar journey had deprived them of a decent meal, and upon their return, they had descended upon the feast with fervor. Krillin chuckled and shook his head, pondering that perhaps he should acquire some culinary skills himself. After all, if he were to venture into the Dragon Ball Super world, such talents might prove useful in bribing Beerus to learn the art of destruction. By the way, isn't it around this time that Baby makes his appearance? Krillin suddenly recalled that the first major antagonist, Baby, emerged only after Goku's return. However, much time has elapsed since he last witnessed those events, and due to his own interventions, the storyline has since altered. For a moment, Krillin found himself in a state of uncertainty. Has Baby arrived? Perhaps he has, or perhaps not. Given that Gohan and Goku have yet to engage in battle, it seems likely that Baby has not yet made his entrance. In summary, whether Baby comes or not, it matters little. With my plug-and-play ability to control my own body and my formidable mental strength, even if Baby were to arrive, he would find no opportunity to parasitize me. As for defeating me, that notion is laughable. I merely need to extract the essence of Sheru's form, transforming into a Super Saiyan Rose, with a combat power soaring to a staggering 150 quintillion. How shall you respond? Hee. Baby has chosen a rather foolish path to meet his demise. The current Krillin is not akin to the one from the previous universe. In this realm, devoid of deities such as gods of destruction or angels, he stands as the veritable champion of the cosmos, possessing no discernible flaws. His mental fortitude, combat prowess, and divine energy each surpass the zenith of human potential. He, Krillin, is invincible within the universe. Krillin, are you planning to visit Earth? If so, I shall accompany you, inquired the god Jebet, interrupting Krillin's reverie with a soft voice. Of course, I shall go without issue. Will the Grand Kai accompany us? The ancestor has stated he must oversee the safety of the universe, thus he will not attend. Yet, it is well understood that he wishes to secretly observe the lovely maidens bathing below. How trivial, that with such a significant matter at hand, the ancestor grants no regard whatsoever to Goku's return. Jebet wore a look of resignation. Seniority indeed conferred a sense of superiority. He secretly vowed that upon returning from Earth, he would procure several interns from the Kai to assist him, thus gaining subordinates to command. The Grand Kai truly cares for the welfare of the populace. Ha ha ha. Chapter 53. Invincible, yet humble, let us depart. I am certain Goku will be astounded upon witnessing my current form, Krillin declared with unwavering confidence. Indeed. Whoosh. In an instant, the two arrived at Capsule Corporation. Upon their arrival, Son Goku's face lit up with joy. The surrounding figures, Vegeta and Gohan, exchanged glances brimming with intrigue. Ah, Krillin, were you not inside? How is it that you appear younger? Uh-huh, I understand. You are the Krillin from another world, are you not? Krillin smiled and nodded. Indeed. You still recognize me, Goku. Haha, how is it that you have reverted to your original form? What has become of Shera's body? Is it no longer needed? I find this form more suitable for myself. It is also more familiar to you all. I trust your strength has significantly increased. Otherwise, you would not be so audacious. Come in and join me for a meal. I must inform you, the Black Star Dragon Balls have been gathered, and Earth shall not face destruction. Goku, ever boisterous, ushered Krillin and Jebet into the room, their journey filled with laughter and joviality. Only you understand me, Goku. Upon entering, Krillin was greeted by familiar faces. Yamchu, Tien, Kayatu, Wulong, Puar, Master Roshi, Yajirobe, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Android 18, Krillin, Bra, Bittery, Dandy, Mr. Bobo, as well as Trunks and Mai, alongside the robot Jiru. Ah, why are some absent? Krillin inquired, turning to Vegeta. Vegeta, did you not inform Piccolo, Majin Buu, and Ub? And where is Trunks? Vegeta offered a subtle smile, remaining silent as Gohan stepped forward to respond. How could that be? You see, Mr. Satan and Mr. Buu are preoccupied with organizing a fan meeting event, and Ub is assisting his mother with farming. They all have their own commitments, and thus cannot come. However, their sentiments are with us. As for Uncle Piccolo, he has taken Trunks to train. I see, Krillin remarked, but Trunks is just a little over a year old. Is it too early for him to start training? And what about Ub? Why hasn't Master come to see him? Krillin nodded, chuckling helplessly. It's quite all right, Krillin, Goku replied nonchalantly. Perhaps it's beneficial to impart some fundamental training knowledge to broaden Trunks' horizons. Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, Krillin could only reluctantly acquiesce. Piccolo, the caretaker, is quite relentless, isn't he? Gohan has grown up, and now he is training Trunks? He is merely a child. Although Krillin found it puzzling that Piccolo would begin Trunks training so early, knowing that Trunks was under the watchful eye of Piccolo, often referred to as the Saiyan babysitter, somewhat reassured him, and he chose not to delve further into the matter. After enjoying a sumptuous meal prepared by Bulma's world-class chef, everyone gathered in the spacious living room to converse. At the center of the table lay the Black Star Dragon Ball, painstakingly retrieved by Goku's team. Curiosity piqued, Krillin picked it up for a closer inspection. The central star was black. Aside from that, it appeared identical to a regular Dragon Ball. Goku, during your travels, did you encounter any formidable foes? Krillin inquired, as he was undoubtedly one of Goku's most concerned friends regarding his safety. Haha, indeed. There were numerous powerful adversaries, and even I had to exert considerable effort to defeat them. Let me think. There was a general named Riled, who was truly formidable. He possessed the ability to liquefy his body and metal, and most impressively, he could merge with an entire planet. Wow, that's incredible, the group exclaimed in unison. Yamcha asked, so, Goku, how did you manage to defeat him? We first thwarted a plot orchestrated by a certain Dr. Mew, who had designed a parasitic organism named Baby that caused us significant trouble. Fearful that he would come to Earth, I hurried back, relieved to find you all safe. Upon hearing Baby's name, Vegeta's breath caught momentarily, and he crossed his arms, closing his eyes to meditate. Goku continued, after escaping that planet, Trunks, and I unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating General Riled. Following that encounter with Baby, we resolved several issues and located the final Dragon Ball, enabling us to return to Earth promptly. What a thrilling experience, Goku! Everyone marveled. Suddenly, they shifted to discussing various other topics, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere, with Krillin and Goku feeling no sense of disquiet. Daddy, you might not be aware, but Uncle Krillin developed a new transformation a year ago, known as the Super Saiyan God Power. It's incredibly potent. Suddenly, Son Wukong found himself engaged in conversation with Son Gohan, whose intentions remained ambiguous as he seemingly steered the discussion towards Krillin. Is it true, Krillin? The Super Saiyan God must be extraordinarily powerful, Son Wukong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned his gaze towards Krillin. Unperturbed, Krillin graciously nodded. Haha, well, it's not all that impressive. However, Wukong, if you wish to learn, I can teach you anytime. He added with a hint of mischief. In truth, I was hoping for a rematch. That might not be feasible. Krillin promptly declined Sun Wukong's suggestion. Come now, the power of a Super Saiyan god transcends your two-dimensional realm. No matter how much stronger you have become this year, you cannot merely brush against such might. Sun Wukong's expression fell at this response. At that moment, Vegeta opened his eyes, fixing his gaze directly upon Krillin. You could transform into a Super Saiyan god a year ago. Have you grown even stronger since then, Krillin? With a sly smile, he continued. Let us witness your ultimate power. In response to his words, Krillin chuckled and shook his head. There is no need for that, Vegeta. My strength is intended to protect my universe. I have no desire to wield it as a means of boasting or to inflict harm upon my friends. In a state of invincibility, one may afford to be humble, and Krillin now embodied this sentiment. Is your power so immense that you fear injuring us? Vegeta lowered his arms and approached Krillin, exuding a predatory confidence. But you must engage in battle, for the sake of saving your universe. Each encounter enhances your combat experience, increasing your chances of defeating foes in the future. Let us see it, Krillin. As Vegeta stood before Krillin, their eyes locked, filled with an inscrutable yearning. This caused Krillin to hesitate. Around them, the others began to cheer in unison. Let us see it, Krillin. Their gazes mirrored Vegeta's, strange and discomforting. Yet, amidst the crowd, Sun Wukong's voice rang out, prompting Krillin to reluctantly release his power. Very well, behold this, Super Saiyan God. A crimson aura erupted, and Sun Wukong gazed at Krillin in astonishment. The formidable presence he sensed throughout the universe unmistakably emanated from Krillin. I can't feel any energy. This is incredible. Then, the transformation advanced to the Super Saiyan God, further evolving into the perfected state of Super Saiyan 4th level, a monumental breakthrough. The explosive energy caused the entire universe to tremble. Sun Wukong felt utterly powerless beneath this force, akin to a mere insect before a mighty titan. Vegeta and Son Gohan exchanged glances, their lips curling into subtle, knowing smirks. This is my ultimate power, Krillin declared. In truth, he had retained a portion of his strength, wary of disheartening his companions. The notion of transcending two dimensions was indeed staggering, better reserved for confronting adversaries. What an astounding power, far surpassing my own, Vegeta praised with a grin. Soon after, the celebration welcoming Sun Wukong drew to a close. Until the conclusion of the banquet, nothing of significance transpired. Sun Wukong and Krillin ventured to the celestial realm, not only to entrust the Black Star Dragon Ball to Dandy's care, but also to master the transformations of Super Saiyan 4th level and Super Saiyan God within the hyperbolic time chamber. Concealed among the mountains, alongside Trunks, Mr. Satan, and Bu, the presence of Ub, who followed behind, suddenly allowed Piccolo to sense Sun Wukong's aura. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he proclaimed to the others, Wukong has returned. His energy surge will surely attract the attention of King Kai and Krillin. And then that entity known as Baby can be dealt with. Chapter 54. With the Dragon Balls, who would dare to strike covertly? Wukong's energy should be within the celestial realm. Shall we proceed to the heavenly domain, Mr. Piccolo? Mr. Satan, cradled in the arms of the pudgy Bu, timidly inquired. Harboring a slight fear of the stern-faced Piccolo, though slightly less than that of Vegeta, Piccolo pondered for a moment. Dandy and Mr. Popo in the celestial realm are under control, yet their power does not surpass mine. If we act swiftly, perhaps the creature known as Baby will remain unaware before we encounter Wukong. The name Baby had reached them from the mouths of those humans, who, under a spell, incessantly chanted praises for Lord Baby, making it difficult to remain oblivious. Raising his head, Piccolo devised a plan. Mr. Satan, you and Bu should take Trunks to find Xiao Fong and the other grown-up Trunks, placing them within Bu's body as before to prevent that monster from parasitizing them. Ub and I will journey to the celestial realm to swiftly incapacitate Mr. Popo and Dandy. Afterward, we will locate Wukong and have him unleash his aura to summon Krillin. However, I am uncertain of Wukong's purpose in the celestial realm. If he has entered the hyperbolic time chamber, that would pose a dilemma. With a furrowed brow, Piccolo assigned the tasks. The others nodded in agreement and promptly set forth to execute Piccolo's strategy. As Piccolo soared toward the celestial realm, his expression darkened. Wukong's energy had vanished from the heavenly domain. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, he must have entered the hyperbolic time chamber. If absolutely necessary, I shall breach the door of the chamber and forcibly summon Wukong. After all, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks once shattered the spatial confines of the chamber with a single roar. And I trust Wukong can achieve the same. Once the door to the hyperbolic time chamber is destroyed, the interior door will likewise be obliterated, serving as an effective means of notification. After all, Mr. Popo can repair it. The situation is dire. The entire population of Earth has fallen under the control of the suddenly appearing baby. Had Piccolo not sensed the increasingly malevolent aura emanating from the Earth and swiftly taken Trunks away, he too would likely have succumbed. In the current predicament, only Krillin, hailing from another world, possesses the opportunity to aid them in resolving the baby crisis before it escalates to unimaginable proportions. As for those under control, if no method of salvation can be found, we may have to resort to having Krillin obliterate Earth and subsequently restore it using the Dragon Balls. We must hasten. We cannot afford to keep Wukong waiting for too long. Majin Buu transformed both little Trunks and Satan into chocolate, devouring them whole. Remarkably, they were not digested. Instead, they were encased in a cocoon-like substance, their consciousness remaining intact. The rotund Majin Buu flew alone to the Capsule Corporation's entrance. Satan, we have arrived. Thank you, Mr. Buu. Fear not their control. Quickly, disguise yourself and enter, find Bulma and Trunks, and bring them to the other world with us. Understood, Satan. Upon hearing these words, Majin Buu patted his belly, squinted his eyes, and abruptly widened them, forcefully changing his pupils to crimson before swaggering into the Capsule Corporation. Indeed, no one questioned his identity as he made his way through. He directly approached the room where Bulma and Trunks were located. It was a spacious chamber, opulently decorated. Unmistakably Trunks' room. Bulma lay on the bed, engaging in light conversation with Trunks. Majin Buu pushed the door open and stepped inside. Both Bulma and Trunks were taken aback upon seeing him. Mr. Buu, what brings you here? Where's Grandpa? Ah, so soft. Bulma embraced Buu's ample belly, affectionately nuzzling against it. Hello, Mr. Buu. Would you like me to fetch you some desserts? Trunks offered warmly. Majin Buu gently ruffled Bulma's hair, steadying her shoulder, and with a serious demeanor, addressed them. I am here on a mission. You must follow me to another location before I can explain. Exchanging glances, Bulma and Trunks, having matured through their cosmic trials, recognized the gravity of Buu's expression and understood that something was amiss. Very well, we appreciate your help, Mr. Buu. Lead the way. With a wave of his hand, Majin Buu guided the three of them to quietly fly out of the window, leaving the Capsule Corporation behind. They soared until they reached a remote mountain range, where Majin Buu finally halted and released Satan, who had been comfortably nestled within him, peacefully asleep. Grandpa, Mr. Satan. Bulma and Trunks were astonished, not expecting Satan to have been inside Buu. Why didn't you come out earlier? Mr. Satan, feigning seriousness, nodded and spoke gravely. I know you have many questions, but I can only tell you this. Trust no one but me, Mr. Buu, Mr. Piccolo, and Mr. Obi. Mr. Goku and Mr. Piccolo went to investigate. They should be safe. But why? Are we not to trust Dad and Mom? What has happened? Satan sighed. They have all been controlled by a creature named Baby. Had it not been for the egg he left behind being ineffective against Mr. Buu, we too would have been ensnared. Enough of this. Everyone, quickly enter Buu's body. It's unsafe outside. If there are eggs in the air, we're finished. All right. Bulma and Trunks readily agreed. However, Trunks wore a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. After swallowing them all, Majin Buu hastened towards the other world. Many believed he was under control, thus even if his anger erupted, it would matter not. The Capsule Corporation. All those familiar to Krillin, save for a few like Piccolo, were gathered here. They surrounded Vegeta's form, akin to loyal subjects guarding their sole monarch. Baby gazed up at the sky, a cryptic smirk playing upon his lips. Beside him lay the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls, recently retrieved by Son Goku, with Dandy kneeling on one knee, holding aloft the platter that cradled the orbs. With these Dragon Balls, I need not resort to the perilous act of ambush. I had thought Son Goku would take ages to return to Earth. Indeed, upon beholding the Black Star Dragon Balls, Baby's plans silently shifted. The entire world is my host. Even amongst you dwell my spies, Son Goku. I never anticipated you would find a chance to turn the tide. Krillin's body shall soon be mine. Baby clenched his fists tightly. Spirits of the Zunful, pray for me. I shall undoubtedly seize the mightiest power in the cosmos and reign over the multiverse bearing the name of the Zunful. Ha ha. Even Son Goku shall no longer be my stumbling block. He has hardly grown stronger. Before that body, he resembles a mere insect. Only you, Krillin. Your strength will surely contribute to the resurgence of the Zunful. Arise, Shenron. Whoosh. The sky darkened instantly, as an immense red dragon-like entity coiled above. Shenron, grant me power. Let us exchange bodies, Krillin. Whoosh. The dragon's enormous eyes glowed with understanding. Baby's gaze ignited with excitement. Ha! Come forth, the ultimate power. Chapter 55, Baby Me. Whoosh. The 7 black star Dragon Balls ascended simultaneously, soaring into the cosmos. The countdown for Earth's life began, 2 weeks. After the black star Dragon Balls departed, a fierce radiance accompanied by lightning erupted, a beam of light shooting skyward, stirring the winds and clouds of the heavens. Gohan and Goten watched the light beam with eager anticipation. Such overwhelming might. Surely, our Lord Baby has succeeded. Soon, they would follow the mightiest baby in conquering the universe. The light beam exuded an immense pressure, compelling even those of lesser strength like Bulma and Chi-Chi to bow low. Tap, 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 tap. As the brilliance gradually faded, footsteps echoed from within. All gazes turned expectantly toward Baby. There appeared a glistening bald head. Oh no, the head bore 6 scar-like rings. The crowd stood petrified. Only Baby, in solitary excitement, clenched his hands, eyes closed, savoring the reverent gazes of his subordinates. This body is truly formidable. I can sense it harbors an immense power yet to be unleashed. Baby unleashed a terrifying aura, which suddenly shifted, vanishing to reveal a rosy divine power. Baby, Gohan hesitated, scratching his head. Perhaps you should open your eyes first? Upon hearing Gohan's words, Baby let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, I should open my eyes and bestow upon you the honor of witnessing my supreme form. I have long been eager to behold it. As he opened his eyes, however, he was greeted not by the monstrous hands of Cell, but by a pair of human hands. Glancing down at himself, he exclaimed, "Hey, a martial arts uniform. What? This is Krillin's bald body. How could this be? Has the dragon deceived me? My Vegeta form is gone." Baby stood petrified in shock. Dragon, Krillin, Baby erupted with the greatest power of Krillin's body, anger radiating from him as he struck the ground with a mighty fist. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. And in an instant, the surface of West City was obliterated. Countless unsuspecting humans fell victim to their Lord Baby's wrath. Were it not for the protection of Gohan and others, the weaker inhabitants like Bulma would have perished alongside them. Baby turned to the crowd, teeth clenched, and declared, "There are still 7 Dragon Balls in the other world. This is our final opportunity. To ensure success, I must also parasitize Goku, employing the safest method available. If I fail again, I shall annihilate all of you and depart from Earth alone. Understand?" The individuals under Baby's parasitic influence paid little heed to their own fates, as long as they could contribute to Lord Baby's ambition of ruling the multiverse. In the other world, Piccolo's brow furrowed in concern as he struggled to control Mr. Popo. The thought of attacking his old friend was already troubling enough, but suddenly the sky darkened ominously. As the creator of the Dragon Balls, he recognized the signs. It was the harbinger of their summoning. However, with the normal Dragon Balls still within the other world, this could only mean the Black Star Dragon Balls were in play. Damn it, Baby, Piccolo muttered under his breath. Calculating the time since Goku and the others had departed, he realized they had just over 2 weeks until the year was complete. He was astonished that the Black Star Dragon Balls had been activated at such a critical moment. The countdown to destruction had yet to be lifted, leaving Earth with merely 2 weeks to live. Obviously, if Baby the monster was not dealt with promptly, Earth might not even last that long. Mr. Popo's struggles intensified, and with no other choice, Piccolo was forced to render him unconscious. Phew, I'm unsure how long Goku has been inside the hyperbolic time chamber, but it doesn't matter, as long as we destroy the door to the chamber. We will find out. Let us proceed to demolish the hyperbolic time chamber. Understood, Mr. Piccolo. Arriving at the entrance of the chamber, Piccolo and took a deep breath and gathered their strength. With a resounding crash, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, along with the surrounding structure, was reduced to rubble. Now, all they could do was hope that Goku would grasp their intent and emerge by tearing through the fabric of space. Inside the chamber, Goku, having trained for 5 months, successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan God and a Super Saiyan 4th grade, yet he had not succeeded in merging these 2 powers. As they were intent on continuing their training, Krillin, who had been accompanying Sun Wukong, suddenly found his bald body transforming into that of Vegeta. Sun Wukong halted mid-swing, his fist frozen as he gazed at Vegeta's face, caught in indecision. Should he strike or refrain? Krillin, equally taken aback, felt a disconnection from his own body, soon discovering an additional consciousness residing within him. Upon inspection, he realized, to his astonishment, that it was none other than the proud Prince Vegeta. How did he end up in my body? No. Upon further reflection, Krillin discerned that this form was not his own but Vegeta's. I've been switched. Krillin smacked his forehead in realization. It turned out that the plug-and-play ability could guard against body-swapping techniques and parasitic spells. Yet it was no match for the might of the dragon. In this scenario, the dragon's power is influential, as the eventual merging of all bodies necessitates such influence. Without it, integration would be unattainable. Moreover, the Black Star Dragon Balls are inherently more potent than their earthly counterparts due to their side effects. Left with no other choice, Krillin released his cell body. To prevent further body swapping, he commanded his cell form to emit a smaller version of itself with blue skin. Though lacking the combat prowess of the cell body, this smaller entity was still vastly superior to Krillin's human form. Subsequently, he retracted the cell body into his spatial pocket and fully immersed his consciousness into the small cell. After a brief period of adaptation, he adeptly embedded his flesh spikes into the new form, regaining perfect control of the body. Krillin, what has transpired? Where has your body gone? And why is Vegeta here? Sun Wukong, having reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form, his physique diminished and his garments tattered, inquired with confusion. Krillin conjured a spell, instantly outfitting Sun Wukong in a smaller blue martial arts uniform, and sighed in exasperation, I've been swapped. Fortunately, I've been using a human body, otherwise, we would all be in dire straits. Swapped. Is it akin to that Captain Button incident from decades ago? Sun Wukong struggled to recall. Indeed, who could have imagined that while he was preoccupied with hunting geese, he would be pecked in return? I have assumed Cell's body, only to have my own swapped by another. How ironic. Krillin chuckled, a blend of humor and resignation evident in his expression. As he shook his head and proceeded to assist Vegeta, it appeared that to uncover the truth of the matter, Vegeta would need to enlighten them. Vegeta awakened. With formidable mental strength, Krillin struck at Vegeta's consciousness, causing Vegeta to shudder. Like a person resurfacing from submersion, Vegeta jolted awake. Ah, those detestable Zafurians. As Vegeta scanned his surroundings, he noticed Kakarot and the small cell resembling Krillin, and he exhaled in relief. Krillin, it's you. What on earth has happened? As long as it's you too, that's good, he replied, relieved. After regaining his composure, Vegeta sank onto the ground, taking a moment before speaking. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what transpired. However, I recall a Zafarian who had parasitized Gohan's body seeking me out. In my efforts to ensure Gohan's safety, I forced him out and subsequently obliterated most of his corporeal form. To my astonishment, a remnant remained within Gohan, and he launched a surprise attack on me, causing my consciousness to fade instantly. When I awoke again, I found myself before all of you. A Zafarian? A parasite? Goku exclaimed. I understand now. It must be Baby. Baby? Vegeta looked at Goku in confusion, pondering if Kakarot was familiar with this entity. Krillin feigned ignorance, tilting his head in anticipation of Goku's explanation. After thwarting Dr. Mew's scheme, I, along with Trunks and the others, rescued a person. Upon sending him for treatment, a strange being suddenly emerged from within him. Dr. Mew referred to this being as Baby. Trunks was inadvertently parasitized by him once, but experienced no adverse effects. Others, once parasitized, are controlled. But it seems those with formidable combat prowess are immune to this influence. We assumed he would come to Earth and rushed back, only to find everyone appearing normal. So we thought little of it. Given that you were previously unconscious, this implies that the Vegeta we encountered outside was likely not you at all, but rather Baby. Goku stated gravely. He held a particular disdain for such cunning and malevolent parasitic foes, for they are exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Even a fragment of the original Majin Buu could manipulate them effortlessly, having even consumed Gohan. Baby, now endowed with greater intelligence, would undoubtedly prove much more formidable. I wondered why everyone suddenly seemed off, and with Piccolo and Trunks absent, it turns out they had already been parasitized, Krillin interjected. It was perplexing how everyone, who previously appeared so amiable, could resort to coercing me to display my strength. Chapter 56. Is there potential in using Vegeta's disintegration to fragment Baby's consciousness? Since Baby leaves behind eggs once he vacates a body, Vegeta, perhaps I could assist you in examining this matter, Krillin suggested. Though uncertain if Baby would leave remnants within Vegeta's body after the transformation, he possessed a unique ability that would allow him to comprehend all conditions within Vegeta's physique. I have not lost my reason, Vegeta hesitated. Indeed, Krillin. Trunks also exhibits no peculiar signs. Perhaps those with great power can resist Baby's control, Goku mused, resting his head upon his arm. Upon hearing Goku's casual remark, Krillin shook his head. Trunks is very likely under control. What? How can that be? Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Krillin. Krillin raised a finger, patiently elucidating for the two. Consider this. Vegeta was ambushed because Baby had parasitized Gohan beforehand, and everyone we witnessed at the party, including Gohan and Goten, was exceedingly compliant with Baby. Is that not indicative of being controlled? Trunks' power is unlikely to surpass Gohan's. If Gohan can be controlled, how could Trunks evade it? It is highly probable that Baby prevents Trunks from revealing himself to act as a spy among us. Poised to launch a surprise attack when necessary, Krillin meticulously analyzed. Sun Wukong scratched his head, exchanging incredulous glances with Vegeta. Krillin, your reasoning is quite compelling. What should we do? First, let us check if there are any eggs within Vegeta. I sincerely hope my assumptions are incorrect. As Krillin spoke, a strand of flesh materialized between his fingers, swiftly darting towards Vegeta. Aware of Krillin's intent, Vegeta offered no resistance. With a swift motion, the flesh entered his body, and Krillin immediately sensed every condition within Vegeta. After a thorough examination, he soon discovered a small object nestled in the stomach. As expected, it was Baby's egg. Although puzzled as to why it had yet to activate after all this time, Krillin commanded Vegeta's stomach wall to expel it. With a heave, a peculiar little sphere landed on the ground, prompting Sun Wukong to curiously approach for a closer look. Ah, there really is one, he exclaimed. Vegeta, how do you feel? Krillin retracted the flesh and inquired. Vegeta covered his mouth, expressing that he felt no significant discomfort, only a fleeting moment of losing control over his body. That was my ability. Now, you two should merge and become Vegeto. Krillin clapped his hands, capturing their attention. Merge? Why? There's no formidable enemy, and besides, we have you, Krillin. It is best for your world to be saved by your own hands, he asserted. True enough, Kakarot. You must not be so naive. Our world should be saved by us. However, I must say, I have no desire to merge with that fool Kakarot. He is merely a parasitic Zephyrian, easily dispatched once he is forced out. Vegeta scoffed, showing a strong resistance to the notion of merging, despite agreeing with Krillin's sentiments. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained unaware of the significance of Krillin's plan, yet their curiosity remained unquenched. Heh. Krillin smirked at their confusion. After you merge, spend the remaining few minutes in the hyperbolic time chamber before emerging to intentionally showcase your immense power. Baby, having just taken over my body, will undoubtedly be eager to find a stronger host, and your appearance will surely delight him. You should feign a few skirmishes, pretending to be careless, allowing him to successfully take hold. When he is most pleased with himself, the duration of Vegeto's fusion will end, potentially splitting his consciousness into two, thereby rendering him foolish. Perhaps we might even witness two weaker versions of Baby. Is that even possible? Sun Wukong and Vegeta were astounded, taken aback by Krillin's audacious strategy. What if it backfires? Vegeta interjected with concern. If there are two babies, both powerful and capable of controlling both me and Kakarot, then no one could thwart Baby. It is not just me. My prowess allows me to command your bodies, preventing Baby from exerting control over you. The moment you sever your avatars, I shall confine Baby within your forms, and how to deal with him will be left to our discretion. Krillin's words brimmed with allure. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, acknowledging the temptation of his proposition. Indeed, it offered a means to vanquish Baby without bloodshed, circumventing his parasitic capabilities. Moreover, it presented an opportunity to test whether Gogeta's disintegration could fracture the enemy's consciousness. Should it succeed, they might deceive parasitic foes into entering Gogeta's being, potentially eliminating them outright. Their curiosity was piqued. Eager to discover if this method could indeed subdue Baby, a combat style they had never before attempted. Krillin's ingenuity was truly remarkable. In an unusual moment of consensus, Sun Wukong and Vegeta acquiesced to Krillin's suggestion and collectively transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Fusion. I am neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta. You may call me Gogeta? A flash of brilliance heralded the flawless emergence of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Had Sun Wukong not transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his stature would have been insufficient for fusion with Vegeta. Krillin sensed a hint of Gogeta's overwhelming aura and gasped in astonishment. Not only was there a formidable energy, but also an unparalleled divine power wielded effortlessly, with the two forces exhibiting no mutual repulsion. This strength likely surpassed mine by an entire dimension. Gogeta regarded Krillin's blue cell form with a proud smile. Ah, Krillin, we didn't settle our previous encounter. Shall we have a rematch? A few minutes should suffice. Who could possibly defeat you? Krillin's lips twitched, hastily declining. There's no need for that. If I engage you in this state and inadvertently exhaust my energy, all our efforts would be in vain. Hearing this, Gogeta's expression fell, his lips pouting, eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish as he floated backward with crossed arms, muttering, "Are you afraid of losing face by being bested?" Consider it so. Krillin was not one to endure a beating merely for the sake of pride. Just then, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber collapsed with a thunderous crash. Gogeta and Krillin exchanged knowing glances. Krillin immediately stroked his chin, pondering the implications. A battle must be raging outside. Could it be that Baby, in a fit of rage, is here to wreak havoc on the time chamber, intending to trap us within forever? Or perhaps they are in pursuit of the Dragon Balls and accidentally damaged the door. After contemplating various possibilities, Krillin concluded that there were many scenarios to consider. Regardless, let us exit first. Gogeta scoffed, delivering a punch into the air. Soon, an invisible rift appeared, gradually spreading until the external environment was revealed. During the era of Majin Buu, the fusion of Gotenks had already been able to shatter the boundaries of the time chamber with a shout. However, as their father, Gogeta opted for a more impressive approach, breaking through the space with a single punch, which sounded far more impressive. Outside, Piccolo and Ub displayed expressions of excitement upon witnessing the rift in space. Upon witnessing Goku and Krillin, they couldn't help but chuckle. Piccolo, having seen Goku's attire before and being familiar with the presence of Cell and his offspring, instantly recognized the two before him. How splendid! It turns out Krillin has been on Earth all along. Salvation is at hand. As Krillin and Goku emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, they were struck with realization upon seeing Piccolo. So it was you, Piccolo. I understand now. You intended to notify us by destroying the door of the chamber. Indeed, I thought you were unaware, Piccolo began, but Krillin interrupted him. No, we are well aware. It's just Baby, right? We shall confront him shortly. How do we confront him? Are we to rely on Goku? But Baby is capable of parasitism. Piccolo and Ub exchanged puzzled glances at Krillin, and the arms crossed Goku. Krillin offered a mysterious smile and inserted a tendril into Goku's body. Precisely what we need. Let him parasitize. Chapter 57. The Removal of Trunks' Egg. What does that mean? Following this, Krillin and Piccolo exchanged information, leaving Piccolo and Ub feeling as though their minds were on the verge of bursting. Huh, Krillin, your imagination is quite expansive, Piccolo remarked with admiration. Krillin proudly patted his chest. Indeed, but will this truly work? Absolutely, we will eliminate Baby. Let us hasten to defeat Baby and restore normalcy for everyone. Goku was seated cross-legged in midair, anxiously moving about the heavenly realm like an agitated monkey. Observing Goku's eagerness, Krillin understood that he wished to prolong the battle with Baby. Nevertheless, for caution's sake, he shook his head, dismissing Goku's suggestion. Why the rush? A few minutes more won't hurt. You can teleport instantly upon sensing my energy and arrive before Baby in no time. Moreover, have you not sensed it? Buu is nearing the heavenly realm. Let us see if he has brought Trunks. With a whoosh, Fat Buu descended onto the heavenly ground, gazing at Piccolo, Ub, Krillin, and Goku. Such unfamiliar faces, he mused. After a moment's hesitation, Fat Buu chose to approach Ub. Mr. Buu, have you succeeded? What of Xiaofang and Trunks? Ub inquired as he too approached. Success. They are all within my belly. Fat Buu's voice was soft, as he simultaneously released several figures from his pores. It was indeed Mr. Satan holding little Trunks. Alongside Xiaofang and Trunks, with a swift motion, Krillin appeared before Trunks. Ah, the sudden appearance of Krillin startled him. Who are you? Xiaofang instinctively shielded Trunks, eyeing Krillin warily. Krillin smiled gently and inserted a tendril into Trunks' body. Xiaofang, believing Krillin was attacking Trunks, was about to launch herself at him when she was halted by Piccolo. He spoke in a low voice. He is your grandfather Krillin from another world. Ah, Grandpa Krillin? Why has he transformed into this? And why is he attacking Trunks? Xiaofang's head spun, unable to comprehend Krillin's actions. Piccolo gently rubbed her head and explained that Trunks had been parasitized, making it highly probable that baby's egg resided within him, while Grandpa Krillin was assisting him in expelling it. As anticipated, Trunks began to retch and soon expelled a small object, which Krillin promptly crushed underfoot. Trunks' gaze instantly regained clarity. Hey, Xiaofang, didn't we just return home? How did we end up in the other world in the blink of an eye? Those afflicted by parasitism temporarily lose their memories, although they soon resurface. In the original narrative, Goku questioned Dandy about the Black Star Dragon Balls, which had been entrusted to him but were denied by Dandy, only for Dandy to subsequently recover the memory of handing the Dragon Balls to Baby. Thus, Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others came to believe in the truth of Trunks' parasitism by Baby. Truly, Baby's parasitic abilities are insidious and terrifying. I shudder to envision a scenario where, just as we are on the brink of annihilating Baby, Trunks suddenly betrays us with a stealthy attack. Piccolo and lamented, gaining a clearer understanding of Krillin's wisdom. Does that mean our actions have long been known to Baby? Mr. Satan exclaimed. No worries. Even if he knows, it won't matter. We are about to confront him. Krillin replied with a reassuring smile. Xiaofang, heartbroken, helped Trunks to his feet. The grim reality of his parasitism shattered her last flicker of hope. She believed her parents had merely been playing along with Baby and were certainly not under his control, but seeing Trunks ensnared diminished her confidence to a new low. Grandpa Krillin, my mom and dad will be all right, won't they? Xiaofang looked up at Krillin with tear-filled eyes. Krillin, whose small body was similar in stature to Xiaofang's, chuckled softly as he patted her head, offering comfort. Fear not. We are aware of Baby's ambitions. His plans will undoubtedly be thwarted, and your parents will be safe. Xiaofang nodded resolutely, wiping her tears as she turned her attention to Vegeta. He bore a striking resemblance to Grandpa Goku, yet was undeniably more handsome. She eagerly rushed over to touch the fur and tail of Vegeta. Krillin also engaged with the little Trunks, who would soon be able to walk. It was time to commence his training journey. Before long, the moment for Vegeta's fusion was approaching. Krillin and the others prepared themselves, their eyes fixed determinedly on Vegeta, readying for instantaneous movement. Just as Vegeta was about to bring his fingers to his forehead to transport everyone from the other world, Piccolo suddenly interjected, Wait. Vegeta staggered slightly, nearly losing his focus, and cast an annoyed glance at Piccolo. We must take the Dragon Balls with us, Piccolo insisted. What if Baby seizes the opportunity to wish for something unknown while we are absent and subsequently destroys the Earth? We would be unable to save everyone. Krillin recalled that the next wish would coincide with the emergence of the evil dragons. The Earth's Dragon Balls must not be rendered unusable. If it were to unfold like in his own world, with all villains appearing within a single day, what would be left to enjoy? Contemplating this, Krillin couldn't help but commend Piccolo. Truly, the intellectual pillar among warriors, your insights are indeed sharp. Indeed, the Dragon Balls must be safeguarded. Allow me to take charge. I assure you that Baby shall not seize the Dragon Balls. Krillin stepped forward, affirming his resolve. Subsequently, Mr. Popo, having extracted the eggs, presented the 7 Dragon Balls to Krillin. Suddenly, Piccolo intervened, regarding Krillin with a hint of hesitation. How do you intend to safeguard the Dragon Balls? Your body has been swapped by Baby. Krillin understood Piccolo's concern. It was the fear of losing the Dragon Balls should his body be taken again. He promptly reassured. I will not conceal the Dragon Balls within my body. I possess a unique space that only I can access, ensuring the Dragon Balls' absolute safety. Baby will never locate them. Krillin's desire for the Dragon Balls stemmed from his wish to control the timing of the emergence of the evil dragon. Thus, his words were delivered with righteous conviction, concealing any ulterior motives. Very well, Piccolo ultimately chose to trust Krillin, considering the Namekian Dragon Balls remained as a backup. Even if Krillin were to indulge in a wish, it held little consequence. Krillin casually placed the 7 Dragon Balls into his spatial pocket and signaled for everyone to line up once more. Vegeta decisively pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and in an instant, the group vanished. Whoosh! Like a collective excursion, they materialized within the Capsule Corporation. Upon witnessing the assembly of individuals, Baby was momentarily taken aback. How did you all end up here? He demanded, noticing that he could not sense his eggs on Trunks or Mr. Popo, causing his brow to furrow. Krillin shouted, Hey, don't frown with my face. You'll get forehead wrinkles. Baby's lips twitched as Son Gohan, and Son Goten stepped forward, simultaneously transforming into their most formidable forms. So, you managed to find another body. Gohan, Goten, eliminate them. The two transformed into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God forms. Trunks engaged Goten, while Krillin took on Gohan. Vegeta stood with arms crossed, proudly confronting Baby, who observed the resemblance to Goku and Vegeta. You are whoosh. Vegeta, swift as lightning, propelled Baby, who was inhabiting Krillin's body, into the sky. Baby, seething with rage, glared at Vegeta and in an instant, transformed into Krillin's most powerful form, the God Ki King Fist. Each time he entered a body, he unlocked greater potential. At this moment, his transformation into the God Ki King Fist rendered him vastly stronger than Krillin, boasting a combat power of 300 billion. Krillin, feeling this surge, could not help but beam with joy. Thank you, Baby. You've saved me years of arduous training. Chapter 58. This punch I call divine evasion, disregarding Krillin's taunts. Baby roared and launched himself at Vegeta with all his might. In an instant, two crimson figures darted through the Capsule Corporation, with each of Baby's strikes carrying immense weight, employing Krillin's diminutive form with remarkable precision. In the face of Baby's onslaught, Vegeta evaded with lightning speed, arms crossed, neither attacking nor defending. Even so, Baby's assault failed to land a blow upon him. Astonishment filled Baby's eyes as he let out a frantic roar. How can your speed be so extraordinary? It is not your own power. It is perpetually illusory. Vegeta gazed down at Baby with an air of haughty superiority. How dare you utter such words to me? My aspirations and ambitions are beyond your comprehension. The battle was imminent, with Baby launching the first strike, unleashing a torrential rain of energy blasts towards Vegeta. Yet, with a mere smile, Vegeta effortlessly evaded every attack, akin to a meteor slicing through the night sky. He was Vegeta, the formidable warrior who had perfected the fourth stage of Super Saiyan. Standing tall, he was enveloped in a profound purple aura, which danced around his outstretched fingers like a child's plaything. Your assaults are nothing but mere trifles to me, Vegeta remarked with a scornful smirk, his tone dripping with arrogance. Let me demonstrate for you what a true attack looks like. Without allowing Baby a moment to seethe in anger, the purple energy at Vegeta's fingertips transformed into a slender beam of light, piercing through Baby's shoulder in an instant. Hey, Krillin, is it alright if I damage your body a bit? Krillin, having been sent flying by Gohan's punch, turned back with a confident grin. As long as you don't sever my head or obliterate my limbs, minor injuries are of no concern. Just don't get too carried away and forget the plan. Understood, Vegeta replied, lowering his arms, tilting his head slightly upward, and raising his fist, with his index finger pointing skyward. Come at me, Baby. Vegeta clearly regarded Baby as nothing more than a pet to be summoned. I will surely kill you. A flicker of fury ignited in Baby's eyes as his body fragmented into countless small points, approaching Vegeta like a phantom. This was akin to a technique similar to the afterimage strike. However, due to system limitations, Baby could not access Krillin's memories. Yet, executing similar skills through muscle memory posed no challenge. Nevertheless, Vegeta had anticipated this move. With a swift leap, he appeared behind Baby. Did you really think such a trivial trick could harm me? Vegeta's voice was icy and self-assured. With a failed strike, Baby spun around, launching a fierce punch towards Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta merely waved his hand dismissively, unleashing an energy wave that completely neutralized Baby's attack. Do you genuinely believe that such things could affect me? Vegeta's tone was laced with disdain. Baby's expression darkened as he felt an unprecedented pressure. How could such a powerful individual exist on Earth? He scoured through the memories of all the warriors, but found no one resembling Vegeta. This was to be expected within the canon of Dragon Ball. Only Trunks and Goten had successfully fused through dance. Vegeta and Goku had merged into Vegeta using earrings to defeat Majin Buu. This marked their first fusion into Vegeta. In this world setting, there is no evil spirit wave from the movies. Suddenly, a powerful desire surged within Baby. What if he could seize this fellow's body? Indeed, I must capture this being. Such formidable strength must be mine. No one can evade my parasitism, and he shall be no exception. However, before the act of parasitism, a wound must be inflicted upon him. Baby, the embodiment of malevolence, glimmered with a cunning light in his eyes. Outside the realm of thought, his onslaught grew increasingly fierce. Yet Goku effortlessly countered, as if toying with an injured beast. I suddenly felt that the game required a swift acceleration. Goku abruptly surged forth, enveloped in a violet aura, forming resplendent rings of light. An overwhelmingly terrifying energy amassed, seemingly intent on obliterating Baby and Krillin in a single blow. At that moment, Baby seized the opportunity while Goku concentrated his energy, swiftly closing the gap from his blind spot. Goku had long sensed his movement and was about to strike Baby away when Krillin slightly turned his head, his gaze piercing, conveying a message with the magic taught to him by Piccolo. Goku, do not forget the plan. Now is the opportune moment. But I have not yet had my fill of fun. Goku averted his eyes, feigning ignorance of Krillin's look, retorting. Krillin felt a pang of frustration, tempted to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, for the sake of saving the Earth, he maintained a calm demeanor and advised, "What is so entertaining about Baby? He is merely a lump of clay. Act according to the plan, and I will find you a worthy opponent soon. Surely, it will be more exhilarating than Baby." Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes brightened. Is that truly the case? When have I ever deceived you? Besides, your time is running out. Hasten and log out. Their exchange transpired in a mere fraction of a second, and upon returning to the present, Baby's blade had merely grazed Goku by a micrometer. Goku pondered for a moment, withdrawing much of his bodily defense, even creating an opening at the spot where Baby had pierced him, facilitating Baby's breach. A buzzing sound emanated as a blade, spinning rapidly enough to slice through space, stealthily embedded Baby's entire corporeal essence into Goku's body. Krillin's body immediately froze in place, bowing his head mid-air. He cast forth a strand of flesh, which penetrated the mass, and from his mouth emerged an egg of Baby, now under Krillin's control. Yet this time, it was under Krillin's command. With a thrust, the moment the blade entered, Goku sensed a peculiar force within vying for dominion over his body. Do you think you can control me? Though Goku's voice bore a slight tremor, he remained composed. Baby chuckled coldly within Goku's frame. Did you think I was unaware? Your voice is already quaking, huh? Indeed, my parasitism has never faltered. Subsequently, Baby prepared to seize complete control of Goku's body. However, Goku's form suddenly radiated an even stronger violet aura, suppressing Baby's corporeal essence entirely. How can you still be Goku? Where's Baby? Sensing the absence of Baby's malevolence within Gogeta, Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired. Gogeta felt an unwavering confidence that he could resist Baby's control and innocently glanced at Krillin, stating, "This isn't my fault. He is simply too weak." Krillin, inexplicably frustrated, pondered Baby's unexpected failure at a crucial moment. I allowed Gogeta to unleash his potential, yet at the moment of your need, you falter? Would it not be prudent to hold back, to cease your resistance? Gogeta shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, next time, be sure to present me with an entertaining adversary. I certainly will, Krillin replied with a sheepish grin as he bade farewell to Gogeta. Once he had finally seen Gogeta off, Krillin calculated the time remaining. Only half a minute until disintegration. All right, let us observe whether his thoughts will materialize. With little desire to continue fighting, Krillin casually unleashed a spike that pierced Gohan's body, causing him to plummet from midair and crash to the ground, struggling to rise. In a short while, he expelled Baby's egg. Upon returning to normal, Gohan gazed around in bewilderment. Where am I? Wasn't I at home? In the very next moment, as he finished his farewell to Krillin, an overwhelming and terrifying power erupted from Gogeta's being. I, Baby, have finally succeeded. I can feel it. I am now countless times stronger than both Vegeta and Krillin. The ambition of the Zephyrians shall be realized through me. I shall wield this formidable body to extend Zephyrian dominion across the multiverse. With a malevolent grin, Gogeta's face became tainted with wickedness as he looked down upon all beings with unparalleled arrogance. You overestimate yourself. Baby, Krillin's voice abruptly interrupted Baby's sinister laughter, dripping with sarcasm. Oh, is that you, Krillin? Baby, donning Gogeta's visage, turned to face him. I wondered which little insect buzzed in my ear, upon reflection. Who else could it be but you? With hands on hips, Baby mocked. Krillin smiled gently, retrieving Cell's body from his spatial pocket, reuniting with the small Cell, his consciousness instantly merging with Cell's form. Though I may not defeat you, I can certainly hold on for several seconds. As Cell's eyes opened, and after a brief moment of adjustment, Krillin clenched his fists, unleashing a terrifying aura that caused all matter in the universe to tremble. Baby paused, taken aback by Krillin's actions. You intend to fight me? Indeed, Krillin affirmed. As his energy peaked, There was no alteration in the appearance of Cell's body. However, the aura transformed from white to a noble and exquisite rose gold. Super Saiyan rose gold, a form exclusive to Krillin. The rose gold hue radiated with the light of hope, a blade that cleaves through darkness. Baby was momentarily stunned before erupting into hearty laughter. Haha, your power seemed formidable in my past perception, yet now, before my supreme form, you are indistinguishable from the rest, as weak as a mere insect. However, since you seek death, I shall oblige. With a wicked smile, Baby's form vanished in an instant. Upon their next encounter, Baby reappeared before Krillin, swiftly extending a finger to strike. Krillin crossed his arms in a defensive stance, and in an instant, a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying. In but a fleeting moment, countless blows rained down upon him, reducing his arms to mere pulp. This, however, was merely the consequence of Baby's single finger. As Krillin soared through the air, his arms swiftly regenerated, and with a powerful twist of his waist, he righted his body. With a thunderous crash, Krillin landed, leaving 2 deep trenches carved into the ground. Everyone present, whether parasitized warriors or not, instinctively turned their gazes toward the scene. Baby, with his long, crimson tail, floated in the air with his arms crossed. Krillin looked down and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Such overwhelming power. I am utterly powerless to retaliate. It feels just like when I faced Zamasu. Zamasu? Baby inquired with curiosity. Is he the deity who destroyed your universe? Humph, rest assured. After I eliminate you and your ilk, I shall gather the Dragon Balls once more and, like you, acquire the power to traverse time and space. If I encounter him, I will surely avenge you by ending his existence. Shall I thank you for that, Baby? Krillin replied. Do not flatter yourself. I simply cannot tolerate the destruction of the world I am destined to rule. It is my domain, and no one, not even so-called gods, has the right to obliterate it. Baby proclaimed with a disdainful arrogance. If it were not for his impending demise, Krillin might have been tempted to lead Baby to Zamasu's universe to unleash havoc upon him. Enough of that, Baby. Regardless, I will eventually kill Zamasu. But before that, I wish to test my courage against you. Krillin rose to his feet, a golden aura erupting around him, scorching the ground and creating a bottomless pit. The Song of Humanity is a tribute to courage. If I do not dare to strike against formidable foes, how shall I raise my fists in defiance when facing divine judgment? You already possess ample courage. To stand before my overwhelming might without retreat is commendable. Look at your companions. They lack the bravery to confront me. Baby gestured toward Piccolo and the others, who were paralyzed with fear by his unabashed power, appearing as if they had been rendered senseless. It was not that they lacked courage. Rather, they were suppressed by the vast disparity in strength. If they wielded my power, I am certain they would charge at you without hesitation. Clenching his fists, Krillin's eyes blazed with intensity, channeling all his strength into this singular punch. It is now my turn to strike, Baby. Are you prepared to receive it? Provocation, is it? Baby smirked, yet he could not deny. You have succeeded. You will never grasp the extent of my strength. But come, I shall bring you to utter despair. Then brace yourself. Krillin concentrated his energy into a single point, his right fist poised at his side. I shall name this punch, Divine Avoidance. With a resounding impact, the air compressed instantaneously, manifesting a visible wave of pressure. All objects upon the surface vanished, for even the most resilient of materials could not withstand such formidable power. Krillin unleashed a formidable punch, the force of which tore through the air like a raging tempest, generating a series of shocking shockwaves that produced a deafening roar. The surrounding space seemed unable to bear the might of this blow, fracturing as if glass had shattered, and the cracks gradually spread. With just the momentum of his punch, Krillin had already shattered the very fabric of space. This scene profoundly resonated within the hearts of every onlooker. As Krillin's fist traversed the distance, piercing through the space to reach Baby's chest, time seemed to freeze. Baby offered a faint smile, bracing himself against Krillin's strike. To his astonishment, however, Gogeta's body was sent hurtling backwards, soaring into the cosmos. Krillin collapsed to the ground, quickly swallowing a piece of senzu bean held beneath his tongue, and his body rejuvenated instantly. In a flash, Baby reappeared, yet his chest was caved in. The expression on his face transformed from calm to one shrouded in dark clouds and malicious curses. He could scarcely believe that he had been injured by someone he had deemed insignificant. How dare you harm my esteemed body? You shall pay dearly. 8, 7, 6. Facing baby's wrath, Krillin silently counted down in his mind, yet wore a serene smile as he remarked, "My demise is far from imminent. Yet your fate is upon you." 5-4. Baby, I have triumphed. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 59. Allies of Justice, Enemies of Evil, Baby's Clones. A blinding light flashed, accompanied by a heartrending cry. "Ah!" Son Goku and Vegeta tumbled forth from the radiance. Baby, now inhabiting their bodies, let out a wretched scream, utterly unable to articulate a single word. During this turmoil, warriors under Baby's control attempted to approach, but were thwarted by Piccolo and others. Krillin promptly activated Plug and Play, and the screams abruptly ceased as he discerned the events transpiring within Baby. Inside Gogeta's body, Baby had fully commandeered the entire form, effectively merging his soul with that of Gogeta. As the disintegration occurred, the soul naturally fragmented alongside the separation of Son Goku and Vegeta. Each bore within them a half of Baby's soul and body. The agony of a soul's rupture is not something to be endured lightly. It is a tearing of essence and consciousness. Except for Krillin's clever use of Plug and Play to manipulate the soul and consciousness into numerous fragments for controlling clones. Any attempt to do so by others would be a death wish. Even Krillin, endowed with formidable mental prowess, would not dare to separate soul and consciousness without Plug and Play. Just as the brain is humanity's most intricate organ, so too are the soul and consciousness the most fundamental and genuine aspects of one's existence. It is through the soul that you exist, and through consciousness that you think. Remember and possess wisdom. To recklessly divide the soul and consciousness, if not executed with utmost precision, invites tremendous peril. The portion of your soul that you sever retains the memories and consciousness from your first 10 years and the subsequent 20 years until the age of 30. The other half of your soul, divided, possesses memories and consciousness from the ages of 10 to 30 and beyond 50. Such a distribution can lead to cognitive disarray, causing the mind to falter. One may become unable to discern whether they are a newly born infant or an adult 30 years hence. It resembles the plight of an amnesiac who is oblivious to their origins. In essence, a fractured soul carries a substantial risk of descending into folly. Only the occasional utterance of words typical of a sane individual can reveal remnants of their former normalcy. Baby, born less than a year ago, possesses a nascent mental fortitude. His parasitic existence relies on the innate talents of parasitic beings rather than any conscious control. However, he inherits an immense reservoir of memories from his fool people, seamlessly integrating with his soul. This ensures he retains the essence of his hatred while accommodating future memories, allowing for coherent thought. Should he continue to develop, undoubtedly, his combat prowess, energy, and mental attributes would become extraordinarily formidable. Yet, being under a year old, his soul remains in a state of gestation. Consequently, the moment his soul fractured, the chaotic and vast torrent of memories, coupled with the resentment of this fool, obliterated his cognitive faculties. Son Wukong and Vegeta's bodies stood rigidly controlled by Krillin. Baby's essence rampaged within them, the unparalleled agony rendering him unable to cease the movement of each individual cell. Ultimately, success was achieved. Krillin exhaled a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that Baby would permanently seize control of the fused form of Goku and Vegeta, leading to dire consequences. Truth be told, his personality might have been somewhat influenced by Cell's body, possessing a hint of the Saiyan penchant for recklessness. Fortunately, the conclusion was one of collective joy. As for the next steps, Krillin intended to experiment with an endeavor that had previously faltered with Majin Buu. He aimed to create a clone of Baby. It must be understood that both Baby and Majin Buu are entities capable of perfect regeneration by leaving behind a fragment of their being. Each of their cells likely harbors a backup of consciousness. To achieve control, Krillin needed to harness some extraordinary systemic power. He decided to utilize the Baby residing within Goku. Employing a plug-and-play method, Krillin manipulated Goku's body to gradually expel Baby's form. Baby's essence descended to the ground, flowing like liquid, albeit confined to a limited area. After a brief pause, Baby still could not revert to human form, occasionally convulsing. It was as if he were perpetually enveloped in pain, whether still or in motion, each action triggering agony. Resigned to his current state, lying on the ground alleviated some discomfort. "Be patient, I shall soon free you," Krillin assured, his tone akin to a gentle parent soothing a child, remarkably tender. The essence, carrying the fragmented consciousness designated for Baby's clone, approached the pool of Baby. Sensing the impending release from torment, Baby's form quivered with excitement, rippling like liquid. The entity aligned with Baby opened its mouth, and as a sound resonated, a flash of white light erupted. In an instant, Krillin's consciousness entered Baby's form. His cell body swiftly pierced the heart of the Earthling. The Earthling fell to the ground, a hint of relief flickering in his eyes. A tendril of flesh penetrated the Earthling's form, mending his wounds, and consciousness flooded back, reviving him once more. Krillin then turned his gaze toward Baby's doppelganger. Was it success or failure? Liquid swirled and coalesced into a complete manifestation of Baby, a sly smile gracing its lips. Failure is not an option. Baby's doppelganger achieved its purpose. What abilities do you possess? Krillin inquired, while simultaneously extracting the egg from within Goku. Goku coughed awake, supported by Gohan, the two exchanging words. Other warriors who remained also gathered around. Those under Baby's control had all been defeated. Watching Baby's doppelganger with wary expressions. Parasitism, control, energy plundering. The host I infest will have its potential unlocked, and its combat prowess will soar. The eggs I leave behind can also dominate the infested hosts. Once Baby's doppelganger finished speaking, it contemplated further, adding, "If I could merge with another part of my body, my abilities would surely amplify." Krillin nodded in satisfaction. Such capabilities would provide a formidable advantage, even among villainous ranks, not to mention his alignment with righteousness. Parasitism, control, energy plundering. While they sound sinister, directed at villains, they become a force for good, a champion of justice. Krillin felt no hesitation in wielding such power. At that moment, Piccolo cautiously approached, eyeing Baby's doppelganger with suspicion, and asked Krillin, "What is the outcome of the battle? Isn't Baby right before you? Why not eliminate him?" "Baby is dead. This is merely my baby doppelganger," Krillin replied, which was not inaccurate. Having lost half of its soul, Baby was little different from being deceased. Now, even the afterlife eluded him, destined to fade into nothingness. "What? Baby is dead?" Piccolo exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Baby's doppelganger. "You turned him into a doppelganger?" "Indeed, Piccolo. Please show some respect. I am not just a doppelganger. I am Krillin himself, one consciousness, merely multi-threaded." Baby transformed into liquid, suddenly materializing behind Piccolo, startling him greatly. "TCH." Piccolo quickly retreated, visibly displeased with Baby's doppelganger's antics. "Why hasn't Vegeta awakened yet?" "Patience. Watch this." Soon, Krillin replicated the operation, extracting Baby from within Vegeta. This portion exhibited a flicker of resistance, but it was swiftly suppressed by Krillin's overwhelming force. Baby completely dissipated into the ether, even its soul vanishing. The Earthling's form perished once more, staring vacantly at the sky, collapsing to the ground. "Could you not create a small cell instead? Why must you resort to me?" Though the Earthling lacked consciousness, tears involuntarily streamed down its face. Chapter 60. The thousands of threads that shock the world. Bafin's transformation into a complete entity signifies that the Klin's plan to establish the Klin's Legion is not merely fanciful, but rather holds the potential for realization. In the future, countless powerful bodies will stand majestically in the sky, looking down upon Zamas, and then surging forward to enact a righteous collective assault. This vision is indeed attainable. Klin's gaze grew fervent at the thought. With so many antagonists, could he not also create avatars of them? After a period of cultivation, how formidable would the Klin's Legion become? Consider the likes of Frieza, Broly, and Majin Buu, alongside other villains from the world, such as Baby and the evil dragons. If he could manifest all these foes as avatars, what challenge would Zamas pose? In the outside world, Vegeta stirred awake, rubbing his temples. Upon witnessing Bulma and Bra, who were under Baby's control and in a state of madness, his anxiety escalated. Had it not been for Piccolo's warning that Baby had been transformed into an avatar by Klin's, he would have charged in, unleashing a Gallic gun to send Baby to his demise in the northwest. Concerned for his wife and daughter, Vegeta approached Klin's with a grim demeanor, followed by a throng of warriors. "Klin's, bring forth the Dragon Balls. We must wish to restore everyone." Piccolo, having subdued the frenzied Goten, interjected, "A wish? No, that won't do." Klin's hastily shook his head at Piccolo's suggestion. "This is no time to release the evil dragons. That would only invite unnecessary trouble." With Gogeta having appeared and the energy of Goku and Vegeta significantly depleted, transforming again would be quite taxing. "You truly are a living nightmare, Piccolo." Allow the Earthlings a chance at survival, Klin's remarked, observing Piccolo's puzzled expression and furrowed brow. Was his fear becoming reality? Did Klin's intend to monopolize a wish? Why, Klins, you must see that all the inhabitants of West City have perished. If we do not resurrect them now, they shall be reborn and forever lost to us. Moreover, Bulma and the others, along with the rest of humanity, still have their eggs unresolved. While you possess the ability to stimulate their expulsion, can you truly do so one by one? Without the Dragon Balls, these matters cannot be resolved. The other warriors echoed their pleas to Klins. Even Vegeta could not help but exclaim, "Hurry and use the Dragon Balls to restore them, Klins. I cannot bear to see Bulma and Bra in such a state." "Grandpa Klins, I beg you, save everyone," Xiao Fong pleaded, clasping Klins's hands with a look of desperation. "Dad, Mr. Klins, as long as you can grant a wish. Whatever your request may be, I will fulfill it without fail." Satan, the self-proclaimed savior, implored Klins for the lives lost in West City. Trunks, Mr. Popo, and Ub all joined in the entreaties. Only Goku lay back, amusedly observing the scene unfold. "Goku, you should also plead with him," Piccolo urged as he approached Goku, hoping for his influence. "Huh, Piccolo, what are you doing?" Goku responded, perplexed. "At a time like this, can you not be serious? Plead with Klins to retrieve the Dragon Balls." Piccolo pressed. "What on earth are you all doing?" Goku retorted, not answering Piccolo's call for action. "I am acquainted with Krillin. Although he differs somewhat from the Krillin of our world, I firmly believe there is a reason behind his reluctance to make wishes. After all, he is the one who encountered us in his quest to save his universe. His appreciation for life is no less than yours. Can you not extend him a modicum of patience?" "Indeed, I share this sentiment." Just as Piccolo was about to counter Goku's remarks, an elderly voice resonated through the air. The speaker was none other than the old Supreme Kai, who had been perusing magazines in the Supreme Kai realm. For reasons unknown, he had been brought to the lower realm by the god Jebet. Stooped and accompanied by Jebet, he ambled slowly before Krillin, embodying the essence of age and wisdom. Artifacts like the Dragon Balls, which disrupt the balance of existence, ought not to exist, especially considering how frequently you have employed them. The Earth has endured countless calamities due to your reckless use of the Dragon Balls, which have led to the disruption of balance. Have you not reflected upon this? Krillin is aiding you in developing the ability to resolve your own problems, and instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to question him. The old Supreme Kai's admonishment rendered everyone speechless, heads lowered in shame, even Vegeta, who discreetly turned away. Of course, he felt little concern, for it was not he who utilized the Dragon Balls. His sole desire was for his wife and daughter to return to normalcy. Krillin, taken aback by the praise, scratched his head and remarked, "Please, do not quarrel any longer. I merely suggested that we refrain from using the Earth's Dragon Balls. I never implied we would not solve our issues. Have you forgotten the Black Star Dragon Balls? Baby has just recently employed them." With 2 weeks remaining until the anniversary of the last wish, the Black Star Dragon Balls had returned to the cosmos and would not be retrievable anytime soon. This meant that the Earth was on the brink of annihilation. If that were the case, why not simply wait for the Earth to explode? After which we could utilize the Dragon Balls to restore it, albeit with the Namekian Dragon Balls. Piccolo, puzzled, inquired, "Krillin, why must we rely on the Namekian Dragon Balls? Are the Earth's Dragon Balls not sufficient? Is there some underlying issue?" Krillin cast him a meaningful glance. "Indeed, you have surmised correctly. It is not to be spoken of. You shall understand in due time." "Enough," Vegeta interjected, interrupting their dialogue. "Regardless of the circumstances, the Earth is destined to explode. But what will become of the humans residing on it? And what about baby's eggs? There are so many. How can we eliminate them? Krillin, can your baby clone manage this?" The baby clone pondered for a moment before apologetically stating, "I can only suppress the control of the eggs. Allowing them to detach themselves from my body. I cannot accomplish more than that." That made sense. If baby were the central controller, then the eggs controlling the thoughts would serve as information receivers. The functions of controlling and reviving baby could not operate independently. So is it hopeless? Must all the people on Earth perish in order to save them? Suddenly, Krillin burst into laughter. Certainly not. Everyone turned their attention to the Cell clone. "Do you know? I have awaited this day for far too long. While all others are at a loss, I alone have stepped forward, confident and composed, ready to resolve the issue." "Stop teasing us, Krillin. If you have a solution, share it." The group eagerly anticipated Krillin's plan. "Very well, allow me to resolve this matter. Sheru's clone bent low and with a powerful leap, surged into the sky. All eyes were fixed upon his figure, perplexed by Krillin's intentions. With a mighty roar, Krillin unleashed an unparalleled aura. He then shouted floral rope, and as his voice resonated across the globe, Piccolo and the others observed a multitude of fine threads suddenly erupting from the small black in the sky that represented Krillin. To the naked eye, these threads were invisible, their diameter being several times thinner than a strand of hair. However, due to their overwhelming quantity, they were clearly observable. What could these be? Piccolo and his companions trembled as they watched the threads descend, piercing through the bodies of everyone present, themselves included. I understand. This is Krillin's ability to control others. Vegeta grasped Krillin's floral rope and tugged at it. Surprisingly, he couldn't break it in his normal state. It was only upon transforming into Super Saiyan that he managed to sever a segment of the delicate thread. The thread seemed to sense its own rupture and immediately extended again, re-entering Vegeta's body. This time, Vegeta did not resist. He merely wished to test the strength of the thread, feeling a sense of trust towards Krillin. If Krillin had intended to kill them, he would have acted during the transformation into Super Saiyan God. What was Krillin planning? This question lingered in the hearts of all, yet none could articulate the reason. Goku sat nonchalantly on the ground, urging them to trust Krillin, for he was capable of achieving great feats. After hearing Goku's words, they felt somewhat reassured. Before long, Krillin's floral rope enveloped the entire earth, obscuring the sky and shaking the world. Regardless of whether they were humans or animals, any living being was affected. Whether amidst mountains, beneath cliffs, evading crashing waves, or traversing deserts, at that moment, all were interconnected by the threads of the floral rope that spanned the distances between heaven and earth. Instantaneously. Chapter 61. The middle-aged Saiyan Prince becomes compliant. Krillin pulled everyone together, the immense pressure causing him to grit his teeth. Only when they all arrived in the realm of the Kais did he finally relax his body. Transporting everyone simultaneously was indeed a formidable challenge. Even with my current stamina, I could manage only 3 round trips before succumbing to exhaustion, fortunate that I had some senza beans. The realm of the Kais could accommodate all of Earth's inhabitants, and the significant difference in the flow of time made this location ideal for Krillin. I almost forgot about Baby's egg. With that thought, Krillin continued to utilize the floral rope to command all intelligent beings on Earth to simultaneously expel the eggs from their stomachs. Ugh, my stomach, what is happening? Ugh. An unprecedented global vomiting incident unfolded, occurring simultaneously throughout the realm of the Kais. Mom, Bulma, what is wrong with you? Vegeta and Trunks anxiously supported Bulma and Bra, who suddenly clutched their bellies, their faces contorted in pain as they heaved. Not far away, Goten and other controlled warriors began to vomit as well. Beside him, Piccolo crossed his arms, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he elucidated for Trunks that Krillin was assisting them in inducing vomiting to expel Baby's eggs. Huh. This fellow possesses such capabilities and yet did not employ them sooner, he mused, finally grasping Krillin's method. By utilizing instant transmission to transport the life forms of the entire planet to the Supreme Kai's realm, he could manipulate them with that thread to expel Baby's eggs. It may not be a technique rich in finesse, relying solely on brute strength, but it was undeniably the most formidable challenge, for they lacked the immense power required and the ability to compel everyone to purge the eggs. Had they underestimated Krillin all along? Piccolo pondered silently. See, I told you Krillin would find a solution, roared Goku, reclining on the grass of the Supreme Kai's realm, bursting into laughter. Those who had previously questioned Krillin found themselves unable to suppress their embarrassment and chuckled. They had presumed that Krillin, as an outsider from another world, would lack a sense of belonging here and therefore would not intervene. They resolved to personally apologize to Krillin once the dust settled. Ah, Krillin, you scoundrel! The old Supreme Kai exclaimed, attempting to reprimand him. Jebbit, the Kai, tried to restrain him, but to no avail, casting an awkward glance as the old Supreme Kai disrupted the atmosphere. What are you looking at me for? This rascal Krillin didn't even consult me before bringing so many people to the Supreme Kai's realm. This is our sacred ground. The warriors who had misconstrued Krillin's intentions aimed to interject, yet they were met with the old Supreme Kai's piercing gaze. Each of you has expelled this filth onto the ground. Who among you will clean it up? Upon hearing the mention of cleaning up, especially with the prospect of an entire planet's refuse, even Goku, who wished to defend Krillin, feigned indifference, lying on the ground, and whistling nonchalantly. The old Supreme Kai indeed speaks the truth. Baby's doppelganger, dispelling its invisibility, stood before the crowd. I concede that not informing you in advance was my oversight. Yet is the Supreme Kai's realm not a place for healing and salvation? The earth is on the brink of destruction, surely. You could allow them to stay for a while. After all, time flows differently here. 2 weeks will pass swiftly, and I shall promptly go to Namek to make a wish, resolving everything in no time at all. Please, grant us the use of this sacred space. The doppelganger of Baby leaned closer to the old Supreme Kai, discreetly signaling 3 fingers. Cough, cough. No, there remains such a significant amount of refuse. We cannot allow this to tarnish our sanctity. What will the other Kais think? How will we retain our dignity before them? The old Supreme Kai firmly swatted Baby's hand away, turning with a righteous demeanor. Baby's doppelganger's lips twitched as it transformed 3 into 5, simultaneously declaring, "The refuse issue is easily resolved. Just watch how I handle it." In the skies above, the doppelganger of Cell swiftly employed a technique to control all the inhabitants of Earth, compelling them to clean up the vomit by any means necessary, even if it meant tearing their clothes, ensuring that the Supreme Kai's realm remained unsullied. The old Supreme Kai gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, What is this?" Krillin, having demonstrated such sincerity, found it unnecessary to elaborate further. The old Kai exhibited a look of delight, as though Krillin had struck gold. He stealthily approached the doppelganger of Bibi, awaiting the restoration of Earth, eagerly anticipating the outcome that was understood between them. Bibi nodded and gestured, and the two parted ways in tacit agreement. Vegeta and the others gazed at Bulma and Bra, their eyes twitching in disbelief, utterly astonished. Bulma and Bra, together, picked up the remnants of vomit from the ground, holding it in their hands. "Krillin, I will not let this slide. How dare you allow Bulma to touch such repulsive matter?" Vegeta bellowed, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his forehead veins bulging with rage. Bibi's doppelganger hastily clarified, "After all, we must ensure the cleanliness of the Kaioshin realm. Would you prefer to assist Bulma in containing it?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta glanced at the slimy, gooey substance, his fury dissipating as he silently retreated behind Trunks. The middle-aged Saiyan prince had learned to be prudent. It is well known that Goku despises needles, while Vegeta loathes anything slimy, let alone the foul-smelling substance in Bulma's grasp. Trunks, wide-eyed, could hardly believe his father was backing down. "What about your love for Mom? Trunks, why don't you take care of it?" Bibi's doppelganger manipulated the unconscious forms of Bulma and Bra, their eyes vacant as they approached Trunks with the vomit in hand. "Me?" Trunks exclaimed, incredulous. "Yes, help your mother and sister clean up the mess." As he observed his mother and sister advancing like zombies, he began to empathize with Vegeta. Perhaps not. "Uncle Krillin, please get them away from me," Trunks shouted as he fled in panic. He felt a sense of relief for having expelled Baby's eggs on Earth ahead of time. Otherwise, he would be compelled to partake in the same gruesome task. The thought alone was maddening. Laughter erupted among the group as they witnessed Trunks' frantic retreat. "Krillin, with so many Earthlings to feed, where will we procure the food?" Piccolo suddenly inquired, overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation. Considering the entire population of Earth, each requiring 3 meals a day, even if their stay in the Kaioshin realm were brief, the quantity of food needed would be astronomical. "Food. Are you all hungry?" The Earthlings, in their original forms, asked while performing sit-ups. "No, I mean all the Earthlings. They must eat, right?" "Piccolo, you certainly have a knack for posing questions," Krillin thought to himself, though his expression remained one of effortless ease. "This is rather simple." "What do you mean?" Piccolo pondered, slightly shocked. Could Krillin truly have a solution for such a dilemma? "Are you suggesting we use the Dragon Balls?" "Of course not," Krillin replied, shaking his head. "Such trivial matters do not warrant the use of the Dragon Balls." "Then what is your solution?" Chapter 62. "Just starve for a few days, just let them go hungry for a few days," Krillin remarked, wearing an expression that conveyed disbelief that Piccolo was unaware of such a simple answer. Piccolo stared at Krillin in astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend, caught between confusion and disbelief. What a fuss over nothing." Krillin spread his hands, explaining to Piccolo and the other astonished warriors, "Look, we need not search for food, and they can remain devoid of waste due to hunger, patiently waiting for Earth to recover. Isn't it splendid? At worst, I can induce a deep slumber in them, ensuring they are quiet and undemanding, peacefully enduring this crisis. The mere thought of it makes me feel like a true benefactor." As he spoke, Krillin became engrossed in his own fantasy of being a savior. Can they really endure for that long? Sun Wukong interjected, for he possessed a hearty appetite and truly understood the terror of hunger. Fear not, my meat silk is sufficiently nourishing. Just a nanometer of it can sustain them for 10 days to half a month without food. Upon hearing Klin's assurance, the warriors felt a wave of relief wash over them. Though Klin's method sounded stringent, it was indeed quite comprehensive. After all, they had fought valiantly for Earth. What was a few days of hunger? With this thought, the warriors brightened, feeling that yet another crisis had been averted. Are you heading to Namek? Staying there is certainly preferable to this place. Perhaps there is even food available, Krillin suddenly called out to them. The warriors pondered for a moment, realizing that Namek held familiar friends, the Dragon Balls, and most importantly, water. Vegeta was the first to rush forward, eager to sign up. Trunks followed closely, while Bulma and Bra approached at a leisurely pace, appearing somewhat lifeless. I'm going, but don't let them near me. They can go to Namek and wash themselves. Trunks exclaimed in frustration. Krillin chuckled and nodded, prompting Bulma and Bra to halt their advance. Dandy, with a wistful expression, remarked that it had been a long time since he last visited, and he wondered how the village was faring. Son Gohan, standing behind him, patted his shoulder and cheerfully stated, You'll see it soon. This time you must show me and Biddy your hometown. Of course, Gohan. Amidst their light-hearted banter, they clasped Klin's shoulders. For those with dirted hands, Baby liquidated his arm, extending several threads to connect them. Remarkably, Baby's ability bore a resemblance to Cell S, allowing him to alter his form. However, Klin's cell was developed through his own unique combination of the plug-and-play technique and Namekian cells, whereas Baby possessed this capability innately. In an instant, they arrived at New Namek. The sky was a vibrant green, and the simple Namekians tended to their crops. Dandy briefly explained the situation to several Namekians, and soon Elder Muri approached with a welcoming entourage. They treated Krillin and the others with the utmost respect, and the Dragon Balls, always at the ready, were promptly presented. However, since Earth had not yet met its demise, the Dragon Balls were of no immediate use, so they dispersed to engage in various activities on Namek. Sun Wukong and Vegeta embarked on a contest to see who could consume Namekian food the fastest and in the greatest quantity. Piccolo ascended to the highest point on Namek, sitting cross-legged in solitude to meditate. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, accompanied by Biddy, Dandy, and Mr. Bobo, leisurely explored the scenic beauty of Namek. Son Goten, Trunks, and Xiaofang, along with Satan and Bu, formed an adventurous team determined to search for treasure on Namek. Meanwhile, Krillin remained with his wife and daughter. Android 17 was sleeping alongside the Earthlings, while Yamcha, feeling rather bored, played baseball alone. Tien Shinhan was training beneath a waterfall, and Kaiatsu floated silently in the air, observing his training. Upon awakening, Bulma and Bra wore fierce expressions as they sought an explanation from Krillin. Unfortunately, Krillin had already departed Namek with Trunks, making him impossible to find. With Trunks, who was now able to speak, Krillin instantly teleported to the Kaioshin realm. Jebet, the Kaioshin, had not visited Namek and greeted Krillin joyfully upon his return. Krillin, what brings you back? I thought you could finally relax for a few days without training, he remarked. Krillin smiled and pointed to Trunks, stating, Even in my leisure, I have nothing to occupy my time. Instead, I shall take this opportunity to lay the foundation for Trunks' training. He too will need to fight in the future. Jebet gazed at Trunks with a sense of compassion, lamenting the burden of adult pressures that such a young child must bear. Alas, this was a reality that could not be altered. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Krillin sought a tranquil spot in the Kaioshin realm to begin Trunks' training. His cell body was overseeing the deep slumber of all the Earthlings, while his Bu form was familiarizing itself with its own powers. Next to Trunks was Krillin's original Earthling body. Although this body might have been the weakest, it was also the form Trunks was most familiar with. Thus, Krillin decided to use it to instruct Trunks. Trunks, not entirely acquainted with Krillin, having last seen him a year prior when Krillin sought Vegeta to transform into Super Saiyan God, was only a few months old back then and unable to speak. Now, Trunks had acquired the ability to speak and demonstrated intelligence beyond that of an average child, likely inheriting Bulma's wisdom and Vegeta's maturity, along with a clear worldview of his own. Despite not recognizing the bald man before him, Trunks, with faint memories, did not reject Krillin, especially since he could now communicate. Uncle, who are you? Trunks inquired, having remained silent throughout their journey, observing Krillin without fuss. Krillin smiled gently and affectionately ruffled Trunks' hair. From this day forth, you shall call me Master, for I will guide you on the path to becoming stronger. Master? Trunks echoed, puzzled. Krillin then explained Trunks' lineage to him. My current mother is not your mother. My father is not your father. My sister is my younger sister. That brother who left home is the version of me from this world. I am not from this world. The intricate relationships left Trunks in a state of bewilderment for quite some time. Krillin did not rush him to comprehend it all immediately, allowing him ample time to process. In this world, Bulma had chosen not to disclose any truths to provide Trunks, this homeless child, with a beautiful childhood, treating him as if he were still her own child. Are my father and mother both dead? Trunks lowered his head, tears streaming down his cheeks in relentless cascades. Krillin sighed, ultimately deciding to unveil the harsh truth to him. If we do not resurrect them, they will exist only as voids in our memories, devoid of souls. Trunks began to sob softly, his small hands futilely attempting to wipe away the tears that would not cease. The thought that his mother, akin to Bulma from his world, had perished filled his heart with unbearable sorrow, and his tears flowed like an unbridled reservoir. This cruel blow was far too heavy for a child not yet a year old to bear. Before long, Trunks paid no heed to his tears. With his azure eyes wide open, he gazed at Krillin with a resolute expression. Master, I want to save my father and mother. I want to bring them back to life. Krillin nodded in satisfaction. Then there is but one thing you must do. Grow stronger, stronger, and yet stronger. I can handle everything else, but you must surpass me and our enemy, Zamasu. I understand. Please, allow me to grow stronger. Even at the tender age of 16 or 17 in the future world, Trunks had already become independent and formidable. One could only imagine how powerful he would become if he started training at the age of 1 under Krillin's personal tutelage. Krillin resolved that the first lesson he must impart to Trunks was this. Trunks, a true man never trusts women. Beautiful women are all deceitful. Should you encounter an older, attractive girl approaching you, do not be surprised. She merely wishes to deceive you. A swift strike will suffice. But master, why must I use a sword? No questions asked. Your destiny is the sword. I will find you a fine one, ensuring it suits your hand perfectly. Thank you, master. Though the young Trunks did not comprehend why his master insisted on the use of a sword, he understood that his mentor was bestowing upon him something valuable, and thus, he expressed his gratitude. Chapter 63. Earth's Anomaly, completed. Time, like an arrow shot from a bow, swiftly passes, often unnoticed, leading to a future etched in memory. In the realm of the Kais, Krillin was instructing Trunks in the art of wielding a great sword. The blade, forged from the hardest steel of the universe's 59th tier, possessed commendable weight and durability. Resting on Trunks' slight shoulders, it felt akin to carrying a massive door. As he soared through the air, clutching the sword's hilt with sweat glistening on his brow, the 2-year-old demonstrated remarkable prowess for his age. Krillin, wearing sunglasses and leisurely holding a magazine procured from the old Kai, effortlessly dodged Trunks' strikes. What perplexed Trunks was that whenever his sword grazed Krillin's form, it felt as though it passed straight through him. Though he connected, he seemed to strike nothing at all. This was due to Krillin's remarkable speed, so rapid that Trunks' eyes could scarcely track his movements. It was as though Krillin remained stationary, engaged in a state of phasing. With a combat power of 1,514,036, you have done remarkably well at your age, Trunks. Take a moment to rest. Krillin said with a smile, pinching the blade of the incoming massive sword between his fingers. Trunks sheathed his great sword, exhaled a couple of breaths, and nodded in agreement. Master, it has been 6 months since the baby crisis. After Krillin brought all the inhabitants of Earth to the Kaioshin realm, Earth itself exploded 2 weeks later. At that time, Krillin wished upon the Dragon Balls on Namek to restore Earth and to resurrect the people of West City who had fallen to Baby's wrath. For his final wish, Krillin initially intended to bring back all 7 Black Star Dragon Balls, but was thwarted by Goku. Goku, along with Chi-Chi and Trunks, expressed a desire to venture into the universe once more, forming a small team to gather the Dragon Balls while honing their skills. Krillin, content as long as they were happy, encouraged them to go. Remarkably, within just 6 months, the team successfully retrieved the Black Star Dragon Balls, which now resided in their respective homes. Krillin decided to use his last wish to reinforce the Earth's resilience. Given the inevitable calamities that awaited the planet, strengthening it would allow more lives to endure. According to Shinran, Earth's hardness would geometrically increase over time. and it was feared that one day even a Super Saiyan might not be able to shatter its surface. The warriors had no objections to Krillin's arrangement. Subsequently, Krillin returned with everyone to Earth, as if nothing had transpired, save for the peculiar fact that each of them held their own hardened vomit. Suddenly fainting, then awakening to find a mass of solidified vomit in hand, they discovered through examination that it was indeed their own. Following the king's directive to investigate the global phenomenon, it inexplicably vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, this incident was destined to be recorded in history. In the ensuing 6 months, neither the warriors nor the Earthlings faced any significant events. The most notable occurrence was the return of Goku and his companions from the cosmos. During this time, Krillin guided Trunks, elevating him from a meager combat power of less than 5 to a cosmic powerhouse exceeding 1,500,000. This transformation was a result of Krillin's intention to prevent intense training from stunting Trunks' growth. Not only was there no training for transforming into a Super Saiyan, but even significant emotional fluctuations were avoided. While Krillin aimed to cultivate Trunks into a strong and independent warrior, he was equally averse to him becoming burdened by bitterness. Thus, Krillin's plan for Trunks involved focusing on foundational combat skills and techniques between the ages of 2 and 6, complemented by cultural knowledge, while instilling the virtues of caution, decisiveness, and moral integrity. He was resolute in preventing Trunks from becoming reckless like his father, Vegeta. After turning 3, Trunks would directly transform into a Super Saiyan god, establishing a righteous heart, and gradually unlock the transformations of a Super Saiyan after turning 6. The tail that had previously vanished grew back once more, and this time, Krillin chose not to cut it, since the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 relies on the tail. And considering that a Super Saiyan 3 with a tail is significantly more powerful, it is evident that the tail is indeed an integral part of the body, and its retention would undoubtedly unlock even greater potential within Trunks. Among all, the one who has reaped the most rewards over the past 6 months is undoubtedly Krillin. He never anticipated that the latent potential of the split form of Baby would also enhance his primary form. This development has elevated Krillin's foundational combat power to an entirely new tier, allowing his training to progress with remarkable swiftness. Were it not for the absence of a Super Earthling transformation, Krillin's prowess would likely have already met the criteria for transformation. In fact, with his combat abilities surpassing countless formidable warriors, he is, in essence, a Super Earthling. Even relying solely on his foundational combat power, he could vanquish the majority of cosmic-level adversaries. Should he venture into the primary universe at the onset of the narrative, he could potentially claim the title of the strongest in the universe, as well as the moniker of Cosmic Emperor. In the realm of the Kaioshin, it is perpetually sunny. With nary a drop of rain, Krillin reclines on a lounge chair, basking in the sun alongside Trunks. Live well, exercise diligently, study earnestly, play joyfully, and rest adequately, Trunks. This is the guiding principle of our turtle school. Moderation in training is essential to prolong one's journey and minimize bodily harm. Yes, master, Trunks replied, sipping his juice with a serious expression. Having reiterated this several hundred times without weariness signifies your patience, dear child. Surely you will. Krillin's brow furrowed suddenly, as he sensed unusual activity on Earth. Ever since the crisis involving Baby, he has been acutely aware of the planet's condition, not only out of concern for its safety, but also to ensure he does not miss the emergence of Super 17, a target he has keenly set his sights upon. For his Cell doppelganger, one could say that it represents an excellent fusion material. He could even seize the opportunity to infiltrate Hell and consume both Cell and Frieza, thereby significantly enhancing his doppelganger's strength. As for why Krillin has not chosen to create a doppelganger of Super 17, it is because Super 17 is not a biological entity, lacking the potential of Cell and Frieza. More importantly, he is exceptionally suited for absorption by Cell. Then, why not create doppelgangers of Cell and Frieza from this world? This brings us to the events that transpired after Goku's descent into Hell. During their confrontation, Frieza and Cell revealed that they had undergone extensive training, yet still found themselves unable to defeat Goku. This indicates that their counterparts in this world do not possess the same extraordinary talents as those from the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Of course, a contributing factor may also be their lack of physical forms, leaving much for Krillin to investigate. At this moment, with the Earth exhibiting signs of disturbance, Krillin surmises that it is likely the onset of revenge orchestrated by the collaboration of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. Upon reflecting on the timeline, it indeed aligns with recent occurrences. Krillin cannot help but rub his hands together, brimming with anticipation. In the past, it was always the enemies who sought them out. But this time, he is determined to take the initiative and confront his adversaries. If his suspicions prove accurate, this foe would merely serve as a training experience, posing no real threat at all. The world mission has been announced. 1. Create an outcome that satisfies everyone. The reward is the flash technique, which allows the user to create an illusory clone, enabling the original to enter parallel dimensions, arriving 1 second later, rendering opponents unable to attack while simultaneously launching an assault. This technique begins at the initial time of 1 second and extends with the user's strength. A new task? Krillin paused, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Should I take my leave? I nearly forgot my mission. The journey to save the world cannot be halted. Furthermore, the world lacks the Super Dragon Balls. He must locate a realm that possesses them to restore his universe promptly. Create an outcome that satisfies everyone. If it aligns with my intention, then altering it could be a gift to my former self. The flash technique holds no significance for Krillin at present. He can achieve the same effect with his spatial abilities and the afterimage technique. Trunks tilted his head, his small visage reflecting confusion. Why does Master S' expression keep changing? One moment, he frowns deeply, the next he smiles. Krillin emerged from his reverie, affectionately ruffling Trunks' hair. Trunks, why don't you spend some time with your mother? I have matters to attend to, but rest assured, I won't be long. Trunks nodded eagerly, responding cheerfully, understood, Master. In an instant, the two appeared at Goku's doorstep on the Kaioken Mountain. Not far off, a colossal dark vortex manifested in the sky. Krillin recognized it as the entrance to Hell, likely opened by Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. He could sense a surge of malevolent energies emerging on Earth, likely the foes previously vanquished by Goku and his companions. Regardless, they would be dealt with later, so Krillin ignored them and proceeded with Trunks toward the door. Upon knocking, Krillin discovered Trunks inside, injured and suffering on the bed. He casually tossed a senzu bean, and Trunks was instantly revitalized. Thank you, Uncle Krillin. No need for thanks. Ah, another version of me has arrived. Greetings, Trunks. Treating the other Trunks as he would a regular child, bent down with a beaming smile, extending his hand. The other Trunks, feeling bashful, retreated slightly behind Krillin, shyly stammering. You too, unable to meet his gaze. In the living room, aside from Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, and Goten, most of the warriors had gathered. Originally, Bulma and Chi-Chi intended to host a simple family gathering, but strange occurrences had dampened their spirits. Fortunately, the adorable little Trunks brought a sense of relief to their mood. Bulma picked up Trunks, and they exchanged fond memories. What are you discussing? I sensed something unsettling occurring on Earth, which prompted my swift arrival. Seated upon the sofa, Sun Wukong recounted the origins of the matter, which stemmed from the depths of Hell. Enemies he had once vanquished had inexplicably resurfaced. Furthermore, Android 17 had ambushed Trunks, compelling him to reveal that the denizens of Hell sought vengeance against him, challenging him to venture into their realm if he possessed the audacity. Ah, I see. Krillin feigned ignorance, feigning astonishment. So, you have resolved to descend into Hell? Indeed, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, resting his head upon his arm. There is nothing amiss with taking a look. I am no longer the same as before. Moreover, 17 mentioned that both Frieza and Cell await my arrival in Hell. Suddenly, a fierce determination ignited in Sun Wukong's gaze as he turned towards Cell's doppelganger. Krillin, if you have managed to enhance Cell's body to such formidable strength, I can only assume that the original must be equally impressive. Thus, I wish to witness it for myself. Krillin chuckled subtly, opting not to elaborate further. In that case, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment. You wish to join me? I had intended to ask for your assistance in dealing with the unexpected foes that have emerged on Earth. Isn't that a simple task? Krillin replied confidently, summoning Cell's doppelganger and Boo's doppelganger from his spatial pocket. I see now, you intend for your doppelgangers to handle those adversaries. But with just 2 of them, how will that suffice? Sun Wukong inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Relying solely on Boo's doppelganger will be more than adequate. Why is that? Have you forgotten my abilities? Any body I have parasitized can be controlled by me, Boo's doppelganger interjected. Once the original returns to Earth, I can create additional doppelgangers from those foes, contributing to our quest to save the world. Upon hearing Krillin's plan, Sun Wukong could not help but express his astonishment. Your ideas are truly fanciful, yet this arrangement seems prudent, as long as they can be managed effectively. Then, Krillin, let us be on our way. Very well. Krillin left Boo's doppelganger behind, with Cell's doppelganger trailing closely. The three figures strolled leisurely into the ominous, chilling vortex that emanated darkness, their forms vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, in front of the television station, the king was desperately attempting to soothe the agitated populace. Mysterious beings had emerged from the shadows, wreaking havoc upon the city and endangering humanity. Their strength was alarmingly formidable, rendering the nation's military utterly powerless against them. Witnessing the king's ineptitude, the citizens, fearing for their safety, hastily packed their belongings, preparing to flee their homes. Individuals from one continent yearned to escape to another, convinced that only elsewhere could they find safety, igniting chaos across the world. Vegeta, Piccolo, and others had been laboriously combating the foes, only to find that each defeat was followed by another wave of adversaries. The most terrifying revelation was that the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, once vanquished by them, had also escaped from hell. As Vegeta engaged him in battle, he initially felt confident, but soon realized that Broly's power was escalating at an alarming rate, swiftly surpassing Vegeta's Super Saiyan second stage strength. Vegeta couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. He immediately transformed into his most formidable form, the Super Saiyan fourth stage godly power. With his crimson locks cascading around him, he swiftly approached Broly and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. Gathering energy in both hands, he aimed to obliterate Broly in a single strike. Just then, a gray figure materialized unexpectedly. Vegeta, wait. Vegeta turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Krillin's beaten clone? What is your purpose here? The clone chuckled mischievously. You may as well call me Krillin. We are, after all, one and the same. I have come to suggest that you take a breather and allow me to handle these adversaries. My plan to save the universe necessitates their presence, particularly that of Broly. It would be a shame to let this opportunity slip away. Vegeta squinted his eyes and smirked. I see. You intend to turn them into clones like Baby, not wanting to waste even a fragment of their power. How typical of you. Precisely. Please refrain from killing them upon sight. Instead, aim to defeat them and either bring them over or inform me to come and parasitize them. Thank you ever so much. Seeing as you allowed me to transform into the Super Saiyan 4th stage and the Super Saiyan God, I shall assist you this once. However, we are even after this. Vegeta, with his proud demeanor, had always kept in mind Krillin's help in his transformation, yet his arrogance prevented him from uttering a simple thank you. He resolved to act only when Krillin was in need. The beaten clone stifled a laugh, nodding vigorously in agreement, fearful of accidentally breaking into laughter. He never imagined that Vegeta's usual haughty attitude would manifest towards him. Alas, he could not reveal this to anyone, for Vegeta would surely be incensed. Subsequently, the two parted ways to carry out their respective tasks. Meanwhile, the king in the palace suddenly caught sight on the monitor of a gray figure standing ominously in the sky, emanating a menacing dark aura. The king presumed that a more powerful villain had emerged. However, in the next moment, a multitude of silver-gray, liquid-like substances were unleashed upon the villains. As the nefarious beings became tainted by the liquid, they immediately ceased their actions, wailing in agony. In no time, they were bowing their heads and forming an orderly line before the strange figure. The beaten clone examined the memories of each villain, swiftly eliminating the irredeemably wicked and sparing those who had committed fewer transgressions for the time being. This was clearly a form of assistance towards humanity. The king's heart soared with joy, and he ordered the live broadcast of the hero's exploits. He desperately needed a figure to stabilize the hearts of the people. Once, there had been a young boy who defeated King Piccolo, and the king had longed for him to bravely step forward. However, the monitors showed no trace of him. Perhaps he had perished while saving others. The king sighed softly. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon his earnest wishes, and at last, a powerful hero had taken action. The world would be saved as a result. With this command, Baby, the creature that had nearly brought about the world's destruction 6 months prior, transformed into the hero who would save Earth. He was beloved by the people and poised to surpass Satan's influence. Strangely, though, the system's savior achievement remained unfulfilled. Perhaps such a degree of salvation is deemed inconsequential in the eyes of the system. Author's note, it has been completed. I would like to extend my apologies to my supportive readers. Chapter 64. The Plans of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. with the sudden variable of Krillin in hell. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the shadow of Cell soared into a colossal black hole, arriving at a shadowy realm devoid of sunlight. Ah, this is indeed hell. It feels so familiar, as if I have visited this place before. The three figures advanced a short distance and discovered numerous hellish imps bound to the ground. Unable to move. What are you doing here? Playing hide and seek? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Welcome to hell, Sun Wukong. A familiar voice suddenly resonated. Sun Wukong and Krillin turned to see. I knew you would come, but who is he? Dr. Mew intended to showcase his enigma while mocking Sun Wukong, only to find that two unfamiliar figures accompanied him. Cell? And your good brother, the Earthling Krillin. Dr. Gero's voice echoed behind Dr. Mew, introducing Krillin and the shadow of Cell, albeit with a hint of confusion in his tone. Why is there another Cell? And as for Krillin, according to the intel on Android 17, he should have aged considerably after marrying Android 18. What is the explanation for this youthful Krillin? Gero, is your intelligence accurate? Why has an unforeseen circumstance arisen? Dr. Mew slightly turned to Dr. Gero, and though he lacked eyes, Dr. Gero could sense the subtlety in his gaze. Dr. Gero was equally incensed. After painstakingly planning for so long, a flaw had emerged in the intel regarding Android 17. This was nothing short of a humiliation for him before Dr. Mew. It is you, Dr. Gero, and Dr. Mew. I knew you would end up in hell. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, Sun Wukong suddenly paused, looking at the two doctors. Ah, I suddenly understand. You two deceived me into coming to hell to seek revenge. Didn't you? Though I am unsure of your methods, come at me. I shall not cower. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's declaration, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew could not help but smirk wickedly. Heh heh heh, Dr. Gero remarked with a hint of disdain, stating that even with the emergence of a perplexing variable, it was of little consequence. Regrettably, we no longer have time to indulge in your games. With that, their bodies began to levitate. Until we meet again, Sun Wukong. The two doctors, along with the android 17 trailing behind them, vanished from hell in the blink of an eye. Behind Sun Wukong, the chilling and profound black hole gradually dissipated, leaving only the ground, identical to its surroundings. What does until we meet again mean? You must clarify, Sun Wukong shouted, fists clenched. He could not comprehend why two former adversaries would glance at him and flee, leaving him troubled, as he was one who only contemplated battle. Krillin, what do you think they meant? I suspect they devised a scheme to lure you to hell, only to head to the mortal realm, imprisoning you in the depths of despair. Sun Wukong immediately grew anxious. What shall become of Earth? They must have a more sinister plan to wreak havoc upon it. Krillin chuckled and shook his head. Fear not, Wukong. Do not forget, my doppelganger remains on Earth. There was a phrase Krillin omitted, with a duplicate in existence. He could instantaneously transport himself to Earth at any moment. Even if Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew caused a ruckus, he could return to rectify the situation. Well, since you say so, Krillin, I suppose it's fine. However, they clearly mentioned that hell harbors Frieza and Cell. I suspect they are deceiving me. Truly, these rascals have an incessant penchant for trickery, which is rather infuriating. Sun Wukong, resting his head on his arm, expressed his discontent. Suddenly, Krillin glanced in a certain direction, prompting Sun Wukong to follow suit. Wukong, that may not necessarily be the case. Before them appeared a white figure, its elongated tail trailing behind, atop a precipice. Soon after, Cell's form emerged from the boulder behind Sun Wukong, arms crossed. How could we ever betray your expectations? We are indeed eager to. Who is he? Cell stammered as he caught sight of a standing figure beside Sun Wukong. What is the meaning of this? Dr. Gero never mentioned creating another Cell. Could it be an alternate version of myself from another timeline? Hee. It seems Dr. Gero and the others were not deceiving me. Hell truly contains Frieza and Cell. Sun Wukong rubbed his finger against his nose, joyfully gazing at them. Krillin, too, concealed a smile. At long last, my dessert has arrived. Hey, Cell over there. Are you from another timeline? Cell inquired loudly. Since the situation was unclear, he decided to inquire directly. Moreover, he was perplexed as to why Cell stood alongside Sun Wukong. Hadn't he been slain by Wukong and Gohan? The doppelganger of Cell shifted slightly, casting a detached glance at Cell without uttering a word. Do you look down upon me? Oh, what of it if I do? Come at me. The doppelganger chuckled softly. You wretch. Cell's eyes flared with rage, emotions surging uncontrollably within him. Hey, Krillin, refrain from striking. I wish to personally test their prowess. I am no longer the Wukong of the past. Sun Wukong quickly interjected, positioning himself before Cell's doppelganger. No problem. Just ensure you do not end their lives. I still have use for them. Krillin had no objection to Wukong's request, and the doppelganger of Cell nodded slightly. No longer bound by Cell's original form, he was no longer influenced by the Saiyan bloodline, and was considerably less combative. Besides, Wukong merely sought to display his strength before former adversaries, as a brother. How could he refrain from assisting? He is Krillin, the Earthling I vanquished on Namek? Both Cell and Frieza wore peculiar expressions, finding it hard to believe that Cell was merely indulging in Krillin-esque fabrications. Yet, seeing Sun Wukong so earnestly prevent Krillin from acting suggested that his power was indeed formidable. Hee, Sun Wukong, you have truly gone to great lengths to deceive us. Who would dare to trick you? Krillin is simply Krillin. Ah, I see now. You must be unaware of why another Cell is tailing us. Sun Wukong, wearing an expression of knowing superiority, disregarded the increasingly dark expressions of Cell and Frieza, and continued, Krillin hails from another world. He has magically swapped bodies with you, Cell, and has become immensely powerful. Even I may struggle to defeat him. Swapped bodies? Become immensely powerful? Indeed, these despicable Earthlings, Cell scoffed. Initially, he feared that another version of himself from either this world or another might betray him, but since it was an Earthling employing underhanded tactics to seize power, it was hardly a matter of concern. No matter how much Krillin trained, he could never surpass the original Cell. At that moment, Cell suddenly recalled a long-buried ability, absorption. He is also a Cell like me. If I can absorb him, my strength should increase exponentially. As he pondered this, a dreadful greed flickered in his eyes. The issue of physical form was easily solvable, as Dr. Gero had informed him. Once he defeated Sun Wukong, Dr. Gero would reopen the gates of hell, releasing all the demons within. Upon passing through the gates, he would immediately regain his corporeal form. At that point, by absorbing another Cell's body, his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the infamous Super 17 by countless magnitudes. Humph, Sun Wukong, and that Krillin, speaking of becoming immensely powerful. They should be cautious of their own words. Cell declared, let us show them the formidable strength we have cultivated in this hellish environment. You shall never surpass us. Behold. Simultaneously, Cell and Frieza unleashed their fury, an overwhelming force instantly filling the infernal space. Krillin raised his eyebrows, gazing despondently at the two. After years of training, they had only reached a power level nearing 70 billion. It seemed that this world's Cell and Frieza lacked the extraordinary talent he had anticipated. After so many years of training, how can you not even control your energy? Watch closely. Sun Wukong, sensing their power, felt somewhat dissatisfied. Compared to him, Cell and Frieza were relatively weak. He had hoped they would possess hundreds of trillions of energy, not that it needed to be particularly terrifying, but at least comparable to Krillin's Cell counterpart. They should be able to put up a fight against him, yet he was met with disappointment. Of course, by suppressing most of his typical combat power, he could still engage in battle with these two old friends. Thus, with a shift in mindset, Sun Wukong exuberantly released his energy. The terrifying triad of energies compressed within hell, causing the very fabric of space to strain under the weight of their conflict. Krillin and the Cell counterpart watched their struggle with a calm demeanor. The combined might of the three posed no threat to Krillin in the slightest. Even his base combat power had surpassed 1 trillion, and in his divine form, it had transcended the trillion dimension, reaching a new level of magnitude. This 100 billion level contest was hardly worthy of his serious consideration, although the essence of the being is a fusion of Cell's and Buu's forms. The most significant flaw lies in the absence of a physical manifestation among Earthlings. Aside from the versatile power of the God form, he can only rely on the Kaioken to unleash greater strength. Thus, it is exceedingly difficult for him to attain the battle prowess characteristic of the Saiyans, which transcends multiple dimensions. Meanwhile, after a brief display of power, upon observing Goku's unperturbed expression, Cell's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he locked eyes with Frieza. The two simultaneously advanced, unleashing countless formidable energy blasts. On Earth, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew stood shoulder to shoulder atop a mountain peak, having not witnessed such a pristine sky in ages. Naturally, they were not foolish enough to express their awe, for that would invite disdain from the other elder, Dr. Mew. Behind them stood the stoic and cold-faced Android 17, a crucial element in the duo's scheme. Doctor, Jero gazed at the tranquil town in the distance and solemnly remarked, "If the plan to seal Goku in Hell succeeds, then we shall proceed to our third phase." "Doctor," Mew chimed in, "it will be time to launch our all-out assault." The two erupted into laughter. Between the cities, numerous sinister figures gathered, appearing from afar as if waiting in line for ice cream. Yet the citizens who secretly observed them knew these were exceptionally cruel and terrifying monsters, merciless in their slaughter. Were it not for that hero, the one who had saved them, they would have perished long ago. Buu's forms meticulously assessed the previously encountered foes, evaluating their morality and strength to determine their fates. Of course, not every adversary was scrutinized in such a manner, those with lesser intellect or combat prowess, like the minions of Frieza's army, were swiftly dispatched without hesitation. Only those of some utility, such as Nappa, Raditz, King Cold, and General Rildo, were deemed worthy of preservation. Suddenly, Buu's form sensed a malevolent force coalescing somewhere on Earth. "Is Super 17 about to make an appearance?" He chuckled, as the main course. "Do avoid being slain by Vegeta, otherwise I would be quite saddened." After speaking, he resumed the selection process for the members of Krillin's team. In truth, he could create forms himself, but Krillin deemed it safer to rely on the original. For instance, Broly, with his mane of green hair reminiscent of a lion, now lay with his head bowed, deeply asleep. His power was escalating at an extraordinary pace. Were it not for the plug-and-play effect, he would have nearly surpassed Buu's control over him. This marked the second occasion for Krillin witnessing someone escape Buu's parasitic grip. The first instance was with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, whose immense power and the god form of the same dimension could understandably suppress Buu's parasitism. Yet, what could a Broly with a battle power in the hundreds of billions possibly achieve to disregard dimensional constraints and elude Buu's control? Krillin attributed this anomaly to Broly's lack of intellect, suggesting that his innate ferocity remained uncontrollable by any force. With resolute determination, he sealed Broly with the plug-and-play technique. Such a ticking time bomb was better left to his original self, for his doppelgangers were too feeble to manage it. In another city under siege, Vegeta, carrying several unconscious minions of Frieza's army, sensed the malevolent force as well. A confident smile crept across his face, his thumb instinctively pointing towards himself. "This time, I, Vegeta, shall surpass Krillin and Kakarot, and be the first to eliminate this foe. I refuse to believe there will be any parasitic enemies. Even if there are, with a bit more caution, none shall be able to parasitize me. My power is invincible." Boom. A crimson aura erupted, and Vegeta raced towards the source. The Frieza soldiers he held were obliterated into a red mist by the sheer force of his energy, their remains scorched away by the searing intensity. Chapter 65. The arrival of number 17. Come now, draw near, and let us become one. High in the sky, number 17 floated, his mind echoing with whispers that seemed to taunt him. He yearned to resist, yet his consciousness was gradually consumed. The voice that spoke to him bore an unsettling resemblance to his own. Lowering his head, when he raised it again, his eyes were filled with a fierce rage. "Ha! You pitiful humans are nothing but insects. Perish before me." Suddenly, a terrifying energy sphere coalesced in number 17's hand, which he hurled towards a nearby overpass. Flames erupted instantly, the immense energy obliterating the structure. 3 figures hovered in the air. Krillin cradled his daughter Marin, alongside the now-married number 18. Both furrowed their brows upon recognizing the sinister figure responsible. Number 17? Krillin scrutinized him closely, the familiar red scarf still adorning his neck, and exclaimed in astonishment. "It truly is number 17. Number 17 noticed them as well, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he unleashed an energy blast to engulf their vicinity. "It has been a while, number 18. Boom, boom. The trio quickly evaded the attack. It seemed number 17 had only impulsively decided to strike at them, allowing them to dodge with relative ease. "Number 17, what has happened to you? You are nothing like the brother I once knew." Number 18's brows knitted together as she gazed at her brother, both unfamiliar and intimately known, as if she were meeting him anew. Number 17 disregarded her inquiry, speaking indifferently. "Soon, all humans will be exterminated. The world will soon belong to us, number 18. I have come to take you with me. Come along." "What?" Number 18 was taken aback, unable to fathom such words from him. "We are twins. After all, let us together obliterate the earth." Number 18 shielded Krillin and Marin, urging them to flee. Number 17 is not himself. "You must seek out Goku, and preferably find Krillin from another world. Understood. Krillin recognized that his combat prowess would only hinder number 18 and nodded in agreement, preparing to depart from the scene. On the 17th, he suddenly appeared vacant, motionless, and began to mutter to himself in a daze. How intriguing, for we are siblings. His pupils transformed into a crimson hue. Simultaneously, the 18th's pupils altered as well, and she too began to chant, "We are siblings. Come, 18th, let us together bring about the world's demise, for we are siblings." Unconsciously, the 18th began to approach the 17th, causing Klin to halt mid-flight upon witnessing this scene. "Stop! You cannot approach him," Klin shouted desperately. "You are my wife, 18th. Haha. Spare me the trivialities. Both the 18th and I are creations of the esteemed Dr. Gero. Everything must align with his will." "Dr. Gero? Weren't you the one who despised him the most? Why now bestow upon him such honorifics?" Klin inquired loudly, having noticed the peculiarity in the 17th's demeanor. The 17th momentarily paused, the red hue in his gaze dimming slightly. "Did I once detest the esteemed Dr. Gero?" In the next instant, that familiar voice echoed in his ears again. "What are you doing, 17th? Come here quickly. You are me, and I am you." Seeing the 17th lost in thought, Klin believed his words had taken effect and sought to awaken the 17th's conscience. "17th, what is happening to you? Snap out of it. Ah, enough of your prattle." The 17th cried out in torment, swiftly raising his hand and unleashing a beam that pierced through Klin's chest. In an instant, the 18th, previously under his control, regained her senses and lunged toward Klin. "Klin!" Marlin descended, exclaiming in shock. "Father!" Klin's eyes immediately shut tightly. "Klin, please, you must regain your strength." Tears welled in the 18th's eyes as memories of her moments with Klin flooded her mind. Their first encounter, their first kiss upon his cheek, Klin relinquishing his oppositional stance, destroying the control device to facilitate her escape from Cell's pursuit. After all the dust settled, he had wished upon Shinron to remove the bomb within her. She had long been in love with this man who sacrificed everything for her, never anticipating that he would be killed by her own brother. Tears cascaded down her face, landing on Klin, while the 18th and Marlin wept uncontrollably. Suddenly, a violin melody, seemingly from nowhere, began to play. It was an unfamiliar tune, yet everyone present felt it resonated profoundly with the sorrowful atmosphere. Abruptly, the music ceased. "My apologies, I forgot the subsequent notes." A somewhat peculiar voice echoed in everyone's ears. The 18th turned to see, her heart leaping with joy. "You are Klin from another world." The doppelganger, Beef, tucked the violin away and nodded with a smile. "Once again, we meet, 18th, and in this world, my daughter. Can you save Klin? I implore you." The 18th spoke with a tone almost pleading. Her eyes filled with vulnerability as she gazed at Klin. "Your feelings for Klin truly surprise me," Beef remarked, shrugging. "Rest assured, I have come to rescue him." As he spoke, he advanced to treat Krillin. At that moment, number 17, with a cold demeanor and a harsh tone, remarked, "Have you overlooked my presence? To save Krillin, you must first pass through me." In an instant, number 17 appeared above the head of the clone, delivering a powerful kick downward. The clone remained motionless, absorbing the blow without flinching. Number 17's gaze sharpened as he realized that despite delivering a strike capable of annihilating the Earth, the clone did not even sway. Perhaps the force was insufficient, yet the impact was rather pleasant. The clone twisted its neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, as if mocking number 17's attack, which lacked the power to even match the force generated by its own neck movement. Upon hearing the clone's words, number 17 could hardly contain his rage, his face contorting into a snarl as he raised his hand to unleash an energy blast to obliterate the clone. However, as he lifted his hand, a pair of large hands enveloped his head. General Lurd, a formidable adversary encountered by Goku's team in their quest for the Black Star Dragon Balls, materialized before him. Behind General Lurd, several peculiar figures hovered, their imposing presence striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. One by one, as number 17 scrutinized them, he realized that almost all were unfamiliar faces. Even he could only recognize a few. They were all members of this individual's entourage. Number 17, hasten to fulfill your mission. Do not keep Dr. Gero and the others waiting, nor me. I am growing increasingly impatient. You scoundrel. Number 17, trapped in General Lurd's grasp, seethed with resentment, desperately attempting to escape the general's hold. Yet, the strength of General Lurd, capable of contending with Goku, was far from feeble. With a firm grip around number 17's head, he hurled him away, sending him flying 10 miles. "Ah, you wretched fiend, wait for me." Number 17 was no fool. Upon recognizing the disparity in strength, he seized the opportunity to flee. As time passed, he gradually gleaned more information, coming to understand the plans of the two doctors. Simultaneously, he realized that only by transforming into his most powerful form could he rid himself of the humiliation suffered that day. Chapter 66. Fusion. Super number 17. After number 17 departed, the clone snapped his fingers, and a dozen or so villainous duplicates swiftly surrounded the area. "Please, revive him quickly. Krillin cannot hold on much longer." Number 18 anxiously awaited the clone's attempt to save Krillin. "Do not fret, he is another version of me, and I understand him better than you do." The clone knelt beside Krillin, examining his wounds, discovering that there was still a flicker of life within him. Although the clone possessed the magical beans, he chose not to use them, deeming it unnecessary. With malevolent black energy emanating from his hands, the clone pressed down forcefully on Krillin's chest. The dark energy surged rapidly, instantly filling Krillin's entire being. Number 18 and Marin watched anxiously, bewildered by the clone's method of rescue. As the black energy entered his body, Krillin's face contorted in agony. Number 18 anxiously clenched her hands. Emotionally, witnessing the torment of Krillin, she instinctively sought to intervene against Babyfin's actions. Yet, reason dictated that Babyfin was, in fact, endeavoring to heal Krillin, and she could not interfere in the slightest. What is this phenomenon? Surely, Krillin is not in peril? After channeling the dark energy, Babyfin retracted his hands, gazing at Krillin's struggles with a visage of relief. Upon hearing number 18's concerns, he offered a faint smile. "There is no danger. I have unlocked his potential, significantly enhancing his strength. The dark energy is a manifestation of my divine power. Once he acclimatizes to this force, he shall cultivate his own divine abilities, and his body will naturally restore itself." The divine energy inherently possessed restorative properties, and it was precisely with this intention that Babyfin infused Krillin's form with divine power. This could be considered a gift Babyfin left for Krillin. Under ordinary circumstances, if Krillin were unscathed, it would take him considerable time to comprehend the divine force due to his innate talents. However, in his current state of unconsciousness, with his potential awakened by Babyfin, his body would swiftly adapt to the divine energy to prolong his life. As divine power surged within him, Krillin's injuries inflicted by number 17 would gradually mend. In truth, since Babyfin's divine energy entered Krillin's body without any intent to harm, it was entirely benign. Indeed, its properties would even facilitate Krillin's recovery. Number 18 had never encountered such an extraordinary method of healing. Yet, she had no choice but to place her trust in Babyfin. Otherwise, with her limited abilities, she would never be able to save the bald Krillin. "Very well, let us depart," Babyfin declared as he stood, beckoning the villainous doppelgangers to follow. Number 18 halted him, stumbling over her words in gratitude. "Thank you. It's nothing. He is also a part of me. To see him thrive brings me great satisfaction," Babyfin replied, nodding. Once the doppelgangers grasped his shoulders, he vanished from sight in an instant. Number 17 swiftly arrived at the location of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. Even after learning of the two doctors' plans and the existence of another number 17, the moment he laid eyes on his counterpart, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. This other number 17 bore an uncanny resemblance to his appearance during the Cell Saga. Yet, he and number 18 had been transformed into androids by human intervention. How had Dr. Gero managed to create another version of him? Could it be that a soul, having traversed the depths of hell, leaves fragments behind? Was it those very soul fragments that Dr. Gero utilized to fabricate another him? 17. "You have finally arrived," spoke the figure, revealing himself as Hell number 17. A creation of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew in the depths of hell. Upon their reunion, Dr. Gero seemed to cast aside any prior animosity, eagerly introducing 17. Of course, all present were aware that his calm demeanor stemmed from his complete control over 17's thoughts. "Merge with him, and complete our final plan to become the ultimate artificial being." Super Android 17. Clenching his fists, Android 17 recalled the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Bebby, a wave of rage coursing through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened towards Hell's Android 17. Just then, a blood-red light suddenly flashed before them in the sky. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Dr. Gero was taken aback. Dr. Mew, bewildered, turned to him and inquired, "Who is he, and why are you so anxious?" Dr. Gero trembled as he responded, "He is a Saiyan, like Son Goku, Vegeta. I never expected him to find us so swiftly." "Another Saiyan? No matter. As long as the two Android 17s successfully merge, even Son Goku shall meet his demise." Hearing this, Dr. Mew cast a dark glance at Vegeta. He was an intelligent life form created by Bebi, designed to provide Bebi with a formidable body. Yet he remained unaware of this until he was slain by Bebi himself. Nevertheless, his hatred for the Saiyans mirrored that of Bebi. As Vegeta's crimson aura dissipated, his eyes, adorned with red shadows, surveyed the two Android 17s. "Is this your grand plan? To fuse two such feeble Android 17s together? How utterly klitsch." Angered, Dr. Mew could no longer tolerate the insult directed at his research, especially coming from a Saiyan, his nemesis. "Oh, you possess quite the audacity to taunt me in my presence," Vegeta retorted, crossing his arms before swiftly appearing before Dr. Mew, delivering a kick that shattered one of his arms. "This is a warning. Should I see you again, I will crush your skull." He then turned his gaze to the two Android 17s, noticing that aside from their differing appearances, they were identical. After hearing the two doctors' plan, Vegeta's mind began to churn with possibilities. He was tempted to indulge further. How strong will they become after merging? Vegeta inquired. Dr. Gero, regretting his earlier verbosity, thought he should have allowed the fusion from the moment Android 17 appeared. Now that Vegeta had arrived, the plan was in jeopardy. Taken aback by Vegeta's question, he hesitated. "I said, what will their strength be post-fusion?" With no answer forthcoming, Vegeta's expression darkened. Gero and Mew exchanged glances, quickly altering their demeanor. "Lord Vegeta, Super Android 17 possesses immense power. If they can merge, their energy could potentially be strong enough to annihilate the universe. Indeed, this is the result of our meticulous calculations, designed to eliminate Sun, Kof, aimed at ascending to the pinnacle of strength." Dr. Gero shot a fierce glare at Dr. Mew, who nearly let slip their true intentions, but quickly corrected himself. "I do not care what you aim to accomplish. Whether you kill Kakarot is inconsequential, as long as you can deliver." Vegeta cast a casual glance at them and continued, "I can offer you an opportunity to create Super Android 17. However, I must witness his strength firsthand and be the first to engage him in battle. If his strength is too feeble or the fusion fails, I shall promptly eliminate you. Understood?" Both Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew chuckled maniacally within, believing their plan was doomed. Who would have thought that the fool, Vegeta, would once again permit them to fuse with Android 17? Without pausing for even a moment, the two doctors immediately activated the fusion, commanding the two Android 17s to unite. "Android 17, you are me, and I am you." The two Android 17s floated unconsciously in the air, reciting this phrase in unison, their bodies emanating a blinding golden light. As if a sun had manifested in the sky, the two figures merged seamlessly, akin to a copy-paste action. He arise. Super Android 17. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew shouted in a frenzy. As the brilliance subsided, only one robust body remained suspended in the air, significantly taller than the original Android 17. Super Android 17 had emerged, longer hair cascading down, which he seemed to find cumbersome. He raised his head, gathering the long hair behind, revealing two golden earrings. A face, cold and indifferent, appeared before the onlookers. Chapter 67. How splendid. Ha! Vegeta, you are in dire straits now. Quickly kneel and submit, or I shall command Super Android 17 to swiftly decapitate you. Dr. Mew felt emboldened, finally able to avenge the earlier insult from Vegeta. He placed one hand on his hip, glaring at Vegeta with disdain. Dr. Gero cast a scornful sidelong glance at Dr. Mew, but refrained from rebuking him, believing Super Android 17's power had reached a level beyond even Goku's. "Super Android 17, demonstrate your flawless power for us," Dr. Gero exclaimed fervently, arms wide open. Much like Goku in his Super Saiyan 3rd stage, Super Android 17 bore no eyebrows above his brow. Unperturbed by this detail, he nonchalantly began to rotate his gloved hands. Vegeta crossed his arms, his eyelids slightly narrowed. Though unable to gauge Super Android 17's strength through energy perception, he found the creature's demeanor quite intimidating. Calmly standing in place, he focused solely on the matter before him, as if everything else were mere ants, reminiscent of the Vegeta of old. The androids lacked a discernible aura, a design choice from years past, and it was surprising that Super Android 17 continued this tradition post-fusion. Vegeta quietly observed as Super Android 17 scrutinized his own body. However, Super Android 17 did not heed the commands of Doctors Gero and Mew, leaving the two doctors in a state of panic, perspiring profusely as they frantically retrieved a multitude of devices to investigate the issue with Super Android 17. This shouldn't be happening. Where has it gone awry? Why is Super Android 17 disobeying my commands? Could it be that you, Dr. Mew, have meddled in something? Indeed, you alone had the opportunity to partake in the design. It must be you. Unable to discern the reason, Dr. Gero shouted in frustration. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of Dr. Meow extracting an unfamiliar device. And in a fit of rage, he lunged forward, seizing Dr. Meow by the throat. Coughing violently, Dr. Meow was no match for the artificial human Dr. Gua. Yet he had a contingency plan. The moment Dr. Gua attacked, Dr. Meow swiftly retrieved a uniquely designed firearm from his waist and decisively pulled the trigger. With a deafening explosion, Dr. Gua's body was sent hurtling away. Gagging and coughing, Dr. Meow broke free from Dr. Gua, exhaling a sigh of relief before hurling a venomous curse. Do not presume I am unaware, you old fool. In the programming of number 17, you only incorporated commands that serve your own interests. Since you are capable of such deceit, what are my little tricks in comparison? The current predicament of Super number 17 must be due to your blunders, you scoundrel. It was I who sought you out, granting you the opportunity to partake in the vengeance plan against Sun Wukong. I even orchestrated the entire scheme myself. How could you betray me in such a manner? Both doctors possessed their own justifications, and their previously aligned stances suddenly shifted, igniting a fierce battle between them. Vegeta casually glanced over, losing interest almost immediately, dismissing them as mere pitiful creatures. At that moment, several figures swooped into the air. Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, along with Trunks and the warriors, all arrived at the scene. Dad! Trunks exclaimed, bounding toward Vegeta. Upon witnessing Vegeta in his wild and striking Super Saiyan God form, Trunks' eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to learn more about this transformation. What form is this? It's so cool. Can I transform too? What do you intend to do with your transformation? Show off. Vegeta replied coolly, casting a disapproving glance at Trunks. If you genuinely wish to transform, then train diligently and elevate your power level. At your current strength, even if you were to transform, I could easily overpower you with a mere finger. All right, but you must teach me when I reach the required power level. Trunks retorted, harboring thoughts that Vegeta was surely aware of. He simply wanted to impress the secretaries at the company. What had become of his son, Vegeta pondered, utterly bemused by this state of affairs. Vegeta, who is that person resembling number 17 over there? And how did Dr. Gua end up here? Who is that other old man? Piccolo swiftly scanned the battlefield, extracting vital information. He had already deduced the situation, yet sought confirmation from Vegeta. It is merely an old puppet seeking revenge, nothing of great consequence, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Upon receiving confirmation, Piccolo quickly grasped the events that had transpired. So it was Dr. Gua who had come seeking vengeance. By the way, where are Sun and Krillin? Given the commotion, they should have arrived by now. They're in hell, Uncle Piccolo, Trunks explained. They probably won't be back for quite a while. That poses a problem, Piccolo remarked. As Piccolo furrowed his brow, his meticulous mind recognized that this invasion from the depths of hell could likely escalate into a crisis akin to that posed by Baby. He scrutinized Super 17 with caution. There was no discernible energy emanating from him, rendering it impossible to gauge his true strength. With Krillin and Goku absent, they remained oblivious to the adversary's capabilities. Should his power be truly formidable, by the time Goku and the others returned, Earth might have already been reduced to mere ruins. Piccolo then glanced at Vegeta, pondering that perhaps Vegeta was refraining from action not out of fear, but to prevent collateral damage to Earth, choosing instead to observe. Vegeta, even you are concerned for Earth? It seems life here has fostered a sense of attachment in you, he mused inwardly. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, feeling as though someone were pricking at his consciousness. An inexplicable impatience welled within him. Hey, puppet, how long are you going to keep watching? Super 17 lifted his head, his expression devoid of emotion, casually brushing his long hair aside. What's this, Vegeta? Are you eager to be defeated by me so soon? Just like the first time we met. Vegeta's eyes instantly turned crimson. That was a memory he would forever wish to forget. A moment when his psyche was most severely impacted. He had been mercilessly tormented by Android 18, nearly extinguishing his drive for progress. Now, as Super 17 invoked that painful recollection, his anger surged uncontrollably. You puppet! Vegeta's speed was akin to lightning, nay, exponentially faster, as he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Super 17. Super 17 maintained his icy demeanor, raising a hand as if to nonchalantly block Vegeta's assault. He even taunted, "Your strength cannot surpass mine. I am," boom. Vegeta's attack struck Super 17, who had made no attempt to evade. Chapter 68. You arrived just in time, brother-in-law. In the instant Super 17 made contact with Vegeta's leg, his expression shifted to one of sheer terror. The force emanating from Vegeta's kick was unfathomably immense. He had miscalculated. Damn it, there was no way to avoid this. Such overwhelming power. How could he possess such strength? No, I refuse to die. Damn you, Dr. Gero. Why didn't you make me stronger? Super 17's arm was visibly severed in the blink of an eye, followed by his head. He barely managed to shield his face before being sent flying thousands of meters away. A deafening sonic boom resonated through the air. Everyone present was rendered speechless, even Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, who had been engaged in battle, stood frozen in disbelief. Super 17 was supposed to amplify his original combat power, Dr. Gero murmured. How could he be sent flying by a single kick? His words echoed the astonishment felt by Piccolo and the others, as they struggled to comprehend the direction in which Super 17 had vanished. Was he merely putting on an act? It must be so. How could we possibly defeat our foes so easily without prior experience? This is our first encounter. Could it be that he had no intention of engaging us in battle, using this opportunity instead to flee the battlefield? Is this enemy truly so feeble? Vegeta gazed intently at the spot where Super 17 had vanished, struggling to believe that this android's power was genuinely so paltry. Or perhaps, had his own strength grown to such formidable heights? With a sudden burst, Vegeta's figure disappeared as he set off in pursuit of Super 17. The warriors exchanged glances, deciding it was imperative to capture Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, at the very least to contribute their share of effort. Otherwise, they would appear utterly ineffectual. In a flash, a clone of Bu arrived with the villainous legion. Observing the devastation strewn across the ground, along with the bound figures of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, Bu scratched his head, as if he were beginning to comprehend the situation. Without uttering a word, he departed, leaving the villainous clones to converse with the warriors. Vegeta soon caught up with Super 17, who now appeared particularly disheveled. One arm hung limply, reduced to mere mechanical skeleton, while half of his face had vanished, and his once lustrous hair now lay in disarray. How can you be so powerful? Super 17 shrieked, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that struck Vegeta with little more effect than a speck of dust. Haha, I was led to believe you were formidable, a source of confidence for Dr. Gero to boast about. I even tempered my demeanor, allowing you to strike first, yet your strength is merely this mediocre. Heh, perhaps you should not be called Super 17, but rather number 34. In my eyes, your power, whether multiplied or added, is equally pathetic. Vegeta crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly upward, a smirk of arrogance playing at the corners of his mouth. Super 17 gasped for breath, clearly perceiving the unabashed derision in Vegeta's gaze. You bastard, he exclaimed in frustration, continuing to unleash a multitude of energy blasts. Yet Vegeta remained unfazed, allowing the attacks to strike him without reaction. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Super 17 unleashed a cloud of dust with his energy blasts, propelling himself swiftly away from the scene. The android, devoid of any aura, understood that by concealing his presence and obscuring Vegeta's vision, he could indeed escape. Super 17 had come to the realization that his strength was not as formidable as Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew had claimed. He should not have been activated at this juncture. With Vegeta's power reaching such astonishing heights, how much stronger could Goku possibly be? After successfully merging, the control protocols of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew had been automatically purged, leaving Super 17 free from their commands, even harboring thoughts of eliminating them. Now, he lived solely for himself. However, the current crisis had yet to be resolved. After flying thousands of miles, Super 17 subtly relaxed his vigilance, glancing back with a furtive hope akin to that of a thief. Ah, the fright is overwhelming. That rascal Vegeta is still pursuing me. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, he flies with an ease reminiscent of a shepherd herding his flock, unfazed by my attempts to escape. for he knows he can locate me anywhere on his own pasture. Super Android 17 hastens his pace, as the urgency within him has transformed into sheer terror. How terrifying! The demon Vegeta, perceiving my frailty, seeks to toy with my demise. I must flee, escape from his grasp. The mere mention of Vegeta's name, his voice, even his visage, has morphed in Super Android 17's mind into an unimaginably dreadful entity. This is a natural response from the human part of him, driven by an instinct to evade harm. I still have Android 18. She is wed to Krillin, and as their friend, he will surely protect me. I must admit my faults, plead for mercy. As long as I survive, I am willing to do anything. Super Android 17 promptly alters his course, soaring towards the city where Android 18 resides, his terrifying speed carving deep furrows across the ocean. He is acutely aware that should Vegeta be earnest, he would swiftly close the gap. Moreover, he cannot reveal his intentions to Vegeta, otherwise, he would undoubtedly be met with immediate annihilation. Super Android 17 rapidly formulates his survival strategy in his mind, his heart pounding with fear. You don't truly believe your speed can surpass mine, do you? A familiar voice suddenly emanates from behind him. Super Android 17's heart halts. It's Vegeta. Despite Super Android 17 exerting his utmost speed, Vegeta effortlessly parallels him, maintaining the same altitude. I seldom encounter an adversary of lesser strength, which is why I allowed you to linger, but after such an extended pursuit, I find it rather tiresome. Are you prepared to meet your end? Vegeta casually pronounces the death sentence upon Super Android 17, his demeanor as relaxed as if discussing a mere cup of water. No, please don't kill me. Super Android 17 pleads for mercy. His desperate act of submission only intensifies Vegeta's disdain. With a dismissive gesture, he prepares to obliterate Super Android 17's form. Hello, Vegeta. I'm back. The clone of Baby instantaneously appears before them. Vegeta furrows his brow. Krillin, you wouldn't want him too, would you? Oh, it seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Krillin, is that him? Super Android 17 gazes incredulously at Baby's clone, and suddenly, his mind races. Without a moment's hesitation, Super Android 17 seizes Baby's clone's leg, crying out in agony, "You arrived just in time, brother-in-law." Chapter 69, Plummeting to the Depths of Hell. Cell and Frieza launch a simultaneous assault on Goku. As Goku effortlessly disperses their energy blasts, he soon finds himself facing their fists. After thousands of exchanges, merely a few minutes have elapsed, yet they remain utterly incapable of overcoming Goku. Below, Krillin and Cell's clone observe the spectacle with crossed arms. The immense battle prowess exhibited before him appeared to move at an agonizingly slow pace. Suddenly, Krillin's contemplative reverie was shattered as he received a real-time update of shared memories from his counterpart, revealing all that had transpired on Earth. He was acutely aware of the successful fusion of the two Android 17s, and how effortlessly Vegeta had dispatched one of them. The thought of the Super Android 17, brimming with energy, made Cell's doppelganger lick his lips in anticipation. Since the fusion had already been achieved, there was no need to prolong the progress in Hell. With this in mind, Krillin called out to Goku, who was interposed between Cell and Frieza, stating that the threats on Earth had been neutralized and they could depart. Already? What a pity, I haven't had my fill of fighting with you all, Goku lamented, instantly teleporting away from the battlefield, his face falling at Krillin's words. TCH. To say such things in front of us, what do you take us for? Cell and Frieza roared in frustration. Throughout the battle, they had already discerned Goku's formidable strength. It was evident to any discerning eye that Goku had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet was effortlessly countering their offensive. Was this not a display of contempt? Yet, they remained unfazed, for during their years in Hell, they had not only honed their combat abilities, but had also devoted themselves to mastering a formidable combination technique. As Goku sought to withdraw from the fray, Cell and Frieza refused to permit it, strategically utilizing Goku's moment of teleportation to encircle him from both sides. Do you have any idea how long we've awaited this day? Frieza's slitted eyes narrowed menacingly as his sharp voice pierced the air. I have waited a full 27 years. Do you comprehend the torment of my existence during this time? Endless darkness, forced to remain in one place, the only motivation for my training being my hatred towards you. Cell, on the other side, echoed with equal ferocity, I too have endured the same plight. Goku scratched his face. A hint of remorse reflected in his gaze as he addressed them. I didn't realize I had such an impact on you. However, if you hadn't engaged in wicked deeds, You wouldn't have been defeated by me. Enough talk, Goku. It is futile to speak further. You, along with your companion Krillin, are prepared to meet your demise. They declared in unison. This is our painstakingly crafted combination technique. With a resounding shout, Frieza and Cell unleashed their attack, enveloping Krillin and the others in a radiant golden light. In an instant, their eyes blazed with fierce golden brilliance, conjuring energy cages that ensnared the three. Frieza and Cell emanated a golden aura, directing their hands towards the trio and forcefully pushing forward. Humph. Huh. The golden cages began to spin. Goku, taken aback by their execution of such a technique, realized the underhanded tactics employed by Frieza and Cell. Sensing impending doom, he attempted to break free from the golden cage, only to find his efforts utterly futile. Meanwhile, Krillin and Cell's doppelganger remained remarkably composed, their hairstyles untouched throughout the ordeal. Frieza and Cell suddenly raised their hands before slamming them down with great force. The golden cage melted away into a shimmering golden slide, binding the three and sending them cascading downward. On the ground below, layers of gray vortices had inexplicably materialized, as one by one, the three slid helplessly downwards. With a terrified cry, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Krillin's Cell clone appeared utterly relaxed, treating the ordeal as if it were merely a slide, albeit 100 times longer than the ordinary. The duration of this slide was also extended 100-fold, and with the shared consciousness between Krillin and the Cell clone, it promised 100 times the joy, a veritable delight. Frieza and Cell floated in the air, observing them with great satisfaction. You shall plummet to the depths of hell. They cackled. Just as their laughter echoed, two slender threads suddenly emerged below. Frieza and Cell, sensing the unusual nature of these threads, leaped into action with their ultimate attacks, the Death Ball and the Splitting Earth Slash. The two powerful strikes, capable of obliterating a galaxy, collided with the threads, erupting in a cloud of dust. Frieza and Cell puffed out their chests, grinning wickedly. What of this peculiar ambush? You are no longer the same, and we have long since evolved beyond our former selves. In the next moment, two threads shot forth from the swirling dust. Their previous attacks had inflicted not a single scratch upon the threads. The threads swiftly embedded themselves within Frieza and Cell. Amidst the abrupt cessation of their laughter, they were dragged into the deepest abyss of hell. Sun Wukong and Krillin, along with the Cell clone, soon found themselves gazing at the ground. Perhaps due to the distance, the golden slide transformed into a transparent one, its grip upon them weakening significantly. Without a second thought, Sun Wukong effortlessly broke free from the slide, performing a somersault before landing gracefully on the pitch-black ground. What a formidable technique! I never anticipated their talents to be so profound, though it is unfortunate they misapplied them. Shaking his head, Sun Wukong turned to Krillin. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, and as Krillin and the Cell clone touched down, they spotted a faint glow ahead. A petite figure clad in a kimono squatted there, meticulously stacking stones while muttering to herself. Curiosity piqued, Sun Wukong observed her intently. Krillin grinned, recalling the intriguing plot unfolding here. Look, Goku, there's a little girl over there. Should we approach her to inquire about our way out? Krillin, Wukong replied, shaking his head with a knowing expression. One must understand that we are in hell, surrounded by darkness. In horror tales, when the protagonist encounters a little girl in such an environment, she invariably harbors a sinister secret. Furthermore, we have been intentionally placed here by Frieza and Cell. Even if she poses no threat, they may well contrive one. Now, tell me, how should you respond upon seeing that little girl? I should. Sun Wukong pondered, twirling two fingers against his temple, feeling the weight of Krillin's probing question. True to his nature, he could not resist the urge to approach the little girl, yet he did not wish to endanger Krillin. However, upon glancing at Krillin, who was beaming at him while holding a camera, he felt reassured. With you here, there should be no danger, he declared resolutely as he charged toward the little girl's silhouette. Wukong, I am not suggesting that she is in danger. Chapter 70. Has my sister really found me so many brothers-in-law? Sun Wukong hurriedly approached the little girl and inquired, what are you doing here all alone? Could you please tell me how to get out of here? One for mother, and another for father. The little girl murmured as she slowly turned her head upon hearing Wukong's voice. Sun Wukong was startled by the sight of her aged face. Click. Krillin seized the moment to capture a unique photograph of the frightened Sun Wukong. Such a remarkable piece would surely delight others in different realms. not only entertaining the masses, but also convincing warriors of Krillin's identity. It's quite rare indeed. It has been a long time since we had any guests here. Why don't you enjoy a nice bath first? In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong found himself immersed in a steamy bath. Click. Krillin snapped another picture of Wukong bathing. Hey there, would you like to try it as well? The aged little girl chuckled. Krillin shivered at her laughter and quickly declined. I'm quite clean, thank you. What a pity, the little girl murmured regretfully, shaking her head. Krillin momentarily considered changing his mind, only to hear her mutter. Such fine bones, it would be a shame not to make soup. Indeed, when Krillin opened his eyes again, he discovered that the bath had transformed into a massive copper pot, boiling with various grotesque ingredients, with Sun Wukong clearly among them. The little girl raised a small flag. Having changed her attire, welcome to the first stop of the Hell Tour, the steamy realm of the underworld. This is dreadful, I don't want this. Sun Wukong cried out as the water grew increasingly hot. All right, I absolutely detest seeing others angry. Smile for me, come on, smile. No way. Krillin, save me. Sun Wukong was laid upon a stone slab, as 6 tiny hands began to tickle him incessantly. Ha, stop, that tickles. Ha 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 ha, Krillin, save me. As the little girl prepared to announce the third stop, Krillin intervened. Enough with the hellish experiences. Release him, or we shall blow up your domain. Honestly, you show no consideration for the elderly. Sooner or later, I will send you to the frozen depths of hell to chill for a while. The little girl muttered under her breath. Krillin, with his heightened senses, caught her words, but he had no time to argue with this old ghost. After rescuing Sun Wukong, he hurriedly led him deeper into the underworld. Along the way, they encountered a colossal machine, the very device that emitted the chilling aura of the frozen hell from the original tale. Krillin disregarded it and continued onward with Sun Wukong. Before long, they found themselves in an expansive wasteland, devoid of anything for hundreds of kilometers, save for a dark object resting at the center, resembling a bottle. The intricate patterns on the bottle were utterly unfamiliar to Krillin, seemingly embodying some mysterious rules, appearing as if it were sealed away. Krillin had sensed an overwhelming presence of dark, negative energy long before Sun Wukong engaged in battle with Frieza and Cell. The mere thought of his next target, the malevolent one-star dragon, which was birthed from a vast reservoir of negative energy, prompted Krillin to ponder whether, upon acquiring the one-star dragon avatar, he could augment his strength by absorbing this negative energy. Moreover, could he not create formidable adversaries from this dark essence and subsequently control them with a plug-and-play mechanism, thus fashioning yet another powerful avatar? Consequently, he and Sun Wukong hastened towards the source of the negative energy. Do not question how Krillin discerned this was negative energy. The answer lay within the system interface. The repository known as the Haunting Artifact Bottle contained negative energy that had accumulated in hell for eons, teetering on the brink of overflow. The sheer magnitude of this energy, amassed over countless years, would undoubtedly empower the one-star dragon to an extraordinary degree. In the cinematic narrative, the negative energy absorbed by the evil wave was but a mere fraction of what resided within this vessel. Even the Earth Dragon Balls, which conjured the malevolent dragon, merely granted 7 wishes steeped in negative desires. Hell, as the dominion over all departed souls in the universe, harbored negative energy that had been meticulously gathered over hundreds of thousands of years, amounting to a figure that could be described as astronomical when quantified by combat prowess. While Krillin was astounded by the vastness of this negative energy, he also found himself intrigued by how such a diminutive bottle could contain so much. Was it possible that ancient deities crafted this vessel to address the issue of negative energy? Perhaps this explanation could elucidate Krillin's curiosity. As the ancient era lacked the presence of Vegeta, who could obliterate the evil spawned from negative energy entirely, sealing it away in the remote depths of hell was indeed a prudent strategy. Yet, it is likely that the ancient gods could never have envisioned a day when someone would arrive at this place and, upon realizing the bottle's origin, would boldly choose to take it. Having acquired the artifact known as the Haunting Artifact Bottle, along with its trove of negative energy accumulated over millennia, Krillin stowed them in his personal space before pausing with Sun Wukong. Krillin, what are you searching for? You've completely disoriented me, Sun Wukong exclaimed, shaking his head, as he struggled to keep pace with Krillin's swift movements. It's nothing. Let's return to Earth now. The situation is under complete control. Already? It feels as though this crisis was far less daunting than when Baby appeared. Krillin chuckled inwardly, attributing their current ease to his enhancement of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's combat capabilities. Without his intervention, their own training would have left them vulnerable to the despair wrought by Super 17's energy absorption. Very well, let us depart. It is time to restore everything to its former state. But even my instant transmission cannot sense any presence beyond hell. How shall we leave? Sun Wukong queried, perplexed. Krillin tapped his forehead. My instant transmission does not require sensing. I merely need to envision the destination in my mind. Such prowess. Indeed, now let us proceed. To Earth. Huh. The baby clone regarded Super 17 with confusion. Your familiar posture of sliding down on your knees. Could it be that you are number 17? The Super number 17, upon recognizing his own likeness in baby, joyfully proclaimed, Indeed, brother-in-law, I am the younger brother of your wife, number 18. We are family. However, baby swiftly intervened to halt Super number 17's familial claims, fearing the chaos that might ensue. Stop. I have not married your sister. You have mistaken your brother-in-law. Did 18 not inform you? I am not the Krillin from your world. Your true brother-in-law lies unconscious beside 18. Krillin's words were unequivocal. Yet Super number 17 stubbornly shook his head. No, I recognize you as my brother-in-law. You are indeed my true brother-in-law. The very fact that you bear the name Krillin suggests that, even if you have not wed my sister yet, you certainly will in the future. By that logic, I am still your brother-in-law. Baby, taken aback, pondered the absurdity of this reasoning. What led you to believe I would marry number 18? It was undeniable that Super number 17 was willing to sacrifice everything for survival, fabricating tales without a shred of shame. Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, was left speechless. Super number 17 was singularly focused on establishing a connection with Krillin, hoping to escape Vegeta's wrath. Brother-in-law, please save your little brother-in-law. Do not let my sister be saddened. In an instant, Krillin, accompanied by Goku and a cell duplicate, teleported before them. Super number 17, confronted by yet another Krillin, was left in disbelief. Has my sister truly found me so many brothers-in-law? Chapter 71, Devouring Super number 17, Normal Combat Power 8499. 17. Why do you not leap into my embrace? Krillin smiled warmly at Super number 17. The latter, momentarily stunned, glanced at baby's duplicate and perceived a particularly dangerous glint in his eyes, seemingly warning him that should he stray from his position, he would lose all chances. With a firm resolve, Super number 17 chose to remain steadfast in his decision, determined to pursue this path to its bitter end. Clinging fiercely to baby's duplicate's leg, he declared, Only he is my brother-in-law. You are all imposters. Oh, the moment those words escaped his lips, everyone erupted in laughter. Goku scratched his head, pointing at Super number 17. Is he really the enemy this time? How amusing. Does he not realize that baby has already been turned into a duplicate by you, Krillin? What? Super number 17's expression shifted to one of horror. The one I am clinging to is merely a duplicate of Krillin? His true self is over there. That youthful Krillin? I had assumed there were many Krillins. It turns out they were all his duplicates. Finished. Krillin gazed at Super number 17 with an odd smile. Baby's duplicate mirrored the expression, kicking Super number 17 aside and standing behind Krillin alongside the cell duplicate. Panicking, Super number 17 hastily shifted his target and lunged at Krillin. Krillin deftly dodged, leaving Super number 17 momentarily stunned. Brother-in-law, please stop teasing me. His face bore a smile more pitiful than tears. No, I am not your brother-in-law. Yet, I implored you for quite some time. Witnessing Krillin's unwavering resolve, while Super 17's composure shattered, his tone spiraling into hysteria. You seek a doppelganger, not me. And I am but an imposter. Krillin gestured backward with his thumb, while the doppelganger pretended not to hear, gazing skyward and whistling an unfamiliar tune. How can you treat me this way? Super 17 cried out in despair, unleashing all his might. Golden energy surged forth, rapidly expanding over the ocean, evaporating a layer of seawater in an instant. He would not survive, neither would you. Super 17 contemplated self-destruction, intending to obliterate the earth and perish alongside those present. If you deny me life, I shall deny you yours as well. Let us die together. He cackled maniacally. In the next moment, a doppelganger of Cell materialized above him, a familiar tube enveloping his face. What? Cell? No, I refuse to be consumed. Yet, before the formidable power of the Cell doppelganger, Super 17 was utterly defenseless. Even unleashing all his energy could not budge the tube in the slightest. It was reminiscent of that fateful afternoon years prior, as Super 17 was once again devoured by Cell. Boom! The Cell doppelganger erupted with immense energy, an unparalleled force striking every onlooker. Even Vegeta, transformed into the fourth stage of Super Saiyan God, had to raise his hand to shield himself from the onslaught. Damn it! This fiend has grown stronger. Is Cell's body so easily enhanced? Witnessing the doppelganger's mere presence push him back with its aura, Vegeta felt a surge of jealousy. Beside him, Goku could not help but concede that the doppelganger's talent was exceedingly formidable. Perhaps Krillin was indeed the most suitable for this body, even surpassing the original Cell. Above, the Cell doppelganger continued to laugh manically. Super 17's power was a multiplication of his original combat strength, amounting to 700 million times 700 million, equating to 49 quintillion. If devouring him only resulted in such a marginal increase, Krillin would have no incentive to absorb him. It would be more beneficial for the Cell doppelganger to train for a day in the hyperbolic time chamber instead. The paramount function of Super 17 was to transcend Cell's potential limits, propelling him to an exponential increase in strength. After 6 months of training, the doppelganger's base combat power had already soared to 1,000 quintillion. At this moment, having consumed the 49 quintillion of Super 17, his power was but a step away from breaching the dimension of 10 quintillion, reaching 8,499 quintillion. This was merely his base strength. He still possessed the divine power and formidable transformations like Super Saiyan rose. Now, the opportunity for revenge against Black Goku had grown significantly. Krillin, your power is truly remarkable. I can no longer keep pace with you, Goku remarked, filled with admiration beside Krillin's original self. Do not despair. The enhancement of strength knows no bounds. Your talent may not lie solely in combat power. Perhaps you should explore new transformations or some form of enlightenment, Krillin suggested, shaking his head gently. To understand, Sun Wukong, during the era of artificial beings, was able to perceive the full power of the Super Saiyan transformation before anyone else. This sensitivity and imaginative capacity indicate that his innate talent in this regard is unparalleled. Now, having become a master of martial arts, Wukong is destined to unlock even deeper realms of power. Transformation? Realm? Sun Wukong is perplexed by Krillin's words. In my world, there exists a divine technique that allows its practitioner to perfectly control their physical strength, enabling them to attack and defend with remarkable speed and precision against adversaries. Moreover, one must maintain a state of tranquility, akin to still water, free from external disturbances, embodying a state of enlightenment that is both selfless and all-encompassing. This technique is known as the ultimate freedom technique, and I believe no one is more suited for it than you. Freedom? Ultimate. It feels profoundly intricate, yet there is a hint of understanding. Sun Wukong meditatively contemplates these 4 characters, sensing a unique resonance within them that aligns with his essence. Krillin observes him in quiet anticipation. Although the ultimate freedom technique can be comprehended, it also requires a certain level of strength to reach its threshold. Sun Wukong had previously experienced Vegeta's Super Saiyan God form during their fusion, thus effortlessly unlocking this transformation over the past 6 months. His power now rivals that of Vegeta, achieving a combat ability that exceeds 100 quintillion. He is on par with the Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong from the Dragon Ball Super Universe, confirming that he has reached the required standard. The path ahead has already revealed itself. It is now contingent upon his ability to comprehend it. Should he witness the emergence of the ultimate freedom at the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, it may very well broaden his horizons. Krillin's intentions extend beyond merely aiding Sun Wukong in enhancing his strength. He also seeks to advance further himself. Over the past 6 months, he has not only sought to augment his combat prowess, but has also diligently worked to grasp the realms he previously lacked. After all, he is merely a traveler, not the original Krillin, and having only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few short years, his understanding of martial arts pales in comparison to Sun Wukong's. How, then, could he possibly unlock the impressive state of ultimate freedom? If pushed to the limit, Krillin might only manage to transform into a beastly form. The ultimate freedom is not reliant on talent, but rather on profound comprehension. In this moment, Krillin's guidance to Sun Wukong serves the dual purpose of witnessing the ultimate freedom himself, thereby expanding his perspective, and with the successful insights from Sun Wukong, The likelihood of achieving such enlightenment increases significantly. By guiding one another, they mutually benefit. This is the essence of complementary wisdom. Chapter 72. Is there potential in Super Saiyan 4's ultimate freedom, Vegeta? Hey. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, Krillin turned, only to find Vegeta stumbling over his words. Unable to articulate. After Cell had completed his power enhancement and returned behind Krillin, Vegeta reverted from his transformation. He had witnessed the entirety of Krillin guiding Sun Wukong. The scene of Sun Wukong closing his eyes to comprehend was also visible to him. Undoubtedly, Sun Wukong's strength would experience a significant escalation. Already feeling the pressure of being surpassed in power, Vegeta's heart was heavy with discomfort. Upon observing Krillin preparing a special dish for Sun Wukong, Vegeta was immediately filled with frustration. He had also grasped the essence of the Ultra Instinct technique that Krillin had described, realizing that the state of calmness it demanded was not suited for him. However, he was unwilling to accept the prospect of being surpassed by Sun Wukong once again after finally managing to outpace him. The mere thought of falling behind once more was enough to infuriate him to the point where he might transform into a Super Saiyan again. Thus, he traced the source of his troubles back to Krillin, who had introduced Sun Wukong to this technique. Little did he realize that, having just repaid Krillin a favor, at least in his own estimation, he was now faced with the prospect of being indebted once more. This notion filled Vegeta, a man of maturity and fatherhood, with profound embarrassment. Noticing Krillin's puzzled expression, Vegeta struggled against his prideful nature and shyly inquired, "Krillin, could you possibly share with me how to enhance my power?" Upon hearing Vegeta's request, Krillin's face lit up with understanding. "Oh, I see. So, that's what you meant." He then teased, "Hey, Vegeta, why are you blushing?" Observing the crimson hue on Vegeta's cheeks, Krillin couldn't help but jest. He had anticipated that Vegeta would be unable to resist seeking his guidance, and had promptly instructed Cell to prepare a camera within his own body. At that very moment of Vegeta's embarrassment, a fresh capture of his flustered expression was recorded within Cell. Krillin resolved that when he ventured into other realms, he would ensure to duplicate these photographs in abundance and distribute them to all who knew Vegeta. One photo? No, each person deserves their own. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta, invigorated, clenched his fists tightly. Self-Ultra Instinct, mastering oneself, transforming received attacks into personal energy. The user must possess extraordinary willpower. This is tailor-made for me, Vegeta. He laughed heartily, confident that even if Kakarot mastered Ultra Instinct, he would never surpass him. In fact, the benefits of Kakarot's Ultra Instinct would be far less pronounced in terms of combat power compared to the immense boost he would gain from Self-Ultra Instinct. The longer he fought, the stronger he would become, and inevitably, he would outshine Kakarot. The favor he owed to Krillin was truly worthwhile. If Krillin were aware of Vegeta's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be in fits of laughter, for he had already extracted his due reward. What one perceives as a free gift often conceals the benefits that have been quietly reaped. However, having a promise from Vegeta is not without merit, at the very least. It will serve its purpose when he has mastered the self-ultimate technique. Sun Wukong soon opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within them, indicating he had formulated a plan. After some deliberation, the group summoned all warriors to gather at the Capsule Corporation. "What shall we do with these two?" Krillin inquired, as Piccolo tossed forth two bound doctors, resembling dumplings. The doctors, with their heads bowed low, dared not meet the gazes of the surrounding warriors. What other course is there but to execute them? They can return to hell on their own accord, but to prevent any further mischief, we must implore King Yama to keep a watchful eye on them, preferably ensuring they remain limbless in the underworld, Krillin declared with fierce resolve. Hearing this, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew trembled uncontrollably, akin to quails, as they could hardly fathom a life devoid of limbs. In a panic, they began to plead for mercy. Yet, given the multitude of lives they had extinguished, the queue of souls in hell was overflowing. King Yama had long since communicated that these two nuisances, who compelled him to work overtime, must be delivered to him, as he wished to exact his own form of torment upon them. Thus, with a swift motion, Krillin unleashed two beams, and the doctors' heads slumped as their souls departed for the netherworld. However, their bodies remained behind. Observing their physical forms, Krillin had a sudden revelation. Souls returning to Earth indeed manifested a corporeal body. He retrieved two souls from his spatial pocket, and in the next instant, they acquired physical forms. A spark of realization ignited within Krillin. He extracted the souls of Cell and Frieza, sending them back to Hell before instantaneously teleporting to the Capsule Corporation. Yet, upon releasing their souls this time, no corporeal forms appeared. Could it be that I can only summon a body once? Krillin pondered, his gaze falling on the two corpses on the ground, leading him to an epiphany. Only one corporeal form could exist at a time. Determined to test his hypothesis, Krillin retracted the two bodies into his spatial pocket and repeated his initial procedure. Returning to Hell and then back to the Capsule Corporation, he released two souls once more. And indeed, they regained their physical forms. With bodies now restored, Cell and Frieza gazed at Krillin in sheer terror, their mobility limited to their eyes, as Krillin had already exerted control over them. Initially bewildered by Krillin's intentions, they gradually began to understand his machinations. Krillin was utilizing their souls to manifest corporeal forms. This individual was truly a demon. Without regard for the thoughts of Cell and Frieza, Krillin continued his wicked endeavor. Though their potential did not rival the extraordinary talents found in the Dragon Ball Super Universe, they surpassed the majority of Krillin's own minions, such as Raditz and Nappa. Furthermore, he had the option of fusion, by acquiring several pairs of Patera earrings from the old Kaioshin and merging them one by one. He would eventually attain a power level that could rival even the first incarnation of Cell. Krillin persisted in his relentless quest, while the warriors remained oblivious to his actions, simply sipping tea as they awaited the completion of his endeavor. With unyielding enthusiasm, Krillin repeated his operations, and soon, his spatial pocket brimmed with hundreds of bodies. As the situation became increasingly difficult to manage, Krillin utilized the plug-and-play method to infuse his consciousness into these bodies, effectively making them extensions of himself. With his spatial capacity exhausted, he continued his endeavors tirelessly. However, as he approached the accumulation of 900 bodies, he found that no matter how fervently he tried, the physical forms ceased to manifest. Confounded, Krillin glanced at Cell and Frieza, only to discover that their souls were on the verge of collapsing, becoming so translucent that one could glimpse the realms beyond. It dawned on him that the act of manifesting physical bodies drained soul energy. This revelation illuminated the reason for his inability to proceed, yet he found himself devoid of any means to enhance the soul power of others. Thus, he was ensnared in a dilemma. Souls could not linger on Earth for extended periods, and in a moment of desperation, Krillin resorted to obliterating the souls of Cell and Frieza, eradicating them from existence. Although he could no longer create physical forms, Krillin surveyed the more than 900 replicas of Cell and Frieza before him and could not suppress a satisfied smile. By merging them with the Patera earrings, their combined strength would undoubtedly be formidable. Just as Krillin envisioned the future, a sorrowful, tear-streaked, golden-haired beauty approached. Krillin, could you perhaps allow your Cell replica to release Android 17? It was Android 18, her disheveled short hair and tear-stained face reflecting her profound sorrow. She had come to Krillin, perhaps having overheard Goku mention that Super 17 had been consumed by a Cell replica, hoping that Krillin might show mercy and spare 17. Having spent time within Cell, she understood that, despite his rapid digestion, it still required time. If Krillin could expel him, 17 would surely survive. Given that Krillin had only consumed Super 17 half a day prior, he likely had not yet digested him. Oh, so that is what you meant. I thought, well, never mind. I need to ponder this, Krillin mused, rubbing his nose and then vigorously massaging his bald head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Is there something troubling you? If it comes to it, I might have to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him, he added reluctantly. Oh dear, that simply won't do. Nevertheless, Krillin ultimately conceded, albeit with a heavy heart. In truth, Android 18 need not play the victim to solicit his help. Even out of respect for Krillin, he would have assisted her. His hesitation stemmed from concerns that this action might weaken the Cell replica. Yet he soon considered that Cell had later transformed into Lightning Cell, and perhaps the replica could similarly grow stronger through this method. With this thought, Krillin addressed Android 18. Please summon Goku and the others. Expelling 17 is not a challenge. It merely requires a bit of coordination. Thank you, Krillin. With Klin's assurance, Android 18's face brightened, her tear-streaked visage transforming into one of joy as she turned and left in a jubilant flourish. Before long, everyone reconvened, and upon seeing that Krillin had completed his tasks, Piccolo could no longer contain himself. Krillin, the enemies from Hell have devastated numerous cities on Earth, resulting in the deaths of many humans. We need the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Is there not the Dragon Ball from Namek? Krillin felt a growing frustration. Why did everyone want to use the Dragon Balls? Surely, they could not rely on the Namekian Dragon Balls every time. Piccolo, too, felt helpless. Earth had faced numerous calamities, and they had only borrowed the Dragon Balls 6 months prior. Due to the differing flow of time, the Namekian Dragon Balls had indeed replenished, but it had only been a brief 6 months since their last request. How would the Namekians perceive them? After all, they were Piccolo's fellow countrymen, and their opinions held significant weight for him. Piccolo could almost hear their whispers. Isn't Piccolo the genius among the Namekians, as proclaimed by the Elder? Why does he not create his own Dragon Balls, instead of relying on ours? You believe the Elder's flattery? I've heard from Din that Piccolo had indeed crafted Dragon Balls, albeit not as formidable as those made by the Elder, requiring Din's assistance to enhance them. Thus, the prowess of this so-called Namekian genius is rather inflated. Who could argue otherwise? Were it not for their formidable combat abilities, I would be reluctant to lend them our Dragon Balls, treating them as if they were mere cabbages, abandoning their own in favor of ours. The thought of being buried under such remarks chilled Piccolo to the bone. Therefore, he resolutely refused to make a wish on Namek. Krillin, let us use our Dragon Balls this time. Krillin sighed. What was inevitable must come to pass. However, it was not such a dire situation, given the strength of himself, Goku, and Vegeta. Even if the evil dragons were to emerge, they would not pose a substantial threat. Given the considerable loss of life, it might be better to unleash them, allowing the evil dragons to become avatars before resurrecting everyone together. At that point, Piccolo would surely understand the peril of the Earth's Dragon Balls and would hesitate to use them. Nonetheless, matters should be addressed one at a time. First, he needed to release Android 17 from Android 18. Seeing Krillin's agreement, Piccolo refrained from further comment and entrusted the situation to him. Krillin summoned the Cell clone and then called for Goku and Vegeta. Krillin, what do you want from us? Goku had spent the afternoon attempting to grasp the Ultra Instinct, but had made little progress, appearing somewhat entranced. Vegeta felt similarly, his face reflecting the disparity of not achieving self-mastery, yet he retained a stubborn resolve, unwilling to relent. Krillin pointed at the Cell clone. I need you to strike my Cell clone with all your might, preferably targeting the abdomen. I want him severely injured. Android 18 gazed at Krillin with gratitude, willing to let her own clone suffer injury for the sake of her brother. Though that clone was Cell, its injury brought a hidden satisfaction to Android 18. Nevertheless, she resolved to cherish Krillin even more. Her husband, despite hailing from another world, proved remarkably capable. Goku and Vegeta stared at Krillin in bewilderment. What is the purpose of this? Suddenly, Sun Wukong recalled a recent television broadcast about a patient suffering from depression who resorted to self-harm. With heartfelt concern, he grasped Krillin's shoulder and urged, Krillin, even if you cannot defeat Zamasu at this moment, there is no need for self-harm. As you once advised me, focus on your training. I would never harm my dear brother. You are cherished among my closest friends. Sun Wukong's words resonated with a noble righteousness, moving Krillin deeply. Vegeta, arms crossed, remembered his debt to Krillin and, unwilling to be outdone, interjected, Humph, Kakarot, do not presume that you alone possess compassion. I would never stoop to such treachery. To injure Krillin would only occur in battle, and even then, it is improbable. All right, I appreciate your kindness, but I am not contemplating suicide. I wish to rescue Android 17. Observing the misunderstanding in their expressions, Krillin explained helplessly, was it not Cell who, after being struck in the abdomen by Gohan, ejected Android 18? After he self-destructed, he transformed into the Lightning Cell, gaining immense power. I aim to replicate that maneuver, hoping to retain the enhancements of the Super 17 from Cell's doppelganger. Really? Sun Wukong inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. Indeed, Krillin affirmed, nodding as he revealed Cell's doppelganger from behind him. The doppelganger dissipated its energy and, unguarded, approached Sun Wukong. What are you doing? Why did you strike so suddenly? Krillin exclaimed. In that instant, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4th stage and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch that pierced through the doppelganger's abdomen. So the claim of not harming those you cherish was mere pretense. It appears you acted without a moment's hesitation, Krillin remarked, incredulity lacing his tone. Vegeta, along with the others present, observed Sun Wukong with a mix of astonishment and disbelief, realizing they had never witnessed such an aspect of him before. Sun Wukong scratched his head and sheepishly stuck out his tongue. I thought a sudden attack would yield greater impact. My apologies, Krillin. Krillin gazed at the gaping wound in the doppelganger's abdomen. Despair evident in his eyes as he nodded helplessly. You applied far too much force. You've punctured the stomach. Even if he wished to eject something, it would be impossible. Chapter 74. It need not be articulated so rigidly. Understood, understood. I shall temper my strength next time. Watching as Krillin fed the doppelganger a senzabine, which restored its injuries, Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together, preparing to unleash another attack. Vegeta abruptly pushed him aside. Step aside, Kakarot. It seems you are regressing in your training. Observe how I demonstrate. With that, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4th stage, his blood-red aura flickering around his fists. In an instant, his iron fists landed upon the doppelganger's abdomen. Ugh! The doppelganger cried out in pain, its immense power causing its eyes to bulge, while the recently healed area of its abdomen bulged outward from the force of the strike, though the skin remained unbroken. The strike inflicted considerable damage upon Cell's doppelganger. Krillin felt an unsettling sensation in his abdomen, prompting him to hastily withdraw his consciousness from the Cell clone. Indeed, the pain in his stomach was acute, and his face was soon overshadowed by discomfort. Meanwhile, Android 18 observed the brutal beating of Cell with a tranquil expression, her heart secretly reveling in delight. Watch closely, Kakarot. Your previous assault fell short of expectations. It's time for me to take the lead. With a resounding thud, Vegeta landed a punch, causing the Cell clone to stagger. At present, Krillin had only embedded a single strand of plug-and-play control within the Cell clone, having fully extracted his consciousness. Thus, the ensuing torment inflicted upon the Cell clone would not affect him. Inspired by Vegeta's demonstration, Goku eagerly stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. You are right, Vegeta. Krillin's Cell clone should be treated this way. I was too forceful earlier. Krillin couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the Cell clone. Fortunately, he had returned his essence to his earthling form. Otherwise, this onslaught would have been unbearable. The others watched the Cell clones pummeling with a mix of sympathy and exhilaration. Most had previously endured torment at Cell's hands, and after his demise, they had been deprived of the chance for vengeance. Now, with Cell's spirit effortlessly extinguished by Krillin, they felt no sense of retribution. Witnessing the Cell clone being mercilessly battered was a source of satisfaction akin to that of Android 18. Yet, the pleasure was mild, merely a fleeting sense of gratification. It could be likened to a substitute, or rather, a literary stand-in. The Cell clone served not only as Krillin's projection, but also as a surrogate for the world's Cell, a rather tragic fate. As the two Super Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, unleashed their formidable fourth transformation, the Cell clone did not even need to use energy to ascend. It was already suspended in the air under the relentless barrage of their fists. Their strikes could unleash thousands of attacks in an instant. And no matter how resilient the Cell clone might be, it could not withstand their onslaught. Before long, it was rendered unrecognizable, its features distorted and bruised. In an opportune moment, both Vegeta and Goku simultaneously struck the abdomen of the Cell clone, sending it hurtling backward to crash onto the Capsule Corporation's grounds, creating a deep crater. Krillin raised an eyebrow. Moments later, the Cell clone emerged, teetering at the edge of the crater, its stomach and mouth grotesquely distended. With a retch, a slimy figure plummeted to the ground, none other than Android 17. Just as the plug-and-play control was about to expel Super 17 from the Cell clone, Krillin swiftly nullified their fusion, leaving another Hell 17 within the Cell clone. While granting Krillin face was one matter, enhancing the Cell clone's power was an entirely different concern. He couldn't afford to be entirely passive. The Cell clone's energy immediately began to wane. Krillin immediately spoke. Goku, Vegeta, continue your assault. Fear not. I have been constantly shifting the core to avoid your strikes. As long as it remains intact, even if I am left with but a single heart, I can regenerate. With his permission granted, Goku and Vegeta pressed on with their attacks. Surprisingly, Krillin's Cell clone, even without expending energy, proved more resilient than ordinary foes. Its body remarkably tougher than the hardest metals in the universe. Moreover, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Cell. Indeed, it was Cell. The two harbored regrets for not having defeated Cell with their own hands previously, but now, with Krillin's Cell clone, they could finally unleash their pent-up frustrations. The moment Android 18 emerged from the confines of Android 17, she rushed forward, undeterred by the viscous residue clinging to him. As 17 slowly opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was 18. He murmured, "Sister." 17, "You have finally recovered," 18 exclaimed, covering her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her face. Perhaps it was the demise of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, or perhaps the transformation into Super 17 had purged the controlling program. 17 was no longer under Gero's influence. His consciousness restored to normalcy. Struggling to sit upright, he then beheld Krillin's bald head. His body stiffened, terror flooding over him as he gazed at Krillin. "Ah, brother-in-law, please don't kill me." Fear of Krillin and the cell clone enveloped him entirely. Krillin chuckled to his own clone. "Now? Your little brother won't dare to be arrogant anymore. Oh well, whether he remains arrogant is of little consequence. We hardly see each other throughout the year," he shrugged. "I must also express my gratitude for all you have done for us. I feel immensely powerful now, a chance I had never envisioned before." As he spoke, a gray divine energy shimmered around him. Perhaps divine power is a manifestation of one's own will. Having entered his twilight years, Krillin's mindset aged alongside him. Hence the gray hue. Krillin's will was one of vengeance and the salvation of the universe, infused with a hint of personal ambition. Thus it radiated a resplendent, yet profound rose gold. "I am you, and you are me. There is no distinction between us," Krillin remarked with a smile. Although he wished to concur with the sentiment, thoughts of his beautiful wife, Android 18, prompted him to clear his throat and say, "However, it need not be articulated so closely. I believe there are still some differences." Their gazes met, an unspoken understanding passed between them, leading to shared laughter. Before long, Trunks escorted Android 17 to the bathroom for a shower. Krillin, observing the cell clone being battered into a pulp, could not bear to watch any longer and called a halt to Goku and Vegeta's onslaught. "All right, that's enough. If you continue, you might truly kill him." "Huh, huh, huh. Krillin, your cell clone is indeed tough." "That felt exhilarating," Goku exclaimed, descending to the ground in fits of laughter. "Humph." Vegeta also ceased his attacks, panting heavily. During the recent flurry of blows, he had unleashed millions of punches. Though he had reduced the cell clone to a mere paste, he himself was left breathless, utterly drained. Bulma hastily brought him a glass of water. Upon witnessing the scene, Chi-Chi also presented a cup to Sun Wukong. The two, unwilling to yield, began to clean the grime from each other's bodies. It was unclear what had ignited their competitive spirits. What followed was a moment of miraculous revelation. Krillin, holding a piece of the mystical bean, carefully fed it to the shapeless form of Cell's doppelganger, taking half a minute merely to locate its mouth. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted as the doppelganger was restored to its full form. Krillin's consciousness infused into its body, which became more resilient, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The ultimate cell had made its grand entrance. Chapter 75, Watching from Afar, Unlocked difficulty temporarily reduced by tenfold. Ding. Host, Krillin, human form. First cell doppelganger, Baby doppelganger, Broly doppelganger, Cell doppelganger 446, Frieza doppelganger 446, Raditz doppelganger, Nappa doppelganger, Lyle doppelganger, Dabura doppelganger. Age, 33. Combat power, 1. Human form basic combat power, 3 trillion divine power, 1 quintillion divine power King Fist. Maximum 5 times 5 quintillion mysterious form. 3 quintillion 2. First cell doppelganger basic combat power. 100 quintillion divine power. Super Saiyan God 3000 quintillion divine power King Fist. Maximum 20 times 60,000 quintillion divine power Super 1. Super Saiyan Rose 150,000 quintillion mysterious form. 1000. Quintillion Super Saiyan first stage. 50 quintillion Super Saiyan fourth stage. For 1,000 quintillion Super Saiyan 4th stage limit break. For 1,000 quintillion Super Saiyan 4th stage perfect limit break. Divine power stimulus 40,000 quintillion 3. Ultimate Baby doppelganger basic combat power. 300 trillion divine power. 100 quintillion divine power King Fist. Maximum 15 times 1,500 quintillion mysterious form. 300 quintillion. The combat powers of remaining doppelgangers are too low to display. Race, Scion. Frieza clan, human. Three-Eyed Clan, Beast Clan, Ziffer, Potential Explosion 10 times, Forms, Super Saiyan First Stage, Super Saiyan Fourth Stage, Super Saiyan Fourth Stage Limit Break, Super Saiyan Fourth Stage Perfect Limit Break, Mysterious Form, Super Saiyan Rose, Divine Power Form, Super Saiyan God, Divine Power King Fist skills. Divine Power, Solar Fist, Kamehameha, Flight Technique. Old and New, Key Sphere Slash, King Fist, Instant Transmission, God of Destruction version, Metamor Infusion, Body Switch Technique, can be interrupted, Binding Technique, Flower Rope Trick, Afterimage Fist. Universal Shockwave, and others. Personal Space, 200 cubic meters, capable of storing living beings. Universe, Achievements. 1. Plug and Play, Unlocked, Effect. When the host performs an insertion action, it occurs seamlessly, ineffective upon withdrawal. 2. Defeated, Unlocked, Effect. Enemies defeated by the host emanate an aura of defeat. While their psychological resilience rapidly diminishes, duration determined by the willpower of the defeated. 3. Savior, Unlocked, Friendly Reminder. Achievements possess unknown special effects. The host is encouraged to explore them. Krillin, with a face full of joy, reveled in the sensation of his newfound strength. Relying solely on his inherent combat prowess, he has attained the formidable strength of Golden Frieza. Upon transformation, his power shall escalate even further. The cell duplicates have officially reached a new dimension, transcending the realms of myriad numerical orders, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, and the 10th dimension where the god of destruction, Beerus, resides. The might of the cell duplicates is but 3 dimensions shy of the divine level. The candidates for god of destruction, Topo and the gray-skinned Jiren, are merely weaklings in comparison. With his current strength, participation in the Tournament of Power would render him unmatched, save for Goku and Vegeta. Although it may be challenging for the Earthling's true form to catch up, it matters little. After all, it's Krillin's body, and simply defeating that Zamasu fellow will suffice. Power knows no good or evil, nor distinction between you and me. As long as it serves to vanquish foes, it is the very essence of Krillin's pursuit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on officially entering the realm of divinity. You have unlocked a new achievement. Watching from the sidelines, unlock difficulty reduced by 10-fold, limited time. Krillin, initially smiling as he perused the system panel, was suddenly startled by the system's notification. Wait, am I not mistaken? The system is actually congratulating me? And there's a new achievement? How splendid. I knew the system had a heart. I hope it grants me a powerful entry akin to Plug and Play. Its effects laid the foundation for Krillin's villainous legion. Without it, he could never command so many bodies through the cell duplicates. Furthermore, its utility extends beyond mere control, be it healing or attacking. Plug and Play boasts exceptional efficacy, though Krillin seldom employs it, rendering it a remarkably versatile skill. As for Loser, to be frank, he has yet to utilize it even once. Primarily, his adversaries are either too weak or have been vanquished by Vegeta and Goku, leaving him with no opportunity to put it to use. Perhaps it is indeed effective, but those he can defeat are generally susceptible to control, and for those he cannot conquer, Loser proves of little use. Thus, its practical applicability is exceedingly limited. It likely requires an opponent with feeble combat power, yet formidable mental strength, capable of resisting Krillin's psychic prowess. Continuing to explore, Krillin soon found himself utterly perplexed. Wasn't this gift of congratulations from you? Why must I unlock the new achievement? Watching from the sidelines, what does that mean? Am I to merely spectate? And the difficulty for unlocking is diminished by 10-fold? So this is how you play it, huh? Even in gifting, you require me to exert some effort. The system truly is disheartening. The exhilaration of Krillin's newfound strength was abruptly disrupted by the system's perplexing antics. Seeing Krillin's discontent, Goku, now restored to his child form, approached with concern. Krillin, how's it going? Did you succeed? Has the power of the cell duplicates diminished or increased? Do you need me to fight again? It's all right. Krillin waved his hand dismissively. There was no way he could divulge the system's matters, so he simply laughed it off to placate Goku. Next, he resolved to utilize a Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Krillin's words, the gazes of those present turned toward him, particularly Piccolo, who could hardly contain his anticipation. The mere thought of borrowing the Namekian Dragon Balls and the potential gossip from his clan sent chills down his spine. Excellent, Krillin. Let us use the first wish to resurrect the fallen, he proposed. Krillin nodded in agreement, resolving to first confront the evil dragon before subsequently utilizing the Patera earrings to fuse Frieza and Cell. Each task must be approached methodically, with his astute mind. The concept of watching from a distance had already piqued his curiosity for achievement. Driven by self-interest, his brain functioned with remarkable agility. The evil dragon presented a splendid opportunity. If his hypothesis proved correct, it could unlock a new achievement, one that bore significance nearly equal to that of gaining strength. Furthermore, with the system's time-limited constraints remaining ambiguous, he was unaware of how long the opportunity for reduced difficulty might persist. Thus, he decided to test the waters and see if a literal interpretation would yield results. Krillin retrieved the Earth Dragon Ball from his dimensional space. In a realm unseen by Goku and the others, an immense surge of negative energy surged into the Earth Dragon Ball. To the outside world, it appeared as though the Dragon Ball, once grasped by Krillin, was suddenly marred by cracks reminiscent of shattered glass. The Dragon Ball has shattered, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 76. The Emergence of the Smoking Evil Dragon. How could this be? Piccolo and the others mirrored his shock. It was unprecedented for a Dragon Ball to display such fissures. Bulma, the first to encounter the Dragon Ball, muttered in disbelief. Hey Piccolo, can we still make a wish with a Dragon Ball in this condition? Goku asked, scratching his head in incredulity. Piccolo, however, remained silent, his own mind reeling. He stepped forward to inspect the 4-star Dragon Ball, which he took from Krillin's hands. Holding it up to the sunlight, he discovered that aside from the cracks, the Dragon Ball appeared unchanged. It had not shattered, merely developed fissures, and the stars had not darkened. But why is this happening? I'm not sure. We should still be able to make a wish, right? Piccolo replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. From the outset, none had anticipated such a transformation in the Dragon Balls. All eyes turned to Krillin. They did not suspect him of having shattered the Dragon Ball. After the baby crisis, they understood he was not that kind of person. Instead, they began to wonder if Krillin had been the first to notice the Dragon Balls change, prompting him to take charge and advocate for the use of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Krillin, what is going on? Piccolo inquired. Krillin set down all the Dragon Balls and shook his head. I do not know. The Dragon Balls were intact before I stored them. Perhaps everything will become clear after we make our wish. He continued to conceal his knowledge of the storyline, recognizing that his presence had already altered the narrative, rendering it unnecessary to play the prophet. Moreover, who could say whether speaking out would further shift the plot or awaken an ancient demon? After a discussion, they ultimately decided to proceed with the wish, for the prospect of the deceased reincarnating was far too troublesome. They certainly did not possess the same connections to the underworld as the warriors. Then, entrusted with a significant task, Xiao Fong stepped forward and solemnly uttered the incantation, "Come forth, divine dragon." She had longed to summon the dragon and had sought the guidance of Sun Wukong for quite some time. Naturally, the other adults refrained from contesting with the charming little girl, and thus she was the chosen one. However, as time passed, the once punctual appearance of the dragon was nowhere to be seen, even after 10 seconds had elapsed. It was at this moment that Piccolo and the others realized that something was amiss with the Dragon Balls. Xiao Fong, believing her invocation was insufficient, called out once more, "Come forth, divine dragon." Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder, dark clouds rolled in, and a blood-red light illuminated the Dragon Balls. From the cracks in the Dragon Balls, a multitude of black smoke seeped out, ascending into the heavens. Once the smoke reached a certain altitude, it transformed into a peculiar blue dragon, leaving everyone present in astonishment. Ha ha ha. The deep voice of the blue dragon boomed with laughter. You possess quite the audacity to summon me. The air outside is excessively sweet. I have been resurrected once more, and now I shall create chaos to my heart's content. With that, disregarding the stunned reactions of the humans below, the blue dragon produced a kerosene lighter from seemingly nowhere. Skillfully flicking it, he ignited a red flame and brought it to a cigar that had materialized from thin air. With a snap, he closed the lighter and inhaled deeply from the cigar, his crimson eyes locking onto Krillin and the others. I shall no longer heed the commands of you humans, he declared, removing the cigar from his mouth and exhaling forcefully. A cloud of pink smoke immediately billowed forth, enveloping the warriors. At that moment, the 7 Dragon Balls glowed with a golden light, swirling around the tail of the blue dragon, ascending until they hovered before him. Krillin merely observed this display with a sense of quiet disbelief. The others were obscured by the smoke, and it was evident that the blue dragon's cigar was quite potent. The blue dragon inhaled deeply, drawing all the Dragon Balls into his mouth, swallowing them with a loud gulp. Subsequently, his eyes blazed with a fiery red glow, as he transformed into a whirlwind of blue. 7 blue dragon silhouettes, resembling the original, grasped the Dragon Balls, trailing golden flames as they soared off in different directions. The dragon. The Dragon Balls have escaped. Xiao Fang exclaimed. Krillin, throughout the entire ordeal, did nothing to intervene, merely watching through his sunglasses as the spectacle unfolded. The skies soon returned to normal. Yet, the earth was shrouded in a powerful malevolent aura. A grave expression fell upon all present as silence enveloped the group. Hey Goku. Sun Wukong suddenly lifted his head. Ah, Lord Kai. Do you require something? The voice of the Kai shattered the stillness. Regarding this matter, you fool. Before the Kai could finish, the voice of the old Kai erupted in a scolding, ringing painfully in Sun Wukong's ears. You fellows, have you forgotten my warning? The Dragon Balls, a force that disrupts balance, should not be wielded carelessly. They only serve to bring chaos to nature. Listen closely. If you allow them to run rampant, it will not only be Earth that suffers, but the very universe itself may face annihilation. Perhaps feeling that his previous example was too feeble, the old Kaioshin added, just like that universe of Krillin S. Are we truly to be threatened by those monstrous dragons that emerged from the Dragon Balls? Our power could already obliterate the universe. If that is all they possess, I find it rather trivial. Goku, resting his head on his arm, spoke nonchalantly. He had long since changed from his former self. He could sense the malevolent energy enveloping the earth. Even though it had reached the strength of what Krillin referred to as the Super Saiyan God, it was still only enough to match Gohan, leaving a vast chasm between him and Vegeta's strength. Do not underestimate them. They embody negative energy. Such a crisis has arisen before. And were it not for the diverse strategies of the Kaioshin at that time, the universe would have been lost long ago, the old Kaioshin said with a grave expression. Nearby, the god Jebet also recognized the severity of the situation, having just researched the negative energy. People of Earth. Each use of the Dragon Balls diminishes the positive energy a little, consequently increasing the negative energy. To purify the negative energy within the Dragon Balls, it is best to refrain from usage for 100 years after each activation. However, in your hands, the Dragon Balls have been used countless times in just 30 years. No matter how powerful the Dragon Balls are, if the negative energy exceeds its limits, they will shatter, and we will once again witness what you just saw. The dragon you beheld is known as the Evil Dragon. Presently, the Earth is entirely sealed off. Even my instant transmission cannot penetrate it, Jebet continued. Fortunately, Krillin is with you. If you can defeat those evil dragons, perhaps all will be resolved. No need to be so anxious, Goku said with a smile, dispelling the fear among them. You all must sense the dark aura surrounding Earth. While it is formidable, it is only because you cannot perceive the divine aura that you feel this way. In my opinion, it is not as strong as me and Vegeta. Besides, we still have Krillin, right? Even if Krillin cannot manage, Vegeta and I can fuse to eliminate the evil dragon. Hey, Kakarot, I will not fuse with you again. I know. Everyone, just laugh it off. It's really not such a big deal. Chapter 77. Go resolve the problems left by your enemies, Goku. Since everyone is uneasy, I will take it upon myself to deal with them. Goku clenched his fist, resolutely deciding. Vegeta, are you coming? They are too weak. I have no interest. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. What about you, Krillin? Goku turned his gaze towards Krillin. Hee, Wukong. You should go on your own. I shall wait for your return here. Krillin declined Sun Wukong's invitation, believing that apart from the ultimate evil one-star dragon, the other malevolent dragons were far too weak to meet his standards. Primarily, they lacked potential for advancement. The one-star dragon, at the very least, could consume Dragon Balls and take on an evil one-star dragon form. Naturally, a doppelganger incapable of becoming stronger held no value for Krillin's aspirations, rendering any effort futile. Moreover, the event would serve to unlock the watching from the sidelines. Wukong, this time I do not intend to intervene. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Why, Krillin? Whether it be Baby's Egg or rescuing Android 17, your involvement has been crucial in overcoming these crises. Although the current predicament may not necessitate your intervention just yet, surely you would not utter such words? Indeed, I believe you are not one to abandon your post in the face of adversity. Otherwise, how could you have taken on the monumental task of saving the universe? Are you truly leaving? Cannot you linger a while longer? Stop with the nonsense. Trunks is still so young. How could Krillin possibly care for him? It is best to wait until Trunks matures before addressing this matter. Piccolo and the others joined in urging him to stay. They feared that Krillin's time to depart had arrived, their words inadvertently revealing a desire for him to remain, even putting the issue of the evil dragons aside. Faced with the puzzled gazes of Sun Wukong and the others, Krillin smiled gently and shook his head. It is not that I wish to leave. Even if I were to depart, I would not abandon you in the presence of an enemy. What I wish to convey is that you still do not comprehend. Do you? The old Kai and Kibito have made it abundantly clear. You must rely on your own strength to defeat the enemy and resolve all future challenges. I am but a transient visitor from another timeline, and while it brings me joy to assist you, it would deeply sadden me if my aid rendered you incapable of confronting the consequences of your adversaries. I would see it as my failing if you became warriors unable to protect Earth, the world, nature, and the universe without the Dragon Balls and my support. The expressions of the gathered individuals shifted to realization. It became evident that Krillin's words stemmed from our inability to address the aftermath left by our enemies. Unbeknownst to them, Krillin had already provided immense assistance. Reflecting on Krillin's arrival and the aid bestowed upon Earth, they instinctively lowered their heads in shame. Vegeta, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 4th stage, along with Son Gohan's Super Saiyan God, were transformations made possible only after Krillin's arrival. Furthermore, Krillin had guided them towards further advancement, including the perfectly harmonious Ultra Instinct for Sun Wukong and the self-actualization that resonated so seamlessly with Vegeta's character. All of these were gifts that Krillin had bestowed upon them. Additionally, following the baby crisis, when they intended to use the Earth Dragon Balls to wish for the egg within Earth's inhabitants, Krillin intervened, preventing them from prematurely encountering the evil dragons. The Super 17 incident also saw Android 18 express her profound gratitude towards Krillin. Disregarding the injuries inflicted upon him by Android 18 in his own universe, Krillin displayed remarkable courage by rescuing Android 17, her brother, without harboring any grudges. This audacity captivated all those present. In truth, they understood Krillin's words. They merely had not paid attention to them before. They had long grown accustomed to relying on towering figures to shoulder the weight of calamity, whether it be Goku or the mightiest among them, such as Piccolo and Vegeta. However, following Krillin's poignant critique, they began to appreciate the heartfelt intentions of the Supreme Kai and the Old Kai. Thus, they were urged to confront their adversaries independently, using their own hands to safeguard the world. The aftermath of such battles should not rest solely upon their shoulders. They need not act as Earth's caretakers. The government and the nation should also bear a portion of the responsibility. At the very least, during the critical moment of gathering the spirit bomb to vanquish Majin Buu, there should be alternatives beyond merely relying on Mr. Satan's influence. Krillin's words stirred the hearts of the crowd, who gazed at him with admiration. Indeed, they too could protect the world through their strength. When faced with the Demon King Piccolo, the Dragon Balls had long been depleted. If not for the tireless efforts of each warrior, cultivating hope amidst despair, the earth would have been transformed into a den of evil by the Demon King long ago. We comprehend your sincere intentions, Krillin. It is simply that we had not realized it until now. We will strive, as you advised, to independently resolve our issues. Krillin smiled with satisfaction. Although he had merely sought an excuse to observe from a distance, the warrior's rekindled fighting spirit was a commendable outcome. Goku waved his hand confidently, a smile gracing his face. Just watch, Krillin. I will single-handedly resolve this crisis with the evil dragons. Grandpa, and me too. Xiaofang suddenly raised her hand. Goku looked at his granddaughter in astonishment. Xiaofang, this is no mere adventure. The enemy's strength far surpasses that of our previous foes. It would be dangerous for you to join. Yet, I wish to go. Xiaofang's resolute gaze met Goku's. However, Goku scratched his head, his earlier enthusiasm dampened by concern. Gohan, standing nearby, assumed the role of a stern father and said to Xiaofang, Xiaofang, this is not the time for your recklessness. Return home and complete your homework. Oh. Faced with her father's words, Xiaofang could only lower her head obediently. Yet, a flicker of rebellious spirit shone in her eyes. All right, Grandpa, you must do your best. Rest assured, Xiaofang, I will ensure the evil dragon is vanquished. Goku flashed a bright smile, giving her a thumbs up. With everyone now enlightened, it was time to take action. Goku, remember to bring me the strongest of the evil dragons. I wish to create a clone. Krillin instructed as they approached the Capsule Corporation's back mountain. Understood. I'm off then. Goodbye, Krillin. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. As they conversed, a sudden transformation began to unfold across the Earth's natural landscapes. Be it volcanoes, glaciers, deserts, forests, seas, lakes, or cities, all bore witness to the emergence of an evil dragon. The terrain began to shift, profoundly affecting countless individuals who relied on nature for their survival. Before long, Sun Wukong was startled by his granddaughter, Xiaofeng, who had sneaked out. Though he wished for her to return home, he found himself unable to resist her pleas and ultimately decided to allow her to accompany him, a testament to his confidence in his own strength. Meanwhile, Krillin unleashed all of his clones from the hillside behind the Capsule Corporation, filling the sky with a multitude of figures. Chapter 78: Fusion, Z-Dimension, and the Mighty Frieza Clones. Broly, Shrag, King Cold, Gula, Raditz, Nappa, Frieza, Cell, and Lurd, among others, embodied Krillin's will. Just moments ago, Krillin had adeptly controlled their bodies with a plug-and-play method. The clones were not fully refined. They still relied on the original body. Subsequently, Krillin knocked each body unconscious with a single punch. Any body that lay on the ground for more than 10 seconds without retaliating would be considered defeated, triggering the achievement effect of loser. What followed was straightforward. One by one, with his formidable mental power, he shattered their consciousness and expelled it from their bodies. He then infused each body with his own awareness, transforming them into extensions of himself. Krillin had grown immensely stronger. Even Broly, a formidable opponent, was merely a fleeting concern in his presence. Was several hundred billion in combat power truly impressive? Even Krillin's original form had long surpassed that threshold. Throughout the process of refining his clones, he encountered no obstacles. 1,000 powerful Krillin clones floated in the air, and should they set out to conquer any planet in the universe, none would withstand their invasion. The Krillin Legion was officially formed with the dual objectives of seeking vengeance against Zamasu and restoring his universe using the Super Dragon Balls. In truth, 1,000 clones were excessive. The majority were created using the physical forms of Frieza and Cell, each possessing merely over 700 billion in combat power, lacking the exceptional talents of the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Thus, Krillin resolved to fuse them using the Patera earrings, concentrating their powers into a single formidable body, far more effective than scattered clones. However, what to do about the Earth shrouded in the negative energy of the evil dragons? The solution was simple: shatter it. Leading over 1,000 clones, the entire Krillin Legion ascended to the atmosphere, confronting the negative energy barrier. With a grin, Krillin charged forward, unflinching. Just as he was about to reach it, he retrieved a peculiar bottle from his spatial pouch, the terrifying treasure bottle. Krillin raised the bottle and plunged it into the negative energy. Instantly, an endless swirl of black mist began to converge towards the bottle in his hand. In just 2 seconds, the vast expanse of negative energy within hundreds of kilometers was absorbed by the bottle. Krillin promptly withdrew his hand. A significant rift has torn through the negative energy barrier of the atmosphere, large enough for their escape. Let us pause here. The remainder shall be entrusted to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Upon uttering these words, 1,000 Krillins vanished simultaneously, instantaneously arriving at the realm of the Supreme Kai. The sudden emergence of so many doppelgangers startled the old Supreme Kai and Jebbet. Fortunately, they recognized Krillin's familiar bald head. "You nearly frightened me to death, Krillins. I thought we were being invaded," Jebbet exclaimed, patting his chest, struggling to regain his composure. The old Supreme Kai, however, was more direct, with hands clasped at his waist. He stood upright before collapsing backward. Jebbet hurried to assess his condition, only to discover that the old Supreme Kai had been rendered unconscious by the shock. 1,000 formidable bodies were indeed a terrifying sight, and each visage bore an untrustworthy demeanor, suggesting mischief had been afoot. "My apologies, I must confess. I have come to borrow the Patera earrings from the Supreme Kai. If possible, I would appreciate a few," Krillin said, rubbing his hands together sheepishly. "The Patera earrings? Take them," Jebbet replied without hesitation, removing a pair of green earrings from his ears. These were the treasured heirlooms of the Supreme Kais. Since the fusion of the Supreme Kais is permanent, Jebbet's amalgamation remained intact. In Dragon Ball Super, to expand the universe's scope, the previous notion of irreversible fusion was altered. Now, those who fuse using the earrings, aside from the Supreme Kais, can only maintain their combined form for 1 hour before separating. And should their energy deplete during the fusion, they will part ways prematurely. Fortunately, although Krillin is a denizen of the Dragon Ball Super realm, he retains his individuality. This world upholds the original lore, allowing 2 users to don the earrings on opposite ears to fuse. which remains permanent unless in the unique circumstance of being within Majin Buu. Krillin accepted the Patera earrings, eagerly tossing one to the nearby Frieza doppelganger while expressing his gratitude to Jebbet. "Thank you." "Not at all. But Krillin, what do you intend to do?" Jebbet inquired. Always vigilant regarding Earth, thus he was not perplexed by Krillin's departure. He simply did not comprehend Krillin's purpose for the Patera earrings. Krillin pointed towards the two Frieza doppelgangers, retracting their consciousness back within and opting for a plug-and-play control. He feared that even with a shared consciousness, complications might arise. "I aim to create an even more powerful doppelganger." With that, Krillin turned to Jebbet, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he observed the fusion of the Frieza doppelgangers. The two Frieza doppelgangers affixed the earrings to their ears, resembling Ultraman. It is worth noting that both Frieza and Cell possess ear structures that complicate earring placement. Fortunately, the Patera earrings, true to their legacy as the Supreme Kai's treasured artifacts, adhered magnetically to their ears. Two beams of light surged upwards, a brilliant golden tempest swirling through the skies of the Supreme Kai realm. After the brilliance faded, only a resolute figure remained, arms outstretched before Krillin and his companion. Adorning his ears were a pair of Patera earrings. The combat prowess of this form was at least 7 trillion. Was this the result of combining and multiplying their powers? Krillin meticulously assessed the strength of the fused Frieza clone and arrived at this conclusion. He had estimated that Frieza's original battle power was a mere 70 billion, which, when combined, surged to 140 billion, then amplified by 50 times. A rough calculation indicated that the power of an individual Frieza clone had been enhanced 100-fold. The increase was nothing short of terrifying, nearly rivaling that of a Super Saiyan 2. Krillin's gaze gradually brightened. He had 444 Frieza clones. How formidable would they be if all fused in this manner? Surely, they would reach a divine level. Without hesitation, Krillin began the fusion process, merging the Frieza clones pair by pair. In no time, only 223 remained, yet each possessed a staggering battle power of 7 trillion. Retaining one extra clone, Krillin continued the fusion. Feeling the pace was too slow, he even removed the Patera earrings from the Elder Supreme Kai. 7 trillion, multiplied 100-fold, equated to 700 trillion. Once again, he had 111 Frieza clones, each boasting a battle power of 700 trillion, far surpassing his previous transformation into a Super Saiyan 4th stage. Krillin's excitement grew exponentially. Next, he eliminated the extra Frieza clone, leaving 55 clones with 7 trillion battle power each. He continued, discarding another, resulting in 27 clones, each at 700 trillion. Another was removed, leaving 13 clones, each at 7 quintillion. He continued to pare down, finding himself with 6 clones, each at 700 quintillion. He pressed on, and soon had 3 clones, each at 7 sextillion. He removed one more, and in the final count, he had 1 clone, standing at an astounding 700 sextillion. The battle power of the Frieza clones had surpassed that of Krillin's initial cell clone. Ultimately, Krillin amassed 8 formidable Frieza clones, their powers recorded as follows: 7 trillion, 700 trillion, 7 quintillion, 700 quintillion, 7 sextillion, 700 sextillion, 7 septillion, and 700 septillion. These 8 powerful Frieza clones were aptly named the Krillin Legion, the Frieza Squad. Chapter 79. The decisive actions of Son Goku. The 8 Frieza clones abruptly levitated, their lips curling into a menacing smile. An overwhelming energy coiling around their forms as black lightning flickered like serpents. At this moment, the Frieza clones embodied a terrifying presence akin to a black hole. Krillin, within their consciousness, reveled in the intoxicating power, unable to suppress Frieza's signature cackle. They were extraordinarily formidable. The god Jebbet collapsed beneath their terrifying energy, incredulously gazing at the Frieza clones, akin to demonic deities. Was this truly the existence that the Patera earrings could create? Krillin, your intellect is astonishing. With a devilish grin, the confident Krillin then produced 446 cell bodies. The tale is far from over. Cell's talents surpass even those of Frieza. The old Kaioshin, awakening from his stupor, beheld the ominous, pitch-black energy entity above and, mistaking it for a malevolent intruder invading the Kaioshin realm, trembled in fear and fainted once more. Meanwhile, Krillin continued to utilize the pairs of Patera earrings to forge formidable, fused warriors. However, He chose not to incorporate his original cell into the fusion, as most of his insights and forms resided within him, making it a regrettable loss to meld them together. Moreover, he wished to ascertain the heights that he could achieve solely through his own training, independent of Cell's influence. Before long, 8 powerful duplicates, mirroring Frieza's forms, materialized in the skies above the Kaishin realm. Their combat prowess exceeded that of Frieza's duplicates, for Cell had assimilated an abundance of cells. The battle strengths of these 8 duplicates were as follows: 8 trillion, 800 trillion, 8 quadrillion, 800 quadrillion, 8 quintillion, 800 quintillion, 8 sextillion, and 800 sextillion. The Cell Squad, much like Frieza's forces, was incorporated into Krillin's legion. Consequently, Krillin's army possessed a combat strength that rivaled any contender from the universe tournament within the Dragon Ball Super realm, even transcending dimensions. Furthermore, each of Krillin's duplicates was capable of wielding his skills, although the primary consciousness was predominantly allocated to his earthling form. In truth, they were indistinguishable from one another. Krillin then released the remaining duplicates, including scions such as Broly, Raditz, and Nappa, enabling them to attain the power of Super Saiyan God after their potential was unlocked by their counterparts. With Krillin's experience in mastering divine energy through his cell duplicates and earthling form, it was remarkably effortless for them to harness such power. Their strengths soared to a staggering quintillion. Broly's great ape power was also unveiled, imbued with consciousness and the ability to grow stronger with each battle, harmonizing perfectly with his Ultra Instinct. Krillin resolved that upon witnessing Vegeta's Ultra Instinct, he would designate Broly as the primary embodiment of this formidable power. Moreover, the flow of time differed between the Kaishin realm and Earth. He pondered how Goku and the others fared. Had they vanquished the evil dragon? Suddenly reminded, Krillin hastily summoned the Supreme Kai to retrieve the crystal ball and gaze upon the scenes unfolding on Earth. As the images materialized, both Krillin and the Supreme Kai were taken aback. The visuals appeared to play in accelerated motion, which was not the main concern. The focal point was Goku, charging ahead, pursued by the uncatchable launch and the dragon radar-equipped robot, Jiru. Goku was in hot pursuit of a dragon resembling a toad. Shortly thereafter, Goku, in his Super Saiyan 4th stage godly form, caught up with it. The toad-like dragon's maw opened and closed rapidly, its grotesque claws flailing as though begging for mercy. Yet Krillin observed Goku, unfazed by the dragon's pleading, coldly smiling as a crimson lightning bolt pierced through the malevolent creature's chest. When it reappeared, Goku held a Dragon Ball in his grasp. "Is this Goku?" exclaimed the Supreme Kai, pointing at the crystal ball, his jaw agape in astonishment. It appears he has made up his mind and recognized his shortcomings. Though Krillin is somewhat surprised, he has long understood that the world's Sun Wukong possesses a rather decisive character. Moreover, the evil dragons are inherently malevolent beings whose existence can lead to the demise of many. Additionally, Sun Wukong had assured Krillin of his remarkable and rapid achievements, which is not surprising. However, the ensuing progress left Krillin utterly astonished. Sun Wukong did not pause in his advance. Upon learning the precise direction from Jiru, he instantly transported the two of them there. Indeed, while continually adjusting his trajectory, he found himself moving much faster than if he had relied solely on flight. Another malevolent dragon appeared, this time resembling a woman. It was the Wind Dragon transformed from the 6-star Dragon Ball, though its true form was that of an ugly, evil dragon. I am the Dragon God Princess. With a crackle of crimson lightning, before the 6-star dragon could finish its sentence, Sun Wukong materialized before it, channeling a tremendous energy blast that obliterated half of the dragon's head. That was close. I nearly destroyed the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong removed the 6-star Dragon Ball and wiped away non-existent sweat. Both Xiaofang and Jiru were left dumbfounded by his prowess. They had never witnessed such a decisive Sun Wukong, nor experienced such extraordinary speed. After clearing away the remnants of the 6-star dragon, the trio continued towards the location of the next evil dragon. Hiss! Could it be that Wukong is on the verge of creating a legend of unparalleled speed? Never have they seen him dispatch foes with such swiftness. Could it be due to your influence, Krillin? Jebed's gaze instinctively shifted towards Krillin. Krillin rubbed his bald head, uncertainly glancing at the crystal ball. Surely not. Before long, Sun Wukong had vanquished all the evil dragons except for the 1-star, 4-star, and 3-star dragon brothers, successfully collecting 4 Dragon Balls. Alright, only 3 remain. Jiru, check their locations. I must gather all the Dragon Balls within the hour. Gulu, Gulu, Gulu. I've discovered the locations of the Dragon Balls. Gulu, Gulu. They seem to be clustered together. Jiru floated in the air, his crimson eyes flashing rapidly, his mechanical arms waving about. Good. Let us go directly to them. Since they are gathered, it will save me the trouble of searching. Watch me eliminate them all at once. Sun Wukong, holding Xiaofang, spoke with pride. Gulu, Gulu. They seem to be towards West City. What? Isn't that the Capsule Corporation? Bulma's grandmother's home? Xiaofang's quick-thinking mind immediately pinpointed the critical location. Sun Wukong's expression instantly turned grave. They actually intend to target Bulma and Chi-Chi? This is utterly unforgivable. However, they surely do not realize that within the Capsule Corporation resides a warrior whose strength rivals mine, Vegeta. Xiaofang, Jiru, we must head there immediately. All right, Grandpa. Gulu, Gulu, Jiru. You must hide. The current Wukong is simply terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the three arrived at the Capsule Corporation. Chapter 80. The assault of the evil dragons. Vegeta, having voluntarily requested fusion, confronted the trio of intruders with a fierce determination. You audacious miscreants dare to invade my home? With a resounding roar, he unleashed the Gallic gun, sending a white figure hurtling through the air. How infuriating! How could Vegeta possess such formidable strength? Even I barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the three-star dragon. Hurry, capture Bulma, and those without combat prowess. I shall occupy Vegeta with the four-star dragon, commanded the three-star dragon. You wretched fiends! You dare to conspire before my very eyes. None shall escape, Vegeta proclaimed, gathering a potent crimson energy, raising it high into the sky like a blood-red sun. Opposing him stood a white figure, arms crossed, conjuring a pitch-black energy sphere akin to a black hole, crackling with dark arcs of electricity. The dark destruction sphere was launched forth in an instant, clashing against Vegeta's might. Enraged, Vegeta's gaze grew more frenzied. The audacity of these evil dragons to invade his sanctuary and threaten his family ignited a fierce resolve within him. He vowed to shred these three malevolent beings into oblivion. The four-star dragon seized the moment to strike, unleashing a wave of searing heat directed at Vegeta. Instinctively sensing the peril, Vegeta released the constraints of his crimson energy and deftly evaded the four-star dragon's ambush. Meanwhile, the three-star dragon slipped away from the battlefield, seeking out Bulma and the others' hiding place. The suddenness of the assault left Vegeta as the sole defender, compelling Bulma and the others to take refuge in the underground defense base of her home, unable to escape further due to the urgency of the situation. However, no earthly material could withstand an adversary of the evil dragon's caliber. Furthermore, the three-star dragon possessed the ability to sense energy, a power born from the need to erase the memories of Majin Buu from Earth's inhabitants, rendering it immensely formidable. Ha ha ha. With you in my grasp, I can threaten Goku and Vegeta, compelling them to hesitate in eliminating us, the three-star dragon cackled, forming a towering ice pillar in the sky and driving it mercilessly into the ground, shattering the earth with an impact greater than steel. Bulma and Chi-Chi huddled together in fear, while Gohan, with a steely demeanor, unfastened his suit's buttons and tossed it back to Videl. Without a glance, Videl caught it and marched toward the three-star dragon. You dare to intimidate my mother? You are deserving of annihilation. A spiraling crimson aura enveloped Gohan, his hair transforming to a striking red. Despite having trained far less than Goku and Vegeta, Gohan, the most gifted warrior in the Dragon Ball universe, was not to be underestimated. The three-star dragon regarded Gohan with caution, sensing his formidable presence. However, upon realizing Gohan emitted no energy, akin to a lifeless being, it erupted into laughter. With a hearty laugh, I mistakenly assumed your prowess was formidable. However, you are but a mere shadow of true strength. In a fleeting moment, the face of the three-star dragon was struck by a powerful slap, sending him hurtling backwards at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a fleeting green afterimage. As for my capabilities, there is no need for you to concern yourself. Gohan adjusted his collar, wary of the newly replaced button that Dilly had just fastened for him. The three-star dragon, struggling to rise from the rubble, incredulously touched his face, feeling the imprint left by the slap. How could he possess such strength? Big brother, I cannot contend with him. There is someone on that side who is simply too formidable. The three-star dragon spread his wings and swiftly returned to report to the one-star dragon. Useless. The one-star dragon exclaimed, momentarily distracted from his struggle against Vegeta as he beheld his brother's disheveled state. Before his demise, the last of the evil dragons had revealed to him the full extent of Goku's power and deeds. As the most malevolent and cunning of the evil dragons, the one-star dragon immediately recognized the distinctiveness of Goku's strength. He quickly resolved, alongside the 4-star and 3-star dragons, to gather their forces in West City. His plan was simple. By taking Bulma and her companions hostage, even if Goku were to be exceedingly powerful, he would have no choice but to surrender. 4-star dragon. Assist him, commanded the 1-star dragon. The 4-star dragon, who had been harassing Vegeta, nodded silently in acknowledgement and joined the 3-star dragon in pursuit of Bulma and the others. The 3-star dragon felt helpless. Who could have predicted Gohan's immense strength? Seeking aid was merely a part of the plan. Yet, time was of the essence, and complaints were futile as they rapidly soared back to Bulma's location. Gohan stood resolute, casting a serious gaze upon the two evil dragons. I anticipated your return. This time, I shall not show any mercy. With that proclamation, he swiftly closed the distance. I have my brother by my side. I will not fall victim to you as I did before. Despite being mentioned by the 3-star dragon, the 4-star dragon's expression remained unchanged, his countenance grave as he focused intently on Gohan. The evil dragon brothers, seeing Gohan initiate the attack, unleashed their combined might. Freezing wave, explosive strike, two distinct attacks, one red and one blue, surged forth simultaneously towards Gohan. This was their signature combination move, a powerful synergy of cold and heat. As Gohan ascended into the air, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of extreme warmth and intense cold. His left arm was even encased in ice. In the next instant, he was struck by the colossal energies of the red and blue assault. The sensation of being ensnared in a tempest of ice and fire was far from pleasant. Gohan found himself trapped at the intersection of the two energies, caught in a fierce contrast that rendered his body immobile. The evil dragon brothers aimed to confine Gohan. Aware that time was running short, they needed to swiftly subdue the weaker warriors. Seizing the opportunity while Gohan was ensnared, they charged towards Bulma and her companions. Krillin and Piccolo attempted to resist, but their strengths paled in comparison to the evil dragons, and they were swiftly overpowered. Two malevolent dragons seized Bulma and Chi-Chi in one claw, while they disregarded the likes of Biddy and Bra, as well as those capable of resistance like Krillin. This was a directive previously established by the elder 1-star dragon, who was fully aware of all the skills possessed by Sun Wukong and his companions. Recognizing the ones that posed the greatest threat, the exuberant 3-star dragon grasped Bulma and Bra as they soared through the air, while the 4-star dragon silently held Chi-Chi and Biddy, floating before the 1-star dragon without uttering a word. Upon glancing back, the 1-star dragon's face finally adorned a smile of delight. Well done. Vegeta, witnessing the abduction of his wife, was instantly consumed by rage. You vile dragons, I shall slay you. Ha! Vegeta, you better stop now, or I shall be the first to end your wife's life. Bulma. The 1-star dragon swiftly moved beside the 3-star dragon, its massive white claw looming ominously over Bulma's head. No one dared to question whether the 1-star dragon would crush Bulma's skull in an instant. Infuriated, Vegeta unleashed all his energy, but refrained from attacking the 1-star dragon. He understood that such a creature could not be gauged by ordinary standards. Who knew if it would act with a mindset of mutual destruction? Vegeta would not take that gamble, for he comprehended that the Dragon Balls would likely be rendered useless thereafter, and the deceased would be difficult to resurrect. Thus, it was imperative that Bulma and Bra survived. They absolutely could not perish. Suddenly, the presence of Son Goku and his companions materialized beside Vegeta. Upon spotting the 3 malevolent dragons and the 4 women they held captive, Goku's gaze turned icy. You indeed harbor such intentions. Ha! Is it time for me to kill one to stir the excitement, Son Goku? The 1-star dragon laughed heartily, its other claw gently resting atop Chi-Chi's head. The 4-star dragon's eyes flickered with interest. You scoundrels! At this moment, Goku, much like Vegeta, was engulfed in a terrifying rage, the crimson shadows under his eyes betraying his fury. Hey, Kakarot! Vegeta, his expression grave, turned to Goku. We cannot allow them to perish again. Without the Dragon Balls, there will be no chance of resurrection. What do you mean? Let us merge into Gogeta. For the first time, Vegeta proactively proposed the fusion for the sake of Bulma and Bra. Chapter 81. Seeking Krillin's assistance, rejection? Before us, do you dare to scheme so openly? The one-star dragon laughed, clutching Bulma and Chi-Chi's heads. Son Wukong and Vegeta, now, undo your transformations. At its command, the teeth of Son Wukong and Vegeta clenched audibly. Xiao Fang glared at the one-star dragon with fury, itching to rush in and demolish its head. Jiro, trembling in fear, hid behind Xiao Fang, his mechanical body shaking uncontrollably. Enough, Kakarot. There's no need for your ridiculous pride right now. Quickly summon Krillin for assistance. His strength far surpasses ours. Vegeta's voice struck Son Goku's mind like a heavy hammer. Competitive spirit? Was my desire to prove to Krillin that we could defeat enemies without relying on the Dragon Balls merely a manifestation of my pride? Was my swift gathering of the Dragon Balls also driven by this competitive nature? Even Vegeta, who regards his pride as vital, mocks me for my ambition? What is going on in my mind? Was my competitive spirit the catalyst for the evil dragon's attack on Bulma and Chi-Chi? How infuriating. Why can I not obtain the power to resolve everything? In the end, I still depend on Krillin's strength. Was this the look everyone had in their eyes when they regarded me before? Son Goku closed his eyes, and after a fierce internal struggle, he reluctantly acquiesced to Vegeta's request. All right, Krillin, can you hear me? I implore your assistance. Opening his mouth, Son Goku shouted loudly, knowing Krillin was always watching over them and would surely respond if he could see. No, don't shout. If you do, I will kill this woman. The one-star dragon viciously interrupted Son Goku. It was no fool. After rejecting Vegeta's fusion plan, it proposed a different method to summon Krillin. Though it doubted that the Krillin in its memory possessed any ability to resolve their predicament, it could not allow Son Goku and Vegeta's plan to succeed. Perhaps Son Goku was intentionally shouting to create a careless oversight. With their combined strength, it was not impossible for them to seize 4 women from the evil dragon in an instant. Bulma and the others had already been captured by the evil dragon, and the one-star dragon dared not allow any variables that could lead to its demise. Krillin, can you not hear me? Son Goku, I said, stop shouting. For some reason, with each shout from Son Goku, the one-star dragon grew increasingly anxious, as if a terrifying gaze were fixed upon him. The one-star dragon began to exert a slight pressure, forcing Son Goku to silence himself. But at that moment, Krillin's voice emerged. I heard you, Goku. Upon hearing this seemingly omnipresent voice, the evil dragons looked around warily. Wonderful. Hope instantly filled Son Goku and Vegeta's eyes. Yet, in the next moment, their joyous expressions froze. Unfortunately, I cannot offer you assistance. You must rely on your own strength to confront the evil dragon. What? Why? Vegeta's hair stood on end, bristling with fury as he shouted to the heavens. Krillin's son Goku sighed, understanding Krillin's intentions and feeling sorrowful for his own weakness. I understand, thank you. You bastard, Krillin. Haha. Even the external help you sought won't aid you. Son Goku, Vegeta, you should quickly revert from your transformations. Otherwise, your wives and daughters will perish. The one-star dragon laughed maniacally. Behind him, the 4-star dragon felt a twinge of compassion and softly urged, Brother, we have not committed any heinous acts. Even if we must confront Vegeta and Goku, it seems unnecessary to target their wives and daughters, such fragile humans. The one-star dragon cast a sidelong glance at him, snorting dismissively. 4-star dragon, how did I not notice your foolishness before? We are adversaries to Goku and Vegeta. Have you forgotten how ruthlessly and decisively Goku annihilated your siblings? Did I fail to inform you of this? Upon hearing this, the 4-star dragon hesitated, his words caught in his throat, unable to escape. He embodied the 4-star Dragon Ball, the most significant of them all, representing Goku's deepest longing, which also meant that his benevolence was the strongest among the evil dragons. Yet, bound by his allegiance as an evil dragon, he could not alter his stance, for it posed a threat to his very existence. After the 1-star dragon reprimanded the 4-star dragon, the 3-star dragon gazed at him with equal sorrow. Brother, consider this carefully. Our strength pales in comparison to Goku and Vegeta. Were it not for our elder brother, they could obliterate us in an instant. Without the aid of these women, how could we possibly survive? They seek the Dragon Balls, and we seek our lives. There is no room for reconciliation between us. One side must triumph for us to endure. Thus, they must perish. As your brother, I will ensure your survival. Do not act foolishly. Following this admonition, the 4-star dragon remained silent, floating motionless in the air. In the realm of the Kaishin, Krillin chuckled upon hearing the 3-star dragon's words. This fellow is quite the character. twisting the truth so effortlessly. They are the ones who first disrupted Earth's ecology and sought to annihilate the universe. Yet somehow Goku is portrayed as the villain. And as for wanting to survive, that only deceives the uninformed. The evil dragons can resurrect themselves using the negative energy from the Dragon Balls. Long ago, they had manifested, but each resurrection altered their personality and memories based on the wishes of those who summoned them. Jebbet nodded in agreement, having found a similar account in ancient texts. Returning his gaze to Capsule Corporation, he thought, "Humph, Goku, hurry and revert your transformation. I will count to 5, and you may decide the fate of your wife and daughter." With that, the one-star dragon grasped tightly onto Chi-Chi and Bulma's heads, seemingly poised to crush them at any moment. 1, 2, 3. Goku and Vegeta gritted their teeth, exchanging glances. It appeared they had no choice. "Revert," they commanded in unison. The smile in the one-star dragon's eyes grew ever more sinister. He awaited the instant their transformation was undone to strike down Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously reverted, their crimson auras dissipating like energy expended into the air. A prime opportunity. The one-star dragon grinned widely, his malevolent energy surging forth. In that fleeting moment, his massive form loomed before Goku and Vegeta. Prepare to meet your demise. In the presence of the one-star dragon, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta displayed expressions of sheer terror, their movements sluggish as if they were ensnared in molasses. A swift, black energy blade descended with alarming speed, eliciting an unmistakable delight from the one-star and three-star dragons. However, instead of the anticipated sound of flesh meeting energy, a dull thud resonated in the air. The one-star dragon looked on in confusion, only to be met by a pair of blood-red eyes filled with fury. None other than Gohan had arrived. "How is this possible? How can you block me?" The one-star dragon exclaimed in horror, realizing it was unarmed, lacking the heads of Bulma and Chi-Chi. Fearing that Sun Wukong and Vegeta might transform once more and unleash a coordinated assault upon him. "Those who dare to threaten my mother and Biddy will come to regret ever being born into this world." With a resounding roar, Gohan unleashed a powerful punch that sent the one-star dragon flying, while calmly addressing Sun Wukong and Vegeta behind him. "Father, Uncle Vegeta, you must transform quickly. I will hold off the mightiest of the evil dragons. Do not forget, there are still 2 evil dragons holding my mother and the others captive." Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged determined glances and nodded vigorously, having made their decision. The one-star dragon, sensing the shift in the tide, quickly retreated, realizing that Gohan's sudden appearance was no mere coincidence. "Is it you, the 4-star dragon?" In unison, Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan level 4, striking their poses with remarkable finesse, as if they had practiced for countless hours. When the one-star dragon returned, it was met with an overwhelming brilliance that threatened to blind it. A fierce golden light erupted, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Every sun within the galaxy flickered in unison, celebrating the rebirth of this unparalleled warrior. As the golden radiance faded, a figure cloaked in red stood with arms crossed. "Oh, is this the gift you bestowed upon me, Krillin? It seems somewhat lacking," remarked the most formidable entity of the dimensions, Vegeta, making his grand entrance. Chapter 82, One-Star Dragon. I have no objection upon hearing Vegeta's words in the realm of the Kaioshin. Krillin could not help but touch his nose in disbelief. Who would have thought that their fusion would be so powerful, while the one-star dragon appeared so feeble? Is this my fault? Of course not. On Earth, Vegeta, having transformed solely into Super Saiyan 4, opened his arms wide, his gaze filled with defiance as he directed his attention toward the one-star dragon. "Your strength is pitiful. I could vanquish you with a mere finger. Why didn't Krillin find someone stronger?" Upon hearing this, flames of rage ignited in the one-star dragon's eyes. Even Sun Wukong and Vegeta would not dare to utter such audacious claims. "You, with your insignificant power, believe you can defeat me with just a finger? What a jest! Oh, shall we play a game then? Let us see if I can indeed defeat you with a mere poke. If I succeed, you perish. If I fail..." This is quite a conundrum. Can I truly not defeat you with a single finger? That seems rather challenging, given your weakness. Vegeta floated in the air, seated cross-legged, one arm resting on his knee while the other scratched his head with his index finger, his eyes gazing contemplatively towards the heavens. The audacity of the individual before me to dismiss the formidable one-star dragon is utterly infuriating. Yet, the one-star dragon, recognized as the most powerful of the malevolent dragons, swiftly quelled his rage and regained his composure, analyzing the situation at hand. This individual must be the successful fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, possessing strength that undoubtedly surpasses my own. Hence, engaging him in battle would be unwise. Moreover, as I am aware, their fusion is time-limited, and if we can merely prolong the encounter until the time expires, we may still turn the tide in our favor. Of course, even if he is stronger than I, it is unlikely that his power exceeds a significant margin. Such formidable abilities cannot all be attributed to Sun Wukong alone. The one-star dragon discreetly glanced at the three-star dragon, whose gaze met his in silent understanding, and both malevolent dragons shared an unspoken amusement. If they could utilize those four women to control this fused entity, they could buy enough time to equalize the situation as it had been moments before. However, with the presence of Son Gohan, it was imperative to ensure he also reverts from his transformation. Hey, the one-star dragon called with a sinister grin, interrupting the contemplative Vegeta. Are you in agreement? Vegeta replied, his spirits lifting as he twisted his wrist, clenched his fist, and extended a single finger, which instantly radiated an alarming light. Just as he seemed poised to strike down the one-star dragon, the latter hastily interjected, "Who would engage in such trivial games with you? Perhaps you should direct your gaze that way. Your wife and daughter are under our control. It would be wise for you to comply, lest we take their lives." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression darkened as he turned towards the three-star dragon. His demeanor shifted to one of discontent. Bored, he casually dug in his ear, discarding a few earwax pellets, and remarked, "Is that all you have to say? How can you hope to instill fear with such mundane threats? Bring something fresh to the table." Son Gohan, observing the unreliable Vegeta before him, clenched his fists in anxiety. "Please stop playing around, Dad. You must defeat the evil dragon quickly, or else Mom and the others will be in danger." "Danger?" Vegeta straightened in his seat upon hearing Son Gohan's plea. "With me here, how could there be any danger?" Before those present could comprehend his intent, Vegeta flashed a confident smile, resting his chin on one hand while gesturing towards another direction. The one-star dragon and Son Gohan exchanged bewildered glances, both momentarily stunned. Where did Mom and the others go? Three-star dragon, you must act swiftly. Not far away, the upper half of the three-star dragon had already vanished, its body slowly descending to the ground. The four-star dragon, stripped of its wings and arms, had also succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, it had retained its life. Remarkably swift, the one-star dragon was taken aback by Vegeta's speed. Frozen in place, fearing that he might be effortlessly dispatched in the next moment. His assumptions had proven utterly erroneous. The strength of this fused entity exceeded his comprehension, surpassing him by multiple dimensions. To him, his own power must seem as insignificant as that of an ant. With the women he intended to threaten now rescued, he pondered his own fate. "Dad, where are Mom and the others?" After witnessing Vegeta eliminate two adversaries, Son Gohan anxiously inquired about the whereabouts of his family. "Do not fret, I sent them to Master Roshi's place just moments ago." Gogeta hung upside down, speaking casually. "Came house. That's several tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even if I were to fly at full speed, it would take nearly an infinitesimal fraction of a second to reach there." However, Gogeta, after defeating the malevolent dragon and rescuing Bulma and Chi-Chi, had managed to place them safely at Kame House without either he or the evil dragon noticing his movements. Gohan was secretly astonished. His father and Uncle Vegeta's fusion, Gogeta, possessed an overwhelming power. The crisis that had left them utterly helpless vanished effortlessly in his hands, rendering it almost unbelievable. Gohan also observed that Gogeta's transformation was merely the most basic Super Saiyan 4th stage of Goku and Vegeta, devoid of divine power. Such a terrifying strength could only be rivaled by Uncle Krillin. "Oh dear, this is so boring." Gogeta floated in the air, muttering incessantly. Suddenly, he flipped over, as if struck by a thought. Gogeta exclaimed excitedly, looking up to the sky. "Krillin, you deceived me into believing there were formidable foes. Yet the one you summoned for me to confront is so weak and dull. I don't care. You must compensate me. How about this?" he continued. "I know you have plenty of ideas. Enhance the power of this evil dragon. I want to engage him in battle." Meanwhile, Krillin in the Supreme Kai's realm twitched his lips. He never anticipated that Gogeta would have the chance to be summoned before his departure. Had he known, he would have slipped away sooner. Yet, to avoid harboring any resentment from Gogeta, Krillin had no choice but to respond. Understood. In a moment, Jebbet will bring down a bottle. Just let the one-star dragon drink from it. Oh, and you can have him swallow the Dragon Balls too. And his strength will increase further. I knew you would have a solution. Gogeta exclaimed, delighted to learn the method to empower the one-star dragon. He eagerly retrieved several Dragon Balls and snatched the 4-star Dragon Ball from the 4-star dragon, tossing them directly to the 1-star dragon. Here, swallow these. Let me witness your newfound strength. There is more to come, so don't rush. The 1-star dragon gazed at the floating Dragon Balls, his consciousness slightly dazed. Even his intelligence momentarily perplexed. Aid to the enemy? He has never encountered such a generous offer. This fellow must be a fool. Gohan attempted to advise Gogeta, only to be knocked unconscious by a swift chop from Gogeta. Gogeta remarked, providing aid while delivering a painful blow to allies? I'm a professional at that. It was precisely due to his formidable strength that he could afford to play such games. Who else would dare? Oh, you meant Vegeta? Well, that's fine. Just as Jebbet handed the prized bottle to Gogeta, Krillin suddenly recalled something. If Gogeta's strength was a combination of Goku and Vegeta's, could it be that his talent was similarly enhanced? Immediately, he excitedly transmitted to Gogeta, Gogeta, I know how to make this battle more interesting. Oh, upon hearing this, Gogeta's face instantly lit up with joy. What method should I employ? Speak quickly. You can utilize the Tranquil Ultimate Technique and the Self-Ultimate Technique against 1-star dragon. Krillin exclaimed, his excitement bubbling forth like a gushing spring. For the first 10 minutes, with the Tranquil Ultimate Technique, 1-star dragon won't even be able to touch you. In the next 10 minutes, employing the Self-Ultimate Technique, every attack from 1-star dragon will only serve to enhance your power. You won't even need to evade. In the final 5 minutes, you can dodge using the Tranquil Ultimate Technique and attack with the Self-Ultimate Technique, which will not only assist Sun Wukong and Vegeta in mastering these two transformations, but also provide you with some amusement, wouldn't it? Furthermore, I would be able to witness these transformations myself. With my exceptional talent and numerous eyes, unlocking them would be a breeze. 1-star dragon interjected. Did you think I didn't hear that? Very well, your fate is in your hands. I have no objections. Chapter 83. I, Krillin, am not the epitome of ultimate evil. The ambition of Piccolo erupts. Tranquil Ultimate Technique? Self-Ultimate Technique. Gogeta recalled the concepts Krillin had mentioned, his eyes lighting up. In truth, not much time had elapsed since the events that transpired after the Super 17 incident, as they had summoned the Dragon Balls shortly thereafter. Sun Wukong had dealt with the other evil dragons, and following their assault on West City, the sun had merely dipped slightly behind the clouds. With a firm clap of his hands and a smile, Gogeta declared, what an excellent idea, Krillin. You truly are remarkably astute. Do not utter that phrase. I am not the epitome of anything. If I choose to, I can grow my hair at any moment. I merely wish to present myself in a familiar manner. Krillin lamented, frustrated by the misunderstanding, as he shouted vehemently in the Kaioshin realm, correcting Gogeta's misinterpretation. Oh, it's just a word. Don't fixate on semantics. What do you mean, just a word? This is my dignity. Ask Jebbet God if I am not the epitome of anything. Krillin pulled over the recently returned Jebbet God, urging him to clarify the matter of his hair growth to Gogeta. However, Jebbet God's evasive gaze betrayed him. He scratched his face, unable to meet Krillin's eyes, and murmured, Krillin, I have always believed you could grow your hair. It's evident from the Krillin in our world. It's just that, well, perhaps it's due to your age or maybe the lack of a girlfriend. So, without needing to hear more, Krillin was well aware of where this was heading. He was already married in this world, and it was after his marriage that his hair had grown. Yet here he was, in his 30s, still bald. This suggested that perhaps he needed to marry again to grow his hair. What's wrong with being single? Does being single prevent one from growing hair? Why don't you all believe me? Krillin cried out in despair, his face flushed from the piercing words. Look closely. I can grow my hair whenever I please. To prove his point, Krillin had no choice but to invoke the plug-and-play method to urge his scalp to sprout hair. Completely in control of his body, he could naturally command the hair follicles as well. In no time, a thick mane of black hair adorned his head. Jebbet God finally found himself convinced by Krillin's assertion. Indeed, it has truly manifested. How astonishing. Krillin, you have hair now. Do not make such a fuss. I have already stated that I could grow it, he replied calmly. You simply did not believe me. I am, after all, the bane of baldness, capable of coaxing hair to flourish in the most barren of patches. As he spoke, He demonstrated his prowess, soothingly closing the hair follicles atop his head, causing all the dark strands to cascade down. Wait, what? Jebbet, perplexed, gazed at Krillin. Your hair has fallen out again, Krillin. What is happening? Krillin waved his hand dismissively, casually responding, the hair I've grown does not conform to popular aesthetics, and as I mentioned, after sprouting hair, you would hardly recognize me. Hence, I opted to remove it. You know I can grow hair, so please assist me in proving this to Vegeta. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Jebbet hesitated, eyeing the crystal ball. How could this be considered an overreaction? This pertains to my honor. The perception that I am devoid of hair is distinct from the reality that I can grow it, but choose not to. Krillin defended his dignity, arguing vigorously with Jebbet over the matter of hair. Very well, acquiesced Jebbet, as he addressed the crystal ball. Krillin is capable of growing hair. He possesses hair that is both dark and lush. Krillin nodded in satisfaction, yet inexplicably felt a nagging sense of unease. Jebbet had complied with the request and had not erred in his words, yet Krillin sensed something amiss. He scrutinized Jebbet's face, searching for a flaw, but the stout brows and wide eyes of the Kai Jebbet seemed oblivious to his scrutiny. Am I merely overthinking this? Krillin pondered inwardly. At that moment, Vegeta's voice emanated from the crystal ball. I heard everything. Krillin, you are not bald, merely clean-shaven. I misspoke earlier. Now that is more like it. With Vegeta's apology, Krillin finally felt a genuine sense of relief. If Vegeta himself denies being bald, who could possibly think otherwise? A swift burst of stellar explosion would quell any doubts. Meanwhile, the overlooked Xiao Fong and Jiro, one human and one robot, found themselves awkwardly at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Xiao Fong who took the initiative, discreetly carrying the unconscious Son Gohan and Jiro away from the Capsule Corporation, seeking to ascertain whether Chi-Chi and Bulma had indeed been transported to Kame House. All right, I must begin to comprehend the essence of the ultimate mastery technique. It may prove somewhat challenging, as this is my first experience learning in a fused state. What a novel endeavor. Vegeta stretched, adjusting his posture, and closed his eyes. Krillin and the others gazed at the crystal ball, refraining from disturbing Vegeta, covering their mouths in silence. The lone dragon, having absorbed the entire exchange, remained mute, clutching the ominous artifact, voraciously consuming negative energy like a bovine. Internally, he could not help but scoff. What a peculiar bunch, squabbling over a few inconsequential strands of hair. I do not care. Do you see me fretting about it? Nevertheless, this is for the best. If I seize the moment to amplify my strength, I shall undoubtedly surpass this individual before me. By vanquishing them, I shall ascend to become the most formidable embodiment of ultimate evil, the one-star dragon. Logically, the one-star dragon has already consumed 6 Dragon Balls, thus qualifying as the embodiment of evil. Yet, he remains undeterred, incessantly devouring vast quantities of negative energy. This insatiable hunger for unfathomable power captivates him utterly. The terrifying object bottle emanates a pitch-black luminescence, signifying its relentless discharge of negative energy. He is oblivious to the source of Krillin's abundant negative energy or the origin of the vessel capable of containing such energy. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is the sheer magnitude of the negative energy within the bottle, so immense that it surpasses the collective strength of all the Dragon Balls consumed by the one-star dragon. A rough estimation reveals a staggering disparity, several hundredfold. The negative energy absorbed from all the Dragon Balls has already augmented his power exponentially. The one-star dragon senses that by consuming all the negative energy contained within the terrifying object bottle, he can inevitably transcend to an unprecedented tier of strength. Do not inquire whether he might explode from excess. He is, after all, an evil dragon, a manifestation of negative energy, with an insatiable capacity for absorption. The only current limitation on his burgeoning power is the inadequacy of his mouth, which, although capable of devouring a human skull, requires the size of a whale for his satisfaction. While the prospect of increasing his strength is indeed a boon, he must remain vigilant against any potential ambush from the being before him. Who can say that the moment he declares his intent to grow stronger, the next instant he will not be met with declarations of his overwhelming power posing a significant threat to the universe, followed by merciless actions that could obliterate him entirely? Of course, his fears are unfounded. This incarnation of the one-star dragon has already been earmarked by Krillin. Should he fully absorb the negative energy from the terrifying object bottle, Krillin would be elated. The same holds true for Vegeta. What could be more glorious than to engage in battle against even stronger adversaries? His thirst for combat is magnified several-fold, embodying the most fervent enjoyment of battle in the universe. Before long, the one-star dragon observes the black radiance emanating from the terrifying object bottle rapidly dissipating, as though it were on the verge of vanishing entirely. Panic strikes him, and he nearly lets out a cry. Surely the negative energy cannot be exhausting? Indeed, the last remnants of negative energy within the terrifying object bottle shrink visibly, being consumed by the one-star dragon. Soon, the bottle entirely loses its dark glow, reverting to an ordinary state. As he realizes the absence of negative energy, the one-star dragon separates his mouth from the terrifying object bottle. He examines the bottle from left to right, yet cannot find any mechanism to release further negative energy. The notion of infinite power proves to be merely a fanciful dream. With a sense of despondency, he tosses the terrifying object bottle aside, having anticipated that the negative energy within would suffice for a prolonged period, only to discover it depleted in mere minutes. Despite his relentless consumption, no being could withstand such an intake. Nevertheless, the one-star dragon clenches his fist, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he gazes at Gogeta. At long last, he has summoned the courage to speak. The one-star dragon has flawlessly absorbed all the Dragon Balls, as well as the negative energy contained within the terrifying object's vessel. The Dragon Balls, as enigmatic treasures, have augmented his potential and limits, while the negative energy has manifested this potential, saturating him with raw power. My strength has ascended to the pinnacle of the universe. Surrounding the one-star dragon is an aura thick with darkness, his eyes glinting with arrogance and confidence. His form begins to swell, his presence becoming increasingly malevolent and frenzied. As 6 Dragon Balls orbit the central one-star Dragon Ball, forming an octagonal pattern, a black beam of light shoots skyward, swiftly cloaking the heavens, the sunlight obscured, and the oppressive darkness enveloping the earth in a shroud of negative energy. Even the air is tinged with a layer of black mist, rendering all vision akin to a monochrome filter. For humanity, an unprecedented calamity looms on the horizon. The one-star dragon, nay, he must now be referred to as the ultimate evil one-star dragon, exudes not divine power, but a malevolent essence that can be sensed. Warriors in West City, along with all energy-sensitive beings across the cosmos, are presently awestruck by this evil force. It is an energy potent enough, solely through the release of its aura, to obliterate the universe. Piccolo leans against a wall, supporting his injured arm, gazing in disbelief at the battlefield within Capsule Corporation. Such overwhelming power. The malevolent aura is suffocating. Could Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan possibly defeat such an adversary? How infuriating it is to feel so weak. If only I could become as formidable as they are. Indeed, Goku and his companions seem to draw strength from their world-s Krillin, who now surpasses me by countless measures. Piccolo silently observes Krillin, who remains oblivious to Piccolo's scrutiny, preoccupied with concerns over the ultimate evil one-star dragon's formidable power. I recall a former adversary from the Hell Fighters, another Namekian, who spoke of a transformation that could rival the Saiyans, the Super Namekian. Ignoring the implications of the Super in the Namekian warrior's lore, Piccolo continues to ponder. Perhaps Krillin, having also undergone a transformation, might possess the knowledge I need to attain the Super Namekian form. Even if I cannot become a Super Namekian, it should not be too arduous for Krillin to assist me in growing stronger. I have grown weary of this helpless predicament. I too wish to join Goku and Vegeta in battle, to personally safeguard the Earth, rather than cower here like Yamcha, relying solely on Goku's protection. The formidable power of the ultimate evil one-star dragon ignites within Piccolo an ambition to grow stronger. He resolves, in the aftermath of this crisis, to seek out Krillin, if only to glimpse the path to his own enhancement. Chapter 84. I just want to scratch your back. King Kai's planet. The King of the Worlds gazed upon the colossal white figure on Earth, its malevolent aura palpable, causing his entire being to tremble. The 2 antennae atop his head quivered as if they were vibrating devices. Beside him, Babulus and Gyurgrig clung tightly to him, fearing the overwhelming power of the ultimate evil one-star dragon. It was a dire situation. Why was Gogeta not taking action? They had truly encountered a formidable foe. With the power of the Dragon Balls and that peculiar bottle belonging to Krillin, the strength of the one-star dragon had reached terrifying heights, perhaps surpassing even Gogeta. Why did they insist on augmenting its power instead of eliminating it directly to avoid such calamities? The King of the Worlds muttered incessantly, as if this could distract him from the looming dread. Yet, he could not help but gaze at the ultimate evil one-star dragon. And despair gripped his heart even more profoundly. In the past, no adversary had ever been as powerful as this ultimate evil one-star dragon. Its aura was almost tangible, enveloping the entire earth, resonating with an evil force that even ordinary people could perceive. The sky was tumultuous with malevolence, and the atmosphere bore sinister smiling faces. A terrifying ambience deliberately conjured by the ultimate evil one-star dragon. In the realm of the King of Worlds, Krillin furrowed his brow as he stared into the crystal ball. Jebbet, in a panic, grasped Krillin's shoulders and shook him urgently. Krillin, think of something. Its power has grown immensely. What if Gogeta cannot defeat it? Krillin closed his eyes, swiftly estimating the battle power of the ultimate evil one-star dragon, which was at least 1,000 zetajoules. Even his own strength, along with that of all his duplicates, paled in comparison to the current might of the ultimate evil one-star dragon. However, Krillin remained unperturbed. All right, Jebbet, if you shake me any more, I might faint, he said, trying to calm the situation. Jebbet ceased his frantic movements and, with a wide mouth, shouted in Krillin's ear, "Then tell me what to do." The loudness of the voice made Krillin's ears itch. After Jebbet finished shouting, he slumped to the ground as if deflated. If the ancestor were to awaken and discover that he had failed to prevent the one-star dragon from becoming so powerful, he would surely perish. Krillin rubbed his ears and reassured him. That won't happen. The old King of Worlds has a tough exterior but a soft heart. Just wait for Gogeta to awaken. It has only been a minute. Why the rush? Well, it depends on whose soft heart we are talking about. He has always been harsh with me. His sharp words alone could torment me to the brink of despair, Jebbet lamented, lying on the grass, feeling utterly defeated. Ah, look, the one-star dragon is attacking Gogeta. What? Jebbet shot up in alarm. His nonchalance was merely a fade. Gogeta was his lifeline, and he could not afford any harm to befall him. Krillin did not deceive Jebbet. He too looked gravely at the crystal ball. The time flow on Earth and in the realm of the King of Worlds differed significantly, contrasting with the relativistic theories stemming from cosmic distances. The realm of the Supreme Kai exists in a separate dimension from the universe, thus rendering the passage of time unpredictable. At this moment, from Krillin's perspective within the Supreme Kai realm, merely a minute has elapsed, whereas on Earth, 5 minutes have already passed. On Earth, the ultimate evil dragon, transformed by negative energy, has grown to an imposing height of approximately 4 meters. Its white tendrils, resembling those of a catfish, extend 3 meters long. After expending its full aura, the ultimate evil dragon gazes intently at Gogeta, contemplating an attack. However, it is uncertain of Gogeta's strength, leading it to refrain from an immediate onslaught. Yet, from Krillin's vantage point in the Supreme Kai realm, he witnesses the dragon's ambush on Gogeta, indicating that the dragon is indeed poised to strike, albeit waiting for the opportune moment. As the ultimate evil dragon seeks its chance, Gogeta's body undergoes an unexpected transformation. His Super Saiyan 4 form dissipates, reverting to his normal state without any semblance of a transformation into a Super Saiyan, nor utilizing the Kaioken technique, remaining entirely unenhanced. Gogeta's eyes remain closed, his transformation lifted, a scenario too implausible to believe. Ha ha ha. At last, I have found your flaw. I never expected you to cancel your transformation. How foolish. The ultimate evil dragon bursts into laughter, its voice piercing the air like a howling gale. As its form moves faster than sound, in a fraction of a second, it gathers an overwhelming energy within its colossal claws. A swirling mass of dark negative energy resembling black lightning. Only those who have experienced it can comprehend the destructive power contained within each bolt, capable of obliterating a massive black hole in an instant. Should such an attack strike Gogeta, it would likely annihilate the entire Earth and even the solar system. Most critically, if this blow were to slay Gogeta, the ultimate evil dragon would face no opposition throughout the cosmos. This strike carries the weight of the universe's fate. Within the Supreme Kai realm, neither Jebbet nor Krillin anticipated Gogeta's transformation would be undone. Both fixate on the images within the crystal ball, holding their breath, afraid that even the slightest movement might provoke dire consequences. How could Gogeta have reverted? Surely, it must be yes, it can only be that. Among all beings in the universe, if anyone possesses the most knowledge, it is certainly not Krillin. However, when it comes to understanding the Saiyan transformations, Krillin is undoubtedly the most informed. On King Kai's planet, apart from the two observing from the Supreme Kai realm, only King Kai has the capacity to witness the battlefield in real time. Yet, King Kai lacks the intimate knowledge that Krillin possesses. Upon witnessing Gogeta's transformation vanish, his heart leaps into his throat. Observing the ultimate evil dragon's ambush, King Kai is momentarily stunned, losing consciousness. Even the frantic cries of his two pets and their desperate attempts to rouse him go unnoticed, returning the focus to Earth. The ultimate evil dragon wears a sinister smile at the corner of its mouth. In his realm, time appeared to have come to a standstill. The very air around him seemed to stagnate. Everything was annihilated by his presence, and the fabric of space was marred with fissures. The most formidable entity in existence was none other than him. The inky blackness of negative energy coalesced with the shattered space, the scorched air, and the somber sky. In that fleeting moment, all these elements converged upon a singular point, upon the colossal claws of the ultimate evil one-star dragon. They lunged towards the back of Gogeta. The sound of their approach was almost lethargic, and yet, the strike of the ultimate evil one-star dragon landed upon Gogeta. A look of elation overflowed upon his visage. An unparalleled ecstasy surged within him. At last, I have slain you. You who underestimated me, so audacious as to bolster my strength. Now, reflect upon your actions in the depths of hell. A triumphant laugh escaped him, yet before he could finish his taunt, the gaze of the ultimate evil one-star dragon shifted to one of horror. He beheld the shocking sight of Gogeta's form becoming increasingly ethereal after being pierced by his claws. And alongside him appeared a similar apparition. This figure radiated a shimmering silver-blue luminescence, his hair unaltered from its usual state, and his expression resolutely steadfast. Anyone who cast a glance upon him could sense his terrifying strength. How are you still alive? The ultimate evil one-star dragon recoiled, haunted by the psychological scar left by Gogeta. Witnessing Gogeta's resurgence, having evaded his meticulously orchestrated strike, filled him with dread, causing his voice to tremble. Oh, Gogeta uttered impassively, prompting the ultimate evil one-star dragon to retreat several hundred meters. Were you attempting to ambush me? His tone was strikingly neutral, and as he articulated the final syllable, his shimmering form instantaneously appeared behind the ultimate evil one-star dragon. The dragon, initially perplexed by Gogeta's sudden disappearance, became rigid with realization upon detecting his presence behind. It dawned on him that Gogeta's might transcended dimensions beyond his own. Even with his newly augmented power, he remained beneath Gogeta. The quavering voice of the ultimate evil one-star dragon, laced with a hint of flattery and supplication, failed to turn his head. I merely wish to scratch your back. Very well, my back is no longer itchy. It is now my turn to scratch yours, came Gogeta's indifferent voice in the dragon's ear. Should he fail to vanquish him, his own demise was inevitable. Grasping this truth from Gogeta's words, the ultimate evil one-star dragon steeled himself, pivoting to unleash a swift and flawless kick towards Gogeta. The earth was cleaved asunder, a vast chasm carved into its surface. This single blow penetrated the very crust of the planet. Yet, Gogeta remained firmly atop the ultimate evil one-star dragon's head. Too slow, far too slow. One-star dragon, has your power truly increased? Or are you simply a pitiful wretch? You have squandered the treasures of Dragon Balls and Krillin, and still, you cannot defeat me. No, perhaps the fault lies with me. After all, my current form is beyond what a creature of your caliber can contend with. With a confident smile, Goku and Krillin simultaneously inquired in the Kaioshin realm. Do you comprehend the true value of the Ultra Instinct technique? Chapter 85. I can hardly be bothered to speak. You are unworthy of listening. Before Goku could finish his sentence, the ultimate evil Shenron surged into action. No one could withstand the humiliation inflicted by Goku, especially considering that he was the elder brother of the evil dragons, the mightiest of the evil Shenron. He harbored his own pride and would not permit anyone to belittle him. You scoundrel, I shall end your life. Anger dispelled fear as the ultimate evil Shenron unleashed his most formidable energy, repelling Goku, who hovered above him, with a wave of dark, negative energy. It seems my words do not please you. What would you prefer to hear? In an instant, Goku vanished, only to reappear with piercing eyes and a composed demeanor, radiating confidence. It was as if no matter how powerful the ultimate evil Shenron became, Goku was assured of his victory. I want you to kneel and beg for mercy before me. The ultimate evil Shenron, gathering negative energy in his fists, turned to find Goku and immediately stomped the ground. Charging forward, the earth beneath the Capsule Corporation collapsed, creating a massive pit. The battle was imminent. Goku instantly activated Ultra Instinct, transforming his body into countless points of light, vanishing like a dream. Before the negative energy could erupt, Goku had perfected Ultra Instinct, vibrant streams of multicolored energy swirling around him, as if the very essence of the universe was at his command. The next moment, he materialized behind the ultimate evil Shenron. The latter's body was still in a forward charge, and time itself seemed to freeze at that instant. Their perception of reality had long surpassed the normal human understanding of time. With each movement, Goku moved at an astonishing speed, at least 1/1,000,000th of a second. Though the ultimate evil Shenron lacked such exaggerated speed, it was still formidable. In high-level combat, each increment in speed bestows a significant advantage. It is akin to striking without the opponent even realizing it until the wound appears. For instance, Goku now stood behind the ultimate evil Shenron, leisurely counting the number of spikes on his back. According to the theory of relativity, Goku's perception of time far exceeded that of the ultimate evil Shenron, rendering the latter almost motionless in Goku's eyes. Thus, whatever Goku chose to do during this interval would be nearly imperceptible to the ultimate evil Shenron. Huh, you still wish for me to kneel and beg for mercy? Goku extended his right hand, cloaked in a dense aura of divine power, transforming it into a claw-like manifestation of energy. I can hardly be bothered to speak. You are unworthy of listening. Is your back itching? Allow me to scratch it. In an instant, a streak of silvery blue light flashed, and the claw-like energy plunged mercilessly into the ultimate evil Shenron's back. Time resumed its normal flow, and the ultimate evil Shenron was unable to evade Goku's devastating strike, collapsing painfully to the ground in utter disarray. The anguished wail of the ultimate evil one-star dragon pierced the heavens, akin to the grating sound of nails scraping against a blackboard. Unable to withstand my mental assault. Are we? Vegeta covered his ears, disturbed by the shrill cries of the ultimate evil one-star dragon. However, Vegeta's formidable attack did not compel the dragon to retreat. Instead, it ignited his ferocity, amplifying his combat prowess. With no hope of survival, I shall take you down with me. The ultimate evil one-star dragon had abandoned all restraint. Ignoring his pain, with eyes aflame with hatred, he raised his hands high, summoning a massive sphere of dark energy, as grand as the sun, which crackled with black arcs of electricity, coiling around like venomous serpents. The ultimate evil one-star dragon malevolently gazed down at Vegeta, proclaiming, "Since you refuse to let me live, let us perish together." This attack, Dark Annihilation, is infused with all my negative energy. Should you dare to intervene, it will erupt instantaneously, obliterating the entire universe. Oh, is it truly that formidable? Vegeta swiftly positioned himself before the ultimate evil one-star dragon, feigning surprise as he stroked his chin. The dragon's gaze narrowed, a sinister smirk curling upon his lips, filled with malicious intent. He chuckled darkly. This is designed to annihilate the universe. No matter how powerful you are, I doubt you can thwart it. The moment I cast it forth, even if you envelop it in a stronger energy, it will explode the instant you make contact, escaping your control. At our level, even the overflow of energy is sufficient to destroy the cosmos. Truly impressive. I am intimidated. The ultimate evil one-star dragon, taken aback, stared incredulously at Vegeta. What did you say? Do you truly believe me? It's merely an energy sphere, observe. Vegeta's lips curled into a confident smile as he effortlessly responded, immediately reverting from his transformation. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, the entire process taking less than a second. In the Kaioshin realm, you see, Jebbit, I told you there was no need for concern. On the grass, Jebbit had completely relaxed, his spirits lifted as he watched the battlefield on Earth. Vegeta's remarkable performance had thoroughly won over the Kaioshin, had Krillin not been beside him. Concerned about losing face in front of a friend, he would have been shouting in excitement as a fan of Vegeta. Within the crystal ball, Vegeta's eyes radiated confidence and resolve, his strength inspiring trust and an ever-present sense of security. In mere moments, Vegeta showcased his unparalleled might and the profound capabilities of his Ultra Instinct. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Jebbit clasped his hands together, And upon witnessing Vegeta retaliate against the ultimate evil one-star dragon, he excitedly raised his arms and leaped in place. Ha! The evil dragon is to be vanquished, and the crisis of the universe is averted. This is splendid. Krillin looked at Jebbet with a gentle smile. Is such enthusiasm truly necessary? As the Supreme Kai Jebbet came to his senses, he gazed at Gogeta with admiration and inquired, Krillin, how did you know Gogeta could handle the one-star dragon? I nearly fainted when I saw him revert to his original form. Simply because he is Gogeta, Krillin replied nonchalantly, disregarding Jebbet's eager anticipation. Remember this phrase, and you'll no longer be so easily astonished. Please, just tell me, Jebbet urged, exasperated. Listen closely. The strongest in the multiverse is Gogeta, and unbeatable is Vegeta. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Jebbet's heart was seized with astonishment, and he found himself murmuring, unbeatable Vegeta. Vegeta was, indeed, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta using the Patera earrings during the Majin Buu saga. Upon reflection, Jebbet realized this to be true. Vegeta could effortlessly defeat Majin Buu, and now Gogeta was suppressing the ultimate evil one-star dragon with ease, far surpassing all adversaries they had faced combined. However, when tasked with selecting the strongest between the two, Jebbet found himself leaning towards the current Gogeta, for the grandeur of Gogeta's battles was unparalleled. He also recognized that this was due to Goku and Vegeta's newfound strength. If they were to fuse using the Patera earrings now, they would likely be equally formidable and invincible. Truly, you are a genius, Krillin, Jebbet sincerely remarked. Had he understood the references from Krillin's previous life, he might have quipped, with such a flow of rhymes, are you preparing for an exam? Is it so that I am merely a genius? Krillin retorted, his bald head tilting in mock indignation, a hint of jealousy evident. Ah, I know you are the strongest, at least in our world. Without fusion, no one can defeat you, Jebbet said, caught off guard by Krillin's antics, and he offered a reluctant compliment. That's more like it. Krillin nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, the image in the crystal ball darkened, and a sense of despair pervaded the universe. Krillin and Jebbet exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave as they focused on the crystal ball. What they beheld was shocking. The ultimate evil one-star dragon was cornered, intent on annihilating the entire universe and taking everyone down with him. What should we do, Krillin? Can Gogeta stop him? Jebbet asked anxiously, turning to look. He found Krillin with his eyes closed, brow furrowed in concentration. Hey! Krillin was examining the system panel in his mind, where the entry labeled, watching from afar, flickered ominously. It seemed that the key lay in this moment. Should he assist Gogeta, or trust that Gogeta could handle it alone? Krillin pondered rapidly. During the earlier observation, dozens of eyes had witnessed Gogeta stepping into the Ultra Instinct. Every moment had been etched in their memory for analysis. Thus, Krillin's speed in mastering Ultra Instinct would be no less than Gogeta's. Moreover, the tranquility sought through the ultimate freedom technique emanates from the depths of one's soul. In contrast, Vegeta's pursuit is solely rooted in combat, which facilitates his effortless triumph. He has bypassed the introductory phase of the ultimate freedom technique and, akin to the silver-haired embodiment of perfect freedom, ascended to the third stage, the emotional freedom utilized during his battle with Granola. With unrestrained will, he remains undisturbed, capable of harnessing all his emotions in combat without the necessity of maintaining a serene state of mind. Currently, Krillin is but a step behind Vegeta after internal practice. He can only attain the second stage, the perfect freedom technique. Thus, his power lags behind that of Vegeta. Nevertheless, Krillin remains unperturbed, fully aware of his objectives, to save the universe and exact vengeance on Zamasu. Unlike Vegeta's purity, his heart is not entirely untainted. However, he possesses ample time for cultivation and will inevitably achieve his goals. Ultimately, this is merely a combat skill with a modest impact on his fighting capability. At present, Krillin's most pressing dilemma is whether to abandon his observation from a distance to assist Vegeta. With Krillin's adaptability, he believes that the negative energies will soon be under control. Just then, Jebbet exclaimed, Krillin, look! Chapter 86, Self-Actualization, Vegeta's Escape from the One-Star Dragon. What? Krillin opened his eyes, puzzled. Jebbet excitedly pointed towards the crystal ball, which suddenly erupted with intense radiance. Krillin instinctively raised a hand to shield himself, dispatching a cell clone to adjust its vision against the blinding light, as its animal cells allow for instant adaptability. The cell clone focused intently on the crystal ball. Amidst the brilliance, a magnificent hue emerged, and a terrifying force erupted like molten lava, instantly breaking through the malevolent energy barrier of the ultimate evil one-star dragon. This revelation ignited excitement in both Krillin and Vegeta. Only Krillin comprehended the nature of that power. A continuous low growl resonated as Vegeta unleashed an overwhelming force, one that contrasted sharply with the tranquil essence of the ultimate freedom technique, instead resembling the ferocity of the most formidable explosives. The ultimate evil one-star dragon, holding an energy sphere, involuntarily staggered back, gazing at Vegeta in horror. What is this? The climactic moment swiftly approached its conclusion, the atmosphere ruptured, and the final rays of sunlight before dusk enveloped Vegeta, seemingly rewarding him for dispelling the evil. Yet, who possesses the authority to reward Vegeta? The resplendent purple light enveloping him stands as testament to his unparalleled strength. One-star dragon, Vegeta's voice, calm yet brimming with latent fury, echoed as he stood at an angle in the air, casting a disdainful glance at the ultimate evil one-star dragon. His crimson hair, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, stood tall, while his eyebrows vanished, leaving only pronounced brow ridges. A terrifying energy lay in wait, poised to erupt. What are you? The ultimate evil one-star dragon trembled, recognizing that this transformation, unlike the ultimate freedom, radiated a palpable strength that could be perceived with the naked eye. This power far exceeds my own. Regardless of who I am, simply hurl your energy sphere my way. I offer you this opportunity. Vegeta's arrogance, even more pronounced than before, provoked the ultimate evil one-star dragon. Who do you think you are? Roar. The ultimate evil one-star dragon, seething with rage, misinterpreted Vegeta's nonchalant demeanor as contempt. How infuriating. Despite my newfound strength, why is it that you can so casually become more powerful than I? Dark annihilation. In the hands of the ultimate evil one-star dragon, the already colossal energy sphere expanded instantaneously to the size of the earth, brimming with immeasurable energy. Even if you transform, what difference does it make? My attack cannot be evaded merely by changing form. You shall rue your arrogance. The terrifying darkness overshadowed the sky, akin to a black sun looming close at hand. Humanity below wore expressions of despair, staring blankly at the horrific scene above, utterly devoid of hope. Not only them, even warriors, whose strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans, felt the overwhelming energy radiating from the black sun, their faces pale with disbelief as they collapsed to the ground. Had Goku and the others truly failed? Evil Dragon. Could our previous wishes have led to such dreadful consequences? If we survive, we must never again make wishes upon the Dragon Balls. Perhaps my demise would cause the Dragon Balls to vanish, which would be a boon for the universe and Earth alike. The thoughts echoed silently among Piccolo and the others. The black sun was not merely akin to our sun. Its energy surpassed that of the sun by countless trillions of times. This was a strike potent enough to obliterate the universe. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta shall perish alongside me. Even if you are stronger, what can you do without Earth? Without the universe, how will you survive? As the ultimate evil one-star dragon spoke, he suddenly paused, realizing he might have gone too far. It seemed sufficient to merely destroy the Earth. There was no need to annihilate the universe. If the Earth were obliterated, Vegeta would perish without oxygen, while he himself could still survive. However, without the universe, not only would Vegeta perish, but he too would be unable to endure. Nevertheless, having spoken thus, the ultimate evil one-star dragon had no choice but to swallow his pride, acknowledging his grave miscalculation. The black sun loomed ominously in the atmosphere, and as he observed Vegeta's calm countenance, his anger intensified at the thought of his foolish actions. With a sudden burst, he hurled the energy sphere downward. One-star dragon, watch closely. Faced with the terrifying energy capable of obliterating the universe, Vegeta smirked, a serene smile gracing his lips as he instantly appeared before the black sun. He tore off his upper garments, his muscular physique bracing to confront the energy sphere. If Vegeta were to be controlled by Goku and himself, in this moment, his persona was unequivocally that of Vegeta. Only he would dare to be so reckless. A resplendent purple aura enveloped Gogeta, and as the violet light flickered within his pupils, a semicircular funnel of energy swiftly encased the black sun. Gogeta's intention was unmistakably to absorb the black sun into his very being. The moment the black sun made contact with the energy aura, it erupted violently, unleashing a terrifying force that collided against the protective barrier surrounding it. The cacophony of explosions resonated from all directions. It was inconceivable how immense Gogeta's power must have been. For the explosive might of the Black Sun failed to breach the energy barrier. The ultimate malevolent Dragon Ball, with a tense expression, immediately intervened to thwart Gogeta's endeavor to contain the Black Sun. If the explosion could not extinguish you, then let us send you to the depths of hell. Gogeta embraced the funnel-shaped energy barrier, with only the upper half of his body making contact, leaving a solitary opening. A torrent of black negative energy surged forth, its searing heat surpassing that of the sun by countless magnitudes. Even Gogeta's abdomen bore the brunt of this energy, branding him with a continuously burning mark. Enduring the excruciating pain, Gogeta erupted into maniacal laughter. Ahahaha! My body is more than capable of absorbing this energy. One-star dragon, take heed. Pay attention. To what? Prepare to meet your demise. The ultimate malevolent Dragon Ball sneered, channeling a razor-sharp energy blade in one hand and launching it directly at Gogeta. How despicable! I had intended to toy with you a while longer, yet you dare to seek your own death. A glint of coldness flashed in Gogeta's eyes, and with his tail infused with energy, it became as rigid as a staff. With a resounding clang, the sharp attack from the ultimate malevolent Dragon Ball was intercepted. No one could have anticipated that, after merging, Gogeta's tail had become so formidable. The ultimate malevolent Dragon Ball unleashed thousands of strikes, all thwarted by Gogeta's tail. Realizing his attacks were futile, Gogeta found himself ensnared by the Black Sun, choosing to retreat rather than continue the battle. The ultimate malevolent Dragon Ball swiftly soared away from Earth, disappearing into the vastness of space in the blink of an eye. Haha. Even if you are stronger than I, hiding in the cosmos makes it a fool's errand for you to pursue me. The funnel-shaped energy barrier rapidly compressed the negative energy from behind, and Gogeta gained a clear understanding of the ultimate malevolent Dragon Ball's treachery. Gritting his teeth, he hastened the absorption process, for the transformation duration was dwindling to mere minutes. Should he fail to locate the ultimate malevolent Dragon Ball, the other warriors on Earth would be unable to confront him. However, there was a silver lining. As of now, no one on Earth had perished due to the evil dragon's machinations. This was largely due to Goku's swift actions, so rapid that no one even comprehended the threat posed by the evil dragon before it was neutralized. Now, the most perilous Black Sun had also been absorbed by Gogeta. Once the ultimate malevolent Dragon Ball was dealt with, Earth would have effectively averted a significant crisis. As for the damaged West City and other locales, one could only say that Bulma's family was wealthy enough not to be concerned. Before long, all the negative energy from the Black Sun was completely absorbed by Gogeta. As Gogeta floated in the vast expanse, he adjusted his state, his gaze as sharp as a blade, soaring into the cosmos like a superhuman. Unbeknownst to the ultimate evil one-star dragon, upon transcending to the divine realm, even Earthlings like Krillin, who require oxygen, could traverse the universe with ease. Even without divine status, one could endure for a time by utilizing protective shields. After all, they were formidable beings capable of obliterating the universe. To suggest that the harshness of the cosmic environment could extinguish their existence would be laughable. The god of Jebet revealed the location of the one-star dragon to me, and my time was limited. Gogeta, navigating the cosmic void, shouted directly to the two deities of the King Kai realm. All right, let me see if I can trace it. Jebet responded, hastily retrieving a crystal ball. The ultimate evil one-star dragon was astute. He gradually diminished his energy during flight, maintaining his speed while evading detection. Once he located a planet with civilization, he could conceal himself within, rendering him virtually undetectable. He also maneuvered closer to the stars, hoping their radiant presence would obscure Gogeta's perception. Go assist him directly, Krillin suggested. Holding the crystal ball, he located the one-star dragon and promptly teleported with Gogeta before returning. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. You are truly clever, Krillin, Jebet praised, immediately approaching Gogeta's side, the crystal ball tirelessly scanning the galaxy. To Gogeta, the aura of the ultimate evil one-star dragon appeared feeble, yet in comparison to the majority of life forms in this universe, it shone brighter than the sun itself. Consequently, Jebet effortlessly pinpointed the location of the ultimate evil one-star dragon, swiftly transporting Gogeta to his vicinity. Meanwhile, a notification chimed in Krillin's ear. Chapter 87, Watching from Afar unlocked. The cosmic laws of the galaxy have been revealed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved your third accomplishment. Achievement System 1. Plug and Play Unlocked. Effect. When the host performs an insertion action, it occurs seamlessly and effectively. Ineffective upon withdrawal. 2. The Vanquished Unlocked. Effect. Enemies defeated by the host will exude an aura of defeat, simultaneously diminishing their psychological resilience. Duration depends on the willpower of the vanquished. 3. The Savior Locked. 4. Watching from afar Unlocked. Effect. When an obstruction is present before the host, the panel of the first obscured entity automatically appears, reflecting current performance. You understand? Sometimes the manifestation of energy leaps like flames. Friendly reminder. Achievements possess unknown special effects. Please explore independently. Host. Unlocked. Krillin pondered. As the panel materialized in his mind, a cascade of characters unveiling. He scrutinized the entries from top to bottom, watching from afar. When an obstruction is present, the panel of the first obscured entity appears automatically. Krillin's eyes widened in realization. This is akin to a battle power detector, merely materialized into a panel, with more comprehensive data and no upper limit like the conventional detector. Alas, this frustrating system. Shouldn't you have bestowed this capability upon me the moment I acquired you? It has led me to believe you lacked this function. Had I possessed it from the outset, perhaps my judgments would not have faltered, and Wukong and the others might not have faced peril at the hands of the androids. Now, you present me with this achievement. Is it not a tad too late? A case of hindsight? Krillin, with palpable exasperation, chastised the system, releasing a heavy sigh. He was acutely aware that the system could neither hear nor respond. Yet his frustration compelled him to vent. If only he had, watching from afar, from the beginning. He could have discerned the virus afflicting the androids and perhaps devised a superior strategy. But what purpose does lamenting serve now? Even if he had possessed, watching from afar, from the start, he would still have had to undertake arduous tasks. Despite his indignation, Krillin resolved to cast aside such worries. Through his training of spiritual energy, he had long since achieved a state of tranquility. Otherwise, how could he have mastered the art of effortless transformation? Moreover, his strength was steadily on the rise, and one day he would undoubtedly defeat Zamasu and locate the world of Dragon Ball Super, where he could utilize the omnipotent Super Dragon Balls to restore his universe. Ultimately, all would find resolution. Speaking of which, what are the unlocking conditions for watching from afar? Is it sufficient to merely observe the catastrophic power of the one-star dragon without intervening? Krillin recalled that while the one-star dragon gathered energy, the entry for watching from afar flickered intermittently. Previously, while unlocking other entries, this feature had not been present. Perhaps it is indeed included in the tenfold reduction of unlocking difficulty. What then was the original challenge like? The one-star dragon's attack could annihilate the universe. If the difficulty were to be multiplied tenfold, might it require a crisis capable of destroying the multiverse to unlock? Krillin had also noticed that the difficulty of unlocking entries seemed to have escalated. The first entry, Plug and Play, was unlocked easily when he pierced through the body of a human with Cell's form. The second entry, Defeated, came to fruition only after he was forcibly expelled from the universe by Zamasu, resulting in utter defeat. Now, the third entry, Watching from Afar, even with its tenfold reduction in difficulty, required one to disregard the one-star dragon's ability to obliterate the universe for it to be unlocked. Instinctively, Krillin sensed that the unlocking of system entries increased in difficulty sequentially. He cast his gaze upon the final entry on the panel, Savior. The literal interpretation is straightforward. A hero who saves a world is indeed deserving of the title of Savior. However, given the precedents set by the previous three entries, Krillin surmised that the unlocking of Savior would be exponentially more challenging. Of course, he could be mistaken. Perhaps each entry bears an equal level of difficulty, merely requiring distinct unlocking methods. Shaking his head, he resolved to ponder no further, leaving the future to his future self. Armed with these abilities and formidable combat prowess, he was confident he could face any challenge head-on, just as he was now confronted with a pressing issue. Obscured vision makes it difficult to perceive others. Even with the panel, one cannot discern the identities of those observed. After a moment of contemplation, Krillin vanished and reappeared, adorned with a pair of familiar sunglasses, those of Master Roshi. Yet, it is worth noting that Master Roshi possesses numerous pairs of sunglasses, and this particular one is the most stylish among them. With the glasses affixed, Krillin perfectly met the conditions for watching from a distance, allowing him to view the subject of the probe panel. Even if his glasses were shattered in battle, he could rely on a thin film provided by the cell's clone, which would not impair his vision. Solutions are always at hand. How clever I am, indeed. Next, I must find a reference point to ascertain the extent of what I can observe from afar. With that thought, Krillin turned his gaze towards the crystal ball. Vegeta and Gogeta had already caught sight of the ultimate evil, one-star dragon. Perfect. I shall refine the one-star dragon into a clone. While simultaneously gauging the strength of the most formidable Gogeta in this dimension, can I measure up to him? Krillin gathered all his clones and executed instantaneous movement. In an instant, they departed from the Supreme Kai's realm. In the vast, dark expanse of the universe, Vegeta swiftly distanced himself from Gogeta, who pursued the ultimate evil, one-star dragon, igniting a fierce confrontation. How did you find me? The one-star dragon's expression turned to one of terror as Gogeta, in the blink of an eye, crossed thousands of kilometers and delivered a powerful punch to its abdomen. A gaping wound opened, spewing forth dark blood. Even across an entire universe, I can sense your despicable and vile aura. Gogeta's body was enveloped in a continuous blaze of purplish-red energy, his arms stained with the blood of the ultimate evil one-star dragon, resembling a fearsome demon. Spare me. I am willing to serve you, even if it means kneeling before you. Just let me go. The fury radiating from Gogeta instilled an overwhelming sense of impending doom in the one-star dragon. A wave of genuine regret and coldness coursed through its entire being. Begging for mercy? It's too late. In an explosive surge of energy, Gogeta radiated a brilliant purple light, eclipsing even the sun. A deep, dark energy sphere materialized in his palm. The one-star dragon immediately sensed the peril and unleashed all its power, turning to flee, swiftly escaping half a stellar system. Run? Do you truly believe you can escape? Observing the one-star dragon's retreat, Gogeta let out a cold snort, standing amidst the tranquil starry sky, bathed in the resplendent starlight. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing the energy within him to surge, emanating an invisible wave as if activating the rhythm of the entire universe. Transitioning to the third stage of his ultimate form, he embraced emotional freedom. His purple hair reverted to black, yet each strand shimmered as if polished to perfection. A silver-blue glow enveloped Gogeta, his black hair flowing without wind. Rather than immediately pursuing, he closed his eyes, as though contemplating something profound. At that moment, several light years away, the god Vegeta opened his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed upon Gogeta. A silvery blue radiance erupted from him, rapidly expanding to form a colossal, transparent energy body. What is that? Could such power truly belong to a human? No, Vegeta's eyes were filled with the blinding silver-blue light, even as it caused him pain. He dared not blink. He was merely a witness to the most magnificent miracle in the universe. It was overwhelmingly powerful, supremely grand. Such power could not possibly exist. Even as a deity, we could not possess such might. Only he, the unparalleled warrior who forged impossible miracles, Gogeta, the strongest in the dimensional realm. Vegeta let out a heart-wrenching roar. Even though no sound could reach the vastness of space, he felt compelled to pay homage to this power. He had completely become a devotee of Gogeta, prostrating himself before him. His gaze soared infinitely high, as the transparent energy body seemed to be a projection of Gogeta himself, perfectly replicating every detail of his being. It was immense, instantly enveloping the entire Milky Way like a bridge connecting heaven and earth, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty. It emitted a soft yet powerful silver-blue glow, gentle yet formidable. Wherever its light reached, the stars appeared cleansed and more brilliant. Even across dozens or hundreds of galaxies, its presence was palpable. Not only was it colossal, but it embodied a grand majesty. Every pulse of energy that emanated from it carried an unparalleled strength, as if it could obliterate any barrier and reshape the cosmos. Its form instantly filled hundreds of surrounding star systems, the massive energy not disturbing the planets and suns within. Yet, in an instant, it firmly grasped the body of the ultimate evil one-star dragon, holding it tightly without relenting. Gogeta slowly extended his hand, and the enormous energy body moved in accordance with his will, akin to a true deity. Each of its movements bore a beauty and tenderness, as if narrating the secrets of the universe, evoking deep emotion in those who beheld it. In that moment, the surrounding stars seemed to freeze, and all conscious beings were drawn to this overwhelming power. Gogeta's energy body enveloped the entire Milky Way like a vast luminous mist. Its formidable aura seemed to proclaim to the world, "I am the master of the universe. I am the embodiment of the laws." In awe, Jebbet felt a profound respect. He witnessed the true strongest in the dimensional realm and sensed that which transcended all. The ultimate evil one-star dragon struggled within the confines of Gogeta's energy body. But with its minuscule strength, how could it hope to contend with Gogeta? It could only submit, awaiting its destined judgment. With a whoosh, Krillin and the Krillin Brigade appeared on a small planet in the cosmic expanse. As soon as they landed, Krillin's mouth fell open in shock, his sunglasses nearly slipping off his face. What a grand celestial phenomenon. Is it truly this vast? Chapter 88. The power of Gogeta and the one-star dragon clone Krillin, bewildered, adjusted his sunglasses. The display of Gogeta immediately projected into his vision. Target: Gogeta combat power, infinite form, emotionally tranquil ultra instinct status, fusion, Goku and Vegeta. Description: the most formidable Gogeta in the multiverse. Compare? What a joke. Krillin lamented the words he had uttered before departing from the Kaioshin realm. A cosmic expanse the size of a galaxy. Was that something a mere mortal could wield? In the Moro saga, Goku's ultra instinct was limited to a mere few hundred meters, perhaps to conserve energy or simply because that was its maximum range. Regardless, the awe that Gogeta instilled in Krillin was not less than that of Jiren. Of course, this phenomenon in the Dragon Ball universe differed somewhat from the ultra instinct of Krillin's former life, which was tangible. This, however, resembled the ethereal Susanoo. In a strange turn of fate, Krillin instructed his cell clones to swiftly capture images, and within moments, dozens of pictures of Gogeta's emotionally tranquil ultra instinct manifested. While it was described as a galaxy, according to the lore of Dragon Ball, a galaxy comprises countless massive nebulae, and the entire universe is divided into 4 quadrants: east, south, west, and north. Thus, Gogeta's ultra instinct encompassed a quarter of the universe's size. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate countless worlds. In such circumstances, perhaps the energy-based form of ultra instinct was indeed the most fitting for him. Krillin's numerous villainous clones swallowed hard in unison, for he had overlooked the combat power indicator displayed next to Gogeta. Infinite. Indeed, only this symbol could encapsulate Gogeta's current might. Krillin contemplated how to confront an entity of such infinite strength. However, he surmised that this infinite combat power belonged to the ultra instinct encompassing the galaxy, and Gogeta's true power did not quite reach this standard. At that moment, a voice echoed in Krillin's ear. "Krillin, since you have arrived in the universe, you must be able to take action. Hurry over and eliminate the one-star dragon. My time is limited. The new skill I just mastered consumes too much energy, and even absorbing the energy from the one-star dragon's energy ball isn't sufficient. Please, come quickly." Gogeta's energy radiated throughout a quarter of the universe, allowing him to sense Krillin's position instantly and send a message. Upon hearing Gogeta's words, Krillin couldn't help but grumble. "Who told you to show off by enlarging yourself so much? I heard you. I'm on my way." With that, Krillin teleported following Gogeta's guidance. Swish. Krillin, accompanied by his legion of villainous clones, arrived before the ultimate evil one-star dragon. The ultimate evil one-star dragon was tightly grasped by a small hand of energy emanating from Gogeta. Its lower half had been compressed, resembling a wrung-out garment, dangling limply below, while countless dark droplets of blood floated in the void of space. The ultimate evil one-star dragon lay half-conscious, ensnared within the energy. Vegeta, feeling slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Krillin, I momentarily lost track of my strength. However, I trust this level of injury is trivial for you." Krillin's lips twitched, yet he refrained from further comment, as it would be impolite to blame Vegeta when he himself had not exerted any effort. "No worries, leave it to me." Vegeta gradually released the ultimate evil one-star dragon's body. Just as Krillin was about to step forward, the ultimate evil one-star dragon's eyes abruptly opened, its massive claws lunging towards Krillin. "Come here." The Frieza Force and Cell's squad instantaneously shielded Krillin, with the first cell clone transformed into a Super Saiyan rose, protecting Krillin's corporeal form behind him. "Phew, that was close. I knew you wouldn't relent." Despite its power being inferior to that of the ultimate evil one-star dragon, facing such a multitude of formidable clones within the realm of Z was beyond the dragon's capabilities. Multiple delicate strings stealthily encircled from behind, unnoticed against the dark backdrop. You all shall perish. The ultimate evil one-star dragon was about to unleash its energy when it suddenly found itself immobilized. What is happening? Only Krillin could perceive the numerous strings, concealed in the shadows, piercing directly into the dragon's lower body wound, triggering the plug-and-play effect. Even the formidable ultimate evil one-star dragon was rendered motionless at that moment. Next, Krillin prepared to employ the body-switching technique to resolve the situation with the ultimate evil one-star dragon. However, he suddenly realized that the weakest combatant was no longer the Earthling's original form. Then you shall take over, Chio-E. The Chio-E clone stood at the rear, pointing at its own face, which bore an unfortunate resemblance to Bulla's. Me? Indeed, your body possesses the least potential. Is it not reasonable to switch you for a superior one? Who says I am the weakest? Initially, even Nappa's combat power was inferior to mine. He can transform into a Super Saiyan god. What about you? What forms do you possess? Before the Chio-E clone could argue further, Vegeta swiftly kicked it. What farce are you all performing? Hurry up, my time is running short. Krillin scratched his bald head, offering an apologetic smile. Isn't this to make your departure less monotonous? Humph, who would be grateful for your sentiments? Vegeta instinctively rubbed his nose. The Chio-E clone approached the ultimate evil one-star dragon, and in the face of its fearful gaze, executed the body-switching technique. One of the Frieza Force clones promptly pierced through the chest of the Chio-E body. Much like the initial encounter with Cell, the ultimate evil one-star dragon had no opportunity to utter a word before meeting its demise. Even as a powerful being within the Z dimension, a strong soul was futile without a robust corporeal form. The Cell clone subsequently dispatched several strings to the one-star dragon's body, initiating the healing process for its injuries. As the malevolent aura dissipated from its eyes, the once terrifying creature appeared more approachable, despite still retaining its monstrous visage. Krillin wielded the power of a Dragon Ball clone. The overwhelming strength of 1,000 Gs surged through him, an almost omnipotent energy that nearly ensnared him in its allure. Fortunately, he had previously experienced the might of both Frieza's and Cell's clones, and realized that, despite its formidable nature, the Dragon Ball clone did not vastly surpass them. Thus, he swiftly regained his composure. At that moment, the grand cosmic phenomenon began to gradually dissipate, its energy transforming into an ethereal spectrum of colors, subtly integrating into the nearby beings and matter. Consider it a gift I bestow upon the universe. Before departing, Gogeta exchanged words with Krillin. Goku and Vegeta, having separated from their fusion, were left in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly the resolution of their predicament? They felt the profound revelations within themselves, each possessing the unique qualifications for the Ultra Instinct and Self-Realization forms. This meant that Goku could now enter both the Ultra Instinct and Self-Realization states. Albeit at a preliminary level, Vegeta found himself in the same position. Was this not sufficient? Krillin returned to Earth with them and Jebet. Goku, chattering excitedly beside Krillin, exclaimed, Krillin, ISNT our fused form, Gogeta, incredibly powerful? How did he defeat the Dragon Ball clone? What techniques did he employ? I would love to spar with him once. He then inquired, by the way, could you let your Dragon Ball clone fight me? I feel its strength is immense. Krillin, unable to endure any longer, utilized the plug-and-play technique to restrain Goku. When did you acquire the loquacious attributes of Tang Sung? Can we focus on resolving our issues before discussing anything else? Goku, sensing the release of the restraint around his neck, nodded rapidly, prompting Krillin to lift the control. On Earth, following the disappearance of the eerie silver-blue light, the negative energies enveloping the atmosphere were eradicated, restoring brilliance to the sky. People instinctively emerged from their shelters, savoring the tranquility that followed the panic. Warriors also exited the Capsule Corporation basement, just as Krillin and the others materialized before them. Krillin, did you vanquish the evil dragon? Piccolo and the others rushed forward. As the sky regained its clarity, and any discerning eye could see that the ordeal had concluded, they noticed the Dragon Ball clone behind Krillin and instinctively believed he had dealt with the Dragon Ball clone, transforming it into a mere shadow of its former self. The realization that Krillin had once again been the linchpin in overcoming this crisis caused their heads to bow in guilt. Of course not. Why are you lowering your heads? Krillin emerged from his clone, gazing quizzically at the crowd. Forgive us, Piccolo was the first to regain his composure, staring at Krillin in disbelief. Krillin, you just said it wasn't to you? You didn't intervene? Indeed, I did not. It was the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, who resolved everything. You should express your gratitude to them, Krillin stated, gesturing towards the two. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled nonchalantly. It's really nothing much. You see, in order to save Bulma, Vegeta actually took the initiative to request the fusion. Oh, the usually taciturn Vegeta widened his eyes in embarrassment and immediately appeared before Sun Wukong, covering his mouth with a swift motion. You fool, keep your mouth shut. Laughter erupted among the group. The Earth had once again attained a fleeting peace. Meanwhile, the one-star dragon's clone removed 7 Dragon Balls from its chest and handed them to Krillin. Before Krillin could make a wish, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant light, shooting a golden beam into the sky. Unlike the usual summons that darkened the heavens, the sky remained bright as a verdant dragon-like creature coiled gracefully in the air. The warriors' expressions grew solemn, their vigilance heightened as they gazed upward. The dragon had appeared uninvited. Chapter 89. A Perfect Conclusion, Part 1. The dragon had remarkably reappeared, devoid of any dark smoke. Was it a consequence of vanquishing the evil dragons? Look, the sky hasn't darkened. Someone exclaimed. Could it be that this dragon is the true normality? All present shared a common sentiment of wariness regarding the dragon's appearance. However, with Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Krillin by their side, coupled with their recent encounters with peril, they felt prepared to confront any imminent danger. Initially, Sun Wukong mirrored their tension, but for reasons unknown. Upon receiving a glance from the dragon, his wariness inexplicably waned, as if he sensed no malice from the creature before him. Sun Wukong, the dragon began to speak, prompting the group to ready themselves for battle. What is it that you wish to convey? Sun Wukong lifted his gaze, earnestly regarding the dragon, sensing that its forthcoming words held profound significance. The dragon's eyes bore into his, its steady voice unfolding. You should already understand why the evil dragons emerged, as well as the merging of the underworld and earth, and the resurrection of the deceased. Do you comprehend the cause of these events? Sun Wukong, unwavering, replied, of course. It must be due to the Dragon Balls being used excessively, accumulating too much negative energy, correct? The dragon continued to gaze at Sun Wukong, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. Indeed, all of this stems from your over-reliance on the powers bestowed by the Dragon Balls. Henceforth, such artifacts must no longer be available for your use. Upon hearing the dragon's words, the expressions of all present momentarily froze, with only Krillin feigning surprise. What? They had not anticipated such a severe consequence. The Dragon Balls, which had long been a boon to Earth, were to vanish? The Dragon Balls will completely disappear from your realm, and I too shall be no more. Is that so? It seems the words of the old Supreme Kai were entirely accurate. We have indeed relied too heavily on the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, and the others bowed their heads, silently conveying their gratitude to Krillin and the old Supreme Kai. In the future, we must rely on our own strength to safeguard the Earth and the universe. Sun Wukong opened his eyes once more, his gaze resolute, having made a determined decision. However, Dragon, may I impose upon you for one final request? Seeing that Sun Wukong had not broached the subject of resurrecting the fallen, Krillin took the initiative to speak up. Who are you? The dragon turned, a rare flicker of panic flashing in its eyes. Oh, you recognize me, dragon? You are the one who incessantly siphoned the souls of Cell and Frieza to restore your corporeal form, depleting the last vestige of positive energy. While it is true that the evil dragon would have manifested without you, it was your actions that rendered me unable to resist the evil dragon, leaving me utterly drained for an extended period. The dragon's tone carried a hint of resentment, akin to Krillin having slipped laxatives into its meal, causing a day of discomfort. Alas, is that so? Krillin was taken aback by the dragon's words, feeling somewhat sheepish as he scratched his head, while the warriors nearby twitched their lips in amusement. Nonetheless, it was indeed you who vanquished the evil dragon, directly eradicating a quarter of the universe's negative energy. Therefore, state your wish plainly. I, in my benevolence, shall grant it. A quarter of the universe's negative energy has been eliminated? Krillin and the others were astonished. However, upon further reflection, Krillin recalled that when Vegeta departed, the Grand Supreme Kai's disintegration transformed into a spectrum of energy, reminiscent of the stellar explosion he had witnessed when vanquishing the evil energy wave. Moreover, Vegeta had mentioned that this was a gift to the universe. It appears that the one who eradicated a quarter of the universe's negative energy was indeed Vegeta. Did he inherit Sun Wukong's kindness while also embodying Vegeta's pride? It remains unclear why he did not disclose this explicitly. After a knowing smile, Krillin cleared his throat and solemnly declared, "Resurrect all the innocents lost during the Hell invasion and the evil dragon incident, but remember not to revive the wicked, and then restore the earth to its former glory." The dragon's eyes glowed with a crimson light as it retorted, "This is clearly 2 wishes. Nevertheless, who could resist my benevolent nature? It has been accomplished. Remember, this is the final time." As soon as the words were uttered, the devastated buildings and deceased souls of West City returned to their original state. Presumably, the same was true for the world at large. "Thank you, Dragon." Witnessing the earth restored to normalcy, everyone expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the dragon. "Since your wish has been fulfilled, let us depart, Sun Wukong." What? The scene fell silent once more as everyone looked at the dragon in astonishment, bewildered by its words. Time has flown by so swiftly. Sun Wukong's expression soured slightly, gazing at the dragon with a sense of loss. "Come up." The dragon lowered its head, beckoning Sun Wukong to ascend. "Where are you going, Kakarot?" Vegeta questioned loudly. Sun Wukong halted his raised foot, turning to smile at the warriors. "I will be leaving for a brief moment. Farewell, everyone." Before Sun Wukong could finish speaking, all the villainous doppelgangers behind Krillin sprang into action simultaneously. The 9 manifestations of Shalu simultaneously unleashed their floral ropes, slender threads piercing directly into the body of the divine dragon, binding Sun Wukong as well. "I haven't consented to your departure yet, Wukong. You have just vanquished your foes. We haven't had the chance to reminisce. Where do you think you're going?" The presence of control over both the dragon and the monkey elicited a hearty laugh from Krillin. "What is this?" The colossal form of the dragon found itself utterly immobilized, with only Krillin's mouth, free from restraint, able to open and close. Sun Wukong too was similarly constrained, unable to move anything but his facial features. "Krillin, you need not impede my departure. I must leave," Wukong asserted. "Indeed, Krillin. Whether you permit it or not, he must depart," the dragon and Wukong concurred. Krillin shook his head, pondering that if Wukong were to leave, his perfect conclusion would be lost. "Dragon, you are merely apprehensive about the continued use of the Dragon Balls and require Wukong's assistance to eliminate the negative energy. How about this? Allow me to take the Dragon Balls to another universe. Trust me, no one will be able to use them in such an unreachable place. Even if I were to use the Dragon Balls, the vastness of space and time would prevent you from realizing my wishes. Therefore, you need not worry about the proliferation of negative energy. As for the residual negative energy in the universe, you could have Wukong and Vegeta merge once again, employing the technique of Gogeta, ensuring that even if I used the Dragon Balls, it could be effortlessly cleared away. By then, what negative energy could possibly remain in the universe?" The dragon hesitated, but the expression on its face indicated a growing intrigue. "What is it? Just give me an answer. If it's a no, I'll devise another plan, but my good brother Sun Wukong cannot leave." "Krillin." Sun Wukong gazed at Krillin, touched, tears glistening in his eyes, while 2 streams of snot cascaded down his face, clearly indicating that were he not immobilized, he would have lunged at Krillin in affection. Not only Sun Wukong, but the others too were moved by their sincere friendship. Krillin looked at the versions of himself from other realms, smiling with satisfaction. He had once wished to save Sun Wukong in times of danger, yet his own strength paled in comparison, making it impossible to catch up no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, not all Krillins were as ineffectual as he perceived himself to be. After a moment of contemplation, the dragon murmured, "Everything stems from Sun Wukong. It is only right that he personally addresses the negative energy." At this declaration, the hearts of the warriors collectively tightened. "However," the dragon continued. "What do you mean, however? Speak quickly." A deliberate cough escaped the dragon, as it stated, "However, the effectiveness of Wukong and Vegeta's fusion in clearing negative energy is indeed commendable, so I find your proposal agreeable." "Hooray, that's wonderful. Krillin is truly clever." The crowd erupted in cheers. Sun Wukong too sighed in relief at the prospect of not having to leave. "I have not acquiesced to your plan merely for the sake of eliminating negative energy, but purely because your bond is profoundly deep. Thus I grant you this opportunity." The dragon elaborated, though no one was listening anymore, as everyone rushed to embrace Krillin and Sun Wukong. "Hello, please at least cancel my control." Chapter 90. Perfect Conclusion. Part 2. Since the emergence of the Divine Dragon, 6 months have elapsed. During this period, Krillin successfully retrieved the coveted treasure jar and acquired the 7 Dragon Balls of the world, dedicating himself to the pursuit of a perfect conclusion. The first to seek him out was Piccolo. Utilizing his potential for replication through the techniques of the Namekians and the divine powers at his disposal, Krillin significantly enhanced Piccolo's strength and provided him with guidance. In Krillin's previous life, there existed a fascinating concept regarding the Namekians. They possess the ability to grow stronger through assimilation and can also give birth or separate their darker halves to produce the next generation. In the original narrative, the deity and Piccolo separated at a stage of several hundred battle power, only to reunite when Piccolo's power soared into the millions, resulting in an astronomical increase in strength. This indicates that the method's potential for enhancement is indeed considerable. Furthermore, during the elder years of the Demon King Piccolo, shortly after breaking his seal, he expelled several subordinates whose strength remained largely unchanged, albeit with somewhat diminished vigor. This elucidates that the progeny of Namekians do not significantly deplete the power of the original. Thus, Krillin pondered whether Piccolo could produce offspring, thereby allowing those unconscious versions of himself to undergo training, which could later merge back with Piccolo. This iterative process could potentially yield a lineage of Piccolo descendants, each continuing the cycle of training, exponentially enhancing their capabilities. If all were to assimilate into one, Krillin could hardly fathom the extent of Piccolo's power. Perhaps he would become the first Super Namekian. Moreover, Krillin had discovered that each unconscious Piccolo could be further empowered by Babidi. This implies that Piccolo need not train his progeny. Merely undergoing potential enhancement through Babidi would allow him to gain additional strength seemingly from thin air. When Piccolo first heard of Krillin's method of enhancement, he assumed Krillin was jesting until Krillin insisted on his sincerity. Even Piccolo, known for his stoic demeanor, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Though the Namekians are asexual, as a warrior class, after enduring many years of combat on Earth, Piccolo's psychological gender had shifted to that of a male. The notion of egg-laying was utterly incomprehensible and unfeasible to him. He was adamantly opposed to the idea of gaining strength through Krillin's suggested method. It was only after Krillin demonstrated the technique using a cell clone that Piccolo tasted the sweetness of its potential and remarked, quite delightful. Do not inquire why Krillin did not apply this method to enhance the strength of the cell clone. The reason is that he still aspired to marry and did not wish to let the notion of childbirth affect his masculine psyche. Piccolo, who should have perished on the exploding Earth after the Babidi crisis, not only survived but also caught up in strength, enabling him to continue safeguarding the planet. One might conclude that the perfect conclusion had indeed been achieved. Krillin then turned his attention to others, recognizing that for some, their perfect conclusions had always been within reach. For instance, Bu, who should have perished during the baby crisis, not only survived, but now spends his days in the company of his closest companions. Satan and his little dog. His perfect conclusion requires no intervention from Krillin. It has already been realized. As for the others, Vegeta has attained a new form, harnessing a stronger power of Ultra Instinct, ample for his exploration for a considerable time. His inner turmoil, surpassing Goku, had long been resolved even a year prior to Goku's departure from Earth, when he possessed strength that eclipsed Goku's. Thus, he no longer clings so stubbornly to that ambition. Krillin has acquired divine power, attaining strength once deemed unimaginable, momentarily keeping pace with the Saiyans. Android 18 has reunited with her brother, Android 17. Goku was not taken away by the Dragon Shinron. The Dragon Balls of Earth and the Black Star Dragon Balls shall no longer manifest in the cosmos. For the time being, Earth is devoid of crisis. The old Supreme Kai, due to Krillin's greeting, allows Jebbet to visit the Capsule Corporation, where he can bring back hundreds of magazines for him daily. Jebbet no longer needs to toil against the evils of the universe and can fish in peace. Master Roshi retains his fashionable demeanor, living each day with vigor. Chi-Chi and Bulma often engage their respective Super Saiyan 4 husbands in banter, debating who is the most handsome. Trunks occasionally takes Mai and Goten on adventures beyond their studies. Goten and Paris have met each other's parents, who offered their blessings without objection, thus establishing their romantic relationship. Krillin, utilizing the power of his Bu clone, has developed the potential of Tien, Yamcha, and others, boasting a combat power in the tens of millions. Although this pales in comparison to the higher dimensional powers of Zeno, King, and others, it is sufficient to defend Earth. Krillin exchanged several gems gifted by Bulma for a fortune. purchasing numerous magazines, and with the remaining funds, acquired Oolong's transformation technique. Unlike Oolong's, which was obtained with an exchange, Krillin merely mentioned his interest, and Oolong willingly imparted the technique to him. Oolong's transformation is quite similar to that of Poir, albeit more comprehensive. Of course, Krillin's primary aim is to foster connections with them, fulfilling the task of attaining a perfect conclusion, rendering his offerings to Oolong insignificant. Krillin made another visit to Korin Tower, bringing along thousands of space capsules filled with fish jerky of assorted flavors. Upon encountering Yajirobe, Krillin playfully tapped him on the head. Yajirobe, in pain, shed tears and scolded Krillin for the act, lamenting the loss of their training camaraderie. Krillin laughed heartily, explaining that it was in retribution for the many senzu beans Yajirobe had consumed. Yajirobe immediately drew circles, feigning ignorance out of guilt. This visit to Korin Tower brought Krillin great joy. Yajirobe did not fear him due to his strength. Rather, he engaged in playful antics just as before, which deeply touched Krillin. In his universe, Yajirobe had been slain by the androids. Subsequently, Krillin soared into the other world, where Mr. Popo and Dent had been waiting for some time. Krillin accepted the Black Star Dragon Ball from their hands, placing it in his personal space. This plan had long been agreed upon. They no longer wished to rely on the power of the Dragon Balls, nor did they want the villains to obtain them. Thus, they entrusted everything to Krillin. Observing Mr. Popo's stoic expression, Krillin remarked with heartfelt sincerity, "Mr. Popo, you have guarded the celestial realm for so many years. Your efforts are truly commendable." Turning to Dandy, he continued, "This is the magic that Piccolo entrusted to me in my world. I now pass it on to you." With that, Krillin imparted all the spells Piccolo had taught him into Dandy's mind, leaving Dandy feeling somewhat dizzy. Subsequently, Krillin sought out Launch. Gazing upon the once radiant and youthful beauty, now marked by the passage of time, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Launch was equally astonished to see Krillin, as they were among the earliest of friends. Krillin inquired if she wished to seek out Tien Shinhan. The blue-haired Launch, though shy, had come to terms with the years gone by and agreed to accompany him. Krillin also approached the blonde-haired Launch, who nonchalantly replied, after parting with him, "I believed I would never have the chance to meet again. However, since you have come to find me, I shall give it another try. This time, I shall surely win him over." Upon receiving her response, Krillin immediately rejuvenated Launch's appearance and physique to that of her 18-year-old self, enhancing her strength to match Tien's. However, Tien's power had room for further growth, while Launch's capabilities would remain fixed, allowing only for improvements in combat techniques and strategies. Then, Krillin guided Launch to Tien, unceremoniously placing her by his side. Initially, Tien resisted and chided Krillin for bringing Launch into his vicinity. Yet, merely half a month later, wedding invitations for Tien and Launch were dispatched to the Supreme Kai's realm. During this time, Krillin utilized the Namekian Dragon Balls to resurrect the North Kai, Babris, and Gurug regularly. As expected, after attending Tien's wedding and capturing a family photograph with everyone present, he helped restore the youthful appearances of Chi-Chi, Bulma, Videl, and a host of other women. Completing his system task, with a composed mindset, Krillin smiled as he organized his modest belongings. Standing alongside Trunks in the Supreme Kai's realm, he prepared to depart through time and space. The old Kai and Kibito gazed at the duo with reluctance. "Are you truly not going to inform them of your departure?" the old Kai inquired. Krillin chuckled lightly. "Parting is merely a prelude to a better reunion. I possess the ability to traverse time and space. I shall return in due time. Besides, meeting again will only lead to sorrow. I do not wish to see Goku weeping in his child's body. All I have left is this training outfit. Ha ha ha. However, when you do return, who knows how long it will take. The passage of time varies across the universe, let alone between worlds," Kibito remarked, his expression tinged with unhappiness. Krillin was, after the old Kai, the second person with whom Kibito frequently associated in the Supreme Kai's realm. He was not like the old Kai, who constantly berated him. Instead, they shared an equal friendship, engaging in peaceful conversation and playful banter, savoring each harmonious and joyous day together. Now that Krillin was departing, a profound sadness enveloped him. "I shall endeavor to return and see you soon," he promised, though he could not guarantee more. The workings of the cosmos are merciless. Even the Omni King, who governs over numerous universes, cannot easily alter the flow of time between one dimension and another. Farewell to you both. Thank you for your care during this time. We shall surely meet again. Goodbye, Uncle Jebbit, Grandpa Old Kai. With a flash of azure light, Krillin and Trunks vanished from sight. Jebbit covered his face, weeping softly, while the old Kai gently patted his shoulder. Do not cry. Do you wish for this old body to weep alongside you? He chided. Oh dear. Why must we indulge in such sentimentality? Krillin could have lingered a few more years. What harm would it have done? I have only just permitted a mortal to reside in the Kai realm of Earth. Those who knew Krillin suddenly paused, regardless of their tasks, and turned their gazes skyward. Sensing an inexplicable absence, Goku clutched his chest, staring vacantly at the heavens, wiping away a glistening tear before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Krillin, until we meet again. You must grow even stronger so we can engage in a thrilling battle. At that moment, the other warriors, whether aware or not, contemplated the narrative of a quiet arrival and departure, pondering what tales would continue. Days after Krillin's departure, news of his leaving reached everyone's ears, and without exception, a heavy gloom settled upon them. Krillin's adversary was a formidable and malevolent deity. This journey raised uncertainties about whether he would succeed in saving his world. Should he fail, they might never see Krillin again. Goku, Vegeta, and the others silently resolved to elevate their powers to a level sufficient to assist Krillin. He felt a premonition that Krillin would meet them once more. Author's note. Dear readers, this chapter reads somewhat like an outline, and for that, I apologize. However, the world has lingered for too long, and to continue would be discourteous. Thus, I conclude this segment today. Rest assured, this book is not finished. It is merely the end of this world. Our next destination will be the familiar realm of Dragon Ball Super. What sparks will the now formidable Krillin ignite upon their reunion? Stay tuned. The end, without an outline, what to do? Chapter 91. Ascending once more to the throne of the strongest avatar, the next dimension within the tunnel of time and space. A radiant light representing the world expelled two figures. One figure, upon stepping into the temporal conduit, was instantly stricken with anxiety, his complexion swiftly turning a shade of purple. He clutched his throat, struggling to reach out to the person beside him. Master, I feel unwell. Ah, Trunks, I had forgotten about you. My sincerest apologies. It is indeed Krillin and Trunks. Forgetting about the immense pressure of the time-space tunnel that Trunks could hardly withstand, Krillin hurriedly dispatched all his clones, encircling them to form a protective barrier. Finally, a sense of relief washed over them. Krillin conjured oxygen with his magic, allowing Trunks to take a deep breath, his complexion gradually returning to normal. The time-space tunnel lacked oxygen and was fraught with oppressive forces, rendering human survival impossible. The last time he came here, he had relied on a clone of Cell, narrowly escaping death. Returning once more, Krillin was filled with profound emotions. Trunks gazed around in wonder. The vibrant hues resembled the most exquisite auroras in the universe. The breathtaking moments of stellar explosions seemed to be everywhere. Countless worlds radiated light, resembling brilliant stars adorning the night sky. How beautiful! Is this the place where we traverse time and space, Master? Trunks exclaimed. Krillin affectionately ruffled Trunks' hair and replied, Indeed. We entered your Uncle Goku's world from here last time. However, it seems unchanged, exactly as I remember it. Floating within the protective barrier, Krillin and Trunks advanced slowly, akin to observing an aquarium. The oppressive force of the time-space tunnel no longer posed a threat to Krillin. His strength had grown formidable enough to withstand the dangers here. Not to mention his clones were various monstrous adversaries. Thus, even when faced with the tunnel that had once nearly cost him his life, he spoke with casual ease. Looking back, that is your Uncle Goku's world. Is it not radiant? I believe that the brilliance signifies the developmental stages of a world. Following Krillin's words, Trunks turned to look and realized he had emerged from that very place, its luminosity far surpassing the others. Will we return here, Master? Trunks blinked, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Krillin smiled gently, placing a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, Of course. This place is our second home after being left without one. Once we restore our own universe, perhaps we can bring your parents here to explore, and we can invite your Uncle Goku and the others to our universe. Master, where is our universe? Upon hearing Krillin's vision of a beautiful future, the naive Trunks suddenly turned, asking. Krillin paused momentarily, then, with a comforting gesture on Trunks' shoulder, pointed in another direction. Amidst the endless colors, there lay a void. Do you see that? There is nothing left. Trunks, you must remember the colors you see now. They once represented the brilliance of our universe. Our mission is to persevere until we restore our universe and revive everyone. Sooner or later, we shall defeat Zamasu and use the Super Dragon Balls to bring them back." Trunks nodded vigorously, his gaze growing ever more resolute. "Certainly, Master." He noted the direction from which he hailed in the universe. "As long as someone remembers them, their existence shall not fade away. Now, let us seek a world radiant and powerful enough, for the Super Dragon Balls are most likely to be found there." Ding! A voice suddenly echoed in Krillin's ear. "What new mischief is this?" Krillin paused briefly, concealing his surprise, and continued to observe the worlds within the time-space tunnel alongside Trunks. "Congratulations, host. You have traversed 2 worlds and unlocked the time-space coordinate feature. Time-space coordinates, future time-space, super, world." Krillin swiftly scanned the system's message, and upon recognizing the newly appeared entry on the system panel, his heart surged with excitement. "System, so you are indeed capable of human-like endeavors," he thought eagerly. Initially, he had worried that after everything settled in the future, should he wish to return to his universe or seek out another world, he might become lost and confused. Little did he anticipate that the system would kindly unlock a new feature to record time-space coordinates. Now, he need not fear losing his way. Ding! Congratulations, host. World mission accomplished. 1. Create a satisfying conclusion for all. Reward. Flash time technique. Flash time technique allows the creation of a phantom doppelganger while the main body enters a parallel time-space, arriving 1 second later, making it impossible for the opponent to attack while simultaneously launching an offensive. The time in parallel time-space can be extended based on one's strength. Reward has been issued. Who says fortune does not come in pairs? I do not believe it. See, the reward for the perfect conclusion has arrived. Though this ability holds little significance for Krillin. For the same reason, he could instantaneously retreat into his personal space and re-emerge, achieving a similar effect to the flash time technique. It might suffice against weaker foes, yet high-level adversaries could easily discern his flaws and counter with a few blows. Thus, its utility was limited. What Krillin yearned for was a powerful skill akin to the body swap technique, something that could be utilized immediately. He began to realize that his system was, in essence, a skill system, either acquiring skills through tasks or unlocking new capabilities. It was markedly different from the systems and novels from his past life, which granted combat power indiscriminately for any action taken. Fortunately, through his own efforts, Krillin's combat prowess was not significantly lacking. Currently, his strongest combat power had reached the level of the Z-Dimension. Speaking of which, Krillin recalled a task yet to be completed. "Trunks, have you not always wished to witness my full strength? Now you have the opportunity." The protective shield advanced through the splendid time-space tunnel like a cosmic vessel. Krillin suddenly addressed Trunks. Trunks was momentarily taken aback, then his excitement surged. "Really, Master?" "Indeed. I just remembered that there is a power I have long been eager to unleash. The time-space tunnel is far sturdier than the cosmic spaces of those worlds, so I have decided to release that power here." "What power is that?" Trunks inquired curiously. "Much like your uncle Vegeta, I possess the 4th transformation of a Super Saiyan, intertwined with divine power. However, my strength surpasses his by a considerable margin. Should I recklessly merge, it could very well lead to the obliteration of their world. The fusion of the 4th Super Saiyan stage with divine energy is indeed remarkable, a sight I have never beheld." "Never seen it?" "Oh, I mistakenly conflated you with their world's Trunks. It was the grown Trunks I encountered on the battlefield." With an awkward chuckle, Krillin released the first cell clone from its protective shield. "Observe closely," he instructed. As the first cell clone floated out, it swiftly distanced itself from Krillin and the others, ensuring they could witness without harm. In the next moment, as Krillin narrated, the initial form of the first cell clone suddenly widened its eyes and unleashed a thunderous roar. A terrifying aura erupting forth. A blinding crimson light ascended rapidly, enveloping the surrounding space in an instant. Long hair cascaded down at the temples, and the horns atop its head morphed into an ornate headdress. The first cell clone crossed its arms, lifting its head slightly, with a defiant gaze that disregarded all. A formidable wildness was perfectly embodied within it. The black hair danced as if animated by an unseen wind, burning fiercely like dark flames. Its golden pupils seemed to encompass the profundity of the cosmos, each blink akin to a glimpse into the soul. The robust lines of its muscles flowed with power, every sinew exuding strength and valor. Towering and imposing, it resembled an unyielding mountain, radiating unwavering confidence and dominance at all times. In its Super Saiyan 4 form, the first cell clone was enveloped in a circle of crimson flames, resembling a noble deity. The aura, akin to burning passion, stirred hearts and seemed capable of incinerating all obstacles to ashes. Its alluring smile, both charming and audacious, appeared as if it could melt anything in its path. A mere upward curl of its lips displayed a cunning and self-assured demeanor, drawing in all without the slightest resistance. In terms of form, charisma, and power, the first cell clone in its Super Saiyan 4 state emanated an unparalleled allure, making it the most captivating entity in existence. This is my Super Saiyan 4th stage. Krillin's consciousness remained primarily in his original body, wary of the Saiyan cells influencing his character and judgment. Trunks, watching the first cell clone from within the shield, had a glimmering gaze, filled with boundless admiration and a yearning for strength. Master, can I attain this form as well? Certainly. Once you possess sufficient transformation qualifications, I shall teach you the method. Your tail is the remnant I left for your transformation. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing that he too could become so strikingly powerful, Trunks' eyes sparkled like stars, his fists clenched in excitement. The final stage is the fusion of divine power. Krillin took a deep breath, calming his emotions. The first clone of Cell outside, with its golden eyes closed, began to communicate with the vast divine power within. Trunks quickly shut his mouth, his breath becoming faint, fearing he might disturb Krillin. Over the past 2 years, Krillin, with his extraordinary talent, had already mastered the divine power with great proficiency. The fourth transformation of Super Saiyan was the form he employed most frequently. Thus, when the two most familiar powers converged, everything naturally fell into place. Before long, a turbulent aura surged from the first clone of Cell, akin to lightning in a storm, illuminating the surrounding space-time tunnel. Its muscles bulged, veins protruding, as if flames were being revived within its blood vessels. This hue resembled the blood-red aura of Vegeta, ferociously and wildly ablaze. The first clone of Cell wholly disregarded its ferocity. No matter how searing the energy, it could not harm him at this moment. His eyes shone with a blood-red light, reminiscent of 2 stars igniting, instilling dread. Building upon the foundation of the fourth Super Saiyan transformation, the first clone of Cell frantically absorbed divine power, channeling it into each wild cell. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart, with fissures emanating an otherworldly glow. The energy fluctuations so intense that they could shake an entire world. His body continuously expanded, as if striving to break through its limits. The immense energy ravaged within him like an indomitable dragon, struggling to emerge from its cocoon. Suddenly, the first clone of Cell let out a thunderous roar that resonated like a clap of thunder, causing hearts to tremble. The blood-red aura erupted from every pore of his body, coalescing into a massive energy storm, staining the entire space crimson. At that moment, it felt as if the entire fabric of time and space quaked in fear of his power. Merge with me. The blood-red aura suddenly vanished, only to violently erupt from various parts of the first clone of Cell's body. Clenching his fists, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Enveloped in the blood-red aura, his power surged, his presence becoming even more formidable, resembling a demon from hell, causing even Trunks to shudder. The divine power form of the fourth Super Saiyan transformation made its entrance. At last, it has succeeded. Trunks' eyes sparkled with a brilliance 100-fold greater than before. If the base form of the fourth Super Saiyan was akin to an ordinary warrior, then the current divine power form of the fourth Super Saiyan was undoubtedly the king among kings. As a Saiyan, the pursuit of strength was intrinsic to his nature. Consequently, Trunks swiftly removed the fourth Super Saiyan transformation from his list of desired forms. Such immense power would surely conquer any foe. I long to transform, he mused. Oh, this form seems to be fused with divine power, right? It suddenly dawned on Trunks that Krillin had imparted the divine power to him long ago, granting him the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan god at will. This meant that he was merely a step away from achieving the fourth Super Saiyan transformation. Thus, my desire for the fourth Super Saiyan transformation remains. Trunks has secretly placed the coveted transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage at the pinnacle of his aspirations. Unbeknownst to him, Krillin's Super Saiyan 4th stage is not merely an ordinary variant. It is a transcendent form that surpasses the limits of the Super Saiyan 4th stage. With his combat power reaching unfathomable heights, Every transformation into the Super Saiyan 4th stage that he undergoes is one of supreme transcendence. Naturally, he possesses the ability to revert at will, though he finds no necessity in doing so. Thus, for Trunks to achieve the divine form of Super Saiyan 4th stage, he must transcend 3 distinct tiers to reach it. Within the protective barrier, Krillin, adjacent to Trunks, exhaled a breath of satisfaction as he gazed at the first cell clone. "Back to my strongest clone position, my old friend," he remarked. "System, activate the panel. Host, Klin, Earthling Entity, First Cell Clone, Baby Clone, Broly Clone, Cell Squad Clone 8. Frieza Squad Clone 8, Raditz Clone, Nappa Clone, Loud Clone. Dubra Clone. Age, 34 years. Combat Power, 1. Earthling Entity. Basic Combat Power, 30 trillion Divine Power, 10 quintillion Divine Power. Kaioken. Maximum 5 times 50 quintillion Mysterious Form, 30 quintillion Ultra Instinct, 2nd stage. Perfect Ultra Instinct, Silver Hair. 35 quintillion, Effortless, Perfect Evasion, Anticipation, Self Ultra Instinct, 40 quintillion, Growing Stronger with Battle. Limitless Before Death, 2. First Cell Clone. Basic Combat Power, 100 quintillion Divine Power, Super Saiyan God, 30,000 times 300 sextillion Divine Power. Kaioken. Maximum 20 times, 600. 000 times 6, 000 sextillion Divine Power. Super 1. Super Saiyan Rose Gold, 1. 500, 000 times 15 nonillion Mysterious Form, 10. 000 times 100 sextillion Super Saiyan 1st stage, 50 times 5, 000 trillion Super Saiyan 4th stage, 4. 000 times 40 quintillion Super Saiyan 4th stage. Limit Breakthrough, 40. 000 times 400 quintillion Super Saiyan 4th stage. Perfect Limit Breakthrough, Divine Power Stimulation, 400, 000 times 4. 000 quintillion Super Saiyan 4th stage. Divine Form, Divine Power. Perfect Fusion, Divine Power. 30, 000 times 400, 000 times 1. 2 billion times 120 nonillion Ultra Instinct, 2nd stage. Perfect Ultra Instinct, Silver Hair. 3, 500 sextillion, Effortless, Perfect Evasion, Anticipation, Self Ultra Instinct, 5,000 sextillion, Growing Stronger with Battle. Limitless Before Death, 3. Frieza Squad Cell Squad Clone. Basic Combat Power, Cell, 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 1,000 trillion, 1 quintillion, 100 quintillion, 1,000 quintillion, 10 sextillion. 860 sextillion. Frieza, 1 trillion, 15 trillion, 1,000 trillion, 1 quintillion, 96 quintillion, 1,000 quintillion, 97 sextillion. 756 sextillion. 4. Ultimate Evil 1-Star Dragon Clone. Basic Combat Power, 1,090 sextillion. Divine Power and Mysterious Form enhancements vary by individual, which is normal. Remaining clones' combat power is too low to display. Race, Scion, Frieza Clan, Earthling, Three-Eyed Tribe, Beast Tribe. Zafel Clan, Potential Explosion 10 times. Forms, Super Saiyan 1st stage, Super Saiyan 4th stage, Super Saiyan 4th stage. Limit Breakthrough, Super Saiyan 4th stage. Perfect Limit Breakthrough. Super Saiyan 4th stage. Divine Form, Divine Power. Perfect Fusion, Mysterious Form, Super Saiyan Rose Gold, Divine Power Form, Super Saiyan God, Divine Power. Kaioken. Ultra Instinct Skill, 2nd stage. Perfect Ultra Instinct, Self Ultra Instinct, Great Ape Form, Green-Haired Super Saiyan. Skills, Divine Power, Solar Fist, Kamehameha, Instant Transmission, Kaishin Version, Ki Sphere / Kaioken, Instant Transmission, Metamoran Fusion Technique, Body Swap Technique, can be interrupted, Binding Technique, Flower Rope, Afterimage Fist, Universal Shockwave, Dimensional Wave, Transformation Technique, Flash Time Technique, etc. Personal Space, 200 cubic meters, capable of storing living beings, current universe. Undetermined, awaiting, time-space coordinates, future time-space, super, world storage, horror treasure bottle, Patera Earrings X2 Achievement System, 1. Plug and Play, unlocked, effect. When the host performs the insertion action, it will proceed without obstruction and apply seamlessly. When withdrawn, it becomes ineffective. 2. Defeated, unlocked, effect. Enemies vanquished by the host emanate an aura of despondency, reflecting their status as losers, accompanied by a rapid decline in their psychological resilience. Duration is determined by the willpower of the defeated. 3. Savior. Unlocked. For watching from the sidelines. Unlocked. Effect. When there are obstructions in the host's line of sight. The panel of the first prioritized concealed entity will automatically manifest, with information reflecting its current performance. As you may understand, sometimes the manifestation of energy can leap like flames. Friendly reminder. Achievements possess unknown special effects. The host is encouraged to explore. In the next panel, the amplification multiplier will be adjusted to dimensional units, with a base combat power amplification of 10,000 times equating to 1 dimension, 120 yadas just 3 dimensions away from reaching the 10th dimension. The realm of the destroyer gods. Krillin has finally attained such formidable combat prowess. The 12 billion-fold amplification of the Super Saiyan 4th stage godly form is truly awe-inspiring. As one ascends through dimensions, the challenges of enhancement become increasingly formidable. Even the highest combat forms of the Frieza and Cell soldiers only saw a meager increase in their combat abilities over 6 months. The one-star dragon requires negative energy to bolster its power, but that is a separate matter. It is essential to acknowledge that the Cell and Frieza avatars are fused entities. While Krillin may not have devoted himself entirely to training, the difficulty in enhancement is indeed palpable. The remarkable progress of the first Cell avatar has undoubtedly invigorated Krillin, opening new avenues of thought. Developing new forms for these Cells and Frieza avatars appears to be a promising path. In truth, Krillin has contemplated this notion for quite some time, as uniting all transformations has always been his aspiration. Yet, the Cells and Frieza of this world seem oblivious. Despite their immense power, they have yet to evolve into their golden Frieza and red Cell forms. Must he consume another cell? The image of the unconscious second-stage red Cell from the movie immediately appeared in Krillin's mind. Consuming it should grant him the transformation, he mused. With a lick of his lips, he resolved to seek out the super world for this purpose. Speaking of which, how many of the Frieza and Cell avatars seem capable of fusion again? However, for now, Krillin has cast aside concerns regarding combat power. These trivial matters can be addressed later. With transformation achieved, the pressing priority is to locate the Dragon Ball Super Universe and obtain the Super Dragon Balls for wishes. Soon, a world of blinding brilliance appeared before them, grander than the dozens nearby, encompassing numerous universes, the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Krillin and Trunks exchanged a knowing smile and plunged into it together. Chapter. Addressing the questions posed by esteemed readers from the previous chapter. In a brief intermission to outline my thoughts, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished readers who have journeyed this far. You are the most formidable inspiration for my writing. Your patience in continuing to engage with my work is deeply appreciated. In this section, I shall respond to the inquiries raised by the esteemed Yun Che regarding the previous chapter, particularly concerning the peculiarities of the character who relishes the great Jinghua. Due to the limitations of the comment section, I find it necessary to dedicate an entire chapter to elucidate these matters. I hope my explanations will not be too vague, and I kindly ask for your understanding. I believe these questions can be addressed through the premises established in the prior chapter. As each world evolves to a certain degree, its radiance intensifies, signifying its strength and the progression of its timeline. Adjacent to these vibrant realms lie many worlds whose luminosity is considerably dimmer. These realms represent the narrative landscapes akin to those encountered in the Dragon Ball Saga or the Frieza arc, where the worldview has yet to fully crystallize. Should Trunks return to the past, he would randomly select a timeline that closely aligns with his own from among these less luminous worlds. It is crucial to note that Trunks employs a time machine for his temporal travels, a method distinct from Krillin's spatial abilities. While Krillin can navigate through time tunnels to choose his desired world, Trunks is confined to the randomness of timelines that are similar to his own. Upon entering a world of diminished brilliance, Trunks would intersect with the future timeline, thereby altering its trajectory. At present, without Trunks venturing into other timelines, none of the worlds have been affected by his actions, and the future timeline, Super, will continue to unfold according to the cataclysmic path delineated by the esteemed Akira Toriyama. Due to the protagonist's oversight, Dr. Gero's time machine tears a rift in the fabric of time, summoning the malevolent Zamasu, which inadvertently escalates the world's status, leading to its destruction. The original Super world, belonging to the future timeline, Super, has yet to intersect with the future timeline, Super. Thus, that particular Super world should have been obliterated in accordance with the future timeline's development. Should the future timeline, Super, find a way to restore itself, It will not revert to a superworld unless it employs a time machine to traverse different timelines, randomly capturing one to form an intersection with another parallel timeline. Moreover, the superworld that Krillin is about to traverse can be regarded as a realm that has advanced specifically for the future timeline, Super. However, this superworld has already intersected with a previous future timeline, Super world, albeit without the presence of the protagonist, Krillin. Another inquiry pertains to the 12 universes and the Omni King. Krillin has not perceived the magnitude of his universe's radiance, indicating that its development is not particularly advanced. This is a consequence of Black Goku's forced intrusion. The intensity of a world's luminosity also signifies its resilience and resistance to destruction, implying that in the face of an insurmountable adversary like Black Goku, Krillin's world is fated for annihilation, until the narrative reaches a certain progression. All other elements serve merely as backdrops, lacking formidable immediate combat prowess, rendering the world feeble, in a manner akin to the future world. Where the Omni King was whisked away by Goku, there were no other deities from alternate dimensions demanding restitution. The chaos there had become entirely detached from the super world, relegated to the realm of extraneous narrative. The deities, in their quotidian duties, were either slumbering, seeking culinary delights, or wreaking havoc upon planets. While the Omni King indulged in a planetary collision game, the demise of a destroyer god is undoubtedly a significant event. However, with the obliteration of the seventh universe, it implies that dispatching individuals would be futile, as there was no place for them to go. Lacking the Super Dragon Balls, restoration was beyond their reach, and Black Goku had merely left behind a singular energy potent enough to annihilate the universe, departing long before. Thus, the gods were left with no choice but to allow Black Goku to escape. This constitutes the first rationale. Furthermore, their existence resides beyond the narrative's confines. Should one deliberately seek them, they could indeed be found, yet they would not manifest until the appointed time arrived. Time and space function as discrete nodes, with Krillin's perception diverging distinctly from that of others. The radiance he witnesses encompasses development, degrees of power, narrative timelines, and the potential for convergence with other dimensions, all materialized in a myriad of information. Within this luminosity, there may exist a single universe or multiple, the entirety of which remains uncertain. What is assured, however, is that every universe is autonomous, possessing its own timeline and possibilities. Although the protagonists are warriors such as Goku, resulting in a multiverse dependent on their evolution, the destruction observed by Krillin merely reflects the future temporal expanse of the seventh universe, Super, and the timelines of potential futures, rather than the timelines of all 12 universes. As the narrative had not progressed to that juncture, no intersections occurred, thus precluding any premature amalgamation. Moreover, the interuniversal influence is negligible. Only the Omni King or angels possess the privilege to observe time. Their reluctance to intervene in alterations of the timeline results in a perception that diverges from Krillin's. Other universes persist, safeguarding them suffices. The disappearance of the seventh universe in the future, Super, having not intersected with other universes, would yield minimal repercussions even in its collapse, naturally dissuading any inclination to assist. After all, until a world reaches a certain threshold of development, possibilities abound. The absence of Goku and his acquaintance with the Omni King, which might have fostered sufficient influence for the seventh universe, underscores that prior to that narrative arc, the seventh universe existed merely as an ordinary universe under the Omni King's dominion. Self-destruction or annihilation by others are merely among the myriad of possibilities. As long as their interests remain untouchable, no one is inclined to intervene, at most serving as a topic of conversation. Furthermore, the Omni King's disregard for the destruction of an entire universe, prompted solely by his distaste for Zamasu's form, illustrates his indifference toward the existence or non-existence of the universe. At most, he would pause his planetary collision game for a few seconds upon hearing such news. In summary, the superdimensional expanse accompanying Krillin's universe, future time-space, Super, shall not manifest, at least not within the confines of this narrative. Their existence may very well dwell among countless radiances, altered only by the arrival of Trunks, which would change the outcome. Without Trunks' time travel, they might have perished according to the storyline, or perhaps other Trunkses succeeded in altering their fates. After all, the original narrative features more than one Trunks traveling through time, and there is also a resurrected Cell who met his demise, It is conceivable that this cell was ultimately vanquished by Trunks. This could potentially lead to a new conclusion. Secondly, only the seventh universe has been lost, along with its timeline and cosmic essence. The Omni King paid it no heed, thus refraining from intervention, while the other universes remain intact, untouched by the narrative's pull. Lastly, this serves as yet another note of absence from the author. To be frank, I feel a twinge of shame, as this marks the third hiatus since the serialization began, indicating a lack of adequate preparation on my part. Initially, I intended for this book to conclude after approximately 200,000 words, given its less than stellar performance. However, thanks to the unwavering support and encouragement from numerous readers, I have managed to extend it to a remarkable 250,000 words, a feat I had never accomplished before, as my previous works typically concluded between 100,000 and 150,000 words, or were left unfinished. I must admit, reaching such a substantial word count has been a novel experience, allowing me to feel as though I am capable of weaving an entire tale, bringing my creations to a satisfying conclusion, as if crafting a complete world on paper. Although there are many shortcomings that I, a novice, must address through revisions, it has undeniably been a magical journey. Having penned the world for a month and over 100,000 words, I am now embarking on the super world, with a plot that promises to be equally rich and battles aplenty, aiming to write no less than 100,000 words as a minimum. If all goes well, the total word count for this book may reach around 350,000, and with a bit more padding, 400,000 is not out of the question. Forgive my unrestrained daydreaming, but regrettably, I have already exhausted my opportunity for a word count assessment at the 200,000 mark, leaving this book without further metrics. Nevertheless, let it serve as a celebration within our small circle, and I hope that one day it will soar. Ahem, I seem to have rambled on quite a bit. What I truly wanted to convey is that I have recently resumed watching Dragon Ball Super and am in the process of drafting an outline. Writing without a framework is quite tedious. Progress is already taking shape. Friends familiar with my work know that the earlier narrative incorporates many of my own ideas, as well as various whimsical notions and memes sourced from the internet. Currently, I have resolved the integration of Krillin into the plot and the combat aspects, but I still face challenges with the arrangement and combination of the storyline and battles. The first 10 episodes of Dragon Ball Super are indeed a bit chaotic, with frequent shifts in perspective that can be disconcerting. Moreover, concerning the battles, I believe that if Krillin is to engage, then Goku must also participate. However, Goku's involvement would inevitably delay Krillin's entrance. Furthermore, due to the issue with the god of destruction Beerus, it becomes increasingly difficult to reconcile the notion that a deity who cannot be defeated even by the Ultra Instinct and 20-fold Kyokin Super Saiyan Blue would be able to engage in a fair fight with a basic Super Saiyan. Thus, I find myself in a quandary that has caused me considerable headache. If any friends possess creative ideas, please feel free to share them in the comments, and I will consider incorporating them if feasible. Thank you for your patience during my brief absence. Updates will resume tomorrow. Today, I have nearly composed 3,000 words. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude, and I discreetly request a wave of gifts, as well as the utmost importance of a 5-star review. This is crucial for the success of this book. Thank you once more. Chapter 92. Thus, I advised you to indulge in fewer animated shows. From all directions, an overwhelming pressure encroached upon them. The black hole was formidable, leaving only the fate of being crushed. A blinding radiance enveloped the two. The circular force field effortlessly repelled the forces that sought to expel them, steadfastly advancing step by step. Previously, Krillin had suffered greatly under the oppression of the time tunnel and the world barrier, barely surviving to reach this realm. However, now, his strength was incomparable to that of his former self. The long years of cultivation and scheming had borne fruit. Surrounding him were dozens of powerful doppelgangers, the weakest among them matching the level of Krillin when he departed his own universe. Not to mention the formidable doppelganger, number 1 Cell, who had surpassed his original self by several dimensions. With the doppelgangers guarding him, even the Dragon Ball Super universe, boasting more than a dozen realms, was insignificant compared to the world barrier. For Krillin at this moment, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Were it not for Trunks, he could have easily forced his way through with his corporeal form. A flash of white light signaled their arrival in a desolate wilderness. Dismissing all doppelgangers, Krillin closed his eyes and inhaled the refreshing air. Sunlight bathed the land, birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and the grass swayed gently, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. It appeared to be a peaceful interval. Perhaps they had entered a world abundant with Super Dragon Balls. Upon opening his eyes, Krillin stretched languidly, savoring the warmth of the sun. Master, where shall we go next? Trunks imitated Krillin's stretch. As a drop of morning dew slid from a tree branch and landed upon his hair. Startled, Trunks shook his head like a wet kitten. Krillin chuckled as he dried Trunks's hair, his gaze directed toward a certain point. Naturally, we shall seek out your mother and father in this world. I can sense their presence converging in one location. Let us verify the timeline. If any adversaries arise, we shall resolve them effortlessly. Shall we go directly? A bird alighted upon Trunks's head, pecking at the dust on its feathers, seemingly oblivious to the human beneath it. Cautiously, Trunks reached up to touch the bird, which startled and took flight, unaware of the source of its surprise. After a brief aerial exploration, the bird returned to Trunks's head, resuming its previous activity. Trunks chuckled softly, releasing a hint of his aura. The bird, in a flurry of panic, realized it was perched atop a human's head and hastily fluttered away. Both Krillin and Trunks possessed the power of divinity, and by consistently restraining their auras, no one could perceive their presence, as if they had merged seamlessly with nature itself. After a moment of contemplation, Krillin's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Perhaps it was time to initiate a rather unconventional beginning. With that, Krillin and Trunks materialized in the air above a grand luxurious yacht, swiftly descending and vanishing from sight. At this moment, Krillin observed the joyous atmosphere aboard the yacht, where numerous servants were busily adorning the vessel, and he suddenly comprehended the situation. Turning to Trunks, he said, "Trunks, let us part ways for a while. You should find something to eat while I attend to a matter." "Master, are you going to leave me alone?" Trunks looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, clutching Krillin's trousers, a hint of trepidation in his heart. After all, he was merely a 3-year-old child, and despite his resilience, he was still quite vulnerable. Krillin gently patted his head and reassured him, "You shall one day stand on your own and avenge your parents. Surely you can manage to be apart from me for just a short while? Rest assured, I will always sense your location. If you encounter any trouble, simply call for me. Furthermore, have you not noticed all the delightful food available? Go fill your belly. Perhaps you might even meet your counterpart from this world, who is of a similar age to yours. I am certain you will enjoy each other's company." "Very well," Trunks reluctantly acquiesced. "Do not be disheartened. Today marks your mother's birthday in this world. Consider what gift you wish to present her." Krillin then retrieved Trunks's specially crafted great sword from his spatial pouch. This weapon, forged from a substance even harder than the universe's most resilient metal, was crafted from the flesh of Cell's first clone, its sharpness unparalleled. If merely placed upon the ground, it could cleave the earth in two under the force of gravity alone. Krillin often utilized it during his battles and training. Its weight was formidable, requiring at least 1,000,000,000,000 units of combat power to wield. Yet, when Trunks took it, he bore it effortlessly, slinging it over his shoulder with practiced ease. The sight of his small frame carrying a sword nearly twice his size was quite endearing. "I am unsure what to give for mother's gift, master." Trunks scratched his head, pondering for a lengthy moment, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Huh, your master has long been prepared. You shall present it to your mother when the time comes. However, do not disclose our origins to anyone. If questioned, simply state that you hail from another world, and share nothing further, not even with your mother. Do you understand?" Krillin handed Trunks several photographs, speaking with solemnity. Trunks nodded earnestly, accepting the photographs and placing them against his chest, where he had a small satchel gifted by Bulma from this world to carry his belongings. "Leave it to me, master." When he looked up again, Krillin had vanished, leaving Trunks feeling somewhat despondent. Must my master always work without me? At that moment, a voice filled with curiosity broke through the air. "Trunks, what are you doing standing there, looking so peculiar?" Trunks turned to see a boy with a crab-like hairstyle, clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt and shorts, staring at him in bewilderment. "Are you Uncle Goku?" The crab-headed boy was taken aback. "Trunks, are you all right?" "I am not your father." "Ah ha ha. I just realized, you cannot fool me this time. You are trying to trick me into thinking you have amnesia so you can sneak a taste of my ice cream. Humph, I want to fall for it." He he he. The boy finished his playful banter, placing his thumb against his chin and sticking out his tongue in a silly manner. Trunks took a closer look and realized that although the boy before him had the same hairstyle as Goku, his visage was imbued with a more innocent charm. It dawned on him that this was none other than Goten. Trunks offered an embarrassed smile, clasped his hands together, and politely apologized. I'm terribly sorry. I mistook you for someone else. Goten was taken aback, stepping forward to touch Trunks' forehead. You're not feverish, yet you're apologizing to me? That's quite peculiar, he remarked with curiosity. Suddenly, Goten's gaze fell upon the large sword slung over Trunks' shoulder. He pointed at it, asking, Where on earth did you acquire that sword? It's enormous. Isn't it uncomfortable to carry? Then his eyes widened as he noticed the tail coiled around Trunks' waist. You've grown a tail? Is there a problem with that? Trunks inquired, perplexed, as the tail unfurled, moving playfully, resembling that of a monkey. Of course there is. None of us have tails. Yet you do. That is precisely the issue. Goten exclaimed, momentarily struck dumb. He couldn't shake the feeling that this Trunks seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Hey Goten, where are you? We agreed to check what the grand prize is. I don't falter now. It was Trunks' voice. Goten shivered, rigidly turning to face Trunks. As peculiar terms like doppelganger, replicant, and clone flitted through his mind, Trunks continued to gaze at him, oblivious to the turmoil within Goten. Meanwhile, the familiar voice of Trunks drew closer. In a flash, Goten darted away, swiftly hiding behind the other Trunks. Help me, Trunks. What's wrong, Goten? In front of him stood a purple-haired figure, nearly identical to Trunks. Look ahead. What's? Goten began, only to be interrupted by a sudden realization. The purple-haired figure charged forward, seizing Trunks' hand, examining him with fervor. Trunks observed intently. The two figures, while similar, displayed subtle differences. Both had purple hair, yet the newcomer was slightly taller and wore different attire. As their eyes met, a spark of recognition flickered in the purple-haired figure. He resembles me, he murmured. Suddenly, he noticed the distinguishing features of Trunks and exclaimed excitedly, Goten, look, he has a tail, and his outfit is unlike mine. I've known that all along. You should ask him who he is. Goten, fearful yet curious, remained at a distance, as children often do when confronted with the fantastical. The purple-haired figure gestured and turned to Trunks, inquiring, Who are you? Trunks, gazing up at his taller counterpart, replied softly, I am Trunks. What? You share my name? Trunks nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. I hail from another world. The purple-haired figure, realizing, responded, Ah, you're from the Dragon Ball Super Universe. I recall the tale my mother once shared, about another Trunks from a different dimension who visited our world. Observing your youthful visage, I cannot help but wonder if you might be a version of myself from another realm. Trunks hesitantly nodded in agreement. Incredible, Goten. Come here quickly. This is another version of me, exclaimed future Trunks, filled with excitement. Goten hesitated for a moment, yet his trust in future Trunks compelled him to approach. You're rather timid, Goten, remarked future Trunks. Who said that? I merely feared you might be an evil doppelganger. Huh, an evil doppelganger? Perhaps you ought to watch fewer cartoons, chuckled Trunks. As if you haven't watched them yourself, Goten retorted, laughter bubbling between the two. Trunks, observing their playful banter, found himself swept up in their joy, chuckling along. Curiosity piqued, Trunks inquired, How old are you from the other world? And why do you possess a tail? As the playful exchange subsided, future Trunks spoke while walking. Eager to lead Trunks and Goten to a mysterious chamber said to house the grand prize for the bingo game at this birthday celebration. Indeed. And what about your great sword? It appears quite heavy. May I see it? Goten asked, his youthful curiosity evident as he affectionately grasped Trunks' hand. Future Trunks generously obliged, explaining while unsheathing his sword. I am 3 years old this year. This tail is a crucial medium for transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level. Goten, my sword is quite heavy. If it's your first time wielding it, you should concentrate all your strength. Is that true? I thought there were only 3 levels of Super Saiyan. Moreover, you're younger than I am. Should I not address you as little brother? As they walked, future Trunks floated slightly above the ground, cradling his head and reclining. After fusing with Goten, I become Gotenks, and even then, I can only achieve Super Saiyan level 3. I have never heard of a 4th level. Neither Uncle Goku nor my father has transformed into it. It is indeed true. In my world, Uncle Goku and my father can transform into Super Saiyan level 4. It's extraordinarily impressive. Very well, I shall take your word for it. However, I can't help but feel that my counterpart from another world is quite polite, remarked future Trunks, bemused by this sentiment. Trunks smiled. Being polite is the most natural thing. Now, come here, Goten. He handed the sword to Goten, blade facing down, hilt upward. Conversations among children often shift swiftly, and as future Trunks observed the striking sword, he curiously watched Goten accept it. Is it truly that heavy? Just as future Trunks began to voice his inquiry, he noticed Goten's grip on the hilt, and in an instant, his entire frame was yanked towards the ground. Fortunately, Trunks had prepared for this eventuality, his hand lightly gripping the sword's hilt. The moment he saw Goten leaning precariously, he swiftly tightened his grip and steadied his friend. The sword is exceedingly heavy, and pain courses through my wrist, which I have inadvertently injured from the immense force. Tears well up in my eyes as I, Sun Wukong, swiftly shake my wrist. This must be a trick, Wukong. Let me see for myself. It is indeed heavy, Trunks. I weep while clutching my wrist. Super Trunks, undeterred, flies over, determined to lift the enormous sword with the power of flight. Soon enough, he learns a lesson. What is this sword made of in your world? Why is it so heavy? Super Trunks, too, suffers a similar wrist injury, his eyes brimming with tears, yet he bravely holds back his cries. After pondering for a moment, Trunks replies, "It was given to me by my master, though I am unaware of its composition." Master? Who is your master? Do I know them? My master said I cannot disclose that. TCH, your master must be quite a stickler. Wiping away his tears, Super Trunks transforms into a Super Saiyan, ready to try once more. I refuse to believe that I cannot lift a sword that my counterpart from another world handles with ease. Trunks, you can do it. I cheer him on. You can definitely lift it. Trunks encourages himself as well. With a mighty effort, Super Trunks unleashes a golden aura, his hair standing on end and turning golden as he grasps the sword's hilt resting on the ground, straining to pull it upward. Yet, despite his exertion, the sword remains immovable, and he collapses in exhaustion. With a smile, Trunks picks up the sword, performs a flourish, and then tosses it into the air, leaning to the side as it lands precisely in its sheath. Incredible! The two children exclaim in astonishment. How is this possible? My Super Saiyan form cannot achieve such feats. What manner of creature are you from another world? I can scarcely lift it, yet you wield it with such ease. Trunks humbly smiles. It is all due to rigorous training that I have achieved this. In the beginning, I could hardly lift it. I had to use it as a weight for running. Wait, running? Super Trunks and I exchange glances, realizing the disparities that exist between individuals, even across different realms. If we cannot even lift it, what kind of arduous life has this Trunks endured, using such a sword as a weight for running? Never mind that. I suddenly have a brilliant idea. I no longer wish to see the grand prize. It seems rather dull, Super Trunks suddenly declares. What? You don't want to see the grand prize? What could possibly be interesting then? I ask, bewildered. Super Trunks grins broadly, placing an arm around Trunks' shoulder, pointing at himself with a thumb, and exclaims, "Now we have two Trunks, yet everyone believes there is only one. Don't you think that's amusing?" You mean exactly. Gather around. Listen to what I have to say. Chapter 93. Where have you taken my husband? Meanwhile, Krillin, sensing Sun Wukong's approach, instantly teleports above Kame House in this world. He then conceals all his energy, ensuring that no one can see him, and gazes down below. His objective lies right here, in the world of Dragon Ball Super. Krillin and Android 18 gathered their belongings, accompanied by a golden-haired little girl, as they activated the hovering vehicle from the Universal Capsule. Super Krillin's hair was less abundant than in his original world, merely a light layer complemented by a tuft at the forehead, with 6 recognizable scars still present. He appeared significantly younger than Krillin, dressed in a fitted long shirt that exuded vitality. Android 18 remained youthful and radiant. Years of marriage had scarcely altered her appearance. She wore a delicate long-sleeved top, adorned with a string of pristine white pearls around her neck. Krillin glanced down from the sky and, employing a transformation technique, morphed into Super Krillin, patiently awaiting the moment. Just before opening the car door, Super Krillin suddenly clutched his stomach and, with an air of embarrassment, said to Android 18, "Oh dear, hold on a moment. My stomach is feeling a bit uneasy." Android 18 regarded him with mild bewilderment, questioning, "You haven't eaten anything bad lately, have you? Is it something you consumed?" "I'm not sure. It just feels quite uncomfortable," he replied. "Well, you should hurry. We still have plenty of time. This time, as a family, we must unite our efforts to win the grand prize in the bingo game." All right. Super Krillin nodded quickly and dashed into the house. Android 18 and Marin waited in the vehicle. Shortly after, Krillin emerged, his demeanor unchanged, and directly opened the car door, taking his place in the driver's seat. "Let's go." Android 18. Android 18 had little to say, assisting Marin with her seatbelt as the car engine roared to life. Throughout the journey, aside from Krillin exchanging a few playful words with Marin, Android 18 remained silent, her gaze calmly fixed on the scenery outside. At one point, when the traffic came to a standstill, Krillin suggested they fly. Android 18 had no objections. Cradling Marin, she soared into the sky first. Krillin swiftly retracted the universal capsule and followed suit. The drivers stuck in traffic stared in bewilderment as they ascended. A few minutes later, they encountered Tien and Yamcha, with Kaiatsu employing his psychic abilities to entertain Marin. Together, they proceeded towards a luxurious yacht. Upon landing, laughter and chatter filled the air as they made their way to the deck. Android 18 squinted her eyes slightly and entrusted Marin into Kaiatsu's arms. Kaiatsu, could you please look after Marin for a moment? Kaiatsu scratched his face, slightly puzzled, yet nodded in agreement. No problem, I enjoy playing with Marin. Krillin, come with me. Android 18 commanded decisively, striding into a room. Krillin, amidst the mischievous glances of the others, awkwardly followed her inside. With a resounding thud, Android 18 slammed the door shut behind them. Her expression was stoic as she crossed her arms and coldly interrogated, "Where have you taken my husband?" Krillin was taken aback by her question, his face reflecting astonishment as he responded, "Android 18, what are you talking about? I am Krillin. I am right here. I've gone nowhere." Android 18's expression remained frosty, yet her tone grew increasingly hostile. "Goku and Vegeta are on this yacht. If you do not explain, I shall summon them." Klein's face instantaneously transformed, his expression shifting from surprise back to normalcy. He regarded Android 18 with a beaming smile and inquired, "How did you discern my disguise? It should have been flawless." Android 18 cast a glance at his appearance and replied nonchalantly, "After living as a couple for so many years, recognizing you is rather effortless for me." Of course, the most telling sign was when he entered the restroom, and his presence abruptly vanished, only for you to emerge, devoid of any aura. She continued, "Had it not been for Marlin's safety, I would have acted immediately." Understanding dawned upon Klein as he struck his palm with a fist, exclaiming, "Had I known, I would have let out some energy." He added, "Regardless of your intentions, if you wish to keep this from Goku and Vegeta, return Klein swiftly. I have already shown you considerable leniency by not informing them at once." Klein, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose and dispelled his transformation technique. With a puff of white smoke, his true form was revealed. Android 18's brow furrowed slightly. "Did I not say your disguise was rather poor? Why then did you choose to appear as Klein, especially as the bald version from years past? Outside of battle, Klein despises being bald. Even Vegeta knows this. Cough. I too abhor it. However, I had to maintain this appearance for you to recognize me at a glance," Klein coughed, retrieving Super Klein from his spatial pocket. As Super Klein emerged, tears welled in his eyes as he excitedly embraced Klein, patting his back. Through their connection, he had learned everything. "You have endured much over the years." "Haha, it hasn't been too bad," Klein replied. Android 18 was momentarily taken aback by the scene. She recognized the suddenly appearing Klein as her husband, but was perplexed as to why he would embrace an impersonator. "Klein. Why?" Super Klein waved his hand dismissively and turned to Android 18. "Android 18, allow him to continue impersonating me at the banquet. Do cooperate with him as well. I am quite curious to see Goku and Vegeta's expressions upon encountering such a formidable Klein. Rest assured, I can see everything occurring outside. There's no need to worry about me." "What on earth?" "Klein, clarify your words." Before being returned to Klein's spatial pocket, Super Klein uttered a single sentence. "He is also Klein." "Also Klein." Android 18 gazed at Klein in disbelief. Klein released a hint of energy, astonishing Android 18. The aura was strikingly identical to that of Klein. As an android, although she lacked a personal aura, she could sense energy, as depicted in Dragon Ball. Android 18 quickly regained her composure. "Since you are also Klein, you must be akin to that future Trunks, hailing from a different world." Klein shook his head. "No, I am not from the future. I am Klein from another dimension." Klein's evident agitation indicated that something troubling must have transpired in your world. "Are you here seeking Goku's assistance?" The conversation had commenced, the atmosphere no longer fraught with tension. Number 18's tone gradually softened. "I shall divulge the specifics once everyone has gathered. For now, allow me to maintain an air of mystery." Krillin smiled enigmatically, his form shifting once again into that of Super Krillin. Number 18 did not pry, nodding calmly as she exited alongside Krillin. However, unbeknownst to them, the distance between them felt more pronounced than that of strangers. Yamcha and the others had been on the deck for quite some time. Upon seeing them approach, they greeted them warmly. Bulma, the guest of honor, radiated joy as she took number 18's hand, playfully pinching Marine's cheek while leading them to chat with Chi-Chi. Yamcha casually slung an arm around Krillin's neck, regarding him with a mischievous glint. Krillin chuckled nervously. What is it you wish to say? Are you implying? He felt a flicker of anxiety. It had been unexpected for number 18 to summon him to a private room. If Yamcha were to speculate, it could complicate matters once his true identity was revealed. Don't overthink things. Number 18 and I have done nothing of the sort, he insisted. Overthink? Why should I concern myself with your affairs? Yamcha replied, perplexed. What about your tone just now? Oh, I merely meant to ask if you discovered mid-journey that you had forgotten a gift and sought number 18's counsel on how to proceed. Yamcha wore a knowing expression. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. So that was it. You needn't worry about the gift. I have it all prepared. Really? Indeed. Well, I was worried you might not have a gift ready and thought to share an extra one of mine with you. Never mind. It wouldn't be of much use to me anyway, so here you go. Yamcha casually tossed a beautifully wrapped small box. Upon opening it, Krillin was met with the sight of a resplendent, multicolored diamond, gleaming brilliantly. In a conventional auction, it could fetch tens of millions. While this might not faze someone of Bulma's wealth, the significance of the gift lay in its sentiment and the act of giving itself. Furthermore, this gem was remarkably intact, having been personally unearthed by Yamcha from a diamond mine after half an hour of labor, making it truly precious and meaningful. Krillin gazed at Yamcha, feeling a swell of gratitude. Though he was not the Krillin of the Dragon Ball Super Universe, Yamcha's thoughtfulness in preparing a gift for him, a mere traffic officer, was something he could not overlook. I really don't need it. But, when did we start exchanging gifts? Krillin returned the gemstone to Yamcha, who, seeing his resolute demeanor, chose not to press further, fearing it might come off as condescending. Don't worry, it doesn't have to be right now. At least wait until we cut the cake. You must be quick, Yamcha said with a playful smile. I've already told you I have a gift prepared, and it's truly one of a kind in this world. All right, as a senior of the Turtle School, I trust you implicitly. Come on, let us find Tien. There are takoyaki over there. Preposterous. I was clearly the first to become a disciple under Master Roshi. You ought to refer to me as senior brother, King Kai. Meanwhile, Son Goku was stealthily peeking from behind the ruins of King Kai's abode, and he soon spotted two peculiar figures appearing before the king. With utmost respect, King Kai was offering them auspicious greetings. One of those individuals was the formidable god of destruction, Beerus, who indeed exuded an aura of immense strength. Goku observed the man with white hair, standing sharply erect, and clenched his fist. He felt no trace of his energy, which was truly astonishing, stirring an exhilarating thrill within him. Shoo, lower your voice, or we shall be discovered, cautioned Gregory, King Kai's speaking pet, as he anxiously pressed his tiny paws, signaling Goku to remain silent. Shortly thereafter, King Kai called out to Goku, inviting him to greet Lord Beerus. As the yacht set sail, Bulma welcomed her guests, and the vessel gradually glided towards a certain maritime destination. On a small island, the Pilaf gang was digging fervently. Amid their excavation, they began to quarrel, having gone 3 days without food due to Pilaf's obsession with uncovering treasures on the island, only to find nothing upon their arrival. After their dispute, Pilaf suddenly spotted a grand yacht in the distance. Quick, look, a ship. Aren't you both always complaining about hunger? We can sneak aboard and steal some food. The trio swiftly sprang into action, pushing their dilapidated boat into the sea, scooping water while paddling towards the yacht. However, just meters away from their target, the boat capsized, and they found themselves clinging to a suddenly appearing shark, scrambling onto the yacht's hull in fright. Yet, the smooth surface offered little grip, and the lurking shark below kept them in despair. At that moment, a ladder was tossed down from the yacht, and 3 curious little heads peeked over, inquiring, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Chapter 94. The Future Trunks Squad. First mission, success. Once aboard the yacht, confronted by the 3 kind-hearted children, Pilaf found himself at a loss for words. "We are treasure hunting," he stammered, but was promptly nudged by Mai and Shu behind him. "Oh, we are filming a television series," he quickly amended. Future Trunks eyed him skeptically. "Then where's the camera?" "Oh well." Just then, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing all 3 of their stomachs to grumble in unison. "Regardless, today is my mother's birthday. Would you care to join us for some food? Future Trunks gestured towards the deck behind him. There are plenty of snack stalls. Oh, really? Mai and Shu's eyes lit up with hope. Pilaf, however, pulled the two aside, his expression grave as he whispered, "You two cannot accept charity. I am the great King Pilaf." "Oh, very well. We shall heed King Pilaf's wishes then." "How can this be?" Future Trunks, with his keen hearing, caught their conversation and found it amusing, but after a moment of contemplation, he leaned in to whisper to Future Trunks. Super Trunks gazed at the three of them with a hint of skepticism, yet he spoke up. "Of course, food will not be free. You must." "What? Do we have to pay to eat here?" They were finished. Their funds had been entirely depleted. Only a few coins remained in Ash's pocket. "King Pilaf, are you spying on me?" The trio completely missed the latter part of Super Trunks' statement, focusing solely on the fact that the food was not complimentary. Ahem. Super Trunks could not help but cough a couple of times to draw their attention. Once they all turned to him, he continued, "If you wish to eat, you must work for us for a day." "Work?" The three exchanged glances, their expressions filled with delight. Pilaf had no objections left. After all, they had done menial jobs numerous times before, washing dishes, scrubbing pots, shining shoes, washing cars. They were quite adept at such tasks. "We can do it, no problem, boss." Ninja Ash immediately stood at attention, saluting. Pilaf swiftly struck him on the back of the head. "Fool. The young masters of big companies love to be addressed properly. You got it wrong." "Ouch." Ash rubbed the bump on his head, tears nearly forming in his eyes as he muttered complaints. It was clearly Pilaf who preferred the attention. Super Trunks, unable to bear their bickering, interjected, "All right, when the banquet begins, you can eat freely, but before that, you must assist us with a task." Pilaf rubbed his hands together, stepping forward eagerly. "What do you need us to do? Whether it's killing or arson, we are professionals. I don't need such high-level services. What you must do is..." "What?" Super Trunks raised a finger, smiling mysteriously. "Move things." Piccolo walked along the corridor of the yacht. Not far away, Gohan embraced Videl, both gazing out at the sea. Piccolo felt like an extraneous presence, so he shook his head and prepared to leave the area. Just as he made his way toward the deck, he spotted Super Trunks rushing towards him, head down and in a hurry. "Hey Trunks, what's the rush? What happened?" Piccolo called out to Super Trunks. Startled at first, Super Trunks quickly recognized Piccolo and grasped his large hand. "Uncle Piccolo, I've finally found you. My mother is looking for you. She said my father needs to speak with you. Bulma and Vegeta are looking for me. What is the matter?" Piccolo repeated Super Trunks' words with a puzzled expression. "Where is Vegeta now?" I don't know either, Uncle Piccolo. Perhaps you should ask my mother." Despite his confusion, Piccolo swiftly ran off to find Bulma. After he departed, Super Trunks covertly covered his mouth, stifling his laughter. At Bulma's location, she was engaged in conversation with Android 18 and Chi-Chi. Goten and Trunks, now clad in outfits similar to Super Trunks, approached curiously, eager to listen to their discussion. "Mom." "Oh, it's Trunks and Goten. You two go off and play. The banquet will start soon. We wish to hear your discussions." "Very well, remain here for a moment. But do not wander off." The trio of Bulma were so engrossed in their conversation that they offered only perfunctory responses to Goten and Trunks before resuming their chat, entirely oblivious to the fact that Trunks had physically diminished in size. After a while, the aura of Super Trunks suddenly manifested, only to dissipate just as swiftly. Goten and Trunks exchanged a glance, and without a moment's hesitation, they withdrew and concealed themselves with remarkable speed. In the eyes of Bulma and her companions, the children perhaps found their mother's conversation dull and chose to play instead. In Bulma's memory, they had lingered for quite some time. No sooner had the two children departed than Piccolo arrived. "Bulma, is there something that Vegeta wishes to discuss with me?" "What matter could it be?" Bulma replied, perplexed. Piccolo furrowed his brow. "Weren't you the one who sent Trunks to find me, claiming Vegeta had something urgent? However, I am unaware of Vegeta's whereabouts. So I came to seek you immediately." "Trunks said that? But he has been by my side the entire time and has not left." "Piccolo, could you be mistaken? Here? Impossible. He clearly ran over there to summon me, and I arrived without exceeding a span of 10 seconds. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Bulma pointed to Android 18 and Chi-Chi, asserting, "Both 18 and Chi-Chi can attest that Goten and Trunks listened to us for quite a while. They left just before you arrived. And it certainly did not take more than 10 seconds. I never mentioned Vegeta needing you. You didn't, T? How could that be? I saw it distinctly. The one who conveyed the message was indeed Trunks. No matter how swift he is, It is implausible that he could notify me and then arrive at your location before departing. Furthermore, he could not have just vacated your presence only to inform me. Mere conversation would have exceeded 10 seconds. Piccolo's mind raced. As one of the few on Earth with nothing to do but grow stronger, his awareness was perpetually alert. Thus, the question arose, was there simultaneously another Trunks? Could it be that a new foe had invaded? No, even if an enemy were to intrude, why would they assume Trunks guise? That would serve no purpose. Yet, why would Trunks fabricate a lie? Piccolo murmured instinctively. Bulma, catching his words, suddenly grew tense and shouted at Piccolo. I have stated repeatedly that Trunks was with me the entire time. Do not cast aspersions on my child, you scoundrel. Enough, woman. Just tell me where Vegeta is. And I shall seek him myself, Piccolo retorted, beads of cold sweat forming in response to Bulma's fierce demeanor. Humph, Vegeta is over there basking in the sun. Go find him yourself. Bulma brusquely dismissed Piccolo and resumed her conversation with the two women. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept into her mind. Was it possible that Vegeta had instructed her to summon Piccolo and then forgotten to communicate this task to Trunks? Ah, the trials of middle age. This year, however, I have mistakenly regarded the Dragon Ball as a grand prize. Vegeta is proving to be rather unhelpful, leaving no hope of winning the bingo game. I shall have to wait until next year. Somewhere aboard the yacht, Trunks and his two companions are concealed within a monitoring room, where a massive screen displays images and sounds from the deck. Super Trunks and Goten watch in delight as Piccolo is chastised by Bulma, erupting into hearty laughter. Their objective is wonderfully simple. Witnessing Piccolo's embarrassment will deem their mission a success. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the fierce Uncle Piccolo would actually fear my mother? He could never have imagined encountering two Trunks. The Gotenks team has successfully completed their inaugural mission. The trio stacks their hands together and presses down with gusto. After teasing Uncle Piccolo, what shall they do next? Trunks, having executed the plan, is filled with joy and inquires. Super Trunks, crossing his arms and stroking his chin in a contemplative manner, suddenly has Goten shout out, "Oh no." This exclamation startles the two Trunks. Goten, must you be so dramatic? What has happened? Goten urgently points to the screen. Look quickly. Uncle Piccolo is going to find Uncle Vegeta. Super Trunks springs up, his expression fraught with anxiety. Oh no. If my father and mother discover that I have played a trick on Uncle Piccolo, I shall surely face the consequences. Again? Trunks, you've been spanked by your mother before? Goten bursts into laughter at this newfound knowledge. Huh. You two have been punished. I witnessed it myself. Trunks, realizing the peace among their small team is on the verge of collapse, hastily grasps their hands to cease the conflict. Enough. Our immediate priority is to prevent my father from encountering Uncle Piccolo. Otherwise, Goten, you two will not escape punishment, and Uncle Piccolo remains blissfully unaware of our prank. Both Goten and Super Trunks fall silent in contemplation. Trunks had assumed they were settling on the next course of action, but instead, they declare, Trunks, you truly are clever. I nearly forgot. If my mother discovers my misdeeds, she will surely punish me. You are indeed the version of me from another world, with a mind only slightly less agile than mine. Trunks, exasperated, places his hand on his forehead and responds, all right. Let us go together to prevent Uncle Piccolo from discovering the truth and perhaps apologize. He might spare us. Chapter 95. The arrival of God of Destruction Beerus and Whistleass. The Gotenks team is a step too slow. Piccolo has already reached Vegeta's location. However, upon discerning Vegeta's presence, his eyes widen in shock. Before Vegeta stands a proud purple feline creature. Vegeta, in a most humiliating manner, lies prostrate on the ground, offering no resistance whatsoever. Is this still the proud Vegeta, who regards dignity as akin to life itself? The purple feline, alongside a figure with stark white hair, standing upright and exuding an air of neutrality while gripping an odd scepter, both discerned the presence of Piccolo. Ah, Vegeta, your companion has come to seek you. Who would have imagined that a Saiyan, known for their ruthless temperament, could possess a companion? The purple feline creature smirked with a hint of derision. Vegeta lay on the ground, eyes closed, fists clenched, trembling with rage. Who are you two? Piccolo swiftly discarded his training attire, his gaze sharpening. Muscles coiled like a predator poised to strike. What have you done to Vegeta? The feline creature turned its head slightly, its eyes brimming with disdain. Whis, does he intend to challenge me? The being referred to as Whis covered his mouth lightly, responding with an exaggerated chuckle. Indeed, Lord Beerus, it appears that way. They were none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, and his attendant, Whis, who had just arrived from King Kai's planet to Earth. Piccolo, don't approach. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins as he pressed his palms against the floor, attempting to rise, but finding himself utterly powerless. He understood this was a warning from Beerus. They are foes beyond your capability to confront. Seeing Vegeta speak, albeit with irritation, Piccolo gritted his teeth and chose to refrain from engaging. He could not gauge the strength of the two before him. Their presence emitted no discernible aura, as if they were entities seamlessly woven into the fabric of nature. Were they adversaries? No, he had to inform Goku, as well as the ordinary individuals aboard this yacht. Piccolo felt an urge to depart and alert the others to prepare for battle, yet a foreboding sensation enveloped him, as though his very life hung in the balance. What manner of beings were they, to so thoroughly suppress even Vegeta? At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. Both Vegeta and Piccolo's expressions shifted dramatically. It was Trunks and Goten. What business did they have here at such a time? Uncle Piccolo, where are you? Goten called out. Piccolo. Ah, Goten. I'm here, Piccolo responded. The duo, one tall and one short, exhaled in relief upon spotting Piccolo. However, upon seeing Vegeta, their expressions shifted to one of panic. Beerus and Whis observed the scene with keen interest. Trunks, this is bad. Uncle Piccolo hasn't already spilled the beans, has he? Goten anxiously shook Trunks. Trunks, feeling awkward, scratched his head. You fool. Goten, they can hear everything you're saying. Ah, Goten exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth. After Trunks spoke, he cast a nervous glance towards Vegeta. Dad, the ground is cold. Perhaps you should rise, lest you strain yourself. Trunks believed that Vegeta was sulking due to the incident involving the Gotenks team. As he lay on the ground, pounding the floor in frustration, the god of destruction, Beerus, observed Trunks and Goten with a glimmer in his eyes and suddenly spoke in an unfamiliar tone. Indeed, Prince Vegeta, lying on the ground is quite uncomfortable. You must heed your son's words. He then bent down and whispered ominously, for the sake of the little ones, I shall let you off this time. You best hurry and locate the Super Saiyan god for me. Wow, Goten, look at that big cat. Trunks finally noticed the two companions beside Vegeta and began to shake Goten's body. I see them. The two children instantly forgot their earlier intentions and dashed toward Beerus. Hey, Trunks, Goten, don't come over here. Vegeta and Piccolo shouted simultaneously, their voices filled with agitation. Beerus merely shot Vegeta a glare, leaving him breathless and rooted in place. Be gentle with the children. My tolerance for kids is much higher than you might think. I SNT that right. Whis? Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a chuckle, covering his mouth. Beerus graciously patted the heads of the two children and kindly explained, your father might have had too much to drink and is merely resting here. Noticing Beerus's peculiar demeanor, Trunks' eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, Are you my father's friends? Whis, smiling beside him, introduced himself. Hello, I am Whis. And this feline gentleman is my master, Lord Beerus. Hey, Whis, the kid said I shouldn't take offense, but you can't keep saying that. Beerus impatiently corrected Whis. Understood, Lord Beerus, Whis acknowledged and continued. We happened to pass by your planet and saw your father, Mr. Vegeta, and we made a special visit. Trunks and Goten exchanged excited glances. So that means you are aliens. By the way, Uncle Vegeta ISNT my dad. My dad is Goku. Goten exclaimed loudly. Oh, so that's it. No wonder your hairstyle looks familiar. We have indeed met Mr. Goku, Whis said with a smile, squinting his eyes. I am Trunks. I am Goten. Welcome to Earth. Trunks and Goten each took one of their hands and led Beerus and Whis onto the deck. This is my first time seeing aliens. Today is my mother's birthday, and we are hosting a birthday party. Come celebrate with us. She will be thrilled to see you. Since it's a birthday party, there must be delicious food. Beerus could not help but swallow hard. To be honest, I have been smelling enticing aromas for a while now. I am quite curious about what delicacies await. He finished with an expression of sheer delight. Then come with us. The timing is just perfect. Trunks and Goten guided Beerus and Whis toward the main venue of the birthday celebration, leaving Vegeta and Piccolo in a state of bewilderment as they exchanged glances. Piccolo was the first to inquire, Vegeta, who are they? That overwhelming sensation is not something an ordinary person can evoke. Vegeta stood up from the ground, feeling a tinge of embarrassment before Piccolo, yet he refrained from voicing his sentiments, merely brushing off the dust from his attire. Coldly, he remarked, You would do well to keep an eye on them. Do not provoke that cat, or else the entire earth will be obliterated. And even Kakarot and I together would be of no avail. Before departing, Vegeta paused momentarily and added, he is the god of destruction. Trunks and Goten eagerly introduced Beerus and Whis to everyone. Beerus and Whis graciously stood on a small platform, presenting themselves with poise. Among the crowd below, Krillin wore a smile, joining in the applause for Beerus's arrival. The god of destruction, Beerus, has arrived. I have long coveted your destructive prowess. Krillin chose not to reveal himself at that moment, continuing to engage in antics reminiscent of his character in the original narrative. He held a plate of takoyaki, which was deceptively filled with mustard, startling Vegeta considerably. Naturally, Krillin did not intend to consume it himself. Instead, he had his good friend Yamcha take his place. Oh, it's so spicy. Why must it be me? Yamcha collapsed to the ground, and the atmosphere reached its zenith with laughter erupting among them. In the kitchen, having filled their bellies with food, Trunks glanced at the time. Well, it's about time to take action. Pilaf, Shumai, let us go. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Understandingly, the trio of Pilaf supported their full bellies as they followed Trunks to a location filled with numerous items. Let us begin moving from here and transport them to the stage behind the platform. Remember, do not let anyone notice. In a serene and tranquil setting, Vegeta donned a white band around his head and an apron around his waist, resolutely preparing takoyaki. Only Piccolo understood the peculiar nature of his actions. Oh, truly, it's impossible to be angry. Beerus and Whis stood on the viewing platform, observing Vegeta and the others. Moreover, being angry only leads to hunger. By the way, Lord Beerus, have you tried the pudding dessert? Whis, holding a glass of juice, reminisced. It is smooth and delectable, quite delightful. What? Where is it? Upon hearing of a delicacy he had yet to taste, Beerus perked up, seemingly forgetting his earlier ire. When it comes to delicious food, all principles were cast aside. Follow me. With a gentle smile, Whis led Beerus to the plump Majin Buu, who had separated from the evil Buu. Excuse us, but the shopkeeper mentioned that the pudding is sold out. Would you be able to spare one for us? Whis politely inquired. Mr. Buu, now known as Mr. Buu, was leisurely indulging in the pudding from a jar, seemingly oblivious to Whis' request. Beerus gazed intently at the smooth and tender pudding on Mr. Buu's spoon, his desire for it reaching an insatiable peak. Beside them, Satan whispered softly, I had already advised you against monopolizing. Please, do not hesitate. Both of you may take two. However, Mr. Buu abruptly seized the plate containing the pudding, declaring possessively, No, this is all mine. With that, he swiftly licked the pudding with his tongue. Oh, Beerus's eyes widened in shock. Now, he could not partake in the pudding at all. Humph, I am powerful, hence I must consume more. Mr. Buu tilted his head, utterly oblivious to the repercussions of his actions. Is there a problem? Beerus's eyes narrowed, his voice heavy and grave. Is that your justification? Behind them, Vegeta dropped the plate of takoyaki onto the ground, all his efforts wasted. Chapter 96. What do you intend to do with my pudding? Mr. Buu had stood up, confronting Beerus face to face. Wait, please, for my sake. Satan attempted to mediate between the two adversaries, but Beerus and Mr. Buu effortlessly flicked him away with a single finger. Satan was sent flying, crashing against the yacht's railing, and lost consciousness. Boom. Mr. Buu erupted with a terrifying aura, sending most nearby objects soaring into the sky, creating a miniature storm. Stop, cease. Vegeta trembled, but the two in front of him paid no heed to his pleas. The situation drew the attention of everyone present. Krillin held a cup of juice, gently patting Marin's small head. Marin, frightened, clung to Krillin's leg. It's all right, don't be afraid, Marin. I am here. In the center of the deck, Beerus, taking advantage of his height, looked down at Mr. Buu, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, seemingly mocking the inadequacy of Mr. Buu's strength. Though Mr. Buu had squinty eyes, as the saying goes, squinty-eyed people are monsters, he perceived every expression on Beerus's face. His mood soured instantly, and he initiated the attack, launching a rapid series of punches towards Beerus's face. In an instant, 1,000 shadowy fists descended upon Beerus. His body remained steadfast below the neck, a mocking smile still gracing his features, as he absorbed Mr. Buu's blows without flinching. With the final strike landing on Beerus's face, Mr. Buu, bewildered by how this being could withstand his punches, gathered his strength, preparing to defeat Beerus. Watch as I send you flying. With a punch imbued with all his might, Mr. Buu aimed for Beerus's face. This time, however, Beerus did not remain passive. In the moment before Mr. Buu's fist reached him, he effortlessly grasped it without a hint of effort. A punch that could have obliterated nearly all matter in the universe was casually caught by Beerus. Mr. Buu stood there, stunned. He strained to pull his fist back, but it felt as though his arm was no longer his own. He could not retrieve it. He could only grunt in place. Beerus, with one hand behind his back, held Mr. Buu's hand with unwavering strength. I am a deity of great magnanimity. As he spoke, his hand shot up instantaneously, swinging with remarkable speed. Mr. Buu's entire being was set into motion, as if he were caught in a tumbling washing machine, utterly devoid of any resistance. His brain nearly jumbled. Yet, there was one thing he could not endure. No matter the circumstances. With his eyes closed, Beerus spoke in a calm tone, and then released his grip. In an instant, Mr. Buu found himself soaring hundreds of meters above the yacht. Beerus's speed was so astonishing that one could hardly react. He arrived there even before Mr. Buu. Effortlessly grasping the antenna atop Mr. Buu's head once more. Mr. Buu writhed in agony, struggling against the lack of due respect, disregarding the actions of others. Beneath Beerus's serene voice lay a simmering rage. Mr. Buu was swung with increasing velocity. Suddenly, Beerus let go. Mr. Buu spun through the air, his cells failing to register the event, unable to coalesce and regain their form. A smirk crept across Beerus's face, a wicked grin that hinted at his delight. An orb of golden energy hurtled toward Mr. Buu. With a tremendous crash, Mr. Buu was sent plummeting to the ocean depths. The sea trembled, the waters swaying the yacht, causing it to tilt, as the ordinary passengers gasped in astonishment. Little did they know, Beerus had shown considerable restraint, refraining from unleashing the destructive power capable of annihilating Mr. Buu entirely. Vegeta stood on the deck, gazing blankly at the sky, his eyes locking onto Beerus's gaze, which radiated an unmasked disdain belonging to the divine. Vegeta's heart felt as though it were engulfed by darkness, a suffocating despair wrapping around him. It was over, there was no salvation. He understood that Mr. Buu had provoked Beerus, and with the temperament of the god of destruction, Earth was surely doomed. Once the yacht stabilized, a group of warriors surrounded Vegeta, gazing at him with confusion, questioning Beerus. Vegeta, isn't he your friend? What is happening? Vegeta remained rooted, breath coming in rapid, labored gasps. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his fingers twitching, his eyes fixed on the heights, his pupils trembling. No one could fathom his current emotions. However, the one who knew him best, Bulma, quickly sensed Vegeta's distress. Vegeta? Vegeta? She called out several times, but he did not respond, intensifying her bewilderment. Her tone involuntarily rose several decibels. Vegeta, what are you doing? Why aren't you punishing that insolent fool? At last, Vegeta snapped back to reality. But he was taken aback that his wife's first words upon regaining consciousness were a request for him to confront Beerus. Huh, me fight Beerus? Will I win, Bulma? The sound of his voice uttering her name was almost distorted. Sighing, Vegeta, considering his wife and children, knew he must act as the peacemaker. He soared into the heights, approaching Beerus. Be Beerus, if you would, please, I implore you to remain calm. I shall properly reprimand that disrespectful individual. Vegeta, at a loss for words, attempted to explain himself. But Beerus merely cast an indifferent glance in his direction. Get lost. Ah, if you desire pudding, I shall summon them to prepare it immediately. I said get lost. Vegeta was startled by Beerus's impatient tone and had no choice but to step aside obediently. Below, Piccolo gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. Despite Vegeta having informed him of the gravity of the situation, he had not anticipated that Vegeta would be so intimidated by the god of destruction. Beside him, Din's expression grew increasingly fearful upon witnessing Beerus's display of power. Piccolo quietly inquired, Din, what do you see? Trembling, Din stammered. There is an aura I have never felt before. It is terrifying. An aura never felt before? That makes sense. He is a deity, perhaps wielding a power unique to gods, which would explain why you, as a celestial being, could perceive it. Do you want pudding? Krillin suddenly exclaimed. He conjured 3 bottles of pudding from his spatial pocket, as if by magic. After handing one to Marin, he raised the remaining 2 bottles and shouted toward Beerus. Do you want pudding? There are 2 left. Beerus's attention was drawn to Krillin's voice, his gaze lingering on the pudding for a brief moment before he coldly declared. The will of the gods is unalterable. I have resolved to destroy your earth. He then instantly appeared on the deck. However, I shall take these last 2 bottles of pudding with me. Hey, Whis, prepare to leave. I am going to destroy the earth. At the nearby sushi stand, Whis had just popped a piece of sushi into his mouth, the rich flavors causing him to sway with excitement. So delicious after speaking. He glanced at Beerus, who had obtained the pudding. Lord Beerus is throwing a tantrum again. It seems the fate of Earth is uncertain. Boss, please pack 2 more servings. What is this called? Sushi? The warriors were all struck with fear at Beerus's words. He intends to destroy the Earth? Isn't he friends with Vegeta? This is bad. What about Goku? Can he save us? Krillin sighed, preparing to intervene, when he witnessed an amusing scene. After some contemplation, his eager hands withdrew. In an unknown location, a familiar crab-like figure inadvertently leaked a hint of its aura. Since he is not making an appearance, I shall refrain from taking the lead. Otherwise, no one will get to play. As the guest of honor at the banquet, Bulma observed this absurd scene and surveyed the decorations ruined by the battle, her anger rising. What was supposed to be a delightful birthday celebration had turned chaotic due to this unfamiliar character. It was caused by Boo's obsession with pudding. Regardless of the reasons, the individual before her is an enemy, intent not only on destroying the Earth, but also on turning her birthday party into a complete disaster. She was utterly displeased. With Vegeta and Goku unreliable, it falls upon me. The formidable Bulma narrowed her gaze on Beerus and approached him step by step. Beerus, watching this woman who seemed to be Vegeta's wife draw near, felt a twinge of curiosity. What does she intend to do? Smack! A sharp sound echoed. Not only was Beerus taken aback, but so were Vegeta, Whis, and even the warriors, all left in a state of astonishment. Bulma, is it truly you who possesses such formidable strength? In that fleeting moment, this thought echoed in everyone's minds. Have you not yet had your fill of chaos? Bulma, hands on her hips, declared with a fierce demeanor, this is my birthday celebration, and I will not tolerate any disturbances. Leave immediately. Beerus's gaze sharpened, narrowing with intensity. In a swift motion, he struck Bulma, sending her flying. Fortunately, Goten and Trunks were there to catch her. Beerus had held back, otherwise, even a fraction of his strength would have severed Bulma's head from her shoulders in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, who would believe such a claim? Vegeta, in a fit of rage, pounded the ground, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 2nd level, his body enveloped in blue lightning. This newfound power surpassed anything he had previously possessed, even exceeding Goku's Super Saiyan 3, as noted by Beerus himself. You dare to insult my Bulma? The sheer force of his fury caused destruction greater than that wrought by Bu, scattering the clouds above and parting the tumultuous sea. Meanwhile, witnessing his mother being struck, it was not just Vegeta who felt the ire. Trunks grasped Goten's arm, and they fused into Gotenks. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, charging alongside Vegeta towards Beerus. Beerus tilted his head slightly, cradling 2 cups of pudding in one arm, a flicker of displeasure evident in his gaze. What are your intentions towards my pudding? Chapter 97. You did not inform me at once. You have sealed your fate. You wretch, you are unworthy of pudding. Gotenks shouted as he lunged forward, with Vegeta supporting him from the side. The father-son duo, along with the combined might of Gotenks, roared as they launched their assault. Beerus, I will not let you escape. In response to their onslaught, Beerus merely raised a hand and effortlessly absorbed Gotenks' powerful punch. Then, as Vegeta attacked from the other side, Beerus casually tossed Gotenks aside as if discarding refuse, sending him crashing into Vegeta. The impact from Gotenks, laden with power, forced Vegeta to spit out blood, and as he attempted to retaliate, he was sent reeling back. The yacht's deck bore the brunt of the collision, cracking open. Had Gotenks not unleashed his energy to halt the momentum, they might have dragged the entire yacht into the depths of the sea. In comparison to Vegeta's injuries, Gotenks fared slightly better, emerging from the rubble to launch another attack. With his long golden hair trailing behind him, Gotenks summoned 2 miniature gray Gotenks ghosts with his fists. Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack. This was Gotenks' technique against Majin Buu. Upon contact, the ghosts would explode, sending foes into disarray. Unaware of this, Beerus observed from above, calm and collected, as Gotenks' fists approached. Just as the ghosts were about to strike, he bent a finger, preparing to flick Gotenks away. How dare you claim I am unworthy of pudding? The child exclaimed, speaking without regard for decorum. Indeed, it seemed imperative to administer some form of discipline. In an instant, the ghost erupted violently, engulfing the sky in a myriad of gray smoke. Gotenks, hands on his hips, laughed triumphantly. Ha! A childish fool like you will ultimately be defeated by me. Amidst the swirling smoke, a deep, thunderous voice resonated. All my pudding gone. Krillin observed the chaos above, instinctively shielding his eyes. It was over. A terrifying purple energy radiated outward from the center, mercilessly consuming the smoke, leaving not a trace behind. Beerus's gaze was chillingly indifferent, emanating a purple glow. In a moment when no one else had reacted, he appeared behind Gotenks, flicking his finger against the boy's forehead. Boom! Gotenks was sent hurtling away once more. However, this time, they disintegrated mid-flight. Piccolo and Gohan immediately soared into the air, attempting to catch them, but Beerus's overwhelming power was too formidable. Even the residual force from their disintegration dragged them down to the ocean's depths. Beerus observed the scene below with an icy detachment. Whis, having neatly packed the takeout, approached Beerus with the boxes in hand. Oh dear, Lord Beerus is truly angry now, he remarked. I couldn't find the Super Saiyan God, and I didn't get to taste the pudding. I shall destroy the earth and return to my slumber. Understood, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, nodding. He could discern that Beerus's fury was palpably restrained. Even if he were to annihilate the solar system in the next moment, Whis would not be surprised. What a pity that such delectable cuisine existed on Earth. When Gohan and Piccolo returned to the yacht with Trunks and Goten, Vegeta had just managed to clamber aboard. They all gazed at Beerus with expressions of utter despair. Without needing any explanation, they understood that this was power that transcended multiple dimensions. Without transforming, and without even a hint of energy being released, merely a finger was sufficient to defeat Gotenks, and Vegeta stood no chance against him. That Gotenks was utterly powerless in his presence, having been bested with just a single finger. The Earth, it seemed, was truly doomed. Android 18 slyly glanced at Krillin, murmuring, Aren't you going to make a move? Beerus stood atop the yacht, raising a single hand, gathering a massive energy sphere that shimmered in a splendid purple, reminiscent of a glistening water surface. Farewell, inhabitants of Earth. Just as Beerus prepared to unleash the energy sphere, a voice cried out to halt him. Krillin felt that familiar energy once more, unable to suppress a smile. Oh! The energy blast barely left his hand before being retracted, as Beerus turned his gaze curiously towards the source of the voice. At that moment, a powerful music began to play. At the top of the yacht's mast, a figure clad in an orange martial arts gi stood solemnly, locking eyes with Beerus. The two exchanged glances, and Beerus exhaled sharply through his nose, his thoughts unknown. Wukong, Kakarot, and the warriors all gazed joyfully at that figure, the one who had consistently instilled confidence and hope in them since their first encounter. Sun Wukong swiftly descended from the mast, leaping gracefully into the midst of the crowd. Humph, you finally arrived, Piccolo exhaled, releasing pent-up tension. Not just him, but the atmosphere, once fraught with anxiety, dissipated for everyone present, save for Krillin. You always show up just when it's almost too late, Chi-Chi lamented, cradling Biddy Lee. Her brow furrowed in mild reproach as she cast a glance at the steadfast Sun Wukong. Embarrassed, Sun Wukong smiled sheepishly and approached Bulma first, extending his congratulations. Bulma, happy birthday. He then ruffled his hair, adding, Oh dear, I completely forgot to bring a gift. Standing beside him, Krillin chuckled lightly, no worries. I took care of your part. Sun Wukong was startled by Krillin's ghostly demeanor, yet the looming threat overshadowed his concern. Ah, Krillin, you seem like a ghost. But thank you nonetheless. At a time like this, you still think about my gift? Bulma, exasperated by Sun Wukong's thoughtlessness, called out, Please don't be angry. In the sky, Beerus, holding an energy sphere, felt his arms growing weary and looked at them in silent exasperation. Unable to bear it any longer, he called out, What is it with you again? Have you unveiled the true form of the Super Saiyan God? Upon hearing Beerus's voice, Sun Wukong immediately turned to him, looking sheepish. Not quite yet, he replied, clasping his hands together in a pleading gesture. Could you please refrain from destroying this planet? That is unacceptable. You have obliterated my last pudding, and I am extremely upset, Beerus retorted. Pudding? Oh, it's just pudding. There's no need to be so furious, Sun Wukong laughed, scratching the back of his head and waving his hand dismissively, as if to brush away all unpleasantness. Just pudding? Beerus's countenance darkened, his eyes reddening with indignation as he lamented, You may have grown accustomed to it, but I have yet to savor the taste of pudding. What is its flavor? Is it sweet, rich or light? Silky in texture? How is its aroma? Artistic? Wonderful? What of its essence? Is it delicate or exquisite? Grand? How does it feel? Moist or fluffy? Chewy? Luxurious? Tempting? Pudding. This is my first encounter with it. Upon hearing Beerus's desperate lamentations, Sun Wukong remained perplexed. But there are so many delicious foods on Earth, countless delicacies that surpass pudding. Wouldn't tea destroying the Earth be a tremendous loss for you? Pudding? Huh. What? Beerus was on the verge of continuing his wail for the lost pudding when he suddenly caught onto Sun Wukong's words. In a moment of bewilderment, he grasped Sun Wukong's meaning. Are you saying there are things on Earth that are even more delectable than pudding? Beerus exclaimed incredulously. Sun Wukong, confused by his intense reaction, sheepishly scratched his head. Ah yes. Beside them, Bulma, quick-witted and astute, promptly interjected to Beerus, exclaiming, Indeed, there are countless delicacies far superior to pudding and takoyaki. What you have tasted is merely a fraction of what exists. To annihilate the Earth over such a triviality would be an utter tragedy. Is there truly more? Beerus gasped, the energy sphere in his hand dissipating quietly. The culinary delights of Earth were indeed unparalleled in the universe. He had never before savored such exquisite flavors. As he spoke, he could not help but let saliva trickle from the corner of his mouth. However, he quickly composed himself and stated with gravity, in that case, I shall grant you an opportunity. Find me the Super Saiyan God and present me with more delectable cuisine, and I shall spare the Earth. Absolutely. Goku and Bulma responded without hesitation. Subsequently, Bulma tasked Goku with utilizing instant transmission to fetch a grand feast from the Capsule Corporation's hotel. Beerus's eyes gleamed with excitement as he dove into the bounty. The culinary challenge had been successfully navigated, yet the question remained. What was this Super Saiyan God? The warriors were at a loss, perplexed by the unfamiliar term. Hey, Vegeta, as the Prince of the Saiyans, have you never heard of this? Bulma queried, desperation creeping into her tone. Taken aback by the question, Vegeta too was at a loss. Bulma, seeing no alternative, recalled that she had gathered the Dragon Balls and could inquire about the matter. Right. I have already collected all 7 Dragon Balls, originally intended for a grand prize. But that is of no concern now. Trunks, Goten, come with me to retrieve the Dragon Balls, Bulma declared decisively, leading the 2 children toward the storage room where the prizes were kept. Trunks and Goten exchanged glances. So the grand prize was the Dragon Balls. It was unfortunate that their other companion was absent, for he would have been aware as well. Soon enough, the Dragon Balls were brought forth. Beerus and Whis paused, momentarily stunned. The orbs bore a striking resemblance to the wish-granting spheres they knew, albeit on a much smaller scale. Bulma, brimming with excitement, approached the Dragon Balls, ready to articulate her wishes when Krillin stepped forward. Hey, Bulma, I know what the Super Saiyan God is. Can we trade this wish for the knowledge? The room fell silent at his declaration. Whis and Beerus turned their gaze towards Krillin, who wore a bemused expression. In the depths of everyone's minds, various thoughts echoed. Is he finally making a move? You bald-headed fool. Krillin, why didn't you mention it sooner? Wait, Krillin knows? Could he be a Saiyan too? Huh, that idiot Krillin. No Saiyan would ever have such a diminutive nose. This Earthling, hearing of Beerus's quest for the Super Saiyan God, failed to inform him immediately. He was courting disaster. Whis, however, focused on something entirely different. He noticed that Krillin's energy was completely suppressed. Even he had not detected the change at first. As an Earthling, Krillin had managed to conceal his presence so well that even an angel had not perceived his anomaly. Chapter 98. The Despicable Earthlings. Unaware of my divine tolerance, Klin's expression gradually transformed from confusion to anger. Do you know why you didn't mention this sooner? You've made me wait far too long. Beerus, equally displeased, bellowed in frustration. Ahaha. Krillin offered a nervous chuckle. Did you not initially mention your search for the god of Super Saiyans? Vegeta and Whis exchanged awkward glances, realizing that, indeed, they had disclosed the quest for the god of Super Saiyans solely to Vegeta. However, it could not possibly be the god's fault. It must have been Vegeta's oversight for not informing them sooner. Indeed, that's precisely it. Beerus and Whis silently agreed, diverting their gazes. Honestly, I'm perplexed by your knowledge of the Saiyan legend, Bulma inquired, hands on her hips, voicing the collective curiosity. Stepping forward to the Dragon Balls, Krillin mysteriously declared, You will find out soon enough. Now, would you like to exchange 3 wishes for information about the god of Super Saiyans? There exists a method for transformation. At that moment, Piccolo pushed through the crowd, scrutinizing Krillin with a wary gaze. But, Krillin, what do you intend to wish for with the Dragon Balls? 3 wishes seems excessive. Yamcha chuckled. It must be to procure more exquisite jewelry for Android 18. Or perhaps 100 billion in cash, right, 18? Crossing her arms and turning her head away, Android 18 replied nonchalantly. I have no idea. It's entirely his decision and has nothing to do with me. Master Roshi, hands clasped behind his back, speculated. Perhaps he wishes to acquire more captivating Bobo girl magazines for me, his master. Hee. How absurd. You old lecher. Krillin swiftly knocked Master Roshi aside. Beerus, rising from his reclined position, impatiently shouted, Stop dawdling. Grant him the wishes and uncover the god of Super Saiyans, or I shall annihilate the earth. All right. Here you go, Krillin. I was planning to do this anyway. Bulma relented, stepping aside to hand the Dragon Balls to Krillin. Krillin gazed at the Dragon Balls, identical to those of his world, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The Dragon Balls of his world harbored negative energy, which had always deterred him from using them to fulfill his desires. In contrast, the Dragon Balls of the Super World were devoid of such negative energy, thus could be utilized freely. After all, no matter how formidable the evil dragons were, they paled in comparison to the might of the Omni King and the angels. Now, can you finally reveal to us the identity of the god of Super Saiyans? Bulma prompted. However, Krillin, without turning around, waved his hand dismissively. Wait until I've made my wishes, and then I'll inform you. Otherwise, the moment I finish speaking, Lord Beerus might not be pleased and destroy the earth, rendering my wishes moot. Oh, what a bother. Am I truly such a deity? Beerus groaned, returning to his reclined position and casually reaching for a snack. Well, it seems that way, the others concurred, acknowledging the rationale. Who allowed the god of destruction, Beerus, to exhibit such a capricious and unruly disposition? They too fear the sudden specter of death, yet their objectives remain unfulfilled. What do you suppose Krillin will wish for? My curiosity is piqued. Given his nature, he might desire a longer vacation from work, so he can spend more time with his wife and child. Alas, what a waste to expend a Dragon Ball for a bald man. Vegeta, disinterested in the warriors, stood apart, quietly wary of Beerus. With Beerus refraining from destroying the earth, his mood lightened somewhat. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Krillin laughed heartily and proclaimed the incantation. Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. Whis and Beerus exchanged curious glances. The incantation bore a resemblance to the summoning method of the Dragon Balls, yet it possessed subtle distinctions, likely to facilitate the ease of wishing for humans. A golden beam shot forth into the heavens. An infinite darkness enveloped the earth. A majestic dragon materialized, coiling its form above the yacht. O summoner of the dragon, declare your wish. Krillin contemplated the size of the Dragon Balls in his mind, comparing those from his world to those from Dragon Ball Super. As the dragon spoke, he immediately stated, For my first wish, I wish to learn the language of the gods. That is quite simple, no problem at all. It has been accomplished. The dragon's eyes glowed with crimson light, and Krillin instantly felt a profound understanding of a language from the divine, as if he could speak it effortlessly. Beerus and Whis shared a knowing glance. What could this fellow possibly want with the language of the gods? His intentions seemed rather peculiar. The others were equally puzzled by Krillin's wish. However, it was evidently not the time for inquiries, lest they jeopardize his desire. Unaware of their thoughts, Krillin proceeded with his second wish. I wish to know the locations of all the Super Dragon Balls. The dragon's eyes flickered with light, and after a moment, it hesitantly informed Krillin, This wish exceeds my capabilities. Please choose another. The universe is indeed vast, and even my power cannot ascertain the whereabouts of all the Super Dragon Balls. So it truly cannot be done. Krillin nodded, signifying his understanding, then bowed his head in contemplation. In the Dragon Ball Super anime, it seemed that the Earth Dragon Balls were also unable to assist in locating the Super Dragon Balls. Other details eluded him, as he had been in the Dragon Ball world for nearly 6 years. Beerus and Whis breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing he merely sought the wish orbs, they had feared he intended something more sinister. Perhaps Krillin had heard of the wish orbs and sought to find them to make a wish. According to legend, the wish orbs can fulfill any desire. So if that was his intention, it was not surprising. After pondering for some time, Krillin suddenly lifted his head and rephrased his request. For my second wish, I wish to possess the ability to clearly sense the locations of all Dragon Balls within a universe, including the Super Dragon Balls. The dragon's eyes glowed red once more as it endeavored to determine the feasibility of this wish. Krillin's heart raced with anxiety. However, he merely adopted a different approach to fulfill his desire. Instead of solely relying on the dragon's power to seek out the Dragon Balls, he resolved to enhance his perception of the Super Dragon Balls, intending to locate them himself. Should this method prove ineffective, he would have no choice but to implore Bulma to create a dragon radar. As soon as the wish was granted, Krillin closed his eyes, and in that moment, akin to sensing a familiar aura, his mind became imbued with the coordinates of all the Dragon Balls. They emanated a distinctive energy that was imperceptible to others, and upon the fulfillment of his wish, only Krillin could perceive it. It's accomplished. How splendid. The warriors erupted in joyous cheers. Regardless of what Krillin aspired to achieve, his status as their friend sufficed. The success of a friend's endeavors brought them immense happiness. Just moments ago, when the dragon failed to fulfill Krillin's wish, their hearts had collectively tightened in apprehension. What exactly is the Super Dragon Ball? Krillin, satisfied, withdrew his perception, opened his eyes, and prepared to articulate his final wish, the third wish. Stealing a glance at Beerus, he declared, "Dragon, grant my wish as I silently contemplate it. Bestow upon me the ability to traverse freely across the 12 universes, regardless of time and space." Beerus, with his acute senses, immediately detected Krillin's wariness. Springing from his reclined position in ire, "Hey you, do you have a problem with me?" Beerus glared, instantly appearing before Krillin, seizing his collar and shouting. Krillin maintained his composure, offering a subtle smile while dodging Beerus's spittle. "Haha, how could that be, Lord Beerus? Those last 2 bottles of pudding were indeed for you. Humph. Even if you gifted me pudding, what of it? I haven't tasted it yet. At most, I shall refrain from destroying Earth when the time comes. But why do you keep glancing at me while making your wish? Are you blatantly trying to guard against me? Not at all. Look, the others are unaware of my wish as well." Krillin pointed to the other warriors. Beerus detested those who engaged in verbal sparring. Had he not reserved 2 bottles of pudding for himself, he would have destroyed Krillin long ago. The insolent earthling does not comprehend the extent of my benevolence. Suddenly, the dragon's voice resonated. "Your wish has been granted." Yes, Lord Beerus. "Ahem, esteemed dragon, I have completed my task. I shall take my leave now." With remarkable swiftness, the dragon concluded its speech, and the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden glow, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, Krillin escaped Beerus's grasp, appearing in the sky while cradling the 7 Dragon Balls. He then descended rapidly, handing over the petrified Dragon Balls to Bulma. All of this transpired within a mere fraction of a second, faster than any human perception could fathom. "Here you go, Bulma. No need to collect them again next year. I never expected you to be so considerate. No wonder Android 18 chose to marry you." "Thank you, Krillin." Bulma joyfully stowed the Dragon Balls away. Yet to those knowledgeable in martial arts, this scene was nothing short of astonishing. Did he just run away from my grasp? Beerus glanced at Whis, then turned back to confirm. Upon seeing Whis nod, a glimmer of intrigue ignited in Beerus's eyes as he looked back at Krillin. How fascinating, so swift. Krillin showcased a fraction of his prowess, leaving the warriors in astonishment. When did Krillin's speed become so extraordinary? Impossible. Just moments ago, even I could not discern his trajectory, as if he had not even moved. Byac clenched his fists, a tempest of doubts surging within him. Has my strength waned to the point where I am inferior to Krillin? Vegeta's eyes brimmed with uncertainty. What wish did the Bald One make that has granted him such remarkable speed, even eluding my gaze? Android 18 pulled Marin closer, her curiosity intensifying. He is also Krillin. But what has transpired to transform him into such a formidable force? Son Goku, on the other hand, was both astonished and elated. Krillin, I never imagined your strength was so formidable. You must fight alongside me sometime. Ha. Laughing joyfully, Krillin turned to Beerus and said, Should I reveal the secret of the Super Saiyan God now? Chapter 99. Krillin, 3 sentences to have the dragon fulfill 3 wishes. Speak. I am quite curious about the astonishing secret you will unveil. Beerus reclined back into his chair, sipping juice as he spoke. Clearing his throat, Krillin began, Well, I won't complicate things too much. In essence, you all know that the Super Saiyan God is a legendary figure among the Saiyans, possessing immense power. To summon him, 5 Saiyans with pure hearts must channel their energy into another Saiyan, and then, what happens next? Vegeta inquired anxiously. This pertains to our family's history. It is imperative to know. Then one can transform into a Super Saiyan god. Krillin spread his hands, indicating he had concluded his explanation. That's it. Just that? Yes. That is all. Everyone was taken aback by Krillin's words, staring at him in disbelief. With just those few sentences, you wished for 3 wishes? Krillin, 3 sentences to have the dragon fulfill 3 wishes. Step aside, I must obliterate this rascal. Ahem, Beerus, the god of destruction, was so exasperated by Krillin that he fell from his chair. He hadn't finished his sentence, and the juice lodged in his throat, causing him to choke. Now, do not rush, Lord Beerus, Whis remarked, opening the sushi he had previously packed, dipping it in soy sauce as he began to eat. He feared that if too much time passed, the food would lose its freshness. Let us first see if his method can be achieved. It sounds simple, which is a positive sign. If the method sounded overly complicated or grand, you would find it even more challenging to locate the Super Saiyan god, would you not? Humph. Beerus still wished to take Krillin to task, glaring at him with the ferocity of a cat preparing to pounce. Had the divine Super Saiyan not appeared, I would have obliterated him along with Earth. Rest assured, it is indeed true. Krillin casually gestured at Beerus, inciting his ire to rise like a cat's fur bristling in anger, though lacking the actual fur for it to erupt. Now, let us begin with the 5 Saiyans. Let us test our might. Piccolo crossed his arms and closed his eyes, feeling a profound sorrow about the events of the day, not solely due to the bitter realization of his own inadequacy, but also from the disheartening unreliability of his comrades, Vegeta, Goku, and Krillin. Whether it truly matters remains uncertain, and you may elucidate later. However, when introducing Beerus, could you not weave a more coherent narrative instead of offering a mere transformation method? Is that all there is to it? Who would believe such a half-hearted explanation? Wait, we are still missing one. Krillin, oblivious to the depth of Piccolo's thoughts, simply wished to prevent Goku from foolishly participating in the ritual, which only served to escalate his frustration. This feline deity, Beerus, could scarcely contain his impatience. He was no longer to be toyed with emotionally. Missing one, the warriors inquired, their confusion palpable. They had been led astray by Piccolo's focus, failing to grasp that Krillin had referred to 6 individuals. I said 5 Saiyans, imparting the essence of justice to another Saiyan, making it a total of 6. Krillin raised his hand, signifying 5, then with his other hand, he indicated 1. The warriors exchanged glances, realizing that only Vegeta, Goku, Goten, Future Trunks, and Gohan comprised the 5 Saiyans. We are lacking in numbers. What shall we do? Concern rippled through the group. Beerus rose, his gaze devoid of emotion, watching the others as they made their final attempts. Wait, 3. 3 voices echoed simultaneously. Videl, Goten, and Future Trunks exchanged glances and smiled in a courteous manner. You go first. No, you should go first. You two should speak first. Let Videl go first. The eagerness of Future Trunks and Goten left Videl little choice but to reluctantly accept their kind intentions. Gohan supported her, and with a bashful demeanor, she revealed, I am pregnant. Perhaps I could count as one of the candidates. Gohan's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he gazed at Videl's belly. Be Videl, you are pregnant? Gohan, as Videl's husband, was astonished to discover her pregnancy on this very day. It must be said, he felt somewhat remiss in his duties. The others were equally shocked, unable to fathom that Gohan, with his pronounced brow and large eyes, had been involved in such a significant event. A chorus of congratulations erupted. Am I to become a grandfather? Ha ha. Goku laughed, scratching the back of his head. Ahem. Ultimately, it was Piccolo who reminded them, since we have sufficient numbers, let us commence the ritual. No need for Videl to go first. Future Trunks and Goten shouted once more. Bulma and Chi-Chi approached, grasping the ears of the 2 little boys, admonishing them. Now is not the time for childish antics. Be wary, or your father, that is, I, shall discipline you. No, we can find another Saiyan. The 2 little boys exclaimed, eliciting astonishment from everyone present. Vegeta stepped forward, his expression grave, and in a commanding tone, he queried. All known Saiyans are here. From where do you intend to summon another? We. Trunks and Goten were taken aback by Vegeta's stern demeanor. Vegeta, you have frightened them. Allow me to inquire, Goku interjected, squeezing past Vegeta with a cheerful smile. He crouched down to face Trunks and Goten, saying, Goten, Trunks. Is this other Saiyan your friend? Could you bring him forth for us to meet? We are in dire need of his assistance, please. Exchanging glances, Trunks and Goten nodded in unison, their courage bolstered. Trunks closed his eyes, raised his index finger, and mimicked Vegeta, swaying slightly. Humph. If you wish for him to appear before you, you must witness a performance we have prepared. Goten eagerly nodded along. Yes, we want to see a show. Goku scratched his head, slightly troubled, and turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, might we wait a while? Just one performance, I assure you, merely once. Beerus's gaze was penetrating as he fixed his eyes on Goku. Just when everyone assumed he would decline, he reclined back into his chair, munching on a lobster. I am not famished. I shall grant you another opportunity. A show, you say? I am rather curious. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Now, it is in your hands, Goku said solemnly, clapping with the two little boys. Trunks and Goten nodded in agreement and swiftly dashed away. Vegeta and Piccolo attempted to follow, but Goku and Krillin held them back. Krillin addressed everyone. Let the children have their chance. I believe their desire to perform for us is motivated by a wish for our attention. Regardless of the outcome, I hope we can all encourage them. Upon hearing Krillin's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Trunks and Goten quickly made their way to a section of the yacht that led directly to the stage behind the deck. There, Trunks and the Pilaf gang awaited their arrival. Realizing the moment had come, Trunks felt a surge of excitement as they all hurriedly prepared to ascend the stage. Before long, at Trunks' command, the Pilaf gang stepped onto the stage one after another. The crimson curtain gradually drew back. All eyes were fixed upon the stage, with Bulma and Chi-Chi feeling a pang of realization that perhaps they had not shown enough affection towards the children. A little encouragement might bring them joy. The lively music of the circus began to play. Pilaf, clad in clown attire, rode atop a small dog named Asu, who lay on the ground clad only in his undergarments. Pillow continuously tossed 5 apples into the air, taking a bite from each one as it fell. Oh, how could I forget Pillow? He was seemingly the first adversary I encountered. It is remarkable how they have all shrunk in stature, huh? The warriors gazed at them, and Pillow felt a twinge of embarrassment, particularly upon catching sight of Sun Wukong. Startled, he missed one apple, which landed squarely on Ash's head. Ash instinctively yelped in pain, causing Pillow to lose his grip, and all remaining apples tumbled down. This comical scene had both Pillow and Ash preparing for ridicule, yet instead of jeers, they were met with enthusiastic applause. The performance was splendid indeed. Even Vegeta and Piccolo offered sparse applause. Beerus, observing the spectacle, found himself inexplicably tickled, clutching his belly as he erupted into laughter. Whis, look at that dog. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Meanwhile, Super Trunks and Son Goten, dressing on the left side of the stage, finally relaxed upon witnessing the unfolding scene through the monitors. After Pillow dismounted from Ash, the next performer was Little Dance. She courteously bowed to the audience, removing her hat and conjuring a dove from its hidden compartment. Wow, how enchanting! Exclaimed Sun Wukong, genuinely perplexed. Little Dance did not linger, swiftly exiting the stage, merely serving to buy time for Super Trunks and Son Goten. Next came the grand finale, the transformation act. I shall confine Trunks within this box, yet he will emerge from another. Son Goten took the stage, donned in a dapper suit with a charming bow tie, exuding both elegance and cuteness. Pillow, along with his companions, rolled out 2 enormous boxes. Super Trunks also stepped up at this moment. After a brief display to assure the audience of the box's integrity, Son Goten secured Super Trunks within one of them. The warriors in the crowd, attuned to the energy, sensed a palpable tension surrounding the stage. Within those 2 boxes, only Trunks' energy could be felt, Piccolo whispered. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded silently, feeling the same absence. Vegeta, with eyes sharp as an eagle, fixated on the stage, while Krillin beamed with pride at their expressions. Just you wait. My most accomplished disciple will undoubtedly astonish you all. Despite their thorough search of the yacht, the warriors could not locate the other Saiyan that Super Trunks had mentioned. Where could this Saiyan be, and who could it possibly be? With a microphone in hand, Son Goten approached the box that Trunks had not entered, as the music swelled to a crescendo. Ladies and gentlemen, do not blink. The next moment will be one of miraculous revelation. Sun Wukong and the others focused intently on the 2 boxes. Even Beerus and Whis felt the mounting tension. As Son Goten pulled open the box's door, the breath of everyone present caught in their throats. They beheld an astonishing sight within the opened box, a figure strikingly identical to Trunks. Could it be Trunks? However, the other box still emanated Trunks' energy. Goten then unlatched another box and flung the door open. Super Trunks and Trunks leapt out together. Two Trunks? Chapter 100. The God of Super Saiyans? I too shall transform. All present stared in disbelief at the dual Trunks, their jaws agape at this unexpected occurrence. They fixated on the stage, silence enveloping the air, their breaths barely perceptible. Even Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment, rising from his reclined position to grasp Whis' arm, exclaiming, "Hey, Whis, quickly observe. Is that box capable of duplication? We must reclaim it." Whis silently released Beerus' grip, gazing at the two Trunks with a serious expression, equally astonished. "Please remain calm, Lord Beerus. It is unlikely to be a duplication." Despite their striking resemblance, a closer examination reveals they are indeed two distinct individuals. Observe, the Trunks on the right possesses a tail. Whis then summoned a shimmering screen with his staff, juxtaposing the two Trunks for comparison. Furthermore, the physique of the Trunks on the right appeared to have undergone a shorter developmental period, and their gazes differed. One bore a distinct energy, while the other was completely devoid of it. Yet why are there two? After Whis' explanation, Beerus regained some composure, stroking his chin as he pondered the two Trunks on stage. Utterly perplexed, during the banquet, Bulma had clearly stated she had only one child, and Vegeta would not deceive himself. Based on their previous search for Saiyans, it was evident they were unaware of the existence of another Trunks. What could be the reason? Never mind. As long as one can transform into a god of Super Saiyans. If not, I shall obliterate that short earthling along with the planet. With this thought, Beerus reclined once more, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk as he called out to the warriors. "Hey, I find this performance quite satisfactory. But you all shouldn't just stand there foolishly. Shouldn't you consider transforming?" The warriors, roused by Beerus' voice, snapped back to reality. Indeed, it was time to transform. Yes, indeed. I have no objections. This performance is splendid. They awoke from their stupor. The two Trunks jumped down from the stage, accompanied by Goten, eagerly rushing towards the warriors. "Hey, what do you think? Our show is rather impressive, isn't it?" Super Trunks said, seeking praise. Bulma hurried over to them, scrutinizing the two Trunks closely. Noticing their hair color and attire were identical, she could not help but display a troubled expression. "It is indeed remarkable, but Trunks, and Trunks, how can there be two of you?" The two Trunks exchanged glances, and with a shy smile, Trunks politely clasped his hands together and greeted everyone, saying, "Greetings. I am Trunks from another world, and it is a pleasure to meet you all." "Wow, Trunks actually greeted us," exclaimed Chi-Chi loudly. Behind her, Krillin smirked with a hint of pride. "Humph, all thanks to my diligent teaching. Please call me treasure of the children." Yamcha interjected, teasingly responding to Chi-Chi. "Is that the main point? Did you not hear he comes from another world?" Stepping forward from the crowd, Goku warmly greeted Trunks. "Hello there, I'm Goku. It's a pleasure to meet you, Trunks. May I inquire how you arrived in our world?" "Hello, Uncle Goku. My origins are something my master has instructed me not to disclose," Trunks replied bashfully. Piccolo and Vegeta stood together, with Vegeta's eyes twitching as he regarded Trunks. He could hardly fathom that another Saiyan would turn out to be his son from a different realm. Piccolo scrutinized the distinctly different Trunks, who contrasted sharply with the Super Trunks, and teased Vegeta, saying, "Vegeta, it seems the you from another world is far better at raising children." Both Vegeta and Krillin cursed Piccolo inwardly. Vegeta, with an impatient glance at Piccolo, approached Super Trunks. Krillin chimed in, "Damn you, Piccolo. It was clearly my contribution. Didn't you hear Trunks refer to his master?" Vegeta confronted Super Trunks with crossed arms, asking, "How did you find him?" Upon hearing this, Super Trunks, alongside Goten, proudly puffed out his chest. "We discovered him on the ship." Suddenly, Piccolo recalled, "So it was you too. You were playing tricks on me." Both Trunks and Goten immediately displayed embarrassed expressions. "Apologies, Uncle Piccolo," they said in unison. Piccolo exhaled a sigh of exasperation, finally clarifying the presence of two Trunks. "No wonder you were searching for me. Were you afraid I would reveal your little prank to your father? I shall forgive you this time. But there cannot be a next." As a parenting expert, Piccolo sternly admonished them. Trunks and Goten quickly nodded in agreement. Beerus, now sitting up in irritation, bellowed, "How long will you continue this? I said to transform quickly, or I shall obliterate the earth. Honestly, how many sit-ups must I endure for this? By the way, this recliner is quite comfortable. I should take it with me when I return." Upon hearing his urgency, Goku and the others instantly changed their expressions. Super Trunks hastily explained to Trunks what was required. "The other me, that guy is a god of destruction. He wants us to transform into something called a Super Saiyan God, or else he will destroy the Earth. We need 6 individuals in total. And you are the last one needed. Can you assist Uncle Goku in transforming? Trunks looked around at the tense warriors, and then at Beerus and Whis, who were leisurely sipping juice. A puzzled expression crossed his face as he replied, Super Saiyan God? I can transform into that. As Beerus, having just swallowed a sip of juice, abruptly spewed it forth, choking himself in the process, Whis was momentarily taken aback. Casting a glance at Trunks that bore a hint of intrigue, the others stood frozen in place, as if petrified. Super Trunks and Goten exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? But you never mentioned this to us. Trunks, scratching his head in confusion, replied, You never asked me. Haha, so that's how it is, Piccolo sighed, covering his forehead. He felt that everything today was beyond expectation. Could it be that Bulma's birthday posed such a significant threat? No wonder your power is so formidable. It turns out you are the Super Saiyan God. Super Trunks proudly draped an arm over Trunks' shoulder, lifting his chin defiantly. Indeed, in another world, I still possess such might. Trunks chuckled and informed everyone. The Super Saiyan God is not a singular individual. It is merely a transformation. Vegeta stared intensely at Trunks, his pupils flickering, as he clenched his fists, suppressing his emotions, and trembled as he demanded, Prove your words. Transform for me. Trunks regarded Vegeta from this world, sensing that this version of his father seemed far more intimidating than the one from his own. However, Krillin had informed him long ago that this was merely a facet of Vegeta's personality, not to be taken to heart. Thus, Trunks responded with a sweet smile, answering cheerfully, All right. His angelic grin caused a ripple of excitement among all present. Such a polite, kind, and endearing Trunks. Dozens of gazes fixated upon him, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his formidable power. Trunks closed his eyes, summoning the divine energy hidden within every cell of his being. A faint aura emanated from his forehead, transforming his hair into a pure crimson hue. As he opened his eyes, the colors of his pupils and irises shifted to black and red, respectively. While his physique appeared slightly more slender than usual, there was no explosive display of power. He merely levitated off the ground before gently descending, appearing unremarkable and serene as the heavens themselves. Is this truly the Super Saiyan God? It doesn't seem particularly potent. Super Trunks contemplated voicing his critique further. Yet as he continued, his eyes instinctively widened in realization. He noticed Trunks' figure flicker as though the display were lagging, and then, in an instant, a large sword, previously stored in the backstage monitoring room, materialized in his hand, his attire reverting to what he wore upon arriving in this world. My word, such incredible speed. The warriors gasped in awe, their eyes fixed on Trunks in shock. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta's jaw dropped as he involuntarily stepped back, colliding with Piccolo, who remained oblivious. Goku rubbed his hands in excitement, gazing at Trunks, who now bore the great sword. He certainly looks formidable, Trunks. Not far away. Whis and Beerus narrowed their eyes in intrigue. They sensed an invigorating divine energy emanating from the child, akin to a gentle river flowing endlessly. Although its intensity was somewhat lacking, it was understandable, considering he was merely 3 years old. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Goku, Trunks humbly replied. But my master says I still have a long way to go. Ah, I never would have guessed who your master is, setting such high standards, Goku exclaimed, striking his palm in a moment of relaxation. Then, I entrust you with this, Trunks. Would you be able to engage in a battle with Lord Beerus? Of course. Uncle Goku, Trunks replied, drawing the large sword from his back, his demeanor instantly shifting into a combat-ready state, a fierce aura enveloping the entire yacht in an instant. His master had taught him to constantly hone himself, to confront any adversary without fear, employing every means necessary to achieve victory. Beerus and Whis floated above the yacht. Beerus, seated cross-legged, rested his chin on one hand, observing Trunks with narrowed eyes. Whis, why do I get the feeling he doesn't resemble the Super Saiyan God from my dreams? He seems a bit smaller, doesn't he? Whis, hovering behind him, smiled and suggested, perhaps you could first try to engage him in a match. If that proves ineffective, we could always have Mr. Goku transform. Yes, that's a commendable suggestion. Beerus nodded, his form vanishing from sight. Whis swiftly scanned Trunks, searching among the warriors. It seemed he was looking for something specific. In the realm of warriors aboard the yacht, pinpointing the most prominent figure was no easy task. For a moment, it was quite challenging, as they all suppressed their energies. When attempting to sense their power levels, one would discover energies so low that they barely registered. Mere points or dozens of points of battle power. Yet, among these subdued energies, identifying a more inconspicuous individual was remarkably simple. While the warrior's energies were merely faint, they were not entirely devoid of life, unlike the gods, androids, or the deceased. Moreover, with Whis personally searching, he could detect even the slightest fluctuations in their energy. It was that earthling named Krillin, he mused with a faint smile, feeling a sense of pride in his keen insight. Had Trunks not transformed into a Super Saiyan god, he might have struggled to notice Krillin's anomaly. However, with Trunks' prior experience, he immediately recognized Krillin's complete lack of aura. He had mastered divine power. At that moment, Goku and the others had yet to come into contact with divine energy, remaining oblivious to how Krillin had acquired such a skill. Moreover, he understood the transformation method of the Super Saiyan God, a concept unfamiliar even to Goku and Vegeta. Having wished upon the Dragon Balls to learn the language of the gods and to discover the location of the Super Dragon Balls, all of these extraordinary circumstances, given his identity as an Earthling, raised significant suspicions. There was only one possibility. He must be the master who arrived in this world alongside Trunks. Whis' gaze was fixed on Beerus and Trunks, yet a part of his attention remained on Krillin. Allow me to observe what you truly intend to do, traversing through time, though it is quite illegal. However, the subsequent remarks from Trunks and his companions caused Whis' eyes to widen, overturning his previous assertions and leaving him on the brink of existential doubt. On the yacht, Beerus floated above Trunks, legs crossed, and calmly inquired, "Have you decided to fight me? Should I find your performance unsatisfactory, I shall annihilate the earth." Trunks shed all restraints that hindered his mobility, his shirt and bag, while his tail, coiled around his waist, unfurled and swayed freely. He gazed steadfastly at Beerus, asserting, "Uncle Goku and the others chose me to battle, thus I cannot afford to lose." Victory or defeat is not determined merely by words. Beerus smirked slightly, rising from the air, a profound curiosity igniting within him regarding Trunks' master. Who could be so remarkable as to cultivate such exceptional willpower even in a 3-year-old child? Were he not still youthful himself, he might have considered making Trunks his apprentice as a destroyer. Just as the two prepared for battle, a commotion erupted below, prompting even Beerus to glance down. "Look, Trunks has a tail." Kiki's booming voice resonated across the deck, drawing everyone's attention to Trunks' rear. A long, red tail dangled behind him. "Ah, really? Hey, Trunks. Didn't your parents have that tail removed?" Goku exclaimed upon realizing this fact. Vegeta instantly appeared behind Trunks, grasping his tail to confirm its authenticity. When he noticed that Trunks remained unfazed despite having his tail caught, he involuntarily gasped. "You're not weakened at all. Trunks, who taught you to train your tail? Was it your master? What's wrong with having a tail? Isn't it entirely normal? Why is everyone so astonished, Uncle Goku and Dad?" Trunks withdrew his tail from Vegeta's grip, perplexed. Had his master not informed him? Or was his master also unaware? Piccolo and Gohan furrowed their brows, recalling Vegeta's formidable strength when he invaded Earth as a great ape. If Trunks were to transform into a great ape and lose control, it would spell disaster for ordinary humans. With Trunks' current strength, a mere sneeze might shatter the Earth. Why had his master left such a perilous potential unchecked? Yamcha still vividly remembered the terror he felt upon witnessing Goku's transformation into a great ape for the first time. His body trembled involuntarily as he exchanged a glance with Puar, seeking refuge behind the grave-faced Master Roshi. "Even if you hide behind me, it is of no use. My strength is inferior to yours. Should danger arise, it would merely take a single stomp from the great ape." Yet still, it was Master Roshi's presence that provided a sense of reassurance. "Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. You merely wish for Goku to rescue me, while simultaneously aiding you," Master Roshi exclaimed, striking Yamcha's head vigorously with his cane. "I knew it was that scoundrel of a master of his. Does he not realize that growing a tail transforms one into a colossal ape? Why does he not assist Trunks in removing it?" Bulma's fury erupted. Even if it were Trunks from another realm, he remained her child, and she would not permit him to be led astray by nefarious influences. Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. He turned to exchange a glance with Goku, who was smiling at him. "How infuriating," Kakarot, "that we are once again of the same mind." "Trunks," Vegeta inhaled deeply. Addressing Trunks as if he were Super Trunks, "as my son, You should be able to retain your consciousness upon becoming a giant ape. However, I suspect your master left you that tail for a deeper purpose. Am I correct? Perhaps it is a means to grow stronger. Share that with me. Hey, Beerus snorted. Clearly dissatisfied. Are you going to let us fight or not? What is this nonsense about becoming stronger? The current Super Saiyan God is the finest method for you to ascend further. Upon hearing Beerus's remarks, Vegeta paused, pondering if he had overthought the matter. But no. Besides the Super Saiyan God, there also exists the Super Saiyan 4th stage. Trunks, relinquishing his tail, earnestly explained to everyone once more. The Saiyan tail is the key to transforming into the Super Saiyan 4th stage. Super Saiyan 4th stage? The warriors echoed in astonishment. 1, 2, 3. It seems I have only witnessed Goku's 3 transformations. I had no idea a 4th existed. The Saiyans are indeed a remarkable race. Beerus counted on his fingers, intrigued by the transformations he had witnessed. He and Whis were curious about this Super Saiyan 4th stage. Consequently, Beerus fell silent. Whis approached Trunks directly, both of them quietly awaiting Trunks' elucidation of the Super Saiyan 4th stage. Vegeta's eyes widened as he eagerly inquired, Trunks, what is this Super Saiyan 4th stage? How powerful is it? Is it stronger than the Super Saiyan God? You must tell me. After witnessing the power of the God of Destruction Beerus and Trunks as a Super Saiyan God, he desperately sought ways to elevate his strength. Goku also instantaneously teleported beside Trunks, excitedly grasping his shoulders and shaking him. Trunks, can you transform into the Super Saiyan 4th stage? I knew there was a stronger path ahead, but I never imagined that the method of transformation would hinge upon the tail. Bulma and the others fell silent, utterly incredulous. From the beginning until now, they had always perceived the Saiyan tail as a mere hindrance, or even a perilous trait. Every individual tends to overlook the most inconspicuous aspects, including the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. When the extraordinary Trunks was born, he did not even question Bulma's decision to remove Trunks' tail. I, on the other hand, remain unchanged. Trunks shyly remarked. However, my master can transform. His Super Saiyan 4th stage is infinitely more powerful than my transformation into Super Saiyan God. In fact, even if I exert my utmost strength, I would still be defeated by a mere finger from my master. This was the first time Whis displayed a look of disbelief upon his arrival, his expression filled with incredulity, drawing the attention of Beerus. Hey, Whis, what's the matter? Whis ignored him, engrossed in his thoughts. If Trunks' master possesses the ability to transform into the Super Saiyan 4th stage, does that not imply that his master is a Saiyan? This suggests that his master cannot be Krillin. Did I truly misjudge? Then who is Krillin? A fortunate individual who knows the transformation method of Super Saiyan God. Along with the existence of the Dragon Balls and the necessity of divine words for wishes, Whis furrowed his brow in contemplation. Considering a different perspective, it is not surprising that he knows a bit more about the Dragon Balls existing on Earth. He has companions from Namek and has visited that planet. Thus, having delved into the profound history of Namek, it does not seem implausible for him to possess such unusual knowledge. Whis endeavored to make his crumbling conjectures appear somewhat rational. If there is an explanation, then Krillin would no longer be a subject of suspicion. Perhaps Trunks' master lurks in the shadows. No, I must gather more information. I am determined to unravel this mystery. Whis discreetly activated the recording function on his staff, intending to analyze later whether Trunks' master is indeed Krillin. Defeated by a single finger? Goku and the others could hardly fathom the magnitude of such power. Speaking of which, Trunks, can your master transform into the Super Saiyan 4th stage? Is he a Saiyan? Trunks pondered, does Krillin count as a Saiyan? He possesses numerous Saiyan traits, and he can transform, so he should qualify. Trunks provided an ambiguous answer. Goku, Vegeta, and Whis all sighed in relief. Bulma looked at them in confusion. Goku, Vegeta, have you figured out who Trunks' master is? Goku confidently smiled, hands on his hips, and declared a name. I guess it must be Cell. He is the only one strong enough. Everyone was perplexed. Cell was indeed a villain. He possessed Saiyan cells and remarkable talent. But how could he possibly take Trunks as his pupil? They were mortal enemies. Vegeta scoffed. It's merely a difference of parallel dimensions. The Cell of this world may be a villain, but that is not necessarily true for others. So, that is how it is. Goku had more to share with everyone. Upon encountering him, Trunks referred to Goku as uncle, extending the same respectful address to others, despite the limited number of Saiyans present. Vegeta, being his father, could not possibly be called a master, nor could he himself assume that role for the reasons previously stated. Goten, being younger than Trunks and still struggling with speech, hardly qualifies to instruct anyone. Trunks did not direct his gaze towards Gohan, yet greeted him with courtesy. Goku, however, harbored doubts about Gohan's commitment to relentless training and self-improvement. He had long recognized Gohan's exceptional talent, indeed the finest among them, yet he lacked the requisite insight. Guidance from others was essential for his potential to be realized. Otherwise, the situation remained unfavorable. Ultimately, the remarkable strength Trunks displayed could scarcely be attributed to him. Thus, only an auxiliary figure, possessing Saiyan blood and closely aligned with their timeline, could fulfill this role, namely Cell. In Chapter 102, the classic strategy unfolds as Trunks encounters Beerus for the first time. Goku turned to Trunks, seeking confirmation. Trunks, Cell is indeed your master, is he not? You need not conceal this any longer. My instincts tell me I am correct. Trunks hesitated, responding uncertainly, yes, I suppose so. This uncertainty was perceived by others as affirmation, leading to speculation that he was being restrained from revealing the truth for fear of misunderstanding. Haha, Trunks. You can summon your master now. We are not so petty, someone chimed in. Indeed, it's not as if the Cell from our world is the same. Vegeta has already invaded Earth before. Hey, Vegeta interrupted, displeased with Bulma's commentary. Well, when my master wishes to emerge, he shall do so, Trunks replied, gripping his sword with palpable anxiety. How had such information about his master slipped out in mere moments? Fortunately, they would not suspect that his master had more than one form. Krillin, holding a glass of juice, averted his gaze from the nearby Android 18, striving to diminish his presence. Whis, with a somber expression, deleted the recording from his staff, quietly making his way to the sushi stand. I want to eat. I must indulge. Only food can soothe my wounded soul, he lamented. Please, chef, keep it coming. Of course, esteemed guest. To Whis, matters concerning Krillin and Cell were now irrelevant. Beerus sighed. Even his desire to engage in battle had waned amidst the unfolding drama. I shall grant you one final chance. Will you fight or not? His gaze was indifferent as he hovered above, surveying the scene below. Trunks immediately turned to him. Raising his voice, Lord Destroyer, I apologize for the wait. I shall engage you in battle. Humph, I shall not show mercy simply because you are a child, Beerus replied, preparing for Trunks to make the first move. The atmosphere grew tense, as onlookers below watched anxiously. Would the battle between gods finally commence? One could only wonder what technique Cell had imparted to Trunks. Let us hope that the Earth remains unscathed. The Dragon Balls have been summoned, and I have no desire to meet my end. Trunks, you must prevail. All eyes were fixed upon Trunks, hopeful that he could secure victory, at the very least to prevent Beerus from annihilating the Earth. Although the divine aura was imperceptible, it was evident to the discerning that Beerus was undoubtedly far more formidable than Trunks. Yet, they remained oblivious to the extent of this disparity, fervently wishing for the gap to be as minimal as possible. As Trunks approached Beerus, halting at a distance of 100 meters, he respectfully clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Beerus, unimpressed, remarked, such formalities are unnecessary. Let us commence without pretense. In an instant, a tremendous force struck Beerus at the neck, causing his body to plummet towards the sea. Just as he was about to meet the water's surface, he summoned his overwhelming energy to halt his descent. The anxious murmurs aboard the yacht ceased abruptly. After a prolonged silence, a chorus of bewildered voices emerged. What is this combat style? Shouldn't it be a clash of raw power? What, indeed, had Cell imparted to Trunks? Krillin, standing behind, awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Were it not for the ineffectiveness of a dump truck against their level, he would have suggested Trunks employ such a vehicle in the battle. A stealthy assault? Before Beerus could fully comprehend, he found himself astonished, gazing at Trunks hovering high above. Illuminated by the blazing sun, Trunks, with a solemn expression, had his formidable sword floating beside him, fingers spread wide before his eyes. With a powerful shout, he declared, Solar Fist. In that fleeting moment, an endless radiance erupted forth. The resplendent golden light bathed the sea, transforming the surface into a dazzling spectacle, almost blinding. Even Beerus, the god of destruction, was compelled to shut his eyes. Biological evolution had granted creatures eyes in pursuit of light and energy, whereas beings like Cell, capable of manipulating their genetic makeup, were rare. Thus, Beerus too was susceptible to the sun's brilliance. The instant he closed his eyes, a sense of foreboding washed over him. True to his fears, Trunks seized his sword with determination. Tenfold Kaioken. The crimson aura enveloping Trunks surpassed even that of a Super Saiyan god, and the sword's edge shimmered like a chainsaw. Whirring with speed, it appeared as though it could cleave through the very fabric of space. In a flash, Trunks, encased in the blood-red energy, materialized before Beerus, swinging his sword towards his waist with rapid precision. Clang! Instead of the anticipated sound of flesh meeting blade, a metallic clash resonated. Trunks strained to withdraw his sword, only to find it immobile in the hands of his opponent. As the brilliance faded, Trunks realized that Beerus had not even touched the blade. He merely pinched the chainsaw edge between two fingers, with a swift motion akin to scissors. He effortlessly severed the edge, transforming it into pure energy that vanished into the ether. Ah! Beerus exclaimed, opening his eyes wide in shock. You cunning little rascal! I shall destroy you. Yet, before he could finish, he discovered Whis standing beside him, deftly pinching Trunks' sword with his fingers. Greetings, Whis. Pray tell, why did you interfere in my battle? After Whis released his grip, Trunks retracted his large sword, his gaze warily fixed upon Whis. The man with white hair possessed an intimidating strength, indeed. Even his own techniques, which his master had warned could potentially harm him if not carefully controlled, seemed trivial in comparison. Yet, the figure before him had effortlessly severed the chainsaw's blade with merely 2 fingers, seemingly unperturbed by its rapid motion, as if he were impervious to such trivialities. Whis smiled at Beerus. Lord Beerus, you may not realize it, but you were mere moments away from death. What? Beerus widened his eyes. Incredulity etched across his features as he pointed at himself. You mean to say I was almost killed? Nonsense. Had that cunning little brat not ambushed me, I would never have let my guard down. With my divine power, even if he attempted that trick 100 times, he could not slay me. However, Whis merely shook his head. I had already reversed time once. You were indeed severed at the waist just now. Those calm words unleashed a torrent of shock. What did you say? Beerus retreated in disbelief, gesturing towards Trunks. Trunks raised an eyebrow. The time had been reversed? He had felt nothing. Meanwhile, Krillin on the yacht struggled to maintain his composure, suppressing the tremors coursing through his body while feigning indifference alongside the others as they observed the battle. As the possessor of the time reversal system, he sensed Whis' manipulation immediately, to prevent an anomaly in his unique existence, which would entangle him in the vast powers of time. He had to forcibly employ his instant transmission technique to leap through time. However, he had not anticipated that Whis' time reversal spanned an entire 10 seconds, compelling Krillin to develop his untested instant transmission to the point of leaping 10 seconds into the past. The peril of life and death, combined with excessive growth, nearly shattered his body. Fortunately, he had a stash of senzu beans within him, and after a few seconds of collapse, he perfectly restored himself using them. Krillin also noticed that Whis seemed to be observing him, perhaps intentionally. I am not one to expose myself, nor have I committed any misdeeds. Why do you persist in watching me? After voicing his thoughts, Krillin continued to feign nonchalance, gazing at the sky as if he were just another warrior oblivious to the unfolding events. Having just questioned why Whis would monitor him, Krillin remained vigilant towards Whis and Beerus. Should Trunks find himself in peril, he would unleash his full power to rescue him without hesitation. In the sky, the warriors could barely discern the ongoing conversation. Whis pointed to Trunks' large sword, explaining to Beerus, this blade appears to be composed of a special metal, remarkably resilient, and capable of enhancing the sharpness of one's energy. Were you to engage with merely 1/9, or even 1/10 of your strength, it would naturally be disregarded. However, your desire for an evenly matched battle now places your power on par with Trunks, combined with the momentary blindness caused by the sunlight, rendering you unable to withstand his assault. As Beerus grew increasingly infuriated, a terrifying sphere of energy began to coalesce in his hand. Damn little brat, I shall annihilate you. I apologize, Lord Destroyer. I never anticipated such dire consequences, but I cannot perish. Trunks gulped, raising his great sword, ready to continue the battle. He never imagined that he might end up slaying Beerus. Lord Beerus, he is merely a 3-year-old child. Meanwhile, you have grown complacent with your indulgences of food and sleep. Furthermore, it was you who initiated this combat. You must accept defeat if you lose. To everyone's surprise, Whis interjected to defend Trunks. Hey, Whis, which side are you on? I have already perished once. Beerus dissipated the energy and shouted at Whis. With a calm smile, Whis replied, I merely believe this incident could serve as a valuable lesson for you. Should you remain negligent, I fear I may be unable to save you. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Beerus retorted, turning away in silence. Trunks stood there, bewildered, as the two concluded their exchange. Is that it? At that moment, Whis proposed, Lord Beerus. If you do not wish to battle Trunks, why not engage with Mr. Goku? He can transform into Super Saiyan God, and you could face him. Beerus's eyes lit up. You make a valid point. Goku is unlikely to be as cunning as this little brat. Additionally, I can observe whether that Earthling's approach is effective. If not, I still possess the option to obliterate the Earth. Subsequently, the three descended together, approaching the warriors who remained entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. Chapter 103. Super Saiyan God Goku. Beerus and Whis continued to hover above the yacht, while Trunks flew down. Goku and the others looked at the suddenly pacified duo with great perplexity. Uncle Goku, prepare to transform into Super Saiyan God, Trunks announced as he landed. Donning his attire and sheathing his sword, appearing genuinely disinclined to fight. This only deepened the warriors' confusion. Goku, bewildered, stepped forward and inquired, Trunks, why have you returned? Have you finished your battle with Lord Beerus? Trunks, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Beerus, who snorted disdainfully and bellowed, Goku, hurry and transform into Super Saiyan God. If you dawdle any longer, I shall obliterate the Earth. Trunks shrugged, affirming the reality of the situation. Goku remained perplexed. Piccolo approached and patted Goku on the shoulder, stating, Beerus must have suffered some setback in his confrontation with Trunks. Perhaps something transpired that we are unaware of. However, we can inquire about it later. Goku, transform now. This is your last chance. If even you cannot defeat him, the Earth may truly be in peril. As a former guardian of Earth, Piccolo was more concerned about its safety than anyone else. Observing Piccolo's serious demeanor, Goku began to grasp the gravity of the situation, his expression turning solemn. Soon, the 6 Saiyans gathered, aligning themselves as Trunks took position at the forefront, with the others sequentially placing their hands on the shoulders of the person in front. They simultaneously closed their eyes. Krillin timely reminded them, the power of the heart is not merely energy, one must remain vigilant. Before long, the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically. Beerus and Whis paused, their gazes fixated intently upon Goku's form. It was their first encounter with the birth of a Super Saiyan God. Beerus was particularly eager. Should Krillin's method prove erroneous, he would not hesitate to obliterate both him and the Earth. Without mercy. Previously, the allure of exquisite cuisine had been a mere distraction. Not his fault. Krillin shielded his eyes with one hand, feigning a rub, while secretly gauging Goku's combat power. He soon discerned that Goku's strength was soaring rapidly. The Saiyans ascended into the air, each experiencing an automatic transformation into Super Saiyan hairstyles. Trunks also reveled in the Super Saiyan transformation, his hair turning golden. It seemed that unlocking this form in the future would not pose a challenge. In the next moment, the sky above Earth deepened into an extraordinary hue. Countless stars dimmed, then ignited anew, their brilliant light flickering as if responding to the miracle about to unfold. Dark clouds churned ominously, akin to the roar of a colossal beast, enveloping the world in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, Goku's metamorphosis commenced. He floated ahead of the others, hands resting on his hips, an unprecedented energy swirling within him. His breath resembled the calm at the eye of a storm, contained yet profound, while a misty red glow enveloped him, obscuring his visage. The other Saiyans naturally descended to the ground, eyes wide open in astonishment, too awestruck to utter a sound. Vegeta furrowed his brow, for the first time in eons. His unchanging expression betrayed a flicker of emotion, one of resentment at being surpassed. Kakarot. Beerus gazed at Goku with satisfaction, murmuring to himself, finally, a worthy battle awaits. The others felt a similar shock. Witnessing Trunks' burgeoning power was one thing. Witnessing the birth of divinity was an entirely different experience. The scene before them was utterly breathtaking. Even those unable to perceive power, like Dend, Bulma, and Chi-Chi, could feel the immense strength radiating in the air. A golden mist, as dense as a towering wall, enveloped the sea, adorning the sky and casting a resplendent golden hue across the landscape. Suddenly, Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment as he caught sight of Goku's dark silhouette within the crimson mist. It dawned on him. The Super Saiyan God he had seen in his dreams bore an uncanny resemblance to the Goku before him. Could it be? Beerus's anticipation for the impending battle intensified. Abruptly, a piercing cry echoed through the heavens, akin to a phoenix reborn, proclaiming its arrival to the world. An unparalleled force erupted from Goku's being. In an instant, his hair ignited into a fiery red, embodying the fervor and might of molten lava. Sun Wukong sensed that, at this moment, his body had transformed into a fiercely erupting volcano, each cell bursting forth with boundless energy. The instant his eyes opened, they shimmered with a piercing crimson light. His gaze was resolute and radiant, each step he took seemingly capable of shattering the stars and shaking the cosmos. His aura deepened, enigmatic and formidable, leaving others unable to fathom its essence. As Sun Wukong underwent his metamorphosis, astonishing changes unfolded in the heavens above Earth. The golden clouds of the sky were pierced by brilliant beams of light, converging into a colossal pillar that soared toward the heavens, as if to rend the firmament asunder. At the center of this radiant column, Sun Wukong's silhouette flickered, standing tall and proud. The oceans of Earth began to roar, tumultuous waves rising as if to engulf all. The land trembled, rivers boiled, rocks shattered, and the beasts of the forests let out terrified roars, all of creation bowing in submission. People halted their labors, gazing upward in awe at the extraordinary celestial phenomena, their eyes filled with panic. In that moment, the entire Earth seemed to be overwhelmed by Sun Wukong's power, rendering all things motionless. The sun's brilliance appeared to dim, save for the dazzling radiance of the Super Saiyan god with crimson hair, a light so intense it was difficult to behold. His might instilled an unprecedented sense of oppression and unease in all living beings. At this instant, a deity had descended. Sun Wukong's gaze blazed as he fixed his eyes upon Beerus, who likewise regarded him from above. In front of Krillin, a panel depicting Sun Wukong appeared. Target: Sun Wukong battle power, 12 quintillion, partially enhanced due to Trunks. Form: Super Saiyan God status, empowered by a righteous heart description, 6 Saiyans, embodying righteousness. Concentrate their noble essence upon a single individual. What a remarkable talent, Krillin mused. The divine power varied considerably based on the level of battle prowess and differences in innate gifts. His first clone, Cell, possessed strength on a multidimensional scale, with exceptional talent. Upon transformation, he had only reached a battle power of 3 quintillion. Yet here was Sun Wukong, with a mere base power of 2 billion, achieving, during his inaugural transformation into a Super Saiyan god, over a third of Cell's clone's dimension. His talent and spirit were such that even Krillin felt a pang of envy. Sun Wukong, Beerus said with a smile, his voice slow and deliberate, how does it feel to become a god? Upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong took a moment to observe his transformed physique. His originally robust form had grown leaner, his skin as fair as that of a woman. His eyes appeared larger. Their pupils and irises shifted to black and red, respectively, and his visage was now one that could incite envy even in Bulma. As he looked at least a decade younger, taking a deep breath, flames seemed to ignite within his eyes as he declared, I never imagined such a powerful realm existed. With this newfound strength, I can better comprehend the might of you, Lord Beerus and Trunks. Having spoken, he clenched his fists once more, placing them before his eyes, and gazed at Beerus with unwavering confidence. Such an astonishing power, indeed remarkable, Lord Beerus, he exclaimed, a playful chuckle escaping his lips. Beerus, puzzled yet amused, turned to Krillin beside him and remarked, Earthling, your method is indeed genuine. Thus, I shall show mercy and spare your planet. Ah, yes. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for your benevolence, Krillin replied, his demeanor one of trepidation. But beware, I might just strike that feline visage of yours. With a sidelong glance at Krillin, Beerus redirected his attention to Son Goku, a grin revealing his pearly whites. Goku, to prevent the destruction of Earth, you must defeat me. Goku, having anticipated this outcome, responded without hesitation, then let us engage in battle, Lord Beerus. I yearn to discover the extent of my strength within the realms of the divine. Gradually, Goku ascended from the ground until their gazes were level, both warriors igniting with fierce combat spirit. Below, Vegeta gazed up at them, his arms crossed and fists clenched tightly. The other warriors, including Piccolo, watched with bated breath, knowing that if even Goku were to falter, Earth would face annihilation. They remained uncertain of Beerus's true strength. Chi-Chi Videl and Gohan looked skyward, their eyes filled with apprehension. Trunks, future Trunks, and Goten stood together, seemingly the calmest among them. Trunks remained composed due to his prior encounter with Beerus, during which he had nearly vanquished the god of destruction. Future Trunks and Goten exhibited confidence, bolstered by Trunks' prowess, knowing that anyone capable of overwhelming Beerus must possess immense strength. As the potential destruction of Earth loomed, they hoped for Trunks to rise to the occasion once more. Witnessing the imminent clash, Whis descended from the heavens, positioning himself beside Vegeta and deliberately projecting a clear image from the skies. Oh, splendid! The visuals are pristine, full of detail, laid bare for all to see. Who wishes to observe? Vegeta did not even spare him a glance, feeling underestimated. Whis stifled a chuckle, relishing the expressions on these mortals' faces upon learning the truth about Beerus, whom he always referred to as his master. Ahem, should anyone desire to watch, feel free to call upon me. He then settled to the side, observing the images emitted from his staff. Bulma and the others sheepishly gathered around, eager to catch a glimpse of Whis' projection. In the Kai's realm, the Grand Kai and Old Kai had been watching intently for quite some time, their anxiety palpable as they focused on the crystal ball displaying Earth. Old Ancestor, do you think Goku can defeat the god of destruction, Beerus? Impossible, the Old Kai replied, his expression grave. The god of destruction is insurmountable. Even if Son Goku were 100 times stronger, he would still falter. In this universe, they are invincible. Mark my words, Beerus is merely toying with Goku and the others. However, our primary concern should be whether their battle will obliterate our universe. Chapter 104. It matters not. I shall intervene. On King Kai's planet, he wiped the sweat from his brow, casting aside the devastation surrounding him. The shattered buildings and the ravaged planet were forgotten. His gaze remained fixed on the silhouettes of Son Goku and Beerus. Goku, give it your all. You are the last hope of the universe. After ascending to a sufficient height, Son Goku and Beerus unleashed their attacks simultaneously. They struck at one another with their fists, and upon impact, a resounding boom echoed, producing a visible shockwave in the sky. Beerus smiled with satisfaction, declaring, "This is the battle I yearned for. Son Goku, unleash your full power." Goku, with a determined glint in his eyes, nodded earnestly. "Lord Beerus, I hope you will also engage me with all your might." Beerus smirked slightly. "Then you must exert yourself. At your current level, you are not worthy of my full strength." Stung by Beerus's disdain, Goku's curiosity was piqued, and the Saiyan blood within him ignited with fervor. With a thunderous roar, a crimson aura erupted around him. Goku ceased his words, his agile form darting toward Beerus like an arrow. A purple flame enveloped Beerus's body as well. Having learned from his previous encounter with Trunks, he remained vigilant, wary of any potential underhanded tactics from Goku. Beneath the sky designated as their battleground, the two figures, a brilliant red and a deep purple, blazed through the air like comets, igniting sparks of conflict. The Super Saiyan God and the universe's mightiest destroyer, Beerus, engaged in an unprecedented confrontation. In the blink of an eye, countless exchanges transpired, with Goku and Beerus weaving through the earth. As their powers collided, the very fabric of reality seemed to be rent asunder, transforming everything into their playthings. Mountains trembled under the weight of their clash, as if crushed by an invisible hand, with majestic peaks collapsing and boulders tumbling down, stirring clouds of dust into the air. Rivers altered their courses, the once placid waters rising in tumultuous waves, akin to a furious dragon thrashing about, sending sprays of mist flying. The earth quaked. Each surge of power cracked the ground, leaving gaping fissures that spread like wounds across the planet. Seismic waves rippled outward, echoing the rhythm of their battle, silently narrating the intensity of their struggle. Human edifices crumbled under the onslaught, akin to children's blocks, swiftly reduced to rubble. The skies above, once shrouded in darkness, were miraculously cleared by the sheer pressure of their combat. Goku, though your strength may be modest, in battle, I shall deem you a genius, Beerus remarked, casually defending against Goku's onslaught with one hand, his relaxed posture revealing the terrifying extent of his might, even as his breath remained unperturbed. Goku, panting and weary, continued to throw punches. His upper garments had been completely torn away, yet his spirit remained undaunted, wholly absorbed in the thrill of the fight. With a deep breath, Lord Beerus, you are not without merit. After speaking, Son Goku launched another punch. Beerus, with a nonchalant demeanor, clenched his fist and retaliated in kind. The collision of their formidable powers generated an extraordinarily brilliant light, akin to the sun exploding in the sky, rendering it impossible to behold. The devastating energy waves emanated from the center of the battlefield, with each explosion accompanied by a deafening roar, reminiscent of a divine being's wrath. These waves of energy swept away everything in their path. Forests were uprooted, the earth was torn asunder, and rocks evaporated, leaving all forms of life trembling in the wake of this cataclysmic confrontation. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the silhouettes of the two combatants streaked across the sky like meteors, traversing from one side of the earth to the other. Continental plates and extreme weather were mere trifles, incapable of hindering their battle. To them, who had ascended to the divine, these obstacles bore no significance. Beerus unleashed attacks with effortless grace, while Son Goku summoned all his strength to withstand them. As Beerus delivered a seemingly ordinary punch, Goku swiftly crossed his arms and rooted his feet to the ground to absorb the impact. Each time he struck the earth, he left behind a fissure stretching for miles, which in turn triggered landslides and chaos, instilling terror in countless beings. They could not even glimpse the shadows of the calamity that had manifested. Had the earth been ravaged to such an extent? Piccolo closed his eyes, focusing on Whis' staff, and could only witness the fierce clash between Son Goku and Beerus. Yet, upon introspection, he sensed the vanishing of many lives, an observation beyond the divine perspective. This battle, ostensibly fought to protect the earth, paradoxically wrought devastation upon the very ground it sought to defend. Fortunately, we still possess the Dragon Balls. Krillin gazed at Son Goku and Beerus, his expression heavy with sorrow, recalling fallen comrades, which filled his heart with bitterness. The divine conflict ought not to transpire for these fragile humans. Had it not been for the Namekian Dragon Balls, the sin of prematurely using the Earth's Dragon Balls would be inescapable. As the battle intensified, each clash of fists cleared the sky, allowing sunlight to pierce the atmosphere and swiftly illuminate the earth below. Yet, the light, a symbol of righteousness, did nothing to stem the tide of life's demise. Their techniques were like a tempest, unleashing waves of destructive energy that collided in the air, provoking cataclysmic explosions. The earth trembled incessantly under the relentless barrage, as if it could scarcely endure the weight of such overwhelming force. Harnessing the power of the shockwave, Son Goku instantaneously created distance. Appearing in the air thousands of kilometers away from Beerus, he concentrated divine energy in both hands, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Beerus, sensing the divine power approaching, curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Extending a finger, he unleashed a radiant burst of purple energy. Kamehameha. Destruction. The clash between the two forces produced a colossal mushroom cloud, with shockwaves obliterating everything in their path, uprooting trees and reducing boulders to mere dust. The energy unleashed by the Turtle School's Kamehameha was utterly consumed by the violet force, leaving not a trace behind. The battle escalated into a fervent climax as Sun Wukong roared in fury, acutely aware of the turmoil unfolding on Earth. With great effort, he propelled Beerus into the atmosphere, teleporting right after him. However, unbeknownst to him, his power began to spiral out of control. "Are you afraid of harming the Earth?" Beerus remarked with a faint smile. "Then let me indulge you." With a swift motion, he seized Sun Wukong's neck as he teleported in, hurling him mercilessly into the vastness of space. Just as Sun Wukong was about to unleash his energy, an indescribable sensation washed over him, not the chill of space, nor the suffocating void, but a realization that he was losing control over his own energy. In that moment, the world seemed to freeze, leaving only the two figures confronting each other in the cosmos. Beerus observed Sun Wukong, who struggled to synchronize his limbs due to his uncontrollable energy, rendering him incapable of launching an attack. "It appears you've reached your limit, Sun Wukong. Though you fought valiantly, I must declare that you have lost. Prepare to face divine judgment. I shall destroy the earth." With a single hand raised, reminiscent of Frieza's signature pose, Beerus gathered an immense and resplendent violet energy sphere at his fingertips. He flicked his finger, causing the energy orb to descend slowly towards Earth. No one doubted its capacity to obliterate the planet. A flicker of shock crossed Sun Wukong's eyes, soon replaced by rage. "Stop! You can't do this," he shouted. Even in the face of his waning control, Sun Wukong stood defiantly before the energy sphere, attempting to halt its progression with his formidable physique. Suddenly, the crimson aura dissipated, The transformation into Super Saiyan God had faded. Realizing the dire situation, he gritted his teeth and transformed into Super Saiyan Stage 1, pushing against the energy sphere to impede its advance. "I will not allow you to destroy Earth," he bellowed, as he instinctively accelerated the fusion of divine power with his body. Perhaps this was the reason he could later effortlessly merge divine energy with Super Saiyan Stage 1. Yet, the process was agonizing, akin to molten lava searing his skin, pain erupting at every moment. As his body activated its defense mechanism, Sun Wukong's eyelids grew heavier. He cast one last glance at Beerus, unable to utter a word before plummeting from the sky. His body fell like a meteor, engulfed in blazing flames, disappearing into Earth's atmosphere. Beerus silently observed his descent, shaking his head. Just as he contemplated descending to rescue Sun Wukong, he caught sight of a gleaming bald head. On the yacht, everyone watched in silence as Sun Wukong fainted and fell, bracing themselves for the impending doom. Trunks, eager to intervene, was restrained by a hand. Is the Earth truly to be destroyed? Yamchu, Piccolo, and the others closed their eyes in resignation. Is there truly no way to tempt Beerus with exquisite cuisine? Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth. I apologize, but after Lord Beerus has dined, his cravings for delicacies tend to diminish. Upon reflection, it seems most races across the universe share this trait. Ha ha ha. Piccolo sighed deeply. It's impossible now, unless a miracle occurs. Until we meet again in the afterlife, I wonder if I, once the Demon King Piccolo, can ascend to paradise. Bulma and the other women immediately burst into tears. Oh heavens, who will save us? I do not wish to perish. Android 18's gaze was fixed on Krillin, a slight smirk gracing her lips. It seems the time for action has come. Let me witness your strength. Wah! Hey, stop crying. Your wails are quite bothersome. Krillin's voice interrupted, causing Chi-Chi and Bulma to turn in anger. Krillin, can you refrain from being so callous? The Earth is on the brink of destruction. What is wrong with our tears? Aren't you afraid? Your wife and child are still here. Krillin did not respond immediately. Instead, he calmly reached into his pocket and produced a pair of sunglasses. Master Roshi observed him silently, suddenly awakening to the realization. Aren't those my glasses? When did that little rascal take them? But upon checking his own pocket, he found his own pair still intact. So, where did Krillin acquire identical sunglasses? Krillin expertly donned the glasses. With a resounding thud, white smoke enveloped him, dispersing quickly to reveal his bald head before everyone. Is this Krillin? Didn't he have hair? How did he become bald again? Krillin tightened the belt around his waist and answered Bulma and Chi-Chi's inquiries with a calm demeanor. The destruction of Earth? It matters not. I shall intervene. In a flash, Krillin vanished and reappeared, cradling the body of Son Goku in his arms. Whis furrowed his brow intently. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. That guy. Piccolo gazed at Krillin in astonishment. Could it be? Chapter 105. It's quite simple. I will use a clone. Master. Trunks' voice captured everyone's attention as he sweetly called out to Krillin. Trunks, what did you just say? Bulma and Chi-Chi stared at Krillin's bald head in utter shock. Piccolo and Vegeta's faces reflected incredulity. Master Roshi stood with his mouth agape, resembling a statue, his glasses having slipped to his chin without him noticing. Super Trunks pointed at Krillin, exclaiming, Another me? You must be mistaken. Uncle Krillin's strength is inferior to mine. How could he possibly be your master? Trunks dashed toward Krillin, running and addressing Super Trunks. A master is a master. Do not view others through a colored lens, Trunks. Krillin handed over Son Goku, saying, Take good care of Uncle Goku, Trunks. From here on, leave it to me. His tone was exceptionally steady, a stark contrast to his earlier fawning demeanor before Beerus. Understood. Those two simple words from Trunks resonated with unwavering confidence in Krillin's abilities. What? He is Trunks' master. Yamcha exclaimed in surprise as he grasped the tail of Puer beside him. I was just chatting with Krillin and couldn't discern any difference in him compared to before. Vegeta initially thought that Trunks transforming into a Super Saiyan God was already astonishing enough, but little did he know, there was something even more unexpected. Piccolo, having lowered his arms from his chest, found it difficult to articulate his astonishment, which was no less impactful than when Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God. It seemed utterly impossible, yet it had indeed occurred. What transpired in another world? Looking at Krillin's bald head, Chi-Chi could not fathom how he could be Trunks' master. Even Yamcha appeared more akin to being Trunks' mentor. Speaking of which, why hasn't my son Goten taken him as his master? Krillin, with merely his mental prowess, surveyed the reactions of those behind him and offered a casual smile. He did not linger for long and prepared to ascend to the atmosphere to engage in battle with Beerus. At that moment, Whis appeared before him, blocking his path with a staff, smiling politely as he inquired, "Mr. Krillin, I apologize, but could you please wait a moment?" Krillin glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Do angels wish to intervene in mortal affairs?" "Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Krillin, you jest. Angels certainly do not meddle in the matters of mortals. However, I am quite curious about something and would appreciate your elucidation. Otherwise, I shall have a restless night." Whis replied, raising a finger. "Mr. Krillin, I had a sense that you were extraordinary and even speculated that you were Trunks' master. However, one piece of information overturned my assumption. Trunks mentioned that you can transform into a Super Saiyan, even possessing an additional form beyond Mr. Goku's Super Saiyan Stage 4. Excluding the possibility of such a polite child as Trunks lying, may I inquire about how you, as a human from Earth, achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan?" Whis posed the question that lingered in everyone's minds. They were all perplexed. How could Krillin, being a mere Earthling, transform into a Super Saiyan? "Do you wish to know?" Krillin turned to face all the warriors, the sunlight reflecting off his glasses symbolizing justice. Everyone nodded eagerly, even Piccolo and Vegeta stiffly bobbing their heads in agreement. Android 18. Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Videl looked on with insatiable curiosity, eagerly awaiting Krillin's response. Marin tugged at Android 18's hand, inquisitively asking, "Mom, why is Dad flying up in the sky? Why is everyone asking about him?" Android 18 smiled and explained to Marin, "That's your otherworldly dad. He is going to save the world. Shall we cheer for him?" Marlin, in a state of innocent bewilderment, nodded slightly and, encouraged by number 18, shouted towards Krillin, "Daddy, go and defeat the bad guys." Upon hearing the call, Krillin looked up and recognized Marlin and number 18, which reminded him of someone kept in his personal space. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "You wish to know how I transformed into a Super Saiyan? Allow me to enlighten you." In the next moment, everyone aboard the yacht instinctively took a step back, their expressions frozen in awe as they gazed skyward, their breaths barely audible, akin to a sacred pilgrimage. When Whis witnessed the scene before him, he couldn't help but admit he was taken aback. With a confident snap of his fingers, the sky around Krillin was instantaneously filled. Figures began to emerge, dozens of them, crossing their arms as they occupied the space above the yacht, their faces concealed by the sunlight, yet their outlines were unmistakable. All of Krillin's duplicates had materialized, the entirety of the Krillin Legion, including the first Cell clone, the Cell Squad, the Frieza Squad, the One-Star Dragon clone, the Baby clone, the Broly clone, the Raditz clone, the Nappa clone, and the Dorius clone, along with the Namekian Slug clone and various minions of the Frieza Force. Each of them radiated a formidable aura and energy fluctuations. Even the weakest among them had undergone Bebi's potential awakening and had been infused with divine power, effortlessly mastering both Ultra Instinct and Self-Ultra Instinct. Each clone surpassed all but Whis and Trunks in strength. Krillin hovered in the air, arms outstretched, flanked by his legion of duplicates, basking in the glorious sunlight. The invincible Krillin Legion had made its debut. It's quite simple. I achieved this through my duplicates. They are the very essence of the Krillin Legion. The first Cell clone stepped forward, unleashing a powerful shout, igniting an explosive surge of energy. A crimson hue enveloped the entire sky as divine energy intertwined with the aura, a wild yet harmonious fusion. The entire universe seemed to tremble. The Super Saiyan 4th grade godly power form had arrived. Trunks, in awe, proclaimed, "That is my Master's most formidable transformation, the Super Saiyan 4th grade godly power form. Infinitely more powerful than I." "Ah, so that's how it is," he mused, marveling at the unexpected method. The Super Saiyan 4th grade godly power form, a brilliant fusion of divine energy and Super Saiyan prowess, was indeed a stroke of genius, and he succeeded. With Krillin at the helm, Earth might truly be safeguarded. Whis gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth. He had never anticipated that Krillin would utilize duplicates for his transformation. The sheer ability to create such an abundance of duplicates was nothing short of extraordinary. The power that Krillin displayed was such that even Whis, as an angel, could not help but be impressed. As a human from Earth, Krillin's talent and aptitude had reached the pinnacle of humanity. To call him the strongest human would be no exaggeration, regardless of the astonishment experienced by Weiss. It paled in comparison to the shock felt by the multitude aboard the yacht below. Among those replicas, they recognized numerous familiar faces. Surely, I am not mistaken. Frieza stands beside Krillin, accompanied by a multitude of others. Bulma's voice trembled as she took a few steps back in fright. It was not merely Frieza. There was also Cell, and even monsters unknown to them. How had Krillin achieved this? Now, everyone was aware that Krillin hailed from another world. Yet they could scarcely fathom that this alternate version of Krillin possessed such formidable powers. Frieza and Cell were once adversaries that had brought them to their knees. Yet here they were, manifested as mere replicas by Krillin. Just how powerful must this Krillin be? Vegeta appeared to be the most incredulous among them, utterly unable to believe the scene before his eyes. Raditz and Nappa, once his subordinates, had somehow become so immensely strong. He could distinctly see Raditz and Nappa among the dozens of replicas, their auras surpassing even his strongest form as a Super Saiyan 2 by several magnitudes. And this was merely their baseline state. The most disheartening sight for him was the form of Cell standing next to Krillin. The Super Saiyan 4th stage was a true humiliation. The Saiyan bloodline had been harnessed to such an extent by a mere earthling. The sheer ferocity of his Super Saiyan 4th stage god form exuded a terrifying presence. Even without perceiving the strength, a mere glance was enough to extinguish Vegeta's will to resist. It was the pinnacle of bloodline power, capable of subduing weaker Saiyans with nothing more than a gaze. Then there was Broly, that melancholic boy whom Vegeta did not recognize. He merely stood there, arms crossed, swaying his tail. Yet, as Vegeta caught sight of him, an inexplicable fear seized him, causing his entire body to tremble. The Broly replica seemed to sense his gaze, turning slightly with a smile that looked down upon Vegeta. Vegeta's throat felt constricted, making even the act of breathing a struggle, let alone speaking. What in the world had transpired in Krillin's realm? Even I, a Saiyan, pale in comparison to him? What monstrous entity is this replica of his? Is he also a Saiyan? Vegeta felt his legs weaken under Broly's stare. However, no one paid him any heed, as others were utterly captivated by Krillin's overwhelming power. Piccolo fixed his gaze upon the Super Namekian slug, astonished into silence by the immense aura it radiated. Among Krillin's replicas, there was indeed a Namekian, and one that was not significantly weaker than those Saiyans. As a Namekian himself, he understood the arduous journey of power enhancement compared to that of a Saiyan. Despite years of cultivation, he found himself outmatched by the two young Saiyans. Yet, Krillin's Namekian replica instilled a flicker of hope within Piccolo. The Namekian, it seems, may not necessarily be weaker than the Saiyan. He has resolved that once this incident passes, he will seek out Krillin for methods to enhance his strength. The glasses of Master Roshi have already fallen to the ground. It appears that the title of the strongest may no longer belong to Goku. Yet, it matters not. For both Goku and Krillin are my disciples. The universe's strongest and second strongest are both my pupils. Who else could possibly boast such a formidable background? Master Roshi never anticipated that Krillin, a disciple of the Turtle School, could surpass even Son Goku. Now, the title of the universe's strongest has shifted to Krillin. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that both the strongest and second strongest hail from the Turtle School. Does this not attest to Master Roshi's prowess in teaching? Even if this Krillin originates from another world, it does not hinder Master Roshi from indulging in self-praise. Now, is it clear? Krillin stands like a deity, his status casting an imposing aura that renders him exceptionally formidable. Below, the crowd simultaneously swallowed hard and nodded in stupor. Observing the expressions of all those present, Krillin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, until he suddenly caught the gaze of Android 18. Krillin, how on earth did you achieve this? Despite Android 18's imaginative exaggerations, when the truth unfolded, she found herself underestimating this Krillin. His power had escalated to a terrifying magnitude, one potent enough to effortlessly annihilate any foe. Krillin promptly summoned Super Krillin from his spatial realm. Super Krillin regarded Krillin with admiration and approached Android 18 and Marin. I have relayed all the details to him. Let him explain everything to you. Upon finishing his statement, dozens of clones shot upwards like rays of light, soaring into the sky, leaving behind a myriad of colored beams. Their speed was such that it left behind ethereal remnants in the air. In an instant, they ascended to the atmosphere, where Krillin's bald head gleamed brilliantly. His eyebrows turned crimson, and his gaze burned with intensity. In a flash, The red aura surged before Beerus could recognize him. He received a swift kick to his side. The force of this blow was so tremendous that it caused his eyes to bulge with pain. Who are you? Do not inquire. I intend to exploit your weakened combat power to deliver a thorough beating. Chapter 106. The Mysterious Krillin, the Unfettered Ultimate Krillin. How many forms do you possess? Before Beerus could regain his composure, Krillin delivered a rapid slap, striking Beerus's face with such force that he was sent flying. Beerus's figure immediately vanished into the depths of the dark cosmos, thus validating Krillin's earlier assertion about knocking the feline deity off balance. On the yacht, the spectators once again beheld the clash between Krillin and Beerus. As they witnessed Krillin's unprincipled treatment of Beerus, everyone was left in a state of shock, including Whis. Their lips quivered as they finally comprehended the origin of Trunks' seemingly trivial combo attacks. In the Kaioshin realm and on King Kai's planet, the Old Kaioshin, along with Kibito and King Kai, were constantly monitoring the situation on Earth. At the moment Krillin knocked Beerus away, their eyes widened in astonishment. Who is this audacious fellow, daring to confront Beerus without fear of obliteration? Ancestor, he must be Krillin, a companion of Son Goku from Earth. I cannot fathom why he would act so recklessly. Oh, so he is a comrade of Goku. That explains his boldness. However, I must say, the power he possesses appears to be divine in nature. Earth truly is a remarkable place. Each time a crisis arises, there are always those who step forward to resolve it. Indeed, Ancestor, do you still harbor concerns? Naturally. I am worried. Their strength could undoubtedly annihilate the entire universe. It would be prudent to pray they refrain from such actions. The King Kai, having interacted more with Krillin, was equally bewildered by his astonishing prowess. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, the king murmured, "How has Krillin concealed his depth so effectively? I never perceived it before." Krillin stood amidst the cosmos, flanked by dozens of his clones. Upon witnessing the energy sphere Beerus prepared to devastate Earth, Krillin effortlessly unleashed a wave of energy, dispersing it. Subsequently, all but one of the cell clones scattered throughout the solar system, positioning themselves to harmonize with the remaining clones. Each emitted countless slender tendrils, intertwining to weave a colossal octagonal cage in the vastness of space. They then released their energy, establishing barriers within the framework of the cage. The other clones concealed themselves, awaiting the moment Krillin would require their assistance, their gaze ready to offer him vision. Krillin gazed into the abyss of space. Utilizing the telepathy technique taught by Piccolo, he called out, "Beerus, let us engage in battle within this domain. As long as you refrain from wielding power beyond mine, our conflict shall not disturb the outer universe." The onlookers, witnessing Krillin's meticulous preparations, expressed their delight and praised his forethought. After all, Beerus' personal destruction was one matter. Avoiding demise from the residual shockwaves was another. The god of destruction Jebet and the old Kai were particularly elated, surprised to discover such talent emerging from Earth, which significantly altered the old Kai's perception of Earth's inhabitants. In the darkness, Krillin waited patiently for a response, but none came. He could not help but activate, watching from afar, to assess the situation. Target, Beerus. Battle power, 3 quintillion 12 quintillion 23 30 quintillion. Wave, subject to increase at any time. Form, none. Status, sustained divine power. Description, fundamental cosmic code. So he is quietly augmenting his strength, is he? A sly smile crept across Krillin's face. Upon observing Beerus' profile, he had to concede that, according to Beerus' parameters, it was rather accurate. Unbeatable. Perpetually enhanced by new patches that rendered him stronger than the protagonist, Son Goku. While Krillin was deep in thought, he suddenly leaned back, narrowly avoiding a massive fist that came crashing towards him. A distant asteroid was obliterated by the shockwave of the punch. The crimson aura dissipated, replaced by a vigorous white flame. Krillin swiftly retreated, his expression resolute as he faced the enraged purple figure. "You have returned, Lord Beerus. Battle power, 30 quintillion. Mysterious Krillin." Here he stands. Beerus hovers before Krillin, the black abyss of space serving as a backdrop, his purple aura clinging tightly to his form, his gaze fixed intently on Krillin, his teeth grinding audibly. "How dare you treat me this way, you detestable earthling?" Beerus has recognized the individual before him, the very earthling who had previously assaulted him. To his astonishment, this being possesses immense power and the divine strength. However, this does not grant him the right to provoke the great god of destruction. On the yacht, everyone perceives Krillin's energy, momentarily taken aback. Is divine power not imperceptible? Why has Krillin's energy suddenly manifested? Could it be that Krillin's divine strength is merely temporary? Suddenly, Piccolo's voice falters, as if choked, as he incredulously gazes at the images projected by Whis' staff, exclaiming, "It's not that Krillin has lost his divine power. It's that he can contend with Beerus solely through his sheer energy. And have you not noticed that his current form mirrors that of Gohan when he unlocked his potential to defeat Majin Buu? This is utterly unbelievable. Gohan's potential was realized only to vanquish Majin Buu, yet Krillin can battle Beerus. Has his potential truly surpassed Gohan's? No, that cannot be. Vegeta, the foremost advocate of Gohan, cannot fathom the scene unfolding before him. Whis observes Krillin in the image with a calm demeanor. Yet a profound astonishment lingers in his voice as he kindly elucidates to the group, "Indeed, Mr. Krillin's current form is 3 times more powerful than when he wielded divine power. Thanks to him, you can directly perceive the magnitude of divinity. By the way, I forgot to mention, compared to Mr. Goku, his current strength is a staggering 25 times that of Goku. Every individual capable of sensing Krillin's energy stands dumbfounded by this revelation. Tien and Yamcha, even Piccolo and Vegeta, struggle to comprehend Krillin's might. The fact that Goku, who possesses the power to battle Beerus, is merely a fraction of Krillin's strength is almost unfathomable. No way, this is utterly absurd. Yamcha exclaims, unable to grasp why Krillin, who seemed only slightly stronger than himself, could reach such heights in a different realm. To him, observing Krillin feels akin to an ant gazing at the sun. And it is not only him. Even Piccolo, Vegeta, and Tien share the same sentiment at this moment. What have they truly cultivated over these years of training? The terrifying energy of 30 quintillion is a realm they have never witnessed, even with knowledge of Super Saiyan God. They merely assumed it to be several times stronger than Super Saiyan 3. But now, with Krillin's energy manifested, they swiftly realize their misconceptions. The chasm between divine beings and mortals is not merely a few times greater. It is an unfathomable disparity of millions, even trillions of times. The might of Goku's Super Saiyan 3 pales in comparison to Krillin's energy, which, in this moment, appears insignificant, almost trivial. No wonder Vegeta is so terrified. It turns out that the gods are such formidable beings. In the King Kai's realm, the old Kai and Jebbet were huddled together in fear. When you next encounter Krillin, do not divulge that I spoke ill of him. Remember this. Jebbet nodded quickly, a large droplet of mucus trickling from his nose. Understood, ancestor. On King Kai's planet, the deity's pets gathered behind him, akin to the 2 entities in King Kai's realm. Upon sensing Krillin's aura, their primal instinct for self-preservation triggered an overwhelming dread within them. King Kai, wiping the sweat from his trembling hands, had his antennae flailing wildly in the air. So powerful. Far beyond the limits, Krillin. Across the universe, countless beings capable of sensing energy were left astounded by this overwhelming force, cowering in fear upon the ground, anxiously awaiting its retreat. Unbeknownst to Krillin, merely releasing his aura had such a profound impact. He was currently locked in confrontation with Beerus. The Earthling is short? I cannot let that pass unheard. Lord Beerus, you were the one who insisted on destroying me. Now I've merely returned the favor with a few strikes. Why are you still angry? Is the Destroyer's tolerance so minuscule? A smirk graced Krillin's lips as he raised an eyebrow playfully. The sun illuminated him from behind. Its radiance, coupled with his own imposing presence, ensured Beerus could not overlook him. Yet, it was precisely because he could see Krillin that Beerus's anger intensified. Veins bulged on his forehead and neck, his emaciated form pulsating with rage as he clenched his fists tightly. His face contorted into a terrifying visage, resembling a raging inferno. You dare provoke me repeatedly, you wretch. Beerus raised his hand, unleashing a deep purple energy surge towards Krillin, who sensed the terrifying destructive force contained within. Instantly, he conjured a transparent protective shield around himself. Boom. The moment the purple energy collided with the shield, an immense force propelled Krillin backward. After a strenuous battle against the energy's impact, the shield dissipated. Indeed, Beerus was powerful. Even in this dimension, he posed a threat to me. Oddly enough, Krillin bore no trace of fear on his face, speaking aloud in the silent expanse of space. Beerus, however, cared little for his adversary's demeanor and sought to deny Krillin any respite. with a swift movement. His form blurred as he summoned countless purple energy spheres to hover behind him. A cruel smile crept across Beerus's lips. The might of a destroyer is far beyond your comprehension. Regardless of your reasoning, if you dare provoke my wrath, Earthling, your fate is sealed. You shall despairingly vanish into the cosmos. Each purple energy sphere harbored the potential to obliterate galaxies, causing Krillin's pupils to constrict sharply as he sensed the palpable threat they represented. Yet this was merely a casual assault from Beerus, executed without the slightest preparation, yet capable of unleashing countless strikes. Krillin hurriedly summoned his energy, striving to construct a protective shield once more. However, the velocity of the violet energy spheres was far too swift. As his shield barely took form, it was already struck by the first energy sphere. With a resounding crash, the initial sphere collided with Krillin's shield, leaving a conspicuous crack in its wake. Subsequently, the second and third energy spheres rained down upon the shield like a torrential storm, each impact threatening to shatter its integrity. Krillin's expression turned grave as he exerted every ounce of strength to maintain the shield. But the density and force of Beerus's onslaught exceeded his expectations by leaps and bounds. Feel the majesty of a god. Destruction. Suddenly, an exceptionally massive energy sphere breached the shield, hurtling directly towards Krillin's chest. What? Krillin's pupils dilated. The energy sphere effortlessly pierced through the protective barrier, which boasted a combat power of 30 quintillion, as if it were mere parchment. Yet, rather than displaying panic, a smile crept across Krillin's face. This is precisely what I've been waiting for, destruction. The power exclusive to the god of destruction. Anything or anyone annihilated by it will vanish entirely, leaving not even a trace of their soul behind. A true state of non-existence. In the infinitesimal span of time, Krillin underwent a remarkable transformation. His eyebrows turned silver. His gaze became piercing, and a shimmering radiance enveloped his entire being. With a single outstretched hand, he effortlessly halted the destructive energy sphere, pinning it with a mere finger. Asserting complete control, the hidden number 1 cell clone, observing from the sidelines, promptly advanced to collaborate with Krillin in their analysis. Beerus, seething with anger, regarded this scene with astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Ultra Instinct, you possess the techniques of the gods, and you've withstood my destruction? Who are you truly? The spectators, upon hearing his words, exhibited a myriad of reactions. The warriors were perplexed, unable to comprehend Beerus's remarks. However, Whis, the old Kai, Jebbet, and the King Kai were acutely aware of the significance of Ultra Instinct. Whis's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the scene with Krillin, sharing the warrior's curiosity about the extraordinary changes that had befallen him, particularly his mastery of Ultra Instinct. Mysterious Krillin, Ultra Instinct Krillin, how many forms do you possess? Whis's lips parted slightly, addressing the bewildered crowd. Ultra Instinct is a divine technique. Its complexity makes it exceedingly difficult for even the gods of destruction to master. Its potency is, naturally, unparalleled. I never anticipated Krillin to be this formidable. I truly longed to face him in battle. Just as Whis was elucidating, the unconscious Goku stirred back to life. Chapter 107. Vegeta's Enlightenment of Divine Power. What is Ultra Instinct? Goku, you're awake. Do you sense something amiss? The warriors quickly surrounded Goku upon his awakening. Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head, noting that his upper garments had been entirely incinerated. The physique he had assumed as a Super Saiyan god had now reverted to his robust form. He leaped in place, signifying that he had returned to normal. Oh, don't worry everyone. I can no longer feel the pain. Lord Beerus is truly formidable. I find myself utterly unable to contend with him, especially when I heard he intended to annihilate Earth, which sent a wave of anxiety coursing through me. Thankfully, Krillin is here. Chi-Chi swiftly dashed into Goku's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she worriedly exclaimed, Goku, what would happen to Goten and me if anything were to happen to you? Goku held Chi-Chi close, gently patting her back as he reassured her, It's all right. Chi-Chi, what matters most now is the outcome of Krillin's battle with Lord Beerus. With that, Goku turned his serious gaze towards the sky. If Krillin were to lose, it would truly signify our inevitable demise. Everyone understood this grim reality as well. Oh, speaking of which one is Krillin up there? In an instant, Goku's composure shattered, reverting back to his previous innocent self. The others stumbled momentarily at his naivety. Super Krillin gazed at him in disbelief. Well, since you can see me, How could you not know? The version of me from another world lacks this splendid hair. Oh, is that so? But Krillin, your hair isn't that long either, Goku replied, laughter echoing as his innocence completely disarmed the warriors. At that moment, Vegeta approached, looking disoriented as he gripped Goku's shoulder. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a cornered zombie ready to pounce on humanity. Kakarot, tell me, how much of the Super Saiyan Goddess power do you have left? The weight of today's events had been overwhelming for him, particularly the realization that he was inferior to even a mere earthling like Krillin. The proud Saiyan prince was desperate to attain power, and the Super Saiyan God form was the quickest means to achieve it. Even if it did not match the strength Krillin had displayed, it would still far surpass Goku's Super Saiyan 3. Regardless of whether he could surpass Krillin, he at least wanted to reach the same level first. However, Vegeta was uncertain whether this power was temporary or permanent, which is why he inquired about it with Goku. He had sensed immediately upon Goku's awakening that Goku's aura had yet to manifest. Vegeta, what are you planning to do at this moment? Bulma stepped forward, attempting to pull Vegeta back, but Goku halted her. Everything is fine, Bulma. Goku locked eyes with Vegeta, perceiving the yearning within them. He did not wish for his old rival to lag too far behind, so he candidly shared his experiences with Vegeta. The power of a god is immensely formidable, yet it is significantly more difficult to control than Ki. It was only because I was fighting Lord Beerus without the need to suppress my energy that I could manage the divine power while battling. As the fight progressed, the divine energy suddenly erupted, prompting me to relinquish the Super Saiyan God transformation. At this point, Vegeta's breath hitched. The most crucial part was about to unfold. Then I transformed into Super Saiyan 1 to attempt to halt Lord Beerus's energy sphere. In this process, what took me by surprise was that within the aura of a Super Saiyan, I sensed the divine power. Subsequently, I felt as though my entire being was submerged in magma, enduring immense pain and fatigue. Finally, when I opened my eyes, I found you all engaged in a discussion about Krillin. I am uncertain how much divine power remains within me. However, if you wish to know, I can grant you the ability to become a Super Saiyan God, allowing you to experience it yourself. Goku pulled Vegeta's hand and stated earnestly. Vegeta gazed at him, momentarily stunned, then slowly lowered his head. After a brief pause, his vacant expression suddenly transformed into one of determination. Damn it, I am Vegeta. Even if I seek power, I must obtain it by my own means. Vegeta threw a punch at Goku, who effortlessly raised a hand to catch it. Vegeta scoffed coldly. Indeed, that power still resides within you. Use it to strike me. Upon hearing Vegeta's fervent request, Goku hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. He concentrated energy into a small sphere the size of a fingernail and tossed it towards Vegeta. The energy sphere moved as slowly as a snail, barely traveling a few millimeters in several seconds. Yet, everyone reacted as if faced with an imminent threat, evading it. Piccolo shouted in anger. What are you doing releasing divine power here? Have you forgotten about the rest of us? Ah, I forgot. My apologies. Goku quickly responded, crushing the energy sphere. He then used a single finger, upon which red divine energy coalesced. Just as when Trunks first encountered him, Goku jabbed that finger into Vegeta's shoulder. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed, followed by the splatter of blood. Vegeta gritted his teeth in silence, closing his eyes to absorb and perceive the divine power while it still lingered within him. After leaving a portion of divine energy within Vegeta, Goku retracted his finger. He found a tissue to wipe his finger clean and then no longer paid attention to the closed-eyed Vegeta. He swiftly approached Whis and inquired, Mr. Whis, what exactly is this ultra instinct you mentioned? Could you elaborate? Whis, who had been maintaining the image on his staff, did not refuse Goku's inquiry, as he had already explained it to everyone once before. Certainly, Mr. Goku, it is not a secret. Ahem. Whis cleared his throat and continued earnestly, as previously mentioned. It is a divine skill, but let me elaborate on its philosophy. The former gods discovered that if one's body reacts only after the brain has processed a thought during battle, the speed of attack becomes limited. In high-intensity combat, where time is critically compressed, this is exceedingly disadvantageous. Whether it is the human body or that of a god, the commands conveyed by consciousness, from the five senses to the brain, and then transmitted through the nerves to the body, require a certain amount of time. The purpose of this technology is to enable the divine to reach a state where every part of the body can autonomously assess and act, swiftly evading any danger and defending against attacks from any direction. However, this is quite a formidable challenge. Even Lord Beerus has yet to succeed. Whis meticulously elucidated the principles of the Ultra Instinct technique, leaving everyone present in awe of such a brilliant concept, while also comprehending the arduousness of its attainment. Noticing the silence, Whis gestured towards the cosmos to illustrate Krillin's mastery of destruction. Clearly, Mr. Krillin had achieved this state and transcended the rudimentary level, reaching a point where he could flawlessly harness the trifecta of power, defense, and speed. Such exceptional talent is something I have never witnessed in the universe before, Whis remarked. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong glanced at the image of Krillin, clenched his fists, and closed his eyes, endeavoring to grasp the realm Whis had described. Alas, it eluded him. It was far too challenging. Do not fret too much, Mr. Wukong, Whis reassured him. This is a skill that even the god of destruction finds difficult to master. You have just recently ascended to divinity. There remains much for you to learn. However, Wukong lamented, if I do not learn Ultra Instinct now, I cannot assist Krillin. And Lord Beerus may still obliterate Earth. Delaying my practice may render it impossible. Understanding his intent, Whis smiled inwardly. This journey to Earth seemed to unveil many previously undiscovered aspects. Regrettably, he could not interfere with Beerus's decisions. After a moment's contemplation, Whis suggested to Wukong, perhaps you should inquire with Mr. Krillin about his past experiences. His journey may offer you valuable insights. Whis would never admit it, but he was genuinely curious as well. Krillin's experiences? Suddenly, Wukong realized that understanding what had transpired with Krillin might indeed provide clarity. Yet, Krillin was still engaged in battle. How could he ascertain this? Just then, Super Krillin stepped forward, crossing his arms and tilting his head, nudging Wukong with his elbow. Hey, Krillin, what are you doing? Wukong exclaimed. Relying on you to comprehend this is exceedingly difficult. Super Krillin, faced with Wukong's alternating moments of brilliance and folly, felt at a loss. I know what happened to him. Really? Then why didn't you tell me? Wukong exclaimed in surprise, turning to Krillin. Super Krillin grimaced, casting a frustrated glance at everyone. The version of me from another world has long since informed me of his experiences. Before departing, I was instructed to share this with you. But your focus remained solely on his battle. I felt no one would listen. Awkwardly, the others lowered their heads at his words. Super Krillin pulled Trunks over, hoping he could provide clarification if needed, and then began to narrate. Well, after that, ultimately now. That's all. Oh. I completely failed to grasp how he became so powerful, Wukong mumbled, collapsing onto the deck in exasperation. But he is truly extraordinary, having journeyed this far on his own. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sat up with a jolt, his fist clenched and striking against his palm as he declared, very well. Once we have dealt with Lord Beerus, let us assist him in locating the Super Dragon Balls. Chapter 108. My elbow, 6 million tons of power without delving into the reactions of those aboard the yacht. The battle raged on. Krillin was rapidly grasping the concept of destruction. This profound understanding, which could be likened to touching the very laws of the universe, was undeniably formidable. However, with his earthly form possessing the rare talent of multiple clones, nearly 1,000, including those of Cell and Frieza, Krillin, with his extraordinary aptitude, was learning the art of destruction at a pace only slightly slower than that of Majin Buu's instantaneous movement. If all went well, he would certainly master destruction within 5 seconds. Though this may seem like a delay, the disparity between the abilities of destruction and instantaneous movement was vaster than the chasm between Earth and a black hole. Yet, as the god of destruction, Beerus would not allow such a thing to transpire. He immediately sensed that Krillin was not in the right state, although he did not anticipate that Krillin was covertly learning his technique. Nevertheless, that did not deter Beerus from his intent to obliterate Krillin completely. 5 seconds was ample time for a being of their dimension to accomplish an abundance of feats. Are you not going to speak? The Ultra Instinct technique is reserved for gods. I have yet to hear of any earthling assuming such a divine role in the universe. Beerus clenched his fist, finally showing a modicum of seriousness. Regardless, after I destroy you, your identity will be of no consequence. Suddenly, the solar system trembled as an uncontrollable surge of energy concentrated upon Beerus's fist. A purple energy, as profound as a black hole, expanded and contracted rapidly, condensing at the tip of Beerus's fist. A single finger poised against destruction, and myriad colorful figures flickered around him, hesitating as they sensed the looming threat. In the state of Ultra Instinct, Krillin finally cast a glance at Beerus, though it was but a fleeting gaze. His mind raced at high speed, severing links with his other clones, oblivious to matters beyond his immediate focus. The first clone of Cell remained close by, and with a mere look, it knew precisely what to do. "Allow me to be your opponent, Beerus." The first Cell clone audaciously transmitted its voice into Beerus' mind. Beerus blinked in surprise, only then noticing the peculiar figure beside Krillin. In the dim surroundings, he had failed to detect the first Cell clone immediately, perhaps due to its constant suppression of energy. "From where did you emerge? Yet, given your appearance, you seem to be allied with him. Thus, you shall perish alongside him." Beerus's tail whipped around as he grinned malevolently, and without hesitation, he unleashed his fist. In that instant, the first Cell clone and Beerus both stepped into a faster dimensional time frame. Their movements were completed in a mere 1/1,000,000th of a second. A punch, accompanied by an illusory shadow, traversed the void. Its scale is modest, akin to a normal fist, yet the destructive potential it harbors is unfathomable. Terrifying waves surge within the vacuum, compressing space as though it were mere parchment, crumpling under the tumultuous energy. Such a dreadful assault, if not for the protective barrier established by Krillin to shield the solar system, would unleash an immense surge of energy in an instant, capable of obliterating the universe. The first clone of Cell, arms crossed, faced this formidable attack with mere indifference, raising a solitary finger. Behind him, the original Krillin, entirely detached from the chaos, erected a formidable shield of protection against the vast backdrop of the cosmos. The figure of the first Cell clone appeared diminutive, yet his proud stance resembled an impregnable fortress, devoid of any vulnerabilities. A commendable force indeed, but in comparison to my might, it falls short. The first Cell clone's gaze sharpened, flames of energy igniting around him, as a flash of white light danced upon his fingertip. At that precise moment, a purple fist shadow arrived in an instant. The first Cell clone met it with his finger. The silent explosion erupted, conjuring a fierce cosmic tempest. The clash of fist and finger sent forth radiant bursts of white and purple light. Intense energy converged at a single point, akin to the cosmic explosion that birthed new universes as unimaginable waves tore through the fabric of space. Protected by the shield, the original Krillin remained unperturbed, continuing to analyze and learn from the destruction. The first Cell clone and Beerus found themselves enveloped in a dimension saturated with blinding luminosity, reminiscent of scenes from the Broly movie. Both were oblivious to their surroundings, their gazes locked on one another. Beerus, observing this individual whose power rivaled that of the diminutive Earthling, suddenly erupted in laughter. Today's excursion to Earth proved to be quite amusing. First, there was the young Saiyan from another world, followed by an Earthling in search of the Super Dragon Balls, and then the bumbling Saiyan descendants transforming into Super Saiyan gods. I almost forgot about the delectable cuisine. With his hands clasped behind his back, Beerus closed his eyes, savoring the thought. When it came to Earth's culinary delights, drool escaped his lips, and he wore an expression of sheer ecstasy. This seemingly disinterested demeanor bewildered the first Cell clone. Just moments ago, this being had been consumed by fury, yet now he spoke of other matters. Is the god of destruction Beerus truly such an eccentric character? Lastly, it is you, alongside that Earthling companion of yours, he said, his expression shifting from bliss to a cold stare directed at the first Cell clone. I am genuinely curious. While your powers are indeed formidable, surpassing even that Super Saiyan god from my dreams, why is it that I dream of the Super Saiyan god and not of you? Hearing Beerus's perplexity, the first Cell clone could not help but burst into laughter. I had expected you to articulate something profound, but it appears you are merely vexed by such trivial inquiries. The first clone of Shalu placed a finger on the side of its head, gently tapping it, a mocking smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Surely, you can deduce it with your mind. You have encountered Trunks from other worlds. Why can we not also hail from different realms? Beerus, observing the first clone of Shalu, who completely disregarded him, felt veins throb on his forehead. He too broke into a sinister grin. Is that so? Very well. I have been searching for a reason to obliterate you. Time travel is indeed a grave offense, and now I can strike with a clear conscience. As he spoke, an even more terrifying aura enveloped Beerus. As a principled deity, he always sought justification before annihilating something or someone. With Krillin, for instance, he had found his rationale in being thoroughly beaten and provoked to rage after a meal, a transgression unforgivable in the eyes of a god. Seeing Beerus's demeanor, The first clone of Shalu recognized that the deity was about to amplify his power. Immediately, he placed a hand over his eye, tauntingly proclaiming, "We are not traversing time. We are crossing worlds, and we originate from realms beyond your universe. The grave offenses you speak of cannot be attributed to us. Target, Beerus battle power, 3,000 quintillion, fluctuating. Capable of increasing at any moment. Form, none status. Divine power, maintain description. The fundamental code of the universe. Upon entering my universe, one must abide by my rules." A resplendent purple aura entwined with a deep crimson hue, and a glimmer of violet flashed in Beerus's eyes. He murmured to himself, "Were it not for the fear of the seventh universe's annihilation, I would have unleashed my ultimate power upon you long ago. Yet, I believe that I am now sufficiently strong to vanquish you." His strength continued to escalate. The surrounding dimensional space began to warp as if unable to contain the energy he emitted. "Then I shall shatter your rules and disrupt your mischief," declared the first clone of Shalu, equally unleashing an astonishing power. The two formidable auras filled the dimensional space. The aura of the first clone of Shalu transformed from white to gold. The first stage of Super Saiyan had emerged. The base battle power of the first clone of Shalu was 100 quintillion. Multiplying this by 50 resulted in 50 quintillion. Yet, this was merely his weakest form. Beerus, unable to perceive the precise battle power of the first clone of Shalu, remained oblivious to the disparity in their strengths. Beerus lunged ferociously, engaging the first clone of Shalu in combat. They clashed amidst endless bursts of colorful light, battling for millions of rounds, unleashing an array of vibrant energy that obliterated countless weaker dimensions. Beerus's battle power was 2,000 quintillion lower than that of the first clone of Shalu, rendering him at a disadvantage in close combat. However, his body appeared immune to damage from energy blasts. Upon discovering this, the first clone of Shalu endeavored to alter their combat style to focus on melee engagements, reserving energy blasts solely to send Beerus flying. The rapid flurry of punches stretched the fabric of space, moving at a speed trillions of times beyond the perception of human eyes. In the realm of combat, one finds himself confronted by the formidable presence of Beerus. Your strength appears rather feeble, inadequate for the challenge that lies ahead. With a cacophony of laughter, the first clone of Cell unleashes a formidable surge of energy, instantaneously materializing behind Beerus, delivering a powerful punch. "Damn you!" Beerus swiftly turns, intercepting the clone's fist. Yet, to his astonishment, the moment their fists collide, the clone's punch disintegrates into countless tendrils, ensnaring his hand. What is this? A moment of negligence leads to Beerus being half-dragged towards the clone. The first clone of Cell erupts in laughter, elbowing Beerus squarely in the face. The impact sends Beerus sprawling backward, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. This elbow carries 6 million tons of force. Ah, how exhilarating this battle is. I have never experienced such delight before. Thank you, Lord of Destruction. Allow me to repay you in kind. With that, the clone directs a powerful kick toward Beerus' abdomen, instantly coalescing an energy sphere. As the clone's foot presses down upon the distorted energy ball, the explosive force of the impact erupts in a tremendous blast, tearing open a rift in the dimensional space. Beerus is hurled away. As he shakes his head and regains focus, he realizes he has been cast back into the cosmic expanse. That creature possesses such immense power. My own strength remains insufficient. No sooner had he uttered these words than a foot delicately lands upon his face, traversing millions of kilometers from the Earth's atmosphere to crush him against the surface of Venus. The searing heat and acrid sulfuric stench pose no harm to them. Beerus' visage skids across the terrain of Venus. Let us clean the floor of Venus, shall we, Beerus? The first clone of Cell, possessing a combat prowess 1/3 greater than Beerus, effortlessly renders him defenseless. Enough, Beerus bellows, simultaneously enhancing his power as he endures the humiliation. Stripped of dignity, his remaining rationality teeters on the brink of collapse. Purple energy envelopes his thigh as he ensnares the clone's neck with his foot, pinning him beneath his heel. Think this is amusing? Allow me to show you. Beerus roars in fury. However, in his fervor, as the clone's forehead collides with Venus, an earth-shattering explosion reverberates through the cosmos. Die! Beerus screams in wrath. At that moment, Krillin, in his true form, opens his eyes. The first clone of Cell is recklessly flung through the cosmic void by Beerus' overpowering strength, yet a slight smirk graces his lips. Chapter 109. Oh, what a curious visage you possess. It seems to be Beerus. How delightful. The first clone maintains his composure, even as he is whirled at breakneck speed. Arms crossed, as if a seasoned pilot enjoying a roller coaster ride. The intense pressure fails to inflict any harm upon him. He closed his eyes, his thoughts unfurling the pages of ancient memories. In the universe that existed before my arrival here, let us call it my universe, I once encountered a being akin to you, who took pleasure in destruction. With a visage that was hauntingly familiar, he obliterated all that I held dear. I fled my universe in utter disarray, seeking salvation across myriad realms. Yet, throughout this quest, a singular question lingered in my mind. Beerus, with a frigid expression, swung his arms, unleashing a terrifying force that stirred the surroundings, drawing in countless asteroids like a black hole, forming a celestial ring. Why do deities remain aloof, creating humanity only to scorn and annihilate it? You proclaim yourselves as divine, yet show no empathy towards beings that, like you, possess emotions and intellect. Your arrival is devoid of forewarning, and your destruction devoid of rationale. Do you not comprehend that every life you extinguish shares the same capacity for thought and concern, each with a unique narrative of its own? How can you so easily shatter our world, then turn away, leaving behind an endless expanse of ruins and tears? These words were conveyed to Beerus through a telepathic spell, yet he impatiently dismissed the first cell clone, channeling immense destructive energy into its embrace. Not only can I effortlessly obliterate your world, but I can also dismantle the very outer layers of your purple energy, which encase a shadow of annihilation. The destruction energy sphere, initially no larger than a basketball, expanded to several meters upon contact with the first cell clone, enveloping it entirely. Throughout this ordeal, the first cell clone offered no resistance. It merely closed its eyes, its mouth incessantly murmuring. Destruction seemed to inflict no harm upon it. Beerus furrowed his brow. That energy sphere represented the most potent force he could currently wield. O deities, do you truly believe that humanity is powerless, subject to your whims? Do you not realize that each merciless act of destruction ignites the flames of rebellion deep within us? You regard us as insignificant, yet fail to understand that each drop of blood and tear we lose harbors an indomitable strength. Though you may perceive our fragility, you remain blind to the resilience that resides within our hearts. We shall no longer plead for your mercy, nor shall we cower before your threats. When I was absent, I was powerless to intervene, but now that I behold the reality before me, I shall forsake everything to unveil to you the singular anthem of humanity. The eyes of the first cell clone snapped open. Beerus, behold, I shall demonstrate that humanity's existence is not something you can easily obliterate. He stood upright, and with a single hand, all surrounding destructive energy was instantaneously compressed into a sphere no larger than a jelly bean. The first cell clone gazed at the incredulous Beerus and smiled faintly. Then with a decisive squeeze, the destructive energy vanished entirely. How can this be? Beerus stared in astonishment at the first cell clone. Could you truly crush destructive energy? Crush? That hardly exemplifies the might of humanity. The first clone of cell extended a hand, fingers splayed, aimed at Beerus, a smile gracing his visage. Beerus, observe closely. Beerus's gaze sharpened, soon betraying a flicker of alarm. How infuriating. This being before me possesses a speed so swift that I cannot perceive it. No, he has instantaneously positioned himself behind me. The first clone of cell loomed above Beerus, fingers still directed at him, a perpetual smile etched upon his lips. Binding technique. The calmness of his tone sent tremors through Beerus's pupils. His body became ensnared, utterly immobilized. Astonishingly, a skill capable of binding a god exists in the cosmos. The first clone of cell, seemingly unsatisfied, conjured a slender thread from his fingertip. It was indeed the flower rope. With a soft whoosh, the flower rope effortlessly penetrated Beerus's defenses. A glimmer of delight flickered in the eyes of the first clone of cell. It truly functions as a plug-and-play mechanism. What is this phenomenon? Beerus felt as if his own body was no longer his. Even the slightest movement of his eyes seemed beyond his reach. He regretted not having obliterated this being at the earliest opportunity. The tide of battle had once again shifted. However, the first clone of cell soon furrowed his brow. Within his perception, the flower rope inside Beerus had vanished. Consequently, his control over Beerus dissipated. The first clone of cell was perplexed by this turn of events and continued to generate hundreds of flower ropes in a series of experiments. Through numerous trials, He finally comprehended the truth. Beneath the skin of Beerus' divine form, destruction was perpetually maintained. No wonder energy blasts could not harm him. This was the reason. The notion of sustaining destruction within oneself is audacious, terrifying, and immensely powerful. The first clone of Cell gazed at Beerus' form with fervent desire. He yearned to exchange bodies with the divine being, thus sparing himself considerable training time. However, the thought of Whis' presence swiftly brought him back to reality. An angel is not an opponent he can presently contend with. Even in the original narrative, the revelations they permitted were scant, given their prowess. Even if the system's unique abilities were activated, executing them would remain a challenge. Suddenly, Beerus dispelled the binding technique, seizing the arm of the first clone of Cell. During the latter's period of study, Beerus had quietly amassed strength. Seizing the moment the flower rope was absent from his body, he shattered the binding technique and countered the first clone of Cell. His entire being surged with energy, his eyes ablaze with intent to kill and fury. The entire cosmos trembled under the weight of this oppressive aura. At his level, the universe was but a plaything. Beerus had initially refrained from employing power exceeding the Z-axis dimension, for any lapse in the combat could inadvertently unleash forces that would plunge the universe into peril. Yet, regrettably, the first clone of Cell was far too formidable. He must be eradicated to ensure peace of mind. Observing the first clone of Cell, who showed no sign of fear even when caught again, Beerus clenched his fingers menacingly. The arm of the first clone of Cell suddenly emitted a sound akin to being sizzling in a hot pan. His arm was crushed, reduced to mere bone dust. You, with your incessant prattle, should refrain from defining divinity with your superficial understanding. You only perceive my destruction of planets, yet remain oblivious to the significance of my existence within the cosmos. A universe devoid of a destroyer shall only face obliteration. Upon hearing the destroyer's sophistry, the first clone of Cell burst into laughter. Ha ha! He relinquished the severed arm from Beerus' grasp, detaching it himself, and subsequently, a new arm sprouted forth. This is why I strive to grow stronger, strong enough that even deities like you would dare not judge humanity. With a roar, the first clone of Cell filled the entire solar system with a crimson aura. Beerus retreated billions of kilometers, his gaze astonished as he beheld a presence that seemed to eclipse the sun's radiance. Can human power truly reach such heights? In the form of a Super Saiyan god. Fourth transformation, the first clone of Cell unleashed his full strength, intent on demonstrating humanity's might to Beerus. This was tantamount to the level of a destroyer, albeit the weakest standard from billions of years ago. Beerus' eyes darkened as he recognized the formidable challenge he faced. Should the first clone of Cell go berserk, his current power could obliterate the entire seventh universe in an instant. Even if he survived, the Omni King would ensure his eradication. I must make him cease this. Beerus called into the void. Hey, Whis, can you hear me? I need to deal with this guy. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no response came. Instead, the first clone of Cell successfully transformed, instantly appearing beside him, a savage grin adorning his face. Beerus, fret not about our battle's potential to annihilate the universe. I possess far more benevolence than you. I have sealed off the entire solar system, ensuring no power escapes. Let us engage in combat within this arena. Beerus, uncertain whether the first clone of Cell spoke truthfully, became hesitant. However, the clone was not inclined to show mercy. In the blink of an eye, Beerus felt a sudden pain, finding himself on the opposite side of the solar system. But it was not over. Within the realm of 0.00000001 seconds, Beerus found himself playing pinball within the solar system, yet he was the ball. Each time his body approached the solar system's edge, a force would propel him away. In a mere second, he had been launched trillions of times. The Z-dimension was no match for the first clone of Cell in his Super Saiyan God, fourth transformation, boasting an astounding power of 120 yatas. The first clone of Cell casually rested his foot upon Beerus' nose, arms crossed. Ah, from whence does this peculiar visage of a seed arise? It is none other than you, Beerus. Ha ha. Krillin's irreverent nature, a trait that has existed since the future and beyond, makes its reappearance. Beerus is utterly unable to discern the form of the first Cell's doppelganger, failing to even grasp it, which ignites an overwhelming fury within him. I can no longer endure this. Even if the universe is obliterated, I shall slay you, wretch. Thus, Beerus resolves to unleash his true might. As if the constraints have been lifted, an infinite violet radiance gleams in Beerus' eyes, and a terrifying power erupts from within. The purple aura reverberates through the very fabric of space. Boom. The sun is unceremoniously shattered by his immense energy. Even the force unleashed by the sun's explosion is effortlessly dissipated by his aura in an instant. The residual waves do not even reach Earth, safeguarded by Krillin. The solar system's only two sources of light remain: the primal force of the Super Saiyan 4th stage, the Wild King, First Cell's doppelganger, and the first stage of the Destroyer's power, Beerus. Behold the true magnificence of the divine, O humanity. And you, divine being, witness the genuine strength of humanity. The two combatants engage in a fierce verbal spar, neither yielding an inch. Chapter 110. This is your destruction, but now it belongs to me. The entire solar system quakes with a thunderous roar. Crimson and violet hues instantaneously saturate every corner of the solar system. The two diminutive figures collide rapidly upon the remnants of the sun's demise. Venus has long been obliterated, and shortly thereafter, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury, and the other planets of the solar system meet a similar fate, scattered by the shock waves as effortlessly as one might disturb the surface of water with a mere finger, causing ripples to burst the bubbles above. In this vast expanse, the only refuge is Earth, encased in a colossal protective shield conjured by Whis. Each punch and kick exchange between the two titans generates terrifying aftershocks. The very space of the solar system trembles, unfolding in waves like the dimensional rifts seen in the Broly film. They emanate a spectrum of colors, with white fragments dangling like torn paper between the dimensional realm and the cosmos. Yet, this time, neither chose to venture within. The battleground remains firmly within the solar system. The solar system resembles a nursery, where everything is merely a toy for the two supreme beings. Were it not for Krillin's doppelganger sealing off the solar system, the entire universe might have met a similar fate. After engaging in an exhilarating exchange of blows with the first Cell's doppelganger for countless billions of rounds, Beerus realizes that the claims of this doppelganger are indeed true. Their battle has not resulted in the annihilation of the seventh universe. Relief washes over him. Yet he grows increasingly vigilant and curious about the first Cell's doppelganger. Its power is formidable in terms of combat prowess. It could be deemed the strongest human he has encountered in billions of years. Moreover, the doppelganger's abilities are nothing short of astonishing, capable not only of containing the aftermath of their battle, but also possessing the potential to bind a destroyer. Such a being, if an ally, would be a boon. As an adversary, it is truly terrifying. Fortunately, my prowess is greater. Is your strength merely at this level? I must apologize, for I shall bring your end. Beerus's fists, unrelenting, struck the doppelganger of Cell with an inexhaustible vigor, delivering blow after blow. A smirk of satisfaction graced Beerus's lips. It was evident to any observant soul that he believed victory was within his grasp. In the infinitesimal realm of time, as the doppelganger of Cell prepared to speak, Beerus, with a sinister grin, concentrated an enormous sphere of destructive energy between them. Without the slightest hesitation, he detonated it. The resulting explosion obliterated a substantial portion of the fractured dimensional space, not merely restoring it, but eradicating it entirely along with the shattered cosmic expanse. The unimaginable surge of energy diminished a significant portion of matter within the solar system. Remarkably, Beerus sustained no damage from the destructive force. Even if you could withstand destruction, it would merely signify the forced compression of energy through sheer force. Beerus referred to the earlier instance where the doppelganger of Cell had compressed the sphere of destructive energy. However, in Beerus's estimation, this was merely due to the inadequacy of his own power level, allowing the doppelganger to easily compress it. From your recent display in battle, it is evident that my current strength surpasses yours. Furthermore, with our proximity so close, you could never withstand it through mere energy. Prepare for eternal oblivion, young one. As the intertwining energies of purple and black gradually dissipated, Beerus sensed that there was no longer any trace of the doppelganger of Cell in his vicinity or throughout the solar system. He erupted into jubilant laughter, for nothing delighted him more than the obliteration of a formidable adversary. If anything could surpass that joy, it would be the thought of indulging in a grand feast. For indeed, he felt a pang of hunger. Whis was right, anger does lead to hunger. He resolved to seek sustenance on Earth shortly. After all, Whis had safeguarded the planet. This journey had only cost the seventh universe a few planets and left the solar system in disarray. Earth could be relocated to the God of Destruction's realm with the help of the Super Dragon Balls, allowing him to feast daily. Standing in the vast emptiness of space, Beerus stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing in delight. "Hey, Beerus, what has you so elated?" The wild voice of the doppelganger of Cell echoed behind him. In an instant, Beerus spun around, delivering a punch. Yet, as he attempted to execute the movement, his body became immobilized. This sensation was entirely different from the previous restraint. Beerus found himself unable to vocalize. His eyes could not move, and not only that, but he could not even mobilize a single cell within his being. It was not merely difficult, it was impossible. Gazing at the smiling doppelganger of Cell before him, Beerus's thoughts came to a standstill. What transpired was that the thought of these 4 words struggled to emerge within Beerus's mind, reaching the limits of his capacity. The first clone of Cell raised its right hand, extending its index and middle fingers gently before Beerus's forehead, lightly tapping the surface. "This is what you did to Goku, is it not? Oh, I nearly forgot. You executed it with a snap of your fingers. However, I shall proceed in my own manner." The first Cell clone gazed confidently into Beerus's eyes, aware that Beerus could hear him, yet comprehending the underlying meaning would require some time. "I may not have demonstrated clearly earlier. The power of humanity extends beyond merely shattering your destruction. Were you not curious how I survived moments ago? Observe closely." The first Cell clone pointed forward with his 2 fingers, and suddenly a minuscule purple energy materialized. "We humans differ from you gods. We do not solely rely on innate gifts to sustain our existence, but also enhance ourselves through learning, something you might have forgotten." As the words of the first Cell clone resonated, the purple energy surged dramatically, coming perilously close to Beerus's visage. Beerus continued to widen his eyes, maintaining his stance, staring blankly ahead. "Familiar, is it? This is your destruction. Yet now, it belongs to me. For I too have mastered destruction, and it can no longer harm me." The first Cell clone relinquished his control over the purple energy, which then remained suspended in the air, facing Beerus directly. The surrounding space had inexplicably transformed. In the eyes of the first Cell clone, it appeared as a shattered realm, entirely distinct from the dimensional space. Shades of green, blue, and red were separated by white borders, resembling fragmented shards of glass. This was precisely the skill obtained by Krillin in the world, time skip. Due to Whis' manipulation of time, Krillin was compelled to employ time skip to leap 10 seconds. His earthly form nearly succumbed to collapse, yet fortunately, his strength was sufficient to support this terrifying rate of growth. It is noteworthy that Hit from Universe 6, utilizing a time skip of merely 0.1 seconds, became the most formidable assassin in that universe. During the martial arts tournament held between the 2 universes, he had accumulated a millennium of experience, growing only to 0.2 seconds. In a brief span, Krillin advanced from 0.1 seconds to 10 seconds, a 100-fold increase, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Upon learning of Whis' time manipulation and the implementation of time skip, every decision was made within an exceedingly minuscule temporal vista. The process of breaking through in battle, akin to Hit, cannot be compared to Krillin's experience. To rephrase, Krillin, on a whim, managed to hone this skill to an unprecedented level, unparalleled in history. Whis' time manipulation merely instilled a sense of urgency in Krillin, prompting him to act with a touch more eagerness. It is likely that even the creator of time skip could not leap through time as extensively as Krillin. Now, the stillness between Beerus and the energy sphere existed because it was in the process of realization following Krillin's time leap. In contrast, Krillin possessed a full 10 seconds to act, and one must not forget that the mightiest beings of this dimension had long surpassed the temporal confines of ordinary individuals. 10 seconds, for them, equates to an immeasurable multitude of accomplishments compared to what an ordinary person could achieve in an hour. Thus, the first clone of Cell could leisurely stroll before Beerus. Of course, techniques such as instant transmission and solar flare, akin to the key sphere slash, could only bring about an initial strike. Once Beerus regained his composure, he would undoubtedly identify the flaws. At that moment, instant transmission would be rendered ineffective. Suddenly, the figure of the first Cell clone vanished, only to reappear accompanied by numerous clones of Krillin. Even the Cell and Frieza armies had arrived. Nevertheless, the boundary of the solar system's trick rope continued its operation. Beerus's power was indeed formidable, perpetually escalating even during our recent battle. The first Cell clone surveyed his body, his black hair standing erect like steel needles. This body, formidable as it was, could only reach this level of strength. I must harness even greater power. After proclaiming this, the Earthling's original form instantaneously teleported to Earth, meeting Whis aboard the yacht. The surrounding Cell and Frieza clones exchanged glances, aware they were all a singular entity. Although Krillin's original form had momentarily severed their mental connection, upon reconnecting, they comprehended the plan. It was a spontaneous strategy devised by Krillin. The chosen Cell clone and Frieza clone accompanied Krillin's original form to Earth. The remaining clones, having fulfilled their purpose, returned to their spatial realm. The first Cell clone's focus returned to Beerus, a smirk curling upon his lips. I can only employ instant transmission against you once. Next time, you may very well counter it. Thus, this time, I shall ensure you learn a lesson. In the next moment, the first Cell clone materialized before Beerus. He raised his arm, transforming it into countless undulating threads, ultimately morphing into a slender blade. Trunks' great sword was crafted in a similar fashion, albeit with an additional step, directly severing the arm. Seizing the opportunity while Beerus was immobilized by instant transmission, the first Cell clone prepared to enact some mischief. He swiftly brandished the blade, resulting in thousands of punctured holes appearing across Beerus's form, each exuding a dark purplish-black energy. But that was not the end. The first Cell clone continued to unleash his fists upon Beerus's feline visage, anticipating that once the time halt was lifted, Beerus's face would swell instantly. Oh, how I reminisce about that scoundrel Piccolo, who once delivered a thorough beating without mercy. Unable to reach him for now, I shall let you bear the brunt of it. Lord Beerus. Ultimately, the first Cell clone pressed the purple destructive energy against Beerus's chest, waiting for the time halt to be lifted, at which point it would undoubtedly explode. The first Cell clone retreated to a safe distance, observing Beerus's still figure before promptly releasing instant transmission. Boom. How dare you control me? Cough, cough, what pain. What is this? Destruction? After a resounding roar that echoed through the cosmos, the destructive energy sphere propelled Beerus's body to the very edge of the solar system. Simultaneously, the injuries he sustained erupted forth. As he regained his senses from the disorienting blast, he was acutely aware of the pervasive agony coursing through him, accompanied by the strange violet energy swirling around his wounds. In disbelief, Beerus gazed at the first clone of Cell, who had teleported and was now trampling on his face. You wretched creature, you have actually mastered destruction, Beerus exclaimed, clutching the clone's ankle with fierce intensity, his eyes ablaze. Do you feel the power of humanity? The clone of Cell mockingly lifted its other foot and stamped down hard on Beerus's face. Humph, I must concede, your talent is indeed terrifying. Given time, you will undoubtedly surpass me. Yet, how could the power of a god be so limited? Destruction is merely a tool employed by deities to cleanse the planets. Beerus's expression shifted rapidly, his aura growing increasingly menacing. With a swift motion, a beam of violet energy pierced through the chest of the first Cell clone. Prepare to confront my true power, human. You, who have manipulated time, are now destined for my obliteration. Meanwhile, the first Cell clone found its strength unable to increase further. In Chapter 111, the cosmic superhuman Shafri, Krillin's earthly form soared swiftly to the yacht, followed closely by 8 Cell clones and a Frieza clone. A profound silence enveloped the yacht. The sky was shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. With the sun extinguished, the sole source of illumination vanished, plunging not just Earth, but the entire solar system into an endless void. Only intermittent flashes of violet and crimson light flickered like neon signs, illuminating the ground momentarily before fading away. Observing this, Krillin casually cast an energy sphere into the air, which illuminated the yacht and rendered everything within it visible. He approached the warriors, who were seemingly frozen in time, as well as the unmoving Whis. Whis's form, like that of all the warriors, was fixated on the rapidly shifting figure within the scepter, his eyes wide with astonishment. It appeared that he was genuinely ensnared by the time-stopping phenomenon. The folds of his angelic attire were suspended in mid-air, unyielding. Amused, Krillin remarked, Whis, there's no need to feign immobility like the others. I know you can move. Yet, Whis remained still. After a brief blink, he replied, Ah, I see now. I knew I couldn't deceive Mr. Krillin. Ho ho ho. Whis instantly reverted to normal, stifling a laugh behind his scepter. I was just joking. I actually didn't see anything. Krillin donned his glasses, and his nonchalant statement immediately petrified Whis's expression. Ho ho ho, cough cough. Whiss's lips twitched as he discreetly coughed twice to ease his embarrassment. Mr. Krillin, you truly are remarkable. Not only has your combat prowess reached the level of a god of destruction, but you also possess the ability to manipulate time, making you unparalleled among the humans across the 12 universes. Whis first praised Krillin, then earnestly inquired, I wonder why Mr. Krillin suddenly ceased fighting to seek me out. Could it be that you wish to subdue me to threaten Lord Beerus? Oh ho ho, to be regarded so highly is indeed a delight. But I fear I must disappoint you, for Lord Beerus is notoriously merciless. Whis indulged in a fanciful daydream of Beerus heroically rescuing the angel, his face reflecting a mix of anticipation and disappointment. Krillin did not respond immediately, instead directing his gaze toward Whis. Target, Whis Battle Power, 1 form. Perfect Ultra Instinct, Angel Version, Status, None Description. Universe Administrator is the normal state truly 11-dimensional? Such unparalleled strength. It seems I have much effort ahead of me to even approach the might of an angel. After a silent intake of breath, Krillin calmly queried. I have no particular agenda. I merely wish to ask why you did not intervene when Lord Beerus called for you, and why you chose to protect Earth. Upon hearing these questions, Whis erupted into an exaggerated laughter. Oh ho ho, has Mr. Krillin not inquired about this before? Angels do not interfere in mortal battles. Although this pertains to Lord Beerus, since you have addressed my curiosity, I shall simply pretend I did not witness your battle. Whis spoke with an air of pride, seemingly indifferent to the peril that nearly befell his feline master. As for the reason behind protecting Earth, it was likely because he did not wish to stand alone in the abyss of space. Moreover, should Earth be lost, Lord Beerus would surely be displeased. A culinary paradise like Earth is truly one of a kind in the universe. Its destruction would be a grievous loss. By the conclusion of his thoughts, Krillin discerned that Whis' reluctance to let Earth vanish stemmed from his own love for its delicacies, though he attributed the reasoning to Beerus. So that is the case. I have no further inquiries, Krillin remarked as 8 of his clones stepped forward, aligning themselves neatly. Whis leaned in closer. Both he and Krillin existing within an exceedingly slow temporal perspective, rendering the wait somewhat tedious. Thus, he sought to engage in an activity. Noticing Krillin's 8 clones, he curiously pointed toward them, bewildered. Mr. Krillin, what do you intend to do? Are you about to employ some formidable technique? Your strength is indeed remarkable. But if you aim to defeat Lord Beerus relying solely on them, I fear you are still far from achieving that. Krillin adjusted his glasses, lifting his gaze to see the purple and crimson forms hovering in the cosmos, and a confident smile graced his lips. Indeed, Lord Beerus's power is fearsome. Yet as the saying goes, when faced with a vast disparity, one must endeavor to bridge the gap. With a flourish of his hand, he exuded an air of spirited determination, his bald head gleaming with enthusiasm. Whis, step back. I am about to commence. Krillin produced 2 pairs of patera earrings. At that moment, Whis realized, you intend to fuse. Such a surge in battle power would indeed be substantial, but one must remember that aside from the Kaishins, those who wield the patera earrings can only maintain their fusion for 1 hour before they automatically separate. If Lord Beerus were to destroy your doppelganger at the moment of separation, it would indeed be dire, Whis kindly cautioned. However, Krillin merely shook his head, tossing 2 pairs of patera earrings to the respective doppelgangers of Cell and Frieza. Their consciousness had been reclaimed by Krillin, relying solely on a plug-and-play remote control. These 2 pairs of patera earrings are quite different. Once fused, the result is permanent, and the amplification factor far exceeds mere multiples. Watch closely, Whis. Seeing Krillin's unwavering confidence, Whis smiled slightly, intrigued. I shall eagerly await the outcome, Mr. Krillin. How fascinating it is, Lord Beerus. I wonder if this experience will leave a lasting impression on you. After their casual exchange, Krillin commanded the 8 doppelgangers to spring into action. The combat prowess of his 8 doppelgangers, comprised of Cell and Frieza, varied significantly, with their respective battle powers as follows: Cell, 100 quintillion, 1000 quintillion, 10 sextillion, 860 sextillion, Frieza, 96 quintillion, 1000 quintillion, 97 sextillion, 756 sextillion. Among these 4 doppelgangers, 1 Cell and 1 Frieza began their fusion. The first pair consisted of the 100 quintillion Cell and the 96 quintillion Frieza doppelgangers. They affixed an earring to each of their ears simultaneously. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted. The fusion of Frieza and Cell materialized. boasting a battle power of 196 sextillion. A formidable aura surged forth, causing the previously stilled ocean surface to ripple with tremendous waves, only to be swiftly contained by Krillin. What an astonishing aura, Whis remarked, astonished as he gazed at the figure within the brilliance. He sensed the surge of energy immediately. Given the original fluctuations of these two doppelgangers, such strength seemed impossible. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their energy appeared to have multiplied 100-fold, reaching an entirely new dimension. If this trend of enhancement continues, it might indeed allow them to contend with Lord Beerus. Is it due to those earrings? Unlike the Patera earrings of our realm, they seem to possess superior capabilities in certain aspects. No, wait. Whis furrowed his brow in contemplation. Even if their functions are more potent, the limitation of being unable to separate post-fusion could be a hindrance for most, if not a burden. Only someone as astute as Mr. Krillin could wield the Patera earrings with such finesse. Ah, if only Mr. Krillin could become a god of destruction. With such a brilliant mind, I would have far less to worry about. As he pondered, Whis' eyes suddenly gleamed with inspiration. Meanwhile, Krillin continued to orchestrate the fusion of his doppelgangers. The fused entity subsequently united with the 10 sextillion cell. After the radiant display, their battle power reached 196 sextillion. Then came the final fusion with the 860 sextillion cell. A blinding light erupted, and an even greater energy soared skyward, achieving a battle power of 2,056 utillion. Krillin instructed this new entity to stand aside and repeated the previous process with the remaining 4 doppelgangers. 1,000 Cell and 1,000 Frieza. 10 quintillion merged beings and 97 quintillion Frieza. 1,970 quintillion merged beings and 756 quintillion Frieza. The combat power of the merged being reached an astounding 2,726 yadas. My, this must be sufficiently powerful, Mr. Krillin. Do you still wish to merge? Whis inquired, gazing at Krillin with admiration. Krillin, however, was far from satisfied. With fervor in his eyes, he declared, of course not. There remains one final step. Only then can the true ultimate form emerge. With that, the two merged beings, each possessing combat powers reaching the Yada dimension, sprang into action, striking the unfamiliar pose that Whis had instructed. Merge, huh? Krillin voiced for the merged beings. Come forth, my strongest ultimate form. 2 deep beams of light, one black and one red, swirled and intertwined, enveloping the merged beings. Simultaneously, seizing the moment, Krillin poured a significant portion of his consciousness into the radiance. Boom. At the moment the light dissipated, an immensely powerful and terrifying aura erupted, ravaging the universe like a tempest. At the edge of the solar system, the sealing ropes Krillin had set up suddenly showed signs of damage. That immeasurable aura seeped out, just as the first cell clone released the time freeze. A mere 0.000001 second had passed, and everyone regained their cognitive abilities. Yet in the next instant, the universe seemed to freeze. Time and space appeared to be firmly locked by an invisible force. The entire cosmos was filled with that dreadful aura. Unlike the oppressive pressure of previous formidable beings that merely instilled fear in energy-sensitive creatures, this aura felt omnipresent, instantaneously manifesting in every corner of the universe. From King Kai's planet to the Kaioshin realm, even the underworld was not spared. Every nook and cranny of the universe, even the tiniest speck of dust, experienced a time pause followed by a spatial confinement. This confinement was not a result of power or skill, but was purely a matter of overwhelming presence. An intangible pressure enveloped all cosmic entities, tightly covering everything. Stars, divinities, flames, black holes, living beings, plants, cells, energy, souls, everything was immobilized. The stars, the colossal entities of the universe, now hovered in place as if enchanted, utterly motionless. Their surrounding magnetic fields and gravitational forces seemed entirely frozen, incapable of exerting any influence. Black holes, those entities that consume all light and darkness, also came to a standstill, no longer able to devour any matter. Humanity, the most numerous intelligent beings in the universe, felt an unprecedented terror. They gazed around in horror, their bodies helplessly frozen in place, their heartbeats seemingly halted. Yet their minds remained exceptionally lucid. They were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, which transcended their comprehension. Even the most insignificant creatures, ants, animals, plants, possessing innate sensitivity, simultaneously sensed that colossal aura. The cheetah's stride abruptly halted, the birds ceased their flapping in midair, and the leaves of the plants, once dancing in the breeze, suddenly became still. They gazed around in terror, as if foreseeing an unprecedented catastrophe about to unfold. The very cells, the fundamental units of life, were equally affected by this force. They could no longer engage in normal metabolic processes. Only the tiniest internal biomolecules continued to operate, sustaining the flicker of life. Flames and streams of water, these lifeless entities, likewise succumbed to this power, falling into a state of stagnation. The flames ceased their flickering, the waters halted their flow, as if immobilized, stripped of their inherent fervor. The entire universe was enveloped by a formidable force, rendered utterly motionless. This atmosphere bore an indescribable weight, compelling the universe's movements to a standstill. All sentient beings experienced this scene in a state of panic. Their thoughts did not freeze like time itself. Rather, their hearts were filled with an uncontrollable sense of dread and astonishment. Suddenly, a benevolent will retracted that imposing energy. The vast reservoir of power was swiftly withdrawn. A fierce wind howled, and with sheer force, it propelled Krillin's essence 100 meters away, though he managed to regain control of his body just in time. At the epicenter of it all, the source of the universe's turmoil, lay on the deck of a yacht on Earth. A figure, seemingly ordinary, adorned with earrings and clad in a vest, emerged. Krillin's essence could not help but erupt in wild laughter. Ha ha! The ultimate doppelganger of the universe. Vis gently covered his mouth, his eyes betraying an unmistakable shock. His confident, audacious gaze widened, and a smirk graced his lips as he unhesitatingly pointed a thumb at himself. In the realm of cosmic beings, I am neither Cell nor Frieza. You may refer to me as the celestial champion, Shafri. I am the ultimate manifestation of fusion, both through earrings and dance, known as Shafri, the embodiment of unparalleled power. Base combat power, 7,173 yadas. Data, first Shafri, 1, 100 quintillion Cell. 96 quintillion Frieza, 100 quintillion 196 yadas Shafri. 2, 196 yadas Shafri, 10 yadas Cell, 100 quintillion 196 yadas. 3, 1196 yadas Shafri. 860 yadas Cell, 100 quintillion 2056 yadas Shafri. Second Shafri, 1, 1000 quintillion Cell, 1000 quintillion Frieza, 100 quintillion 10 yadas Shafri. 2, 10 yadas Shafri. 97 yadas Frieza, 100 quintillion 1970 yadas. 3, 1970 yadas Shafri, 756 yadas Frieza, 100 quintillion 2726 yadas Shafri. Fusion of both, the ultimate cosmic champion, Shafri. Earring fusion, 2056 yadas Shafri, 2726 yadas Shafri, 100 quintillion 4782 yadas Shafri. Dance fusion, 2056 yadas Shafri, 2726 yadas Shafri, 150 quintillion 7173 yadas. Note 1. Due to the greater controllability of dance fusion compared to earrings, a multiplier of 50 is applied. Note 2. Fusion requires a similar aura. However, the power disparity between Cell and Frieza's forms allows for successful fusion within a tenfold difference. Divine power, 7173 yadas, 30,000 times 2, 1519,000 yadas, 21,519 ravines. Divine power King S Fist, tenfold 21,519 ravines, tenfold 21,519 ravines. Divine power King S Fist, 20-fold 21,519 ravines, twofold 43,038 ravines. Dimensional units, 10,000, 100 million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion. Chapter 112. Chi round slash? No, that is the 8-part light wheel. A deep, shadowy purple energy transforms into a sharp blade, effortlessly piercing the abdomen of the first Cell clone. The clone stares in disbelief at its midsection before shifting its gaze to the formidable Beerus, seemingly unable to fathom the swiftness of its defeat. No, it cannot be. How could I be so easily harmed by you? Your speed surpasses my own. The first Cell clone stammers, frantically clutching its abdomen. For a god of destruction, few things are deemed impossible. Well, today you shall witness it. Beerus, seemingly intolerant of its struggles, reveals a cruel smile as he waves his hand, sending purple energy swiftly slicing through the center of the first cell clone's waist. To have engaged in battle with me for this long, you should feel a sense of pride. However, my patience has long since waned. Therefore, perish. With a sickening sound, the clone cries out, "My waist, my waist." Panic-stricken, it notices a crimson line forming along its waist, blood seeping forth in a terrifying manner. Desperately, it attempts to press down on the slowly separating torso, as if trying to reattach it, but all efforts seem futile. A body harder than the most resilient metal in the universe was effortlessly cleaved apart, without even the slightest hint of lingering. Beerus's speed was unparalleled, transcending the perception of the first cell's doppelganger. The latter could not fathom Beerus's movements, having experienced a strikingly similar fate moments before. Although Beerus stood directly before him, the doppelganger's eyes remained oblivious to any motion, yet he found himself under attack. It must be noted that the flow of time they existed in was a mere 0.00000000001 seconds. In this temporal realm, any subtle disturbance would be immediately detected by the first cell, yet he still failed to grasp Beerus's actions. This indicated one undeniable truth: Beerus's power had, at the very least, surpassed the dimensional boundaries of his opponent. Even Krillin had to concede that Beerus's ability to instantly augment his combat prowess was extraordinarily formidable. He too yearned for such a skill. The first cell's doppelganger, along with Krillin's earthly form, needed to undergo transformation to elevate their power. However, the prelude to transformations such as Super Saiyan, Ultra Instinct, and other mystic forms was too cumbersome. If their base strength fell short of their adversaries, they would not be granted an opportunity. If only he could, like Beerus, elevate his strength to its zenith without revealing his intentions, catching his enemies off guard. Alas, Beerus and Krillin were now foes, and it was unlikely that the former would impart such a technique to the latter. The scene shifted back to the battlefield, as the first cell's doppelganger, in a state of despair, clutched his severed waist and collapsed. A copious amount of blood coalesced into droplets, drifting through the void of space. With a feeble breath, he closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Only then did Beerus reveal a brazen smile, effortlessly retracting his purple energy blade and soaring to hover before the upper half of the first cell's doppelganger. He gracefully raised one hand while extending the palm of the other, directing it towards the doppelganger's forehead, and declared, "At last, the time for conclusion has arrived. Though I am uncertain to what extent your regenerative abilities can restore you, I presume that severing a portion of your body is a wound that cannot be mended." He gazed down at the first cell's doppelganger, a trace of mockery crossing his shadowed visage. "However, for the sake of certainty, I shall obliterate you completely. This way, any attempts at subterfuge on your part will be rendered futile." With that, Beerus concentrated a sphere of destruction energy, interwoven with black and purple hues, in his palm. He slowly advanced the destructive energy towards the first cell's doppelganger, halting abruptly when it was a mere 10 centimeters from his forehead. The doppelganger's eyes remained tightly shut, his breath faint to the point of being imperceptible, as if he were truly on the brink of death. Beerus narrowed his eyes, cautiously surveying his surroundings, heightening his vigilance to its utmost. It was indeed time for destruction. The destructive energy continued to advance. The upper half of the first cell's doppelganger remained motionless. Only then did Beerus ascertain that he had genuinely lost consciousness. "It appears that you, my friend, have truly exhausted all your tricks." Beerus coughed awkwardly twice to conceal his previous lapse in composure. He was thoroughly intimidated by the relentless tactics of the first cell clone, fearing any unforeseen occurrences. Despite his current formidable power, he could scarcely endure such tumult. Indeed, it is already remarkable to possess a warrior of your caliber among humanity, yet even greater strength seems unattainable. With a devastating intent, Beerus unleashed a formidable surge of energy from his palm, propelling a wave of destructive force forward, which collided directly with the arm of the first cell clone. The upper half of the clone was utterly obliterated, vanishing without a trace, not even a single cell remaining. Laughter erupted from Beerus as he witnessed the complete annihilation of the clone's upper body. "Who led you to believe I would utter such words? This time, you are undeniably finished. This technique was borrowed from your own repertoire. How does it feel to be defeated by your own strategy, you scoundrel?" Turning his gaze towards the remaining lower half of the first cell clone, he mused that the lack of a head must signify true demise. Slowly, he floated before the clone's lower half, scratching his cheek, seemingly troubled by how to dispose of this body. However, do you think I would grant you an opportunity? With a surge of purple radiance, Beerus's eyes widened in frenetic intensity as he decisively extended his hand. Suddenly, his motion halted. A powerful hand grasped his arm, rendering him immobile. Villains perish from excessive chatter. Are you not aware of this, Beerus? At the sound of the voice, Beerus turned to see a face that was both familiar and foreign. It belonged to an individual clad in a vest, sporting insect-like horns atop his head, adorned with a pair of patera earrings. His visage bore a striking resemblance to the earlier scoundrel, yet also echoed the features of Frieza from many years past. It appeared as if the most distinctive traits of both had been amalgamated into one. Beerus swiftly rifled through his memories, yet could not decipher the identity of this being. However, upon spotting the patera earrings, realization dawned upon him. This was a fusion. Beerus stood frozen in place, seemingly in shock, prompting a cold smile from Schafri. It seems our Lord Beerus has yet to awaken fully, but fear not. I shall provide you with a wake-up call, completely free of charge. With a crack, a sharp sound resonated, and Beerus cried out in agony. His arm had been brutally crushed. An indescribably vast surge of destructive energy leaked from his severed limb, casting a purple glow that enveloped the entire solar system. Apart from Earth, not a single particle of matter remained within the solar system. In the face of this terrifying eruption of energy, Schafri merely extended a finger, and an ethereal shield immediately encased him and the lower half of the first cell clone nearby. The destructive energy was utterly unable to penetrate the protective barrier. At that moment, the lower half of the first cell clone began to stir. His toes twitched momentarily, and in the next instant, the flesh at the wound began to writhe and gradually spread. Before long, the body of the first cell clone was completely restored. Fortunately, I placed the core in the lower half of my body, while Lord Beerus, you foolishly chose the upper half. Such a pity. I had intended to play a guessing game with you, but you guessed wrong. The first cell clone, revived. His earlier demise was merely an act. Indeed, given Cell's formidable self-healing abilities, how could he perish merely from a severed body? He allowed Beerus to destroy his upper half precisely because the core had been relocated to another part. You two bastards. Beerus's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. He longed to shatter the two before him into 1,000 pieces and cast them into the foulest toilet, sealing them away for eons. The first cell clone exchanged glances with Schafuri. A relaxed smile crept onto the lips of the first cell clone as he traced 2 fingers across his forehead, saying, "Why is Lord Beerus so angry? I thought we were merely playing a game. However, I shall take my leave now. Let him keep you company from here on out. Farewell. Trying to escape? Don't even think about it." Just as Beerus was about to lunge forward to capture the first cell clone and deliver a beating, he witnessed something utterly astonishing. The first cell clone's body instantly vanished from the cosmic expanse, retreating to his personal space to recuperate and reflect upon the lessons learned from this battle. Yet, Beerus was unaware of this. Where is he? Gone. Beerus's mouth gaped in exaggerated disbelief, his head shaking as he scanned the surrounding cosmos. His perception was constantly spread across the entire solar system. Unless he departed from it, he would certainly sense any disappearance. Earth. Perhaps he fled to Earth. The thought flashed rapidly through Beerus's mind, prompting him to close his eyes and sense the aura of the planet. However, he had forgotten that another individual remained on the battlefield. Schafuri remained silent, instead stifling a chuckle. Gathering a red energy disk in his hand, it spun at high speed, razor-sharp and devoid of any discernible aura, eliminating the most obvious noise flaw of Krillin's key disks. Oil shrimp. Schafuri hurled the disk at Beerus with incredible velocity. In an instant, the disk traversed the distance between them. Beerus's eyes, which had been closed, shot open. In that fleeting moment, every hair on his body stood on end, and cold sweat poured down him. Like the mastery of Ultra Instinct, his body instinctively twisted at a 90-degree angle, narrowly avoiding the energy disk. As a deity, Beerus had indeed trained in Ultra Instinct, and with Whiss's guidance, it was evident that although he had not perfected it, he was capable of similar maneuvers. Much like Master Roshi, long-standing rumors had circulated regarding his status as a mysterious powerhouse, largely due to his ability to contend with Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Furthermore, when Goku was a child, Master Roshi had imparted to him training akin to the mindset required for mastering Ultra Instinct. Although achieving the complete form of Ultra Instinct might be exceedingly difficult, it was certain that similar techniques existed prior to its culmination. At this moment, Beerus succeeded in evading the energy of the disc. Breathless and clutching his chest, he was drenched in cold sweat as he cast a fearful glance at Shaffrey. That wretched individual, as despicable as that scoundrel, actually ambushed me. Shaffrey merely smiled, silently blinking. Sensing the impending danger, Beerus's body sprang into action once more. As expected, the energy disc, after passing through him, returned with renewed ferocity. Whoosh! This time, fortune did not favor Beerus. The tip of his tail was caught, severed by the energy disc. "Ah, my tail!" Beerus shouted in furious lament. "Unforgivable! Unforgivable! You scoundrel!" The severed tip of his tail acted like a seal suppressing a demon. Unleashing all of Beerus's pent-up wrath, a more terrifying power emerged, enveloping the solar system in a shroud of purple energy. The upper half of Beerus's God of Destruction attire vanished entirely, leaving only his voluminous blue trousers. Yet, this was not the end. His entire being was engulfed in purple flames, his gaze icy, his skin marred by numerous bleeding wounds, each glowing with a searing purple light. This was the energy of destruction. Beerus's appearance was that of a malevolent deity, emerging from the depths of hell, drenched in blood, radiating an eerie purple glow, embodying unspeakable terror. His expression betrayed an uncontrollable fury. The boundary of the solar system's confinement was once again breached. Beerus's combat power surged, now on par with Shaffrey. On the yacht, Whis, holding his staff, furrowed his brow at the surrounding purple energy and the image of Beerus's severed tail. He turned to the nearby Krillin and said, "Mr. Krillin, do you not think this is somewhat excessive? The power you wield now, once unleashed, will render your confinement futile. The universe will be torn asunder in an instant." Krillin calmly adjusted his glasses and replied, "But there is still you, Whis. Your time reversal ability is sufficient to restore everything." Whis cast a pained glance at Krillin and sighed. "However, we are nearing the 3-minute mark. With my capabilities, I can only rewind so far." "Very well," Krillin conceded, unwilling to witness the solar system's devastation remain unresolved. He promised that if the battle could not be settled within 3 minutes, he would compel Whis to forcibly reverse time. The warriors had grown numb. The battle unfolding on the screen had indeed broadened their horizons, yet it dealt a heavy blow to their spirits. They had once believed themselves to be among the universe's strongest, if not the mightiest. To their dismay, they realized they were nothing compared to the true power of gods and men. They were no different from ordinary earthlings. Goku and Vegeta felt particularly disheartened. Goku had thought he could at least contend with Beerus, believing that while his strength paled in comparison, with enough effort, he could catch up. Yet, sensing the vast, boundless aura above, his long-held conviction began to waver. Is the deity merely the beginning of their confrontation? Vegeta, possessing a similar understanding of the divine's power, is taken aback by the vast disparity. What troubles him most is his inferiority compared to Krillin, an earthling. In fact, he feels he may not even be worthy of being compared to an ant, for one of Krillin's fingers could easily obliterate billions of his kind. In the superworld, Krillin was already aware of his immense strength, though he too did not anticipate it would be to such an extent. However, that version of himself belongs to a different realm. Thus, he is the only warrior present who feels an exhilarating sense of excitement. Super Krillin approached Krillin, pointing excitedly at the disk of energy used by Shaffrey, asking, "Is that our spirit bomb?" Krillin raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms with a smile, and replied, "Spirit bomb? No, that's the 8-part light wheel. It's an advanced technique." The scene depicted the disc energy severing Beerus's tail, returning to Shaffrey's hand, and with renewed energy, it was hurled once more. This time, the rapidly spinning energy cleaved through space, vanishing into its depths. When it re-emerged, its scale left everyone agape. The 8-part light wheel radiated a dazzling array of colors, occupying the center of the solar system, its size comparable to that of the sun. With a swift gesture, Shaffrey sent the 8-part light wheel crashing into Beerus's arm, scattering countless sparks of energy. "Beerus, how do you find this move? Does it catch the attention of a destroyer like you?" With Beerus choosing to withstand the 8-part light wheel, Shaffrey maintained a calm smile, opting to indulge his stubbornness by continuously amplifying his power, increasing the speed of the 8-part light wheel. Countless searing sparks erupted, shooting towards the outer edges of the solar system, only to be contained and cooled by the barrier of the spinning rope until their energy was completely expended. The enormous disk, radiating brilliance akin to a second sun, starkly contrasted with Beerus's diminutive form. With gritted teeth, Beerus, nursing an injured arm, used his other hand enveloped in purple energy to press against the 8-part light wheel, resulting in a fierce clash of friction. You dare ask me how? His eyes suddenly ignited with a terrifying purple aura, his pupils entirely consumed by the color, an overwhelming momentum rising behind him, manifesting into 2 colossal energy claws, rivaling the 8-part light wheel. Proud as he was, Beerus could not concede defeat. He opened his mouth wide and roared without hesitation. I declare it is but a mere triviality. The giant claws, almost entirely composed of condensed energy, sliced towards the 8-part light wheel like fearsome talons. At the moment of contact, an indescribable roar erupted, causing the 8-part light wheel's rapid spin to gradually decelerate. Surrounding the giant claws was a hue of destruction. And with a fierce grip, the 8-part light wheel shattered into pure energy. Shaffrey's eyes gleamed. Indeed, Beerus's strength was far from simple. A new technique has emerged. His hands swiftly rose, and a dazzling array of 8-pointed light discs coalesced within his grasp. Let us test these out, Shaffrey declared joyfully as he forcefully hurled the 8-pointed light discs. With the rapid motion of his arms, one after another, dozens of these discs were launched at Beerus, surrounding him from various angles. They appeared woven from the radiance of countless stars, shimmering with a breathtaking array of colors. Disappearing into the void, they re-emerged, now as large as the sun itself. At a glance, it seemed as if dozens of suns had appeared simultaneously. Are you attempting to challenge me? Such audacity. In response to Shaffrey's provocation, a fierce anger ignited within Beerus, his brows furrowed with a fury that seemed capable of incinerating the entire cosmos. His claws danced swiftly in the space before him, and in an instant, millions of purple rifts manifested, unleashing an unrelenting gale. The rifts collided with the 8-pointed light discs, resulting in a cataclysmic release of energy that reverberated throughout the universe. At the epicenter, the intertwining of purple and colorful luminescence resembled 2 distinct crescent moons clashing, neither party yielding. The brilliance radiated forth, energy scattering like light across the dark expanse of space, as if the entire world had been illuminated. Meanwhile, Shaffrey, arms crossed, eagerly observed Beerus's resistance. Suddenly, a message from Whis urged him to conclude the battle swiftly. Shaffrey could not help but feel speechless. He and Krillin were one and the same. He had already informed his primary self, who was well aware of the situation. Why the need for a redundant reminder? Yet, he understood, perhaps Whis was merely expressing his own sense of urgency. How much longer until the 3 minutes are up? He mused, glancing at his watch within his spatial pocket. He noted that time was still plentiful. Indeed, there were 30 seconds remaining. Shaffrey smirked wickedly, his figure flashing as he appeared before Beerus in the blink of an eye. Seeing Shaffrey before him, Beerus's eyes flared with purple light as his massive claws lunged toward him. Shaffrey deftly swayed his body, evading the assault while playfully remarking, "Beerus, the time is drawing near. If you don't unleash something stronger, this battle will be forced to end. Regardless of your thoughts, I am about to unleash my full power." Before Beerus could react, Shaffrey closed his eyes. In the next moment, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes once more, countless elusive layers of color flickered around him. It was the same technique that Krillin's primary self had previously employed, the ultimate instinct. Simultaneously, Krillin's original form and all his duplicates widened their eyes, entranced and wholly focused on a singular target. Their minds raced, thoughts colliding with the door of inspiration at lightning speed. Dozens of gifted minds operated in unison, creating an eerie tableau reminiscent of a cerebral mining operation. Suddenly, at a pivotal moment, each duplicate experienced a flash of insight. Ding! An imaginary light bulb illuminated above them. I have a plan. Under the state of ultimate freedom, Shaffrey unexpectedly broke into a smile. The shimmering layers of color dissipated, revealing a delicate white glow enveloping him, as if he were shrouded in a protective aura. Generally speaking, emotions are byproducts of responses to environmental changes, and the emotions of humanity are determined by the intricate balance of chemical substances within the brain, such as dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins. Dopamine governs pleasure. Serotonin fosters tranquility. Endorphins generate happiness. The emergence of favorable thoughts is a consequence of elevated dopamine levels in the brain. Conversely, feelings of aversion arise from diminished dopamine. Anger is a result of decreased serotonin levels, while a state of calm is achieved through heightened serotonin. Sadness stems from lowered endorphin levels, whereas happiness results from increased endorphins. Fear is induced by reduced levels of dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins. A composed demeanor emerges from elevated levels of these neurotransmitters. I possess the unparalleled ability to master my physical form. Krillin erupted into laughter, his entire being resonating with joy. Ha ha ha, this is dopamine. Yet soon after, despair washed over them, tears streaming uncontrollably down their cheeks. This is endorphins. Ultimately, each of them attained a state of serene enlightenment. Sitting in stillness, breathing evenly, as if all worldly matters held no significance. This is serotonin. Suddenly, a similar pale white glow enveloped them, mirroring that of Schlafly. This is emotional freedom. In the vastness of space, Schlafly tilted his head with reckless abandon. No matter how exuberantly he laughed or how sorrowfully he wept, the radiance surrounding him remained unyielding. Emotional freedom has been achieved. Beerus, I finally feel the same realm as Goku. Please observe this newfound and formidable power. Huh, who is Goku? Beerus furrowed his brow, perplexed by Schlafly's words, unable to comprehend his meaning. He practiced not the tranquil path of Whis. Thus was only aware of the ultimate perfection of the ultimate freedom technique. Emotional freedom is a powerful technique developed by Sun Wukong himself, allowing one to maintain the state of ultimate freedom without being hindered by emotional fluctuations during battle. Krillin did not believe he could surpass Sun Wukong in mental fortitude. Even if inspiration struck and he devised something more powerful, it would likely take considerable time. Yet time waits for no one. The immediate task is to grow stronger, employing every means and method to eliminate all sources of instability and suppress any enemies that dare to disrupt, so as to restore his universe with the swiftness of thunder. Therefore, on the path of ultimate freedom, he would cultivate according to the pioneering steps laid out by Sun Wukong. First, he would grow stronger. Once he reached the limits of his potential, he would then seek alternative methods. Krillin is not one to remain confined to a singular path of strength. He will acquire all forms of power and amalgamate them, crafting the most potent fusion of strength. This is Krillin, a being who embodies the principle of utilizing all things while encompassing everything. Faced with Beerus's confusion, Schlafly offered no explanation, simply closing his eyes. A radiant white light shimmered softly, illuminating Schlafly as if he had been meticulously polished. Gradually, the white energy detached from his body, imprinting a transparent version of himself that rapidly separated and expanded. In the blink of an eye, it reached a size equivalent to a quarter of a solar system. In comparison, Beerus and the colossal claws behind him appeared as mere fireflies contending with the brilliance of the moon. This size was sufficient. Schlafly opened his eyes, and behind him, the celestial figure spread its arms, gazing down at Beerus with an expressionless demeanor. Any larger, and combat would become impractical. Schlafly's face betrayed no modesty. He exuded pride. What is this entity? Beerus, with one arm hanging limply, regarded the celestial figure before him as a formidable adversary. Without Whis' explanation, he found Schlafly's methods incomprehensible, yet any discerning observer could perceive the extraordinary nature of this power. Beerus, does the pain from your injuries still linger? Schlafly's voice traversed billions of kilometers, echoing within Beerus's mind. Taken aback momentarily, Beerus soon realized this was likely Schlafly's mocking taunt. His expression twisted into a grimace of fury. You fool, do you believe your feeble tricks can make the great god of destruction feel pain? I am merely a bit disheveled. Your strength is commendable. But once I eliminate you, my disarray will surely rectify itself. Beerus, suppressing the numbness in his arm, forced it upward to demonstrate the veracity of his words. Very well. Strangely, in the face of Beerus's bravado, Schlafly not only displayed no skepticism, but instead clapped his hands in delight. Any creature under attack would experience pain, fear, or reveal a vulnerability. However, through your own confirmation, I have learned that a god of destruction does not possess such sensations. The celestial figure immediately sprang into action. With Schlafly's command, it raised its hands, and two 8-pointed light wheels gradually coalesced in its palms, radiating brilliance as if the most resplendent stars of the universe had converged. Beerus regarded the celestial figure warily, and for reasons unknown, he involuntarily shuddered. The towering transparent giant of light fixed its piercing gaze, energy coursing through its form, and abruptly swung the 8-pointed light wheels forward. In an instant, a blinding beam tore through the night sky, imbued with an aura of annihilation, hurtling towards Beerus. Damn it! Beerus sensed the imminent threat contained within and promptly infused power into the colossal claws behind him, causing them to swell. His eyes remained locked on the celestial figure. Defiantly roaring, "I can do the same." With those words, purple energy surged skyward, gradually shaping a massive transparent energy form of Beerus behind the claws. His gaze filled with ferocity, the essence of destruction his soul hue. The prominence of his brow deepened, the purple flames intensifying, while the surroundings bristled with destructive energy. This is evidently a model akin to self-extreme intent. Rather, it should be said that self-extreme intent is birthed from it. Self-extreme intent dismantles the innate potential of those endowed with destructive energy, enabling them to achieve an ever-increasing strength. In contrast, this model appears to be a mere manifestation of destructive divinity, pushing the characteristics of destruction to their utmost limits. Whether it possesses the innate burning talent of self-extreme intent remains to be verified. With a resounding crash, Beerus's ethereal form, elongated arms trailing behind, swiftly raised its colossal claw to strike down just before the two octagonal light wheels could reach him. The shockwave instantaneously reverberated throughout the solar system, further shattering the confines of the floral rope. The two forces collided violently in the vastness of space, producing an unimaginable, terrifying explosion. The radiance of the octagonal light wheels intertwined with the destructive energy of Beerus's purple claw, forming a magnificent energy curtain. Beerus's purple apparition successfully withstood the onslaught of the octagonal light wheels. Facing Beerus's energy form, Schlafly clenched his hands tightly, his expression grave. He had swiftly learned the celestial technique, albeit without grasping its true essence. It was merely a shell upheld by energy. Yet, one could not deny that Beerus's experience was indeed formidable. Just as the octagonal light wheel struck Beerus's apparition, its head suddenly opened wide, unleashing a more ferocious wave of purple energy. Despite the immense power of the octagonal light wheels, they failed to achieve the desired effect under Beerus's cunning assault. Ultimately, beneath Beerus's taunting barrage, the brilliance of the octagonal light wheels gradually faded, their energy disks shattering and vanishing into the air. Following the successful defense against the octagonal light wheels, Beerus erupted into a thunderous laugh, his form appearing even more menacing in the glow of the purple energy. "Ha! It seems that even if you comprehend new powers, you cannot vanquish me. The god of destruction shall always surpass you mere mortals." "Humph, then prove that point." "You merely deflected an attack I casually unleashed," Schlafly replied calmly, his essence standing within the celestial technique, acting as the pilot, fully controlling it in battle. With a thought, the colossal form of the celestial technique surged towards Beerus's energy form. Two massive octagonal light wheels converged in the hands of the celestial technique, yet rather than hurling them, they adhered to the palms. Upon reaching the forefront of Beerus's energy form, they struck down with tremendous force. The rapidly spinning octagonal light wheels resembled chainsaws capable of slicing through anything. Beerus's energy apparition raised one gigantic claw to defend, while the other swept horizontally towards the waist of the celestial technique. Without hesitation, both entities launched their assaults against one another. With a sizzling sound, the searing sparks reignited. The two octagonal light wheels cleaved into Beerus's apparition, causing it to stagger. Meanwhile, Beerus's claw attack faltered as Schlafly, sensing Beerus's intent, deftly commanded the celestial technique to bend backward at the waist. Beerus's apparition missed its mark entirely. Their battle resembled a confrontation between two giants composed of light. After an intense battle that spanned millions of rounds, a silvery figure materialized in space, obscured by the colossal forms of two titans. Supporting his forehead, he surveyed the chaotic scene before him, overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of the situation. "Lord Beerus, Mr. Krillin, please cease your conflict." Seeing that neither combatant acknowledged him, the silvery figure approached the immense phantoms. Raising his hand between them, his staff floated beside him, and he released a gentle wave of energy directed at each of them. A hum reverberated through the air as an invisible force pushed against the two giants, along with the two beings within them. Both their celestial forms and energy bodies trembled. Yet they sustained no harm, their consciousnesses awakening from the fray. "Whis!" Beerus bellowed in fury. "Why must you prevent me from eliminating this scoundrel?" Shafuri cast a sidelong glance at Whis, crossing his arms with a smirk of derision. "At least you are a god of destruction, after all this time." You haven't even managed to vanquish a mere human like me. What did you say? Beerus's teeth ground together, and purple flames ignited around him once more. It appeared he was resolved to engage Shifuri for another 3 million rounds. Whis shook his head in dismay at their relentless bickering. With a subtle gesture of his staff, both Shifuri and Beerus were involuntarily drawn toward Wisconsin. They halted before him only when he tapped his staff once more, as Beerus found himself close enough to strike. Whis's piercing gaze halted him in his tracks. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. And you, Whis, your inaction is infuriating. Shifuri chuckled at Beerus's frustration, resting his head on his arms and whistling, awaiting Whis's response. He sensed that the divine clash was finally at an end. Closing his eyes, Whis furrowed his brow slightly and cleared his throat, addressing the two with reproach. Shall we take a moment to observe the devastation you have wrought? Had I not intervened to intercept the energy, the universe could have been obliterated in an instant. Every material body in the solar system, save for Earth, has vanished. Even the fabric of space bears the scars of your confrontation, riddled with cracks like shattered glass, ready to splinter at the slightest touch. Beerus and Shifuri understood the cause of the chaos, yet Beerus felt no remorse. Humph, were it not for those Earthlings provoking me and launching an attack, I would have had no desire to devastate this system. While Shifuri scratched his head, somewhat sheepish, he dismissed the gravity of the situation. But you have Whis here. If you simply rewind time, the solar system will be restored in a flash. I would appreciate your assistance. Sighing, Whis reflected on the challenges of his angelic duties. Oh, you too. Speak quickly, Whis. I am determined to slay him. My target shall not escape the wrath of a god of destruction. Beerus declared vehemently, disregarding all else. Had it not been for Whis's presence, Shafri would have swiftly torn apart Beerus. Unwilling to back down, Shafri clenched his fists and defiantly gazed at Beerus, remarking, as a god of destruction, taking this long to eliminate a mere human, and still failing, will surely invite ridicule from the other gods. I shall end you. Shafri's words ignited Beerus's ire, unleashing destructive energy towards him. Yet, Shafri stood firm, unflinching despite the mere 3 meters separating them. Whis, exasperated with his feline master, raised his staff to intercept the attack, causing the destructive force to come to an immediate halt, dissipating into nothingness. Let us all calm down. We are nearing the 3-minute mark. Beyond that limit, even I cannot reverse time, Whis interjected. Mr. Krillin, for the sake of Earth and the solar system, could you refrain from further combat with Lord Beerus? Shafri nodded in agreement, having gained valuable insights into his own strength and combat style through his encounter with Beerus. He had even achieved a state of emotional tranquility, feeling no regret. Although he was certain that Beerus had yet to unleash his full power, he recognized that Krillin's focus was not on him. Defeating Beerus at the cost of inciting the wrath of the gods would be counterproductive to his quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Unlike a Saiyan, he did not seek the thrill of relentless battle. Krillin's primary objective remained the synthesis of his experiences in combat to cultivate his own abilities. After all, possessing immense power without understanding its application would be futile against Zamasu. It was indeed a pity that he had yet to utilize techniques such as the Earth Hammer, Destruction Rope, and perfect sensory control, but he would have to await Lord Beerus's next challenge. What did you say? I challenge you. Beerus's fury was once again provoked, and he unleashed a torrent of invectives. However, Shafri paid him no heed, perceiving it as the mewling of an ill-mannered kitten. Whis, unable to endure any longer, struck Beerus sharply on the head with his staff. Lord Beerus, please behave yourself. I understand, Beerus replied, stars swirling before his eyes, feeling dizzy as he floated aimlessly through space. Ahem, Lord Beerus, your conflict with Mr. Krillin serves no purpose and could indeed lead to cosmic turmoil. I believe having a responsible and powerful human like Mr. Krillin around is beneficial for you. You have lacked ambition for many years, even delegating the destruction of planets to Frieza. I fear I must report to the Grand Minister that I have failed in my duties, allowing you to become, well, ineffective. As Whis concluded, he covered his eyes and began to sob. The mention of the Grand Minister jolted Beerus to his feet. Whis, I assure you, I shall not be idle any longer. Please refrain from reporting me to the Grand Priest. What report? I am simply relaying the truth. Whis's expression immediately soured. Indeed. Reporting truthfully. Yet could you not phrase it more delicately, perhaps substituting idleness with diligent devotion? It depends on your performance. The obsequious demeanor of Beerus in his plea for mercy elicited an involuntary sigh of admiration from Shafri. Are the deities truly this talented in their craft? Who was that? Noting Weiss's obstinacy, Beerus decided to approach Shaffrey instead. I shall not hold this against you, yet do not presume to remain in our universe. Depart at once. Shaffrey's gaze sharpened, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Beerus. I have not traversed time, nor have you subdued me. Thus, whether I remain in this universe is none of your concern. Hey, why are you so stubborn? It is not that I am unable to defeat you. Rather, I have not employed all my strength, or else you would have perished long ago. Lord Beerus, let us allow Mr. Krillin to stay in our universe for the time being. He has his reasons, and he poses no interference to you. Weiss interjected gallantly. What did you say? His name is Krillin? Isn't he the bald one? Only then did Beerus realize a critical oversight. He widened his eyes, bewildered as he looked at Shaffrey. Indeed, the one you battled earlier was Mr. Krillin and his manifestations. That earthling? Beerus cast a disbelieving glance towards Earth. Precisely, Weiss affirmed with a subtle nod. Earth is a place of peculiar wonders, indeed. So, the Bald One's objective is the Super Dragon Balls. Shaffrey hummed in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a cunning expression overtook Beerus's face. Very well, I shall spare you this time. Lord Beerus, your nefarious intentions are clearly written upon your countenance. Is that so? Beerus hastily covered his face and inquired. It is now more certain, Weiss nodded. Shaffrey's lips twitched as he remarked. Beerus, regardless of what you choose to do against me henceforth, I, Krillin, shall endure. My impression of you as a deity has already descended to an irredeemable low. Beerus was about to retort, but the calm gaze of Weiss stifled his words. I would never stoop to such actions. The plan that had just formed in Beerus's mind was abruptly quashed. Then it is settled. All matters shall conclude here, with Lord Beerus and Mr. Krillin absolving each other of responsibility. I shall commence the time reversal now. Upon uttering this, Weiss prepared to use his staff to rewind time, but Shaffrey interrupted him. Wait, could you not reverse time until after I have departed? Weiss pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, Mr. Krillin, please be expeditious. Understood. As soon as Shaffrey responded, he vanished without a trace. Krillin, glancing at the others aboard the yacht, swiftly moved to seize Trunks and entered his personal space. All his manifestations followed suit into the personal realm. Previously, when faced with Weiss's time reversal, he had employed the instant transmission purely out of urgency, as he had not initially grasped the situation. In truth, entering the personal space yields the same effect. Weiss sensed the vanishing presence of Krillin on Earth and promptly enveloped himself and Beerus in a transparent protective shield. Subsequently, Weiss gently tapped the ground with the tip of his staff. A wave of white light radiated outward, causing everything around them to recede, akin to the rewind function on a video application. Only Weiss and Beerus remained unaffected within the entire solar system. First, the asteroids at the edge of the solar system were obliterated, along with the cosmic expanse. Then, the sun, disrupted by Beerus's aura, dispersed. This was followed by the 8 major planets, excluding Earth. As they were reformed, Earth shifted back into its original trajectory. Before long, everything within the solar system was restored to its pristine state. However, the destruction wrought by the battle between Sun Wukong and Beerus on Earth could not be mended. It would require the Dragon Balls from Namek for restoration, as both Krillin and Sun Wukong were involved. It was hardly conceivable that Sun Wukong could stand on the yacht, unaffected, only to suddenly be rewound and then soar back into the atmosphere, engaging in a battle in reverse against Beerus, who was impervious to the effects of time reversal. This time, however, the battle was merely a substitute for the air displaced by Beerus. Soon, the time rewind ceased, and as the individuals aboard the yacht regained consciousness, they gazed around in bewilderment. Where has Krillin gone? I refer to the Krillin from that other world. The warriors retained their memories of the battle with Krillin. Perhaps, Weiss deliberately excluded them from the effects of the time reversal. Chapter 115. Call an ambulance. Vegeta has fainted after waiting 10 minutes in the personal space. Krillin finally emerged. Upon seeing that everything in space had returned to normal and that Weiss and Beerus had vanished, he realized they must have gone to Earth. Thus, Krillin scratched his bald head and instantaneously teleported to the yacht. It was the Krillin from that other world. Trunks and Goten were the first to notice him. Haha. Goten and Trunks, how are you? Krillin greeted with a smile, releasing Trunks so the three could enjoy some time together. As they returned to the deck, the moment Krillin appeared, he felt all eyes fixated upon him. A bit awkwardly, He touched the back of his head and greeted everyone. Hi, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Krillin from another world. You all should be familiar with my story, so I want to elaborate further. Suddenly, Sun Wukong charged forward, enveloping Krillin in a bear hug. A wave of suffocation washed over Krillin, prompting him to pat Wukong on the back. Wukong, that was a bit too sudden. Wasn't he it? Hearing this, Sun Wukong released Krillin, his face streaked with tears and mucus. Krillin, you've worked so hard. I'm all right, ha ha ha. Krillin chuckled, eager to move past the moment. However, it wasn't he merely all right. Piccolo, arms crossed and head bowed, fixed a piercing gaze upon Krillin. With the physique of an earthling, you have grown strong enough to contend with a god of destruction, surpassing even myself and the Saiyans. Your prowess exceeds everyone's imagination. Is it really that exaggerated? Krillin glanced at Piccolo, feeling a bit embarrassed. Of course, Vegeta interrupted, pushing aside Yamcha and Tien to join the conversation. Blood had already congealed on his shoulder. At that moment, he clenched his fists tightly, gazing at Krillin. His eyes, though perpetually cold, now held a profound respect. Previously, I only admired Kakarot and acknowledged him as the strongest, but now, without a doubt, you have surpassed us. He paused, furrowing his brow, and bowed deeply, eyes closed. I know this is sudden, but could you teach me how to become stronger? There's no need for that, Krillin replied, somewhat surprised that Vegeta would humble himself to ask him for guidance. Piccolo, witnessing Vegeta's willingness to lower himself, relaxed his crossed arms and mimicked Vegeta's gesture, bending slightly and requesting, Krillin, the moment I saw that Namekian in your clone, I knew you must understand how the Namekians grow stronger. Please, enlighten me. Piccolo, Vegeta. You both. Krillin looked at the two, uncertain of what to say. At that moment, Yamcha cheerfully approached, wrapping an arm around Krillin's shoulder, and said mysteriously, Brother, don't forget about your younger brother when you become prosperous. I also wish to surpass a Saiyan just once. Can you teach me that technique, whatever it is? Now you've acknowledged me as your senior. Huh? Krillin chuckled at Yamcha, who grinned broadly, a silly smile on his face. And don't forget about our bond from defeating the Demon King Piccolo together. Tien joined in the banter, with the Demon King Piccolo right here. Isn't that a bit inappropriate to say? Ha ha. Krillin teased, and Tien understood, both bursting into laughter. The atmosphere around them brightened with joy. Krillin, however, was indifferent to the other's fervor for strength. He merely smiled softly, embracing his wife and child while sipping juice, thinking, come on, that's another version of myself. How could I not bring myself along in my quest for strength? Krillin, just teach them, suddenly urged Goku on their behalf. Huh, Goku, don't you want to learn? Krillin wondered why Goku was speaking up for others instead of himself. Goku replied earnestly, of course I want to learn, but I know if I ask, you'll definitely teach me. But for Piccolo and Vegeta, I'm unsure if they have improved in your world, which is why I'm asking on their behalf. Oh, I see. You really don't need to worry. I've already brought Vegeta's son along, so what are you concerned about? Haha, I guess I was overthinking it. Goku chuckled, feeling relieved. Krillin turned to the others and said, I know how you can become stronger, but there's no need to rush. Besides, aren't there two qualified individuals over there who can teach you? He pointed to Whis and Beerus, who were indulging in an extravagant feast. Bulma had instructed the chef to resume his work, and the banquet began once again. With the aid of a magical bean bestowed by Son Goku, Beerus's injuries have been miraculously healed. Krillin, eager for a share, suggests, let me divide the bean into 10 portions. Piccolo straightens his posture, and Vegeta follows suit. They exchange glances with Beerus and Whis. In a hushed tone, Piccolo conveys to his comrades, it is undoubtedly wise to rely on our own. That god of destruction remains an enigma. We must hasten to grow stronger, lest he decides to obliterate Earth again. I refuse to be left powerless. Vegeta nods in profound agreement, aware of the gravity of their situation. Their willingness to impart knowledge remains uncertain. It seems I have been accepted as one of you. Krillin feels a warm sense of contentment. However, having just emerged from battle, he is not in a rush to gain strength. Today marks Bulma's birthday, and he, along with Trunks, bears a magnificent gift. A magnificent gift? Goku inquires, scanning Krillin for any sizable item. I see nothing of great significance. Haha, Goku. Your innocence is truly endearing, Krillin replies, moving closer to Trunks, who retrieves the present. Bulma, initially engaged in a phone call regarding her capsule corporation, which had been affected by the recent turmoil caused by the battle between Goku and Beerus, is abruptly pulled away by Trunks. Upon realizing the occasion is her birthday, tears of joy well up in her eyes. Wah, Krillin and Trunks are the best. Even in this new world, our bonds remain unbroken. Vegeta, overhearing this, grimaces, turning away with an irritated grunt. Humph. Is it really necessary to berate oneself for merely forgetting a birthday gift? Let me see what delightful treasure you have, he demands. Bulma, with a look of surprise, accepts a stack of photos from Trunks. Her expression shifts dramatically. Oh my. As she examines the images, laughter bursts forth uncontrollably. What is it? Krillin and Trunks wonder, curious about the nature of the gift. Others, including Android 18, Super Krillin, Yamcha, Puar, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Master Roshi, gather around, intrigued. The images reveal Vegeta in rare moments of blushing and shyness, captured with remarkable clarity, even detailing the pores on his smooth chin. Vegeta, how utterly amusing, they exclaim, chuckling at the sight. Oh no, Oolong inadvertently lets slip his thoughts, realizing too late the potential repercussions. What are you referring to? Vegeta approaches swiftly. Meanwhile, Whis and Beerus, indulging in a feast, pause their actions. Their gazes meet, curiosity evident in their expressions. Vegeta? Whis muses. I wish to see, my interest is piqued. As do I, Lord Beerus, he replies, both sharing mischievous smiles as they instantaneously appear above Bulma, bending down to catch a glimpse of the photos before Vegeta. With an uproarious laugh, Beerus erupted with mirth while Whis stifled a chuckle, striving to maintain some semblance of dignity for Vegeta, though it was evident that he relished the moment. Could this be a form of retribution for Vegeta's failure to recognize his own worth? The Prince of the Saiyans, shy in such a manner, presented a stark contrast. Mr. Vegeta, who would have thought you possessed such a side? What are you all discussing? Vegeta demanded, snatching the photograph with a fierce glare. The warriors present collectively gasped in trepidation. It was over. In an instant, Vegeta's demeanor shifted to a pallid gray. He stared blankly at the image of his 50-year-old self, showcasing an absurd and peculiar shyness, rosy-cheeked, as if a newlywed bride had just encountered her groom. Were it anyone else, it might not have mattered, but this was the legendary ice-cold Vegeta, and not just any Vegeta, but a 50-something Prince of the Saiyans, making the contrast all the more pronounced. Vegeta's heart ceased its rhythm, and he collapsed rigidly to the ground. Quick, call an ambulance. Vegeta has fainted. Panic ensued. Oh no, he is not breathing. The senza beans, where are they? Beerus has consumed them. Vegeta, it was not intentional. You must stay strong. Daddy. Chaos erupted at the scene. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly sat up, tearing apart 2 of his photographs. With a devilish grin, he tossed the remaining 2 towards the crowd. Kakarot, you are even less dignified than I. What could possibly terrify you so? Curiosity piqued among the onlookers. The images on the ground revealed Goku with a bewildered expression, staring at the camera. Another captured him in the midst of bathing. What could have frightened him? Is that even a question? It must be Krillin's antics. A thought struck. Why did Vegeta appear to be 50 while Goku resembled a child? Did these photos originate from different realms? Uncle Goku looked just like Goten when he was little. Daddy is so adorable, chirped Biddy. Vegeta, how dare you tear my photograph? We are not finished here. Oh, is the alternate version of me truly this amusing? Goku laughed heartily, unfazed by his own embarrassment, joining the others in uproarious laughter. Chapter 116. The tale of the photographs. The torn photographs were of no consequence. I possess many copies, and those interested may request them later. Hey, Krillin! Vegeta shouted in annoyance. Do not be upset, Vegeta. Everyone has a dark history, Krillin remarked, attempting to soothe him. Given Krillin's formidable strength, even if Vegeta felt disgruntled, he could only swallow his pride and let out a reluctant huff. Once Krillin had calmed Vegeta, he turned to the crowd and explained, in that realm, Goku was transformed into a child by the Dragon Balls. He stepped forward, pointing to the remaining photograph in Bulma's hands. From this one, it is clear that although Goku has shrunk, he appears even more innocent and pure, reminiscent of the memories I cherish from our training together. In the photograph, nearly all the acquaintances of the warrior are present, adorned in attire distinctly different from the world at large. Yet, the familiar faces allow for instant recognition. Oh, is that me? Bulma gazes in astonishment at her own image in the photo, while Chi-Chi and Android 18, initially fearing Bulma had aged poorly, hurriedly lean in for a closer look. To their surprise, The Bulma captured in the image appears not only youthful but also stylish. Her skin radiant like that of an 18-year-old maiden. Chi-Chi, too, having regained her youthful appearance thanks to Krillin, dresses as she once did. Her smile blooming as she stands before Gohan. The diminutive Goku leaps into the air, grinning widely, while the lively little Fong mimics her grandfather, embracing a plush toy with exuberance. The rest of the group stands behind them in sequence. Vegeta and Piccolo no longer avert their gazes as they once did. Tien, as the groom, occupies the central position, his face flushed crimson as though it might bleed. The golden-haired launch dons a wedding dress, resting her head on his shoulder. Her expression, one of pure bliss. Kairatsu, dressed as a flower girl, holds a basket of flowers aloft, suspended in midair. Old Kai Jebit and King Kai's pets have also been teleported by Krillin for this momentous photograph. Goten stands beside Paris, the youthful couple even shyer than Tien. Trunks, dapper in a sharp suit, has ascended to the role of president, while Bra hugs her father, Vegeta, playfully sticking out her tongue and flashing a peace sign. Next comes Krillin, flanked by another Krillin, both brothers in arms giving a thumbs up. Android 18, her short hair elegantly styled, crosses her arms, while Marin beams with youthful exuberance. Android 17, upon spotting Krillin, strikes a pose. Yamchu, Puar, Oolong, Master Roshi, Yajirobe, Karin, Bubbles, Dandy, and Chi-Chi's father, the Ox King, along with Bulma's parents, all stand behind them. Most notably, Krillin proposed to include many of the foes they encountered, namely, his own clones, as part of the backdrop, immortalizing this family portrait. Among them, 2 of Krillin's Frieza Force clones have transformed into Gogeta and Vegeta, stealthily hiding within the crowd as delightful Easter eggs awaiting discovery. How youthful. Am I there too? Chi-Chi touches her face in disbelief, gazing at the young woman in the photograph. How do they maintain such flawless skin? They look just like I did at 18. Hee. Even after all this time, I too shall remain ageless. Android 18 tosses her hair confidently, pleased to see another version of herself still beautiful, her spirits lifted. Both Chi-Chi and Bulma are utterly astonished, marveling at their youthful counterparts from another world, curious to learn their secrets of skincare. Others eagerly crowd around, each wanting to glimpse their own likeness in the photo. Puar and Kaiatsu, unable to squeeze in, float above to catch a sneak peek. Seeing the curiosity of the gathering, Whis nonchalantly taps his staff, and the image from the photograph is projected onto a shimmering screen. Thank you, Whis. My pleasure, he replies with a subtle smile, modestly concealing his own prowess. The first figure to be prominently displayed is none other than the groom, Tien. First, let us observe the 2 individuals in the image, seemingly inseparable, and then turn our gaze to the blushing figure of Super Tianjin. Those familiar with the tale of him and Lan Chi were knowing smiles. Is that Lan Chi? Why is she embracing me? With that attire, could it be that we are wed? Tianjin's face flushed with embarrassment, astonished to find another version of himself together with Lan Chi in a different realm, which sent shockwaves through his heart. Even you, a stone, can blossom. Yamcha teased Tianjin without reservation. No, that's impossible. My heart is solely devoted to martial arts. Tianjin attempted to protest, wishing to convey his lack of feelings for Lan Chi. When he heard Krillin speak up, indeed, it was I who played matchmaker, Krillin boasted, rubbing his nose with pride. Look, it was Krillin's doing. I must have been reluctant to refuse my brother's good intentions. In truth, I merely introduced Lan Chi to him, never anticipating that within just half a month, Tianjin would be so smitten. Laughter erupted from the group. At that moment, Beerus, clearly displeased, interjected. Hey, bald head, why am I absent from this photograph? That old Supreme Kai I sealed away has also been released by you. Why was he invited to this photo while both I and Whis are not? Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth, choosing not to engage in Beerus's grievances, yet he too seemed curious about the reason. Krillin felt compelled to explain, because that universe lacks the existence of gods of destruction and angels. The old Supreme Kai and his companions are the most powerful deities there. What? How infuriating. Are you deceiving me? Beerus stomped his foot in anger, creating a crack on the deck. I have no reason to deceive you. It simply is what it is. That world is vastly different from yours, occurring several years after the defeat of Majin Buu. If Lord Beerus existed there, I would have known of you long ago, Krillin replied earnestly. Observing that Krillin did not appear to be lying, Beerus suppressed his anger, instead smirking. A universe without a god of destruction must be incredibly chaotic, No one can replace the importance of a god of destruction, especially years later. Several years later. Huh. Son Goku suddenly interjected. I must have been incredibly strong at that time. I truly wish to battle him. Krillin looked at Son Goku in disbelief. Why do you want to fight everyone? Though that universe's Goku might be a bit mischievous, he certainly does not possess your fervor for battle. Perhaps you should learn from him. Heh, I just can't help myself. Son Goku sheepishly scratched the back of his head. In another corner, Son Goten and Super Trunks gazed wide-eyed at their images on the screen. Goten, look. That's you. You resemble Uncle Yamcha when you grow up. Wait. Who is that embracing you? I don't know, but she seems so beautiful. Goten remarked, glancing at Pails, and, unable to contain himself, he shyly covered his face. Super Trunks twitched his mouth in response before turning to examine himself. Never mind, let me take a look at myself. Indeed, I have grown into quite an attractive individual. The youngest president of the Capsule Corporation, and that is me, Trunks. However, shortly thereafter, the blind man discovered a remarkable detail. The exuberant Super Trunks exclaimed loudly, capturing everyone's attention. Wow, why is that little girl hugging Uncle Goku so intimately? Could she be his new wife? Foolish Trunks thought. My father would never engage in such behavior. Goten also noticed little Fong, but he was reluctant to entertain that notion, pouting in discontent as he defended Goku. Kiki also observed the scene, casting a disapproving glance at Goku, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Goku, at a loss, could only express his confusion. I have no idea. Beerus, Vegeta, and Krillin chuckled mischievously, eagerly anticipating Goku's embarrassment. Gohan wished to alleviate his father's distress, but found himself at a loss for words. Krillin shook his head and chuckled. That is Gohan and Vidal's daughter, named Fong. She is a vivacious and cheerful little girl who even accompanied Trunks and Goku on adventures across the universe for a whole year. Fong. Kiki immediately cast aside her doubts about Goku, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Fong's photograph. So it is Fong. Phew, you scared me. I thought I had truly found another Kiki. Gohan's daughter named Fong. With Kiki's concerns alleviated, Goku sighed in relief, only to realize, with astonishment, that this was indeed his granddaughter. Just as they learned of Vidal's pregnancy, without even having chosen a name, they were now confronted with the image of this child they had yet to meet. Fong is such a lovely name. She truly seems to embody a lively spirit. Soon, we will meet her, and she will undoubtedly be as adorable as the Fong from another world. Vidal gently caressed her belly, murmuring softly, while Gohan wrapped his arms around her waist, the couple together, joyfully gazing at the image of Fong, eagerly anticipating her arrival. Meanwhile, on another front, Vegeta was drenched in sweat. This was due to Bulma spotting Bra. In this world, she was slightly older than Fong, and Bra was cozily nestled against Vegeta, giving the impression that he had taken a young and beautiful mistress. Furthermore, unlike Goten, Trunks had no girlfriend, making the existence of a child impossible. Bulma began to harbor suspicions, but, upon noticing Bra's familiar hair color, cautiously inquired Krillin about her identity. Krillin, tell me, rest assured, seeing my youthful beauty. I cannot believe Vegeta would dare to seek another woman behind my back. Krillin felt awkward. In this world, Bra was still a year and a half away from being born. If his words were to cause any disruption, leading to her non-existence, it would create a significant issue. And he certainly did not wish to be labeled a sinner. Just like Trunks back then, if Krillin altered the timeline of Bulma and Vegeta conceiving Bra, the child, although sharing the same name, would not be Bra, leaving the matter open to scrutiny. Thus, he found himself unable to respond. He swiftly covered Trunks' mouth, who was eager to reveal the truth to Bulma, and awkwardly fabricated an excuse. That was a temporary star from the Capsule Corporation, and we happened to know each other. So we took a picture together. Trunks, perplexed by his master's intervention, chose to trust that there was a compelling reason behind it. Thus, he followed Krillin's lead and let the matter slide. Bulma, still skeptical, nodded hesitantly and cherished the photo, tucking it away carefully. The subsequent banquet concluded hastily after everyone expressed their astonishment over the photograph. The gods of destruction returned to their realm, while Krillin and Trunks journeyed to Namek to use the Dragon Balls to restore the devastated Earth. Over the next 6 months, his main body retreated into the hyperbolic time chamber for training, primarily to enhance Trunks' strength. They would emerge briefly for meals, exhausting Mr. Popo, who prepared their food. A portion of Krillin's clones remained on Earth to instruct Goku and others in their training. Vegeta, feeling that Krillin's methods were not suited for him, decided to train with Whis for a while, eager to see whose teaching prowess was superior. The remaining powerful clones ventured into the cosmos in search of the Super Dragon Balls, aware that Kampa and Beerus were also collecting them. Krillin sought to gather the Super Dragon Balls ahead of time. However, their immense size made locating a suitable place to wish for them quite challenging. With only 3 Super Dragon Balls residing in the 7th universe, and the other 4 scattered between the 6th universe and some space in between, Krillin's clones, having gathered the 3 from their universe, dispersed to the 6th universe for collection, leaving 1 clone to guard the Super Dragon Balls. This clone carried them to the void between the 2 universes, where ample wishing space was available. After all, Krillin was uncertain whether the colossal wish-granting dragon had consumed the planets and star systems that had been swallowed. With a kind heart, he chose a more troublesome route rather than risk such an uncertainty. In the darkness of the boundless cosmic frontier of the 7th universe, a long-haired figure, head bowed, glided slowly forward, 3 colossal orange orbs trailing behind. Indeed, the 3 Super Dragon Balls. At that moment, the figure raised their head, sensing an approaching presence, which was utterly unmasked. The newcomer audaciously proclaimed their arrival. "Ha! Beerus, my luck is remarkable. Look, I've just come to your universe and stumbled upon such a grand gift. No need for me to collect them myself." A purple figure, traversing the cosmos, stood before the 3 Super Dragon Balls, unabashedly asserting their claim. Accompanying him was a tall female figure, strikingly similar in appearance to Whis. "Lord Kampa, if you wish to take these 3 wish orbs, you must first obtain the consent of their owner, and let us not forget, it is I who has been collecting them, while you have done nothing." "Huh. What you say and do does not define me. The Dragon Balls have no true master. If they wish to see me, I shall gladly oblige. I am quite curious to witness who dares deny the desires of Lord Kampa, the god of destruction. If need be, I shall simply obliterate him. However, Lord Kampa, we are within the domain of Lord Beerus. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Should you attract his attention, you may find yourself in a predicament. Am I to fear him? Humph. Besides, as long as I refrain from wielding excessive power, how could he possibly detect my clandestine visits? There is no being in this universe capable of compelling me to unleash destruction, so rest assured. Not necessarily, Lord Kampa. Behold yonder. The masters of the 3 Dragon Balls have arrived." The rotund god of destruction, Kampa, turned at the sound. There, not far behind him, stood a figure with emerald green hair that swayed as if stirred by an unseen wind. His upper body was bare, adorned with golden accessories across his chest, ears, and waist. With a flick of his crimson skirt, he tilted his head slightly, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. "Hey, fat cat, where do you intend to take my Super Dragon Balls?" Chapter 117, The Legendary Ultra Instinct. "You scoundrel! How dare you insult a deity? I shall annihilate you." Upon hearing Krillin's derogatory remark, Kampa disregarded the mention of the Super Dragon Balls and whirled around, shouting in fury. "Oh, did I speak amiss?" Krillin's gaze hardened. He would not allow anyone to thwart his wish, let alone seize it for themselves. He was acutely aware of the intentions behind Kampa's visit. Yet despite his best efforts to evade confrontation, the god of destruction had sought him out. Nevertheless, Krillin was undaunted. He had already dealt with Beerus. So what fear could a minor deity like Kampa instill in him? It appeared that there were regulations among the gods of destruction prohibiting unauthorized visits to other universes. Yet, not only had Kampa arrived, but he also sought to claim the Super Dragon Balls belonging to Universe 7. In essence, this meant that Kampa could not unleash his full power, lest he provoke Beerus and face the consequences. Even if matters escalated to Beerus, he would have justification. After all, Beerus was already aware of Kampa's intention to restore his universe. Thus, Krillin had no qualms about retaliating against Kampa's insults. "Vados, this fellow is insufferably rude. I must obliterate him, but do not inform Beerus." Kampa's teeth ground together as he enveloped himself in a violet aura, hesitating to act out of concern for Beerus's realm. "Do as you wish. However, I must caution you, Lord Kampa, the gentleman before you is not to be underestimated. No matter how formidable, he is merely human. How could he possibly rival a god of destruction?" No sooner had he spoken than Kampa vanished from sight, appearing near Krillin without a trace of belief in Vados's warning. Destruction. He merely raised his hand and uttered those 2 words. A mundane purple energy sphere hurtled toward Krillin's face. This was the exclusive power of a god of destruction. "Are you going to strike?" Krillin asked calmly. To Xiangpa's astonishment, The individual before him did not shy away from the destruction he was inflicting. Instead, he calmly inquired whether Xiangpa wished to engage. I am the one causing havoc here. Could you perhaps react with a bit more fervor? Otherwise, I appear rather foolish. Observing the bewildered expression on Xiangpa's face, Krillin couldn't help but smile slyly. He then opened his cavernous mouth and bit down on the destructive energy. Chewing for a moment, seemingly displeased with the taste, he spat it out like phlegm. A purple energy beam, reminiscent of Godzilla's atomic breath, shot forth, carving a long, straight line across the starry sky. The flavor was not entirely unpleasant. Krillin smacked his lips, having learned the art of destruction. Even Beerus's destructive energy posed little threat to him, let alone Xiangpa, who was inferior to Beerus. How is this possible? Xiangpa exclaimed in disbelief. The destructive energy of a god of destruction could be resisted, and in such an unusual manner as consuming it? Are your teeth truly that resilient? Faced with Xiangpa's skepticism, Krillin maintained a stoic expression, clenched his fists, and in the blink of an eye, appeared behind Xiangpa. With a thunderous punch, the fabric of space ruptured, sending countless white fragments shimmering. As Xiangpa was speaking, he barely comprehended Krillin's disappearance before an overwhelming sense of lethal intent surged from behind him. Since you have already made your move, I shall not hold back. A fist capable of shattering half the universe collided with Xiangpa's spine. Green energy enveloped in purple radiance erupted from Krillin's fist, obliterating the divine attire adorning Xiangpa's upper body. Cracks appeared on his skin, emitting a violet glow, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Beerus. Xiangpa's eyes widened, an indescribable agony coursing through his back and spreading throughout his body. He was sent hurtling through half a star system by the sheer force of the energy, still propelled forward by its residual power. The angel Vados furrowed her brow, her hand gripping her staff, poised to intervene, yet for reasons unknown, she halted her motion. Krillin's waist-length attire billowed as his dark green hair flowed freely. He flickered with remarkable speed and, in an instant, caught up to Xiangpa, planting a foot upon his corpulent form, as if gliding atop a speeding skateboard. Upon closer inspection, Krillin discovered that Xiangpa had indeed fainted from the pain. With just one move, Krillin had subdued Xiangpa. Although this was aided by the habitual restraint of the gods of destruction and Xiangpa's concern over Beerus's potential discovery, it nonetheless attested to the terrifying foundational strength Krillin had acquired after battling Beerus. Even a Broly clone with progress significantly trailing behind that of the number 1 cell clone possessed formidable power. With such strength, perhaps you should reconsider your role as a god of destruction and instead enjoy long, uninterrupted slumbers at home. It was uncertain whether Xiangpa heard this, as Krillin had a tendency to taunt his adversaries. Vados shook her head, noting that Lord Xiangpa certainly needed to double his training regimen. His power had diminished alarmingly. Without further exercise, he would likely endure such beatings repeatedly. Suddenly, Xiangpa opened his eyes and grasped Krillin's leg. So you were not unconscious after all. Krillin raised an eyebrow, one foot ensnared while the other was swiftly lifted, forcefully stamping down on the back of the god of destruction. This was a rare experience, one that most would never encounter. Kampa glared fiercely at Krillin, wishing he could consume him alive. Were it not for the fear of Beerus discovering my presence, I could obliterate a human like you in an instant. It is easy to boast. At the very least, you ought to demonstrate even a modicum of strength. All I have witnessed is you succumbing to my punch. Your prowess, I fear, is merely substantial flesh, hardly worthy of mention. Kampa's fury surged to a peak at Krillin's derision. You have forced my hand. Not only will I annihilate you, but I shall seize all your Super Dragon Balls, rendering your wishes unattainable. Kampa erupted with a surge of violet energy, forcibly pushing aside Krillin's imposing figure. He fixed his gaze on Krillin, whose expression had shifted from a smile to one of calm, and shouted into the void, Vados, seal off this space. I intend to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Vados, standing before the Super Dragon Balls, shook her head helplessly. With a wave of her staff, an invisible energy barrier enveloped the galaxy. Lord Kampa, the energy barrier can only withstand a third of your power. It would be prudent to refrain from unleashing your full strength. Otherwise, the barrier may shatter, and I would be powerless. Under these circumstances, this is the utmost I can achieve. Very well, that will suffice, Kampa replied, a sinister grin spreading across his face, showing little regard for Vados' warning. With her support from the sidelines, he felt overwhelmingly advantaged. Although he could not fully unleash his strength, Defeating the foe before him was well within his reach. The violet energy surged to engulf the entire galaxy, an immense pressure abruptly bearing down on Krillin. In an instant, Kampa appeared before Krillin, his claw descending with ferocity. The sound was akin to metal scraping against metal, drowned out by the vacuum of space. Krillin's chest was marred by 3 deep gashes, blood erupting forth. Yet Krillin seemed oblivious to the pain, bowing his head as Kampa rained blows upon him. "Ha! What is the matter? Are you too pained to speak? How could my power possibly be comprehended by a feeble human like you? Just now, it was merely a moment of weakness when you captured me. However, subduing you remains a trivial task." Kampa's figure flickered in and out of existence, akin to a ghost. Even if Krillin attempted to track him with his eyes, he would likely fail to catch a glimpse of his form. Kampa had long since entered a realm of rapid temporal perception. For beings of such inferior strength, not only could they not see him, they would not even know when their demise would come. He would occasionally return to the normal temporal perception, just to exchange a few typical taunts with Krillin. "Do you have any idea how painful my back was just now? I intend to ensure you experience the same treatment." Maintaining his super speed, Kampa unleashed a kick toward Krillin's back within a time frame of 0.000001 seconds. The collision of their immense powers generated an invisible shockwave, obliterating several surrounding stars. Kampa, momentarily disregarding the external chaos, stared ahead in horror, momentarily stunned. An unexpected hand had grasped his boot. "You, my dear fellow, have caught a kick infused with half the power of the Destroyer?" Bardos, standing guard beside the Super Dragon Balls, narrowed her eyes slightly. "I don't recall Whis mentioning such a formidable individual in the 7th universe. No, once Lord Kampa has had his fill of chaos, I must inquire further." In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Krillin slowly lifted his gaze. His dark green locks defying gravity as they stood erect, stirred by an unseen force. A flash of lightning erupted from the void, and a terrifying radiance flickered in his eyes, transforming unparalleled rage into a tangible form. The violet hues of the galaxy were swiftly dispelled. Even though Krillin had long anticipated a confrontation with Kampa, aiming to seize his 3 Super Dragon Balls, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous heart, silently reassuring himself that there was still time, that he would surely succeed in his wish. Yet, the urgency within him ignited, fueled by Kampa's malevolent curse, kindling the explosive wrath within. It was merely a hair's breadth away. The moment of wishing was tantalizingly close, yet you appear out of nowhere, intent on thwarting my aspirations. Do you comprehend how long I have pursued this hope? Do you grasp what it signifies for me? With a swift motion of his left hand, he yanked Kampa, ensnared by his boot, towards him, then formed his right hand into a claw, swiftly encircling Kampa's neck. A tempest of brutality surged within Krillin. As uncontrollable anger intertwined with his thoughts, he relinquished the powerful mental restraint over Broly's form, allowing a tide of negative emotions to engulf his consciousness. The legendary Super Saiyan, it is said, grows stronger in the throes of battle. Should I fail to make my wish, if my desire were to slip away, if the void of the time tunnel, representing my universe, were to be occupied by a newly born cosmos, if I were to forget them entirely, if I lacked the strength to save them, then it would mean that Goku and the others truly no longer existed. I refused to accept such an ending. The dark green of his hair vanished, replaced by a crimson hue as bright as blood. Whoever dares to impede my advance shall meet their demise, even if it means becoming a demon. Ah ha 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 ha. Broly's iconic, terrifying laughter resonated throughout the galaxy, propelled by the force of his fury. The blood-red hue completely overwhelmed the violet, thoroughly claiming dominion over the entire galaxy. Kampa's expression turned grave. He attempted to extricate himself, yet found himself utterly unable to do so. Aside from a foot and neck ensnared, he exerted all his strength in an effort to strike at Krillin. However, Krillin's Broly form stood as resolute as the very essence of the universe itself, impervious to Kampa's attempts. Ha ha ha. A grin split Krillin's face, his eyes now devoid of color, save for the whites. His blood-red hair cascaded to his waist, and a tail, as rigid as iron, extended freely, mirroring the hue of a Super Saiyan god transformation, enveloping his upper body in a shroud of fiery color. His height, originally towering at over 2 meters, surged instantaneously to 3 meters, gripping the terrified Kampa as one might a mere kitten. Around him, a dark aura encircled, devoid of any intimidation. It is not that his power is feeble. Rather, he has ascended to a terrifying level of strength. In this not-so-small galaxy, nearly every corner is suffused with his overwhelming presence. I shall take you, my dearest friend Sun Wukong, as a blood sacrifice. The legendary godly Super Saiyan Broly makes a stunning entrance in Chapter 118, a tumultuous battle, entrapment, wagers, and martial tournaments. Krillin's grip around Kampa's neck suddenly loosened. Kampa, believing Krillin had turned over a new leaf, was about to unleash his fury and retreat when an extraordinarily swift figure closed in. Krillin, embodying the legendary godly Super Saiyan form of Broly, charged forward with unabashed ferocity. His towering physique appeared anything but cumbersome, as his tree-trunk-like arms ensnared Kampa's neck before he could react. Ahahaha! Even divine blood can run dry, can it not? The malevolent whispers echoed incessantly in Kampa's ears. His expression darkened, although, as a god of destruction, he did not require breath. The constriction around his neck was unbearably uncomfortable. The force that held him captive was overwhelmingly potent and brutish, leaving him utterly devoid of the ability to resist or even move. Thus, Krillin embraced Kampa in a seemingly amicable posture, hurtling toward a massive star. The ensuing explosion sent Kampa careening away, his body marred by purple fissures, howling in agony. Despite the pain, he did not forget to unleash his wrath, propelling himself in the opposite direction, intent on distancing himself from the monstrous human. Krillin, too, was flung away by the violent impact, his garments incinerated by the star's explosive heat, his crimson hair disheveled. With a gleam in his eye, he grinned and vanished in an instant. You cannot escape, Kampa. In a flash, his immense form shifted from one side of the galaxy to the other. You, Kampa stammered, panic overtaking him as he caught sight of Krillin's reappearance. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he raised a hand and unleashed a torrent of energy. Krillin disregarded the energy blasts, ruthlessly pressing his hand against Kampa's head. With his right hand, he gathered a blade of crimson energy, radiant and sharp, and decisively swung down. Let us shed a portion of your blood and observe its hue. Kampa sensed the imminent threat and was instantly engulfed in panic, terror manifesting in his gaze. For the first time, as a god of destruction, he found himself pleading for assistance. Bardoss, save me. With a clang, Krillin's energy blade was thwarted, and he paused, momentarily stunned, before releasing Kampa and erupting into maniacal laughter. A surge of dark red energy gathered as he unleashed a powerful punch. However, it collided with an impenetrable barrier. Akin to striking an indestructible wall, Krillin's assault bore no fruit. Instead, it was firmly absorbed by a translucent energy shield enveloping him. It was evident, without question, that this was the work of the angel Bardoss. Yet, Krillin was unwilling to be confined. He rapidly lowered his serotonin levels while fervently inciting his anger in his mind. Drink. Anger surged within him, and his combat power escalated exponentially in an instant. A resounding boom echoed as the black and crimson energy, tangible in its essence, surged outward. This energy, potent enough to fill the entire universe, was astonishingly confined within a small circular barrier of less than 10 meters in diameter. The outcome was disappointing, yet anticipated by Krillin. The power of the angel clearly transcended the realm of the destroyers. Xiangpa, trembling with trepidation, quickly sought refuge behind Bardoss. Casting a wary glance at Krillin, Bardoss, standing before Xiangpa, could not suppress a sigh, exclaiming, Lord Xiangpa, I advised against complicating matters. Look where we are now. Not only have you failed to vanquish your opponent, but the energy waves unleashed by your battle have already breached my energy barrier, resonating throughout the cosmos. Xiangpa's expression shifted to one of terror. What you're implying is that Lord Beerus and Whis are en route. Bardoss, without hesitation, unveiled the unpleasant reality that Xiangpa was reluctant to confront. Curse it. With the threat to my life dissipated, Xiangpa's arrogance returned to its former state. He glared at Krillin with palpable hatred, snarling, were it not for this human, I would not be reduced to fearing a meeting with that rascal Beerus. Bardoss, I shall obliterate him. Assist me in restraining him. With that, he gathered a sphere of destructive energy, comparable in size to a planet. Bardoss shook his head, interrupting Xiangpa's actions. My lord, the most pressing concern is not this gentleman. Lord Beerus is soon to arrive. Should he witness you in this state, he will surely mock you. At that moment, Xiangpa appeared particularly disheveled. Not to mention, his divine attire had been utterly destroyed by Krillin, leaving his skin marred with countless wounds, from which purple destructive energy slowly seeped out. Your belly is exposed. Bardoss could not help but stifle a chuckle. Upon glancing down, Xiangpa screamed and shielded his vital areas. Ah, Bardoss, quickly, give me some clothing. Very well, Lord Xiangpa. With a gentle flick of her staff, Bardoss summoned a set of attire befitting a destroyer. However, she could only conceal Xiangpa's injuries with her special abilities. Healing them was beyond her capabilities. After completing these tasks, Bardoss pointed at Krillin and continued, Lord Xiangpa, I do not advise you to annihilate this formidable human. Why not? Did you not see how brutally he struck me? Xiangpa retorted, resting his head on his arm in discontent. Bardoss conjured a holographic display, stating, previously, I encountered a being from Universe 11, referred to as Jiren, the strongest human who surpassed the destroyers. I watched all the videos released by the esteemed Master Wei. I discovered that the human powerhouse from Universe 7 we face has entirely surpassed him in strength. Indeed, it could be said that Jiren, in comparison to this gentleman, is but a mere insect. So, what does that have to do with me? Bardoss pondered for a moment before articulating candidly. In essence, the mightiest warrior of Universe 11, Jiren, has garnered the esteemed attention of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. It is improbable that Lord Beerus is unaware of a human as formidable as he. Given his disregard for your destructive energy, it is highly plausible that he is either a trainee god of destruction from Universe 7 or perhaps even a disciple of Lord Beerus himself. Should he truly be a trainee god of destruction or a protégé of Lord Beerus, your annihilation of him would undoubtedly provoke Lord Beerus's wrath, which could very well escalate into a furious rage. Therefore, I would advise against any attempt to destroy him. Ultimately, our presence in Universe 7 is clandestine. While I might feign indifference to Lord Beerus's anger, I cannot deny the underlying apprehension. So what shall we do? Xiangpa initially intended to project bravado, expressing his lack of fear towards Beerus, but upon hearing Bardoss's reminder of their stealthy arrival in Universe 7, his confidence faltered and his voice unconsciously diminished. In my view, it would be prudent to conceal him within my staff until we have conferred with Lord Beerus and Whis, ensuring that Lord Beerus remains unaware of your inability to contend with a being from his universe, correct? As Xiangpa pretended to contemplate, resting his chin on his hand with closed eyes, Bardoss pressed him with a reality he least wanted to acknowledge. Very well, but we must agree in advance that once we return to my universe, you shall release him so that I may thoroughly torment him. That will be as you wish. Bardoss replied, gesturing towards Krillin, who, along with the entire energy barrier, vanished in an instant. Bardoss possessed abilities akin to Whis, akin to the training space where Goku and Vegeta honed their skills. Krillin found himself in an expanse of blinding whiteness, liberated from the confines of the energy barrier. During Bardoss's conversation with Xiangpa, Krillin had not been left in the dark, thus he was aware that the battle had temporarily ceased. With nothing pressing to attend to, he began to observe his surroundings. Not far from him lay 3 colossal, vibrant orange orbs, the very Super Dragon Balls he had been unable to collect. Situated in Universe 6, having just lost 3 Super Dragon Balls, encountering another trio was a stark reminder of the capricious nature of fate. Regrettably, Krillin's spatial capacity was too limited, otherwise he would have absconded with the 3 Super Dragon Balls. Indeed, even while contained within Bardoss's staff, Krillin could access his personal space. His reluctance to depart stemmed from his desire to reclaim the Super Dragon Balls, which he had painstakingly gathered, and to bolster the combat prowess of his immensely powerful Broly counterpart. After all, fulfilling his objectives could not solely rely on the number 1 cell counterpart. If the other counterparts were merely ornamental, what purpose would they serve? They might as well be fused into the number 1 cell counterpart as material for amalgamation. Seeing no way to transport the Super Dragon Balls, Krillin opted to levitate cross-legged in the air, meditating to recuperate his body's mental strain. Meanwhile, on Earth, Krillin's original self was training with Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber when his movements suddenly paused. Trunks executed a fierce downward strike, and Krillin's body instinctively rose, effortlessly intercepting it with 2 fingers. Uncle Krillin, what's the matter? Trunks inquired. Nothing. Continue your assault on me, Krillin replied. Klein chuckled softly and continued to spar with Trunks. It would be splendid to visit the 6th universe and perhaps obtain the Super Dragon Balls. Hey, Beerus, can you truly not see through my disguise? Rest assured, Lord Kampa, My concealment is imperceptible even to Whis. Lord Beerus will certainly remain oblivious. I hope your words hold truth, Kampa sighed, his face marred with bruises. The thought of being seen by Beerus was utterly humiliating. Suddenly, a vibrant beam of light halted before them. Whis, accompanied by the aloof Beerus, arrived. As they steadied themselves, Beerus furrowed his brow. Kampa, why are you sneaking into the 7th universe instead of remaining in your own? Are you here to pilfer delicacies? Huh. Beerus, you unworldly fool. What could your 7th universe possibly possess that is of any interest to me? My purpose here is to make you experience the depths of despair. Bardoss presented. Kampa, initially anxious, found his confidence renewed upon seeing Beerus's vexatious expression. At your command, Bardoss retrieved a peculiar container, piquing the curiosity of both Beerus and Whis. The narrative seemed to flow as if naturally progressing. After a round of mockery directed at Kampa, Beerus intended to take him to his realm of destruction to savor true delicacies. Just then, he noticed Bardoss retrieving 3 Super Dragon Balls. His demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference as he remarked, Hey, Kampa, you didn't come to the 7th universe merely for those 3 wish orbs, did you? Who said that? I merely stumbled upon them. Yes, purely coincidentally, Kampa said, scratching his cheek, beads of sweat trickling down the back of his head as he feigned composure. Beerus saw through his deception immediately and retorted ominously, I don't believe your nonsense. My universe has been collecting them consistently, and you couldn't have acquired them all in one visit. Thus, you must have stolen them from that fellow. Well, I care not for whatever transpired between you. Wherever he has gone, those wish orbs must remain here. This is my universe, and they rightfully belong to me. I shall not allow you to take them. How domineering of you. You scoundrel, Beerus. Humph, if you have the prowess, then strike me. Consequently, under Beerus's uncompromising stance, the ownership of the 3 Super Dragon Balls was transferred to him. The group proceeded to the realm of destruction. After sampling instant noodles, Kampa's eyes sparkled with an idea, and he proposed a martial arts tournament with the 6 Super Dragon Balls as stakes, limited to 5 participants. The victor would claim all the Super Dragon Balls and could make wishes without interference from others. Beerus, envisioning Krillin's capabilities, felt confident of victory and readily accepted Kampa's subtle ploy. Upon departing the 7th universe, Bardoss inquired curiously, Lord Kampa, knowing the formidable human warriors in the 7th universe, why engage in a wager with Lord Beerus? Kampa smiled faintly. Indeed, their warriors are formidable, but are they not within our grasp? Understanding dawned on Bardoss. But what if he does not agree? Rest assured, I shall offer generous rewards, and he will undoubtedly acquiesce. What rewards, you ask? Naturally, the wishes granted by the Super Dragon Balls. Are you not inclined to wish? I merely desire to vent my frustrations before Beerus, and besides, the Namekians of that universe originally migrated from ours. Would it not be prudent to seek out those Namekians and request a wish duplication? In that case, Beerus would lose face, and the culinary paradise that is Earth would remain mine, leaving me entirely unscathed. Ah, truly remarkable. I have come to realize, Lord Kampa, that you possess the capacity for critical thinking. Indeed, there is much you have yet to uncover. Let us proceed to assemble the competitors for the tournament. Kampa rubbed his nose with a sense of pride as he spoke. Understood. Chapter 119. His name is Kakarot. As Krillin emerged once more from the staff of Beerus, he observed a transformation in Kampa's demeanor. The previous contempt and loathing he harbored for Krillin had morphed into a semblance of flattery, intermingled with a strained composure that sought to conceal his underlying desire for assistance. Krillin had long been apprised of the agreement forged between Kampa and Beerus, mirroring the original narrative, wherein the regulations for the martial arts tournament were established. It was also clear that Krillin's original self would partake in the event. Thus, Kampa's current release of him was anticipated. Krillin's formidable form was now exposed to the cosmos, and Beerus promptly restored his attire. However, the protective barrier that had confined him remained intact. Upon opening his eyes, Krillin found his form had reverted from the divine Super Saiyan 4 to his normal state. His expression calm as he regarded the duo against the backdrop of the stars. Following his battle with Kampa, this avatar's strength had surged tremendously, multiplying several times over. Moreover, the enhancement provided by the divine Super Saiyan 4 surpassed that of the Super Saiyan 4 God form, achieving a staggering increase of 12 billion times. The legendary Super Saiyan indeed harbors an unfathomable potential. Taking a deep breath within the protective barrier, Krillin refrained from attempting a forceful escape. Given his current power, breaching the angelic energy shield was unrealistic. He crossed his arms, floating cross-legged within the barrier, and spoke in a measured tone. Do you wish to be pummeled by me once more? Kampa's expression tightened, his purple visage tinged with red. Initially, he had prepared an elaborate set of persuasive arguments to entice Krillin, but upon hearing the latter's caustic tone, Kampa's frustration mounted, leading him to abandon his approach of persuasion in favor of exploitation. I am not afraid of you. Typically, the more one denies something, the more they subconsciously affirm it. Krillin merely smiled faintly. You scoundrel, could you not adopt a more amiable tone? We are adversaries, and you intend to seize my Super Dragon Balls, which are of utmost importance to me. Come now, it's just a handful of orbs. I did not intend any malice, and who could have known you were so formidable? Enough. Beerus, why don't you take over? Realizing he had little justification to counter, Kampa turned his head defiantly, gesturing for Beerus to articulate his defense. Oh, a look of surprise crossed Krillin's face. Are you suggesting that you intend to return all my Super Dragon Balls? I can indeed choose to overlook the mental anguish you have caused me, and I graciously relinquish any claim to compensation. Now, bestow upon me the Super Dragon Balls, for my time is of the essence. Kampa stood silently by, his eyes darting with intrigue, yet he uttered not a word. With a gentle smile, Beerus released 3 enormous orange orbs from his scepter. So these are what you refer to as the Super Dragon Balls. However, I realize I am yet to learn your esteemed name. As Krillin gazed at the 3 Super Dragon Balls, now tantalizingly close, his anxiety diminished somewhat. As he began to comprehend the intention behind Kampa and Beerus's actions, well, I shall generously reveal my name, he said, a mischievous grin forming at the corner of his mouth. I am Broly. Mr. Broly, what a formidable name indeed. Beerus commended, covering her mouth in admiration. Kampa silently committed this memorable name to memory. I am Beerus, and this is my master, Lord Kampa, the god of destruction. Krillin nodded in acknowledgement. Seizing the opportunity to converse, Beerus continued, by the way, I am curious to know what wish Mr. Broly intends to make with the Super Dragon Balls. Of course, if it is a matter of privacy, I shall not press you to divulge. Moreover, we are willing to hand over all 3 Super Dragon Balls to you. Therefore, I find it hard to believe that your intentions are entirely altruistic. Krillin raised an eyebrow, about to expose Beerus's ulterior motives, but she interrupted him. Please, do not be alarmed. I understand your concerns, yet the strength of an individual is inherently limited. Even if you possess great power, gathering the Dragon Balls alone would be aimless and exceedingly slow, would it not? There are various risks involved. Should you encounter a group of beings akin to Lord Kampa, you would find yourself at a loss. Krillin's expression remained impassive, unaffected by Beerus's words. He was acutely aware of the combat levels within the Dragon Ball universe and saw through Beerus's veiled threats. If achieving the level of a god of destruction were so simple, the universe would have long been obliterated. In truth, even the entry-level strength of a Super Saiyan god is exceedingly rare among the 12 universes. The frequent emergence of powerful beings in the original narrative creates an illusion of an abundance of strength across the cosmos, a consequence of the ongoing serialization for profit, disregarding any established lore. In reality, the competitors in the universe tournament represent the pinnacle of power among the 12 universes. Thus, Krillin was entirely skeptical of Beerus's claims. He succinctly expressed his sentiment with just 2 words. Unfazed, Beerus continued, currently, we possess an opportunity to gather all the Super Dragon Balls and ensure that no one can interfere with the wish-making process. I wonder if you might be interested? Upon hearing that Beerus could indeed gather all the Super Dragon Balls, an epiphany struck Krillin. The final Super Dragon Ball resided between the 6th and 7th universes. Absent the martial arts tournament, seeking a singular orb amidst the vast expanse of stars would take him several months at the very least. In the original text, the venue for the martial arts tournament is situated upon the 7th Super Dragon Ball. This implies that participating in the tournament would significantly reduce the time required to gather the Super Dragon Balls. Furthermore, with the main body existing in the 7th universe and the doppelganger in the 6th universe, wouldn't the outcome of the competition be entirely within one's control? Suppressing the glee within, Krillin calmly stated, let us get straight to the point. Noticing the subtle shift in Krillin's demeanor, Bato smiled. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, has conspired with Lord Kampa to orchestrate a friendly competition between our 2 universes. She then succinctly recounted the origins and rules of the tournament, which aligned closely with what Krillin had previously heard from Beerus. However, Krillin's greatest concern was not whether victory would be achieved, but rather whether Kampa would frantically seize the wish for himself. After all, in the original narrative, the wish was not granted to fighters like Goku, but was personally bestowed by Beerus. Krillin shared this anxiety. If Beerus were to act unscrupulously and claim his wish, all efforts would be rendered futile. Casting a skeptical glance at Kampa, Krillin directly inquired, "Are you certain that the wish will be granted by me, without any interference? After all, that certain cat has previously snatched one of my Super Dragon Balls." Upon hearing this, Kampa was immediately incensed, his purple tail standing erect, eyes wide with fury as he glared menacingly at Krillin. "How dare you question the integrity of a god of destruction? I assure you, even if you were to collect all 7 wish orbs and present them to me, I wouldn't spare them a glance. How laughable. You think I covet a single wish-granting orb?" Bados, while chuckling, soothed Kampa and addressed Krillin. "The competition has been jointly established by the 2 gods of destruction. Any violation of the rules by either party would lead to ridicule from the other. Thus, you need not worry. A god of destruction would not act improperly in an official setting, even if such a thing were to occur. There are angels to rectify their behavior and offer compensation to you. Moreover, Super Dragon Balls hold little significance for gods of destruction. Our universe still has Namekians who can create wish-granting orbs, so Lord Kampa's desires need not rely on the Super Dragon Balls." Ridicule indeed. "The assurances between you gods of destruction are truly amusing," Krillin retorted with a smirk, relaying the information to his other selves, ultimately nodding in agreement to Bados' invitation. "For now, I shall act as your enforcer, but I hope you will adhere to your commitments." Bados maintained a beaming expression. "You are not merely our enforcer, Mr. Broly. Collaboration is the more fitting term for our relationship. Might we inquire about some intelligence regarding the 7th universe?" "Intelligence?" Krillin paused momentarily. "What do you mean?" "The number of competitors will not be limited to just you. Knowing information about your opponents will enable us to better select suitable candidates. For instance, are there any formidable warriors in the 7th universe who could rival you?" Bados earnestly requested. She did not doubt that Krillin would possess a sense of belonging to the 7th universe, as most individuals were unaware of the distinctions between universes. "Very well." Krillin mused for a moment. "I shall share what I know. Please proceed. In the 7th universe, there exist 3 formidable beings of terrifying power." Kampa, curious as ever, leaned in, his head turned away, yet his ears perked up attentively towards Krillin. Krillin's gaze was profoundly solemn, and even Vados found it hard to doubt the veracity of his words. The first was a man named Vegeta, with hair standing upright in a defiant hairstyle. "Once, I struggled to withstand even 2 of his moves." The second was a Namekian named Piccolo, who possessed a power known as the Orange Form, capable of enlarging his body to colossal proportions, even larger than a planet. A single strike from him would be impossible to evade. Champ's pupils dilated in disbelief. How could the individual he selected possibly contend with such a foe? The third, a sorrowful expression emerged on Krillin's face. "What about the third?" Vados inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The third individual once took the life of my dearest friend, Son Goku. No wonder you called for his blood in battle. This explains much." Krillin, witnessing Vados and Kampa's unwavering belief in his words, secretly chuckled, though his outward demeanor was one of profound grief. His strength surpassed that of the other 2. "Are you stronger than him?" Kampa interjected, unable to suppress his curiosity. The matter of pride momentarily overshadowed his irritation. Krillin cast him a sidelong glance and continued. "In the past, I could scarcely keep up with them, but I am confident that together they would not be enough to withstand even a single blow from me now. To amuse the cat, one must administer a dose of courage. Otherwise, Krillin feared that Kampa might be so intimidated as to retreat without a fight, which would be quite the spectacle. Indeed, upon hearing Krillin's unwavering confidence, Kampa's concerns transformed into spirited enthusiasm, and his gaze towards Krillin became markedly more favorable. Vados remarked, "The rotund god of destruction Kampa is just like this. He holds grudges for no longer than 10 minutes, and beyond that, it becomes a headache. Indeed, he is the man I have chosen. He should send them flying with a single slap, delivering a resounding blow to Beerus' pride. No, he should make his entrance last. That would create the most dramatic effect." She chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Kampa, sighing inwardly. Truly, Lord Kampa is beyond redemption. She then proceeded to ask Krillin the most pertinent question. What is that fellow's name? Krillin's expression suddenly turned livid, an invisible aura of power shattering the surrounding space. His name is Kakarot. Krillin was then returned to his staff to continue training, awaiting the gathering of contestants, at which point Vados would release him once more. Chapter 120. Contestants. In the sixth universe, at the Kaioshin realm, several figures congregated, their eyes reflecting both excitement and vigilance, yet all directed their gaze towards the heavens. Despite the absence of any detectable energy fluctuations, one could not disguise the deep-rooted fear emanating from within. This was their first encounter with the legendary god of destruction. Few. Are there only a few of us? Kampa's voice echoed with a hint of dissatisfaction. In the forefront of the crowd, an overweight individual with a hairstyle reminiscent of a pineapple stepped forward, stating, "Time is of the essence. We could only gather these few. Rest assured, they are formidable experts within our universe." He was none other than Fua, the god of destruction from the sixth universe, entrusted by Kampa with the task of selecting competitors. Kampa stroked his chin thoughtfully, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the prospective candidates below. The first was a slender figure clad in standard battle attire, rumored to belong to the same race as Broly, named Kaba. The second, a rotund creature with yellow skin, elongated limbs, and a bear-like appearance, was named Bergamo. The third, a metallic being with a pointed head emitting smoke, went by the name of Batamo. The fourth, sporting a polite smile and dressed similarly to Kaba, was a diminutive yet renowned benefactor of the universe, Frost, who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza from the sixth universe. The fifth was Hit, the most lethal assassin of the sixth universe. Among these five, Kampa perceived potential only in Frost and Hit, yet they still fell short of his expectations. Following his battle with Krillin, his standards had been elevated. He sought nothing less than god of destruction-level power. Fua, noticing Kampa's apparent dissatisfaction, broke into a cold sweat. He quickly turned to the candidates, urging, "Kaba, Frost, Batamo, Bergamo, and Hit, exhibit your extraordinary skills so Lord Kampa may witness your prowess." Upon hearing this, the individuals sprang into action. "Batamo, you go first." "Understood." "Kaba, please attack me." "No problem." With a burst of energy, Kaba delivered a punch to Batamo's abdomen. A dull thud echoed as Batamo absorbed the blow without being sent flying, contrary to expectations. Kaba glanced at his fist in confusion, having held back. Yet the attack seemed ineffective. Batamo proudly declared, "Haha, my special skill is immunity to physical attacks. No matter the force, strikes against me are futile." "Excellent." Fua praised loudly, then quickly turned to Frost. "Now it's your turn, Frost." However, before Frost could take the stage, Kampa interjected, his gaze cold and ominous. "That won't be necessary. The individuals you have gathered are far too weak." At this declaration, everyone present fell into stunned silence. Fua's smile froze as he stuttered. "Lord Kampa, I do not quite grasp your meaning. Is my statement not clear enough? They are far too weak. I granted you time to find strong candidates. And this is what you present? Immunity to physical attacks. Does that imply the seventh universe cannot utilize energy attacks? How can such individuals hope to defeat the seventh universe?" "Why yes, it was my oversight," Fua admitted, realizing the gravity of his error. "The seventh universe, being my brother's domain, is home to countless powerful beings. I do not wish for my universe to fall short. Do you understand?" FWA lowered his head, cold sweat streaming uncontrollably down his brow. He pondered, contemplating the prowess of the contestants from the seventh universe, hoping for a point of reference. It seemed that Xiangpa endeavored to convey something significant, yet having only faced off against Krillin, he remained oblivious to the capabilities of others. Thus, he relayed Krillin's remarks to the group. "After all, a single strike could obliterate you all. Could it truly be? Is the seventh universe that formidable?" Not only FWA harbored doubts, the five contestants present shared his skepticism. Frost stepped forward first, buoyed by his esteemed reputation across the cosmos, confidently asserting that Xiangpa would not dare strike him. "Lord Xiangpa, it is not out of disrespect, but I simply cannot accept the diminishment of my own power," he proclaimed. In an instant, an overwhelming and invisible force descended upon Frost. The hardened ground of the king of all shattered effortlessly. Even as Frost transformed into his most powerful fourth form, he found himself utterly defenseless. Frost. The breaths of those around him stilled, and FWA's parched voice faltered, no longer daring to utter another word. Gaby, who had intended to speak in Frost's defense, suddenly realized that even Frost, so much stronger than himself, was powerless. What could he possibly contribute? Bardock and Magetta, two formidable figures, clung to one another, trembling in fear. No one anticipated Xiangpa would strike without warning. Silence descended upon the group like a heavy shroud. In the back, Hit's eyes flickered, his exterior unchanged. Yet he alone understood that his body had instinctively prepared for defense, albeit too slow to match Xiangpa's assault on Frost. Did I grant you permission to speak? Were it not for your allegiance to the sixth universe, your moment of doubt would have led to your annihilation, Xiangpa declared, arms crossed, gazing down with indifference. Frost's body was deeply embedded in the earth, and in a fleeting moment, he sensed the oppressive force vanish. Yet, he dared not move. Burying his mouth and nose deeply in the soil, swallowing his resentment and malice, grinding them to dust within. The atmosphere turned eerily silent. Ultimately, it was Bados who broke the tension. Lord Xiangpa, considering there is still some time before the competition begins, why not entrust the selection to Mr. Broly? He might uncover even greater potential. Xiangpa pondered this and, realizing he had no better alternatives, nodded in agreement. FWA and the others were left bewildered. Who was this Mr. Broly that Xiangpa spoke of? Their curiosity was soon satiated. With a flourish of her staff, Bados summoned Broly, the avatar controlled by Krillin, into existence. What an overwhelming presence! Each individual gazed in astonishment at the colossal figure, the embodiment of raw strength radiating outward. Such a being was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Broly floated cross-legged in the air, his aura contained, imperceptible to senses. Yet, his very existence was akin to a black hole, voraciously consuming all that surrounded him. Even light itself. As he stepped into the surrounding space, countless cracks resembling shattered glass spread forth, an intertwining of black and white, as if a terrifying entity not of this world had been summoned into being. With a crack and a snap, a pair of divine eyes awakened, causing the very fabric of the king of the world's realm to unravel. Broly rose to his feet, revealing his flawless physique. Standing over 2 meters tall, his massive form was a tapestry of bulging muscles, with veins protruding like worms, collectively forming a terrifying and menacing grin. The golden adornments did not exude an ounce of elegance. Rather, they accentuated his wildness. A smile crept across the giant's face, as his ebony eyes unabashedly radiated aggression towards everyone present. This fellow has grown even stronger, thought Zanya bitterly.